The Black Wasteland Forest, the Troll's Lair. There is a cave on the mountain, a place of baptism for the trolls, where Succubus resides. Upon successful baptism, one becomes an adult troll, gaining the right to compete for resources and women. Outside the cave, thousands of trolls awaited the awakening of their bloodlines. Succubus also tightly embraced his brother. "Well done, Shakshini," exclaimed his elder brother, Grell, with deep emotion. "You finally gained the power to protect yourself." Crocodile Turtle Valley, a settlement of 2,000 troll tribes, is where Shaksha and several other warriors with awakened bloodlines enter. The trolls all turn to look at them. "It's Shaksha Omoda. Our tribe has gained 3 more bloodline warriors." "Shuxi, Beige, Rand, wait for me," Grell said to the older warrior who approached. Shakes turned to Beige and Rand and said, "Let's go pick a place to pitch our tents and invite the girls in as soon as possible." For trolls, flaunting their power, the number of tents and women is more important than strength. Soon, Grell arrived with a group of trolls carrying animal hides. Shaksha nodded in thanks. Next, the trolls began setting up tents. Shaksha took the giant hammer, his bloodline power surging. Black tattoos appeared, black flames surrounded the hammer, the Shaksha hammer fell, and the demonic bone was driven deep into the ground. "Good. He really is my brother, Gerald." Gerald laughed heartily, and the tribesmen cheered. It is a troll tradition for the Shakshi to personally nail down the demon bones, symbolizing the warrior's identity and the connection of bloodlines. Grell patted Shaksha on the shoulder and said, "Get a good rest tonight. The Grand Elder will lead you through the troll trials tomorrow." Shuxi nodded, his expression turning serious. Outside the valley lay a treacherous forest, teeming with magical beasts. "Remember, be careful and listen to the Elder. He's experienced and will help you pass the trial smoothly." Grell gave these instructions before leaving. Shuxi saw his tribesmen gathered around him. "Mother Pierre, Aunt Doyo, Uncle Roy, thank you." The trolls sewed animal hides onto the outside of Shaksha's new tent as a sign of their respect for him. Watching his tribesmen gradually disperse, Shuxi entered the tent. He opened his data template. Name, Shuxi Mayan, Elite Template, Race, Troll Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. Drops ash chests after killing creatures of the new world. Strength, 85/100, Agility, 75/100, Intelligence, 85/100, Constitution, 100/100, Maximum. Skill, Spear Mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when using spears. Spear Throwing. Increases attack power by 100% when throwing a spear. Troll Blood. Transforms into an ancient troll, doubling attributes until stamina is depleted. In the past, the maximum value of his template attributes was only 10. Now, all his stats have increased several times over. By the next morning, a large number of trolls had gathered at the mouth of the valley. Each of them was fully equipped. Shuxi approached the Grand Elder and bowed. "Good morning, Grand Elder Genkai." Shuxi, carrying a spear, walked up to the group of newbies. Rand was a great axe expert. "Shax, you're here," Rand exclaimed excitedly. Shax asked, "Back gear, aren't you armed?" Beige replied smugly, "I am a wizard, and my weapon is a staff or a gem, but I didn't bring one this time." Suddenly, the stone gate of the valley opened, and Elder Genkai loudly commanded, "Newcomers, stand in the middle of the line." As the stone gate in the valley opened, all the troll warriors, including Shaksha, raised their weapons and shouted in unison. The Black Wasteland Forest. Its darkness and dampness have bred countless magical beasts, making it a hunting ground for trolls. Trolls are enormous, yet they move silently through the forest. Even the greatest elder can pass through silently. At this moment, the entire team communicated only through gestures and commands. The Grand Elder raised his right hand, pointing his index finger forward. Shuxi immediately understood that the prey was in that direction. Then, the Elder made a bending gesture, signaling the novice to go forward and hunt. Shuxi's gaze shifted to Rand. Rand gripped his giant axe tightly and silently moved towards the prey's location. A deafening roar followed by the sound of giant axes chopping down. The battle had begun. Shaksha and the other trolls immediately charged into the fray. When Shuxi leaped onto a boulder, the sight before him made him pause. Rand was fighting an adult fire lizard. The fire lizard's scales shimmered with red light, and its massive size, even taller than land, made it an elite magical beast. The giant axe struck the fire lizard's back, sparks flying, but the fire lizard's tail and large mouth kept grazing past it. "Do you know where the fire lizard's weakness is?" Elder Steel Kai suddenly appeared beside Shuxi and asked in a low voice. Shuxi nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, the base of the tail and the armpits of the limbs. But some advanced hunters might aim for its eyes, Shuxi added. Elder Genkai nodded, then asked, so what's your opinion on Rand's fight? Shakes observed for a while. Rand tried to attack the fire lizard's armpit, but due to inexperience, he failed to hit it in time. Elder Genkai nodded approvingly after hearing this. If it were you, how would you support him now? Shuxi hesitated for a moment. Don't just tell me. Do it. Prove you're right with your actions. Shuxi turned to Rand, who was engaged in battle. What? Are you hesitating? Elder Steelk's voice was deep. Shuxi drew a throwing spear from his back. He hurled the spear with a swift motion. The sound of the spear slicing through the air rang in his ears. Shuxi turned to the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, the battle is over. Grand Elder Genkai looked at the fire lizard. At this moment, the fire lizard had fallen to the ground, with a spear piercing its head stuck in its mouth. Advanced spear throwing technique. Elder Steelka asked. Shuxi nodded. Good. Well done. Elder Genkai patted Shake's shoulder forcefully. The tribespeople all turned to look at Shuxi. Elder Genkai shouted, This is our spearman Shuxi. The tribespeople raised their weapons. Shakshi. This was a ceremony to welcome new members to the tribe, and a moment when the power of the Shakshi was recognized. Shuxi bowed his head and replied, Yura. The tribesmen responded in unison. Rand stood aside, watching Shuxi. Hurrah! Rand raised his battle axe and joined the tribesmen in cheering. Shaksha lowered his spear. He looked at Elder Genkai. You little rascals, you've made so much noise that the prey has all run away. Elder Genkai said with a laugh. I'm afraid we won't have a good meal tonight. The tribesmen laughed, and Elder Genkai changed the subject. Continue the hunt. The group quieted down again and set off again. As the sun began to set, the trolls started searching for a safe campsite. Elder Steelk led his group cautiously toward the territory of the level 5 magical beast, the Black Iron Serpent. About 3 minutes later, a loud bang came from ahead, followed by a continuous roar. The trolls quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the battle area. Shaksha also rushed to the battlefield. The scene before him shocked Shaksha. The surrounding trees collapsed, and Elder Steel Kai and the Black Iron Serpent were locked in fierce combat, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The Black Iron Snake, about 30 meters long, was enormous, causing Shakes to gasp in astonishment. It's huge. He realized this might be a hero template monster. To be able to go toe-to-toe with the Black Iron Serpent, the Grand Elder must also be a hero template. Shuxi thought to himself. The Black Iron Serpent violently shook its body, its tail lashing out at a troll, sending him flying. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Elder Genkai rushed towards the heart of the Black Iron Serpent and swung his spiked club down hard. The Black Iron Snake quickly turned its head and lunged forward. Seeing this, Shuxi seized the opportunity and threw his spear. The spear struck the Black Iron Serpent's upper jaw precisely, and at the same time, Elder Steel Kai's spiked club slammed heavily into the Black Iron Serpent's body. The upper body of the Black Iron Snake crashed down. Elder Steel Kai kicked the snake's head away, yelling, Damn snake. Elder Steel Kai looked very happy, but neither the fire lizard nor the level 5 Black Iron Serpent that Shakes killed dropped from the ash treasure chest. This made him question the meaning of life. Shuxi had originally hoped that these magical beasts would bring him his first pot of gold, but instead he was utterly disappointed. Just as he was feeling down, Elder Genkai walked up to him and handed him the Black Iron Serpent's magic core. Do you see that? The spear on the snake's head. That's the masterpiece of our Shuxi. Elder Genkai shouted. This level 5 magic core is Shakespeare's first trophy. At this moment, all the trolls raised their weapons and shouted, Shaksha. Shaksha stretched out his hands and took the magic core. Keep it up. I believe in you, the elder encouraged. Shuxi nodded and joined the team dealing with the Black Iron Snake. Meanwhile, in the rocky hills north of the forest, a group of snake people gathered in a hidden natural cave. Elder Red-Eyed, something terrible has happened. A snake man swam in. Aya, what's wrong? Elder Red-Eyed asked calmly. My guardian beast is dead, the snake woman Aya said breathlessly. Explain yourself clearly, the Red-Eyed elder said sharply. I released the level 5 Black Iron Serpent into the southern settlement, and now I can't sense its presence anymore, Aya said in a low voice. The Red-Eyed elder asked coldly, Are you sure? Yes. Aya lowered her head. The Red-Eyed elder scanned the surrounding tribesmen. Our supplies hidden in the south may also be discovered. Without food and supplies, we won't even survive this winter. Prepare yourselves, we'll head south tomorrow. The Red-Eyed elder calmly gave the order. The tribespeople whispered among themselves, Is it those trolls? It must be them. This area is troll territory, another snake man whispered. On the other side, in the Black Iron Serpent's territory, the trolls had already dissected the Black Iron Serpent, and its flesh was stewed or roasted. Shuxi sat by the campfire, roasting monster meat, the sizzling sound echoing in the night sky. Shuxi, you're amazing. You managed to shoot the spear right through the monster's mouth. Rand and Beige sat together. Shakes smiled slightly and teased. Rand, you're not bad either. You got a level 3 magic core. You're really having an easy time, Beige. Don't just envy me, he joked. After we get back and make the leather armor, I'll give you some snake skin, and I'll make some armor for myself too, Shuxi said with a smile, his eyes gleaming. Rand and Beige's eyes lit up. The troll's leather armor was extremely sturdy. Once crafted, it would not only enhance their defense, but also withstand enemy attacks. The trolls had a huge appetite, and the Black Iron Serpent's body was devoured by them overnight. Before going to bed, Shakesgay habitually checked his data template and noticed that the data on the template had changed slightly. Name, Shuxi Mayan, Elite Template, Race, Troll Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 86 out of 100, can be improved. Agility, 75 out of 100, can be improved. Intelligence, 85 out of 100, can be improved. Constitution, 100 out of 100, maximum. Skill, 1. Spear Mastery. Advanced increases spear attack power by 75%. Troll warriors are naturally skilled in spear combat and bravely face dragons. 2. Spear Throwing Skill. When throwing a spear, attack power is increased by 100%. The spear can penetrate everything. 3. Troll Blood. Beginner transform into an ancient troll, doubling your attributes until your stamina is depleted. Shuxi's strength had increased to 86, which delighted him. The data has actually increased in less than 2 days. Is it because of the battle, or the effect of the monster meat? Although he had some doubts, he decided not to delve into it for now, thinking he would see it again when he wakes up tomorrow. With a bit of anticipation, Shuxi drifted off to sleep. Late at night, inside the tent, Elder Steelk and several troll warriors on night watch sat together. Elder, have the auras of those clansmen disappeared? Yes, even the coded messages have been cut off. Then they must have met with some misfortune. This area is troll territory, and now someone has broken in and killed their warriors. Are there any members of our tribe inside the Black Iron Serpent's belly? Yes, but only one. This means there are more than 1 or 2 enemies. There must be a group, Elder Gankai said in a deep voice. Given Elder Qui-Gon's strength, Black Iron Serpent couldn't have killed him. He must have had the help of other races. He continued his analysis. Elder Gankai had 2 missions on this trip. First, to train the newly joined Bloodline warriors, and second, to find the missing Elder Kagan and his squad. Search this place thoroughly first thing tomorrow morning. There must still be undiscovered clues, he ordered. The next morning, Shakes woke up in his tent and, instead of rushing out, checked his elite template data. Name, Shuxi Mayan, Elite Template, Race, Troll Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world, drops ash chests after killing creatures of the new world. Strength, 88/100, can be improved. Agility, 76 out of 100, can be improved. Intelligence, 85 out of 100, can be improved. Constitution, 100 out of 100, maximum. Skills, Spear Mastery, Advanced, Spear Throwing, Spear Mastery Branch, Troll Blood, Basic Bloodline Skill. Seeing that his strength had increased from 86 to 88, Shuxi guessed that eating the meat of a high-level magical beast had helped improve his stats. Shuxi then stepped out of the tent, where Rand handed him a piece of glistening snake meat and informed him of Elder Gankai's mission arrangements. Shuxi nodded and then followed the group into the forest. Even in daylight, the light in the black wasteland forest was blocked by the ancient trees. Shuxi held a spear, surrounded by dense vines and withered leaves. Suddenly, he spotted a thick vine in the swamp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the vines were not growing naturally, concluding that they were likely planted intentionally. Soon, a swampy mud pit about 10 meters deep appeared, with 3 thick vines extending into the swamp in a triangle. Shuxi gave a low signal and raised his hand to indicate that he had discovered something. Soon after, Elder Gankai arrived with his team. Shuxi, what have you found? The elder asked. Shuxi pointed to the knots on the vines, which were clearly man-made. Elder Steelkai walked to the vines, inspected them, then turned to a troll warrior and ordered, Have the tribesmen on guard. Kill anyone they see. The troll warrior nodded, and then Elder Steel K, along with 2 warriors, began to pull at the vines. Although they were strong, they lacked the strength. After a few more bird calls, 5 troll warriors and Shuxi, a total of 6 people, joined the pulling team. Half an hour later, the 3 vines were successfully pulled out, with sealed packages hanging on them, like peanut kernels. Everyone was stunned. Open it, and see what's inside, Elder Genkai said. Who hid these things here? Elder Genkai cut open the first package, and pieces of smoked monster jerky rolled out. Then, he continued to open other packages, from which fell high-quality magical beast pelts, magic cores, bows and arrows, and small snakeskin armor. These are the treasures of the serpent people. Food, leather armor, weapons, magic cores. These are all necessities for survival. Are these leather armors from the snake people? Shuxi asked doubtfully. Elder Steelclad sneered. This is the territory of the black iron serpents. Suddenly, a troll warrior ran up to report. Elder, there are Elder Qui-Gon's weapons and leather armor in the package. Elder Steelcase angrily shoved the warrior aside and walked to the package. Inside the package was the giant axe, Elder Qui-Gon's weapon when he disappeared. Damn snake people. Elder Genkai roared in anger. Suddenly, Shuxi's expression changed. Elder, we should not stay here any longer. Elder Steelk ordered. Take the things and return to Alligator Turtle Valley immediately. The trolls responded to the order and quickly packed their belongings. Shuxi, carrying a package full of magic cores, followed his people and left the Black Iron Serpent's territory. Not long after, the red-eyed elder of the Snake People clan quietly arrived at the treasure site with his subordinates. Looking at the severed vines, he said coldly, Little Black Iron Serpent, is dead, and its bones have been gnawed on. Akasha excitedly reported, They've headed south. It must be those trolls. A cold glint flashed in the red-eyed elder's eyes. Chase them, Akasha asked. Chase them. The red-eyed elder led his men on a rapid march. Akasha excitedly sniffed the air, locking onto the enemy's direction. Shuxi led the trolls through the jungle, glancing back every now and then, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He walked up to Elder Genkai and whispered, Elder, I suggest we send a few of our clansmen who are skilled at setting traps to erase any traces. Elder Genkai pondered for a moment, nodded, and then emitted a strange bird call. 3 clansmen quickly came over. Trap, clean up, misdirection, Elder Steelcare commanded succinctly. Then, Elder Genkai handed Shuxi a heavy package, which Shuxi accepted with a smile. Suddenly, a sharp log shot out from the dense forest, pinning a snake man to a tree. The red-eyed elder realized that the tracking was not simple. Along the way, the snake people encountered traps and frequently lost their way, but fortunately Akasha quickly adjusted and was able to keep up. Stop, the red-eyed elder roared, realizing something was wrong ahead. This place is not normal. He took down the serpent horn, blew it, and a giant black-backed serpent burst from the ground, easily destroying the trap ahead. Elder Genkai suddenly stopped and looked back at the dark forest. Shakes noticed. Elder, the snake people are catching up quickly? Elder Genkai nodded. Shakes, do you dare stay and join us in intercepting the snake men to avenge Elder Qui-Gon? Without hesitation, Shuxi adjusted his backpack and took the spear. Yura, he shouted in response. The jungle was dark, and the black-backed giant snake led the way. For the trolls ahead, traps were useless against this monster. Elder Genkai gripped the spiked club, its magical runes flashing, its blood surging, and its massive body instantly grew taller. Boom. He charged out suddenly, heading straight for the heart of the black-backed giant serpent. Shuxi lay in ambush in the dense forest, spear in hand. Elder Steelk charged forward, and the squad of trolls followed suit, rushing towards the serpent clan. The serpent people reacted swiftly, unleashing a rain of arrows, and the battle erupted instantly. Shaksha remained hidden. Several trolls were wounded and fell to the ground, but he did not move. Elder Genkai's charge was struck by the tail of the black-backed giant snake, and the spiked club collided with the snake's tail, producing a loud bang. The black-backed giant serpent roared, its tail pierced by the spiked club. Elder Steelkai was forced to retreat, his charge interrupted. Shuxi's spear flew out and pierced the belly of the black-backed giant snake. The snake's body trembled, and its painful roar echoed through the jungle. Shuxi, well done. Elder Genkai roared, and his spiked club slammed into the heart of the black-backed giant serpent once more. Before dying, the black-backed giant snake swept its tail toward Elder Steelkai, its massive mouth opening wide. Shuxi's spear once again pierced the snake's mouth with pinpoint accuracy, embedding itself deeply into its upper jaw. The snake's head attack was stopped, but its tail swept Elder Steel Kai away, sending him flying and scattering blood mist in the air. At this moment, the red-eyed elder of the Serpent Clan and Akasha rushed out, preparing to take the opportunity to kill Elder Steel Kai. Shuxi immediately threw 2 spears, buying Elder Genkai a moment to catch his breath. Akasha, go to that dense forest and kill him, the red-eyed elder commanded. Akasha turned around and headed straight for the dense forest where Kshatriya was. Shuxi glanced coldly at them, then swiftly threw out spears, forming a killing formation. Akasha moved with lightning speed, easily dodging the spear attacks. Shuxi frowned, knowing that spears were not suitable for dealing with agile little guys like the snake people. Shuxi gripped the spear in his right hand, his blood surging, and demonic energy permeating his body as he activated the troll bloodline. His entire body hair turned blood red, and the intense demonic energy made him resemble a savage monster. Kill! He charged at Akasha, who felt a violent aura rush towards him, but it was too late. Shaksha broke through the limits of elites, directly suppressing Akasha, his spear piercing Akasha's heart. Akasha did not react and died. Shuxi sneered and swung his spear, sending Akasha's corpse flying. He continued charging into the snake men, and the elite snake men were almost instantly killed by a single spear thrust. Shuxi looked down and saw that his left foot was trapped by stone chips. He frowned. Petrification spell? The demonic energy surged in, shattering the stone fragments. After being freed, Shuxi looked behind him and saw a group of snake man sorcerers casting spells. He pounced swiftly, and before the sorcerers could react, they were all killed by Shuxi's spear. Shuxi, let's go. The voice of Elder Genkai came, and Shuxi came to his senses, realizing that he was already deeply involved in the killing. He picked up his spear and charged swiftly into the dense forest. On the way, he discovered a sorcerer who was still alive, and without hesitation, he killed him. Let's go, Elder Genkai urged again, and Shuxi followed him into the dense forest. The snake people followed closely behind, pursuing them angrily. Stop! Come back, the red-eyed elder commanded, halting the pursuit of his clansmen. Pack your things and get out of here. The black-backed giant serpent is dead. There's a trap ahead, we can't pursue it. Let's retreat from the troll territory first, the red-eyed elder commanded. Elder, Akasha is dead. Aya has been captured too, a snake man cried out. The red-eyed elder was furious. We'll remember this grudge. We'll come back for revenge sooner or later. In the dense forest, Shak was supporting Elder Genkai. Of the 12 trolls who had accompanied them, half had died in battle, and most of the rest were wounded. Don't stop, keep going back. Elder Steelk roared weakly. The snake people might not chase us, but we can't stop. Shuxi glanced at the 4 surviving trolls around him, their bodies riddled with arrow wounds, but fortunately, a secret medicine had suppressed their injuries. Slow down and keep going, Shuxi suggested, offering a win-win solution. Elder Genkai looked at Shuxi, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Shuxi, have you awakened the blood of a troll? Yes, Elder. Shuxi nodded. Very good, keep up the good work. Elder Genkai smiled. Shakes couldn't help but glance at his elite attribute panel and discovered that he had gained an extra ash chest. He knew it was dropped after killing the snake man Akasha. The troll blood's effect of doubling all attributes was also verified. Shuxi, is that your spoils of war? Elder Genkai asked weakly. Shuxi looked up, slightly puzzled. Spoils of war. Elder Genkai pointed to the spear on his shoulder, and Shuxi noticed a small snake woman hanging from the spear. The snake woman Aya was pierced, but she did not die. Instead, she lay unconscious on the spear. Shuxi carefully observed the snake woman and found that the place where the spear had pierced her was petrified. The injury was being alleviated, and she was unconscious. This little snake woman should still be alive. We can take her back and see if we can get anything out of her. Just as Shuxi was about to dispose of her, they traveled peacefully without encountering any large magical beasts, and the snake people did not pursue them. Half a day later, they reunited with the other trolls. When they returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Chieftain Grell and the elders greeted them. Seeing the hunting party had dwindled in size, Grell's face instantly darkened. Inside the chieftain's tent, Elder Genkai lay unconscious, and the shaman elder was urgently trying to save him. Shaksha, tell me what happened, Gerald said gravely. Shuxi recounted what had happened, and after he finished speaking, the 4 trolls beside him added details, which enraged the elders. Damn snake people, an elder cursed. They not only killed Elder Kagan, but they also hurt so many of us. Grell raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Calm down. Hatred needs to be washed away with blood, but we must be rational. Once Elder Genkai wakes up, the Elder Council will convene to decide how to proceed. Everyone nodded in silence, and the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Oh, by the way, I captured a snake woman. She's already unconscious, Shuxi suddenly mentioned. Really? Grell, and the Elder's eyes lit up. Shuxi stepped out of the tent, and a moment later entered with Aya, the snake woman on a spear. Shuxi had no interest in what happened next. The battle and the troll transformation had exhausted him. Chapter 10: The Wizard Black Flame, Floating in the Void. The next day, back in the valley, Shuxi fell into a deep sleep, peaceful and carefree. Shakus, are you awake? Outside the awning, Rand's loud shout broke the silence, and Shuxi suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up on the bed and muttered to himself, sleeping too soundly won't do. He'll lose his vigilance sooner or later. No sooner had he finished speaking than Rand's voice rang out again. Shakus, are you awake? Finally, Shuxi lazily replied, I'm awake. Even if I wasn't, you woke me up. Wait a minute, Rand said with a laugh from outside, sounding a little embarrassed. Last night, Rand and Baccher carried the load with ease, without expending much energy. With the troll's regenerative abilities, Rand was fully recovered after a good night's sleep. A moment later, Shuxi stepped out of the tent, looked at Rand, and asked, What's wrong? Is there something good? Rand exclaimed excitedly. The chieftain told us to go and collect the hunting party's reward. Shuxi nodded, understanding. Although the hunting party hadn't obtained a large amount of monster meat, they had acquired supplies from the serpent people, making it a fruitful harvest. Elder Steelk had also promised that everyone could choose some to keep for themselves, which all the trolls were eagerly anticipating. Shakes was no exception. The package he had been carrying contained many magic cores, which were his first valuable acquisition. Let's go. Shuxi smiled expectantly and walked with Rand toward the warehouse. In less than 10 minutes, Shuxi received his spoils. Shakes, these are for you. The warehouse elder handed over 3 packages containing dried monster meat, snake skin, and magic cores. Thank you, Elder. Shuxi nodded in thanks. Keep honing your martial arts skills. We all have high hopes for you, the elder said with a smile. Shuxi took the package and smiled calmly. Suddenly, he realized that Elder Genkai might have already woken up, otherwise the reward wouldn't have been distributed so quickly, and the warehouse elder wouldn't have been so kind. A thought struck him, and instead of immediately returning to his tent, he headed towards the tent of the Wizard Black Flame. Elder Black Flame, Shuxi requests an audience. Shuxi shouted. Come in, came Elder Black Flame's voice. Shuxi entered the tent, and the Shaman Black Flame did not make things difficult for him. On the contrary, his attitude was gentle. Elder Black Flame was a member of the Elder Council and also the tribe's most skilled armor blacksmith. Elder, I would like to have a set of armor made. Shakes presented the snakeskin package directly. Which style do you want? Elder Black Flame asked, looking up. A little bigger, Shakes replied. Slightly larger? Elder Black Flame was taken aback and looked at Shakes in confusion. When I transform into a troll, I become much stronger, Shuxi explained. Elder Black Flame immediately understood. Put it down. Leave half of the jerky. You want the best. Without hesitation, Shuxi left behind most of the dried meat, and then heard Elder Black Flame say, Come and collect the armor in half a month. These words implied that he was being asked to leave, and Shakes nodded, respectfully leaving the tent, his heart filled with anticipation. Back in his tent, Shaksha found several fine animal hides outside, clearly a gift from the hunting party. His performance during the hunt had earned him the troll's approval and considerable respect. Shakes opened the packages. One package contained the remaining half of the dried meat, which he considered his rations. The other package was filled with magic cores, which were the most valuable items, and his first pot of gold. He took out the magic cores and counted and categorized them one by one. After a moment, he divided the magic cores into 3 piles, 100 level 3 magic cores, 80 level 4 magic cores, and 20 level 5 magic cores. Upon seeing these neatly arranged magic cores, Shakes immediately understood that these magic cores must have been counted by the warehouse elders. Their weight was noticeably heavier than before, which suggested that Elder Black Flame had deliberately added some magic cores. After all, magic cores aren't valued in troll tribes. Most trolls prefer jerky and furs to magic cores. In this turbulent black wasteland, there are hardly any stable trading areas, and magic cores have little value here. Shakes silently put away the magic cores, knowing that he would have more magic cores. However, the next task was what he was most looking forward to, opening the ash chest. Shuxi concentrated, and a dark gray treasure chest appeared in his hand. With a soft chant, the chest turned to ashes, but a scroll appeared in his hand. Floating in the void. Type. Martial Arts Scroll. Scroll description. Tear open the scroll, and you will learn a movement-based martial art, Void Levitation. As Shuxi looked at the scroll, he suddenly remembered the snake man Akasha, whom he had once killed. Could this be the movement technique he used? Without thinking too much, Shuxi tore open the scroll. As the scroll tore open, a surge of energy flowed into his body, and a new skill was added to Shuxi's skill bar. Void Levitation, intermediate martial skill, when used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. Upon seeing the skill description, Shuxi frowned slightly, as he didn't see an immediate increase in stats. However, the phrase, adds extra agility, on the skill description pleased him, meaning that even when the elite template reached its limit, he could still improve his agility through effort. Chapter 11 Alchemy Potions, Mind Contract. Shakes stared at the data template in front of him, lost in thought. As an adult troll warrior, Shaksha already possesses the ability to hunt monsters and compete for resources. His short-term goal is to gather resources, improve template data, and enhance his capabilities. As the data improves, his abilities will also improve. Ultimately, his elite template will advance to the hero template, reaching an even greater level. However, all of this requires a vast amount of resources, potions, alchemical items, bloodline skills, equipment, all of which require status and strength to obtain. However, Shuxi was not in a hurry. He had his own ways to improve. Next to the elite template, he discovered an Ash platform, a place that combined communication and trading, and had been one of the joys of Shuxi's childhood. Here, Ash seeds could be exchanged for items, and magic cores were the main currency. Shuxi quickly found the alchemical potion he had been eyeing, Bloodline Alchemy Potion. This potion has the potential to purify bloodlines, and although the effect is probabilistic, it is still one of the few items that can enhance bloodlines. Upon seeing the price of 10 level 3 magic cores, Shuxi bought it without hesitation. He continued browsing the items on the platform, and finally, his gaze fell upon a scroll he had longed to possess, the Mind Contract Technique. This skill allows the user to form a spiritual bond, sharing a deep connection and supporting each other. The skill costs 10 level 5 magic cores, which Shakes bought without hesitation, immediately tearing open the scroll and acquiring the skill. When he browsed the items on the platform again, he found that most of them were unaffordable and the rest did not meet his needs. Helpless, Shakes left the platform and decided to put away the Bloodline Gold Elixir and take it at night. He stepped out of his tent and headed towards the Bloodline Warriors' tent area in Crocodile Turtle Valley. A campfire blazed there, and several pieces of monster meat were roasting. Shaksha's arrival caught the attention of several veteran troll warriors. They had already heard of his reputation as a spearman. Shaksha, you've come at the perfect time. The snake meat is almost ready. Sadler, an old troll, shouted with a laugh. Shuxi approached and smiled. Sadler troll, you are in excellent spirits these days. Ha ha ha, I was even better than you when I was young. Sadler laughed heartily. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough talent to break through to a higher level. Shuxi chuckled, picked up a piece of roasted meat, and took a large bite. After a few bites, he casually said, Sadler troll, I saw your war beast when I was a child. I'm now preparing to venture into the demon's lair to try my luck. Do you have any experience to share? The surrounding trolls fell silent instantly. Everyone knew that Sadler once had a ferocious abyssal beast as his war beast. It was his glory, but also his deepest sorrow. During a dark tide, the war beast died a heroic death, and Sadler lost the motivation to continue pursuing power. As he grew older, his mindset gradually calmed down. Sadler didn't answer, only looking down at the campfire. Shuxi didn't press further. He knew Sadler might be experiencing some pain, and he didn't insist. After eating until he was about 80% full, Shuxi stood up, nodded, and prepared to leave. However, just as he took a few steps, Sadler's hoarse voice came. Shuxi, if you want to gain anything by entering the Abyss Demon Cave, you must demonstrate your strength and all the power you possess. Shaksha was taken aback, then turned to look at Sadler, only to see Sadler's lonely back. A thought struck Shaksha, and he said in a deep voice, Thank you for your guidance, Sadler troll. He turned and continued toward the clan chief's tent. Sadler remained seated, and the old trolls around him began to whisper among themselves, Sadler, encouraging the young people again. Every time he said this, the young people would get excited, but none of them ever succeeded. I think luck played a big part in the battle beast incident. Sadler remained silent, staring at the campfire, his heart filled with longing for his lost war beast. Because it was an informal meeting, Shuxi appeared very relaxed inside Grell's tent. So, Shuxi, is there a girl in the tribe you like? Shuxi shook his head. What a joke. Given the size of trolls, even female trolls are mostly over 2 meters tall. This is not something that Shuxi, who is only 1.9 meters tall, can handle. Of course, it is unlikely that the female trolls in the tribe would be interested in Shuxi at the moment. After all, conventionally speaking, among trolls, the taller they are, the stronger they are, and the more outstanding their offspring will be. Chapter 12. Attribute Enhancement, Proposing to the Succubus. Grell frowned, looking somewhat embarrassed. Logically, after Shaksha became a troll warrior, unmarried female trolls should have moved into his tent, but until now, there wasn't a single woman in Shaksha's tent. Actually, Grell was also surprised that Shaksha could become a bloodline warrior. His other brothers, who were stronger than him, had all failed to awaken and did not leave the baptism cave. Grell had thought that Shaksha would follow in their footsteps, but unexpectedly, he crawled out. After a moment of contemplation, Grell said, "Shaksha, how about I lead a team to the Succubus clan in the neighboring territory to ask for a marriage for you?" Shakes didn't refuse immediately. He narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Is it a marriage alliance or a political marriage?" "Of course, it's a marriage alliance." Grell laughed. "What do you say, you alluring Succubus clan?" "I have no problem." Shuxi laughed. "I also want to know what the Succubus race, where lust and loyalty coexist, is like." Among the trolls, the number of women and the animal hides outside the tents are symbols of honor. Shaksha knew that women were indispensable for gaining higher status and prestige within the tribe. "Then it's decided. I'll personally lead the team to talk to them during the next hunt." Shuxi nodded, then turned to a more pressing question. "Brother Grell, when will the Abyss Demon Cave open?" "The Abyss Cavern will open in 3 days," Grell replied solemnly. "However, it is quite dangerous there, and as a bloodline warrior, you do not need to take the risk." A resolute glint flashed in Shuxi's eyes. "Brother Grell, I have the heart of a warrior. I must go to the Abyss Demon Cave. Perhaps it can double my fighting power." Seeing his brother's determination, Jurley nodded. "All right, I support you." Having learned the exact time when the Abyss Demon Cave would open, Shuxi didn't linger any longer and turned back to his tent. Autumn was drawing to a close, and winter was approaching. He needed to accelerate his growth. That night, Shuxi drank the pale green bloodline potion. At first, there were no changes, but soon the potion flowed through his body like flames, the pain almost unbearable. He immediately activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, doubling his attributes, which slightly alleviated the pain. Exhausted, Shuxi fainted late at night. The next day, the sounds of trolls battling echoed through the valley, waking him from his slumber. Shaksha slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. His limbs were nimble, his hearing and vision sharpened, his muscles were firm, and power surged within him, causing him to smile. He quickly checked his data panel, and seeing the data displayed there, his smile became even brighter. Name, Shakshi Mayan, Elite Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description. After awakening, defeating creatures from the New World will drop ash chests. Strength, 98/100, can be improved. Agility, 86 out of 100, can be improved. Intelligence, 95 out of 100, can be improved. Constitution, 100/100, maximum value. Skill. 1. Spear Specialization Advanced. 2. Spear Throwing, Spear Specialization Branch Skill. 3. Troll Blood, Intermediate Bloodline Skill transform into an Ancient Troll, increasing attributes by 3 times until stamina is exhausted. 4. Void Levitation, Advanced Martial Skill. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill, sign a mind contract with a partner to receive additional bonuses to all attributes. Shakes was overjoyed. He had never imagined that after consuming the Bloodline Alchemy Elixir, his strength, agility, and intelligence would all increase by 10 points. This was a tremendous improvement. What delighted Shuxi most was that his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, had evolved to intermediate level, doubling its attributes. And there was also the newly added Mind Contract Technique. Chapter 13. Snake Woman Aya, with a slender snake waist. Shaksha was in high spirits. He stepped out of the tent and headed towards the battlefield. On the field, the bloodline warrior Rand was locked in fierce combat with another troll from the hunting party, their axe blades slashing with immense force. The surrounding trolls were cheering them on, and Shaksha was caught up in the atmosphere, shouting, "Rand, whirlwind and double slash, take him down." Just as he was engrossed in his conversation, a figure appeared behind him and gently patted his shoulder. "Shuxi, the clan chief, is looking for you." Shuxi turned around and saw his brother Grell's subordinate, Feller. He was puzzled. He had just seen the chieftain last night. What was he so eager to see him about? Feller shook his head, merely relaying the clan leader's summons. Shaksha nodded, then turned and continued shouting. Rand, dodge. Whirlwind slash. After shouting that, his passion subsided slightly, and he left with Feller. They arrived deep within the Crocodile Turtle Valley and entered the chieftain's tent. Shak not only saw his elder brother, Grell, but also Elder Genkai. Shuxi, come and sit down here. Elder Genkai greeted him warmly. After Shuxi sat down and drank a few bowls of fruit wine, Grell finally spoke. Shuxi, I called you here today to ask about your bloodline skills. The Grand Elder said your bloodline is top tier. Could you transform and show me? Shuxi nodded and immediately activated Troll Blood. His entire body turned blood red, and his eyes were filled with a savage and murderous aura. Both elders approached him and examined him closely. Elder Genkai said, It is indeed troll blood, and extremely pure at that. That's right, otherwise Shaksha's performance in the battle against the snake people a couple of days ago wouldn't have been so amazing. Grell patted Shaksha's chest lightly. Take back your transformation. Shakes nodded. His blood and chi gradually subsided, and he returned to normal. After a moment of silence, Grell said, Shaksha, ordinary succubi are no longer worthy of your bloodline. During the next hunt, I plan to go to the Succubus clan and propose marriage to their royal family on your behalf. What do you say? Shakshi shrugged and nodded nonchalantly. Grell smiled with satisfaction. If the marriage proposal was successful, the royal bloodline of the Succubus race would marry into the troll race. In order to respect and value the Succubus race, Shaksha would have no choice but to accept the marriage and lose the opportunity to choose another wife. After finishing their business, Gerald picked up a slave contract from the table and handed it to Shuxi. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Shakes took the contract and asked in confusion, A slave contract? Yes, the snake woman is still alive. Our interrogation is over. She is your spoils of war and rightfully belongs to you. She has signed a slave contract and is now your slave. Shuxi nodded and stood up to walk towards the snake woman who had been led in by the bloodline warrior. She had a delicate face, a light purple snake tail, fear in her eyes, and a timid expression. Take her back, Shuxi ordered. He looked down at the snake woman. From now on, you will be my slave. Come with me. Yes, master. The snake woman replied softly, her voice weak. Shuxi smiled with satisfaction, turned and walked out of the tent, the snake woman following closely behind. Elder Genkai burst into laughter, a mocking tone in his voice. This snake woman isn't the first woman in Shuxi's tent, is she? Gerald laughed too, sensing the teasing in the elder's words. It seems so he. Shuxi led the snake woman Aya into his tent. This is my tent. From now on, it will be your home. Understood, master. Aya's voice remained gentle, and she began to busy herself as soon as Shake sat down. What's your name? Shuxi looked at the slave mark on Aya's forehead and knew that she had been completely marked as his slave. Master, my name is Aya, she replied softly. Shakes nodded, staring at her snake tail that swayed slightly with unease. Nice name. Let's call her Aya. Thank you, master. Aya said gratefully in a low voice. Shakes looked at the wooden box. There's dried meat inside, and fresh water outside the tent. Go and take care of my food and lodging. Aya nodded and began preparing the food. Shakes lay half reclined on the animal skin, watching her busy herself, and couldn't help but feel that life here wasn't so bad, but the danger outside the valley always made her uneasy. Watching Aya's busy figure, Shuxi suddenly realized that the snake woman before him didn't seem to be able to fully satisfy his needs. Her rank was too low. Her snake tail still couldn't transform into legs, making her completely incapable of fulfilling a man's desires. Snake woman, beautiful snake. Medusa, he murmured, pondering the distant future. Soon after, he fell into a light sleep on the animal skin. A few hours later, Aya's voice gently woke him. Master, the meal is ready. Shakespeare opened his eyes and saw Aya standing beside him. He suddenly reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. Aya, keep it up. I'm looking forward to the day you evolve into Medusa. He released her hand, looked at Aya's slightly trembling, blushing face, lifted her chin and gently pinched it, then smiled and walked out of the tent. Chapter 14 Abyss Demon Cave, Abyss Frost Spider. 3 days later, Grell broke the ancestral seal, and 5 bloodline warriors entered the Abyss Demon Cave through a cave entrance deep in the valley. The Abyss Cave is the habitat of abyssal monsters, and various terrifying beings lurk within its depths. Shuxi entered only one branch of it. Here, strange and exotic plants with dark attributes flourish. If lucky, a troll can tame an abyssal monster and turn it into a powerful war beast. This was precisely why Shuxi had come here. He wanted to tame an abyssal beast, which was also why he had paid a high price for the mind contract technique. It's truly an abyss, terrifyingly dark, Shuxi exclaimed, gripping his spear tightly. Despite the troll's innate ability to see in the darkness of the abyss cave still made Shaksha feel uneasy. Just as he was complaining, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. Kshatriya reacted quickly, leaping away, and saw the spot where he had just stood cave in, revealing the head of a giant maggot. The maggot had no facial features, only a deep, sunken mouth covered in sharp spikes, making it exceptionally ferocious. Without hesitation, Shuxi hurled a spear, piercing the maggot's head and pinning it to the ground. Shuxi dared not be careless. He took out another spear and plunged it into the shaking soil until the maggot stopped struggling and finally died. After examining the maggots, Shuxi discovered they had no magic cores. He frowned. No magic cores, so they're not even considered magical beasts? He was somewhat disappointed, thinking the creatures of the Abyss Demon Cave were surprisingly stingy. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently in all directions. Shuxi quickly scanned his surroundings, chose the direction with the least shaking, and fled. 15 minutes later, Shuxi heard the sounds of hordes of creatures tearing at each other coming from behind him, and a chill ran down his spine. The image of those abyssal worms sent shivers down his spine. This is the abyss worm, he thought in surprise. Continuing onward, Shuxi arrived at a hilly area filled with rocks and felt an unsettling chill. Something's not right. This chill is abnormal. The chill was growing stronger, and Shuxi was finding it difficult to keep warm. If it weren't for the animal hides he was wearing to keep warm, he might have even wanted to turn back. Sizzle sizzle. As the cold intensified, several pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared from the surrounding hills. Sensing danger, Shuxi quickly threw a spear. The spear pierced the monster's body with a dull thud, and then two enormous spiders emerged from behind the hill and pounced on him. Abyssal frost spiders. Shuxi recognized the two monsters. They were warning creatures of the troll race, level 4 peak magical beasts, and extremely powerful. As Shuxi retreated, he swiftly drew his spear and hurled it at the small spider he had just wounded. The injured male spider was small, but its death gave Shuxi considerable confidence. Roar! Shuxi's figure transformed, becoming even more muscular, his entire body covered in blood-red fur, and his spear wreathed in blood mist. Kill! 3 spears shot out in a triangular formation, but the male spider swung its forepaws to deflect 2 of the spears, one of which pierced its eyeball directly. Taking advantage of the moment, the spider pounced on the injured male spider, piercing its small head with a spear. The spider's 8 legs trembled violently, and it eventually died. The mother spider was much larger and roared as she lunged at Shuxi. Shuxi leaped to dodge the spider's attack and then jumped onto the mother spider's back. Faced with an even greater threat, Shuxi showed no sign of backing down. He formed hand seals and quickly released the mind contract technique. It must succeed, he silently vowed. Although the success rate of the mind contract technique was low, he decided to take the risk for the next step of his plan. Fortunately, the spider succeeded. The mother spider stopped struggling, her sharp claws hanging in midair. Phew! Shuxi breathed a sigh of relief. If he had failed, he would likely have been injured. The mother spider's forelegs lashed out, and Shuxi had no time to dodge. He gently patted the spider's back to retrieve the spear and commanded the female spider to devour the male. Shuxi had planned this all along, to first use a mind contract technique to sign a weaker abyssal beast, and then use that as a springboard to capture a stronger one. Now that the first step had been successful, it was time to begin the second. The mind contract technique has a limitation. To form a new mind contract, the existing contracted partner must first die. Shuxi plans to send the contracted abyssal beasts to challenge stronger monsters, hoping they will perish, allowing him to forge new contracts. Chapter 15 Abyss Bone Python, Abyss Tyrannosaurus Rex. Inside the caverns of the abyss, a life-or-death struggle quietly unfolds. A gigantic bone python tightly coiled around the abyss frost spider, attempting to strangle it to death. The abyss frost spider struggled fiercely with its 8 legs, spitting out a glob of emerald green venom. But the venom had no effect on the bone python's scales, only causing slight corrosion. The abyss spider spread its legs again, stabbing at the bone python's body. Although it didn't fully penetrate, it was enough to restrict the bone python's movements. Seeing an opportunity, Shuxi transformed into a troll, pinning down the snake's head and thrusting his spear fiercely into the bone python's head. As time passed, the abyssal frost spider neared its death, and Shuxi prepared to activate the mind contract spell at the last moment to control the bone python. The bone python was the second abyssal beast he had captured, and also a stepping stone in his plan. A quarter of an hour later, the abyss spider died, but Shuxi felt no regret. He quickly slammed his spear down, forming hand seals, and silently chanted, "It must succeed." The bone python struggled violently, shaking off the abyss frost spider's legs. Just as Shuxi thought the contract had failed and was preparing to retreat, the bone python suddenly stopped moving. Shuxi was overjoyed. He sheathed his spear, and after successfully communicating with the bone python, pointed it at the corpse of the abyss frost spider, indicating that it would be his food. The bone python hissed and immediately devoured the frost spider's corpse. For the next few days, Shuxi stayed in the cave, waiting for the bone python to digest its energy, preparing to move on to the next stage. The bone python was a level 5 magical beast, with strength equivalent to a hero template, while Shuxi's ultimate goal was a level 6 magical beast, a being close to its peak. 3 days later, the abyssal bone serpent awoke, and Shuxi leaped onto its back, beginning a new hunt. Using the serpent's speed, they ventured deep into the demon's lair, entering a valley with their target being a level 6 abyssal tyrannosaurus beast. The two colossal beasts clashed. Abyssal Tyrannoman lunged at Bone Serpent and Shuxi, while Shuxi commanded Bone Serpent to counterattack. The two collided violently, unleashing a deafening roar, and the battle reached its climax. Shuxi stood at a distance, activating his troll blood, preparing to hurl his spear. The spearhead struck the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, but failed to pierce its scales. Despair gripped Shuxi, who began to hope that both beasts would be severely wounded. However, half an hour later, the battle remained deadlocked. The Abyssal Bone Serpent, bitten by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, turned back to cast a pleading look at Shakasuka before dying. Shakasuka, cold and ruthless, leaped behind the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus without hesitation, preparing to activate his mind contract technique, but failed. Abyssal Tyrannoman released its grip and turned to attack Shaka. Shaka swiftly dodged, hovering in the air to avoid a fatal blow. The corpse of the Bone Serpent was still coiled around Tyrannoman, and Shaka seized the opportunity to approach Tyrannoman again. The mind contract spell was activated again, but failed once more. At this moment, Tyrannoman used its massive jaws to bite through the bone python's corpse, breaking free from its restraints. Shuxi understood that this was his last chance. If the contract failed, he would have to rethink his plans and might even have to leave the Abyss Demon Cave empty-handed. This time I must succeed, Shuxi thought to himself, and the contract spell in his hand formed an array again, which he then slammed onto the Tyrannosaurus beast. Shuxi finally understood that the true meaning of the mind contract technique was not an equal partnership, but rather the control of magical beasts through the caster's hypnosis. The deaths of the Abyss Spider and the Bone Serpent were precisely because they were not powerful enough. While casting his spell, Shaxu retreated rapidly, preparing to face a possible counterattack from the Tyrannoman. Chapter 16. Increased Prestige, Promotion to Elder. Suddenly, a roar from a Tyrannosaurus Rex shattered the tranquility of Crocodile Turtle Valley. The trolls drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings warily. Bloodline warriors rushed out of their tents, on high alert. Before the Abyss Lair, an adult Abyssal Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped its feet heavily, the atmosphere tense. Clan leader, has the seal been broken? Elder Gang Kai asked, gripping his spiked club and staring at the cave entrance. The seal hasn't been broken, and I don't know the situation either. Grell gripped the giant hammer, his expression grave. That beast roar was so close. Could it be that those little guys in the trial caused trouble? Elder Gankai guessed. Grell didn't answer, his heart already filled with worry for Shaksha. The voice clearly came from a level 6 magical beast, even stronger than him. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps shook the ground. Not good. Everyone on high alert. Gerald shouted, leading Elder Steel K out. The massive figure of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus appeared at the cave entrance, its eyes cold and fixed on the two charging towards it. It let out a roar, causing Grell and Elder Gankai to stop in their tracks. The two breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to fight. However, suddenly, Shaksha's lazy voice came. Brother Grell, Elder Gankai, are you welcoming me back? Shuxi rose from the back of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, his spear held high, the sunlight shining on him, making him appear exceptionally majestic. Shakshi, Elder Gankai shouted, while Grell looked on in shock. Shuxi stood atop the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking down at the trolls, and said loudly, Brother, Elder, I'm back. With the appearance of Shaksha, all the trolls erupted in frenzied cheers. Shaksha, Shaksha, it's Shakus, it really is him. Shuxi raised his spear, and Tyrannosaurus roared to the sky once more, demonstrating his power and status. The cheers of the trolls rose higher and higher. Brother, Elder, I'm back. Shuxi's voice was firm. He was clearly no longer the young troll he once was. The power of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus had made him surpass everyone else. That's fantastic. Grell excitedly hugged Shakshi and patted him on the back. Elder Steel Kai stared at the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and exclaimed, "With it, we will not fear any race in next year's territorial battle." The existence of Shuxi is not merely a testament to the strength of an individual, but rather an enhancement of the entire troll race's power. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus provides the trolls with a powerful new weapon for both hunting and warfare. Haha, we'll go to the Succubus clan tomorrow. Shuxi laughed. Next, Shaksha rode the Tyrannosaurus Rex through the valley. Every troll who saw it stopped breathing and then erupted in cheers. Hurrah, hurrah! Shuxi's prestige soared once again. At night, Shaksu returned to his tent, and abyssal Tyrannoman entered his body. The power of the contract made it easier for him to control it. That evening, Shuxi was summoned to the chieftain's tent. Shuxi, congratulations. The elders congratulated in unison. We unanimously approve your membership in the Council of Elders. Shuxi smiled, having long anticipated this moment. When he returned to his tent, the area was surrounded by high-quality furs, and several female trolls stood outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. Shaksha saw through their thoughts at a glance, but he said nothing, simply planting his spear in a gesture of refusal. The female trolls left in disappointment, and Shaksha shrugged and went into the tent. Chapter 17 Women Gather, El's Reply. Inside the tent, the little snake girl Aya was trembling. The arrival of Shakis made her relax a little. Master, what would you like to eat? Aya asked cautiously. Get me some grilled meat, barley porridge, and melon. Okay, please wait a moment. Aya agreed, and quickly went out of the tent to prepare. As Shaksha watched her leave, dragging her snake tail, he couldn't help but ponder the events of the past few days. While he was away, Aya must have been threatened by other trolls. After all, this place was teeming with bloodthirsty and violent trolls, especially today, when the female trolls had gathered outside Shaksha's tent, frightening Aya so much that she didn't even have the courage to go outside. In contrast, Shuxi's arrival made Aya feel safe, although she remained uneasy about him. She feared being abandoned, sold, or even becoming Shuxi's meat for roasting. However, as a snake man slave, she was aware of her advantage in appearance, and unless she made a mistake, Shuxi wouldn't easily kill her. Aya's biggest worry was that she hadn't evolved into Medusa yet, so she wouldn't be able to serve men or win Shuxi's favor. But compared to Shuxi, she was even more afraid of the female trolls gathered around her, fearing they would kill her for no reason. Shikushi paid little attention to Aya's feelings. His focus was on the ash platform. During this trip to the Abyss Demon Cave, Shikushi had brought back the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast. Although the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast was powerful, its appetite was also astonishing, and Shikushi needed to find a way to help it grow faster. To this end, Shikushi searched the ash platform for suitable items to raise the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast. He knew that his elite template was far from evolving into a hero template, and relying on Abyssal Tyrannoman would be a major guarantee for his future. The stronger it was, the more secure Shuxi would feel. In the trading area, Shuxi finally found the item he needed, Pet Beast Pill. This was an alchemical item, crafted from the blood of magical beasts and the sap of mysterious plants. It could feed a level 3 magical beast, and had a very low probability of causing the beast to evolve. It was exactly the food Shuxi desperately needed. Instead of buying immediately, Shakestraw first sent a message asking, "Are you there?" A few minutes later, the seller finally replied, "Yes, what can I do for you?" Shakes was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Do you have a lot of Pet Beast pills? I'd like to buy some in bulk." He felt he was being a bit too hasty, and his words were somewhat direct. Shuxi was worried the seller would raise the price, but the reply did not disappoint him. The seller replied, "I only have 100 pieces in stock right now, and the price will not be discounted." Shakes didn't rush to reply, but considered it carefully. The seller's tone gave him a sense that there was room for negotiation. Shortly after, the seller sent another message. "If you want to buy again later, I can give you a 10% discount." Shuxi's eyes lit up. This was good news for him. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast needed a large number of Pet Beast pills, and being able to purchase them in bulk would be even better. Shakes immediately replied, "No problem with not discounting this batch of Pet Beast pills. If you can give me a 20% discount, I can reach a long-term order agreement with you. As long as I live, this agreement will remain in effect." He felt he had shown enough sincerity, and now all he had to do was wait for the seller's reply. Meanwhile, in a treehouse in the forest of nature, Laina hesitated about whether to accept Shax's offer. As a wood elf, Laina was unwilling to leave her race, but she wanted to improve herself. She knew that only by relying on the ash platform could she go further. After a long period of accumulation, Laina successfully purchased an alchemist's notebook and began her alchemical journey. The pet beast pill is currently her most accomplished achievement. Looking at the message from Shakespeare, she hesitated for a moment before making a decision to sell it at an 80% discount. In order to improve my strength, I'll sell more at a lower profit. It'll just be a bit of a hassle. Anyway, with my lifespan as a wood elf, time is nothing. Laina replied, preparing to make a deal with Shuxi. A few minutes later, Shakes received a message. A 20% discount is fine, but I need to see your sincerity. Please pay 20% of the amount of pet pills you will purchase next time as a deposit. Shakes narrowed his eyes, sensing that he might have stumbled into a trap, but he still decided to give it a try and replied, okay, in addition to these 100, I'll order another 100 pet beast pills. He thought that such a transaction was equivalent to paying 20% more magic cores. If the other party was deceiving him, then he could only accept his bad luck and pay a higher price. The deal was completed, and Shakes had 100 pet pills in his hands. Although he didn't have a level 1 magic core and could only pay with a level 3 magic core, the deal still gave him the supplies he needed. Chapter 18 The Troll Atho, his killing intent boiling high. 3 days later, Shuxi walked out of the valley alone. Although he had 100 pet beast pills, they were only supplementary food for the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus had a huge appetite, and Shuxi needed to take it out hunting. This time he traveled alone. His elder brother, Grell, had already led a team to propose a marriage alliance to the Succubus tribe. Elder Steelk, on the other hand, stayed behind to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley. This was Kshatriya's second time entering the forest, and this time he was much more confident. His goal was clear, to feed the abyssal Tyrannoman and accumulate jerky, pelts, and magic cores. Dried meat can serve as food in the cold winter, while magic cores are valuable commodities traded on the Ashes platform. Fur, on the other hand, can be exchanged for magic cores from trolls. Shuxi did not summon the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, as its massive size and aura would frighten away the surrounding prey. He carried his spear and moved swiftly through the jungle, heading towards a more distant area. When encountering low-level magical beasts, Shuxi personally takes action, throwing his spear to kill the enemy. Only when encountering magical beasts of level 5 or higher does he summon the abyssal Tyrannosaurus to feast on, while he himself reaps the pelt and magic core. 2 days later, night fell. Instead of resting, Shakes continued to search for a rare prey in the jungle, the cuckoo bird. The cuckoo bird is a level 4 magical beast, gentle in nature and rarely attacks unprovoked. Although it is a bird, it does not fly high, and can only fly short distances at low altitudes. Shuxi is looking for it because the cuckoo bird's stomach can store food 100 times its own volume, comparable to a small storage bag. There are only 2 such stomachs among the Mayan trolls, one in the possession of Chieftain Grell, and the other in the possession of Elder Genkai. Shaksha understood that, given the current situation, obtaining them was virtually impossible. Rather than waiting, he decided to try his luck. In the Black Wasteland Forest, the cuckoo bird is extremely rare, and Shuxi just happened to enter the area where they had appeared before. The dense forest was bustling with activity at night. Shakes crept through the jungle, listening intently to every direction, carefully searching for the cuckoo bird. However, instead of finding it, the cuckoo bird discovered the camp of an uninvited guest. Shakes hid behind an old tree, observing secretly through the gaps in the branches. Deep in the dense forest, a small wilderness troll camp. Let's leave here as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Jaha. Lei Jiao was an Athos troll, from the Athos branch of the Abyss Trolls. Their territory was on the other side, bordering the Mayan trolls. Thunderhorn, are you scared? Zahe, the elder leading the group, wanted to hunt more prey before winter arrived, perhaps even a cuckoo bird. Therefore, they risked entering the territory of the Mayan trolls. Jaha, don't you know this is the territory of the Mayan trolls? If we are discovered, we will be in great danger, Lei Jiao said seriously. I know it's dangerous, Zahe said casually, chewing on the monster meat. But Lei Jiao, don't you want to hunt more prey for your tribe? We have plenty of prey in our territory. Why do you insist on coming here? Reggio asked, his eyes filled with displeasure. We're already here. Why not stay a few more days? Zaha didn't take Lei Jiao's words to heart. Do you want to provoke a conflict between the 2 races? Haha. Thunderhorn, don't worry about the conflict between the 2 races, unless the trolls of the Mayan race discover us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the troll on duty outside suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground, his death gruesome. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Lei Jiao and Jaha exchanged a glance, then rushed out of the tent and headed towards the scene of the incident. Just then, Shuxi's cold, bloodthirsty voice rang out in the dense forest, striking directly at the camp of the Otto trolls. This is a warning from the Mayan troll clan. Leave your prey behind and get out of this area, or you'll face the consequences. Shuxi hid in the dense forest, using his powerful bloodline to conceal himself and making him difficult to detect. His voice caused Zahe and Lei Jiao's expressions to change drastically, and the surrounding Otto troll warriors were also awakened, their faces filled with fear and tension. Zahe and Lei Jiao exchanged glances, and then Lei Jiao walked outside the camp and shouted, "Fellow trolls of the Mayan clan, we have strayed into this place by mistake. Please put aside your hostility, and we will leave immediately." Shikushi watched coldly, and upon hearing Raikaku's words, he couldn't help but frown. Although Raikaku agreed to leave, he didn't mention leaving behind any prey. Leave all the prey behind, or kill them. Shake's cold voice rang out again. This time, Lei Jiao did not respond, because Jaha had quietly sneaked into the dense forest, trying to investigate the fighting strength of the Mayan clan. After entering the forest, Zahe discovered that there were almost no Mayan trolls in sight. He realized that Shuxi was probably just one of a small group of trolls, or perhaps a small force. This instantly dispelled Zahe's panic, replacing it with overwhelming killing intent. Chapter 19: The Aura of Death, the Troll's Obsession. Several strange bird calls echoed through the jungle, and Thunderhorn stopped moving, his body stiffening. The Athos trolls also stopped, listening alertly to the sound. Hidden behind the ancient tree, Shaksha's pupils contracted upon hearing the bird's call. It was a signal between the trolls. Something had changed. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shuxi's eyes, calm and cold. He dared to face this small group of Otto trolls alone because he was confident. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was a peak level 6 magical beast, and Shuxi wanted to see how it would perform against a troll mob attack. Shakshi quickly rose and retreated into the dense forest. At the same time, Lei Jiao slightly raised his hand, gesturing for an encirclement and attack. All the Otto trolls picked up their weapons and silently began to surround and kill Shakshi. Zaha and Lei Jiao quickly reunited. Jaha, kill that small group of Mayan trolls. We must leave this area. There might be a large force of them nearby, Lei Jiao whispered. Jaha nodded. Although the two often disagreed, they were surprisingly in agreement at crucial moments. Shikushi then released Abyss Greymon and telepathically instructed it to attack the enemy. Abyss Greymon nodded, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Shortly afterward, a troll's roar echoed through the dense forest, brief yet powerful. Then, deathly silence returned. In this silence, the air is thick with the scent of death. Another roar and scream rang out, and Zahe and Lei Jiao reunited, communicating with each other using hand gestures. The enemy is clever. They're targeting our scattered tribesmen. What should we do? Zahe hesitated. Keep chasing. We've already been exposed. If we can't capture the trolls of the Mayan clan, the news might leak out, Lei Jiao calmly replied. Although Reggio did not entirely agree with Zahe's decision, they were unwilling to abandon the supplies they had worked so hard to hunt, so they had no choice but to continue. Okay, I'll do as you say, Jaha agreed. Strange bird calls echoed once more from the dense forest. Shaksha, hidden behind a tree, noticed the unusual behavior of the Otto trolls. They want to retreat, he thought, but as he saw the gathered Otto trolls continue to advance, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. No, they haven't given up on killing me. On the contrary, they've intensified their search. Shuxi sneered, his eyes narrowed. That's fine, let them all die here. Roar. Shuxi gave the order, and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged out, knocking down a giant tree and launching a deadly charge towards the warriors of the Otto troll. The beast's roar was deafening, and its heavy footsteps and sharp claws reminded Zahe and Lei Jiao of their past fears. No, run. It's an abyss beast. Fear flashed in Lei Jiao's eyes. But it was too late. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged at its enemies with astonishing speed, its sharp teeth and enormous claws mercilessly slicing through the Otto troll warriors like a harvester. Despite the troll warriors' valiant resistance, their weapons leaving only streaks of fire as they grazed the Tyrannoman's skin, they were unable to breach the Abyssal Tyrannoman's defenses. 15 minutes later, Shuxi emerged from the dense forest, his expression turning somber as he looked at the corpses scattered across the ground. The strongest troll warrior escaped in the chaos. Shakis jumped onto the back of the Tyrannoman and said calmly, "Chase." Roar. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus roared again, sending the surrounding monsters scattering in all directions. It leaped forward, its speed increasing rapidly, while Zahe and Lei Jiao fled ahead, their faces filled with terror. The abyss cavern of the Auto Troll tribe was once their nightmare. In their youth, they attempted to tame magical beasts, nearly losing their lives in the process. Now, the aura of the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast fills them with immense fear. Damn it, the enemy must be an elder of the Mayan trolls. Lei Jiao roared angrily. It's all your fault, Zaha. I told you long ago to leave this place. Reggio complained as he fled. At that moment, they heard increasingly heavy footsteps behind them, and the terrifying roar of the beast seemed to be right next to their ears. Zahe suddenly turned his head, his gaze turning cold. Zahe, what do you want to do? Lei Jiao asked in surprise. Bang! Zahe's giant hammer slammed down, shattering Lei Jiao's kneecap. Lei Jiao, don't blame me. I need to go back and report that it was the Mayan giant demon clan that invaded us first. Jaha said coldly. Reggio immediately understood that Zahe's true purpose was to escape alone. As long as he lived and returned to the tribe, he would bear all the responsibility. By Zamadra, you are not worthy to be called a troll warrior. Rhyhorn glared at Zahe's back, filled with resentment. But he did not fall. Instead, he gripped his spear tightly and stood up. Raikako made his choice. He would fight. He had to face the terrifying abyssal beast head-on. Despite being ambushed by Zahe just now, he still decided to stall for time and buy Zahe more chances to escape. Lei Jiao's obsession never changed. He sacrificed everything for the Athos troll race and for the tribe. Chapter 20 Death Pursuit, Ruthless Slaughter. Roar. Obsession can sometimes be a harbinger of doom. Abyssal Tyrannoman's icy gaze swept over Thunderhorn. Then it opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of terrifying sharp teeth, and frantically bit at its enemy. Thunderhorn of the Auto Troll clan launched a final, desperate charge, his spear stained with blood mist, as he met the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus with all his might. Sizzle. Sparks flew everywhere. Abyssal Tyrannoman was unharmed, but Thunderhorn had most of its body bitten off by Abyssal Tyrannoman, and its screams echoed in the air. Shuxi leaped off the back of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus and picked up a stomach pouch and an ash chest, the latter of which only he could see. Keep chasing. Shuxi jumped back onto the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman and gave the order to continue the pursuit. 15 minutes later, Shuxi stopped the pursuit, and before them stretched a long, surging river. Another leader of the Auto Troll clan fled into the water here. Shuxi frowned, a hint of hesitation on his face. He gazed at the rushing river, pondered for a long time, and finally decided to abandon the pursuit. He turned back to the small camp where he had been before and prepared to take stock of the spoils. Shuxi searched the dense forest carefully, but the results were not as he had hoped. Apart from leather armor and weapons, the only worthwhile spoils were some dried monster meat, pelts, and magic cores. After packing up the items, Shuxi piled them on the back of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and left the area overnight, heading towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. Despite Abyssal Grayman's immense power, Shaxu still felt some apprehension. The Auto Trolls might seek reinforcements and turn against him. Just in case, Shuxi was extremely cautious and dared not linger in the same spot for even a second longer. Boom, boom. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast walked through the jungle, each step causing countless magical beasts and birds to flee in panic. Its aura was made no attempt to conceal, which was exactly the effect Shuxi had hoped for, preventing any potential interference on the return journey. 3 days later at noon, the Abyssal Tyrannoman finally arrived at the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Look, it's Abyssal Tyrannoman. Open the door quickly, it's Shakus. He's back. The stone gate opened with a sound, and Shuxi stood on the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, a slight smile on his face, his expression serious yet dignified. When the troll warriors guarding the gate saw the package on the back of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, a flash of excitement and fervor crossed their eyes. Shuxi! Shuxi! Shouts echoed through the valley. Shuxi raised his spear, surveyed the crowd, and responded, Yura! Aura! The trolls' cheers attracted the attention of the Bloodline warriors deep in the valley, and Elder Steelke also came out of his tent, gazing at Shaksha. Shuxi entered the area of the Bloodline warriors' tents, and the trolls scattered. Elder! Shuxi jumped off the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus and greeted Elder Steelkai. Look what Abyssal Tyrannoman brought back. Shuxi, it seems you've had quite a haul this time. Shuxi nodded, his smile barely moving, and he didn't dwell on the spoils of the hunt. Elder, I have something to report to you. Upon seeing this, Elder Gonkai's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. He then beckoned Shakes to enter the tent. Inside the tent, after taking a few sips of fruit wine, Shuxi recounted the events of the previous night to Elder Gankai in detail. What? The Auto Trolls are hunting across regions. Elder Gankai exclaimed in surprise. They actually trespassed into our hunting grounds. Shuxi nodded, then took a package from the back of the abyssal tyrannoman and walked back to the tent. Bang! Shuxi threw the package on the ground and said coldly, "Elder, this is the upper body of that troll. Would you like to take a look? Perhaps you recognize him?" Elder Genkai immediately stepped down from his seat, opened the package, and his expression changed upon seeing the corpse inside. Rayhorn Otto, it's actually him, the heavyweight elder of the Otto troll clan. Shuxi hadn't expected that Elder Genkai would know this troll. "Elder, what should we do next?" Elder Genkai fell into deep thought, pacing back and forth. After a long silence, he didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Shuxi, what do you think we should do?" Shuxi did not respond immediately. He stared at the Grand Elder for a moment, whose serious and earnest gaze did not seem like a joke. "Chief Gerald is not here, and the tribe does not have enough bloodline warriors. We can only wait. Once my brother returns, the elders will hold a meeting to discuss this further. At the same time, we reduce the number of our clansmen going out to prevent retaliation or attacks from the Achuo clan." Shuxi's suggestion was very reasonable, and Elder Genkai nodded repeatedly after listening to it. "Very good. Shuxi, it seems you haven't lost yourself in the killing yet. Remember this. A troll who gets lost in the killing is never a good troll. We'll do as you say." Shuxi nodded and continued, "I am willing to hand over all the weapons and leather armor from this harvest to the tribe for storage. Keep some of the meat and distribute the rest to the tribe's people. Winter is coming, so let them prepare more food for the winter. Fur can be traded for some magic cores, and my abyssal tyrannoman likes magic cores." Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai laughed. "Haha, Shakes, well done. I think the people of our tribe will be very grateful to you." Shuxi's arrangement greatly pleased Elder Genkai. The spoils were distributed fairly, and everyone benefited from them. "Then let's do as you say," the elder laughed. "I'll arrange for someone to gather the magic cores for you in a bit." Chapter 21 Marriage to a Succubus, Not Qualified. When Shaki emerged from Elder Steelcase tent, 8 or 9/10 of the spoils on Abyssal Tyrannoman's back had already been unloaded. The rest were what Shuxi himself wanted to keep. Before long, the news that Shuxi was distributing meat chunks for free spread throughout Crocodile Turtle Valley, and the trolls cheered and praised Shuxi. Shuxi ignored the profuse thanks from the trolls and quickly returned to his territory. After tossing the pieces of meat to the little snake woman Aya for her to deal with, he went into the tent alone. Inside the tent, Shuxi pulled a stomach pouch from his leather armor, his eyes instantly filled with barely suppressed excitement and agitation. This stomach pouch is the stomach pouch of the cuckoo. Shuxi originally intended to hunt the cuckoo bird himself to search for this creature. Unexpectedly, one of them fell from the body of Thunderhorn of the Otto Troll clan. It's safe to say that this came without any effort at all. When you feel sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Shuxi reached into his stomach pouch and pulled out chunks of meat, magic cores, and fur. However, in Shuxi's eyes, these things were of little value. Frustrated by rummaging through his stomach, Shakes simply turned it upside down and emptied everything out, filling almost half the tent in an instant. Seeing this, Shakes' lips gradually curled into a smile, because the things inside the tent were quite large, at least 10 cubic meters in size. This means that the cuckoo's stomach pouch in Shakespeare's hand has at least 10 cubic meters of space. Ha! Good, very good. Shakes couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter. Next, Shuxi searched through the pile of items for something that caught his eye. Shuxi's favorite items are mainly magic cores and some strange and unusual gadgets, which he finds enjoyable. Amidst a pile of clutter, Shakesaw was like a diligent little bee, occasionally letting out a strange, joyful laugh. Outside the tent, Aya, a young female slave snake woman who was cooking meat porridge and roasting meat, heard the strange laughter of the snake inside the tent, and couldn't help but curiously peek into the tent through the curtain. Much later, Shuxi finally cleaned out the contents of the tent, obtaining a total of 10 level 6 magic cores, 32 level 5 magic cores, 223 level 4 magic cores, and a number of level 3 magic cores. These were not what Shuxi valued most. What he valued most were the 5 giant eater flower potions he found among his spoils. The giant eater flower potion is a potion that can enhance strength and health after consumption, and it is one of the best potions in the Black Wasteland. Regio Otto, what a lucky charm. After muttering something to himself, Shuxi shouted loudly outside. Aya, come in, I have something to tell you. Master, is there anything I can help you with? Shakis saw Aya timidly dragging her snake tail as she entered, and his smile vanished. He spoke very seriously. Do you see these things on the ground? I see it, master. Shakis pointed to a large, messy pile of items on the ground. Wait a minute, Sort these things out and pack them into wooden boxes for me. From now on, you will be in charge of keeping and guarding these things. Remember, not a single one can be missing. The little slave girl Aya hurriedly bowed her head to accept the task from the sheikhs. Her small, hunched body still looked a little trembling. Ignoring the snake woman Aya's strange behavior, Shuxi picked out some fresh pieces of meat from the ground, walked out of the tent, and fed them all to the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of Succubi. While Shuxi was directing the young slave girl to do this and that, his elder brother, Grell, the patriarch of the Mayan troll clan, had already arrived in the Succubus territory and was being given a grand welcome. The Succubus's habitat is neither a tent nor a cave, but a palace shrouded in black mist. In the savage land of the Black Wilderness Forest, this kind of architecture is simply an anomaly. Of course, in the eyes of the Succubi, these buildings, like the Succubi themselves, are synonymous with luxury and nobility. Strong Chieftain Grell, welcome to our Succubus territory. Giggle. The Succubus queen is a sexy, alluring, and seductive mature woman. Beneath the semi-transparent black tulle skirt, her beautiful curves and full figure were on full display. Grell's full troll blood surged, suppressing the agitation brought on by the Succubus queen. Grell knew very well that the Succubus queen before him was not as beautiful and gentle as she appeared. Whether in the abyss or the dark wilderness, these Succubi are synonymous with violence, greed, and fickleness. Lady Yelena, we have brought a large quantity of meat and furs this time. With winter approaching, I think this is the best gift. Grell's heavy voice carried a strong sense of savage rage and the lingering killing intent from the hunt. He, the mighty Mayan troll, actually brought us Succubi a gift. Is it really just a gift? The Succubus queen, Yelena, chuckled softly, her voice gentle and alluring, carrying an inexplicable air of mystery. Hurrah! Lady Yelena, isn't the betrothal gift considered a present? Grell's words startled the Succubus queen Yelena, who suddenly withdrew her mature and seductive smile. Bride price. Yes, betrothal gifts. Grell nodded, his expression serious, a sharp glint clearly visible in his eyes. If our Mayan troll clan and the Succubus clan were to marry, I think we could not only resist the harsh winter together, but also resist the invasion of other races in this forest next spring. By then, the hunting territories of our Mayan trolls and Succubi will have greatly expanded. Perhaps, we can even fight against the Dark Tide together. When the Dark Tide was mentioned, both Grell and the Succubus queen Yelena narrowed their eyes, as if gazing into the distance at some unknown great fear. The palace suddenly fell silent. The Succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, gazing into the darkness outside the palace, remaining silent for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the Succubus queen Yelena opened her captivating eyes and looked at Grell. A marriage between a troll and a succubus is a great idea. So, Chieftain Gerald, who have you taken a fancy to? The Succubus queen, Yelena, pointed to the group of sexy and alluring succubi in the palace, who were both cunning and beautiful, and asked. At the same time, the Succubus queen Yelena was also staring at Grell with a very interested look. It wasn't me. Grell glanced at the succubi, shook his head, and looked somewhat regretful. Isn't it you who's arranging a marriage between us? Yes, it's not me. It's my younger brother, the Bloodline warrior, the spearman, Shuxi. Chief Gerald, are you joking with me? Grell shook his head and did not answer the question. All right, since he's your own brother and a Bloodline warrior, he's still qualified to marry into our Succubus family. Upon hearing this, Gerlie shook his head again. Chief Gerald, what do you mean? Seeing Grell shake his head, the Succubus queen Yelena's voice also turned slightly cold. Grell and the Succubus queen Yelena locked eyes, neither showing any weakness. They're not qualified. Chapter 22, A Powerful Marriage Proposal, the Succubus Royal Family. Not qualified. The Succubus queen Yelena's voice suddenly became somewhat harsh and cold. Chieftain Gerald, do you know what you're saying? The Succubus queen, Yelena, spoke these words not only coldly but also with a hint of mockery. Your Excellency Yelena, I know what I'm talking about. Excuse my bluntness, but they are indeed not qualified. At this point, Chief Grell even saw a hint of murderous intent hidden in the eyes of the Succubus queen Yelena. However, Gerald showed no fear whatsoever, appearing completely unconcerned. Your Excellency Yelena, my younger brother is a high-ranking Bloodline warrior. So what? Queen Yelena, the Succubus, didn't care. In her eyes, the troll Bloodline warriors were only slightly stronger than the Succubi. Grell chuckled and continued speaking. My younger brother, Shakshi, is a troll knight. and his battle beast is a terrifying abyssal tyrannoman. Greel was laughing, a laugh that was both smug and gloating. The abyssal tyrannosaurus is an extremely terrifying creature found in the abyssal demon cave. The succubus race once lived in the abyss, and they must know the terror of the abyssal tyrannosaurus. The entire succubus palace was utterly silent. After a long while, the calm voice of the succubus queen, Yelena, finally rang out in the hall. Chieftain Gerald, do you know what you're saying? The same sentence, spoken in different tones, can convey completely different meanings. However, this time Grell's tone was extremely firm. Your Excellency Yelena, on behalf of my brother Shuxi, I propose marriage to Your Excellency Yelena. I think that as Yelena's twin sister, Lady Yelena should have the right to make this decision, right? Grell's heavy voice rang out in the hall, clearly audible. This time, the hall fell silent once again. Just when no one was speaking up, a succubus elder beneath the throne suddenly spoke. Chief Gerald, do you mean your brother is a troll knight just because you say so? Is the terrifying abyssal tyrannoman so easy to tame? The succubus elder's words expressed the sentiments of all the succubi. Yelena and Yuliana are both from the royal family of succubi, and these succubi will not let her get married so easily. These people wanted to extract the greatest value from Yelena. After all, once a succubus royal family member marries out, they are no longer considered a succubus royal family, and therefore have little value to the succubi. Grell chuckled softly, his heavy, hoarse voice echoing once more in the hall. Lady Yelena, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your succubus race agreeing. After these words were spoken, the succubus palace fell silent once more. Just as the succubus queen Yelena was about to speak, Grell's heavy voice rang out again, silencing her. Your Excellency Yelena, please prepare the appropriate dowry. Before the harsh winter, I will have my younger brother, Shaxu, ride his abyssal tyrannosaurus to marry Lady Yelena. These words completely suppressed the atmosphere of the entire palace. Since the troll chieftain Grell dared to say that, it means that what he said before was most likely true. The troll chieftain Grell's younger brother, the troll named Shaksha, might really be a troll knight, or even a terrifying abyssal tyrannosaurus knight. In other words, the troll knight Shaksha is someone the succubus race cannot afford to offend. From now on, they will not be able to afford to offend the Mayan giant demon clan. Even the troll chieftain Grell right in front of them is someone they can't afford to offend. Alright, if it really is an abyss tyrannosaurus knight, I agree to the marriage alliance between our two races. Upon hearing this, Jurliel burst into laughter in his seat, a laugh that was both unrestrained and exhilarating. Hurrah! Okay, it's a deal. Grell stood up and, without pausing, led his troll warriors out of the palace. Grell's departure did not cause much of a stir. The succubus race is peculiar. This race reveres women, and few male succubi are born into the race. Most male succubi are driven out of the race and left to fend for themselves. Inside the succubus's palace, the voices of several aged female succubi echoed. Your Majesty, could what the troll chieftain said be true? At this moment, the succubus queen Yelena narrowed her eyes slightly, tapping her fingers lightly on the armchair next to the throne, lost in thought. After a long while, the succubus queen, Yelena, spoke. Go, prepare a dowry for Yelena according to the standards for a royal wedding. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena turned to the group of succubus elders and spoke. Whether it's true or not, we need to be prepared. If so, a marriage alliance with the trolls will provide us with another way out in the future. If not, the dowry offered by the troll clan wouldn't be enough for a marriage alliance with my royal succubus. The succubus queen Yelena's words caused whispers to rise in the hall. However, in the end, not a single succubus stood up to object. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While his elder brother Grell and the succubus queen Yelena were discussing the important matter of a marriage alliance between their two races, Shaksha was lying on a beast's skin, holding the little snake girl Aya in his arms. At this moment, the little snake girl Aya's face was flushed red, and her light purple snake tail swayed restlessly. Meanwhile, Shuxi's large hand was unconsciously caressing the snake woman Aya's slender waist. These past 2 days, Shakes has been living a very comfortable and carefree life. Aside from not being able to truly serve Shuxi, the little snake girl Aya was thoroughly examined by the curious Shuxi from head to toe. That's why the little snake girl Aya collapsed weakly in Shakes's arms. Of course, Shuxi wasn't idle these past 2 days either. He devoured the 5 giant food flower potions, and his elite template data improved again. Name, Shakshi Mayan, Elite Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 100/100, plus 20, maximum. Agility, 90 out of 100, plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 95 out of 100, plus 20, can be improved. Constitution, 100/100, plus 20, maximum. Skill, 1. Spear Mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing. Spear Specialization Branch Skill. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Beware, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Blood. Intermediate Bloodline Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are tripled, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation. Advanced Martial Skill. Levitate. Seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. Chapter 23. An Unexpected Surprise. Bloodthirsty Aura. Compared to when his bloodline had just awakened, Shuxi was much stronger. First, the power of the elite template reached its maximum value of 100 by consuming 5 magic potions. Even agility increased by 2 points due to the potion, reaching 90. In addition, Shakes received 2 extra surprises. One is that as you become more proficient with the skill, Void Levitation, Shuxi's agility increases by an additional 2 points. Another surprise is that Xerox's soulmate, the powerful Abyssal Greymon, grants Xerox an additional plus 20 to all attributes. The appearance of this extra attribute made Shakes feel like he had struck gold and gotten a huge bargain. I wonder if Ash Seed, who sold the rare skill, Mind Contract, to Shakespeare, would be furious if he knew. Go get me something to eat. Shakes gently patted the snake girl Aya's waist, sending her away. After the little snake girl Aya left, a chest of ashes suddenly appeared in Shuxi's hand. With a thought, Shuxi opened the treasure chest, and the ash treasure chest turned to ashes and disappeared. In Shuxi's hand, there was an extra dark red scroll. Bloodlust Aura. Type, Halo Scroll. Scroll description, tear the scroll apart, and you will learn an aura type skill, Bloodlust Aura. Shuxi narrowed his eyes slightly. The appearance of this halo scroll was somewhat unexpected. However, upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. On the morning that Shuxi arrived at the stone gate of the valley to prepare for his first hunt, Elder Genkai was able to dispel Shuxi's fear with his roars. At that time, Shuxi suspected that Elder Genkai should also have mastered an aura-type skill or a skill with a similar effect. Shuxi smiled and tore the scroll to shreds without hesitation. The next moment, Shuxi turned his gaze to his elite template. Sure enough, the information on the elite template of the Shuxi has changed again. Name, Shuxi Mayan, elite template. Race, troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 100/100, plus 20, maximum. Agility, 90 out of 100, plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 95 out of 100, plus 20, can be improved. Constitution, 100/100, plus 20, maximum. Skill, 1. Spear Specialization, advanced omitted. 2. Spear Throwing, Spear Specialization Branch Skill omitted. 3. Troll Blood, Intermediate Bloodline Skill omitted. 4. Void Levitation, Advanced Martial Skill omitted. 5. Mind Contract Technique, Rare Skill omitted. 6. Bloodlust Aura, Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst, a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura causes the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In this berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. This is a really good aura skill. Of course, Shakes wasn't wrong either. This was a hero-level skill. In other words, this is a skill that only hero-level natives can drop. This wave of profits is phenomenal. Looking back now, Reggio Otto, who was killed back then, was also a hero-level native. However, this hero-class monster is nothing compared to Abyssal Tyrannoman. Unfortunately, the elite template of the Cassius is still a bit far from reaching its maximum potential. Agility and intelligence, in particular, are extremely difficult for trolls. The prerequisite for the advanced template of the cracks is that the elite template must have full data. Otherwise, advancement is impossible. When his own strength could not be greatly improved in a short period of time, Succubus turned his attention to external factors. Currently, the only reliable people around Shakshi are Abyssal Tyrannoman and Little Snake Girl Aya. Needless to say, Abyssal Greymon is definitely a key target for Succubus's training. As for the Little Snake Girl Aya, Shuxi fell into deep thought. The Little Snake Girl Aya has already signed a slave contract, so there's no need to worry about her loyalty. However, Shuxi has no clue how to improve her. Later, the Snake Girl Aya brought a large table of food to Shakes. After quietly finishing his food, Shuxi lay down on the animal's skin, patted himself, and beckoned to the Little Snake Girl Aya to sit down. Come on, tell me your story. I'm very interested now and would like to hear the story of the Snake Man. The Little Snake Girl Aya came to Shikushi's side, and as soon as she sat down, Shikushi grabbed her waist with his big hand and pulled her into his arms. I'll say it. The Little Snake Girl, Aya, was very well behaved and came closer. At this moment, Succubus felt that this world was pretty good. The dog-eat-dog world instilled in him a fascination with strength, power, and women. Master, my full name is Aya Nina Ivanovna Ivanova. We are a race with pure Medusa blood. Our tribe was defeated in the last Medusa war and was driven out. My people have nowhere to go and can only wander around. We crossed a vast desert, then a swamp, and only recently entered this forest. This place is dark and damp, perfect for us snake people to live in. We relied on the guardian beasts to avoid many dangers and also killed many high-level magical beasts. My guardian beast, the Black Iron Serpent, was killed in the last war. The Little Snake Girl Aya said a lot, which broadened Shake's horizons considerably. Of course, most importantly, Shuxi gleaned two crucial pieces of information from the story of the Little Snake Girl Aya. First, the Snake Girl Aya can sign contracts with snake-type guardian beasts. Secondly, the Snake Woman Aya has pure Medusa blood. However, the Little Snake Girl Aya's rank is still very low, and she cannot evolve into the Medusa form yet. While fondling the Little Snake Girl Aya's slender waist, Succubus was lost in thought. After a while, Shuxi withdrew his large hand, lifted the Little Snake Woman's pointed chin, and kissed her. The kiss was long, lasting until the Little Snake Woman was almost suffocating, at which point Succubus spoke in a hoarse voice. Aya, as my slave girl, you are too weak. I want you to become stronger, to become Medusa, to become my woman, to become the sword in my hand. Chapter 24, A Pleasant Cooperation, Wandering Soul. Shuxi's words made the Little Snake Girl Aya's heart flutter and tremble. Master, can I really do it? Shakes laughed heartily, and once again placed his large hand on the Little Snake Girl Aya's slender waist, saying with great bravado, if I say yes, then yes. Unless you're unwilling, or you don't want to put in the effort. The Little Snake Girl Aya quickly replied, I do, and lay down in Shake's arms. All right, next time we go hunting, you'll come with me. Upon hearing this, the Little Snake Girl Aya became even more agitated, her snake tail swaying unconsciously, showing that she was very unsettled. I love this barbaric and violent world. After sighing inwardly, Shikshita, holding the Little Snake Girl Aya in his arms, drifted off to sleep. The next day, a troll came to Shaksha's tent and told him that Elder Gankai wanted to see him. After a moment's thought, Shakes guessed that all the supplies he had brought back had probably been distributed and the results should have been tallied. In other words, the magic core belonging to Shuxi will soon be in his hands. Without delay, Shuxi followed the trolls to Elder Gankai's tent. Ha! Shuxi, I heard you haven't left your tent for several days. Are you bewitched by your snake woman slave girl? Shakes shook his head and said with a faint smile, Elder, you know perfectly well that little Aya hasn't evolved into Medusa yet, so she can't do anything. Ha! Elder Gankai laughed heartily, and when he was tired of laughing, he picked up a heavy package next to his seat and handed it to Shakes. Here you go. As you requested, it's full of magic cores. I had my people carefully select them. They're all magic cores of level 3 or higher. I hope your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast can advance to a higher rank soon. Shakes took the package and felt slightly excited after hearing Elder Gankai's words. With another large batch of magic cores in hand, Shuxi felt he could finally look forward to the even more expensive items on the Ashes platform. Just as Shuxi was excited and preparing to leave, Elder Gankai stopped him and said seriously, the clan leader should be back in a couple of days. You will stay in the tribe for the next few days and not go hunting. Shuxi had originally planned to go hunting again in 2 days, but Elder Genkai dissuaded him from doing so. Alright, I'll wait for the clan leader to return before going out. After thinking it over, Shuxi agreed to Elder Genkai's suggestion. Shuxi thought he would take these few days to look at the items on the Ash platform and find the items or potions that would allow him to advance to the hero level. While the elite level Shuxi was reasonably strong, he was still no match for his brother Grell and Elder Genkai, who both possessed hero level templates. In the Black Wasteland Forest, almost every race has a prominent figure who possesses hero level strength. Therefore, Shuxi is eager to advance his template and push his strength and status to another level. A day later, Shuxi lay in the tent with his eyes half closed, his whole mind focused on the Ash platform. As for the little snake girl Aya, she received Shuxi's permission to pick up her martial arts again and practice swordsmanship outside Shuxi's tent. On the Ash platform, Shuxi tried to contact the wood elf Lyena, and to his surprise, she was actually there. Hey you, is my pet beast pill ready yet? Shortly after, Shakes received a reply. I'm not that person, you can call me Elf. Also, your pet beast pills have been refined, cash on delivery. By the time Shaksha finished reading the message, the wood elf Lyena, who claimed to be an elf, had already initiated the transaction. Shakes didn't waste any time, directly trading the magic cores and sending a reply. Did you see that clearly? 120 level 1 magic cores. Besides the 80 cores purchased last time, the rest are the deposit for the next purchase, plus 200 pet beast pills. By the way, you can call me Luo Shanhai. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi revealed his real name from the previous world. Since nobody knows him anyway, he'll just keep the name as a memento. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Luo Shanhai. Elf, you are very trustworthy. Our cooperation can continue to deepen. As you wish. Shakes tried to close the distance between them, and the other party was very accommodating. After the transaction was completed, Shuxi and the elf chatted casually for a while, and then did not contact each other again. They seemed to have just met, and both were wary, avoiding any sensitive topics. Shakes didn't care. He shifted his focus and concentrated on finding items that could help him break through. It wasn't until after nightfall that Shuxi finally found something suitable for himself among the vast array of items. Bloodstone. Type: rare and exotic treasures. Item description: a rare treasure born in the heart of the land of the dead, formed from countless drops of blood. The bloodstone contains not only powerful life essence, but also terrifying blood essence. Consuming the bloodstone will instantly elevate any life form below hero level to hero level. Special note: if a life form of hero rank or higher consumes it, the chance of advancing will be greatly reduced. Failure will increase the life form's constitution and related attributes. Transaction price: 1 gold grade weapon or item. Other items are negotiable. Honestly, when Shuxi saw this item, he was drooling. Once this item is obtained, Shuxi's template can be directly upgraded, and his strength can reach the hero level. Judging from the description of the bloodstone, it may not be a weakling among heroes after advancing to hero level. However, the seller's price was simply too expensive. The Shakes has never seen a gold-level weapon before. The so-called gold-level weapons are indistinguishable in the world where Shaksha is currently located. The reason for this weapon tier distinction is because of the Ash chest. Only some items from the Ash chest have different levels. Shakes already knew this when he was browsing the trading market. The item tiers are simple and easy to remember, from lowest to highest. They are iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, and demigod. Of course, Shakes has been browsing the market for so many years and has never seen a single piece of equipment or items that are unique, legendary, or demigod level. I have seen a few pieces of gold, but each one was very expensive, beyond the reach of the Kshatriyas of that time. Shakes looked at the seller of the Blood Essence Stone. It was a seller with a name, called Wandering Soul DOD. Shuxi desperately wanted the Bloodstone, so after thinking for a moment, he sent the other party a message. How about exchanging a large number of magic cores for your Blood Essence Stones? Shakespeare's message was neither too deliberate, nor did he appear overly eager. Of course, this is just Shuxi's own idea. Chapter 25: The Name of Lewdness. It's best that way. This time, Shuxi didn't receive a reply for a long time. 3 days later, before his brother Grell returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shaksha still hadn't been able to buy the Bloodstone. Inside the chieftain's tent, the core council of elders of the tribe, led by Chieftain Gerald and assisted by Elder Genkai and other elders, gathered together. Shuxi, as a member of the Council of Elders, was among them. There are a few things to announce, and everyone should be prepared. First, winter is coming soon. Heavy snow will cover the earth, and darkness will descend day and night. We must hurry to collect supplies for the winter. Grain, meat, fur, firewood, Not a single thing can be missing. This year, I will not allow any of my people to starve or freeze to death. As the head of the clan, Gerald's words at this moment were extremely heavy, solemn, and brooked no argument. Grell scanned all the elders, not even sparing Shuxi, and only after everyone nodded did he narrow his eyes and remain silent for a short while. Secondly, with the approaching winter and eternal night, the tribes surrounding the territory will surely be unable to resist the temptation and will risk hunting across regions. Therefore, our tribe shall issue a kill order. Anyone who sees a foreigner in our hunting territory shall be killed on sight, and all their supplies shall be confiscated. Before this, our fellow members of the Ader Troll clan had already trespassed into our territory to hunt. Everyone must be on high alert from now on. At this point, Gerald glanced at the Grand Elder and Shuxi, indicating that he already knew what had happened. However, Gerald didn't elaborate, but simply mentioned it briefly. For the next hunting trip, the Elder and I will take turns leading the tribesmen out to hunt. Remember, from now on, no one in the tribe is allowed to go out alone. Everyone must act as a group. Well, speaking of which, Grell glanced at Shuxi again. Shake shrugged and did not refute. The third thing is that our Troll and Succubus clans have successfully formed a marriage alliance. Elder Shuxi's marriage partner is Lady Yuina of the Succubus royal family. Your Excellency Yuina is the twin sister of the Succubus Queen Yelena. If we, the Mayan trolls, wish to advance further, we need a wise sage, and this sage must be one of our own. Although the Succubus race is known for its licentiousness, they are also known for their wisdom and loyalty. Shuxi, you need to grasp this point well. Shaka nodded, his face equally stern. Succubi are indeed a contradictory race. They are promiscuous, but once tamed, they are loyal. The female succubus are generally highly intelligent and skilled in seduction and scheming. The combination of the ferocious troll race and the succubus race is indeed a very good choice. However, for this marriage alliance, you, Shuxi, must personally go to fetch the bride. After Grell said those words, all the troll elders turned their gaze to Shaksha. Upon hearing this, Shuxi couldn't help but squint and ponder. However, before Shuxi could draw a conclusion, Grell had already explained the reason. The Succubus clan was somewhat skeptical that Shuxi's battle beast was the abyssal tyrannoman. So, Shuxi, when you go to fetch the bride this time, you must demonstrate your strength and conquer those succubi. Upon hearing what Grell said, Shuxi's thoughts gradually became clear, and a divine light shone in his eyes. Don't worry, chieftain, I will definitely bring back Yuina from the Succubus royal family. Yes, that would be best. After giving a calm reply, Jurliel turned to look at Elder Genkai. Elder, you will lead the hunt tomorrow. However, the Bloodline warriors need to be assigned to a small team by Shuxi, as he needs someone to guide him. The Elder glanced at Shakes and nodded in agreement. Also, I brought back a lot of supplies from this hunt, which I distributed to ensure that all the tribesmen can survive this winter. By the time Shuxi stepped out of the chieftain's tent, it was already dark. The meeting of the elders lasted a long time, with the latter part of the time spent discussing the details. Shakes entered his tent, where the little female slave snake girl Aya had already prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Shuxi sat on the animal skin and, without saying much, began to gnaw on a piece of fully cooked monster meat. After eating until he was about 3/10 full, Shuxi spoke to the little snake girl Aya. Prepare yourselves tonight, and come hunting with me first thing tomorrow morning. Oh, really, master? Shuxi glanced at the little snake girl Aya, said nothing, and continued to eat the food on the table. Soon, the night was over. Because he possessed the stomach pouch of a cuckoo bird, Shuxi was able to travel light. As for the little snake girl Aya, Shuxi got her a fine leather armor from the storeroom. The little snake woman Aya had a long, thin sword hanging at her waist. It was sharp, but too small and thin for the troll. At the entrance to the valley, a large group of Bloodline warriors gathered, all fully armed. When Shuxi arrived with the little snake girl Aya, Elder Genkai had already been waiting for him for a while. Shuxi, these four will accompany you on your hunt from now on. They are also the Bloodline warriors who will be with you on this trip to the Succubus clan. Shuxi glanced at the four trolls standing behind Elder Steelk, each of them a Bloodline warrior about 2.5 meters tall. The four trolls exuded a violent aura simply by standing there. All right, Shakus, you can handle the rest yourself. I'm taking the team out. Shuxi reached out and touched Elder Genkai's arm, then said sincerely, Elder, may a bountiful harvest accompany you. Elder Genkai nodded, and after roaring at the door for a while, seeing the morale of the team rise, he turned around and led his people out of the valley. Please introduce yourselves. Shuxi withdrew his gaze from the Grand Elder and scanned the 4 trolls before him. These 4 trolls will follow him from now on, and will be considered his nominal subordinates as Elder Shuxi. Elder, I am Terminer, specializing in two-handed great axes. Elder, I am Longmu, specializing in spears. Elder, I am Defek, specializing in two-handed greatswords. Elder, I am Ermi, specializing in two-handed warhammers. Shuxi sighed. This is what trolls are like. A small squad of troll warriors, all melee fighters, not a single wizard or archer. This combination is a bit unreasonable. The guy named Longmu, although he specializes in spear techniques, he is a melee spear user and has not also studied spear throwing techniques. Shuxi didn't waste any words with them. A burst of bloody light flashed from his chest, and the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast immediately appeared outside the valley. Shuxi grabbed the little snake girl Aya around the waist and jumped onto the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus. Defek, you know the way and the terrain, so lead the way. Chapter 26 Level 5 Magical Beast, Snake Woman Contract. Although he had seen Abyssal Greymon many times, feeling its aura up close still made the troll's scalp tingle. Defek, do you know which area has snake-like magical beasts? Shuxi sat cross-legged on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, gazing at the distant dense forest, occasionally reaching out to stroke the several spears on its back. Elder shakes. As for snake-type magical beasts, there is a triangular python with both dark and fire attributes in the northern region. The triangular python is a top-tier level 5 magical beast, not to be trifled with. We always try to avoid it when we go hunting. Upon hearing this, Shuxi remained silent, turning his head to glance at the little snake girl Aya behind him. The little snake girl, Aya, nodded without saying anything. Take me to the triangular python's territory. Let's go and have a go at it. Shuxi turned around and told Defek, who was leading the way, about the first goal of this hunting trip. Elder Shuxi, are we going to the northern region? The Succubus race's territory is in the east. We'll circle around it. Defek kindly reminded Shuxi that the 4 of them were genuinely worried that Shuxi would be late in picking up the people from the Succubus territory. Shuxi didn't speak immediately. Suddenly, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus under his mount roared, startling the 4 trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who all staggered. Just then, Shakis's cold voice came through. If you come hunting with me, you have to listen to me. My words are commands. I don't want to hear any dissent, nor do I want to see any disobedience to my orders. If you're not used to my style, you can go to the clan chief or the great elder when you go back this time and ask them to transfer you back. Remember this, in my team, you have to listen to me. Shake's words were cold and ruthless, showing them no respect whatsoever. Thus, under the intimidation of Shuxi, the 4 troll warriors, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, all restrained their tempers and dared not make any excessive reactions. Shuxi ignored them until they became his confidants. These trolls, whether dragons or snakes, had to remain coiled. As a result, the atmosphere in the team became somewhat tense, and for a moment no one spoke. Everyone was focused on their journey. The team, focused on their journey, felt time fly by. After traversing dense forests and thickets, they finally arrived at the triangular python's territory in the early hours of the second day. Aya, can you sense its presence? Upon hearing this, the little snake girl, Aya, slowly closed her eyes, as if searching for something. Master, it's in that direction. Shikushi nodded, picked up the little snake girl Aya, jumped off the back of Abyss Greymon, and pointed out the direction to Abyss Greymon. Roar. A terrifying roar of a dragon beast rang out, and the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast trampled forward like a giant war chariot. After running for 3 minutes, on a huge rock, Shakes and the others saw the triangular python, a level 5 magical beast with both dark and fire attributes, coiled up and raising its head high, ready to fight. The 3 curved horns on the head of the triangular python are extremely eye-catching, giving people a sense of vicissitude and heaviness. Roar. However, at this moment, Abyssal Greymon had already launched its attack. The level 6 peak abyssal Tyrannosaurus didn't care about the triangular python's abilities at all, and opened its huge mouth to bite it. The next moment, abyssal Tyrannomon and Triceratops began to entangle themselves. The nearly 30-meter-long body of the triangular python was no joke. It coiled around the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, continuously compressing its living space. If it were a regular monster, it would likely become increasingly weak. But abyssal Tyrannomon is different. It not only has a copper skin and iron bones, but its entire body is also imbued with a black abyssal aura. This aura can not only heal abyssal Tyrannomon's injuries, but also corrode its opponents. In less than 2 minutes, Abyssal Tyrannoman had already taken over the top. If it weren't for Shuxi's orders, Abyssal Tyrannoman would most likely already be devouring this supersized spicy snack. Master, it has become weak. It is afraid. I can make my move now. Upon hearing this, Shuxi didn't say much and had the little snake girl Aya step forward to sign the contract. The contract between the snake girl Aya and the triangular python, although not a slave contract, still has a superior subordinate relationship. Clearly, the snake girl Aya is the one in control. A mysterious emerald green magic circle appeared between the snake girl Aya and the triangular python, and a happy smile appeared on Aya's face. Master, that's enough. The triangle has become my guardian beast. Shakes was surprised, feeling that the name triangle was too direct. Shuxi nodded, signaling Abyssal Tyrannosaurus to relent. After letting out a roar, Abyssal Tyrannoman released Triceratops and returned to Shaxu's side. After patting the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's outstretched head, Shuxi looked at Aya, the little snake girl who was affectionately communicating with the Triceratops. Tell it to lead us to its lair. We'll rest here for the day. Upon hearing Shuxi's words, the little snake woman Aya made a hissing sound. Is that parcel tongue? Shuxi was a little curious and asked a question. Yes, master. The snake people are born with the ability to speak snake language. As he spoke, Shakus had already put away Abyss Greymon. As long as Abyssal Greymon exists, whatever it does will make everything except for Zeki feel uneasy. Fortunately, Shaxu simply stored Abyss Greymon inside its heart, which made things easier for everyone. The little snake girl Aya jumped onto the head of the triangular python and extended an invitation to Shakes. With a leap, Shakes appeared behind the little snake girl Aya and reached out his large hand to hug her slender waist. The little snake girl Aya's face immediately turned bright red. Fortunately, the triangular python's head had 3 curved horns. Aya stretched out her hands, grabbed the horns, and steadied herself. The triangular python flicked its tongue and swayed its body, carrying Aya and Shakes towards the depths of the dense forest. As for the 4 trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, they could only follow behind the triangular python, weapons in hand, their faces filled with shock. The 4 trolls following behind exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of awe. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of the power of the Shuxi. Especially after seeing that even the young female slave of Shakes could control a level 5 triangular python demon beast, the shock in their hearts gradually turned into fanaticism. Shaksha has no say in what the troll subordinates think. His brother Grell assigned him these 4 trolls, not just for show. The main reason was that Shaksha needed a guide to reach the territory of the Succubus race. Of course, considering that the Succubus clan might donate some supplies, a small team was dispatched to Shuxi. Without further ado, the triangular python carried Aya and Shakes into the dense forest and stopped in front of a small hill. There is a natural stone cave at the foot of the small hill. The cave is about 100 square meters in size, neither too big nor too small. It's safe here. You can set up your tents at the cave entrance. Everyone's tired from traveling all night. After saying that, the triangular python carried Aya and Shakes into the cave. Upon hearing this, the 4 trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, nodded to each other and set up camp on the spot. Chapter 27 Discovery of the Mine, Advanced Items. Inside the cave, the entrance was fairly bright, but it became somewhat dark once inside. Fortunately, it was dark, but not damp. Suddenly, the triangular python spat out a ball of flame, igniting a half-meter-high rock nearby and brightening the cave considerably. However, under the firelight, Shuxi was able to clearly see what the burning stone looked like. Dark flame stone. Shakes exclaimed in surprise that the burning stone was actually a rare mineral. Master, Triangle said that there are still those kinds of stones at the bottom of the cave. What? Shuxi turned his head and gazed at the little snake woman, Aya. Master, Triangle said that there are still those kinds of stones at the bottom of the cave. The little snake girl Aya was startled by Shakus, but she still repeated what she had just said. The snake woman Aya also knew very well that this cave should be a dark flame stone mine, but she didn't know how much dark flame stone could be mined from it. Shakes didn't say anything, but started inspecting and patrolling the cave. Deep inside the cave, Shuxi found a dark flame stone that was about the same size as the one he had just found. Shuxi reached out and lifted the dark flame stone with one hand. It seems this really is a mine. The thought filled Shuxi with ecstatic joy. Dark flame stone is a rare ore. When forging weapons, adding some of it can create rare fire tribute weapons. Without hesitation, Shuxi put all the dark flame stones from the cave into the cuckoo bird's stomach. After sweeping everything away, Shuxi took out a piece of animal hide and placed it aside. Tonight, Shuxi is going to spend the night here. At the command of the snake woman Aya, the triangular python swam into the innermost part of the cave to rest and recover from its injuries. As for the snake woman Aya, she had already left the cave to prepare food for Shakes. Shuxi dozed off for a while, feeling rather bored, so he focused his mind on the ash platform, wanting to see if he could find any items that would be helpful to him. However, after Shuxi entered the ash platform, he received a reply from the bloodstone seller, Ghost. What level of magic core? The message was extremely simple, leaving Shakespeare unsure how to reply. After thinking for a moment, Shakespeare replied to the message. 200 level 5 magic cores. Shikesa showed great sincerity in this reply. His 200 level 5 magic cores were almost all he had. Of course, he also had some level 3 and level for magic cores, but Shakes estimated that the seller wouldn't be interested. Because he can sell bloodstones and ash seeds, his own strength is at least hero level. In other words, this seller named Ghost DOD is at least an Ashbringer with a hero template. Just as Shuxi was about to continue searching for items, he didn't expect that the wandering spirit Dodd would reply so quickly. Not enough, add a little more. Upon seeing this information, Shakes felt like vomiting blood. 200 level 5 magic cores are not enough? This was the amount that Shaksha had obtained by looting almost half of the troll tribe's collection. Shakes narrowed his eyes. He realized that the other party wasn't complaining about the low price he offered, but rather wanted to squeeze him to the maximum extent possible. Once he understood this, Shakes felt like he had been put into a juicer, unable to express his suffering. However, in order to advance to the hero template, Shuxi had to bleed a lot of money. After a moment's thought, Shuxi replied to the message from the wandering soul Dodi. Add 3 more level 6 magic cores. That's the most we can do. To be honest, Shakespeare was a little nervous. He was afraid that the other party would refuse the deal and stop negotiating. Half an hour passed, then an hour passed, and just when Shakes thought the other party had lost interest in his offer, the other party finally replied. Sorry, something urgent came up just now, but I'm free now. Your offer is only average, but magic cores are hard currency, so I'll take this deal. My name is Wandering Soul. What is your name, sir? Seeing these replies, Shakes finally understood that the other party had been torturing him like a hawk, waiting for him to lose his patience. However, after seeing that Shuxi was not replying to messages, she realized that Shuxi's value should be fully exploited, so she finally stepped in to play the role of a nice guy and make a deal with Shuxi. Shady businessman. Shuxi cursed the wandering soul deity inwardly, gaining a profound understanding of those ash seeds who had awakened earlier than him. You can't truly trust anyone but yourself. My name is Luo Shanhai, and your blood essence stone has drained me dry. Shuxi grumbled a little and initiated the trade, placing the rare 3 level 6 magic cores on the board. Hurrah! Lord Luo Shanhai, all the expenses to improve your strength are worthwhile. Investing in yourself will yield the greatest rewards. Keep bluffing. Shakes felt even worse when he saw the toxic chicken soup that the wandering soul Dodd had sent back. Therefore, Shuxi chose to ignore the wandering soul Dodd who was exploiting him. Despite feeling uncomfortable, when the palm-sized blood essence stone actually landed in his hand, Shuxi could feel his heart pounding wildly. Thump thump. The sound of his heart pounding wildly with excitement was irresistible to Shakespeare. Finally, Shuxi put the bloodstone into his stomach pouch and waited for his heartbeat and emotions to calm down. Around noon, the snake girl Aya brought in some roasted meat, as well as some thin porridge made from buckwheat and monster meat, which filled Shakes up completely. And so, the day passed by uneventfully. As night fell, the little snake girl Aya and the triangular python were sent by Shakes to guard the cave. At this moment, Shikushi's mind had calmed down, and he was ready to break through to the hero template right now and here. Shakes took out the blood essence stone and examined its properties more closely. Blood essence stone, a rare treasure born in the heart of the land of the dead, formed from the condensation of countless drops of blood. The blood essence stone contains not only powerful life essence, but also terrifying blood essence. Consuming a blood essence stone will instantly elevate any life form below hero level to hero level. Special note: if a life form of hero rank or higher consumes it, the chance of advancing will be greatly reduced. Failure will increase the life form's constitution and related attributes. Shakes took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the bloodstone in one gulp. The next moment, a massive amount of life energy emanated from Shuxi's abdomen. Without a second thought, Shuxi activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, to resist the pain. In an instant, Shuxi's entire body hair turned blood red, even his eyeballs. A terrifying energy surged within Shuxi's body, constantly impacting his entire being. The feeling was complicated. It felt like his whole body was being torn apart, but his body would feel comfortable for a while, and then it would hurt again. The interplay of pain and pleasure created a cycle that left Shuxi unable to resist, prompting him to roar. Outside the cave, the triangular python had blocked the entrance. The little snake girl Aya stood on the snake's head, her eyes sharp, following Shuxi's orders to guard the cave entrance. The four trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing Shuxi's roar, unsure of what to do. They had previously received instructions from Shuxi to guard the cave entrance. But now Shuxi's roar was clearly in great pain, which put the four trolls in a dilemma. Chapter 28 Template Advancement, Amazing Growth. Shakespeare was indeed very painful, but it was a bittersweet experience. As the bloodstone melts, the elite template data of the Shuxi is gradually approaching its maximum value. Before this, Shuxi's agility and intelligence were 90 and 95 respectively, not yet reaching 100. But in just about 5 minutes, all the data on the X-Force Elite template reached its maximum value. Then, all of Zake's cells became incredibly active, like ants, as if they were reshaping Zake's body. Shake's cries of pain continued until late into the night. After that, not a sound came from the cave. It was completely silent. Shakes finally woke up from his coma at noon the next day. The first thing Shakes did upon waking was not to get up, but to silently check his template data. Name, Shakshi Mayan, Hero Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 325/500 plus 670, can be increased. Agility, 310/500 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 320/500 plus 20, can be improved. Constitution, 300/500 plus 20, can be improved. Resistance, 10%, against all negative status effects. Skill, 1. Spear Mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing. Spear Specialization Branch skill. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Beware, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Blood. Advanced Bloodline skill, a transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation. Advanced martial skill. Levitating. Its purpose and destination unknown. When used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura. Heroic skill. Blood is merely a catalyst, a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura causes the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In this berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Heart of the Troll. Heroic skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. Shake stood up, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall was shattered in large areas, and a large crater was formed where Shuxi's fist struck. Is this the hero template? Is this the power of a hero? Ha! Shake's maniacal laughter came from the cave entrance, which relieved his anxious subordinates who were waiting outside. After seeing his own attributes, Shuxi suddenly felt that buying that bloodstone was a really good deal. Because during this advancement breakthrough, not only did Shaksha break through his template, but he also awakened a hero skill called Troll Heart. This is a terrifying skill that grants Shakshi twice the power. The creation of this skill instantly propelled Shakus to become an incredibly powerful being among the hero-level beings. Similarly, the hero template has also gained a new attribute. That's resistance. Although it's only 10% at the moment, it's better to have it than nothing. I'm hungry. Get me something to eat, little Aya. Shuxi's voice came from the cave. Upon hearing this, the little snake girl Aya and her 4 troll subordinates quickly started cooking meat. Not long after, Shuxi came out of the cave. As expected, the snake girl Aya, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi all turned their attention to Shakes. Elder Shakes, you seem to have changed. The one who spoke was Defik. Although he had been warned by Shuxi once, he was actually the closest to Shuxi among the 4 trolls. Oh, tell me, what changes have occurred? After staring at Shuxi for a while, Defek slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization, Elder Shuxi, you've grown quite a bit taller. Shakes was also taken aback when he heard this, and he looked down at his own body. Sure enough, the leather armor he was wearing now fit him perfectly. Shuxi was wearing leather armor custom-made from the wizard Black Flame. Shuxi had previously asked Elder Black Flame to make the leather armor larger so that it wouldn't tear when he transformed. Now, this leather armor can only be worn normally. Shuxi looked at his leather armor and wondered if he could buy a more suitable and functional leather armor from the Ashes platform. Elder Shakes, have you broken through? Shuxi nodded and said casually, You're right. I suffered through the agony last night after taking some magic potions. Shuxi's words instilled awe in the 4 trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. As fellow trolls, they could certainly sense that Shaksha's troll bloodline was now purer than before. Of course, the Cassiopeia has become even more powerful. Elder Shuxi is indeed the strongest being of this generation. Elder Shuxi's aura is terrifying. Should I also follow Elder Shuxi and become his guard? Troll Ola. The aura of Shaksha caused his troll subordinates, who had not yet submitted to his cause, to have wild thoughts. However, Shuxi didn't care. At this moment, he had already accepted the dried meat that the little snake woman Aya handed him to satisfy his hunger. After wolfing down his food to fill his stomach, Shakespeare drank some water and addressed the others. After lunch, you all get some rest. We'll travel tonight and hunt some magical beasts along the way to give as gifts to the Succubus clan. Everyone nodded and continued with their work. As for Shuxi, he had already taken his spear and started practicing in the woods outside the cave. Sizzle. With a slight exertion, the spear flew out of Shuxi's hand. Puff, puff, puff. The spear pierced through more than a dozen giant trees before finally embedding itself deeply in one of them. Too light. It seems that when we go back this time, we will not only need to replace our leather armor, but also some higher-grade spears. 2 hours later, everyone finished eating and began to rest. Shake sat outside the cave, basking in the sun, half closing his eyes and feeling every active cell in his body. As his body grows taller, his strength, speed, and perception all improve. This requires Shuxi to gradually adapt and quickly master the power within his body. Chapter 29 Buffalo Frenzy, a Great Gift. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of Succubi. Moo moo moo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The frenzied bellowing of the bulls echoed throughout the dense forest, and a rain of arrows fell on the Mad Bull men, but they felt nothing. The Mad Bull, oblivious to pain, continued his charge toward the Succubus's position. The delicate Succubus clan had no choice but to fight and retreat, ceding half of their hunting grounds to those madmen. The atmosphere inside the Succubus palace was extremely oppressive. Damn bullmen, why don't they go to the mountain giant's territory? Why don't they go to the troll's territory? Do you think we Succubi are so easy to bully? Damn mad bullmen, cowardly buffalo men tribe. The Succubus queen, Yelena, was furious, but helpless. Those buffalo men who had gone mad were completely unaffected by the Succubi's charms. With winter fast approaching and all races scrambling for prey, the Succubus race's hunting grounds have been invaded by buffalo. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Yes, Your Majesty, are we just going to abandon them? This is our territory, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, winter is coming soon, and we have not yet prepared enough supplies. Inside the palace, the chattering of the Succubus elders only worsened Queen Yelena's mood. Just then, a Succubus elder who was close to the queen suddenly spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, perhaps we should seek help from the trolls? Isn't their bloodline warrior, that troll with the war beast, trying to form a marriage alliance with us? Could we take this opportunity to ask the trolls to help us drive away those mad bulls who have invaded our territory? It must be said that the Succubus elder's words calmed down the Succubus queen Yelena, who was so agitated that her head was about to explode. That's right, if internal forces can't solve the problem, then we should borrow external forces. This should be the way for us Succubi to survive. The Succubus queen, Yelena, is introspecting, deeply examining, and analyzing herself. Have any traces of trolls appeared within the territory? The voice of the Succubus queen, Yelena, entered the palace. It was cold, yet carried a hint of allure. Your Majesty, no findings have been discovered yet. After these words were spoken, the palace fell silent once more. After a long while, the Succubus elder muttered something under his breath. Your Majesty, has the troll race changed their minds and no longer wants the marriage alliance? It must be said that while the succubus race is intelligent, it is also a suspicious race. The succubus elders were about to discuss this issue when they were immediately silenced by the voice of the succubus queen, Yelena. It's unlikely that he'll back out. Chief Grell of the troll clan left behind a considerable dowry. Knowing Grell as I do, he won't let these gifts be given away for nothing. Therefore, the trolls will definitely appear in our territory. As for that person, it's hard to say whether he's a troll knight or if he has a deep abyssal monster. The words of the succubus queen, Yelena, silenced the succubus elders for a moment. A moment later, the succubus elder who had just suggested asking the trolls to help drive out the minotaurs spoke cautiously again. Your Majesty, shall we still marry Lady Yelena off to another country? The succubus palace was quiet, and no one answered the question. The succubus queen, Yelena, who was being questioned, leaned back on her throne, squinting her eyes and lost in thought for a long time. The troll territory, in the dense forest. Shuxi pulled a spear from the head of a giant earth bear and gestured for the troll warriors Tenmin and Longmu to come over and break down the meat, fur, and magic core. As for the rest, they all became snacks for abyssal tyrannomen. Shake stretched and felt incredibly powerful. Since his template was upgraded to the hero template and his strength was doubled, Shuxi felt that monsters below level 6 were almost no match for him. The combined power level of nearly 1,000 made Shuxi feel like a Superman, possessing immense strength. Teminur and Longmu looked at the idle shakes with awe, their fervor for shakes growing ever stronger. Although the earth demon bear in front of them was a variant, it was still a level 5 peak magical beast, but Shuxi killed it by simply throwing a spear. Defect, how far are we from the succubus territory? Reporting to Elder Shuxi, since we are taking a detour, we should reach the border around nighttime. Shakes patted the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his arms, then looked at the several large packages on the back of the triangular python, and was quite satisfied. Have you seen Lady Yelena? What does she look like? When Shuxi asked this question, Aya, the little snake woman who was pouring water for Shuxi, also looked up at Defek. The little snake girl Aya was very curious. Could the succubus race, known for its beauty and allure, be even more beautiful than their high-ranking snake woman Medusa? Maybe even a succubus isn't as pretty as me. The little snake girl Aya thought to herself. After all, she was also one of the candidates for Medusa, the chieftain of the snake people tribe. Her bloodline was very pure, and she was very likely to advance to become Medusa. Defek shook his head and said blankly, I have never met Lady Yelena, but I have heard that she is the twin sister of the succubus queen Yelena, so she should be about the same age as Her Majesty Yelena. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then asked, Chief Gerald has never seen him either? I don't know about that. Defek shook his head again. His answer did not satisfy Shakes. Half an hour later, the earth demon bear was completely disintegrated, and the group set off again. This time, Shaxu didn't put Abyss Grayman away, but instead walked directly to the front. We'll arrive at the succubus territory soon. It's our first time there, so Shuxi needs to make a grand entrance. A day later, led by Shuxi, an abyssal tyrannosaurus and a triangular python entered the hunting territory of the succubus race. However, not long after entering the succubus territory, Shuxi and his companions encountered a group of uninvited guests. They were a group of exceptionally strong and tall buffalo men. Before the troll warrior Defik could even step forward to ask, a dozen or so buffalo men who had gone mad had already charged toward them. A cold glint flashed in Katsuki's eyes as he stood on Abyssal Tyrannoman's back, and he patted Abyssal Tyrannoman. Roar. The next second, the roar of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast and the screams of the mad Minotaur echoed through the dense forest. A quarter of an hour later, Shuxi looked at the buffalo men lying on the ground and spoke to the 4 troll warriors, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. Go, find a vine, string them together, and take them to the succubus clan. I think this will be a great gift. Shuxi squinted, a strange smile on his face. Upon seeing this group of buffalo people, Shuxi had a pretty good idea of what had happened in the succubus territory. Chapter 30 The Troll Knight. He's terrifying. This is actually quite easy to guess. Winter is approaching, and all races must hunt in order to survive and gather more supplies. If there aren't enough prey within your territory, then hunt in other areas. Even if such behavior carries enormous risks. But if we don't fight for it now, are we going to wait until winter comes and let our race starve to death? The Mayan giant demon clan is considered a powerful race in this black wilderness forest. That is, the Athos, who are of the same race, occasionally dare to sneak across the boundary to hunt. However, once discovered, the outcome is almost always the same, death. Just like the group of Athos that Shuxi killed last time, He showed no mercy and no leniency. Therefore, relying on the fact that they had become mad bulls after going berserk and were no longer susceptible to succubi's charms, the buffalo people forcefully invaded the succubus territory at this time. This is perfectly normal. If Shuxi were a buffalo, he would have done the same. After all, the succubus race was seen as an easy target by the buffalo people. At this moment, Shuxi was thinking about whether to take the opportunity to make exorbitant demands and bring back more succubi, or extort more dowry. In short, Shuxi has a lot on his mind right now, and he's in a pretty good mood. Just as Shuxi was deep in thought, he discovered another uninvited guest. However, this time the uninvited guest was well hidden. Sizzle. The moment Shuxi turned his head, he had already drawn a spear from his back and thrown it. Puff. Shuxi heard the sound of a spear piercing through a body, and a smile appeared on his lips. However, as Shuxi walked deeper into the dense forest, he only saw a pool of blood. Shuxi frowned. Although the opponent was quite far away, his strength was extremely high, yet he still couldn't kill him. This shows that the person who was hiding was quite capable. Succubus territory, Succubus palace. Your Majesty, Elder Yuga, is injured. A female succubus with 2 horns rushed in from outside the palace, reporting the latest news about her race to the succubus queen, Yelena. How did you get injured? When the succubus queen Yelena heard that an elder had been injured, her expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment when manpower and strong individuals are most needed, a succubus elder has actually been injured. Didn't I warn them not to go near those buffalo people? Who dares to disobey my orders? Just as the succubus queen Yelena was questioning him, the injured succubus elder had already entered the palace. The succubus queen, Yelena, looked up and saw that Elder Yuga had lost his left arm. Yugia, do you think I'm just ignoring what I'm saying? When the succubus queen Yelena saw the miserable state of the succubus Elder Yuga, she felt no sadness or pity whatsoever. Instead, she coldly questioned him. The succubus elder, Yuga, bowed respectfully before speaking excitedly. Your Majesty, I have not disobeyed your orders. My injuries weren't caused by those crazy bulls. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the succubus queen Yelena did not speak, but waited with a cold face for the succubus elder Yuga to explain. Your Majesty, they have arrived. The succubus queen, Yelena, didn't understand and spoke sharply with a cold face. Who's here? Explain yourself. The buffalo man. Elder succubus Yuga pressed her right hand against the wound on her left arm, shook her head, and said excitedly, Your Majesty, the bloodline warriors of the troll race have arrived. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena's eyes lit up, showing a hint of anticipation. However, the succubus elder Yuga's next words made the succubus queen Yelena feel uncertain and anxious. Your Majesty, this time it's a troll knight. It's a true troll knight, a troll knight who came riding an abyssal tyrannosaurus. These 2 sentences immediately silenced the succubus palace, making it so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Elder Yugia, are you telling the truth? The question was not posed by the succubus queen Yelena, but by a succubus elder who appeared somewhat frail and elderly. However, Elder Yuga's reply was addressed to Queen Yelena, the succubus. Your Majesty, I am not mistaken. I personally witnessed the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast attack and kill more than a dozen buffalo men. Look, my left arm wasn't caused by the buffalo man. Instead, I was so shocked when I saw the abyssal tyrannosaurus that my aura became unstable, which was sensed by that powerful troll knight. He threw a spear from afar, which pierced my arm off. Luckily, I used a secret technique of my clan to escape, and that's how I survived. Your Majesty, that troll knight is terrifyingly powerful. I have never seen such a powerful being before. The succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, speechless for a long time. Why are such powerful warriors not found among succubi, but rather among trolls? Why should succubi be bullied by buffalo men? Your Majesty, I think we need to reconsider our attitude and etiquette towards that troll knight. I think this is a good thing. With Lady Yelena marrying into the troll race, we have successfully tied ourselves to the trolls. Perhaps, after we get through this winter, our succubus hunting grounds will become even more expansive. The old, decrepit succubus elder spoke with a seductive air. Her words made the succubi fantasize and anticipate a wider hunting territory. Of course, the succubus queen Yelena also had her expectations. Elder Yuga, I will send a squad of succubus guards to accompany you to meet that esteemed troll knight. I want you to apologize to that troll knight in person and beg him to forgive your sin of spying. Elder Yuga, do you have a question? The succubus elder, Yugia, shook her head and bowed as she spoke. Yuga is willing to go, Your Majesty. All right, go. If this succeeds, you will be rewarded with a great achievement. In the succubus territory, Shaksha no longer hunted monsters. This is the territory of succubi. It would be a bit unreasonable to hunt monsters here as gifts. Because of this, Shuxi and his group were able to advance much faster. At noon on the second day, Shuxi and his group encountered the succubus squad that came to greet them. Roar, roar, roar. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus's incessant roars, like the voice of the dead, lingered in the ears of the succubus squad. That group of female succubus warriors almost lost their footing. Seeing that the effect of his fist demonstration had been achieved, Shuxi patted the abyss Tyrannoman, stopping its roar and withdrawing its oppressive aura. Honorable Troll Knight, we are the outpost dispatched by Her Majesty the Queen to guide you. Welcome to our succubus territory. Shuxi nodded, said little, and gestured for the succubus squad to lead the way. At this moment, the troll warrior Defik, who was tasked with leading the way and making diplomatic contributions, stepped forward and spoke with the group of succubus warriors, informing them of what had happened after Shaksha and the others entered the succubus territory. Defek chatted and laughed, occasionally pointing behind him to the string of buffalo carcasses being dragged by Temenur and Longmu. Chapter 31 3 Gifts, Willing to Serve. Succubus Territory, Succubus Palace. Shuxi leaned back in his chair, with 4 troll warriors standing behind him, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. The little snake woman Aya was also behind him, but closer. At this moment, Shakis had a faint smile on his face. It has to be said that the succubus queen Yelena is very charming, seductive, and sexy. She's a stunning beauty. While being scrutinized by all the succubi in the palace, Shaksha was also scrutinizing the succubus race. As rumored, most succubi are scantily clad, with hot and sexy figures, and are alluring and seductive. Unlike the succubus queen Yelena and several older succubus elders, they were dressed appropriately, using semi-transparent gauze to cover part of their private parts. Welcome, Troll Knight from the troll race, to our succubus clan. After scrutinizing Shuxi, the succubus queen Yelena finally spoke. Shaksha was not as tall and strong as the succubus queen Yelena had imagined. Compared to the strong bodies of other trolls, Shaksha was actually rather short. However, when Shuxi entered the territory, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast he rode was no mere imposter. Its terrifying aura swept across the succubus territory, causing the tribesmen to tremble. Therefore, the succubus queen Yelena was very polite to Shaksha. Shuxi stood up, performed a troll salute, and gestured to the 4 people behind him, Temin, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, to bring in his gifts. Soon, the 4 men carried packages into the palace, and each package was opened to reveal fresh chunks of meat and fur. After demonstrating these, Shuxi smiled and spoke to the succubus queen, Yelena. Winter is coming, and in this desolate forest, meat and fur are the best gifts. This is a small gift, please accept it, Your Majesty. The succubus queen, Yelena, had a smile on her face the whole time. After nodding to an elder next to the palace, the elder led a group of succubus warriors out and accepted the gift from Shuxi. After all the packages had been moved, Shuxi continued speaking. Territory is the foundation of a race's survival. Faced with the invasion of foreign races, we should drive them out and teach them a lesson. Your Majesty, the string of buffalo corpses outside the palace is my second gift to the succubus race. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena's smile deepened. Lord Shuxi, I believe the marriage between a troll and a succubus will bring new changes to the Black Wasteland. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena clapped her hands lightly. Then, a succubus dressed in a black feather wedding gown and with a transparent black veil covering her head, led by 2 succubus elders, walked from the side hall into the main hall. Lord Shuxi, this is my twin sister, the royal succubus Yuina. Yuina, a royal succubus, is the person Shaksha will marry into this alliance. Through the black veil, Shuxi saw Yuina. She was beautiful. Yuina looks exactly like her sister, but compared to Her Majesty the Queen, Yuina appears slightly more youthful. If we were to describe the succubus queen Yelena as sexy and voluptuous, with arched eyebrows and full cheeks, that younger sister, Yuina, was a beautiful and graceful woman. To put it simply, the succubus queen is more mature, while her younger sister, Yuina, is more gentle and refined. Of course, this is just the surface. Shuxi knew very well that every succubus was passionate and fiery when it came to lust and love. It's just that the way it's expressed is different. Yuina greets Lord Shuxi. Shuxi nodded without saying anything, but gestured for Yuina to sit down next to him. Once Yuina sits on it, it means she has become Shakshi's woman and is willing to be Shakshi's woman. It's very realistic. There's no such thing as mutual consent. When racial interests are at stake, all personal feelings must take a back seat. Yuina approached Shakshi amidst the attention of everyone, and after a gesture of deference, sat down in her designated spot. Upon seeing this scene, Setsuki's lips curled up, and a smile spread across his face. Great, everything is going smoothly. All of this is supported by strong capabilities. Then, Shakshi turned to face the succubus queen Yelena and said very seriously, Your Majesty, this is my third gift. As a troll knight, I am happy to help the succubus race and drive our enemies out of succubus territory. After Shakshi finished speaking, a commotion immediately broke out in the palace. Lord Shakshi, are you serious? The speaker was one of the most powerful elders of the succubus clan. She was somewhat old, and her eyes and brows were no longer captivating, but rather clear and bright. Looking into those eyes, Shakshi could see the word wisdom. Trolls never break their promises. I, Shakshi, mean what I say. Shakshi spoke these words to the succubus queen, Yelena, his eyes sharp and aggressive as he spoke. Then I'll have to trouble you, Lord Shakshi. If this succeeds, I will also present Lord Shakshi with a great gift. Hara. Okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Shakshi stood up, grabbed Yuina from the side, and pulled her into his arms, laughing as he walked out of the succubus palace. Your Majesty, please lead the way. From afar, Shakshi's voice, demanding to lead the way, came from outside the palace, causing a group of succubi to hesitate. Let's go and see for ourselves, witness Lord Xerxes' power, and savor the terror and savagery of abyssal tyrannomen. After giving her orders, the succubus queen Yelena led her entourage out of the palace. In a dense forest within the succubus's territory, the buffalo people were excited. The succubus territory was rich in large prey, and in the past few days, they had accumulated and transported back a considerable amount of food and furs. Sizzle. Suddenly, a spear tore through the air and trees, piercing through the dense forest and pinning the strongest buffalo man deep into a giant tree. Buffalo people, leave all your supplies and go back to your territory. Roar. Shakshi's cold voice came from afar, followed by an extremely terrifying roar of a dragon beast. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy thud resounded as the abyssal tyrannoman emerged from the jungle, trampling over various trees, its wild aura sweeping across the entire area. Two people were sitting on the back of the abyssal tyrannoman, Shikushi and Yuina. Following the abyssal tyrannosaurus, a massive level 5 peak magical beast, the triangular python, slid in, and the snake woman Aya stood atop its head. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Moo, moo, moo. Before long, the group of buffalo men reacted, and one by one, the strong buffalo men charged towards Shakshi without fear of death. As they charged forward, driven by excitement and fervor, the buffalo men went into a frenzied state, transforming into mad buffalo men in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32 Threat of Killing, Leaving Supplies. Faced with the reckless charge of the buffalo men, a cold glint flashed in Shakshi's eyes. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shakshi hurled 5 spears from behind him in quick succession. Each spear, amplified by his terrifying power, was like a grim reaper, reaping the lives of the buffalo men. In the blink of an eye, the 5 buffalo men running at the front were killed by the Shakshi. Shakes picked up Yuina and leaped to the top of the level 5 magical beast, the triangular python. The brutal and bloodthirsty abyssal tyrannoman was completely unleashed. Roar. The abyssal tyrannosaurus roared and launched a counterattack against the group of buffalo men. The next moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere on the battlefield as the buffalo man and the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast clashed. In the distance, the succubus queen Yelena and a group of succubus elders took in all of this. The buffalo men, whose arrows had previously been ineffective against the succubi, were like paper before the spears of the Shakshi. Horrifying. Utterly horrified. Gulp. A succubus elder couldn't help but swallow hard, speaking in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, has Lord Shakshi's power already? It's terrifying, but not yet. The succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Although the power of the Shaksha had not yet reached the level of a leader, it had already far surpassed that of a hero. The succubus queen Yelena knew very well that a hero-level succubus like herself might not even be able to catch a spear thrown with all her might by Shakshi. Thinking of this, the succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but look at Shakshi, who was holding her younger sister Yuina on the snake's head. This troll is too powerful. Could it be that the long desolate black wasteland is about to welcome a new leader? The moment the succubus queen Yelena had this thought in her mind, her heart couldn't help but flutter, and a trace of madness from her very soul stirred within her. Leader level, that's something above hero level. Over the years, the Black Wasteland Forest has produced very few such great figures. In the distance, on the battlefield, the Buffalo Men were besieging the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, but unfortunately, they couldn't even break through its defenses. On the contrary, several Buffalo Men have already sacrificed themselves in the struggle. Everyone, including Shuxi, was waiting for the abyssal Tyrannosaurus to kill all the Buffalo Men, or for the Buffalo Men to withdraw from the Succubus territory. However, those Buffalo people were just too straightforward. Despite the sacrifice of their companions, not a single Buffalo Man retreated or fled. This was something that even Shakis found somewhat alarming. This is a group of warriors who are not afraid of death. Moo moo moo. Suddenly, from deep within the dense forest, a low, continuous mooing sound came, bringing the frenzied water buffalo people back to their senses. The next moment, the Buffalo Men, who were engaged in fierce fighting, retreated and went to meet their leader in a dense forest. Boom, boom, boom. A sound of footsteps echoed as the jungle was torn open, revealing a Buffalo Man nearly 3 meters tall, covered in mysterious magical patterns, with curved bull horns on his head and a thick, fiery red iron chain around his waist. Moo. Powerful troll knight, we Buffalo are no match for the abyssal beasts. Shall we call it quits? This is a hero-level Buffalo Man. At this moment, although the Buffalo Man was saying words of truce and begging for mercy, there was no sign of him bowing his head on his face. Shuxi stared intently at the Buffalo people and simply replied coldly. Kill. Roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman roared again and charged once more. Boom boom boom. In a short while, 2 more Buffalo Men died under the terrifying teeth of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Moo. Seeing his people being slaughtered, the hero-level Buffalo Man in the distance roared and charged towards the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Shuxi snorted coldly, put down Yuina, and left a message on the snake's head. You all stay here and wait for me to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuxi shot out, his spear pointing directly at the hero-level Buffalo Man charging towards the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shuxi wasn't stupid. He couldn't just stand by and watch the hero-level Buffalo Man ambush the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast without doing anything. Upon seeing Shuxi approaching, the hero-level buffalo quickly slowed down, shifted its target, and charged towards Shuxi. Both sides are hero-level, and Shaksha is not afraid at all. Bang! The spears and chains clashed, and both the Shuxi and the Buffalo Men were knocked back. However, Shuxi only took 2 steps back, while the hero-level Buffalo Man slid back a considerable distance. Impossible, impossible. Even if you are a troll, you can't possibly be stronger than us Buffalo. After regaining his footing, the hero-level Buffalo Man kept shouting that it was impossible. Clearly, the Buffalo Man was shocked by the terrifying power possessed by Shuxi after that attack. Buffalo Man, nothing is impossible. If you don't admit defeat, it won't be long before your entire clan is slaughtered. Their deaths were all because of your wrong decision. Shuxi's cold voice reached the ears of the hero-level Buffalo Man like an invisible blade, tearing at his fragile heart. You. Roar. Before the hero-level buffalo could finish his next sentence, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus roared again, and 2 more buffalo fell at its feet. Stop. I, Neo Handy, concede defeat. We, the Buffalo people, hereby withdraw from the Succubus territory. However, Shuxi remained unmoved. In the distance, the slaughter by the abyssal Tyrannoman continued unabated. Stop. Why won't you stop? What else do you want? Upon hearing this, Katsuki, who was holding the spear upside down, responded calmly. Leave all supplies behind before you retreat. That's absolutely impossible. Shakes didn't speak. What the Buffalo Man had just said meant there was no room for negotiation. So the killing continued. Over the next few minutes, the Buffalo Man's screams of agony continued until the heroic Buffalo Man, Neo Handy, finally couldn't hold on any longer. We'll keep half of the supplies. That's the most we can do. Otherwise, they'll die sooner or later anyway. After gritting his teeth and saying this, the Buffalo Man, Neo Han, narrowed his eyes and thought for a while before turning his head to look at the Succubus Queen, Yelena, in the distant dense forest. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, was incredibly clever and made her decision in an instant. Yes, we Succubi agree. However, the Buffalo people must promise that they will not invade our territory again. Shakes looked at the water Buffalo Man shaking the ground, which meant it was up to them. I promise you. The fighting should stop. Shuxi didn't speak, but raised his spear high. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast bit off half of a water Buffalo Man's body and walked step by step to Shuxi's side. Shuxi jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and looked at the water buffalo leader, Neo Handy, and said, The Buffalo people are brave, and I hope your commitment will be as steadfast as your courage. Chapter 33 Abyss Core, Succubus's Tenderness. Your Excellency Troll Knight, the Buffalo people never go back on their word, and we will keep our promise. Shuxi nodded but did not speak further. Your Excellency Troll Knight, may I ask for your name, Buffalo Earthshaker? Troll Knight, Shuxi Mayan. The Water Buffalo Man was suddenly struck by the realization that the man was a powerful member of the Yin Giant Demon Clan. Next, under the command of the Buffalo Man Nyo Handy, the Buffalo Man left behind half of the supplies and withdrew from the Succubus territory. After the Succubus Queen Yelena and the elders accepted the supplies, joyful smiles appeared on their faces. Your Majesty, our supplies are almost complete, enough to get us through this winter. I see. The Succubus Queen Yelena was joyful, but upon seeing the departing Kshatriya, she felt a strange sense of loss. The Succubus Queen Yelena came before Shuxi and sincerely pleaded with him to stay. Lord Shuxi, why don't you stay in our Succubus territory for a while longer? Shuxi shook his head, glanced at the Succubus Queen Yelena's magnificent breasts, and said calmly, Your Majesty, rest assured, the words of the Buffalo Man can still be trusted. If the Buffalo people lose even their integrity, then after the winter, there will be no more Buffalo people. Shuxi saw through the reason why the Succubus Queen Yelena wanted to keep him, but this was entirely Yelena's overthinking. She probably lacked a sense of security and didn't trust the Buffalo Man. Just as the Succubus Queen Yelena was about to speak, Shuxi spoke first. Winter is coming, and all races are preparing for the winter, including us trolls, Your Majesty. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. However, the next second, the Succubus Queen Yelena took something out of the bag at her waist and handed it to Shuxi. This is the gift I promised you. Shakus accepted the gift, somewhat puzzled, but it wasn't convenient to examine it closely at the moment. He put it away and said thank you. After saying that, Shuxi flipped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and pulled Her Majesty the Queen's sister, Yuina, into his arms, his large hand even stroking Yuina's slender waist. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. Respectfully seeing off Lord Shuxi. And so, with the abyssal Tyrannosaurus in front, the triangular python in the middle, and the 4 troll warriors at the rear, the group disappeared into the dense forest. Your Majesty, why don't you speak to Yuina? An elder succubus approached the Succubus Queen, Yelena, and sighed softly. I have imprisoned Yuina ever since I ascended the throne. There was never much sisterly affection between us to begin with, so why bother? Why? The succubus elder was also helpless. She really hoped that the Succubus Queen, Yelena, and her sister, Yuina, would have a better relationship, so that the succubi could use Yuina as a connection to bind the two races together more deeply. Elder, I know what you're thinking. If Shakes can truly grow into the leader of this black wilderness forest, I have a better way to bridge the gap between the two races. After saying this, the Succubus Queen Yelena turned around and led her subordinates back to the Succubus Palace. 2 days later, without hunting at full speed, Shuxi and his companions finally returned to the territory of the Mayan trolls. Let's find a place to rest for the night, then we'll hunt our way back. The 4 troll warriors, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, all nodded in agreement. At this moment, their attitude towards Shuxi had changed drastically. The power and terror of the Shaksha, the glory it earned in the Succubus territory and before the buffalo, instilled in the 4 troll warriors a sense of awe and fanaticism towards it. Soon, a temporary tent belonging to the Shakes branch was set up. Inside the tent, Shuxi took out the item given to him by the Succubus Queen Yelena. He found it strange because he didn't recognize the item in his hand. Shuxi thought for a moment, then squeezed the Succubus Yuina, who had been silent, in his arms. Do you know what this is? The Succubus Yuina looked up and gazed deeply at Shuxi, as if trying to merge Shuxi into her eyes, her expression filled with deep affection. This is an abyssal spirit core. It is a spirit core that can only be conceived by a very small number of abyssal magical beasts, and it belongs exclusively to abyssal magical beasts. Every abyssal beast that possesses an abyssal spirit core will give birth to its own unique abyssal magic. Shakes was taken aback upon hearing this, but immediately realized what it meant. You mean that after Abyssal Greymon consumes this, Abyssal Greymon will develop its own abyssal magic? As Shuxi played with the abyssal spirit core that resembled a crystal gem in his hand, his affection for the Succubus Queen Yelena shifted from lust to a spiritual level. The Succubus Yuina looked up and gazed at Shuxi once more. Yuina was very curious. Weren't trolls supposed to be violent and bloodthirsty monsters? Why was the troll in front of her, her future husband, named Shaksha, so intelligent and quick to understand many things. Shuxi glanced at the succubus Yuna who was staring at him, reached out and lifted Yuna's chin, then kissed her directly. This kiss was done through a veil. Even though there was a veil between them, Shaksha could still feel Yuna's passion. Her eyes were full of longing and desire. However, Shikushi only kissed him once before pulling his mouth away. Yuna, my future demon wife, do not bewitch me. Once you return to Alligator Turtle Valley, meet my brother, and meet the members of the troll clan. You will be truly accepted. If I did it to you here, would you be willing? The succubus Yuna shook her head. Just kidding. If I were to have relations with Shuxi here, I wouldn't be officially Shuxi's wife. When she moves into the tent of the demon, she will not receive respect, nor will she receive the rights that a demon wife should have. For example, ordering the little snake girl Aya, who is currently outside preparing food for the Shakespeare. Everyone says you succubi are sexy and revealing, cunning and beautiful. But, Yuna, I don't see this quality in you or your sister. Shakes Dolly hugged Yuna tightly and chatted with her with great interest. To be honest, Shuxi really wanted to learn more about succubi from Yuna. Despite the fact that Yuna was being manipulated by Shaksha in his arms, Shaksha could clearly sense that the beauty in his arms was a genuine hero-level succubus. My future husband, don't compare succubus royalty with ordinary succubi. That would make you seem very ignorant. Yuna's voice was soft and weak, but it carried a captivating allure. Oh, tell me about it. Shuxi lay down on the animal skin, but his large hand holding Yuna's slender waist tightened even more. Shakes tightened his grip on Yuna, pressing her small face against his chest, and his large hand moved up, grasping the forbidden area that he shouldn't have touched. Yuna raised her pink, jade-like face and glared at Shakes. My future husband, are you still wondering why I don't have goat horns and fleshy wings? Shakes chuckled and gave it a hard squeeze with his large hand. After a soft moan, Yuna finally spoke. Only lower-ranking succubi possess goat horns and fleshy wings. As for us, the succubus royal family, we are already high-ranking beings, and we have freed ourselves from the influence of external things. Of course, if needed, we can obtain it through morphological transformation. Chapter 34 Abyss Magic, A Tale of the Arabian Nights. After the succubus Yuna finished speaking, a black mist swirled around her body, and a pair of rose-red fleshy wings grew from her back, which were extremely pleasing to the eye. Curious, Shuxi lifted the succubus Yuna with both hands and looked at her with curiosity as she changed form. Finally, Shaksha and the succubus Yuna locked eyes, and Yuna's rose-red eyes captivated Shaksha. Yuna, you are indeed very beautiful. Shuxi released his grip, letting the succubus Yuna fall freely, and she pounced hard into Shuxi's arms. Master, the roasted meat is ready. Would you like to have something to eat first? Outside the tent, the voice of the little snake woman Aya rang out, waking Shuxi from his reverie. Shuxi patted the succubus Yuna's shapely buttocks through her gauze dress, signaling her to get up quickly. After tidying up, Shuxi walked out of the tent alone, while the succubus Yuna refused to leave the tent for some unknown reason. Shakes came to the fire, took the roasted meat and a pot of water handed to him by the little snake woman Aya, and began to eat. After finishing his meal, Shuxi, under the strange gazes of the little snake girl Aya and the 4 troll warriors, walked to the open space next to him and released the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. After abyssal Tyrannoman emerged, it lowered its massive head and allowed Setsuki to stroke it. Shuxi gently patted the abyss Tyrannoman's large head and handed the abyss spirit core, which resembled a crystal gem, to the abyss Tyrannoman's mouth from his pocket. Through telepathy, Kashiwa could sense the deep longing within abyssal Tyrannoman. Shuxi chuckled and stuffed the abyss core into the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast's enormous mouth. Abyssal Tyrannoman was delighted and willingly lowered its head, allowing Shaxu to stroke it. Eat, and nurture your own abyssal magic. Roar. After roaring, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast swallowed the abyssal spirit core in one gulp. Just when Setsu thought something magical was about to happen to Abyssal Greymon remained unchanged. This puzzled Shuxi. Shuxi calmed the abyss Tyrannosaurus and made it wary before lifting the tent flap and going inside. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna was also eating. It was the little snake woman Aya who brought her monster meat. The little snake woman Aya's actions made the succubus Yuna develop feelings for her. My Yuna, tell me why the abyss Tyrannoman didn't change at all after eating the abyss spirit core. Shuxi approached the succubus Yuna, pulled her into his arms, and personally picked up a piece of monster meat to feed her. Yuna stuck out her tongue, rolled the monster meat into her mouth, and swallowed it before speaking in a sweet voice. My future husband, Abyssal magic needs to be nurtured. The fact that Abyssal Tyrannoman has consumed the Abyssal core does not mean that it can immediately control Abyssal magic. Well, although Shakshi had already guessed the answer, he was still somewhat disappointed after hearing Yuna's reply. My future husband, you and your Abyssal Tyrannoman are already very powerful. You need to be patient. Shakes shook his head, hugged Yuna tightly, and said very seriously, I'm not strong enough yet. My goal is to become at least a demigod, or even a being that surpasses a demon god. Silence fell over the tent. Yuna stared blankly at Shuxi with her big, rose-red eyes. Those big, rose-red eyes seemed to be asking Shuxi, You're not kidding me, are you? Shakes chuckled, shook his head, and didn't continue. Some things, if said now, would truly be considered a fantasy. This went on for 3 days. Shuxi, accompanied by 4 troll subordinates, had been hunting monsters along the way, and the bundle on the triangular python's body had grown considerably. On this day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the branches of the dense forest. Defek, who was scouting ahead, suddenly turned back and whispered to Shuxi, Elder Shakes, we've detected a signal from our clansmen ahead. There should be some clansmen hunting nearby. Upon hearing this, Shuxi nodded, pondering who might be hunting in this area. If I'm not mistaken, they should be your people coming to fetch you. The succubus Yuna stepped down from under the head of the triangular python, came to Shuxi's side, and shared her guess. How do you know? Shakes's face remained expressionless as he asked a question indifferently. The Abyssal Tyrannoman is incredibly important to any race. Especially when winter is coming and the dark tide is about to strike, Abyssal Tyrannoman will become the most important top-level combat force. Moreover, your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast will be of great significance to the troll race in the territorial wars next spring. If I were the chieftain of the troll race, and you had not returned for a long time, I would also send people out to find out the news, and it would be best if we could bring you back safely. Shuxi turned his head and stared straight at the succubus Yuna. So this is why Elder Brother Grell and Elder Genkai supported the marriage alliance with the succubus race. This isn't just about marrying a wife, it's about acquiring a wise and resourceful strategist. Hara, my Yuna, we, the Mayan trolls, will be your best home. Yuna showed off her skills and won Shuxi's appreciation. Follow the signs of your people. However, remain vigilant, lest this be a trap set by the Athos trolls. Defek nodded and disappeared back into the dense forest. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi felt that it was not safe for Defek to go alone, so he spoke to the other 3. Timoner, Longmu, Ermi, you 3 follow along. Remember, always be cautious. Yura, Timoner, Longmu, and Ermi, the 3 bloodline warriors, responded to Shakes and then disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. With a swift movement, Shuxi grabbed the succubus Yuna and leaped onto the head of the triangular python. Shakes reached out with his other hand and took the arm of the little snake girl Aya, saying boldly, Let's go, this is troll territory, it's relatively safe. On the other side, in a small clearing in the dense forest, 3 temporary tents have been set up facing each other. Inside the tent, Elder Genkai listened to his subordinates' reports while gnawing on a large bone from an unknown magical beast. Elder, we have laid down a lot of marks in this area. As long as any clansman passes through here, they will definitely see them and follow the marks to find their way here. Elder, we haven't found any marks left by Elder Shuxi along the way. Should we send some people to check the succubus territory? Is it possible that Elder Shuxi has already been murdered? Elder Genkai raised his head, glared angrily, and said in a gruff voice, You remember this. With the Abyssal Tyrannoman protecting us, even if the clan leader and I are killed, Shact will live a good life. Also, don't even think about going to the succubus territory. Going there at this time would be a sign of distrust towards them and also towards the Shakshi. You all better behave yourselves and wait here. We'll set off when winter comes. Chapter 35 The Enchanting Demon Wife. Distribution of Supplies. However, Elder Genkai could not wait for the arrival of winter. On the afternoon of the second day, the Shuxi squad joined up with Elder Genkai's main force. Hara, Shuxi, I knew it. You're capable enough to marry Lady Yuena. Shuxi jumped off the back of the Abyssal Tyrannoman, his right arm colliding with Elder Steel Kai's arm. Elder, I had a feeling it was you who led the team to welcome us. Well done, Shuxi. Come on, let's go to my tent for some wine and meat. Over the next few days, Shakes and his group followed the main group back to Alligator Turtle Valley, and also briefly went hunting during the journey. After hunting enough prey, the group returned home satisfied. Of course, what excited Elder Genkai this time was not only that Shakes brought back the succubus Yuena, but also the level 5 peak magical beast triangular python controlled by the little snake girl Aya. When Shuxi and his group returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Grell came out to greet them, mainly because the succubus Yuna was worth it. That evening, witnessed by the trolls, Yuna officially moved into Shuxi's tent, becoming Shuxi's first woman. However, Yuna's identity is different from that of ordinary women. Yuna is the demon wife of Shuxi and has the authority to manage Shuxi's tents, which means she is above other women in status. Yuna is also an unofficial elder of the troll race, that is, a strategist. So, on this night, inside Shuxi's tent, succubi and trolls were rolling around. Yuna was experiencing her first stirrings of love. Shuxi was truly reaching adulthood, and the troll's tent also took in its first tigress. The next day, when Shuxi woke up, Yuna was curled up in Shuxi's arms like a kitten. Shuxi smiled, recalling their intimate conversation the night before. He kissed the succubus Yuna, and then stood up and walked out of the tent. In the open space outside the tent, the little snake girl Aya was practicing her sword intently. When she saw Shakes come out, her face turned red instantly. Last night, the conversation between Shakes and Yuna was so genuine that it almost caused collateral damage. If Aya, the little snake woman, hadn't yet evolved into Medusa, she probably would have fallen for her last night. Practice hard, my little Aya. After teasing the snake woman Aya, Shuxi turned and went to the chieftain's tent. Shakes, we thought you weren't going to get up today. Inside the chieftain's tent, the elders, upon seeing Shuxi's arrival, began to tease him. Shakes shrugged, showing off his muscles to indicate that he was strong. This action once again elicited laughter. All right, everyone stop now. Let's get down to business. When Chieftain Grell spoke, all the trolls stopped laughing and their expressions turned serious. With a flick of his wrist, Jalir gently swung the tent flap open, letting in a cool breeze. Can you feel the coolness in this breeze? Winter is coming soon. This icy wind is familiar to every troll who has survived winter. A cool breeze swept over him, and Shuxi recalled those difficult days in the cold winter before he came of age, vivid in his mind. Elders, I demand that you conduct a thorough investigation of your guards and their families within 3 days to ensure that every troll survives this winter. We've made so many preparations for this winter. I don't want to see any more trolls freeze or starve to death. Also, winter is coming, so the tribespeople are forbidden from going out. During this period, it is possible that some foreign tribes might forcibly cross regions to hunt in order to survive. Besides, the Council of Elders lasted all morning. Although Shuxi's position in the council was insignificant, he still learned a lot from it. How at least one tribe should function properly is not a simple matter, Shuxi thought. Shakes, you're back. Back in the tent, the succubus Yuna immediately clung to him. At this moment, Yuna no longer addressed Shuxi as her future husband as she used to, but instead called him by his name to show her closeness. Shakes pulled Yuna into his arms and kissed her passionately for a while before sitting on the animal skin. He stroked Yuna's slender waist as he spoke. Yuna, there are grains, meat, furs, and magic cores in the wooden box. Organize them as soon as possible, and take out a portion tomorrow and divide it into 4 parts. I need to give 1 portion of the winter supplies to the troll guards. The so-called troll guards refer to the 4 trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. They were assigned to Shuxi by the clan chief and basically worked under Shuxi from then on. The reason for doing this is to ensure that the elders have subordinates they can rely on, so that they can lead the hunts smoothly in the future. Of course, this also means assigning a guard squad to each elder who may become the clan leader. The population distribution of this troll tribe is actually arranged in a tree-like structure, consisting of the chieftain, the council of elders, the guard trolls, and the ordinary trolls. Shakes thought for a moment, then took out some level 6 magical beast pelts from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his arms, and said, Winter is coming. It's time to make some winter clothes for me, for you, and for little Aya. The right to manage the tent was granted to the succubus Yuna by Shuxi on the 2nd day after Yuna moved into the tent, which is today. The succubus Yuna offered a kiss and spoke in soft, sweet words. Shakes, I'll take good care of your tent. Shuxi nodded, put his arm around Yuna, and squinted his eyes. After having a close relationship with the succubus Yuna, Shuxi gained a deeper understanding of succubi. To be precise, it was Shuxi who gained a deeper understanding of the succubus Yuna. The succubus Yuna didn't appear very enthusiastic on the surface, nor did she flaunt her graceful figure. However, when she wants to have relations with Shuxi, the succubus Yuna is like a ball of fire, capable of anything. Thinking of this, Shakes couldn't help but think of a word, inner charm. Dear XAX, I'm going to clean up our things. Hearing Yuna's gentle and sweet voice, Shakes patted Yuna's pert buttocks, and then let go, indicating that she was free to move around. Meanwhile, Shuxi himself had already devoted his attention to the ash platform. Winter is coming, and Shax needs to make preparations. At least the spear and a set of leather armor need to be replaced. It's impossible to have the tribe's craftsmen make them. Not only would the quality be poor, but it would also take a lot of time. To acquire high-end goods, Shuxi pinned his hopes on the ash platform. Upon entering the ashes platform, Shaksha received a reply from the elf Laina. Luo Shanhai, the pet beast pill, is ready. Log in and complete the transaction as soon as possible. Upon seeing the words online, Shakes couldn't help but recall the software from before the destruction of the last world. Perhaps we are always online. Chapter 36 New Orders, Letter from a Shady Merchant. Shuxi sighed and initiated a trade with the elf Laina. After the transaction was completed, Shuxi initiated another transaction, trading another batch of magic cores for the elf Laina. Elf, these magic cores are the deposit for the next 500 pet pills. From now on, all transactions will be based on 500 pills. If you need more, we will make up the difference in magic cores during the transaction. Good. The Forest of Nature, a gathering place for wood spirits. Inside the treehouse, when the elf Laina saw the reply from Shax, she couldn't help but raise her little fist and shout, "Ollie gay." With 500 pet pills as the base for the transaction, it means that the elf Laina can earn more profits from it. Moreover, what Shakes meant was that he would collect as many pet beast pills as possible from now on. This means something completely different to the elf Laina. First, with a stable source of income, the elf Laina can restart her alchemy progress. Secondly, everything that Shuxi traded to the elf Laina consisted entirely of magic cores. And not all of them were level 1 magic cores. Sometimes level 2 and 3 were used as substitutes. The elf Laina decided that she must hold on tightly to Luo Shanhai, Shakes, this god of wealth, from now on. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. Shakes received a new batch of pet pills and was in a good mood. Because now Shuxi not only has to raise the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, but also the triangular python of the snake woman Aya. The triangular python is at the peak of level 5 magical beasts, and Shakes really hopes that the triangular python can advance to level 6 magical beasts by consuming pet beast pills. That way, Shakes would have even more confidence in the strength he possessed. Of course, this can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. Speaking of trading, Shakes suddenly realized that he had always been a buyer, so why not become a seller and use the ash platform to earn more profits? Acting on his idea, Shakes took out a level 6 magic core and a dark flame stone from the stomach of the cuckoo bird and put them up for sale on the ash platform as a barter. After finishing this task, Shuxi finally had time to search for what he wanted. Just as Shuxi was searching for spear-type weapons, an old acquaintance sent him a message. Lord Luo Shanhai, the blood essence stone is quite effective, isn't it? The message was sent by a wandering soul named Dodd, a shrewd businessman, a greedy capitalist, and a black man. Indeed, in that instant, the first impression of the wandering soul Dodd appeared in my mind. Therefore, Shakes was cautious and did not reply to the message immediately. Why would this unscrupulous merchant contact me? Is it to retrieve the bloodstone? No, he didn't eat the blood essence stones himself. Rather, his message didn't mention anything about retrieving them. Why is that? Shikessa was deep in thought, his mind racing. Shady merchants, no business is without shady dealings. Could it be that this guy is after those 2 new items I just put on the shelves? Yes, apart from those 2 things, he had absolutely no need to contact me or try to build a relationship with me. After figuring this out, Shakessa's lips curled up into a strange smile. The blood essence stone works really well, but unfortunately, I'm penniless now. After replying to the message, Shuxi waited for the ghost Dodi's reaction, and a strange sense of wicked pleasure arose in his heart. You can sell level 6 magic cores and rare ores, and you call that being poor? Soon, the wandering soul Dodd replied to the message, which carried an unseen sour taste. Yeah, I'm poor. If I weren't poor, why would I be selling those 2 things? Shuxi's words left the wandering spirit Dodi on the other side without a reply for a long time. Based on these pieces of information, Shakespeare confirmed it. The wandering soul, Dodd, came for that level 6 magic core and the rare ore. The Netherworld, a mysterious holy land. The undead Lord Dodi sat quietly on his throne of bones, his mind lost in the ashes. Judging from this guy's reply, he must have guessed my purpose. I stabbed him last time, and judging from his current state, he'll definitely stab me back. Oh well, what can I do when there isn't even a single magical beast in this netherworld? Sigh. Dodd was very frustrated. He had awakened in the netherworld, and it had taken him a very long time to grow from a ghost into the undead lord he was today. The setbacks I experienced were not something I could tell outsiders. The underworld is good for souls. However, for Dodd, who wanted to reverse his fate, be reborn, gain a physical body, and enjoy material desires, this was rather barren. As the life source of magical beasts, the magic core contains a large amount of convertible life energy, and DoD has an extreme need for magic cores. Unfortunately, there are no magical beasts in this netherworld, so the magic core cannot be found. When Shuxi came to buy items last time, he offered 200 magic cores, which allowed DoD to make a hefty profit. What do you need? Perhaps I have something you can use. When the Wandering Soul Dodd sent this message, he was very confident. The Wandering Soul DoD knew that Shuxi must have bought the Bloodstone for use in advancing his template. In other words, Shaksha is still an ash seed of a hero template. For beings of the level of Shaksha, the Wandering Soul DoD has plenty of things that Shaksha could use. 400 level 5 magic cores. However, when the Wandering Spirit DoD saw Shaksha's reply, he almost jumped off his bone throne. Good heavens, this guy actually doubled the price from last time. He's clearly trying to rip off that Wandering Soul Dot. The Wandering Soul DoD was both amused and exasperated. The things that Shuxi was selling were not worth the price at all, and he felt that Shuxi was just being stubborn. The key point is that the Demon Core Soul DoD has a need for it. If the Dark Flame Stone is refined and integrated into his weapon, it might be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemies around his territory. The magic core was secondary. What Soul DoD really wanted was the Dark Flame Stone that Shuxi was selling. However, in his deal with Shaksha, the Wandering Soul DoD held back, focusing his efforts on the magic core. Lord Luo Shanhai, I am very sincere. Tell me, what type of items do you need? In the end, the Wandering Spirit Dodd still sent out this message. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shuxi saw the message from the Wandering Soul DoD, he immediately became more vigilant. What kind of trouble is this guy up to now? No, this guy didn't bid for anything. He was actually asking me what type of items I needed. Is this a strategic retreat? What a shrewd businessman. After considering it for a long time, Shakespeare replied with a vague message. Weapons, armor, skill scrolls, template upgrade items, high-level potions, and more, anything you can get. In the netherworld, upon the throne of bones. When the Wandering Spirit DoD saw that Shuxi had recovered, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" Shake's reply was essentially meaningless, as the scope was too broad and the number of responses was uncertain. The Wandering Soul DoD remained silent for a long time, pondering how to secure the deal with the scythe and prevent it from raising its price, and how to initiate a trade. Fine, this guy got off easy. Without saying much, the Wandering Spirit DoD sent the information of an item he had to Shuxi. Take a look, we can talk more if you're interested. Chapter 37 Itching to Make Friends. Curious, Shuxi checked the information sent by the Wandering Soul DoD. This one look was quite something. It made Shakespeare gasp and feel an irresistible urge to see it. Jade Bone Armor. Type, Armor. Quality, Gold, Rare Growth Type. Armor Description. The Jade Bone Armor is crafted using the bones of the Ghost Bone clan from the Netherworld. It is exceptionally hard, impenetrable by weapons below the gold rank. Inheriting the characteristics of the Ghost Bone clan, the Jade Bone Armor advances in rank by absorbing and fusing with more bones. Additional skill, Mount Assimilation. Skill Description. When wearing the Jade Bone Armor, if there is a mount, the Jade Bone Armor can extend to cover the mount, selectively covering the mount skeleton. It can be said that when Shuxi saw this golden equipment, he immediately thought that this was the armor that was tailor-made for him. Shuxi, who had been lying on the animal skin, suddenly sat up straight, half closed his eyes, and began to think seriously. The succubus Yuena, who was cleaning up Shuxi's belongings inside the tent, glanced back at Shuxi and, seeing that he was deep in thought, did not disturb him. And what about the Shuxi? He was really deep in thought. The fact that the Wandering Spirit DoD sent information about this armor to Shaksha was clearly an attempt to lure Shaksha into a trap, hoping to fleece the little lamb. If Shuxi becomes curious and checks the information, given his hero-level strength, he will definitely crave this Jade Bone Armor. After a long while, Shuxi slowly exhaled. Human hearts are truly unpredictable. Shakis became even more cautious. From the Bloodstone to the newly displayed magic cores and ores, and now the Jade Bone Armor, Shaksha saw how the Wandering Soul DoD controlled people's hearts, and saw how he himself was being led by the nose because of his desires. While the Ashes platform allows for bartering and trading of items, it is also vulnerable to remote manipulation. After sighing for a while, Shakes had no choice but to check the information on the Jade Bone Armor again. It must be said that Daughter had once again exploited the weakness of the Shakti. Not wanting to be ripped off, Shuxi could only pretend to be stupid. What do you mean? You want to trade this for one of my 2 items? Lord Luo Shanhai, are you joking with me? Dod the ghost, I'm not kidding you. Seeing the 2 replies from the wandering soul Dodi, Shuxi was not discouraged, because this was something he had expected. After thinking for a moment, Shikesa edited the message and continued replying. Could it be 2 items? Lord Luo Shanhai, do you truly not understand the value of my armor? To be honest, Mr. Dodd, I understand, but when you sent me the information, weren't you trying to make a deal with me? Forehead, the Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Looking at the message from Shuxi, the wandering soul Dodi suddenly realized that the other party was pretending to be stupid. After a moment's consideration, the wandering soul Dodd stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. The wandering soul Dodd was very confident because his jade bone armor was really valuable. Moreover, judging from the way Shakes pretended to be stupid with him, Shakes had his eye on the jade bone armor. Upon thinking of this, a red light suddenly flashed in the dark pupils beneath the skeleton of the wandering soul Dodd. I don't want to elaborate on the value of the jade bone armor. If you want it, your 2 items aren't enough. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shuxi saw the reply from the wandering soul Dodi, the corners of his mouth curled up. In this confrontation, Shakes felt that he had finally gained a slight advantage. However, despite taking the initiative, Shakes will still have to pay a price if he wants to acquire the jade bone armor. Shakes narrowed his eyes again, staring at the 2 items he had put up for sale, a level 6 magic core and a dark flame stone. A level 6 magic core is valuable, but not enough to make the wandering soul Dodi bring out the jade bone armor. Shuxi was well aware of this. In other words, what the wandering soul Dodi really cares about is the dark fire stone. In other words, the dark flame stone is extremely valuable, at least for the wandering soul Dodi. Shuxi glanced at the several pieces of dark flame stone lying in the stomach of the cuckoo bird, and at the mine in the northern part of the troll territory that he had buried with a pile of stones when he left. Gradually, Shuxi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It seems that during his conversation with the wandering spirit Dodi, Shaksha found a way to make a fortune. Finally, Shuxi took out the smallest piece of dark flame stone from the cuckoo bird's stomach pouch and put it on the ash platform. After completing the operation, Shuxi replied to the message from the wandering soul Dodi. Look at the items I've put on the shelves. Those are my last remaining stock. If you're willing, let's make a deal. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. When the wandering soul Dodi saw the small piece of dark flame stone that Shuxi had put up for sale, he was also startled. Another dark flame stone? Could it be that Luo Shanhai just got lucky and discovered a dark flame stone mine or vein? This guy. In the end, the wandering soul Dodi initiated the trade and acquired the 2 dark flame stones and 1 level 6 magic core that Shuxi had listed. After the transaction was completed, Ghost Dodi took the initiative to send a message to Shuxi. We've done 2 deals together, both went quite well. Let's be friends. If you need anything in the future, ask me first. I will never charge you below market price, and will make sure you don't lose out. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shakes saw the line, never lower than market price, you won't lose out, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. You won't sell it below market price, you won't let me lose out. I don't believe you for a second. The Ashes platform is mostly a barter system. There's no market price, it's all about getting what you need. However, Shuxi didn't care about such kindness and saving face that could be given for free. Sure, let's be friends. I happen to be short of a spear-like weapon lately. Ghost Dodi, my good friend, would you like to lend me a hand? Honestly, when Shakes replied to this message, he was just joking with the other person to avoid making the message too dry. Unexpectedly, 5 minutes later, the wandering soul Dodi initiated a trade, sending a bone spear to Shaksha. The bone spear and jade bone armor go very well together. I'll give them to you. Shuxi stared at the bone spear, stunned. This support came way too easily. Weapons just by talking? You're not kidding, are you? In the end, Shuxi replied to the wandering soul Dodi to express his gratitude. The ghost Dodi responded quickly, not taking the bone spear seriously. If you want to sell something good in the future, just contact me first. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul Dodi casually traded a silver-grade bone spear to Shuxi, treating it as a free gift. Because in the inventory of the wandering soul Dodi, there are so many of these silver-grade bone spears that they are countless. These are all things that the wandering soul Dodi has accumulated as he progressed from an ordinary wandering soul to a great lord. This kind of thing is really trash to the wandering soul Dodi. The silver-grade bone spear was merely a standard weapon that Ghost Dodi used to equip his skeleton warriors. There's a saying that goes something like this: you work hard your whole life to grow and succeed, only to be able to sit on equal footing with someone and have a cup of coffee. This situation refers to the unawareness of the situation by the Shakshina. Chapter 38 Dark Source Crystal. I'm going to scout the way. After the transaction was completed, Shakes was in a particularly good mood. Inside the tent, after Shuxi dealt with the succubus Uina, the only sound in the tent was their breathing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside the tent, the animal hides sewn onto the tent surface suddenly began to rustle, and the sound continued for a long time. It's the cold wind. Winter is here. The succubus Uina lifted her head from Shuxi's chest, her large, rose-red eyes revealing a drunken, infatuated look. Shakes put his arm around Yuina's slender waist and asked with a slightly serious expression, "How do succubi survive the winter?" The succubus Uina kissed Shakshi's chest, then propped her chin up with her hands, lay naked on Shakshi's chest, and said in a somewhat nostalgic tone, "Every year when winter comes, the succubi return to the palace, close the palace gates, and hide from the cold. Taking this opportunity, the succubi will also mate and reproduce. However, in the coldest times, everyone will take up arms and stand ready to face the perilous dark tide." As Shakes listened, he suddenly asked a question. "Do you know anything about the dark tide?" The succubus Yuina shook her head, then nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke. "No one knows how the dark tide occurs, but along with it comes a large number of dark creatures. When dark creatures descend, weak races will be slaughtered. To be precise, it was completely devoured. To those dark creatures, we are food, precious food. Shakshi, we must survive." The succubus Yuina seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and suddenly lay silently against Shuxi's chest. Shuxi reached out and gently patted the succubus Yuina's back. "Master, I've heard from my clansmen that killing dark creatures, extracting the dark source crystals from their bodies, and consuming them greatly increases the chances of advancing in rank." From the animal hide beside them, the little snake woman, Aya, suddenly poked her head out and, following the words of the succubus Yuina, said something that made Shuxi extremely excited. "Aya, what did you just say?" Shuxi reached out his left hand and pulled out the little snake woman Aya from under the animal skin. At this moment, the little snake girl was also naked from the waist up, with her light purple snake tail swaying freely, exuding a very exotic charm. "Master, I've heard from my people that although the dark tide is a disaster, many warriors in the main branch of the Snake People's clan take the opportunity to fight dark creatures and devour as many dark source crystals as possible, hoping to advance to the level of Medusa." Shuxi stared at the little snake woman Aya, and after confirming that what she said was true, he turned to look at the succubus Yuina. The succubus Yuina shook her head, thought for a moment, and then said, "Most of the races in the Black Wasteland Forest can only protect themselves. Very few are willing to actively fight against dark creatures. Shuxi, perhaps you could ask the clan leader and the other elders." Shuxi nodded, pulled the little snake woman into his arms, and the three of them slept together under the same quilt. The next day, when Shakes lifted the tent flap, a blast of cold air hit them. "It's snowing." In just one night, a layer of snow half a meter thick was laid. "Shuxi, the chieftain wants you to go to his tent." Not far away, the troll Rand, who was clearing snow with several other trolls, saw Shaksha emerge from his tent and immediately sent a message over. "Understood, Rand." Shakshi looked at the snow in front of the tent, then gently stomped his left foot on the ground. A wave of air rose from beneath Shakshi's feet, pushing away all the snow nearby. A moment later, Shuxi entered his brother Grell's tent, his breath hot. "Shakshi, you're here. Sit here. When the Grand Elder arrives, the elders will have a meeting." Shakshita stepped to the right of his brother Grell and picked up a bowl of hot soup from the table to drink. Shakes could tell that everyone present was somewhat apprehensive. This anxiety mainly stems from last night's snow. It's snowing, which means winter is coming. From now on, the trolls will live a life of shoveling snow every day without interruption. A moment later, the Grand Elder also walked in with a solemn expression. "Chief, I just took a look around. The fortifications in the valley are mostly complete, but some minor details need some time to be refined." Chieftain Greel of the Trolls nodded, gesturing for Elder Genkai to sit to his left. "Elders, as you can see, it's snowing. Winter is coming, so get ready. Although the polar night will still be some days away, it's not far off. The arrival of the polar night means the onslaught of the dark tide. This time, I hope that our Mayan troll clan can survive this cold winter and this polar night intact." Chieftain Grell of the Trolls said a lot, and Shaksha listened quietly to many things he had never heard before. In previous years, every winter, all underage trolls were not allowed to step out of their tents. In retrospect, the reason is quite simple. There was danger everywhere outside the tent. Chieftain, the first snow of the year has arrived, and most of the magical beasts in the Black Waste Forest will surely migrate south. A beast migration tide is bound to form in the next few days. Should we take this opportunity to hunt some? Chieftain Greel of the Trolls shook his head, rejecting the suggestion from one of the elders. We have enough food reserves, and even if we hunt a beast tide, we won't be able to escape unscathed. So, everyone, take a break. Recover your strength so that your women can give birth to more offspring for the tribe. When the dark tide arrives, I urge everyone to fight to the death to protect the tribe. The elders' meeting did not end until late afternoon. Seeing that Shaksha was not getting up to leave, both Gerald and Elder Genkai looked at Shaksha with strange eyes. Shuxi gestured to the curtain that was still hanging, and his brother Grell waved his hand, closing the curtain. Last night, I learned from Aya of the Snake People clan that after killing those dark creatures in the dark tide, extracting the dark source crystals from their bodies and consuming them would greatly increase the chances of advancing in rank. Shuxi made no attempt to hide anything and told everyone he knew. Really? Is it really what Aya said? Shuxi nodded without speaking, waiting for the reactions of Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai. However, the next second, the troll Chieftain Grell, sitting in the main seat, took out a black bead the size of a grape, as black as ink, from his cuckoo's stomach. Shuxi, is this what you mean? Shaksha shook his head in response to Grell's question. Shuxi had never seen the dark source crystal before, and he wasn't sure if what Grell had in his hand was the dark source crystal that the snake woman Aya had mentioned. Chief, let me give it a try. Anyway, I'm already old, and I have many hidden ailments. Let me scout the way for everyone. Shakes didn't speak. Silence was the best choice at this moment. Chieftain Greel hesitated. Although Elder Genkai was old, he was still the main fighting force of the troll tribe. Chapter 39 Increased Strength, Hidden Murderous Intent. Just as Clan Chief Grell hesitated, Elder Steelk produced a cloud of blood mist and snatched the dark source crystal from his hand. Glug. Elder Genkai swallowed the dark source crystal without much hesitation, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva to help it go down. I don't feel anything. However, the moment Elder Genkai finished speaking, a massive and extremely powerful surge of life energy rose from his body. While rapidly enhancing Elder Genkai's aura, that life energy was also repairing the hidden injuries and ailments within Elder Genkai's body. However, this situation only lasted for less than 3 minutes. After a long while, Elder Genkai opened his eyes and said with a mixture of excitement and regret, "What Shake said is true, dark source crystals really can enhance strength. Not only that, it can also repair some hidden injuries and ailments. The problem is that a single dark source crystal doesn't last long enough. To reach the next level, we need a large number of dark source crystals." After listening to Elder Genkai's words, the troll Chieftain Grell fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Shikushi narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, Chieftain Gerald sighed. "With the strength of us Mayan trolls, we are not strong enough to hunt down dark creatures on a large scale." Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai looked somewhat disappointed and left the clan chief's tent with a sigh. Shakes didn't say anything, stood up, and prepared to leave. "Shuxi, this is for you." Shuxi turned around and saw that his brother Grell had another dark source crystal in his hand. "This is the last one in our Mayan troll collection. We hope it will be of help to you." Shakes looked at his older brother, unsure of what to say. "Take it. You can eat it yourself, or give it to your abyssal Tyrannosaurus." Grell handed the dark source crystal to Shuxi and said very seriously, "Shuxi, remember this. The stronger you are, the more you can help me, and the more your people will rely on you. Don't feel burdened, go." Shuxi nodded, turned, and walked out of the chieftain's tent. Not long after, Elder Genkai, who had left earlier, returned. "Chieftain, have the items been given to Shakes?" "Given it." Elder Genkai nodded. He had just gone out to give Chieftain Grell the opportunity to hand over the remaining piece of dark source crystal to Shuxi. Elder Genkai knew very well that, given Shuxi's temperament, he would never feel at ease taking these 2 dark source crystals once he knew they were the only 2 in the clan. "Elder, we need to change our approach to dealing with this dark tide." "Chief, what do you mean?" "I have decided to stop focusing on self-preservation and instead dedicate all my efforts to killing dark creatures, pushing one of you, me, Xerox, or Abyssal Tyrannoman to a higher level." Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai stared intently at the troll chieftain, Grell. Before Jerleer could finish speaking, he continued, his eyes fixed on Elder Steelcare. The one most likely to break through is the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. It's already at the peak of level 6. If we give it a little help, perhaps. Chieftain, we'll do as you say. We'll arrange it the way you want. Meanwhile, Shuxi returned to his tent with a mix of excitement and heaviness in his heart. At this moment, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya were preparing food for the three of them. Shakes ignored the two women and immediately swallowed the dark source crystal after entering the tent. Before swallowing it, Shuxi thought about it for a long time and hesitated. When faced with the choice between Abyssal Greymon and himself, Shaksu chose himself. The reason is that Shuxi had no experience or confidence in facing the unknown dark tide. In this situation, improving one's own strength is the only way to make Shuxi feel a little more at ease. After swallowing the dark source crystal, Shakes felt a surge of life energy sweep over his entire body shortly afterward. The feeling of pleasure almost made Shuxi scream. However, the pleasant sensation only lasted for about 3 minutes before it was gone forever. Instead of checking his physical condition first, Shakes focused his attention on the data template. Name, Shakshi Mayan, Hero Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 345/500 plus 710, can be increased. Agility, 330/500 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 340/500 plus 20, can be improved. Constitution, 320/500 plus 20, can be improved. Resistance, 10%, against all negative status effects. Skill. 1. Spear Specialization, Advanced omitted. 2. Spear Throwing, Spear Specialization Branch Skill omitted. 3. Troll Blood, Advanced Bloodline Skill omitted. 4. Void Levitation, Advanced Martial Skill omitted. 5. Mind Contract Technique, Rare Skill omitted. 6. Bloodlust Aura, Heroic Skill omitted. 7. Heart of the Troll, Heroic Skill omitted. Looking at the data on the panel, Shuxi gained a clear understanding of the enhancement provided by the Dark Source Crystal. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, and Constitution all increased by 20 points, but resistance did not increase. If Shakes wants to push all the panel values to their peak, he will need at least 10 Dark Source Crystals the same size as the one he has today. If we add Abyssal Tyrannomon, then the exact number becomes unknown. Shuxi opened his eyes, a hint of fanaticism and murderous intent flashing in them. It seems that the Dark Tide is not as simple as Shuxi had previously thought. Perhaps the Dark Tide brings not only fear and slaughter, but also mutual hunting. This is an opportunity for me, and I absolutely cannot let it slip away. Shuxi silently pondered, already considering how to kill more dark creatures. Chapter 40 Morale is low, and people are impatient. Winter in the Black Wasteland Forest is truly unbearable. The heavy snow has been falling continuously. Alligator Turtle Valley was just cleared yesterday, but overnight it has accumulated another half-meter of snow. From this, one can imagine what the world outside the valley is like. What's worse is that the snow shows no sign of stopping. I really don't know how the magical beasts left behind in the Black Wasteland survived such a winter. Shakes, wearing a thick animal skin coat, looked at the snow falling all around and couldn't help but sigh. Most of the monsters that survived are either hibernating or have strong resistance to ice. The succubus Yona also wore a fur coat, which concealed her beautiful figure and gave her an air of elegance. It was a very strange feeling. The succubus was exuding an air of dignity. Just like the little snake woman, Shakes, even your little Aya, doesn't want to get out of bed in this kind of weather. Shuxi, with the succubus Yuna in his arms, wisely refrained from engaging in conversation about the little snake woman Aya. Yuna, have you ever seen a dark creature? I've met you, Shuxi. The succubus Yuna clung to Shuxi's strong arm, looking up at the snowflakes that kept falling on them. When the snow stops and the cold wind passes, the entire Black Wasteland Forest will be frozen, and the Dark Tide will arrive. I have seen many dark creatures that have preyed on us. Even the lowest-ranking monsters among them are stronger than our bloodline warriors. Shakes, promise me you'll survive. Shuxi didn't speak, but instead wrapped his arms tightly around the succubus Yuna, turned around, and went into the tent to study the succubus's body structure. Days passed by, until one morning when Shakes opened his eyes, it was still pitch black outside the tent. Shakshi, the polar night has arrived. The succubus Yona's voice was solemn as she and the snake woman Aya each held onto Shakshi's arms. Shakes could sense the worry of the woman inside his tent. Don't worry, I'm here. Shuxi patted the succubus Yuana's pert buttocks, and at the same time pinched the little snake girl Aya's soft snake tail. Prepare some hot food for me when I get back. Shuxi got up, changed into a set of close-fitting leather armor, and then walked out of the tent wearing a large cloak. Alligator Turtle Valley is filled with bonfires, giving it a brightly lit feel. Upon arriving at the chieftain's tent, most of the elders were already there. The atmosphere was extremely tense as no troll spoke. If it were just the harsh winter, most races in the Black Wasteland Forest could grit their teeth and endure it. However, when the polar night descends, dark creatures and the biting cold attack together, becoming a nightmare for all living things in the Black Wasteland Forest. Once everyone had arrived, the troll chieftain Grell spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Everyone, from this moment on, the Mayan troll will be on 24/7 alert. Elder Genkai, Shakes, and I will each lead a team to take turns guarding Crocodile Turtle Valley. I have divided the Council of Elders into 3 teams, and you will lead all the Bloodline warriors to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley. Remember, the trolls are in danger. Don't let the fire burning in Turtle Valley go out. When the Council of Elders ended and Shuxi stepped out of the chieftain's tent, he was followed by 4 elders. Go back and prepare, eat and drink your fill, and make sure you're fully equipped with weapons. We'll start our shift this afternoon. Ora. The 4 troll elders responded to Shaksha, turned around, and returned to their tents to gather their guards. Shakes braved the wind and snow, gazing intently into the darkness beyond the valley. This is my chance to become stronger, and I absolutely cannot miss it. In the afternoon, it was still very dark. Shuxi has already led 4 elders to replace Elder Gonkai's team of trolls. These 4 troll elders are Luo Sha, Ander, Gukto, and Assel. At this moment, Shakes stood on the stone watchtower at the entrance of the Crocodile Turtle Valley, letting the cold wind blow against his face. Such a cold wind is truly unforgettable. Elder Losha of the trolls stood behind Shuxi. He was in his prime, and the hideous scars on his face, which stretched from his eyes to his chest and were visible beneath his clothing, were quite striking. Elder Losha, a one-eyed troll, had one eye punctured by a dark creature last winter. What kind of dark creature did you encounter last winter, Elder Luo Sha? Shakes turned to ask Luo Sha, his calm tone calming the tense elders somewhat. A kind of humanoid dark creature. We call them Nightwalkers. The limbs of those Night Stalkers were all deformed. Some had limbs that were blades, others had pliers, all sorts of bizarre shapes. Even more so, some have multiple arms, and their bodies are strangely flexible. A Night Stalker of that strength is definitely not someone an ordinary troll warrior can contend with. Luo Sha spoke with lingering fear. Even the 3 elders standing nearby, Ander, Gakoto, and Assel, who had also experienced the previous winter, looked terrified at the mention of the tiger. Shakes frowned. Judging from the situation, everyone's morale was somewhat low, which was unacceptable. After thinking for a moment, Shakes released Abyss Grayman. With a leap, Shuxi jumped from under the city wall onto the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast and raised his spear. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, a roar from the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast echoed throughout the entire valley. At the same time, Shakes' deep, resonant voice rang out. Troll brothers and sisters, I am Shaksha. Winter is coming. Darkness is descending. Take up your weapons and join me in resisting the enemy and defending our homeland. Inside the Crocodile Turtle Valley, all the trolls were stunned for a moment, but some of them immediately reacted. It's a Kexos, it's a troll knight, it's a deep-sea Tyrannoman. Yes, it's Shuxi, the most powerful troll bloodline warrior. Is the Shuxi fighting the enemy? Shuxi didn't hear the trolls' discussions. He was still shouting passionately. Are you willing to fight for your families and your people? Are you willing to fight for your families and your people? Are you willing to fight for your families and your people? Roar, roar, roar. With each word Shuxi spoke, a ferocious and ear-piercing roar from the abyssal Tyrannoman would ring out. The atmosphere of worry and solemnity that had enveloped Crocodile Turtle Valley suddenly became relaxed. Ora. It was unclear which troll warrior roared Yura, but the entire valley was filled with passionate shouts of Yura. Even from the tents deep within Alligator Turtle Valley, sounds could be heard. Hearing the resounding shout that echoed through the valley, Shuxi smiled slightly. Of course, behind that smile lay a deep-seated murderous intent and an impatient desire. Chapter 41 Dark Creatures, Voidworms. Deep within the Crocodile Turtle Valley, the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai, who were discussing matters, emerged from their tent and exchanged a glance. Young people just lack experience. Chieftain Grell of the troll's side. Shaksha was good at raising the atmosphere, but such a commotion would definitely attract all the dark creatures in the vicinity. It's okay, just consider it a lesson learned. Shakes is too young. He needs to grow up. How can he become a pillar of the nation without experiencing some things? Chieftain Grell of the Trolls nodded, agreeing with Elder Genkai. Elder, you go and rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on things here. If anything happens, I'll have someone from the clan inform you. Good. After saying this, Elder Genkai, along with 2 guards, returned to his own tent. The troll chieftain Grell gazed at the shaksha on the stone wall at the valley entrance, praying that this time the creatures he had sought out were not some high-ranking dark beings. However, things did not go as planned. 15 minutes later, Shakespeare, who was standing on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, was the first to react. Shake stood up and gazed into the distance at the dark, snowy landscape. At the same time, a sound like the chirping of insects came, with a piercing force. Hiss hiss hiss. Behind Shuxi, the 4 troll elders, Losha, Ander, Gukto, and Assel, also stood up and followed Shuxi's gaze. A moment later, Elder Luo Sha exclaimed in surprise. It's a void worm. Its strength is equivalent to a peak level 6 magical beast. Elder Luo Sha's voice trembled slightly. Almost instantly, Elder Luo Sha turned around and gave instructions to the guards. Quickly, go and inform the clan leader and the Grand Elder. Shakes frowned slightly and glanced at Elder Luo Sha, whose face was filled with fear. Of course, the 3 elders, Ander, Gakoto, and Assel, were not much better off. Shuxi gazed into the distance and suddenly said in a low voice, "You guys guard the stone gate. I'm going to deal with this dark creature." As soon as he finished speaking, Shakes jumped down from the stone gate. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared outside the stone gate and caught Xerox. The next moment, a set of bone armor grew from Abyssal Tyrannoman, enveloping both Abyssal Tyrannoman and Shaktora. This is the effect of the jade bone armor, which Shuxi wore on the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Because when the Abyssal Tyrannoman is preying and gnawing, the jade bone armor can also devour various bones, which can help it evolve and strengthen itself. Roar. The Abyssal Tyrannoman also spotted the enemy in the distance, roared to the sky, and charged out. As they drew closer, Shuxi finally got a clear look at the full appearance of the approaching dark creature. The creature before me, called the Void Worm, roughly resembles a millipede. The difference is that the Void Worm is much larger, about 30 meters long, and it flies in at low altitude. The Void Worm has countless thin, long tentacles on both sides of its body that constantly sway, supporting the Void Worm's rapid flight at low altitude. Sizzle. Shuxi threw a spear with all his might. The spear sliced through the air and pierced the Void Worm with a tearing effect. Bang! The spear shattered, leaving only a shallow dent on the Void Worm, from which black blood oozed. Hiss hiss hiss. Shuxi's provocative attack directly enraged the Void Worm. The Void Worm continued its long chirping as it accelerated its descent towards Shuxi. Shaxu on the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman raised an eyebrow, feeling a little regretful and somewhat powerless. The power of the Kshatriya was already great enough, but unfortunately the spears it threw were of poor quality and their material could not withstand the impact. Otherwise, that attack would have definitely penetrated the Void Worm's body and caused it considerable damage. Seeing that the spear-throwing technique was not very effective, Shaksha had no choice but to take out the silver gray bone spear that the Wandering Soul Dodi had given him and prepare to fight the Void Worm in close combat. No sooner said than done. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus and the Void Worm, which were charging at each other, had already come into close contact and started a melee battle. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's massive maw lunged straight at the Void Worm's head, its sharp teeth gleaming. At the same time, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's claws also reached for the Void Worm's lower jaw. However, all of this was in vain. Just as the Abyssal Tyrannoman was about to succeed, a large amount of dark green mist emerged from the mouth of the Void Worm. The mist formed a spherical shield that blocked the powerful attack of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. The next second, from the Void Worm's enormous body, a pair of claws that were longer and sharper than the other tentacles suddenly popped out from behind its head, in the middle of its body, and at its tail. The Void Worm dodged the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's attack, then flicked its newly extended claws against the ground, launching its entire body into the air as if to swoop down and attack the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's back. Abyssal Greymon reacts extremely quickly. Its head and claws can't reach its enemies, but it still has its tail. The Abyssal Tyrannoman turned around and lashed out with its tail, striking a section of the Void Worm's massive body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Void Worm in midair stiffened, and after making a hissing sound, its ferocity remained undiminished. Despite its injuries, it continued to attack the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Bang! The void worm successfully pounced and landed on the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. With its nearly 20-meter-long body, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast was only 2/3 the length of the void worm. Having succeeded, the void worm lashed out with its tentacles and claws around its body, attempting to pierce the layer of bone armor covering the abyssal Tyrannosaurus's back. Clank! A series of clanging sounds reminded Shaxu, who had just used the momentum to jump onto the head of the abyssal Tyrannoman, that now was an opportunity. With a flip and leap, Shuxi landed on the back of the void worm. In the distance, atop the stone walls of the valley, Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai had already been alerted, and they both led their men to the scene. Watching the scene of Shuxi fighting alongside abyssal Tyrannoman against void worms, the two felt both excited and apprehensive. The excitement stemmed from the fact that their Mayan troll clan finally had a member capable of confronting this large, dark creature. It's worth noting that in the past few years, the Mayan trolls had also encountered void worms. Although the void worms in the past were not this large, they still caused considerable damage to the Mayan trolls. Last time, the Mayan troll risked losing almost half of his bloodline warriors to wound the void worm and drive it out of the valley. And the anxiety stemmed from the shackles. Neither Grell nor Elder Gungai wanted Shaki and abyssal Tyrannoman to get hurt, because they still needed to rely on their strength during this cold winter and the dark tide. Outside the valley entrance, a fierce battle had already broken out. Of course, the two locked in fierce combat are abyssal Tyrannoman and void worm. With its jade bone armor protecting it, and its own dragon scales protecting it, the void worms could only target the void worm's weak points and could not seriously injure it for a while. Conversely, each counterattack by the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast as it turned its head resulted in a bloody mess on a part of the void worm's body. Chapter 42 Fierce Battle to the Death, Resentment Resolved. And Shuxi once again proved his worth. Shuxi gripped the bone spear with both hands and plunged it into the head of the void worm. The next moment, streams of black blood gushed out, and the void worm writhed and struggled wildly on the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast. Seeing this, Shikessa quickly and cleanly thrust in and out more than a dozen times. Shuxi breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that the void worm's large head remained motionless. Roar! However, the furious roar of abyssal Tyrannoman did not stop. During the void worm's violent struggle, its claws had already covered the inside of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus's thigh. The inner thigh of the abyssal Tyrannoman was unprotected by bone armor, and several claw marks appeared. Shakes narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this kind of millipede was indeed dead but not stiff. With no other option, Shuxi pulled out his spear and continued to plunge it into the void worm's body. The next moment, Shuxi stepped on the back of the void worm and rushed towards its tail at full speed. Sizzle! A deep, sparkling scratch appeared on the back of the void worm, like a deep crack left after the earth has dried up. Finally, the constantly writhing and swaying body of the void worm stopped moving. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus turned around, bit down on the void worm's large head, and pulled the insulting reptile off its body. Shuxi stood a little further back, panting heavily. Abyssal Tyrannoman swallowed the void worm's head in a few bites, then carried the void worm's body to Shikiri. Shikiri then leaped onto abyssal Tyrannoman's back. The man and the beast, dragging their heavy prey, walked step by step toward the stone wall at the mouth of the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus were not treading on the ground, but rather on the hearts of every troll bloodline warrior, including Chieftain Grell and Elder Steelk. Arriving outside the stone wall, Shuxi raised his spear high, his eyes fixed sharply on the tribesmen on the wall. Ora! Shuxi shouted, channeling all the passion and excitement left over from the battle into this single shout. Ora! Ora! The next moment, the entire stone wall was filled with shouts. The shouts echoed deep into the valley, alarming all the trolls. Inside the tent of the Shuxi, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya quietly opened a corner of the tent and secretly observed the situation outside. Unfortunately, all they saw was the raging fire in the square and the darkness beyond the light. Sister Yuna, judging from the situation, the dark creatures haven't broken in. Definitely, the strength of the Mayan trolls is among the top tribes in the Black Wasteland Forest. Just then, a series of roars from the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast rang out, startling both the succubus Yuna and the little snake girl Aya. However, not long after, cheers rang out from the mouth of the valley into the valley. At the entrance to the valley, the stone gate had been opened, and Shuxi and abyssal Tyrannoman had entered the valley. The enormous body of the Void Worm was also pulled in. Clan leader, Grand Elder, I have killed the Void Worm. The troll chieftain Grell hugged Shaksha tightly and patted Shaksha's back repeatedly. Shuxi, very good. Excellent. It's good to be back. From these words, Shakes felt the care from an older brother. Shuxi, well done. You truly deserve to be the most powerful bloodline warrior of our Mayan trolls. Elder Genkai, dragging his spiked club, stepped forward and patted Shakes on the shoulder. Just now, Elder Genkai really wanted to leave the valley and drag his spiked club to help Shakes. However, Chieftain Gerald stopped them, saying that such a battle was not something they could interfere with. Shuxi chuckled, feeling quite accomplished at killing a level 6 peak dark creature. Chief, this creature is now yours. Its tentacles are very sharp and suitable for making weapons. Okay. Shuxi put away the Abyss Tyrannosaurus and returned to the stone wall. It was his turn to be on duty, so he couldn't be careless. As for the task of dissecting the Void Worm, it was naturally left to his elder brother Grell and Elder Genkai. As for the Dark Source Crystal on the Void Worm, Shuxi believed it would definitely be delivered to him. However, half an hour later, Chieftain Gerald personally brought bad news. Shuxi, no Dark Source Crystals were found on the Void Worms. We suspect that the Void Worm's Dark Source Crystal is inside its head. However, the Void Worm's head has already been eaten by your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. When Shakes heard the news, he was also stunned for a moment. At the time, Shuxi hadn't really noticed that the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus had devoured the Void Worm's head in several large bites. However, it didn't really matter, since Shackstack had the idea of upgrading Abyssal Greymon this winter anyway, so he could only smile wryly at his brother Greel. As the clan chief, his elder brother Gerald was also helpless. He sighed and left the valley entrance. Chieftain Gerald left, and Shuxi continued to guard the stone wall at the valley entrance. This time, all the troll bloodline warriors looked at Shaksha differently. Respect, worship, fanaticism. Of course, some trolls were embarrassed. The one who felt embarrassed and ashamed was none other than Elder Luo Sha, the troll. The moment the Void Worms, dark creatures, appeared, he sent someone to inform Chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai. This is clearly a sign of distrust towards Shuxi. However, none of this is a problem anymore. Shuxi's victory over the Void Worm while riding the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus has already changed these trolls' perception of him. At the same time, Shuxi also established his authority among these people. In other words, these people will not disobey any of Shuxi's arrangements or orders from now on. Don't overthink it, it's all for the sake of the tribe. We should all understand and protect each other. Shake's words were both to comfort everyone and to dispel Elder Luo Sha's grudges. For elders, you will lead the patrols of the 2 peaks of the valley to prevent any dark creatures that are good at climbing from entering the valley. With me in charge at the valley entrance, everyone can rest assured. Soon, Shuxi assigned the task. The 4 elders, led by Luo Sha, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Shakes had no feelings towards them. As they left, the 4 troll elders, Luo Sha, Ander, Gukto, and Assel, whispered among themselves about Shuxi's bravery and invincibility. Perhaps because the aura of the Void Worms had not dissipated, Crocodile Turtle Valley did not encounter any attacks from dark creatures in the latter half of the night. Chieftain Gerald appeared on the stone wall on time and relieved the shift leader, Shuxi. Go and get some rest. Although you weren't injured in last night's battle, Abyssal Tyrannomon was quite exhausted. The Void Worm has been dissected. I've already sent some of the edible meat to your tent, and the rest has been distributed to the tribesmen. Shuxi nodded, extended his arm to complete the handover with Grell, left a sentence, and then left the stone wall. Be careful, call me anytime if anything happens. Chapter 43, I will love you forever, don't hesitate. Inside the tent, the return of Shuxi brought a great deal of peace of mind to the Succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya. Especially the Succubus Yuina, after a long, passionate kiss with Shuxi, released the unease and care in her heart. This is the Succubus, passionate, alluring, yet loyal. After everything calmed down, Shuxi took the bowl of hot soup handed to him by the little snake girl Aya and drank it down in one gulp. Not bad, your skills have improved. Shakes threw the soup bowl aside, pulled the little snake girl Aya into his arms, and cuddled her tenderly. Although he relied on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast to fight the Void Worms this time, Shuxi was still a little nervous deep down. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Having killed the Void Worm, Shuxi gained a basic understanding of the dark creatures that came with the dark tide, and felt slightly relieved after learning the general idea. Shuxi, I heard you killed a Void Worm, is that true? The Succubus Yuna peeked her head out from under the animal skin, her blush still lingering. making her look extremely alluring. Shakes couldn't resist and leaned in to kiss Yuino again. Only when both of them were unable to breathe did Shuxi release the succubus Yuino. It's true, a void worm that's 30 meters long. If it weren't for the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast holding it back, many troll bloodline warriors would probably have died. The succubus hyena was both excited and envious. In the past, when the succubus clan encountered monsters of this level, they could only hide in their most fortified palaces, trembling with fear and praying that the monster would leave quickly. If any unfortunate succubus is snatched away and eaten, there's no chance of her tribesmen coming to her rescue. Shakis, my hero, Yuino will always love you. As the succubus hyena pondered these thoughts, her body began to feel increasingly hot. And so, after another commotion inside the tent, things finally calmed down. The next day, Shakshi was awakened by a commotion, and his keen senses immediately alerted him to something amiss. Judging from the sound, there must be a problem at the mouth of the valley. At such a moment, if a problem occurs at the mouth of the valley, it must be because a dark creature has appeared. Shuxi rolled over, startling the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya awake. You all keep sleeping, I'll be back later. Shuxi reassured his two women, changed into leather armor, slung a bundle of spears over his shoulder, and walked out of the tent. At the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell looked at the 100 or so nightwalkers who were about to launch their attack, his face showing a hint of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Archers, prepare. Spearmen, prepare. The rest of the melee trolls, once the enemies get close to the stone gate, charge out with me and wipe them all out. As Shuxi climbed the stone wall, he overheard Chieftain Grell deploying his troops, indicating that Grell was preparing to personally lead the charge into battle. Brother, Shuxi, you've come. These are humanoid dark creatures, we call them nightwalkers. Don't be fooled by their humanoid form. They have no spirit whatsoever and only know how to kill and devour. Do they possess dark source crystals? This last point is what Shakestraw truly cares about. Grell nodded, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Yes, the one we gave to the Grand Elder last time was obtained from this kind of monster. Upon hearing this, Shikesa's eyes lit up. Just then, the 100 or so dark nightwalkers entered the range of the archers and spearmen. Shuxi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately pulled out a throwing spear from his back. Sizzle! A spear tore through the air, flying out with a terrifying whistling sound, instantly killing two monsters in one fell swoop, pinning one with giant pincers in its arms and the other with crescent-shaped blades in its arms. Well done, Shuxi! Chieftain Grell of the Trolls exclaimed in admiration, pleased with Shaksha's prowess. Shuxi didn't speak, but threw out several more spears, killing more than a dozen dark nightwalkers in an instant. When Shuxi wanted to throw another spear, he discovered that he had run out of spears. Upon seeing this, the troll chieftain Greel quickly summoned a troll and ordered him to fetch the spear. Shake shook his head and said in a low voice, It's too late, they're almost here. Chieftain Grell of the Trolls paused, then raised an eyebrow at the group of dark nightwalkers who were indeed approaching the stone gate. He prepared to rush out and have a good slaughter. However, just as the troll chieftain Grell set off, he was stopped by Shaksha. Elder brother, you are the clan leader, you must not act rashly. I'll go. You stay at the gate and check for any omissions or oversights to prevent anyone from being overlooked. Before Gerald could react, Shuxi had already jumped off the stone wall. Beneath the stone wall, the massive body of Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared and steadily caught Xerox. Roar! The next second, a roar from the abyss resounded, and Shaxu, riding Abyssal Tyrannoman, launched a death charge. During the charge, the jade bone armor and bone spear appeared automatically. Shuxi held the bone spear, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and shouted Yura. Behind them, all the troll bloodline warriors followed the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, shouting Yura as they charged at the Dark Nightwalker. A massacre ensued. Shuxi stood atop the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, leaving behind only the corpses of Dark Nightwalkers in its wake. Of these, 8 or 9 out of 10 were the work of abyssal Tyrannoman, and Shaxu was merely the one who finished them off. After the abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged back and forth 5 times, almost all of the 100 or so Dark Nightwalkers were wiped out, with only a few remaining and being besieged by the trolls. In front of the Shuxi, there was a Night Stalker with 4 arms forming a spiral cone. Shuxi jumped off the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and charged toward the Nightwalker. The 4-armed Night Stalker also saw Shuxi. It charged forward with 1 arm, aimed straight for Shuxi's head with another, thrust at Shuxi's legs with 1 arm, and flicked its other arm, making its movements unpredictable. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, not daring to be careless, and immediately activated Troll Blood and Void Levitation. The next moment, Shuxi's figure swayed, drawing a strange arc in the air, dodging the four-armed Nightwalker's attack. Uft! The charging Shuxi and the four-armed Nightwalkers both stopped moving. The difference is that Shuxi was completely unharmed, and the bone spear was nowhere to be seen in his hand. Not far away, the four-armed Nightwalker had his chest pierced by the bone spear of the Shuxi. Bang! The four-armed Night Stalker lay lifeless on the ground. Just moments ago, in a split second, Shuxi assessed the pros and cons of both sides and decided to suddenly release his grip just as they were about to make contact, sending the bone spear flying and piercing the four-armed Night Stalker to pieces. Meanwhile, Shuxi used levitation to dodge the four-armed Nightwalker's erratic arm. Shuxi stepped forward warily, carefully pulled out his bone spear, and then casually struck the four-armed Nightwalker on the head. Only then did Shuxi feel relieved. After the battle ended, by the time Shuxi returned riding Abyssal Tyrannoman, the battles of the other tribesmen were also nearing their conclusion. This is yet another victory. Such a victory was unimaginable for the trolls in previous winters. On the battlefield, everyone spontaneously shouted out the name of Shuxi. Shuxi, Shuxi, can you understand Chapter 44? Successfully advanced. After confirming that no other dark creatures were approaching, Shuxi returned to his tent. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya immediately surrounded them, asking all sorts of questions. Shuxi didn't hide anything and told the two women about their troll clan's achievement of annihilating over 100 Dark Nightwalkers, which surprised them with the troll clan's fighting strength. After another round of tender and affectionate moments, the succubus Yuna suddenly spoke. Shakes, next time you're on duty, can you bring Yuna along? Yuna doesn't want to worry about her beloved Shakesdraw while she's in the tent. Upon hearing this, Shuxi turned his head and met the succubus Yuna's rose-red eyes. Her face was still flushed with desire, giving her a unique charm. If you want, I'll agree. I don't want my woman to be some weakling who can't even kill a chicken. Grunt, the most useless and worthless scum in the troll tribe. With Shuxi's permission, the succubus Yuna leaned in and offered him a kiss. Master, I want to go too. The little snake girl Aya, who was already filled with lust but had no other choice, wagged her tail and made a low sound. Shakes found it somewhat amusing. The little snake woman Aya's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, as if she was afraid Shakes wouldn't hear her, yet also afraid the succubus Yuna would. Hurrah! My little Aya, you can go if you want. You can bring your triangular python with you. Master, it's cold outside. Triangle doesn't want to move. Driving it out, although this kind of weather is not friendly to snakes, can increase its resistance to the cold over time. All right, Master, I'll do as you say. Thus, Shuxi slept lightly in his tent for another half-day. Not long after, a member of the tribe came to inform Shuxi that the chieftain had invited him. A hint of joy appeared in Shuxi's eyes. He had already guessed why Chieftain Grell had summoned him. A moment later, at the chieftain's tent. Shax, here are all 112 dark source crystals for you. As soon as Shaksha sat down, before he could even take a few sips of the hot soup his brother Grell had handed him, Grell tossed a bag of dark source crystals in front of Shaksha. You continue. You drink yours, I'll talk. Shakes nodded, glanced at the bag of dark source crystals, suppressed his excitement, and forced himself to calm down. So, Shakespeare picked up the hot soup and drank it again. I have discussed it with Elder Genkai, and we will give you all the dark source crystals. But it's not for you to consume. It's for the Abyssal Tyrannoman to consume. We have even decided to supply the dark source crystals we harvest next to the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast until it advances to become a level 7 magical beast. Upon hearing this, Shuxi narrowed his eyes, finished the bowl of hot soup in one gulp, and quietly looked at Chieftain Grell, waiting for him to continue. I thought you would object. Or, unable to contain their excitement, they might stand up and loudly object. Shuxi, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I wouldn't believe you're a troll. After all, what other troll is as calm and powerful as you? Haha. Shuxi remained silent, still watching Chieftain Gerald quietly. Chieftain Gerald finished his joke, but seeing no reaction from Shuxi, he felt quite bored. Then, Chieftain Gerald's face hardened, and he spoke very seriously. Shuxi, I hope you can understand the good intentions of me and the Grand Elder. Whether it's you, me, or the Grand Elder, none of us can advance after consuming these dark source crystals. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus is a peak level 6 magical beast. If we give it these dark source crystals, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus will most likely break through its level and become a level 7 Abyss magical beast. A level 7 abyssal beast is a being above the hero level, with strength equivalent to a leader level. A clan having a leader level magical beast, Shuxi, do you know what that means? At this point, The troll chieftain Grell suddenly became extremely excited, stood up, swung open the tent flap with one hand, and pointed to the darkness in the distance. Shuxi, once the Abyss Tyrannosaurus becomes a level 7 magical beast, all the trolls in the Black Wasteland Forest will have to submit to our Mind Troll clan. Furthermore, next spring, in the territorial battle, we will defeat all the races of the Black Waste Forest, and they will have to submit to us. The Black Wasteland Forest will be the territory of our Mayan giant demon clan, and we will be in charge. A gust of cold wind blew into the tent, causing the long hair on the heads of Chieftain Grell and Shuxi to flutter. So, Shuxi, can you understand us? I know you have the heart of a strong person, and doing this will slow down your progress, but... Shuxi shook his head, stopping Chieftain Gerald from speaking. What is there that I can't understand? Improving Abyss Grayman's strength is improving my strength. Brother, I'm fine. Moreover, if I have the ability, I am happy to do what I can for my community. The troll Chieftain Grell was taken aback, but his face lit up with joy. Hurrah! Shakes, my brother. I knew you would understand. Well done, Shuxi. Shakes shook his head, a smile returning to his face. Alligator Turtle Valley, a clearing at the deepest part of the valley. After Shuxi and Chieftain Grell arrived here, Shuxi released the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Abyssal Tyrannoman lowered its head, allowing Shaxu to stroke its single horn, appearing extremely affectionate. When I was young, I also went to the Abyss. At the time, I was confident that I could sign an Abyssal Frost Spider, but after seeing the Abyssal Tyrannoman, I gave up the idea of signing an Abyssal Frost Spider. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. Not only did I fail to sign the Abyss Tyrannoman, but I also failed to obtain the Abyss Frost Spider later on. The troll Chieftain Grell looked at the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus with a hint of envy on his face. Shakes remained silent. When others are expressing their feelings, listening is the best option. Let's begin. After reminding Shakshu of something, the troll Chieftain Grell walked away a little further ahead. Shuxi took out the bag of dark source crystals from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird and showed it to the Abyss Tyrannoman. Roar, roar, roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman's eyes were filled with fanaticism as it carefully nudged Shaxu's chest with its massive head. Shuxi grinned and teased Abyss Grayman for a while before pouring a bag of dark source crystals into Abyss Grayman's mouth. Glug! The Abyssal Tyrannoman swallowed all the dark source crystals in one gulp and stared at Shaxu with wide eyes. A short while later, the Abyssal Tyrannoman roared and then laid down on the spot. Under the astonished gazes of Shuxi and Chieftain Grell, streams of black, demonic energy continuously emerged from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. The demonic energy grew increasingly dense, eventually enveloping the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and condensing into a giant black cocoon. Looking at the giant black cocoon, Shaxu instinctively thought that it must be a Tyrannosaurus egg. This scene means that Abyss Grayman is already advancing towards becoming a level 7 magical beast. The troll Chieftain Grell was shocked. Shakespeare was also shocked. Unexpectedly, just 100 or so dark source crystals were enough to advance the Abyss Tyrannoman's power level. Chapter 45. You take my surname, Dark Eagle Bat. However, it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time for the Abyssal Tyrannoman to advance to the level 7 magical beast. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi took the Abyss Tyrannoman into his heart and let it evolve inside his body. Hopefully nothing goes wrong before Abyssal Grayman wakes up. Without Abyss Grayman as a support, Xerox's safety level drops drastically. Currently, Shuxi's strength is only slightly greater than that of his elder brother Grell and the Grand Elder. At most, his strength lies in raw power. After Shuxi activates the Troll Blood skill, his power becomes terrifying, exceeding the limits of the hero level. However, this power is not effective in suppressing some large dark creatures. Don't worry, I'll send more people over the next couple of days. After offering a word of comfort, Chief Gerald returned to his tent. Meanwhile, Shuxi walked towards his tent. In a few hours, it will be his turn to be on duty. Fortunately, this time, Shuxi will bring along the Succubus Yuina and the Snake Girl Aya. In particular, Aya's triangular python temporarily made up for the lack of Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Time passed quickly, and as evening fell, Shuxi led the fully armed Succubus Yuina and the little snake woman Aya out of the tent. The guard squad of Shuxi, consisting of 4 trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, was already waiting outside the tent. After giving a shout, Shakes headed towards the entrance of the valley. At the stone gate at the valley entrance, elders Luo Sha, Ander, Gukido, and Assel met up, and Shakes took over the duty shift from Elder Genkai. Aya, summon the triangular python. Let it release its own scent. That will save us trouble. Upon hearing this, the little snake girl Aya took out a vertical flute from her bosom and began to play it. A strange, rhythmic clarinet sound rang out, and the ground shook. Soon, a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, poked its huge head out from the mound of earth outside the stone gate at the valley entrance. Hiss hiss hiss. The triangular python hissed, but its entire body was not fully exposed. Even its head was retracted into the large hole it had just created. Shakes didn't care. He only wanted the triangular python to release its magical beast aura to deter some unnecessary trouble. Of course, if intimidation fails, then fighting is the only option. Time passed second by second, and the 4 elders, Luo Sha, Ander, Gukutu, and Azur, had been sent by sheikhs to patrol the peaks on both sides of the valley to prevent other reptiles. The succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya followed Shuxi closely, never leaving his side. The succubus Yuina's beautiful eyes kept scanning the crocodile turtle valley. This was the first time she had left the Bloodline warriors' tent area in many days, and she was quite curious about this place. Shuxi, your Mayan trolls gathering place is a good camp, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Shuxi turned his head and reached out to hug the succubus Yuina's waist. It doesn't belong to you, Mayan, but to us Mayan. Yuina, you are now my demon wife, and you take my surname. Your name is now Yuina Mayan, understand? Sorry, Shakis. The succubus Yuina apologized and tiptoed to kiss Shuxi on the cheek. To be honest, the succubus Yuina hadn't quite realized that she was now part of the Mayan trolls. The darkness and cold before us are the same as always. The unknown and fear are ever-present companions. Just as the succubus Yuina was speaking, the triangular python in the cave outside the valley suddenly poked its head out and made a hissing sound. Master, Master, Mitsumi senses danger. The little snake girl, Aya, trembled slightly. The triangular python's reaction gave him the feeling of fear and terror. Shakes narrowed his eyes, then reached out his other large hand to embrace the little snake girl Aya, calming her down. At the same time, Shaksha had already turned to the guard troll terminal behind him and spoke. Sound the alarm. Everyone on high alert. Yes, Elder Shuxi. Nevertheless, Shuxi's brow remained furrowed. Shuxi gazed at the darkness beyond the valley entrance, but there was no movement or any dark creatures appearing. But the triangular python's low growls became clearer and deeper. In this situation, even a fool would know that the attacking dark creatures are either difficult to detect or come from the sky. Thinking of the sky, Shuxi quickly looked up, and just then, a dark shadow broke through the clouds and swooped down. The target of the dive was a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, that had poked its head out from outside the valley. Up there, Shuxi pushed the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya away, then drew his spear from behind and threw it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spears were thrown by Shuxi in quick succession, forming a triangular formation as they hurtled away. Buzzing. The next moment, a dizzying ultrasonic wave appeared, shaking all the troll bloodline warriors in the arena to the point of staggering. The battle came too suddenly, and Shuxi couldn't care less about the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya. Aura. Shuxi's reaction in that instant was incredibly fast. With the help of the blood of the trolls and the heart of the trolls, Shaksha's power increased more than 5-fold. Moreover, the roar that Shuxi just let out was no ordinary roar. When he roared, Shuxi activated the bloodlust aura, causing all friendly units within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In other words, the troll bloodline warriors have all woken up from their dizziness. The succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya behind Shaksha were both in a berserk state. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Shuxi threw 3 more spears, this time at a speed so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye, leaving only 3 streaks of light visible in the air. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled thuds came from midair, and a look of joy appeared in Shakespeare's eyes. Hit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the triangular python in the cave, under the influence of Shuxi's bloodlust aura, also crawled out, coiled up, raised its head, and roared and hissed at the dark shadow in the sky. The dark shadow high in the sky had previously destroyed the spear thrown by the Shuxi using ultrasonic waves. However, when Shuxi, whose power had just reached its peak, attacked again, the dark figure was caught off guard and failed to dodge, thus sustaining some injuries. Originally, the dark figure was about to leave, but unexpectedly, the triangular python in the burrow crawled out and made a provocative move. The provocation from the crawler made the dark figure in the sky feel insulted. Then, the shadowy figure became even more ferocious and charged down again without regard for anything else. Buzzing. Another wave of sound waves hit, and the trolls, who had entered a berserk state, felt a little better. Although it was uncomfortable, it wasn't unbearable. Shuxi, what's going on? This is... The troll chieftain Grell had just arrived at the valley entrance and was about to inquire about the details of Shaksha. It's a dark hawk bat. However, his question was answered by Elder Gankai, who had arrived first. What? Dark eagle bat? Chieftain Grell's expression changed drastically. He immediately looked up at the sky, trying to find the dark eagle bat. However, what the troll chieftain Grell saw was the sight of dark eagle bats swooping down like meteors. On the ground, the ferocious triangular python had already opened its mouth wide, ready to spew venom from a distance at any moment. Chapter 46 Death Scythe, Succubus Saves Lives. The dark eagle bat is a dark creature comparable to a level 6 magical beast, and it is also a flying dark creature. As long as the dark hawk bat doesn't lower its flight altitude, it's practically invincible and unkillable. However, at this point, it's hard to say. Clan leader, Grand Elder, I'm leaving this place to you. As he spoke, Shuxi had already donned the jade bone armor and was holding the bone spear in his hand. After saying this, Shuxi jumped off the stone wall and ran towards the place where the dark eagle bat and the triangular python were fighting. Shakes knew very well that although the triangular python had entered a berserk state and its strength had greatly increased, it was still no match for the dark eagle bat. The dark eagle bat swooped down, its sharp claws already descending towards the triangular python. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Seeing this, Shakshi could only throw his spear again. 3 more spears flew out in succession, one aimed straight at the dark eagle bat's head, one at its fleshy wing, and one at its heart. Uft, uft. Except for the spear aimed directly at the dark hawk bat's head, which was dodged, the other 2 spears struck the dark hawk bat. As it ran, Shuxi felt fortunate that the dark hawk bat was covered in downy fur, not scales. Otherwise, Shuxi's spear-throwing technique might not have caused much damage. Just as Shuxi was feeling relieved, the dark eagle bat and the triangular python had already come into close combat and started fighting. Because of the influence of the spear, the dark hawk bat's swooping direction changed, and its sharp claws did not strike the triangular python's head. Having dodged the fatal blow, the triangular python spat out a mouthful of venom, which was blocked by the dark eagle bat's fleshy wings. Then, it sprang up and coiled around the dark eagle bat, attempting to strangle it. The dark eagle bat is no slouch in close combat. It not only has eagle-like talons, but also short claws on the protrusions of its fleshy wings that are like hooks, aiming straight for the triangular python. Furthermore, the dark eagle bat's large mouth is filled with countless sharp teeth, and its 4 claws and large mouth work together to scratch and bite the triangular python, leaving it covered in wounds. However, in the face of death, the triangular python was ruthless enough to disregard its injuries and continuously compress the dark eagle bat with its body, strangling it. At that moment, Shuxi approached and circled around to the back of the dark hawk bat. Kill! Shuxi roared and leaped up, landing on the back of the dark eagle bat. Uft! A large hole appeared at the base of the dark hawk bat's neck, and Shuxi immediately stabbed it in that vital spot. The dark hawk bat felt the pain and sensed the danger. So the dark hawk bat released the triangular python it was biting, turned its head, and lunged at Shuxi. When the dark hawk bat was stung, Shaksha was already on guard, so he quickly released the bone spear and leaped away. The triangular python seized the opportunity, its large head swinging in an arc, first hitting the dark eagle bat's large head, and then biting the dark eagle bat's neck. Seeing this, Shuxi also found an opportunity, jumped onto the back of the dark hawk bat again, and pulled out the bone spear to continue stabbing the dark hawk bat. At this stage of the battle, the dark hawk bat sensed a life-threatening crisis. Moreover, a large wave of troll warriors had already rushed out from behind the stone wall in the valley, led by the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Gankai. The dark hawk bat knew that if it didn't leave soon, it would be surrounded and killed. So the dark eagle bat struggled to spread its fleshy wings, and its eagle-like claws forcefully tore open a section of the triangular python's body, freeing its wings. The triangular python, in its agony, became even more frenzied and violent. The remaining half of the triangular python's body continued to strangle the dark eagle bat and was now coiling around its neck. Buzzing. The dark hawk bat emitted another ultrasonic wave, repelling the troll bloodline warriors who were surrounding them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the dark eagle bat flapped its fleshy wings a few times and then rose into the sky in a shaky and hesitant manner. The kshatriya on the back of the dark eagle bat and the triangular python wrapped around it were also taken up with it. Shuxi! Shuxi! Below, The troll bloodline warriors, having realized what was happening, shouted the name of Shaksha, and a bad premonition rose in each of their hearts. As for Shuxi himself, he had no choice but to hold on tightly to the bone spear. Of course, Shuxi was also trying to find a way. He was stomping on the back of the dark eagle bat with all his might, trying to crush it to death before it rose too high. This method would definitely not work for anyone else, but it works for the Shikuji because the Shikuji's power is terrifying, and its stomping power is also terrifying. The mission of the scythe is to trample. The triangular python was desperately strangling and killing. Meanwhile, the dark eagle bat is struggling to fly high, as if fighting for its survival. The dark eagle bat flew higher and higher, and when it reached a certain critical point, it began to fall. Gradually, the falling dark eagle bats began to plummet, their speed increasing. The dark hawk bat is dead, and Shuxi knows it very well. However, the saxophone and the triangular python, which fell along with it, also sensed their impending death. Call. A beautiful figure flashed by, catching the falling Katsuki before losing her balance and flying sideways. In midair, Shaksha looked at the succubus Yuena, who had sprouted a pair of fleshy wings from her back and caught him in midair, and a sense of relief and gratitude rose in his heart. Shakus, are you alright? Fine. Having just escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, Shaksha was still shaken and unconsciously pulled the succubus Yuena into his arms. As if sensing the succubus Yuena's heartbeat and warmth, Shaksha finally came to his senses and realized he had survived. My Yuena, you are so beautiful. Shakes hugged Yuena tightly, his gratitude overflowing. Bang, bang. Just then, the dark eagle bat and the triangular python landed, their heavy impact sweeping away all the surrounding snow. Let's go check on the triangular python and see if it's still alive. Meanwhile, Shakes is constantly responding to the little snake girl Aya. She knows the situation of the triangular python best, and only Aya knows whether it can survive. As for the dark hawk bat, it was already dead beyond any doubt. Shakes was the first to reach the triangular python, whose body was already 1/3 missing. Moreover, the fall had almost shattered all the bones in the triangular python's body. If the triangular python hadn't used the rest of its body to protect its head and heart, it might have died along with the dark hawk bat. Looking at the triangular python's half-closed eyes, Shakes shouted loudly. Aya, Aya, where are you? Shaksha didn't receive a response from Aya, but the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai arrived at Shaksha's side. Shakus, are you alright? Shuxi, how are you? Shakes shook his head and looked at his elder brother and the grand elder. I'm fine. Yuena flew over and caught me. Landed safely, no injuries. Chapter 47, Is there still hope? We're getting closer. That's good. It's good that you're alright. After Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai investigated Shuxi, a great weight was finally lifted from their hearts. Then, Grell and the Grand Elder's gaze fell on the pair of rose-red fleshy wings on the succubus Yuena's back, and surprise appeared in their eyes. Afterwards, Grell and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, both of them even more satisfied with the succubus Yuena who had married into the troll race. They felt that this marriage between the troll and the succubus was a very wise decision. Master, I'm here. Behind the troll bloodline warriors, the little snake woman Aya couldn't squeeze in, so she had to call out to Shuxi loudly. Upon hearing this, Shuxi parted the group of trolls and pulled the little snake girl Aya to the side of the triangular python. Is there any hope for the triangular python? The little snake girl Aya had tears streaming down her face. She was somewhat downcast and sad. Master, Triangle is seriously injured. Neither Aya nor Triangle knows whether it will survive. Shakes was taken aback, raising an eyebrow slightly, whether he didn't know or wasn't sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. Seemingly realizing she hadn't explained herself clearly, the little snake girl Aya immediately added a sentence. The only thing we can do now is freeze Triangle and force it into hibernation. Maybe it can recover on its own, or maybe. After Aya, the little snake woman, said that, Shakes finally understood. The fate of this triangular python is uncertain. We can only leave it to fate. Let it hibernate. Yes, master. As she spoke, the little snake girl Aya prepared to collect the nearby snow to freeze the triangular python. You guys go help too. Shuxi glanced at the trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, and told them to go help the little snake girl Aya. After dealing with the triangular python, Shakes led Yuena and Aya back to the stone wall. With this battle, the crisis brought about by the dark hawk bats has finally been resolved. However, Shakes also lost a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, and Shakes himself walked back and forth on the tightrope of death, which frightened him quite a bit. Fortunately, no more dark creatures attacked during the subsequent shifts. Shakes guessed that it was highly likely that the lingering aura of the dark eagle bat and the triangular python had not dissipated, which was why those dark creatures dared not enter this area. Half a day later, Shuxi, Yuna, and the snake woman Aya returned to their tent. After eating a meal of meat, they all fell into a deep sleep to conserve their energy for the days to come. After the sky rose and the earth fell, and all things returned to peace, Shakshi embraced the succubus Yuna and stroked her back. Where are the wings hidden? Uft. Shakushi's question made the succubus Yuna, who was teasing Shakushi with strands of her hair, giggle. My Shakshi, those aren't wings, those are succubus wings. Oh, is there a difference? They can both fly. The succubus Yuna giggled again, climbed onto Shuxi's chest, kissed him, propped herself up on her hands, and looked into Shuxi's eyes. My Shakshi, your Yuna is a succubus royal, and Yuna has no fleshy wings. That's just one form that appears after the bloodline is activated. Furthermore, Yuna can't fly. For now, she can only glide at low altitudes. Shuxi laughed heartily, hugged Yuna tightly, lifted her up in front of him, and kissed her face to face. After a tender moment, Shakis's voice finally rang out softly. Whether it's flying or gliding, my Yuna is amazing. At least she saved my life. Yuna was very happy. She could feel that she and Shakshi had grown closer since she saved Shakshi. Perhaps, we've already crossed the line into love. In fact, in the past, Shakshi had always treated the relationship between Yuna and the snake woman Aya from the perspective of a man conquering women with his strength. However, from this day forward, Shuxi's opinion of Yuna changed. Therefore, Shakshi was even less able to resist Yuna, and the two let their desires burn each other. The next day, Shuxi woke up feeling refreshed. The snake girl Aya was preparing food, while the succubus Yuna was naked and huddled in an animal skin. Elder Shakes, the clan leader requests your presence. Not long after, a troll warrior arrived outside the tent to deliver a message. Shakes put on the animal skin, called out to the little snake girl Aya, and then walked out of the tent. In the chieftain's tent, only the elder brother, Gerald, was present this time. Shuxi, this is for you, the dark source crystal of the dark eagle bat. Instead of taking the dark source crystal from the table, Shuxi turned to stare at his brother Grell, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Don't doubt it, Shuxi, you are our second choice. The elder brother, Gerald, reached out and gently patted Shuxi's shoulder, speaking with deep affection. Shuxi, the Grand Elder and I both know very well that you have more potential than any of us. The Dark Source Crystal will be yours first. After you also advance in rank, it will be my turn and the Grand Elder's turn. Shuxi, don't let us down. Shuxi gazed at his brother Grell for a long time before finally reaching out to take the Dark Crystal. I guarantee that as long as I am here, the Mayan Troll clan will not decline. Without saying much, the elder brother Gerald patted Shuxi's shoulder again and handed him a bowl of meat soup from the side. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here's a stew made from the meat and bones of the dark hawkbat. Have a taste. Shakes took the hot soup, and after finishing the bowl, he felt warm all over. Go. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shuxi felt a heavy weight on his heart. A new responsibility had been placed upon his shoulders. When he returned to his tent, the succubus Yuna had already woken up. Her well-fitting leather armor concealed her alluring figure, making her dignified demeanor even more pronounced. Shakushi, you're back. Is there trouble with Taniguchi again? Shakes shook his head, took the meat porridge handed to him by the little snake woman Aya, and talked about the situation in Crocodile Turtle Valley while drinking it. Before returning, Shakes was feeling a little heavy-hearted, so he made a special trip to Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll cultivate for a while. I still need to relieve the Grand Elder tonight. After finishing his meal, Shuxi gave an instruction to the two women and, without any hesitation, took out the dark source crystal from the dark eagle bat and swallowed it. Soon, a burning sensation rose from his abdomen, and a surge of life energy began to cleanse Shake's entire body. Shuxi activated the troll bloodline, enduring the burning sensation and carefully sensing the changes in his body. 10 minutes later, the life energy disappeared. Shuxi did not open his eyes immediately, but instead focused his attention on the data panel. The dark source crystal that was consumed this time was much larger in size and energy than the one that Shakes had consumed before, and it also took longer to continuously evolve and cleanse the body. Seeing that all the stats on the hero template had increased by a full 60 points, Shuxi was overjoyed. Chapter 48 Blind Spider, Not Fast Enough. Soon, Shakes quickly scanned the data of his hero template, a wide smile on his face, extremely happy. Name, Shakshi Mayan, hero template. Race, troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, A nirvana, one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 405/500 plus 830, can be increased. Agility, 390/500 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 400/500 plus 20, can be improved. Constitution, 380/500 plus 20, can be improved. Resistance, 10% against all negative status effects. Skill, 1. Spear Mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing. Spear Specialization Branch Skill. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Beware, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Blood. Advanced Bloodline Skill, a transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation. Advanced martial skill. Levitating. Its purpose and destination unknown. When used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura. Heroic skill. Blood is merely a catalyst, a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura causes the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In this berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Heart of the Troll. Heroic skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. The increase in data acted like a stimulant, fueling Shuxi's thirst for dark creatures. Of course, this improvement also allows Zakisi to look to the future. Hunting dark creatures is risky, but also highly rewarding. Faced with the prospect of reward, Shuxi had lost all reverence for the dark creatures. I can become even stronger. After muttering something to himself, Shuxi pulled the succubus Yuina, who had come close to him, into his arms. Succubi are inherently passionate and wanton, and after Shuxi's teasing, Yuina's eyes became alluring. And so, another round of shameless humming and laughing erupted inside the tent. At midnight, Shuxi and his guard squad appeared precisely on time at the stone wall at the valley entrance. Shakes smelled a strong, pungent odor of blood. Elder you. It's nothing, just a small group of night stalkers. We've already killed them, and our people were only slightly injured. Shuxi frowned and glanced at the group of bloodline warriors behind the Grand Elder. Many of them were missing limbs and were clearly unable to continue fighting. Shakus, I'm leaving this place to you. The Elder sighed. Although he didn't say anything discouraging, Shuxi could tell that he was very down. Following behind the Elder were his clansmen who had hunted and fought alongside him against enemies for many years, and their bond had become very strong. Elder Genkai must be feeling terrible about these clansmen being injured. Shakes took a deep breath, exhaled the pent-up anger in his heart, and turned to speak to the 4 elders behind him. As usual, I will be stationed at the valley entrance, while elders Luo Sha, Andy, Gukido, and Assel will lead patrols. If anything happens, they will sound the alarm. Go. After the 4 troll elders and Shaksha touched arms in greeting, they led the group towards the valley peaks. Alligator Turtle Valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a cliff on one side and hillsides on the other 2 sides. Although the hillsides have been somewhat modified, some magical beasts skilled in climbing can still cross the mountains and attack the valleys. Shuxi was stationed at the valley entrance, and there were some decent quality throwing spears on the stone wall, which Chieftain Grell had prepared specifically for Shuxi. Grell vividly remembered the last time Shaksha had thrown all the spears away, so he found a troll warrior to carry the spears for Shaksha. Snow is falling and ice is forming at the same time. The harshest stage of winter has arrived. The succubus Yuna reached out and caught a clump of snowflakes, then blew it away. Once it freezes, the ground will no longer be so soft, and most dark creatures will come out to hunt in groups. The cold was bad enough, but the hunting by dark creatures made the black wasteland a nightmare. Shuxi remained silent. Having experienced the void worms, dark nightwalkers, and dark eagle bats, he had gained a general understanding of dark creatures. Trying to defeat these dark creatures with one's own strength is wishful thinking. Winning once does not mean winning every time. If you get hurt a little each time, and it happens a few times, not to mention trolls, even dragons will be worn down. Of course, it's easier to get along if you unite the strength of your community. However, it is still dangerous if the tribe is too weak. If a leader-level expert is in charge, it is an absolute pillar of stability for a race. This is why Chieftain Grell and Elder Steel K wanted to devote all their resources to nurturing Abyssal Tyrannomen. Thump thump thump. Just then, an alarm bell rang out from the mountains to the east. Leave a squad of Bloodline warriors to continue guarding the valley entrance. The rest of you follow me. Shuxi reacted quickly, leading a group of troll Bloodline warriors to the scene of the accident. On the stone wall, the troll elders, Losha and Ander, were leading a group of their people in throwing javelins and spears. Down the hillside, 7 or 8 dark creatures, much larger than adult elephants and resembling spiders, were climbing up. Elder Shuxi, they are a group of blind spiders, 9 in total, and they should be from the same nest. Shuxi nodded, staring at the group of blind spiders on the hillside that were almost touching the stone wall. His eyes narrowed and gradually sharpened. The javelins thrown by the trolls varied in power. Some could damage the blind spider, while others were deflected by the spider's raised legs. Elder Shuxi, these blind spiders have no eyes. They use telepathy. The javelins and spears thrown by our people rarely hit them. Shuxi did not respond to the troll Elder Luo Sha, but instead reached out and took the spear handed to him by Defek, a member of the guard, and threw it with full force in his normal state. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, and the blind spider crawling at the front of the hillside froze and exploded. Seeing this, Shuxi breathed a slight sigh of relief and spoke. The javelins you threw weren't fast enough. If they were faster, they would have hit the target. Chapter 49, Heavy Casualties, Limit Up Enhancement. Sizzle! Shuxi took another spear and threw it with all his might. Bang! Another blind spider couldn't withstand the power of the Zex and was shot to pieces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The successive deaths of their companions made the group of blind spiders feel threatened, and with a series of squeaks, they quickly retreated. Seeing this, Shuxi launched 3 more spears in a flash, but this time, only one blind spider was killed, while the other 2 managed to block Shuxi's spears. No, there's an even more powerful one lurking behind this group of blind spiders. The blind spider that was able to defend other blind spiders from a distance against the spears of the Xerxes was definitely not simple. Shuxi frowned as he looked at the blind spider, which had already retreated from the range of his spear. If this group of blind spiders continues to roam the troll territory, it will definitely be a major hidden danger, a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The spider leader hiding behind the scenes was something that Shuxi was very wary of, and he didn't dare to just chase after them and kill the group of blind spiders. Ding ding ding. However, at that moment, an alarm bell rang out from the valley entrance, causing Shake's expression to change drastically. Elder Luo Sha, Elder Andy, you continue to guard this place to prevent the blind spiders from attacking again. The rest of you, Bloodline warriors, come back to the valley entrance with me. At the mouth of the valley, in the dark snow ahead, 100 or so night walkers broke through the black mist and charged into the Crocodile Turtle Valley with reckless abandon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the stone wall, the troll warriors, who had not received the order from Shuxi to charge, could only keep throwing javelins and firing crossbows. However, the group of Dark Knight walkers charged recklessly and quickly approached the stone wall. When Shuxi returned to the stone wall at the valley entrance, the group of Dark Knight walkers was already close by, and the 2 sides had to engage in close-quarters combat. You stay here and assist with the crossbow firing. After turning his head and leaving a message for the succubus Yuena and the little snake woman Aya, Shuxi led a group of troll warriors out of the stone wall and charged into the Dark Knight walkers. Shuxi dared not hold back in the slightest, activating all 3 skills, Troll Blood, Void Levitation, and Bloodlust Aura, and shooting into the Dark Knight walkers like cannonballs. Wherever he passed, Dark Knight walkers fell to the ground and died. The other troll warriors, empowered by Shaksha's Bloodlust Aura, also appeared brave and aggressive, fearlessly fighting against the group of Dark Knight walkers. The battle quickly descended into mutual slaughter. In less than an hour, the group of Dark Knight walkers outside the stone wall in the valley were all wiped out. As the more than 100 trolls charged in, more than a dozen trolls were killed, sacrificing themselves heroically. A small number of trolls also suffered minor injuries, and Shaksha's mood was slightly heavy. This was the worst casualty he had ever suffered since he led the team. Elder Assel, you take your people and clean up the battlefield. I'll take a few Bloodline warriors and guard the area. Yes, Elder Shuxi. Soon, the bodies of the tribesmen were carried away to be burned and buried, and the Dark Nightwalkers were dissected and dismembered, yielding a considerable amount of Dark Source crystals. After the battlefield was cleared, Shuxi led his team back to the stone wall, and the stench of blood lingered in the vicinity for a long time. Shuxi's heart was constantly in his throat. He was genuinely afraid that the large dark creatures would be drawn by the smell of blood, which would put the troll race in serious trouble. Fortunately, no dark creatures attacked until Chief Gerald came to hand over the duties. Shuxi, go and rest. Leave this to me. The Shakshas suffered 2 attacks from dark creatures in one night. Chieftain Grell was awakened when the blind spider attacked, but fortunately the Shakshas managed to withstand everything. Chieftain Grell held Shaksha in his arms, feeling that his younger brother, Shaksha Mayan, had grown up completely and become a pillar of the troll race. Here you go, take it all. I'm rooting for you. Chieftain Grell handed 2 bags of dark crystals to Shaksha. One bag contained the dark creatures that Elder Steelk had killed during his turn to guard the area, and the other bag contained what Shaksha had obtained that night. I brought them over before I arrived. Use this time to rest and improve your strength. Shakshi accepted the dark crystal without hesitation. After reminding them of the blind spiders lurking to the east of the Grell Mountains, he led the exhausted trolls back to the tent. Inside the tent, only Shuxi remained. The succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya had both voluntarily come out of the tent to guard Shuxi. Now is the crucial time for Setsuki to enhance his strength. In the dark tide, all the trolls were on high alert, either fighting or preparing for battle. Even Shuxi felt a sense of urgency that drove him to keep moving forward. Inside the tent, Shuxi activated the troll blood, enduring the burning pain as he devoured the dark source crystal piece by piece. When Elder Genkai was on duty, he obtained 73 dark source crystals, though they were rather small. Each time you swallow one piece of XYZ, the value on the data panel will increase by between 10 and 20 points. When Shuxi consumed the 10th piece, his strength value on the data template had already reached its limit, reaching 500. She didn't stop taking the saxifrage, she continued to take it. When the 15th piece of Oxalis was consumed, the values of all attributes on the data template had reached their maximum values. The hero templates have finally stopped changing. Name, Shakshi Mayan, hero template. Race, troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 500/500 plus 1020, maximum. Agility, 500/500 plus 22, maximum. Intelligence, 500/500 plus 20, maximum. Constitution, 500/500 plus 20, maximum. Resistance, 10% against all negative status effects. Skill. 1. Spear Mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing. Spear Specialization Branch Skill. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Beware, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Blood. Advanced Bloodline Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation. Advanced martial skill. Levitating. Its purpose and destination unknown. When used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura. Heroic skill. Blood is merely a catalyst, a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura causes the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In this berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Heart of the Troll. Heroic skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. Chapter 50. Unexpected Advancement. Boiling Blood Sacrifice. Nevertheless, Shakes did not stop taking dark source crystals. The reason is simple. Just after the data of the Shakes template reached its limit, the life energy in his body actually began to gather towards his heart. That place is where the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was born. Abyssal Greymon, in its evolutionary stage, conveyed to Zest its intense desire for energy through its mind. Therefore, Shuxi did not stop taking dark source crystals. The life energy generated by those dark source crystals is partly used to continuously transform the body of the Shuxi, and partly absorbed by the abyssal Tyrannoman. Time passed by, and soon the bag of dark source crystals that the Grand Elder had hunted was completely used up. Shakes didn't feel any remorse. He took out the more than 100 dark source crystals that he had hunted with his team and continued to consume them. A dark source crystal was dropped and absorbed by the Abyss Tyrannoman. Another dark source crystal was dropped and absorbed by Abyssal Tyrannoman once again. Shuxi remained expressionless and continued swallowing. When only a small portion of the dark source crystal remained in his hand, the Abyssal Tyrannoman in his heart stopped absorbing it and underwent a strange and inexplicable change. Roar. A roar erupted from the heart of Shaksha, echoing throughout the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley, awakening all the trolls. Alligator Turtle Valley was thus plunged into a brief period of turmoil. Soon, the riot subsided, and Alligator Turtle Valley returned to peace. On the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell gazed at the area of Bloodline warrior tents, his large hands trembling slightly behind his back. That voice, it's Abyssal Tyrannoman, Shax, we must succeed. Deep in the valley, Elder Genkai was also awakened from his slumber. Elder Genkai stepped out of his tent, his eyes fixed intently on the other side of the tent area, where the tents of Shakes were dimly lit by the campfire. Go, Shakes. Our fate as trolls is now intertwined with yours. Inside the tent, Shuxi could already sense that the Abyss Tyrannoman had successfully advanced to a level 7 magical beast, which is a leader-level magical beast. However, this was not the most surprising thing for Shakes. Just now, the strange energy change that occurred when Abyssal Greymon advanced has affected Setsu. Shuxi, whose hero template data had reached its peak, was also affected by that strange energy and began to advance his template. Template advancement requires a large amount of life energy. Without any hesitation, Shuxi swallowed the remaining dark source crystals in a short period of time. With the emergence of sufficient life energy, a wondrous change occurred in Kshatriya's body. As for Shuxi himself, he had already fallen into a state of enlightenment. Half a day later, the Kshatriya inside the tent suddenly opened his eyes and roared. Roar. This is the roar of a troll. It was also a roar from the Shakshi. That roar carried the suppression of bloodline power. On the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell couldn't help but kneel down, suppressed by the bloodline of the Shakshini. Behind Chieftain Grell, all the troll warriors prostrated themselves on the ground, as if on a pilgrimage. Deep in the valley, inside the Grand Elder's tent, Grand Elder Genkai was also prostrate on the ground, but he showed no anger. On the contrary, Elder Genkai was trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. It's a success. Shakes. He really succeeded. By the Supreme Being, glory has descended upon the Mayan giant demon clan. Just then, cheers suddenly erupted in Alligator Turtle Valley. Shuxi. Aura. Shuxi. Aura. The two voices echoed as all the trolls shouted, and the bloodline warriors were especially excited. Outside the tent, the Succubus Yuna and the Snake Girl Aya, who were closest to Shuxi, were already prostrate on the ground, looking at the tent with great excitement. From that moment on, both the Succubus Yuna and the Snake Girl Aya understood that the man they followed was a great being. Inside the tent, Shakes didn't rush out, but instead checked his data template. Name, Shakshi Mayan, Leader Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Ash chest quantity, 7. Strength, 1500/5000, plus 3200, can be increased. Agility, 1250/5000, plus 202, can be improved. Intelligence, 1200/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 2000/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20%, against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72%, troll. Skill, 1. Spear mastery. Advanced trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear throwing. Spear specialization branch skill. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Beware, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll blood. Advanced Bloodline skill, a transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased tenfold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation, advanced martial skill levitating, its purpose and destination unknown. When used, increases movement speed by 50% of agility. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura. Heroic skill. Blood is merely a catalyst, a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura causes the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In this berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Heart of the Troll. Heroic skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. 8. Boiling Blood Sacrifice. Special hero-level skill power from the troll bloodline. When Boiling Blood Sacrifice is activated, the troll loses half of its life energy. The lost life energy will be transformed into a sacrificial power. The sacrificial power will instantly kill any being of the same rank, and has a 50% chance of instantly killing any being of a higher rank. It has no effect on any being of a higher rank. After carefully reviewing his template data, Shakes slowly let out a breath. This advancement came so unexpectedly. Shuxi thought he would be stuck at the peak of hero level for a while, but unexpectedly, he was given a boost by Abyss Greymon and seized the opportunity to advance successfully. However, it also has significant drawbacks. Among the leaders, the Shakshi are considered to be at the lower level. Compared to the extreme values of each attribute, the average value of XYZ is less than 1500, which seems too low. Now, Shuxi feels like he's full of power, his muscles are bulging, and his physical defense is strong enough to withstand some low-level weapons. As the rank increases, the limit value of the data template of the saxophone also increases, directly from 500 to 5000. This shows that the difference between boss level and hero level is very large. Of course, with this advancement, a new attribute has also appeared in the data template, Bloodline Purity. The Shikshita bloodline is that of a troll, with a bloodline purity of 72%. Regarding bloodlines, Shuxi knows some information on the surface, but he is still unclear about the hidden aspects. However, there's no rush, we'll figure it all out one by one in the future. Furthermore, the newly introduced special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, significantly increases the safety of the Zakisi. Chapter 51 Six-Winged Flying Serpent, Roar of the Fiery Dragon. Of course, besides Boiling Blood Sacrifice, other skills have also undergone some changes. For example, after the Troll Blood is activated, all attributes are increased by 10 times. However, the drawbacks have also increased. Stamina is consumed faster, and if the skill lasts too long, it can lead to a period of fatigue. When exhausted, the Shakshi will be unable to move and will be at the mercy of the enemy if they encounter one. Finally, the attribute values that Abyssal Greymon gave back to Xerox have also increased from 20 to 200. This is an expected improvement. At the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell had just stood up from the ground, his excitement still fresh, when the Valley of Alligator Turtles was greeted by dark creatures. Ow! A sound like a tiger's roar came from the horizon, growing ever closer. This was the sound of the Shakis's howl, which traveled to great distances, attracting the dark creatures that came to investigate. Chief, it's a dark creature. A troll elder looked up and was the first to spot the dark creature. Meanwhile, the dark creature that had been emitting the howling sound drew ever closer, its figure moving through the darkness, its body blotting out the sky. Ow! Another tiger's roar rang out, and Chieftain Gerald's voice was stern and fierce. Quickly, go and summon Shuxi. However, just after Chief Gerald finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. Brother, don't worry, I've arrived. Shakes, clad in leather armor and carrying a bone spear upside down, slowly approached the valley entrance. Shakes looked up and the dark creature in the sky was now clearly visible. It was a flying serpent nearly 100 meters long. The flying serpent's body had 3 pairs of fleshy wings spread out, creating a magnificent sight that blotted out the sky. However, Shuxi remained calm, as the dark creature before him was not a leader-level dark creature. The 6-winged flying serpent is merely a being that surpasses the hero level, and its aura is very similar to that of the hero-level Shuxi after activating the troll blood. Shuxi, be careful, This should be a leader-level dark creature. Succubus shook his head, looked at the sky, and instead of using his signature spear-throwing technique, released the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Roar. The roar of dragons rose and fell, and the Abyss Tyrannosaurus appeared outside the valley. Its original 20-meter length had increased to 40 meters, more than doubling in size. The appearance of the Abyssal Tyrannoman caused the six-winged flying serpent in the air to stiffen and almost fall down. The dark creature, the six-winged flying serpent, reacted quickly. It sensed the aura of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. That was the aura of a leader, so the six-winged flying serpent turned around and prepared to flee. But it was too late. Boom. The sound was like a giant cannon, echoing throughout Alligator Turtle Valley. Just now, the Abyssal Tyrannoman opened its mouth wide, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and a Abyssal Flame Dragon bullet formed in its mouth and shot out. This is Abyssal Greyman's latest skill, and also its only ranged attack method. Abyssal Flame Dragon Bullet is a skill that Abyssal Tyrannoman developed after consuming the Abyssal Spirit Core. In midair, the six-winged flying serpent was hit, its body burst into flames, and its entire huge serpent body tumbled and fell downwards. Boom. Not long after, the six-winged flying serpent crashed to the ground, not yet completely dead. However, at that moment, Abyssal Greyman had already rushed out. The Abyssal Tyrannoman charged forward with its massive body, causing the ground to tremble. Click, click, click. When Shuxi, Chieftain Grell, and Elder Genkai appeared beside the six-winged serpent, the six-winged serpent was already dead. The most terrifying thing was that the six-winged flying serpent's neck was bitten in two by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shuxi made Abyssal Tyrannoman absorb the Abyssal Demon Flames, and the air was immediately filled with the smell of burnt meat. Not bad. Although this snake is a bit thin, its body is long enough, and it still has quite a bit of meat on it. Shuxi muttered something to himself, leaving the trolls following behind speechless. Shuxi, is this a leader-level dark creature? The elder who had asked the question, Shuxi turned his head and smiled at him, speaking softly. Not quite, but it's close. If I had encountered this before, I probably would have been in grave danger, since this giant snake can fly, while I can't. Boom, boom, boom. After swallowing several large mouthfuls of the flesh of the six-winged flying serpent, the Abyssal Tyrannoman trampled the earth and returned to Shaxu's side. Roar. A deep, angry roar resounded, and an immense pressure swept over them, causing the trolls behind Shuxi to unconsciously retreat. Only Shuxi remained unmoved, reaching out to stroke the even more ferocious head of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Not bad. That single horn on your head is quite interesting. Roar. Abyssal Greyman responded with a roar, and Shaxu patted Abyssal Greyman's big head. The next moment, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast transformed into a streak of blood-red light and returned to the heart of Shuxi for gestation. Given the size of the Abyssal Tyrannoman, it is really not suitable to continue feeding it in Alligator Turtle Valley. Furthermore, the next step for the Shaxu is to begin a hunt for dark creatures, and the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which does not know how to conceal its aura, is not suitable to appear in the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Brother, the dark source crystal of the six-winged flying serpent can greatly enhance your abilities. In front of everyone, Shuxi extended his spear, personally dug out the dark source crystal of the six-winged serpent, and handed it to the troll chieftain Grell. This is the first gift from Shuxi, and there will be more to come. Don't refuse. After you advance, you'll be the Grand Elder. Shuxi was very assertive, and his tone left no room for argument. Greel, the troll chieftain, is Shaksha's older brother, and they have a very close brotherly relationship. Therefore, after Shaksha advanced to the leader level, he forcefully listed Grell as the first person whose strength needed to be improved. Hara, chieftain, please accept it. As the patriarch of the Mayan giant demon clan, one certainly cannot be too weak. Elder Genkai stepped forward and offered some advice to Chieftain Grell. Elder Genkai knew very well that Chieftain Grell was hesitating about whether to give him the opportunity first. Elder, perhaps. Chieftain, no? Listen to Shuxi. Finally, the troll Chieftain Grell glanced back at Shaksha and accepted the dark source crystal. Upon seeing this, Shuxi smiled. Then Shuxi turned to look at the Grand Elder and said very seriously, "Thank you for your understanding, Elder. I don't care about anything else. After my brother Grell, the one who needs to improve strength is you, Elder." Shakis spoke with great authority, seriousness, and earnestness, leaving no room for doubt. Currently, the only ones most likely to advance to the leader level in the entire Mayan troll clan are Clan Chief Grell and Elder Genkai. The others are still quite far behind. It is impossible for the Shuxi to waste such scarce resources on improving clansmen who are not strong enough or not closely related to them. Leave the rest to me. Brother, you go and improve first. Chieftain Gerald nodded emphatically, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Of course, I felt mostly excited. Grell hadn't expected that not only had Abyssal Tyrannomen advanced, but even Shuxi had. This sudden surprise caught the clan leader off guard. Does our Mayan troll clan really have 2 leaders? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Chapter 52 Enthusiastic and direct, a pillar of strength. Tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. First came the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, then the howl of the Shuxi, and finally the howl of the 6-winged flying serpent, which completely awakened the men, women, and children of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Before long, the 6-winged flying serpent's 100-meter-long body was carried into the valley in sections, causing a sensation. This night will be etched in the memories of all trolls. Because, on this night, 2 beams of glory descended upon Crocodile Turtle Valley and upon the Mayan Troll clan. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Succubus, stood with his hands behind his back on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, facing the darkness in the distance, his black hair and animal skin clothes fluttering in the cold wind. The lingering aura of the 6-winged flying serpent was still quite strong, and no dark creatures attacked in the latter half of the night. This allowed the trolls' bonfire feast to proceed smoothly, and Alligator Turtle Valley was plunged into a brief period of revelry. At dawn, the Grand Elder led his people to replace Shuxi. Succubus, go have a good meal, then take a long nap to replace me. Shuxi nodded, looked at the Grand Elder, and spoke in a respectful tone. Elder, if there's anything, have someone from the clan come and inform me. My existence is to reduce the sacrifices and injuries of my people. Elder Genkai nodded emphatically. He understood that Shakes was concerned about him and about his people. Don't worry, Succubus. Shuxi nodded, holding his spear upside down, and braved the wind and snow to return to the Bloodline warriors' tent area. You little brats, perk up and defend our home. The good days for us Mayan trolls have arrived. Ha! Shuxi went to the valley square, and news of his killing of the dark creature, the 6-winged flying serpent, had spread. All the tribesmen enjoyed a high-class monster meat dinner. Of course, what reassured the trolls was that Shuxi had advanced to become a leader-level powerhouse. The presence of a leader-level powerhouse means that Crocodile Turtle Valley will be safe and sound this winter, and the trolls will no longer suffer the constant loss of their bloodline warriors as before. Soon, Shuxi returned to the tent. My Shuxi, hero of the troll race, you have finally returned. As soon as Shuxi entered the tent, the succubus Yuena approached him. The succubus was wanton and passionate, direct. While offering kisses, the succubus Yuena helped Shuxi remove his leather armor. The two then spent some tender time together, filled with sweetness and shyness. After everything calmed down, Shuxi fell into a deep sleep, holding the succubus Yuena. Half a day later, Shuxi woke up and patted the succubus Yuena, who was pressing down on his arm, to wake her up. Shuxi turned his head, intending to wake up the little snake girl Aya as well, but the latter had already opened her big eyes and was staring intently at Shuxi. Is something the matter? Master, I'm all right. Just then, the succubus Yuena's lazy voice rang out from inside the animal skin. My dearest Shakespeare, your little slave girl is in heat. The succubus Yuena giggled incessantly, while the little snake woman Aya lowered her head and remained silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shakes shrugged, seemingly unaffected. Shaksha is a troll. He is no longer a human from the world he once was. His environment has made him forget those strange ideas about morality and shame. Quick, get up and get something to eat. You'll be coming with me for your shift later. When it came to serious business, the succubus Yuena and the snake girl Aya quickly got up, changed into leather armor, and efficiently prepared a meat meal for Shuxi. The main reason was the bonfire party last night, where the trolls sent a lot of roasted meat to the Bloodline warriors' tents, which could be eaten after being heated up. An hour later, when Shuxi stepped out of the tent, a group of trolls had been waiting outside for some time. Led by 4 troll elders, along with the guards of Shaksha, Teminal, Longmu, Defike, and Ermi. The team of nearly 20 people warmed Shakespeare's heart. Let's go? Shakes didn't ramble on or try to motivate his subordinates, because there was no need for it at the moment. The appearance of the Shuxi was the greatest encouragement and the strongest pillar of stability for the tribe. After handing over the duties to Elder Genkai, Shuxi left the 2 troll elders, Luosha and Ander, at the entrance of the valley, while he led the other 2 troll elders, Gakoto and Assel, to patrol the mountains on both sides of the valley. Shakespeare still remembered that there was a nest of blind spiders at the foot of the mountains to the east. Regarding this time bomb, Shakes decided to remove it tonight. How can one allow others to snore under one's bed? Isn't that the logic? Upon arriving at the eastern mountain ridge, Shuxi first inquired with the troll warriors stationed there. Reporting to Elder Shuxi, no trace of the blind spider has been found yet, nor have any other dark creatures been discovered. Shakes nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you know the specific terrain at the foot of the mountain?" The troll warrior shook his head, and Shaksha was slightly disappointed. However, the troll Elder Gakodo, who was standing behind Shuxi, spoke up at this moment. "There are hills below, with many canyons and fissures between them. I suppose the blind spiders are hiding in there." Shuxi turned around, and the troll Elder Gakodo did not avoid Shuxi's gaze. During the summer, the Grand Elder led us to clear some of the fallen ancient trees below to prevent those magical beasts from climbing up here. Upon hearing this, Shuxi looked at the dark, bottomless hillside and suddenly turned to the others. "You all wait here for me. I'm going down to check the situation." After saying that, Shuxi leaped down and slid rapidly down the slope. "Elder Shakes you." Before the troll Elder Gakodo could finish his persuasion, Shaksha had already disappeared from sight. The car went down the slope, getting faster and faster. Shuxi would occasionally tap the stone wall with his bone spear to slow down. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, what appeared before Shaksha was an underground fissure. The light was too dim, and even though the trolls had night vision, they could not see very clearly. Shuxi found no dark creatures, and the group of blind spiders had vanished without a trace. Shuxi sighed, intending to immediately turn around and crawl back. However, after thinking for a moment, Shuxi roared at the underground crack, and his leader-level aura swept down unrestrainedly. Unfortunately, there was no response from underground. Without any hesitation, Shuxi turned and began to climb. The roar that Shuxi just let out was a warning, just in case, to the dark creatures that might be hiding in the underground cracks. Bang! Shuxi landed on both feet and successfully returned to the stone wall. Upon seeing Shuxi's return, Yina, the snake woman Aya, and the four troll elders all breathed a sigh of relief. No trace of dark creatures has been found, but we must remain vigilant and continue to be on alert. After saying that, Shuxi led Yina and the snake woman Aya back to the mouth of the valley. Back at the mouth of the valley, after sending Luo Sha and Andy out to patrol, Shake stood on the stone wall and fell into deep thought. Shuxi needs to increase the strength of those around him and his clan, and he needs a large amount of dark source crystals. So the question at hand is, how can we attract more dark creatures? This is a problem that Shakespeare is considering. Chapter 53, Creating Bait, Dark Demon Attacks. If Shuxi wants to obtain more dark source crystals, he must kill more dark creatures. The idea of luring and killing was Shuxi's plan. Of course, this also became the choice of the Kashkis. Lure and kill involves using special methods to lure prey into a trap and then kill it. To lure and kill, you need bait. Bait, bait. Shake stood atop the stone wall, his thoughts churning. As night fell, a group of strangely shaped dark night walkers broke through the snow fog and stormed into Alligator Turtle Valley. Hoo-hoo. Shuxi did not have the troll warriors open the stone door. Instead, he jumped down from the stone wall by himself, grabbed his bone spear, and rushed out. This time, Katsuki didn't summon Abyss Greymon. He wanted to use these dark night walkers to get used to his growing power. With a spear in hand, I have the world at my command. At this moment, Shakesaw is like a lone general holding off 1,000 troops, displaying a heroic spirit. However, on the other hand, the leader-level Shuxi was indeed very strong, so strong that this group of dark night walkers could not harm him. In Shake's hands, the spear leaped like a dragon in the clouds, lurked like a giant fish in the water, and when it was thrust out, it was like a tiger emerging from its cage. About half an hour later, Shuxi withdrew his spear, and the ground was littered with corpses. At this moment, the four troll guards, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, had already emerged from the valley. Dispose of the corpses, dig out all the dark source crystals, and send them to the clan leader. Also, collect the blood of these monsters, stir it well, and don't let it coagulate. I have a great use for it. After giving instructions to his guard squad, Shuxi returned to the stone wall. Shuxi, what are you collecting that blood for? The succubus Yuna had been following behind Shuxi ever since the battle ended, and she had heard Shuxi's instructions. I want to use this as bait to thicken the blood energy around Crocodile Turtle Valley and attract more dark creatures. Shuxi, do you intend to hunt those dark creatures? Yes, my elder brother needs to improve, the Grand Elder needs to improve, and as my women, you all need to improve, as well as many other clansmen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shuxi, the succubus Yuena wanted to say something, but her rosy lips were already silenced by Shuxi's large mouth. My Yuena, you must understand that after we, the Mayan trolls, survive this winter, we will devour the other troll tribes in the surrounding area. Next, we will unify the Black Wasteland Forest. Yuena, we need you. Your wisdom should be put to use, and you should enjoy the glory. Shuxi spoke with great emotion, and the succubus Yuena was also stirred up. Shuxi, I will do everything in my power to help you. I will help you, the Mayan giant demons. Ha ha ha, good. At dawn, the polar night still lingers. The troll chieftain Grell walked in with heavy steps, his breath extremely long. Brother, Shakes, it's my turn. Go and rest. Shakes nodded, and orderly withdrew his men. Brother, how are you feeling? While waiting, Shuxi asked about his brother Grell's condition. Very good, excellent. After consuming so many dark source crystals, although I haven't reached the level of advancement, I'm not far from the peak of my current level. Chieftain Gerald was very confident and assertive, and as he spoke, he even raised the warhammer in his hand and shook it twice. That's good. Oh, right, if any dark creatures attack, I'll collect their blood to use as bait. After giving that brief explanation, Shuxi didn't say anything more. Reaching a higher rank wasn't so easy. Even Shuxi himself only managed to advance successfully because he received support from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. If Abyssal Tyrannoman had not been taken back to its heart and nurtured by Shuxi would have lost the opportunity to advance. A moment later, Shuxi led Yuena and Aya back to his tent. After a passionate encounter, Shuxi, with Yuena on his right arm and the snake woman Aya on his left, asked indifferently, "How is the triangular python doing?" The little snake girl, Aya, stiffened for a moment and said somewhat dejectedly, "Master, Triangle is not doing well. It has been frozen and is half dead. If spring comes and Triangle hasn't woken up, I guess. The little snake girl, Aya, didn't say the last thing. Shakes fell silent and remained silent for a long time. Let's wait and see. Once we've supplied the Grand Elder with enough dark source crystals, if there are any left over, I'll ask you for some. When the time comes, we'll unseal the triangular python, feed it some dark source crystals, and see if we can save it." After a long while, Shuxi calmly uttered these words, much to the delight of the little snake girl Aya. "Master, is it really okay?" The little snake girl Aya didn't receive a response from Shuxi, but instead was teased by the succubus Yuena. "What, little snake woman, do you dare to doubt my dear Shuxi, your great master?" As she spoke, the succubus Yuena had already grabbed the little snake girl Aya and was scratching her waist and armpits. Next, sounds of pleas for mercy and laughter filled the tent. And so, the days passed one by one. Winter was soon more than halfway over. On this day, it was Shuxi's turn to be on duty. Shuxi directly dispatched troll warriors to splatter blood all over the snow outside the valley, waiting for the dark creatures to take the bait. In recent days, Shuxi has been using this method to attract many dark creatures. After slaying these dark creatures, not only did Chieftain Grell reach the peak of heroic level, but even Elder Steelk was close to it. During this period, Elder Steelk consumed a considerable amount of dark source crystals, several times more than Chieftain Grell. The main reason is that Elder Genkai is old and has little life energy in his body. In addition, Elder Genkai had been stuck at the hero level for many years and had countless hidden injuries on his body. After consuming a large amount of dark source crystals, it took a lot of life energy to fully repair those hidden injuries. Elder Genkai is now even more vigorous, and even the hair on his head has grown back quite a bit. This idea of luring and killing dark creatures is something that only Shakespeare, during his turn to be on duty, dares to do in the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, this time, Shuxi lured not the Dark Nightwalkers, but a large group of dark demons. The dark demon is entirely black, has no eyes, only limbs and a large mouth, and its body is extremely flexible, about the size of an ordinary tiger. Strangely enough, when weapons are shot into the dark demon's body, there is no bleeding, and the dark demon does not feel any pain, which is extremely bizarre. Even Shuxi frowned upon seeing this group of at least 40 dark demons. Dark demons are extremely difficult to deal with, almost as if they are immune to physical damage. Chapter 54 Snake Woman Skills, Four-Winged Bloodbat. Shakes, should we notify the clan shaman? The succubus Yuna has integrated into the troll tribe and naturally identified herself with the troll identity. Shuxi hesitated as he looked at the group of dark demons rushing towards him. Troll wizards, each one a treasure to the tribe. Even when the dark tide arrived, Chieftain Grell couldn't bear to send those troll wizards to the battlefield. Among the troll race, very few trolls are born with wizarding talents due to their innate physical characteristics. Every troll wizard can comprehend corresponding blood magic and abyss magic. Of course, in the eyes of the trolls, the magic of troll wizards is witchcraft. Troll wizards have unique abilities. Due to their blood magic, most of them possess healing spells, and some can even regrow the limbs of wounded trolls. Most importantly, the troll shamans in the tribe possess various sacrificial, sealing, and prayer magic arrays recorded on the troll race's tribal artifacts. Therefore, troll wizards have always been treasured by the troll race. Just as Shuxi was deep in thought, the little snake girl Aya beside him suddenly spoke. Master, perhaps I can help you. Shuxi turned his head and stared intently at the little snake woman Aya, making the latter feel extremely uncomfortable. My little Aya, tell me, how can you help me? Shakes tried to soften his tone to make the little snake girl Aya feel at ease. Because of the bondage of slavery, Shuxi's emotions could be directly manifested in the heart of the little snake girl Aya, and the little snake girl Aya quickly calmed down. Master, Aya can enchant your weapon, giving it a low-level petrification effect for a short time. Shuxi's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he handed the bone spear to the little snake woman, Aya. The little snake woman, Aya, didn't hesitate. She held up Shuxi's spear with both hands and muttered a spell that Shuxi couldn't understand. That must be parcel tongue. Shakes had seen the little snake girl Aya communicate with the triangular python in this language, and he remembered it vividly. Master, that's enough. Shuxi nodded, leaped off the stone wall, and charged toward the dark demon that was right in front of him. The speed and strength of the Shuxi were great. Wherever it passed, it would surely strike the dark demon. The dark demons injured by Shuxi were all afflicted with petrification magic. Half of their bodies were petrified, and they lost their ability to move. Seeing that the petrification spell was effective, Shuxi increased his speed again. 5 minutes later, all the dark demons lay on the ground, their bodies half frozen. Shuxi stepped forward and finished them off one by one. After that, Shuxi left the rest to his subordinates. He had already returned to the stone wall and to the side of the little snake girl, Aya. Shikushi looked at the little snake girl Aya with the eyes of someone who had discovered a treasure, making the latter very embarrassed. My little Aya, I never knew you knew such a special magic as petrification. The little snake girl, Aya, shook her head shyly, thought for a moment, and whispered, Master, it's not that Aya's petrification technique is powerful, but that the magic resistance of those dark demons is too abnormal. Upon hearing this, Shakshi's eyes became puzzled. Master, Aya's petrification spell is only at the beginner level, and her enchanted petrification spell is also at the beginner level. Although Aya didn't know what the dark demons were, she understood that the basic petrification spell could produce the same effect as just now. The dark demons had very low magic resistance, almost none at all. Master, once Aya advances to Medusa, her petrification spell will also advance, allowing her to enchant your weapon with an even stronger petrification spell. When it came to the advanced Medusa, the little snake woman Aya's voice was very low, as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Whenever Medusa is mentioned, the snake woman Aya thinks of the crazy things that Shuxi and the Succubus Yuina did in the tent. Gradually, the little snake girl Aya's face turned red, and her snake tail, which was dragging on the ground, began to sway involuntarily. Shuxi didn't notice anything unusual about the little snake girl Aya. He was currently thinking about how to maximize the use of Aya's petrification technique. Of course, there's also how to quickly advance the little snake girl Aya to hero level, then to Medusa, and enhance her petrification spell. Shuxi didn't notice Aya's unusual behavior, but it couldn't escape the notice of the clever Succubus Yuina. The Succubus Yuina stared at the little snake woman Aya with a smile, and then a wicked grin appeared on her face, as if she had thought of something. If you look closely, you can also see a hint of lust and lewdness in the eyes of the Succubus Yuina. Soon, the battlefield was completely wiped out, and Shuxi, Yuina, and the snake woman Aya stood on the stone wall once again, waiting for the dark creatures to come to them. Unfortunately, no dark creatures came again until dawn. Elder Genkai arrived with a group of trolls, ready to take over from Shuxi. However, at that moment, Shuxi raised an eyebrow and looked up at the distant sky. There, a dark figure is approaching. Dark Eagle Bat. This was the first reaction in the minds of Shakes and Elder Genkai. However, when the dark creature got a little closer, the expressions of Shuxi and Elder Genkai changed drastically. Oh no, it's a leader-level dark creature, a four-winged blood bat. Elder Genkai cried out in shock, for the previous patriarch of the Mayan troll clan had died at the hands of such a monster. You should retreat back into the depths of the valley. This is not a place for you. Shuxi gave a brief instruction to the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya, then took out a spear from his back and threw it with all his might. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 5 spears, each with a blood-red tail, tore through the air and soared into the sky. Buzzing. The familiar sonic attack shattered the 5 spears as soon as they got close, as they were instantly destroyed by the 4-winged blood bats. At the same time, all the trolls in the entire Alligator Turtle Valley were awakened, and the next second all the trolls covered their ears in extreme pain. Shuxi activated Troll Blood and Bloodlust Aura ahead of time, causing all his tribesmen nearby to go berserk, making the situation slightly better. However, trolls below hero level are still not much better off. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shuxi then hurled 5 more spears into the air in a counterattack. Buzzing. Another sonic attack shattered the spear once more. The 4-winged bloodbat in the sky was highly intelligent. Seeing that Shuxi was a leader, it did not rashly swoop down. The 4-winged bloodbat's spirit hovered above Shuxi's head, constantly attacking him with sonic waves. However, at this time, Shuxi had already activated the troll bloodline, causing all his attributes to surge and his physique to improve significantly. The X-ray could easily withstand such a powerful sonic attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shuxi jumped off the stone wall, away from some of the Crocodile Turtle Valley, and threw 5 more spears. The spear was shattered again, but this time the sonic attack from the 4-winged bloodbats was much weaker. Upon realizing this, Shuxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was able to throw the spear with such force was because his power had increased tenfold after the activation of the troll blood. The 4-winged bloodbat, however, does not possess troll blood. However, Shikushi's stamina was also rapidly depleting. Thinking of this, Shake suddenly had an idea to lure and kill the 4-winged bloodbats. Chapter 55 Lure and Kill the Leader, I Will Love You Forever. Having come up with the idea of luring and killing the 4-winged bloodbats, Shuxi turned off the troll blood skill. The next second, Shuxi's aura and power plummeted, and the data on the data panel returned to normal. As Shuxi's aura weakened, it was immediately detected by the 4-winged bloodbats in the sky. However, the 4-winged bloodbats were clever and did not immediately swoop down. Shuxi took 3 more spears from the cuckoo's stomach and threw them out again. Although Shuxi threw it with all his might this time, its speed and power were nowhere near as fierce and terrifying as when it was empowered by the troll blood. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spears exploded one after another, their power far less than before. The decrease in the number of spears and their diminished power seemed to foreshadow something. The 4-winged bloodbats in the sky seemed to have seen hope and attempted to swoop down. Seeing this, Shuxi threw out 3 more spears in an attempt to stop the swooping 4-winged bloodbats. The 4-winged bloodbat flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and spat out a wind blade that shattered the spear. Shake's expression changed slightly, and he turned and fled into the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shuxi's actions were clearly seen by the 4-winged bloodbats in midair. Hiss hiss hiss. The 4-winged bloodbat emitted a strange hissing sound, as if mocking the weakness of the Shuxi, or perhaps the helplessness of its prey as it fled. The 4-winged bloodbat continued its descent, getting even closer to the ground. Shakes controlled his speed, retreating towards the stone gate at the valley entrance while observing the location of the 4-winged bloodbats. Just as Shakes was about to arrive at the stone gate, the 4-winged bloodbats flew in at low altitude. This is the moment. A flash of blood-red light appeared, and the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast materialized. Its mouth opened wide, and the abyssal flame dragon cannon blasted fiercely at the 4-winged bloodbat. Boom. Thud. The 4-winged bloodbat was hit head-on by the abyss flame dragon cannon and fell to the ground with a strange cry. At this moment, Shuxi had already jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, its entire body covered in jade bone armor, and charged towards the 4-winged bloodbat with a thunderous roar. The abyss Tyrannosaurus beast attacked, and the 4-winged bloodbat endured the pain as it struggled to its feet, attempting to take flight. Sizzle. Shuxi, having once again activated the troll bloodline, hurled his bone spear with tremendous force, which pierced precisely into the chest of the 4-winged bloodbat. Hiss hiss hiss. A painful scream rang out, and the 4-winged bloodbat lay sprawled on its back. At this moment, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast had already closed in, opening its huge mouth and biting down hard on the neck of the 4-winged bloodbat with its sharp teeth. Hiss hiss hiss. The four-winged bloodbat's throat gurgled and throbbed, as if it wanted to spit out wind blades to retaliate. Unfortunately, its neck was bitten to death by the abyssal tyrannoman, and its counterattack ended in failure. Like a cornered beast, the strange cries of the four-winged bloodbats echoed through Crocodile Turtle Valley once more, but gradually grew fainter and fainter until they ceased completely. Shuxi jumped off the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, retrieved his bone spear, and then broke open the head of the four-winged bloodbat to obtain a dark source crystal the size of an apple. This is a dark source crystal from a leader-level dark creature. If his elder brother Grell consumes it, he might also advance to the rank of leader. Let's go, let's drag it back. Shuxi gave an order to the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, which was devouring the four-winged bloodbat, to carry it back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Inside Crocodile Turtle Valley, the old, young, and children of trolls had already hidden in tents and burrows. Only some powerful bloodline warriors remained standing on the stone walls, watching the battle between Shuxi and the four-winged bloodbats. Chief, Shaxu and Abyssal Greyman have won. Elder Gonkai's voice trembled. He was incredibly excited. Upon learning that Shuxi had successfully advanced, Elder Gankai was excited and had taken a tranquilizer. However, when he witnessed Shuxi slaying a leader-level dark creature, and a flying-type leader-level dark creature at that, Elder Steel Kai's heart burned fiercely as if doused with kerosene. Shuxi! Shuxi! Elder Gankai personally led the way, loudly calling out the name of Shuxi. Immediately afterwards, a group of bloodline warriors also joined in the shouting. Finally, all the trolls in the entire Alligator Turtle Valley heard the cheering and excited shouts and joined in the shouting. Before the stone gate in the valley, Shuxi recalled Abyss Tyrannosaurus. The enormous corpse of the four-winged bloodbat was placed in front of the stone gate. Shuxi returned to the stone wall and came to his brother Grell. Brother, this dark source crystal might be able to help you break through to a higher rank. Shuxi handed over the dark source crystal, and the troll chieftain Grell accepted it with trembling hands, his voice slightly hoarse. Shaksaw, is this for me? Shuxi smiled, said nothing, and turned to Elder Gankai. Elder, I'm leaving the rest to you. Good. After saying that, Shuxi turned around and prepared to leave. Shuxi, wait. The troll chieftain Grell took out a bag of dark source crystals and placed it in Shuxi's hand. The Grand Elder and I have reached our peak. These ordinary dark source crystals are part of what we have harvested in the past few days. You can take them back for your own use. Shakes did not refuse, took the dark source crystal and left the valley entrance. Clan Chief Grell and the Grand Elder are currently at a bottleneck. To advance, they would need to consume high-quality dark source crystals, such as the one that Clan Chief Grell is holding. Clan Leader, go back to cultivate. I await your good news. The Elder laughed heartily. He had already seen hope. If the Clan Chief also advances to the leader level, then he will most likely also advance to the leader level with the help of Shuxi and Clan Chief Grell. The seeds of hope have been sown, and Elder Gankai is very optimistic about his future. Deep within Alligator Turtle Valley, in the Bloodline Warriors' tent area. After returning to his tent, Shuxi did not engage in any intimate conversation with Yuina, but instead handed a bag of dark source crystals to the succubus Yuina. Yuina, these are all for you. The succubus Yuina's beautiful body trembled slightly, but she quickly relaxed and became natural again. My dearest Shuxi, Yuina will love you forever and is willing to serve you forever. Shakes pinched Yuina's slender waist and told her to hurry up and start cultivating. The little snake girl Aya, standing to the side, had a look of envy and longing in her eyes. After kissing Shuxi, the succubus Yuina turned and went to a corner of the tent to quietly refine the dark source crystal. Shuxi wasn't idle either. He lay half reclined in the animal hide, squinting his eyes, and focused his mind on the ash platform. Luo Shanhai, the 500 pet beast pills you ordered have been refined. Please complete the transaction as soon as possible. Currently, on the Ashes platform, Shaksha has only one stable partner, namely the elf Laina. Without hesitation, Shuxi directly initiated a trade request to Laina. After paying for the magic cores in one go, Shuxi replied to Laina with a message. This time it's 1,000 pet beast pills. The deposit has been paid. Okay. Nature's forest, the habitat of wood spirits. Inside a treehouse, the wood elf Laina was humming a lullaby, her lips curved in joy. After obtaining a large number of intermediate-level magic cores from Shuxi, the wood elf Laina's strength is rapidly increasing. Having finally succeeded in advancing to the elite template, her stats have reached their peak, something the wood elf Laina never dared to imagine before. The speed of improvement is simply too fast. May the god of nature bless you, Luo Shanhai. You great scoundrel. You must live on. My future rests on your shoulders. Honestly, for the wood elf Lyaina, the pet beast pill is basically a risk-free business. Most of the potions used to make pet pills are readily available in the forest of nature and are practically worthless. Moreover, wood elves are the best plant cultivators, making it extremely easy for them to cultivate low-level magical potions. What they lack is a magic core, and this is an extremely rare commodity for wood elves who abhor killing. The appearance of Shuxi gave the wood elf Lyaina an opportunity. Chapter 56. What a surprise. The clan chief advances. Besides the wood elf Lyaina, Shaksha also received a message from the wandering spirit Dordme. My friend, do you still have any dark flame stones? The message was sent half a month ago. Since the beginning of winter, Dark Tide has kept Shuxi extremely busy, and he hasn't paid attention to the Ashes platform recently. Not at the moment. Shuxi became smarter. His reply did not immediately reject Ghost Didi, and the word temporarily gave Ghost Didi a glimmer of hope. Luo Shanhai, my friend, help me get another dark flame stone. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Shakespeare's reply showed considerable interest. A method for quickly advancing from heroic level to boss level. Not interested. After Shuxi sent this message, the ghost Dod on the other side seemed to be choked and did not react for a long time. Having received no reply, Shuxi had no choice but to focus his attention on other items for trade. However, Shakes didn't find anything he liked for the time being. After all, Shuxi is now a leader-level being, and most of the things on the Ash platform are no longer of any use to him. Instead, they consume the few magic cores he has. Recently, all the magic cores of the Mayan troll clan have been looted by Shuxi. After the trolls learned that Shuxi needed magic cores, their chieftain gave an order, and all the magic cores of the Mayan trolls ended up in Shuxi's hands. Having failed to purchase any useful items, Shuxi fell into a deep sleep after logging out of the Ashes platform. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. A thoughtful glint appeared in the deep, skull-like eye sockets of the wandering spirit Dodd. Shuxi's previous reply made even an old monster like Dod the Wanderer realize that Shuxi had successfully advanced to the boss level. As expected, every ash seed should not be underestimated. Although he woke up a little late, his growth rate is just too fast. It hasn't been that long, and he's already grown to the leader level. How long did it take me to advance from a wandering soul to a leader level? 10 years? Or 100 years. My memory is a bit hazy. After a long while, the wandering spirit Dodd stopped thinking, and two scarlet lights suddenly flashed from the skull black hole under the crystal crown. Actually, looking at it from another perspective, Luo Shanhai's advancement to the leader level is a good thing. At least, the scope of his transactions with me has expanded considerably. As long as our interests are mutually satisfied, I can get enough high-level magic cores and rare minerals from him. Gagaga. The laughter of the wandering spirit Dodd is very mesmerizing. It's the sound of bones grinding together, and any normal person would get goosebumps upon hearing it. The wandering spirit Didi wrote a very tempting message and sent it to Shaksha, then sat on the bone throne and waited for news. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Roar. Shuxi was awakened from his slumber by a troll's roar, and an aura much weaker than his own swept through the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley. The succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya inside the tent were so frightened that they were lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. Shuxi looked toward the chieftain's tent, a smile gradually creeping onto his lips. With a swirling aura, the aura that had enveloped the tent vanished, and the succubus Yuna and the little snake woman Aya returned to normal. Don't be afraid. It's my elder brother, the troll chieftain Grell, who has successfully advanced to the leader level. After saying this, Shuxi closed his eyes and fell asleep again. This time, Shakesel slept soundly and peacefully. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially the succubus Yuna. First there was Shaksha, then the troll chieftain Grell. Clearly, after winter, the sky over the black wasteland forest will change. However, the thought that Shaksha was her husband, and that she was Shaksha's rightful demon wife, and that the troll chieftain Grell was also her brother, immediately brought a smile to the succubus Yuna's lips. My dear Shakus, let's rest together. The succubus Yuna stopped consuming the dark source crystal, snuggled into Shake's arms, and closed her eyes, resting her head on Shake's arm. After hesitating for a moment, the little snake girl Aya also came to the other side of the shakesaw and fell asleep with the shakesaw as her pillow. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the mouth of the valley. The troll chieftain Greel had already concealed his aura, but all the trolls had felt the suppression of his bloodline. The bloodline suppression that had occurred not long ago reappeared, and all the trolls went into a frenzy. Even the Grand Elder is no exception. You little rascals, can you feel it? That's the aura of Chief Grell, the chief of our Mayan trolls, Grell. The clan leader has successfully advanced to the chieftain level. Grell. Grell. Aura. Aura. Tonight, another sleepless night. The Mayan troll clan has welcomed its second leader-level powerhouse, which is an incredible thing. After concealing his presence, the troll chieftain Grell stepped out of the chieftain's tent. Every troll who saw Chieftain Greel bowed deeply and cheered Greel's name. Chieftain Gerald greeted everyone as they arrived at the valley entrance, where he stood with Elder Genkai. Chief, you are our honor. Elder, this time we owe a great debt to Shakes. If he hadn't killed that four-winged bloodbat, I wouldn't have had the chance to advance. Hurrah! Chieftain, Shuxi is your younger brother. That's only right. Ha! The troll chieftain Grell laughed heartily. Shaksha was his younger brother, and family members should help each other. Elder, now that Shakes and I are working together, can we increase the amount of bait and expand the hunting area? Chief, what do you mean? Elder, you also have a chance. Let's work together to make it happen. Besides, the strength of our clansmen should also be improved. The following points were the first things that came to mind for the troll chieftain Grell after his advancement. Currently, the troll tribe, including the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, has 3 leader-level powerhouses. If another leader-level dark creature is lured in, Chieftain Grell is very confident that he can kill it. Chieftain Grell wasn't confident in himself, but in Shaker and abyssal Tyrannoman. Chieftain, shall we discuss this together once Shuxi wakes up? Good. The troll Chieftain Grell looked toward the direction of the Shikshita tent, feeling a pang of guilt. Since Shuxi advanced to the rank of leader, he hasn't had a proper rest. The lives and safety of the entire clan rested on Shuxi's shoulders. Although Shuxi didn't say anything, both Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai knew that Shuxi was under immense pressure. Many times when dark creatures attacked, Shuxi was awakened from his sleep and immediately joined the battle, minimizing casualties among the tribal bloodline warriors. Chapter 57 The Snake Woman's Evolution, the Four-Blooded Spear. The next day, Shakes woke up very late and slept until he naturally woke up. After getting up to change his clothes and instructing the succubus Yeyina to continue her cultivation, Shuxi strolled to the chieftain's tent. Come on, Shuxi, I've prepared some fresh roasted meat and meat porridge for you. Let's have breakfast together. Shuxi didn't stand on ceremony. This wasn't a formal meeting. Chieftain Grell was speaking to him as an elder brother. Did you sleep well last night? Very good, smells great, and makes me feel refreshed. Ha ha, I knew it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chief Gerald began to speak while drinking his meat porridge. Shax, can we increase the bait to attract more dark creatures? Shakshi looked up and saw the hopeful look in his brother Grell's eyes, knowing that his brother's ambition was gradually growing. Yes, that's a good thing. The stronger the tribe, the more and richer the resources that the Shakshi can obtain. Why not? My brother and I can easily kill ordinary leader-level dark creatures together, and it won't cause too many casualties among our people. The troll chieftain Greel laughed, a very happy laugh. Ha ha ha, good. Shuxi, here you go. These are what I got last night when I got itchy and went out to kill a bunch of dark demons. Chieftain Grell pulled a bag of dark source crystals from his pocket and handed it to Shuxi without a second thought. Chieftain Gerald knew very well that recently, in order to supply his and the Grand Elder's cultivation needs, all the harvest from each shift of the Shuxi had been delivered to him and the Grand Elder. Shuxi didn't stand on ceremony and took the dark source crystal, stuffing it into his pocket. Putting aside the fact that Shuxi himself needs dark source crystals to enhance his strength, the little snake girl Aya in the tent and the frozen triangular python are still unaccounted for. Chieftain Grell's bag of dark source crystals perfectly filled some of the gaps in Shuxi's resources. Furthermore, winter is more than halfway over, and the dark tide will recede, making cultivation resources like dark source crystals impossible to find. Brother, with spring approaching, should we wage war against the various tribes? Shuxi asked this question because he coveted the magic cores held by other races. The proverb, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, perfectly illustrates this point. As long as you have enough strength, what belongs to others becomes yours, which is also what the Setsuki belongs to. Of course, I've already had a preliminary discussion with the Grand Elder. We will not only wage war, but we will also wage war in advance, catching all the tribes off guard. At the mention of conquering other races, the troll chieftain Grell's face immediately lit up with excitement, his eyebrows dancing with anticipation, as if he had endless targets to conquer. After discussing with his brother about increasing the bait, Shuxi left the chieftain's tent. Inside his own tent, Shuxi took out the bag of dark source crystals from his arms and tossed it into the hands of the little snake woman, Aya. My little Aya, it's time for you to train hard. I've never seen what Medusa looks like, so don't disappoint me. Shakes gave a teasing laugh, making the little snake girl Aya blush with embarrassment. The succubus Yuyina, who was cultivating, opened her eyes, glanced at Shakes, and the little snake girl Aya, said nothing, and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Shuxi could sense that the succubus Yuyina's strength had increased. If the succubus Yuyina was at the beginner level of hero when she married Shakshi, she is now at the intermediate level. However, the succubus Yuyina hadn't finished consuming the dark source crystal in her hand, and could continue to enhance her power. However, the little snake girl Aya entered the evolution stage after consuming 12 pieces of dark source crystals. A wondrous change was taking place in the little snake woman Aya, a change that Shakes watched with wide, unblinking eyes. A layer of petrified skin appeared on the little snake girl Aya's body. Starting from her tail, the petrified skin gradually spread upwards, gradually engulfing Aya's entire body. After swallowing 5 more dark source crystals, the little snake girl Aya's entire body was completely covered in petrified skin, as if she had been petrified. This change even startled the succubus Yuyina, who was cultivating in a corner. Shakes, what happened to your little slave girl? It should be advancing. Yuyina, have you ever seen the snake people's advancement process? Yuyina shook her head, and after watching the petrified little snake girl Aya for a while, she lost interest and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Shakes also stared at it for a while, but after a while, he got a little tired of it. Gradually, Shuxi also closed his eyes and focused his mind on the ash platform. However, before entering the ash platform, Shuxi suddenly remembered that he still had 11 ash chests to open, and he immediately perked up. Through this period of accumulation, Shuxi's ash chests increased from 7 to 11. Given the pitifully low drop rate of treasure chests, Shakes felt that his luck was pretty good. A series of flashes of light appeared, and a small pile of items appeared in the stomach of the cuckoo bird. There are several bronze-level weapons and quite a few different types, including battle axes, spears, two-handed greatswords, warhammers, and one-handed swords. Shuxi squinted, feeling that these weapons all seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, these weapons are remarkably similar to those on the arms of the Dark Nightwalkers who attacked Crocodile Turtle Valley last time. Shuxi recalled that most of those ash chests were indeed contributed by the Dark Nightwalkers. Among the dark creatures that attack Crocodile Turtle Valley, the Dark Nightwalkers are the most numerous. These monsters love to charge into battle mindlessly and are unafraid of killing and death. Of course, there are also a few pieces of silver-grade equipment, a soft armor, a one-handed sword, and a dagger. These are all good items. Shuxi plans to find an opportunity to give the soft armor and dagger to the succubus Yuyina. As the wife of Shuxi, the succubus Yuyina didn't have anything good to offer and lacked any real power. The succubus queen Yelena had prepared some dowry for the succubus Yuyina, but it consisted mostly of furs and pieces of meat, which Shuxi didn't find appealing and therefore didn't bring. That one-handed sword would be perfect for the little snake girl Aya, since she practices swordsmanship. Shuxi turned his attention to the last 3 items. He could use 2 of them, but he didn't quite understand the other one. 4-edged blood spear. Type, spear-type weapon. Quality, gold. Additional skill, bloodlust. Skill description. The 4-edged blood spear can slowly absorb the life energy of living beings by coming into contact with them, and then feed it back to the weapon's owner. Weapon evaluation. This weapon embodies the essence of the leader-level creature, the 4-winged bloodbat. It is bloodthirsty, greedy, and treacherous. Oh my god. Gold-tier weapon. This is the first time that Shuxi has opened a gold-level item from the ash chest. His luck is absolutely phenomenal. Moreover, this gold-grade weapon is exactly what the Shakes desperately needs. It's a necessity. Unable to resist the temptation, Shuxi took out the 4-blade blood spear and held it in his hand, feeling the texture of a gold-grade weapon. The 4-bladed blood spear is 3 meters long, with 4 undulating blades at the tip, resembling a long cone, making it extremely ferocious. In Shuxi's eyes, this 4-bladed blood spear was like a gun or a spear, which could be thrown or held in the hand as a primary weapon. A nice blood spear, Shuxi really likes it. Chapter 58 Swift Charge, Snake Woman's Evolution. The second item was a skill scroll. Shuxi decisively tore the scroll apart and learned the skill. This skill is called Swift Charge. It's a rare skill, neither particularly good nor bad. Swift Charge. Type, skill scroll. Skill description. After learning Swift Charge, your speed is doubled when you initiate a charge. The last item was a bit strange. It was a mold shaped like an arrow tower. Shakes couldn't figure out how to use it for a while, and the mold instructions were also full of question marks, which puzzled Shakes. So he simply kept it in the cuckoo's stomach pouch. Next, Shuxi saw a message from the Wandering Soul Dodi, the content of which made Shuxi frown in confusion. Luo Shanhai, do you know what template is above the leader template? Shakes really didn't know that. What template is it? Shakes replied to the message, awaiting a response from Yuhan Duode. Ghost Dodd replied quickly, as if he were always online and always paying attention to the Ashes platform. My friend, go and find the Dark Flame Stone. Next time we trade, I'll give you some information on higher levels for free. Shakes really wanted to complain, but it was obvious that the Wandering Soul DOD was just fishing for information and keeping people in suspense. After considering for a moment, Shuxi did not reply to the Wandering Soul DOD. Instead, he decided to give the other party the cold shoulder and see who would get anxious first and who would lose their composure first. And so, the night passed. The next morning, Shaksha looked at the little snake girl Aya, who was still petrified, shook his head, and then prepared to go on duty with the succubus Yuena, whose strength had greatly increased. Before leaving the tent, Shuxi took out the silver-grade soft armor and silver-grade dagger and handed them to the succubus Yuena. Wearing this is a little gift from me. The succubus Yuena received the exquisite soft armor with great delight and offered a sweet kiss. Right in front of Shuxi, Yuena happily put on her soft armor. The soft armor retracted on its own, fitting snugly against her body. Yuena tapped it gently from all sides, finding it irresistible. Thank you, my dear Shuxi. Then, the succubus Yuena held the dagger upside down and slashed it a few times in the air, clearly enjoying it. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the mouth of the valley. Shuxi, you've come. Elder Genkai looked somewhat tired. Shakes, smelling the strong stench of blood around him, asked a question. No prey is taking the bait. Shuxi asked the question knowing the answer already, in order to express his concern for Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his weary eyes. In order to lure out the leader-level dark creatures, they have recently stained the snow outside the valley with blood. However, it didn't attract a single leader-level dark creature, but instead attracted quite a few dark nightwalkers and dark demons. With the clan leader in charge, these dark creatures were quickly annihilated. Moreover, as the dark source crystals were distributed, the strength of the troll race gradually increased. Nowadays, the trolls no longer feel fear or dread when they see dark creatures. On the contrary, their eyes were green. The trolls craved dark creatures and dark source crystals. Shakes, I'm going back. I'm leaving this place to you. Shakes nodded and watched Elder Genkai and his clansmen leave. Shuxi, the Grand Elder, seems a little disappointed. Shuxi reached out and embraced the succubus Yuena, gazing into the darkness in the distance, and said calmly, If it were me, I would feel disappointed too. The opportunity to advance is right in front of us, but the leader-level dark creature has yet to appear. The Grand Elder has been waiting for so long. Given his explosive temper, it's already quite remarkable that he hasn't roared out in anger. The succubus Yuena hugged Shaksha back and looked up at him with eyes full of infatuation. Thinking about the dark source crystals she still hadn't finished consuming, Yuena was filled with anticipation for the future. This is my husband, a hero of the troll race, a young leader-level powerhouse. Under the polar night, there is no distinction between day and night. During Shake's shift, a wave of dark nightwalkers were attracted. After these dark creatures were killed, 60% of the dark source crystals were immediately distributed to all the charging troll warriors. 1/10 was handed over to the clan treasury, and 3/10 were taken into the coffers of the Shakes. Chieftain Gerald arrived expectantly to replace Shuxi, but a light rain spoiled his mood. On the stone wall, all the trolls stretched out their hands to receive the rain, and many of them murmured to themselves. Is it raining? Is this spring rain? Is winter about to pass? The polar night is almost over. The arrival of a spring rain brought smiles to the faces of the troll people. However, Grell and Shaksha, as the patriarch and elder of the troll race, who wanted to take the opportunity to enhance the strength of their people, had no reason to laugh. Time flies. Chieftain Gerald sighed, for the arrival of this spring rain meant that the cold winter was coming to an end and the dark tides would recede. As the dark tide recedes, the creatures of darkness will be nowhere to be found. It seems the Grand Elder's wish won't be fulfilled until next year. Shuxi sighed. In the end, their Mayan giant demon clan still failed to achieve the expected result of 3 leaders appearing in the world. Soon, Shuxi led his men back to the Bloodline warriors' tent area. Upon entering the tent, Shakes saw Aya, the little snake girl who had successfully advanced to the next level. At this moment, The little snake girl Aya had not only grown taller, but her temperament had also become much more aloof, especially her long, beautiful legs under her leather skirt, which were extremely eye-catching. Master, Master, Aya has successfully advanced. If it weren't for that timid and hesitant voice, Shakes would have thought he had entered the wrong tent. Oh my, Shakes, your little slave girl has evolved into Medusa. Her little tail has turned into beautiful legs. The succubus Yuna's voice was slightly coquettish, carrying a hint of surprise and a touch of jealousy. Shakes laughed and pulled Yuna along to examine the snake woman Aya closely. The snake girl Aya was a little shy. Evolving into Medusa made her feel somewhat uncomfortable and embarrassed. After enjoying the sights, the three of them prepared some food in the tent, and after a hearty meal, they went to rest. 2 days later, Shuxi, Yuna, and the little snake girl Aya arrived at a cave deep in the Crocodile Turtle Valley. The triangular python hibernates in this cave, in a state of suspended animation. Unseal the seal and feed it all these dark source crystals. The little snake girl Aya took the dark source crystal handed to her by Shakespeare, nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed with shyness, a hint of spring still lingering in her heart. Soon, the frozen triangular python was awakened from hibernation, but its condition was not good. It was on the verge of death. The little snake girl Aya entered the cave, stroked the triangular python for a while, and then fed it a bag of dark source crystals. Triangle, keep going. I believe you will definitely advance and be reborn. The triangular python swallowed the dark source crystal, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Master, shall we wait here? You all wait here. I'll go check on the chieftain's tent. Leaving Yuna and Aya behind, Shakes headed towards the chieftain's tent. A spring rain a few days ago caused the snow to freeze completely. All living things will survive these coldest days and then recover when spring returns to the earth. This period will also be the best time for the trolls to plot against the Black Wasteland Forest. Chapter 59 Four Domain Lords, Invasion of Myriad Races. The Chieftain's Tent, a meeting of the elders. Because of a spring rain, the heavily guarded Alligator Turtle Valley finally relaxed a bit. The three most powerful and prestigious trolls, the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and Shakshi, gathered together. Once the ice and snow begin to melt, I plan to have the Grand Elder oversee Crocodile Turtle Valley, while Shakes and I will split into 2 teams, one in the south and one in the north, to subdue the various tribes and unify the Black Wasteland Forest in the shortest possible time. Elders, what are your thoughts? The troll chieftain Greel was very straightforward, stating his ultimate goal and general plan in order to gather opinions and feedback. However, none of the troll elders, who were all hot-tempered, objected. Moreover, with 2 powerful leaders, Chief Gerald and Elder Shuxi, in charge of the Mayan troll clan, all the trolls were full of confidence in unifying the Black Wasteland Forest. Chief, whatever you say we'll do. We'll all listen to you. Yes, Chieftain, with you and Shuxi leading the charge, we trolls will surely be able to unify the Black Waste Forest and make this forest our hunting grounds. Chieftain, I am willing to go to war for the tribe. Chief, I'm willing too. For a time, everyone in the tent was expressing their opinions, creating a noisy and chaotic atmosphere. Shakes frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Shuxi, what do you think? Chieftain Gerald noticed that Shuxi was frowning and asked him a question. I fully support the conquest of all tribes. Shakes looked up and first indicated which side he was on. Then Shuxi met the gazes of each of his tribesmen who looked at him, and finally fixed his gaze on the chieftain Grell and expressed his thoughts. Shakes added a few more words following up on what he had just said. When we conquer various tribes, should we inform them first and encourage them to surrender voluntarily? After all, we can't possibly kill them all, can we? Also, the Succubus clan is allied with us through marriage. How should we handle that? Shuxi's words caused the troll elders to fall into deep thought. Chieftain Gerald and Elder Gankai exchanged a glance, then frowned in thought. Finally, after much deliberation, Chieftain Gerald looked up and pressed Shuxi for an answer. Shakes, do you have something on your mind? Shuxi tapped the table lightly with his fingers, not speaking immediately, as if he was pondering the question of the clan leader. After a long while, Shuxi spoke solemnly. I think we need to figure out what our purpose is in occupying and unifying the Black Wasteland Forest. Should we drive the other races out of the Black Wasteland, or should we designate this place as the exclusive territory of our troll race? Or perhaps we should enslave various races, forcing them to continue living in the Black Wasteland and serve us trolls. Even kill them all. When these questions from Shuxi came out, the trolls, whose brains weren't working properly, fell silent. Even the clan leader, Grell, and Elder Gankai were speechless. I suggest that the unofficial elder, the Succubus Yuina, attend the elders' meeting and let her analyze the pros and cons of the various options for us. Shuxi stopped short of making a move and pushed out the Succubus Yuina. Succubi are known for their intelligence and resourcefulness, and the words of the Succubus Yuina will convince more people. But Shakes, Yuina is an outsider. Shuxi reached out and interrupted a troll elder who was about to speak. I know that everyone is concerned because Yuina is a succubus and an outsider. But what was the reason we married into the succubus family in the first place? Wasn't it because we believed that Yuina could be used by us? And now, Yuina is called Yuina Mayan. She is mine. She is one of us trolls. Moreover, with me and the clan chief here, we won't let what you imagine happen. If I and the clan leader cease to exist, then all our worries will be in vain, won't they? Inside the tent, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, a beast's roar came from deep within the valley, breaking the silence. All the trolls stood up, trying to rush out. Don't be impatient. It's the guardian beast of the snake woman Aya. It's that triangular python. Judging from its voice, it must have successfully advanced. Upon hearing this, Chief Gerald's eyes lit up. He went to Shuxi, grabbed Shuxi's hand, and pulled him outside. Come on, Shuxi, take us to see that triangular python. With Shuxi in front and the others behind, they all rushed to the cave where the triangular python hibernated. However, the triangular python was not coiled up in the cave at this time. It had already crawled out of the cave, raised its head high, and arcs of electricity flashed from its 3 horns. Hurrah! Shuxi, the triangular python has really advanced to a level 6 magical beast. Elder Gang Kai burst into laughter upon seeing the triangular python. The triangular python's advancement to a level 6 magical beast means that the Mayan trolls have gained another powerful force. Shakus, bring both of them to the elders' meeting. They are qualified now. Chieftain Gerald spoke in a loud and clear voice, making no attempt to hide his decision. Shuxi nodded, signaling the Succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya to follow him. The Council of Elders meeting lasted a long time, and in the end, everyone left satisfied. After this meeting, the Bloodline warriors in Alligator Turtle Valley became busy once again. As winter fades and spring arrives, and the ice and snow melt, the first rays of sunlight slant into the black wilderness forest, and this long silent forest gradually comes back to life. However, at this critical moment, just as the Mayan troll was preparing to leave the valley to conquer the various races, Crocodile Turtle Valley welcomed an uninvited guest, a messenger. By order of Lord Axe of the 4 Domains, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. By order of Lord Axe of the 4 Domains, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. A deep voice came from midair, and Shuxi and Chieftain Gerald quickly rushed out of the tent. After hearing clearly what the person in midair was saying, Chieftain Gerald's expression changed, and his brows furrowed. The messenger in midair glanced down at Crocodile Turtle Valley and sensed 2 leader-level auras. He never expected that the weakest Black Wasteland Forest would have 2 leader-level beings this time. The messenger did not linger. He had to go elsewhere to deliver messages. His storm vulture let out a long cry, turned around, and left Crocodile Turtle Valley. Alligator Turtle Valley, Shake's brow has been furrowed since the beginning. The reason is simple. The person who sent the message in midair and the storm vulture both exuded the aura of a leader. Shuxi couldn't understand where this leader-level being had come from. And what the heck is this for Domain Lord's thing? Chieftain Gerald seemed to understand Shuxi's current confusion and telepathically called for an emergency meeting of elders. Shakes, bring Yuina. It's an emergency meeting of the elders. Shuxi nodded, called out to the Succubus Yuina, and then hurried toward the chieftain's tent. A few minutes later, all members of the Council of Elders arrived. Gentlemen, as you have all heard, the Lord of the 4 Domains, Axe, has summoned me to participate in the war of invasion by all races. I must go. Before that, I hereby declare that the management of Crocodile Turtle Valley and the Mayan Troll clan shall be handed over to Shuxi, with Elder Gankai as his assistant and all the elders as witnesses. Do you have any objections to Shuxi serving as acting clan leader? Chapter 60. The world is vast above the leader. After a long time, the meeting of the elders ended, but Shuxi and the Grand Elder did not leave the chieftain's tent. Elder brother, who is Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains? What is the invasion of all races? After the other elders left, Shuxi couldn't wait to ask the question that had been bothering him. Chieftain Gerald gestured for Shuxi to calm down, took a sip of fruit wine, and then began to speak in detail. This is my fault. I just advanced to the leader level and forgot about the Lord's affairs. Chieftain Gerald sighed. Although he was caught off guard, his eyes were filled with more excitement. Shakes, Elder, what I am about to say is something that only the clan leader was previously qualified to know. After you hear it, do not spread it outside. The Black Wasteland Forest is vast, but the world outside is even larger. Do you know about the outside world? Shakes and Elder Genkai both shook their heads. Shakes had thought about the outside world, but hadn't had time to leave the Black Wasteland Forest yet. The Desert Continent, the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the Demon Abyss are the other 3 areas adjacent to our Black Wasteland Forest. And all 4 places are ruled by one lord, namely the Lord of the 4 Domains, Axe. When Chieftain Gerald said these words, he was filled with longing. A lord-level being was something Grell had never dared to imagine before. Shakes and Elder Genkai were also quite unsettled. Keywords such as Desert Continent, Poison Dragon Swamp, Cave Demon Abyss, and Lord Axe of the 4 Domains sounded completely unfamiliar to them, yet they were inexplicably excited. Shakes quickly calmed down because he could easily accept these things. After all, the world was too big. Take, for example, the elf Lyaina and the wandering spirit Dodi that Shuxi met on the Ash platform. Shuxi guessed that these 2 were definitely not on the same map as him, or even in the same realm. Lord level is a level above chief. Alas, in the last few hundred years, our Mayan Troll clan has not produced a single leader-level powerhouse. I had almost forgotten about these things. At this point, Chieftain Gerald sighed again. Although Chieftain Grell had advanced to the rank of leader, the messenger from the 4 Domain Lord Axe arrived too quickly and too early. Chieftain Gerald had not yet had time to unify and integrate the Black Wasteland Forest, and therefore could not mobilize troops from other races and tribes. Shuxi, Elder, do you know? Without a leader-level being to guide us, we are not qualified to be ruled by the 4 Domains Lord Axe, not qualified to participate in the war of invasion by all races, and not qualified to compete for the endless resources in the south. Shuxi raised an eyebrow, as he keenly grasped something important. Brother, are there endless resources in the south? Chieftain Gerald nodded, his eyes filled with longing, anticipation, and excitement. Shuxi, the invasion of all races was led by the Lord, and the army invaded southward to expand the Lord's territory. To the south, it is said that there is plenty of sunshine, which has nurtured more races and resources. If we can occupy a territory in the south and get a share of the spoils, we Mayan trolls will become even stronger, and our growth potential will be increased. Chief Gerald became more and more excited as he spoke, and at this point, he stood up and paced back and forth in the tent. Shuxi, Elder, I must go during this invasion of all races. This is our chance to rise as the Mayan giant demon. Therefore, Shakespeare, Elder, I entrust Crocodile Turtle Valley to you. Shakes and Elder Genkai exchanged a glance and nodded. Shuxi, Elder, I will take half of the tribe's bloodline warriors with me. I believe that with the existence of Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman, you will definitely be able to unify the Black Wasteland Forest according to your plan. Chieftain Gerald said this while looking at Shuxi. It was a task he gave Shuxi, and also an expectation he held for him. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's expression immediately became more serious. Brother, rest assured, when you return, you will see a different Black Wasteland Forest. Hurrah! Good. Shuxi, I believe you, more than I believe myself. These words touched Shuxi slightly. 3 days later, at the mouth of the valley, Shuxi and Elder Genkai stood on the stone wall, watching Chief Gerald depart into the distance. Elder, do you also want to go south? I see longing in your eyes. Hurrah! Shuxi, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I really want to go. Maybe I can break through my limits in this battle. Shuxi remained silent. Trolls were inherently warlike. This kind of war, which is inherently invasive and involves plundering all resources wherever it goes, is exactly what these warmongers like trolls crave. Elder, I'll leave you half of the remaining bloodline warriors, and I'll also leave the level 6 magical beast, the triangular python, to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley. Is that all right with you? Shakes, don't you trust me? Besides, with the triangular python's help, even if the other races of the Black Wasteland Forest come together to besiege Crocodile Turtle Valley, I'm confident I can hold this place. Then it's decided. As Shuxi gazed at the blurry horizon in the distance, his voice grew increasingly serious, and his eyes grew colder. By the way, before I return from my campaign, do not let the tribesmen leave Crocodile Turtle Valley, just in case. I understand. When it came to serious matters, Elder Genkai also had a solemn and serious expression. Although the Mayan troll clan currently has 2 leaders, Chieftain Grell has taken half of the Bloodline warriors south to fight for the future. At present, Crocodile Turtle Valley is severely lacking in manpower to conquer various races and unify the Black Wasteland Forest. Notify the other elders to come to my tent for a meeting at noon. Good. Half a day later, the remaining 5 troll elders appeared in Shuxi's tent. Including Elder Shuxi and Elder Genkai, a total of 7 troll elders participated in this council of elders. Chieftain Grell was wise. He kept the 4 troll elders that Shaksha already had at his disposal, Losha, Ander, Gukto, and Aesel, while also leaving 1 old subordinate for Elder Genkai. Everyone knew each other, and after Shakshi invited everyone to sit down, he gestured to the succubus Yuina, who was sitting to his left, that she could speak. The succubus Yuina was dressed in a tight-fitting leather armor outfit, making her look extremely capable. Elders, the clan leader has taken away half of the Bloodline warriors. According to our previous plan for a joint North-South campaign, we can no longer continue to implement it. Therefore, our best option now is to start a Bloodline war within the trolls and subdue the Ader troll clan next to our territory as soon as possible. Once the Auto trolls submit, we will have more troll Bloodline warriors available. With the added deterrence of the Shuxi, we can begin to subdue the other races of the Black Wasteland one by one. After the Athos trolls submit, our second target is the Succubus race. I was born into the Succubus race, and our 2 races have already formed a marriage alliance. My sister is a clever succubus, and I believe she will choose to submit. If my sister does not choose to submit, I will challenge her in the name of the royal succubus, defeat her, and take over the succubus race, making all succubi submit to the majesty of my husband, Shuxi. Chapter 61 The Troll Athos, The Oath of the Demon God. The Black Wasteland Forest, Western Region. Hidden among these mountains and forests is a large karst cave. The settlement of the Athos trolls is hidden in this cave. At this time, the Bloodline warriors of the Athos troll tribe had dwindled by nearly half. Although caves provide shelter, they also become a primary habitat for dark creatures like blind spiders during the dark tide. Therefore, the chieftain of the Atho trolls, Dels Atho, had an extremely unpleasant expression on his face at this moment. Chieftain, the dark tide has receded. Shall we organize the tribesmen to go hunting? Elder Jaha, now is not the time. The ice and snow outside have not completely melted yet. But Chieftain, our supplies are almost gone. We can only last another day at most. The little cubs in the tribe can't afford to go hungry. Upon hearing this news, Dels Atto was also helpless. Before the harsh winter, Jaha led a hunting party out, but all their spoils were looted by the Mayan troll clan, and even Elder Lei Jiao was killed. This left the Achuo troll clan short of supplies at a critical moment. Damn Mayan troll. If they hadn't plundered our supplies before winter, we could have survived until the snow melted. Zahe glanced at the troll chieftain Dels, his eyes darting around uncertainly. Zahe began to hurl insults at the Mayan troll clan, attempting to further intensify Chieftain Dels's hatred for the Mayan trolls. Chieftain Dels of the Athos troll clan frowned. He was actually somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the hunting territory of the Mayan trolls is much larger and more extensive than that of the Otto trolls, so they shouldn't be crossing over to hunt in the Otto trolls' hunting area. The Black Wasteland Forest is so vast that crossing into the hunting grounds of other races is far less dangerous than entering the territory of the Athos trolls. Sometimes, Dels would suspect that Zag was lying. However, the deaths of Elder Rayhorn and the other trolls were a fact, and Dels couldn't think of anyone other than the Mayan troll who could so easily kill his own people. Jaha, go and tell the tribesmen to prepare. I will personally lead the hunt tomorrow. Yes, clan leader I. Boom. Before Jaha could finish speaking, the earth shook violently. Roar, roar, roar. Then came a terrifying roar, and a terrifying aura pressed down into the cave, engulfing all the Otto trolls. By the supreme demon god. Obeying the oath of the demon god, the lower must follow the higher. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting chieftain of the Mayan trolls, demand that the Achuo trolls follow in my footsteps and wage war for the troll tribe. Following the terrifying roar of the beast, a deep and majestic voice, carrying the suppression of bloodline and possessing unparalleled majesty, appeared, forcing all the members of the Achuo trolls to prostrate themselves on the ground. This is bloodline suppression from a leader-level being. Chief of the Athot clan, Delzathet, please come out for a talk. By the supreme demon god, by the oath of the demon god, I, Shuxi Mayan, grant you permission to challenge me by blood and reclaim your freedom. In the mountains and forests, in front of the entrance to a karst cave. Shuxi stood atop the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, followed by the two troll elders, Luo Sha and Ander, as well as the succubus Yuina and the little snake woman Aya, both dressed in tight-fitting clothes. The terrifying explosion and earthquake just now were caused by the abyssal Tyrannoman's abyssal flame dragon cannon. Inside the cave, upon hearing Shuxi's telepathic message and sensing the suppression of the troll bloodline, the troll chieftain Delz's expression changed drastically. The demon god's oath. Bloodline challenge. Reclaim freedom. After whispering twice, the troll chieftain Delz got up from the ground, glanced at the troll elder Zahe and the other tribesmen who were still prostrate on the ground, and roared loudly. Stand up, everyone, and come with me outside to take a look. A moment later, at the dilapidated entrance of the cave, Delz, leading a group of Athos trolls, appeared in Shuxi's sight. By the supreme demon god. Obeying the oath of the demon god, the lower must follow the higher. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting chieftain of the Mayan trolls, demand that the Achuo trolls follow in my footsteps and wage war for the troll tribe. By the oath of the demon god, I, Shuxi Mayan, grant you permission to challenge me by bloodline and reclaim your freedom. Upon seeing the bloodline warrior of the Otto troll, Shuxi stood atop the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, looking down at him with an indifferent voice and icy tone, repeating the demon god's oath once more. It's him. Jaha, standing behind Delz, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, which caught Delz's attention. Jaha, do you know this fellow countryman from the Mayan trolls? In that instant, Jaha was thrown into chaos, and his expression changed drastically. But soon, a sinister and resolute look appeared on Jaha's face and in his eyes. Chieftain, it was him. This is the man who led the attack that wounded me, killed Elder Lejiao, and killed all the other clansmen who were with us. Before he even said those words, Zahe had already made up his mind. He had to throw mud at people. Jaha wanted to nail Shuxi to the pillar of the troll enemy Otto, and to insist that Shuxi was the murderer. Although Shuxi now appears incredibly powerful, Zaha has no choice. He must do it. Otherwise, when the people of the Otto troll clan find out what he has done, not only will he die, but his descendants will also die, and his women will be divided and looted. Upon hearing this, the chieftain of the Otto trolls, Delz, changed his expression repeatedly. Finally, Delz stepped forward, performed a troll salute to Shuxi, and then spoke in a deep voice. My fellow troll from Mayan, Lord Shuxi Mayan, I, Delz Atho, challenge you by blood, and I will fight for freedom. Upon hearing this, Shaxu, who was atop abyssal Tyrannosaurus, stepped down from abyssal Tyrannosaurus's head, holding the four-bladed blood spear upside down, and planted the spear in the ground. In accordance with the oath of the demon god, this is a challenge to be won without the use of weapons. Obey the oath of the demon god. Delz Athos also planted his two-handed sword in the ground and strode toward Shuxi. Lord Shuxi, are you ready? Please. As soon as Shakes finished speaking, Delz showed no mercy, charging forward like a wild beast with his 3-meter-tall body. In comparison, Shuxi, who is only 2.2 meters tall, looks like a half-grown boy. However, this young boy simply took a step forward with his left foot and swept his right foot out horizontally. Bang! The charging Delz Athos was sent flying backwards, crashing into the stone wall in front of the cave and creating a dent. Again, Delz Atho emerged from the crater, his body swirling with chi and blood, his hair and beard flying wildly, his aura rising to another level. Call! With a roar, Delz Atho charged forward once more. This time, Delz has activated his bloodline skill, which has improved his strength and agility. Bang! However, Shuxi only swept out one leg, so casually. As a result, Delz was sent flying backwards again. Chapter 62, Admitting Defeat and Surrendering, Audacious Beyond Expectations. This time, Delz was clearly injured. When Delz crawled out of the crater again, he was coughing incessantly, his chest heaving, and his mouth was covered in blood. Chieftain, Delz. The warriors of the Athos troll clan cried out in alarm, but dared not step forward to stop them. This is a bloodline war among the troll race. Whoever tries to stop it will die. To be honest, it wasn't that Shuxi was deliberately showing off, but rather that Delz was simply too weak compared to him. At this moment, under normal circumstances, the total power value on the data panel of the Katsuki is 4,700 points, which is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the attributes of Shuxi after activating the Troll Blood skill, where his power increases tenfold. Currently, among the basic attributes on the Shakes data panel, the strength attribute is really high. Name, Shuxi Mayan, leader template. Race, troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, A nirvana, one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 1500/5000, plus 3200, can be increased. Agility, 1250/5000, plus 202, can be improved. Intelligence, 1200/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 2000/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20%, against all negative status effects. Skill description, omitted. Although its other attributes are still very low, the power of the Kshatriya has truly reached the level of a deformed monster. Del's Athos, aren't you going to admit defeat yet? Seeing Del's coughing up blood, Shuxi's voice was somewhat cold as he tried to subdue Del's through words. After all, according to the plan, Shaksha wanted a group of trolls who were good at fighting, rather than a useless person who has been injured or crippled by himself, or a group of trolls who are hostile to him. I haven't lost yet. Let's go again. Del's Ado is stubborn, persistent, and unwilling to admit defeat. That's what trolls are like, especially since Del's is the chieftain of the Athos troll clan. His pride won't allow him to fail or admit defeat so easily. Bloodthirsty battle spirit, gather it from me. Another change occurred in Del's. All that could be seen was that Del's flesh and blood withered away, and around him condensed into a blurry, indistinct, hot-blooded battle spirit. A fierce warrior roars to the sky, invincible. Meanwhile, Del's raised his fist, channeling all his strength into his fiery battle spirit, and charged towards Shuxi at high speed. Rumble. Shake's face was cold, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason for his narrowing eyes was not because of how powerful Del's hot-blooded battle spirit was. Instead, Del's was determined to continue the challenge, even at the cost of his life. This means that whatever the final result may be, Shuxi will end up with a powerful auto troll who needs to recuperate and meditate. Since that's the case, let's just get straight to the point. Shake's voice was cold, bone-chillingly cold. Boom. Shakes kicked away the fervent battle spirit that Del's had gathered, and then stomped on Del's under his foot. Shake stepped on Del's large face, and his icy voice once again echoed through the mountains and forests. By the oath of the demon god, I, Shakushimin, have won the battle. You, Del's Athos, do you admit defeat? Are you, the Athos trolls, willing to admit defeat? At this point, Shuxi increased the pressure on his foot, stomping on Del's face until it was somewhat deformed. The atmosphere in the surrounding area was quiet. At this moment, neither of the opposing bloodline warriors dared to stand up and speak. There's no other reason than that Katsuki's strength is simply too terrifying. After a long while, Del's Athos, who had been trampled on the ground, moved. Del spread his hands out, patted the ground 3 times with the backs of his hands and palms, then hugged Shuxi's feet and lifted them up. In the customs and rituals of trolls, this means complete submission. Seeing this, Shuxi sneered inwardly. Trolls were all stubborn and wouldn't learn their lesson until they saw the coffin. Of course, this also applies to Zakisi. Shuxi reached out and helped Del's Auto up. Del's Athos knelt on one knee and spoke in a voice that all the trolls present could hear. I, Del's Auto, am willing to submit to Lord Shuxi Mayan. On behalf of the Auto troll race, I am willing to submit to Lord Shuxi Mayan. May glory descend upon the trolls. May the glory of Lord Shakshath shine upon all trolls. Ora, Ora. Del's Ato's voice echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Gradually, both the Mayan troll and the Achuo troll began to shout the name of Shuxi and praise the glory of the demon god. Behind them, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya stood together, watching Shuxi stand in the square outside the cave, bathed in the cheers and gazes of the trolls, even his back view radiating dazzling light. This is my husband, the great troll warrior. The succubus Yuna's rose-red eyes gradually became intoxicated, sinking into the brilliance and magnificence of the Shakshi, unable to extricate herself. Master, in Aya's heart, you are the most powerful being. Because of the slave contract, the little snake woman Aya's worship of Shuxi has escalated to a fanatical level. Shaksha released Del's, drew his spear, and raised it high, silencing all the trolls who had been calling his name. Jaha, come out and face your death. However, the moment Shaksha lowered his spear and spoke the first words to the Auto trolls, the atmosphere froze again, immediately falling into a stalemate. Lord Shuxi, could it be that you? Del's Auto tried to speak, but was interrupted by Shuxi. Let him come out and say it himself. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jaha Auto stepped out from the crowd, prostrated himself before Shakes, and spoke with tears streaming down his face. Lord Shuxi, the troll Zahe begs for your forgiveness. It's all Lei Jiao's fault. It's all Lei Jiao's fault. It was all his idea. Zahe should not have followed Lei Jiao across regions to secretly intrude into the territory of the Mayan trolls to hunt, and he should not have attacked Lord Shuxi after being discovered. Zahe's words made the troll chieftain Dels frown. It's obvious that what Zahe told him when he escaped back was very different from what Zahe is saying now. The troll chieftain Dels stepped forward, intending to question Zahe. But Shuxi's cold words had already arrived. No matter what you say, you will die today. As he spoke, Shuxi had already raised his spear. However, at that moment, Zahe, who was lying prone on the ground, suddenly jumped up and grabbed Dels by the neck as he approached. Your Excellency Shuxi, I can guess what your purpose is in subduing the auto troll race. I think you definitely want a living, powerful Dels to fight for you, not a troll corpse. Your Excellency Shuxi, if you promise to spare my life and let me leave the Black Wasteland Forest, I will let Dels go. How? This sudden turn of events was something neither the Mayan trolls nor the Achuo trolls had anticipated. The troll elder Zahe of the Auto Troll clan pulled off this stunt that was really too out of character. Even Shuxi didn't expect that Zahe would dare to take his chieftain hostage at such a moment. Such a troll, acting and pretending, is truly audacious. Chapter 63 The Headless Troll, The Real Reason. Zahe, do you know what you're doing? I am Dels. I am the chieftain of the Athos trolls, your chieftain. Dels, whose neck was held by Zahe, had a purplish-red face and looked extremely unpleasant. Dels was furious. He never expected that there would be a troll in the Athos troll clan who would dare to hold him hostage. Chief Dels, oh no, I should call you Elder Dels now. From the moment you surrendered, our Athos troll tribe has been without a chieftain. Now that we've come this far, I won't hide it from you anymore. The idea of leading the tribe to hunt across regions was my idea, and I'm also the one who killed Lei Jiao. But I really want to hunt more resources for the tribe. At most, I was just a little greedy and wanted the stomach of a cuckoo bird. I just never expected that I would be caught up in the cross-regional hunt by the esteemed Lord Shuxi. Your Excellency Shuxi, I think we... Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind howled past, and Zahe lay on his back on the ground, dead. This is the headless corpse of a troll. At the head of the corpse, a bloodstained spear was deeply embedded in the ground, its shaft still swaying. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the Athos troll clan, Dels, was splattered with blood and covered in bloody fragments. Shuxi stepped forward, drew his four-bladed blood spear, and glanced at the tip with great satisfaction. The four-bladed blood spear, due to its four blades, generates a spiral and has an explosive effect. Shuxi was very happy with this new discovery. If it's just cross-regional hunting, I don't care if you escape, because everyone is just trying to survive. Zahe, you never understood until your death that the reason I wanted you dead was because you abandoned your people and your faith for your own sake. Shuxi's voice was calm and collected, but to every troll present, it was like a bolt from the blue. Those who abandon their people shall die. This is the will that the Shuxi conveys to every member of the tribe, and it is also the rule. Shuxi held the four-bladed blood spear upside down, leaped back to the top of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's head, and his voice echoed out. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting patriarch of the troll race, hereby appoint Deers Atho as the 16th elder of the troll race. Durs, I'll give you half a day to pack up your supplies and bring all the trolls back to Crocodile Turtle Valley with me. From this day forward, we will unify the Black Wasteland Forest, and this forest will become the territory of us trolls. As he spoke, Shuxi raised his spear again, pointing it at the sky, and unleashed his leader-level aura without restraint, sweeping across the entire area. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman roared and howled repeatedly, its roars deafening. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast exuded a leader-level aura, causing all the Bloodline warriors of the Auto Troll race to tremble. War Beast, Abyssal Tyrannoman, Leader Level, Troll Knight. By the Supreme Lord, your glory descends upon the Black Wasteland Forest and upon the troll race. Shuxi, Shuxi. The expressions on the faces of the Auto Troll warriors regarding Shuxi and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus have shifted from initial resistance and antagonism to current worship and fanaticism. Meanwhile, Shuxi, through his own strength, forcefully subdued the Auto Troll clan. Half a day later, all the members of the Achuo Troll clan emerged from the cave. The Athos Troll tribe also numbered around 2,000, but at this moment, the number of Bloodline warriors in the Athos Troll tribe had decreased significantly. In the dark tides of winter, some Bloodline warriors perished in battles against dark creatures, while the vast majority of the surviving Bloodline warriors suffered injuries to varying degrees. Fortunately, aside from the old, weak, sick, and disabled, the Auto Troll race still has more than 600 Bloodline warriors who can take up arms. Given enough time to raise them, the Troll race, with its manpower combined with the Shuxi and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, would be able to sweep away the other races in the Black Wasteland Forest. A few days later, on the way home, Durs, how many of the hero-level elders from the Athos Troll tribe are still alive? Lord Shuxi, there are 8 left. 1 is seriously injured, 2 are slightly injured, and including myself, there are only 5 elders who can fight. Shuxi and a group of troll elders walked at the front. Shuxi did not conceal his aura, and the monsters in the jungle had long since fled, so the journey was extremely peaceful. What have you all been through this harsh winter? Lord Shuxi, we have experienced an invasion of numerous dark creatures, with blind spiders and subterranean beetles being our main enemies. How many dark creatures have you killed? Not many. We will hold the cave entrance and only confront the dark creatures head-on when the entrance is breached. Where are the corpses of those dark creatures? They were all thrown outside. The meat of blind spiders and subterranean beetles is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Shuxi was somewhat disappointed. Besides the magic core, he also wanted to collect some of the dark creatures killed by the Auto Troll tribe in the Dark Tide. Little did they know that the precious corpses of those dark creatures had been discarded by the Atho Trolls. It's truly pathetic to see a mountain of gold, but not know it. Given the greed and savagery of the dark creatures, those corpses were probably devoured that very night. This bad news left Shakes feeling rather dejected. The elders of the Mayan giant demons following behind him sighed in their hearts upon hearing this. Later in the winter, the dark source crystals from the tribal hunts were distributed, which boosted the strength of the troll elders. Many Bloodline warriors have even advanced to the hero level, but their battle achievements are not outstanding, and they have not yet been promoted to the elders. The Bloodline warriors that Chieftain Grell took away were mostly trolls like that. They were all after battle merits and endless resources. Dels walked behind Shuxi. He could sense that among this group of Mayan troll Bloodline warriors, there were quite a few hero-level trolls, but most of them were just beginning to reach hero level. The sheer number of these hero-level trolls astonished Dels. Lord Shuxi, has Chieftain Grell truly advanced to the leader level? When Dels first heard that Grell, the chieftain of the Mayan trolls, was also a leader-level being, he found it hard to believe. The sudden emergence of 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Mayan giant demon clan is nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. To be precise, they were 3 leader-level powerhouses. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus was a leader-level magical beast. Shuxi glanced at Dels and said calmly, "My brother, Grell, took half of the Bloodline warriors with him and was conscripted by the Four-Domain Lord, Axe, to participate in the war of invasion by all races." Upon hearing this, Dels stood frozen in place, as if he were a stone statue. The secrets of the Four Domains Lord Axe and the invasion of all races were known only to the tribal chiefs, since the troll race, which lived in the Black Waste Forest, had not produced a leader-level powerhouse for hundreds of years. Hearing this news from the mouth of Shuxi, a leader-level powerhouse, Dels had no choice but to believe it. Durs, tell your clan's elders that the Black Wasteland Forest is about to be unified. Heroic trolls who wish to retain their elder positions must earn them through battle merits. Chapter 64 Military Merit and Status, Rejection of Love. I understand, Lord Shuxi. Dels nodded, his expression becoming slightly more serious, showing a hint of disappointment and regret. Shakes turned his gaze back to the front and said slowly, "This isn't just targeting the Auto Trolls. It applies to all the Bloodline warriors of our Mayan trolls as well. Of course, those races that are about to submit to us trolls must use their military achievements to earn their status." After saying these words, Shaxu took a step forward and landed on the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman. Shakes reached out and wrapped his arms around the waists of the Succubus Yuna and the Snake Girl Aya, one on each side, and chuckled. "We're not far from Alligator Turtle Valley. Yuna, go back and rest for a bit, then lead us to the Succubus's territory." The Succubus Yuna embraced Shaksha with her arms around him, offering him a sweet kiss, her eyes filled with seductive allure. "As you wish, my dear Shakshi." At the rear of the group, elders Luo Sha and Ander of the Mi-Yin trolls flanked Dels on either side, speaking with great excitement. "Durs, you didn't expect this, did you? The glory of the trolls has fallen upon our Mayan clan, and there are 2 of them at once." Elders Luo Sha and Ander were acquainted with Dels. They were troll Bloodline warriors from the same era. The hunting territories of the 2 tribes were adjacent to each other, and they saw each other all the time. Therefore, These elders were familiar with the major figures in both clans. Luo Sha, what about Genkai? How is he? Huh, you mean Elder Genkai? He's very good, extremely good, just a bit unlucky. You had some bad luck, what do you mean? It's nothing. Elder Genkai has reached his peak and entered a bottleneck period. He's at home guarding Crocodile Turtle Valley. Upon hearing this, Dels was startled once again. Reaching the peak and entering a bottleneck period means that at their level, that is the peak of the hero level, the strongest combat force in the Black Wasteland Forest in the past. I can't say for sure what the specifics are. You'll have to ask the Grand Elder yourself when you get to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Luo Sha's words were shrouded in mystery, leaving Dels somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, Alligator Turtle Valley was just ahead, and they were about to arrive. Even from a great distance, the sound of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast shaking the ground could be heard in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Genkai personally walked out of the valley to welcome Shuxi's triumphant return. Looking at the massive troll army before him, Elder Genkai's old face beamed with joy. Without asking, one can tell from this scene that Shuxi has subdued the Auto Troll clan. Now, Elder Genkai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the addition of the Auto Troll clan, their troll clan will have enough Bloodline warriors to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley, and enough Bloodline warriors to accompany Shuxi on his expeditions to conquer other races. By Samadra, Shaksha, the glory of the trolls, welcome back. Shaxu jumped off Abyssal Tyrannoman and hugged Elder Steel Kai. Elder, I have not failed you. Ha ha ha, good. Afterwards, amidst the cheers of his people, Shuxi, with the succubus Yuna and the little snake woman Aya in his arms, slowly walked into Crocodile Turtle Valley. Meanwhile, Elder Genkai had already arrived before Dels, the former patriarch of the Athos Troll clan. By Amadada, Dels, welcome to the ranks. When the Black Wasteland is completely shrouded in the shadow of the trolls, you will be proud of the decision you made now. Dels also hugged Elder Genkai. Feeling the immense power and vitality within Elder Genkai's body, Dels felt somewhat disappointed. Dels hadn't expected that even Elder Genkai's strength was above his own. On this day, countless bonfires were lit in Crocodile Turtle Valley, and large quantities of meat were taken from the storehouse to reward the victorious warriors. Of course, it also fed its hungry fellow Auto Trolls to their heart's content. By the campfire, Dels and Elder Genkai sat facing each other. Elder, aren't we afraid of shortages if we distribute food so indiscriminately? Dels knew very well that all the trolls were eating their fill tonight. After carefully calculating, Dels felt somewhat panicked about the amount of food he had consumed that night. If they eat like this every day, it won't be long before the Mayan giant demon's food reserves are completely depleted. By then, the ice and snow will not have completely melted, and no magical beasts will be able to be hunted, so everyone will go hungry. Hurrah! Dels, eat without worry. Don't worry, you and your people will definitely not go hungry. Elder Genkai laughed heartily and generously. He tore off a piece of roasted meat, smacked it a couple of times, and swallowed it, saying with utmost confidence, Durs, you're very lucky. Just watch, the age of trolls is coming. Chief Gerald and Elder Shuxi will be the two brightest lights in the Black Wasteland Forest. With the chieftain and Shuxi here, we won't go hungry. Durs, isn't the entire Black Wasteland enough for us to hunt? Huh? Elder Genkai was chatting with Dels, hoping that the Auto Troll clan would integrate into the large group of Crocodile Turtle Valley as soon as possible. The other Mayan trolls in Crocodile Turtle Valley also got along very well with the trolls of the Achuo clan. After all, integrating a 2,000-strong troll tribe into the community would present challenges in terms of food, drink, shelter, and sleep, requiring coordination from high-ranking members like the Grand Elder. Inside Shuxi's tent, beneath animal hides, Shuxi was already exchanging marital affections with the succubus Yuena and the snake woman Aya. The next morning, there was a constant commotion outside the tent. Shakes Pride opened the two small hands that were wrapped around him, put on a set of light leather armor, and walked out of the tent. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Shakes sensed something was different. At some point, pieces of high-quality animal hides had been sewn onto the exterior of the tent. At first glance, Shakes thought his tent had grown mold. Not far from the tent, a dozen or so female trolls peered intently at Shaksha's tent, their eyes filled with anticipation. Upon witnessing this scene, Kshatriya felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that Shaksha disliked women, but rather that the female trolls were simply too unattractive for him to bear looking at, making it difficult for him to even consider eating them. So, Shuxi took a spear from the stomach of the cuckoo and stuck it upside down in front of his tent. Shaksha rejected the advances of another female troll. Hurrah! See, I told you so, Elder Shuxi looks down on them. In the distance, Shuxi's friends, Beg and Land, were gathered with several Athos trolls, seemingly making a bet. Shakes glanced at them, and Beige and Rand shrugged sheepishly. Shakes didn't take it seriously and didn't go over, not wanting to get involved in their bet. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi took a step toward Elder Gonkai's tent, intending to discuss matters concerning the Succubus clan. The Succubus and Troll clans are related by marriage, and the Succubus clan is considered the descendant of the Shakshi, so they need to be taken special care of. Chapter 65, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone, just as it should be. Inside the tent, Shuxi and Elder Genkai sat facing each other. Shakes, tell me what you think. Shuxi hesitated for a long time before asking the Elder in a questioning tone. Elder, the Succubus race is different from our troll race. Is there anything different? Shuxi sighed, took a sip of fruit wine, and then slowly spoke. The Achuo trolls and our Mayan trolls are of the same race, so the Achuo trolls can integrate into our race without any conflict or grudge. Our people also readily accept their fellow members of the Ader troll race. There is no doubt that, starting last night, the women and children of the Athos trolls have begun to integrate into the tribe. However, the Succubus race is different. They are succubi, and almost the entire race is female. If the Succubus race submits to our troll race, how should we deal with the Succubus race? Should we bring them to settle in Alligator Turtle Valley, or let them stay in their original territory? If this applies to succubi, what about other races? Shake's question left Elder Genkai somewhat dumbfounded. At the previous meeting of elders, the Succubus Yuina analyzed the various advantages and disadvantages, but she did not have the authority to make a decision. Now that the matter was right before his eyes, Elder Genkai realized that things were not as simple as he had thought. The other races that inhabit the Black Wasteland Forest cannot be subjugated simply by conquering them. To get these races to serve the troll race, we need to find a way to control them while also properly managing them. Shuxi, tell me, what should we do? Shikushi held up 3 fingers and said very seriously. 3 things that need to be done immediately. First, designate Alligator Turtle Valley as the inner valley and set it as the trolls' living area. Second, a large area was planned outside the valley entrance, and dwellings were built to make it an area for other races. Third, start building the fence in preparation for next winter. Shuxi explained it very simply, and Elder Genkai understood it immediately. Shakes, do you mean we need to relocate other races to the vicinity of Crocodile Turtle Valley as well? Shakes shook his head, then nodded, and then said very seriously. We've only taken over a portion of them. We need to settle the families of the high-ranking officials from various races, as well as the talented young people first. The rest, let them continue to live in their original territories. In this way, they can not only continue hunting, but also hand over supplies to us, and even become permanent guards of our territory. After hearing what Shake said, Elder Genkai slammed his hand on the table. Great idea. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shuxi, you are very clever. Shakes shook his head, refusing the elder's flattery. In reality, what Shuxi truly wanted to settle were the hostages sent by various races. Of course, we can't say it like that publicly. Moreover, during the winter, for safety reasons, people of all races will gather in Alligator Turtle Valley to seek refuge. By then, Alligator Turtle Valley will be very crowded and will consume a lot of resources. Therefore, Alligator Snapping Turtle Valley must expand in any way. If the various tribes of the Black Wasteland Forest were previously just scattered villages, now Shuxi is going to transform Crocodile Turtle Valley into a large town, making it the center of the Black Wasteland Forest. The future that Shuxi showed to Elder Genkai made the latter's eyes shine brighter and brighter, as if a new door had been opened. Also, I will be taking most of the Bloodline warriors of the Athos trolls with me when I set out on my expedition in 3 days. I must take the elders of Dells and the Athos trolls with me. They must earn their place in the tribe through battle merits. Elder, during this period, you must integrate Crocodile Turtle Valley as soon as possible and completely merge the 2 troll tribes of Mayan and Achuo. Shakespeare spoke of this point with utmost seriousness and earnestness. If this is not done well, the trolls of Otto might riot one day. This is also why Shuxi wanted to take away most of the high-ranking members of the Otto troll clan. Without the deterrent force of the police, it's not safe at all. It must be said that Shakespeare has a long-term vision. It's much more far-sighted than Elder Gonkai's approach. Hara, Shikshita, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I would have thought you were a succubus. Elder Genkai laughed heartily, taking in everything Shuxi said. Okay, Shakes, I will do as you say. Shakes nodded, picked up a glass of fruit wine, and took another sip, saying in a bold tone, "Elder, let's strive to completely integrate the Black Wasteland Forest before our eldest brother returns. Give him a big surprise. Let him see a completely transformed alligator turtle valley." Hearing what Sheikh said, Elder Genkai became more and more excited and hopeful. Bang! I refuse to accept this. Why should I? However, at that moment, a muffled sound came from the Bloodline warriors' tent area, and a deep, angry roar could be clearly heard. Sheikhs and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, then got up and left the tent. These next few days are a crucial time for the Athos trolls to integrate into the tribe. Who will jump out and cause trouble at this time? Is it possible that the camp will break up in less than a day? Shuxi narrowed his eyes, a cold, killing intent flashing in his pupils. In the Bloodline warriors' tent area, the former chieftain of the Athos trolls, Dels, forcefully held back a young Athos troll, preventing him from rushing out to fight. On the other side, Elders Luo Sha and Ander also held back one of the Bloodline warriors of the Mi Yin giant demon, preventing the two sides from clashing again. What happened? Shuxi's majestic voice rang out, along with his terrifying bloodline suppression. Including Dels, the trolls who had been arguing and trying to break up the fight all crawled on the ground, overwhelmed and unable to breathe. Elder Dels, can you tell me what happened? This. Dels Athos mumbled for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. I refuse to accept this. Why was he allowed to steal the female troll from my tent? Shuxi's expression turned serious as he looked at the giant demon Mayan who was being pointed at. It turned out to be Shuxi's friend, Rand. Rand, tell me what happened. When asked by Shax, Rand hurriedly and hesitantly recounted what had happened. Shakes, no. Chieftain, he was the one who started the trouble. Last night a female troll from Athos checked into my tent, and today he came to cause trouble, saying that the female troll belongs to him. Shuxi looked at Dels, whose face was slightly flustered, with a questioning look in his eyes. Chief Shakes, that's right. The young people's petty squabbles are nothing serious. Shaksha shook his head, glanced at the unfamiliar auto troll, thought for a moment, and asked, Durrs, how were these kinds of things handled by the Athos troll clan in the past? Whoever has the bigger fist gets the female troll. Shuxi nodded and spoke to the young Atho troll. The rules are the same for both the Achuo trolls and the Mayan trolls. Whoever has the biggest fist gets the female troll. However, the winning side cannot force the female troll to move into their tent. Do you agree with that? The young Athos troll nodded, showing no fear whatsoever. All right, it's very simple. There's a fighting area in the square. You and Rand go and have a match, but stop when you're close enough to avoid killing anyone. The young Auto troll's eyes lit up, and his impression of Chief Shuxi improved considerably. That's how it should be. If it weren't for the clan chief. Oh no, if it weren't for Elder Del stopping me, I would have knocked his teeth out. The young Athos troll raised his right hand, pointing at Rand through gritted teeth. Chapter 66 Retrieve some items, challenged the queen. Shuxi did not continue speaking, withdrew his bloodline pressure, and glanced at Dels, who was getting up from the ground. Let them be. Troll matters should be resolved the troll way. Dels nodded, his feelings quite complicated. Dels, there's no need to be so careful. Trolls aren't goblins. There's no need to be humble. I understand, Chief Shuxi. Dels breathed a sigh of relief. He had been trying to break up the fight, fearing that the two sides would come to blows, and that the young troll of the Ader clan would suffer. It seems that, at least on the surface, Shaksha treats all trolls equally. Shuxi nodded, glanced into the distance, and said calmly, Elder Dels, prepare yourselves. Take a head count of the bloodline warriors who are still capable of fighting. We will embark on our journey in 3 days. As you wish, Chief Shuxi. Dels raised one hand to his chest, giving a yes response. 3 days later, led by Shuxi and escorted by Elder Genkai, the trolls marched out of Crocodile Turtle Valley in a grand procession. My dear Shuxi, why are we heading north? Isn't the Succubus's territory to the east? The Succubus Yuana was curious. She affectionately hugged Shuxi's arm and asked the question that had been on her mind. Shuxi didn't seem to be in a great hurry during this campaign against the Succubus race. After leaving the Alligator Turtle Valley, Shuxi surprisingly decided to take a detour to the north. It's nothing. I'm just picking up something on the way. Shuxi explained his purpose, but did not say what he was going to retrieve. A few days later, in the cave where the triangular python used to live, rumbling sounds continued to emanate from the cave. After the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast dug a large hole in the cave, Shuxi handed over the mining work to a group of troll bloodline warriors. Abyssal Greyman will only come forward to help when it encounters a large rock that it cannot step on. Not far from the cave entrance, Shuxi held a fist-sized dark flame stone in his hand, his expression not as excited as one might expect. Judging from the amount of dark flame stones obtained so far, the cave in front of us is more likely a dark flame stone mine. This means that there are not many dark flame stones, and no vein has been formed here. However, it's better than nothing, no matter how little. At this moment, Shuxi was thinking about how to use this batch of dark flame stones to exchange for more benefits from the Wandering Soul DoD. There's no rush, because there's no particular need for saxophone right now. Shikushi's strength is still in a growth stage, and there is a lot of room for self-improvement. My dearest Shakespeare, can you promise me something? The succubus Yuina swayed her slender waist as she approached Shakshi, reaching out to hug Shakshi's right arm. Shuxi knew very well that when Yuina made this gesture, she was trying to get help by acting cute. Shuxi pulled the succubus Yuina into his arms, kissed her, and said affectionately, "Speak, my Yuina, as long as it's not too much, I'll agree to anything you ask for." Stimulated by Shuxi, the succubus Yuina's face gradually flushed red, becoming alluring and revealing obvious signs of spring. However, the succubus Yuina did not forget her main task. "My dear Shakshi, as you know, I have been imprisoned ever since my sister Yelena ascended the throne. If it weren't for your marriage alliance with the succubus clan, I would still be stuck in that dark and gloomy palace. Shakshi, I want to challenge my sister, the succubus queen. I will prove that I am stronger than her. I will seize the throne. I will gain the recognition of the succubus race. I will take their rule." The succubus Yuina was already moved and took the initiative to fall into Shuxi's arms, offering him a kiss. Shuxi squinted at the cave, letting the succubus Yuina make trouble in his arms. After a long while, Shuxi lowered his head and kissed the succubus Yuina's forehead. "I promise you. However, this must happen before I explain my purpose. So, Yuina, if you want to get things done, you need to be more proactive." The succubus Yuina's rose-red eyes shone brightly. She understood the meaning behind Shuxi's words. Whatever the succubus Yuina wants to do, she can. However, the premise is that it absolutely cannot affect what the Shakes is going to do. This is the bottom line for the Kshatriya. The succubus Yuina was a clever person. Through this incident, she also figured out the extent of Shuxi's tolerance towards her. As long as she doesn't jeopardize important matters, the succubus Yuina has a lot of room to maneuver. "Thank you, my dear Shuxi. Whether I succeed or not, I will serve you forever, my Shakti." Everyone loves to hear nice things, and Shakes is no exception. 3 more days passed, and Shuxi collected over 100 dark flame stones of varying sizes. After digging more than 10 meters underground for several days without any results, Shakes stopped digging. However, just in case, Shuxi buried the mine pit again. Shakes thought that he would try his luck again when conditions were right. After resting for 2 days, the army set off for the succubus territory. Succubus territory, succubus palace. The succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, her brows furrowed. "The ice and snow have melted, Yuga. Who led the hunting expedition this time?" "Your Majesty, it is Elder Gain who led the elite succubus squad out." Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena felt much more at ease. "What about that group of buffalo people to the east? Have they made a move?" "Your Majesty, not yet." The succubus queen Yelena's expression turned much colder, and the succubus elder Yuja thought for a moment and added a sentence. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the scout team is keeping watch over there. We will be informed immediately if anything happens." The succubus queen, Yelena, remained silent, her beautiful eyes, framed by her brush-like eyelashes, gazing at the early spring outside the palace. Actually, the succubus clan had a pretty good winter. Apart from one palace being breached by dark creatures, resulting in the loss of some ordinary succubi, they suffered no major losses. Ultimately, it was the trolls who sent a large amount of supplies before the harsh winter. To be honest, the succubus clan is living a pretty good life. At least, it's much better than last winter. For example, even now, the succubus clan stockpile of supplies has not been exhausted. This is the source of succubus queen Yelena's confidence in sitting quietly on her throne right now. "Your Majesty, the territorial wars between the various races could begin at any time. Should we send an elite succubus squad to the troll race to inform them?" Elder Yuga noticed the lingering worry on the face of the succubus queen Yelena, realizing she was concerned about the upcoming territorial battle. Upon hearing the name of the troll race, the succubus queen Yelena snapped out of her reverie and turned to look at Elder Yuga. "That's a good idea. Elder Yuga, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Remember, send the clever and cunning succubus. Also, bring some supplies with you. Winter has just ended, and I imagine the trolls are short of food." Speaking of this, the succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but think of her twin sister, and the troll knight who rode the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, Shaksha. I wonder if they made it through the winter? Chapter 67, Doing Whatever One Pleases, ending in a draw. A few days later, the messenger sent by the succubus queen Yelena returned, looking slightly flustered. Your Majesty, Lord Shuxi, the acting patriarch of the troll race, has come to visit. And Princess Yelena is also in the group. Your Majesty, Yelena wants to. Before the succubus messenger could finish speaking, a seductive voice rang out from outside the succubus palace. Sister Yelena, according to the clan rules, every member of the royal family has the right to challenge the queen. Your Majesty, Yelena challenges you. Although Yelena's voice was charming, her tone was cold and detached, and her words carried a strong sense of confidence. Upon reaching the throne, the succubus queen Yelena sensed her sister Yelena's powerful aura and instantly stood up. No need to say anything, she's here. The succubus queen, Yelena, walked out of the succubus palace with a group of elders, her face expressionless. Outside the succubus palace, a large number of succubus warriors gathered, completely surrounding the area. In the outermost part of the jungle, there were still a large number of ordinary succubi curiously peeking out and observing. The struggle for the throne is common among all races, and succubi are no exception. At this moment, the succubus Yelena, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, stood guard against thousands of enemies on the road leading to the succubus palace, allowing the succubus people to look her over. Little sister Yelena, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Lord Shakespeare backing you up. The voice of the succubus queen Yelena came from the palace. A few breaths later, the succubus queen Yelena and several succubus elders arrived one after another. Upon seeing her younger sister, Yelena, the succubus queen Yelena's pupils constricted slightly. The succubus queen Yelena's gaze did not linger on Yelena, but instead fell on something not far away. There, Shuxi sat quietly cross-legged on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, lost in thought. Impossible. How is this possible? The next second, the succubus queen Yelena's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed in surprise. Then, the succubus queen Yelena muttered to herself, as if possessed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Elder Yuga of the succubus reached out and gently shook the succubus queen Yelena. After a long while, the succubus queen Yelena came to her senses and stared intently at Shakes. As for Shuxi, he had already closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep or meditating. Your Majesty, Yelena challenges you. When the younger sister, Yelena, saw that her older sister, the succubus queen Yelena, looked so distraught, she naturally knew why she was like this. However, this moment is Yelena's time to challenge herself. After taking one last deep look at Shakshi and Abyssal Tyrannoman, the succubus queen Yelena finally turned her gaze to Yelena. Yelena, I accept your challenge. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena paused for a moment before speaking again, but in a much gentler tone. Sister, now it seems that marrying you to Lord Shakespeare was a wise decision. As the succubus queen Yelena spoke, she glanced at Shuxi. However, Shuxi remained unmoved, keeping his eyes closed and saying nothing. The succubus queen Yelena was very clever. She immediately guessed that Shuxi didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the succubus clan. He was just covering for Yelena. Your Majesty, what just happened? It's nothing. Lord Shuxi has become a leader-level powerhouse. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena stepped out of the group and walked towards her younger sister, Yelena. Meanwhile, the succubus elders, upon hearing the words of the succubus queen Yelena, were immediately stunned, unable to recover for a long time, let alone speak or act. Little sister Yelena, you've grown a lot. You even have the courage to challenge me. Have you forgotten the countless lessons of the past? Yelena took out the dagger that Shakes had given her from her waist. It was a dagger called Nightwalker, a silver-grade weapon. Sister, you talk too much nonsense. Snort. The succubus queen, Yelena, gave a soft snort and pulled a strangely styled black whip from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in her bosom. Yelena, the challenge is about to begin. As soon as she finished speaking, a pink aura erupted from the succubus queen Yelena, and most of the succubi and trolls around her fell into an illusion, including several troll elders. Shuxi closed his eyes tightly and sighed softly. Shakes was quite impressed. This succubus queen, Yelena, was truly a fairy and a talented individual. This illusion control technique alone is definitely a powerful tool in large-scale team battles. Roar. The next moment, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus let out a deep roar, startling the trolls who were trapped in the illusion, each of them looking terrified. The same old tricks, nothing new. Call out. With a sharp cry, Yelena's figure swayed and split in two, attacking the Succubus Queen Yelena from the left and right. Snap! The Succubus Queen, Yelena, lashed out with her black whip, the tip of which tore through the air, producing a heavy, piercing crack. Puff! The black whip lashed out like a snake, striking a figure that instantly vanished. Hearing the sound of the whip cracking, even Shaxu, who was sitting steadily on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, couldn't help but frown. What's the origin of this whip? The cracking sound is so dull and piercing, it's like it's echoing in my heart. With this power, it's definitely a weapon of at least the gold grade. Shuxi was on edge, because he knew that with this strange whip, the Succubus Queen Yelena couldn't possibly lose this challenge. Although Yelena's true strength is slightly higher, her silver gray dagger is no match for the whip in the hands of the Succubus Queen Yelena. Sizzle! The younger sister, Yelena, had already closed in on her older sister, Yelena. The dagger in her hand was treacherous and swift as lightning, tearing through the Succubus Queen Yelena's transparent veil. The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Yelena appeared even more assertive when she got close. However, the Succubus Queen Yelena was no less formidable. She managed to wrap the long whip around her right arm in an instant. In this way, the Succubus Queen Yelena's right arm is practically invulnerable, making her even more ruthless than Yelena. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These two beautiful succubus sisters danced gracefully like butterflies. Like a strange phantom, it comes and goes without a trace. After a series of battles, Yelena, who was at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, gradually showed signs of weakness. Yelena was extremely unwilling to accept defeat, and her attacks became increasingly ruthless, with each move a strategy of trading injury for injury. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air and struck like lightning between Yelena and the Succubus Queen Yelena, stopping the two from continuing their battle. This match is now over, a draw. I said it. Shaxu opened his eyes, got up and walked step by step from the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman to the top of his head. Then, Abyssal Greymon slowly lowered its head and brought Xerox to the ground. Shuxi walked between the twin sisters, Yelena and Yelena, and pulled out the still trembling spear, his voice heavy and authoritative. Your Majesty, still your Majesty. These were the words that Shuxi spoke to Yelena, who was right in front of him. Underneath the torn transparent gauze dress, Yelena was mature, voluptuous, and alluring. As you wish, Your Excellency Shuxi. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, bowed respectfully, not daring to object. Shuxi turned around, looked at Yelena, his face full of tenderness. Yelena remains unchanged. She is still my Yelena. Chapter 68, 3 Choices, Shared Glory. The Succubus Yelena smiled, her face blooming like a flower. Sheathing her dagger, the Succubus Yelena came to Shuxi's side and gently took his arm. Just as the Succubus Queen Yelena breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that things were in order, Shuxi's indifferent voice rang in her ear. My elder brother, Gerald, has become a leader-level powerhouse and has been recruited by the Four-Domain Lord, Axe, to participate in the war of invasion by all races. I, Shuxi Mayan, am currently the acting patriarch of the troll race, and also a leader-level powerhouse. Shakespeare was telling a story, recounting the cause and effect. Next, Shuxi changed the subject, his tone becoming extremely stern. Yelena, I'm giving you 3 choices. The first one, submit to me, submit to the troll race. Secondly, leave this territory. I will not harm you in the slightest, but I will expel your succubus race from the Black Wasteland Forest. The third option is to rebel and be enslaved by me. From this day forward, the Black Wasteland Forest will have only one master, and that is the troll race. Roar. As Shaktius finished speaking, the roar of the abyssal Tyrannoman reverberated through the heavens, rising and falling in waves. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the abyssal Tyrannoman leader swept across the entire area. All the succubi were forced to prostrate themselves on the ground by this overwhelming power, trembling in fear. Of course, even the Succubus Queen Yelena was no exception. And Shuxi stood before the Succubus Queen Yelena, looking down at her like a god, looking down at this peerless beauty. The atmosphere had become incredibly heavy without anyone noticing. It seems that a battle could break out at any moment. All the succubi are awaiting the decision of the Succubus Queen, Yelena. Some succubi had even reached for the crossbows and longswords at their waists. Shuxi did not allow Abyss Greymon to retract its power, but continued to suppress the Succubus Queen Yelena. At the same time, the massive body of Abyssal Tyrannoman was ready for battle, and an Abyssal Flame Dragon cannon was gradually forming in its mouth. Lord Shuxi, Yelena is willing to submit to you, and the succubus race is willing to submit to the troll race. The succubus queen Yelena's trembling voice rang out, sounding like a sobbing, pitiful little woman who had been bullied, helpless, and aggrieved. However, at this moment, Shaksha was not buying into the succubus queen Yelena's pitiful act. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful pressure disappeared. With a flick of its mouth, the abyssal Tyrannoman unleashed the abyssal flame dragon cannon, which shot into the sky. Boom. A tremendous explosion and a scorching shockwave swept over, and countless succubi once again prostrated themselves there, trembling. If that abyssal fire dragon had been fired at their succubus race, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even the succubus queen Yelena froze upon seeing this terrifying scene. Shuxi! Shuxi! Yura! The next moment, all the trolls behind Shaksha were chanting his name. Shaksha made the succubus race submit without using a single soldier, something the trolls could never have imagined. Especially the troll elders standing at the very front, led by Dels, looked at Shaksha with eyes full of fanaticism and awe. Durs, how is it? Don't you see a great being rising before your eyes? This is the shared glory of us trolls. The two troll elders, Luo Sha and Ander, had already become die-hard fans of Shaksha since the beginning of winter, and were even more excited at this moment. Yes, you're right. Lord Shuxi is the common glory of all trolls. At this moment, the former chieftain of the Otto trolls, Dels, gradually felt relieved and finally willingly submitted. Perhaps, having such a great troll lead us is the best choice. The succubus queen, Yelena, slowly rose from the ground, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at Shuxi. Shuxi didn't care, his left arm around Yelena's slender waist, accepting the attention and scrutiny of all the succubi present. Yelena greets Lord Shuxi. No need for formalities. Very well. Yelena is quite sensible, no longer acting like a queen, and her tone is extremely polite. May I ask, Lord Shuxi, what difference will there be if our succubus race submits? This succubus queen is so clever. Shuxi looked at the succubus queen Yelena. This queen was indeed worthy of being in a high position for a long time. She possessed both composure and wisdom. When the succubus queen Yelena asked, what will be different? She was actually asking what benefits the succubus race would receive for submitting. Moreover, this question was asked after submission, so it didn't seem abrupt at all. As the queen, she automatically joins the council of elders under the troll chieftain. As for the other succubus elders, they must earn their positions through military merit. This isn't just a criticism of succubi, it applies to us trolls too. In front of all the succubi, Shaksha affirmed the status of the succubus queen, Yelena. The succubus queen, Yelena, kept her eyes fixed on Shaksha, clearly dissatisfied with the current outcome. The succubus queen, Yelena, stood there quietly, waiting for Shuxi's next move. Succubi can still inhabit this territory, but they will need to hand over half of their resources. At the same time, the troll race opened the Alligator Turtle Valley to the succubus race, and the succubi can come and go freely. Furthermore, when winter comes, all succubi will be allowed to enter Alligator Turtle Valley for refuge, and we will guarantee your safety. And you, the succubus race, have the duty to protect the troll race, to protect the Crocodile Turtle Valley, and to protect this territory. In fact, the conditions offered by the saxophone were quite lenient. Shuxi had no intention of enslaving succubi, nor did he intend to drive the succubus race to be used as cannon fodder. Furthermore, Shuxi promised to protect the succubus race during the coming winters. It's important to understand that having a leader-level being to provide protection during the dark tide is absolutely unimaginable. The more the succubus queen Yelena listened, the happier she became. According to Shuxi, she not only did not lose her rule over the succubus race, but also gained the status of an elder of the troll race. Of course, succubus warriors also have many duties to fulfill. As you wish, Your Excellency Chieftain Shuxi, the succubus race is willing to submit and fulfill our obligations. As she spoke, the succubus queen Yelena knelt on one knee in front of Shuxi. As the succubus queen Yelena knelt on one knee, the succubus warriors around her followed suit. Gradually, the ordinary succubi near the succubus palace also knelt down. Finally, even the troll warriors behind Shaksha knelt down on one knee to show their respect for Shaksha. The succubus Yona turned her head, looked up at Shuxi for a moment, and then knelt down with a smile. Shuxi's expression was extremely serious. He pulled the spear out of the ground and placed the spearhead on Yelena's shoulder. I am Shuxi, the acting patriarch of the troll race. I hereby declare that I accept the submission of the succubus race. The demon god bears witness. From this day forward, we will watch over each other until death. I will grant my men protection, shielding them from foreign invasion, and they will defend our territory to the death. We fight together, and the direction my spear points is the direction in which the succubus race fights. With all the succubi and trolls as witnesses, Shaksha recited the oath. From this moment on, the succubus race officially joins the troll race. Wah! At the same time, a deep horn sounded among the troll bloodline warriors. This is not a battle horn, but a celebration horn. Shuxi broke the spear in his hand in two. This item is a token, and also proof of the succubus race's submission. Shuxi handed the spear tip to the succubus queen Yelena, his indifference fading and replaced by a hint of joy. Chapter 69 Mutual Consent, Aversion to Betrayal. The succubus queen, Yelena, took the spear tip, a slight smile appearing on her face. Next, the succubus queen Yelena invited Shuxi and his party into the palace, where they were treated to food and wine, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Furthermore, the succubus queen Yelena even set aside a most luxurious palace for Shaksha, making it Shaksha's exclusive residence. Night falls, the succubus clan's treasure vault. Lord Shuxi, please look, this is all the treasure of our succubus race. All the magic cores you requested are stored here. The succubus queen, Yelena, spoke in a very gentle voice, especially now that she was alone in a room with Shuxi. Shuxi nodded and, without any hesitation, put all the magic cores into his cuckoo's stomach. We don't need the other supplies, we. Shuxi turned around, his pupils contracted slightly, and stared blankly at the succubus queen Yelena in front of him. At this moment, the succubus queen Yelena was completely naked, standing naked in front of Shaksha. Lord Shuxi, I have never believed in oaths. I only believe in mutual motivation driven by the pursuit of self-interest. Lord Shuxi, I am willing to grant all your personal desires. As she spoke, the succubus queen Yelena began to twist her body and perform a strange dance. Shuxi remained silent, watching everything unfold quietly. When the succubus queen Yelena saw that Shuxi was silent, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. In situations like these, silence is tacit consent. The succubus queen, Yelena, stepped forward, her breath sweet as orchids and her voice enchanting. Lord Shuxi, we. The succubus queen, Yelena, tilted her head back, her face full of allure. Shuxi remained silent, but his breathing had become slightly rapid. Mountains have ridges, heaven and earth unite, the heavenly support collapses. You are under my protection. But remember, if you betray me, the end will be terrible. Shuxi pulled up his pants, turned around, and walked out of the succubus clan's treasure vault alone. As the succubus queen Yelena watched Shuxi's departing figure, the words, if you betray me, the end will be terrible, echoed in her mind. Betrayal. Can't even the body be betrayed? The succubus race is indeed lewd, as can be seen from the behavior of the succubus queen, Yelena, just now. The succubus queen, Yelena, still feeling the effects of spring, dressed herself and walked out of the treasure vault with a satisfied and smiling face. Inside the palace of the royal succubus, the younger sister, Yelena, had been waiting for the succubus queen, Yelena, for quite some time. Seeing the lustful look on the face of the succubus queen Yelena and the strange fragrance emanating from her body, her younger sister Yelena was furious. I knew it. You'd always try to take what's mine. Yelena, you're too possessive. Do you even respect me as your sister? The succubus queen, Yelena, glanced at her younger sister, Yelena, a smile playing on her lips, her mature voice captivatingly alluring. Yelena, my sister, you should know that according to the rules of the succubus royal family, a royal family that loses the competition cannot continue to exist. I locked you in the dark hall to save your life, so don't deny it. The succubus queen, Yelena, looked at her younger sister, Yelena, with a teasing look in her eyes and a very unrestrained laugh. Furthermore, someone as powerful as Lord Shuxi cannot be obtained by robbing. The strong possess their own will. At this point, the succubus queen Yelena's mature voice inexplicably turned slightly serious. Yelena, let me remind you, when you're by Lord Sheikh's side, it's best not to have any ulterior motives or try to influence the will of a powerful person. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. This was a subtle reminder from the succubus queen, Yelena. She was hinting at something to her sister. The younger sister, Yelena, wasn't stupid either. She stared at her older sister, Yelena, on the throne, as if asking a question. However, in the end, the succubus queen Yelena said nothing. Mind your own business and watch yourself. Seeing her sister Yelena's flushed skin after lovemaking, Yelena felt restless, like a cat's claws scratching at her heart. What Shuxi hates most is betrayal. In the end, the younger sister, Yuina, left the royal succubus palace. However, before leaving, he kindly reminded his sister, Yelena, of something. Do you hate betrayal? The succubus race cannot betray? Is it still true that neither my person nor my heart can betray me? The succubus queen, Yelena, leaned back on her throne, murmuring to herself as she fell into deep thought. 3 days later, the succubus elder Yuga led half of the succubus warriors to follow Shuxi to the territory of the Buffalo people. On this outing, the Buffalo Man was the next target after the succubus clan. After bidding farewell to the succubus queen Yelena, Shuxi stood on the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus, with Yuina on his left arm and Medusa Aya on his right, looking quite content. My dearest Shakti, who is more beautiful, me or my sister? They really are twin sisters, they asked the same question. Shakis's lips curled into a smile, an awkward one. It was obvious that Yelena knew he had a relationship with the succubus queen Yelena. Yelena was using this subtle questioning to express both jealousy and flirtation. Shuxi kissed Yelena and said with deep affection, "Of course, Yelena, who will be with me day and night, is more beautiful." Upon hearing this, Yelena smiled broadly and let the matter drop. Because Yelena has already gotten the answer she wanted. The northernmost part of the Black Wasteland Forest. This is a hilly area, adjacent to the abyss of the underground cave, one of the 4 major regions. This hilly area was occupied by a group of burrowing spiders. Queen Trissis, have you made up your mind? Let's join forces and defeat the troll race. All supplies, equipment, and slaves are yours. The long unseen elder of the snake people tribe, with red eyes, stood on a boulder, gazing at a cave in front of him, constantly tempting the cave's spider queen, Trissi, with tangible benefits. Rustling. A rustling sound of animals crawling came from the cave, and the spider queen Trissi, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of an 8-legged spider, crawled out of the cave. Red eyes, what do you want? Crocodile Turtle Valley, a territory where our snake people can live. Then why should I believe you? Spider Queen Trissi was not stupid. She was well aware of the temptations lured by the Snake Man Elder's red eyes. They will definitely pay a heavy price to defeat the trolls in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Perhaps their entire clan of cave spiders will be wiped out. Queen Trissis, I know what you're worried about. Please rest assured, we will not let your people serve as cannon fodder or go to their deaths. Our snake people race has already controlled 8 level 5 snake-type magical beasts. With them charging ahead, you can rest easy. The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red with confidence, continued to seduce Queen Trissi. With the harsh winter just over, these spiders must be incredibly hungry. They need food, and they need to fight. Chapter 70 The Prophet Geta, Kill the Obstacles. The cave spiders need food, while the snake people need territory. The two groups united, each getting what they needed. If it weren't for the fact that the number of snake people warriors is still too small, in the past, the red-eyed elder would never have shared such a good thing with other races. Queen Trissis, Elder Greenfong of my tribe, has already traveled to the territory of the obsidian stone golems with good intentions. I think you should make a decision as soon as possible. After all, time waits for no one. The red-eyed elder of the snake people squinted, staring at the silent cave spider queen before him, awaiting her reply. After a long while, the spider queen looked up at the red-eyed elder and finally spoke. Snake Man, remember your promise. Everything except the territory belongs to us crypt spiders. The red-eyed elder's face lit up with joy, and he nodded emphatically. Of course, Queen Trissi assemble. We will depart in 3 days to conquer the troll territory of Alligator Turtle Valley, the Black Wasteland Forest in the south. Go back, Snake Man. Greenfong, another elder of the Snake Man tribe, looked at the tall, obsidian stone figures on the rocks in front of him and felt extremely frustrated. These obsidian stone golems were all exceptionally powerful, especially the 2 tallest ones, which posed a great threat to him. Chief Heiyao, please reconsider. Help our serpent clan conquer Crocodile Turtle Valley, and we can provide each of your obsidian stone golems with 1 petrify spell. On the mountain rocks, the obsidian stone figures remained silent and indifferent. Go back, Snake Man. This is not a place for you. The heavy voice came again, this time with a stronger tone and carrying the aura of a powerful figure. Elder Greenfong tightened his grip on his scepter, but ultimately said nothing and disappeared into the dense forest with a look of disappointment. Half a day later, at the top of the stone mountain, Heiyuzi, the chieftain of the obsidian stone men, arrived at a giant rock. Prophet Geta, the serpent man, is gone. Rumble. After a series of booming sounds, the boulder split open, revealing a huge obsidian stone golem hidden inside. Black Jade boy, are you tempted? Black Jade, the chieftain of the Obsidian Stone people, nodded, his voice somewhat deep and honest. Yes, Prophet Geta, I was indeed tempted, but I listened to you and rejected the snake man. The Prophet Gatai looked at Black Jade's face, which was full of confusion and doubt, and said in a deep voice, Black Jade boy, I have lived for many years. I followed the previous leader of the Black Wasteland Forest. I will never forget that aura. Now, I'm sensing a similar aura from the Black Wasteland Forest again. Do you know what this means? The Prophet Gata gazed toward the center of the Black Wasteland and spoke earnestly. Whoever wants to unify the Black Wasteland Forest will come looking for us. Now, all we need to do is wait quietly. Black Jade, remember this. The first monster to make a sound in the forest is the easiest to hunt. Black Wasteland Forest, Eastern Region. While the Serpent People, in alliance with the Cave Spiders and Obsidian Golems, were preparing to conquer the troll race, Shaksha was leading his own forces toward the Buffalo People's hunting grounds. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo People are all madmen. They won't say a word to us, nor will they reason with us. The Succubus Elder Yuga stood beside Shuxi, recounting the ignorance and madness of the Buffalo People. Just now, news came back from the front. A scouting party composed of succubi and trolls was attacked as soon as they entered the territory of the Buffalo People. This was a bad start. Everyone seemed to smell a faint scent of blood. Elder Yuga, tell me about the specifics of the Buffalo People. As their neighbor, the Succubus should know them well, right? Shuxi looked at the Succubus elder beside him, who looked old but still had a charming appearance, and politely inquired about the Buffalo Man's situation. Lord Shuxi, the Buffalo People are a bunch of lunatics. Once they go mad, they will kill every living creature in their path except for their own people. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Tell me about the specific structure of the Buffalo People and the distribution of their strength. Elder Yuga nodded humbly, his voice aged yet melodious. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo People are divided into chiefs, elders, mad buffalo warriors, and ordinary buffalo people according to their status from top to bottom. According to our current intelligence, this buffalo tribe has 1 buffalo chief, 3 buffalo elders, and the number of mad buffalo warriors is currently unknown, but it is definitely no more than 1,000. Shuxi didn't interrupt and listened to the Succubus elder's story as he continued on his way. The chief of this buffalo tribe is called Monadu. His strength should be at the late stage of hero level, which is stronger than our queen. Elder Yuga spoke very seriously, without holding anything back, and told everything he knew. Their 3 elders are Manaya, Monahorn, and Nyohandi. These 3 buffalo people are all heroic figures. The rest. Before Elder Yuga could continue speaking, a troll warrior had already run up to Shuxi. Elder Shuxi, Luo Sha has sustained minor injuries, and the outpost squad has lost a succubus warrior. The sudden news made the atmosphere instantly oppressive. Everyone's heart seemed to stop beating. Shuxi sighed. It seemed impossible to get the buffalo men to surrender without a fight. Dels, your subordinate is here. Dels Athos, carrying a 2-handed greatsword on his back, stepped out from among the troll elders, exuding a powerful aura. Durs, you lead the elite troll squad and clear the way. Anyone who gets in your way, kill them. Yes, sir. Go. At Dels Athos's call, the elite trolls in the group stepped forward and headed towards the battleground. You all get ready too. If the buffalo men refuse to surrender, slaughter them all, leave no one alive. Yura, Yura, Yura. As Shuxi finished speaking, the troll bloodline warriors behind him began to roar, their momentum and emotions surging up instantly. The Succubus Elder Yuga looked at the Succubus warriors shouting along with the trolls and felt a chill run down his spine. If Her Majesty the Queen had not chosen to submit in the first place, this might have been the fate awaiting our succubus race. However, when he saw the robust trolls and alluring succubi getting along well and their eyes filled with mutual affection, the Succubus Elder Yuga felt gratified and happy. This phenomenon indicates that the troll race is indeed accepting the succubus race, and the 2 races are merging with each other. It's been hundreds of years. It's time for the Black Wasteland Forest to be unified again. I heard my elders talk about the outside world when I was a child, and maybe I can still see it. Shaksha, Great Troll Knight, rise up. Chapter 71 Arrogant and Shameless Chief. Call. Where the sword's edge passed, even the bull's horns snapped. Dels Athos, wielding a 2-handed sword, mercilessly slaughtered the buffalo men who had gone mad. Moo. In the distance, a deep, resonant moo rang out, clearly indicating the arrival of a water buffalo man of heroic strength on the battlefield. Dels twirled his sword, flicking off the blood, and gazed at the approaching buffalo elder, Manhwa. Mona Cape's nostrils were pointing upwards, and he was breathing rapidly, with 2 streams of air coming out of his nostrils like chimneys. Trolls, this is the territory of the buffalo people. Go back to your own land. Del sneered, his attitude contemptuous and disdainful. From this moment forward, the black wasteland belongs to the trolls. Elder Mona of the buffalo people laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, are all trolls this arrogant? How shameless. Arrogance comes at a price. I'll smash you to pieces, grind you into mincemeat, and use you as fertilizer for my potions. Elder Mona, the buffalo elder, charged toward Dels with a pair of meteor hammers in hand. Dels did not back down. He activated his bloodline skill, gripped his sword with both hands, and charged in the opposite direction. Behind the battlefield, Shuxi, the Succubus Uina, Medusa Aya, the Succubus Elder Ga, and others had approached the battlefield and were observing the situation. Lord Shuxi, he is Mona Cape, the younger brother of Buffalo Chief Monadu, and one of the 3 elders of the buffalo people. Shuxi nodded without saying a word, watching the battle intently. The clash between Mona and Dels was intense. Mona won because of the ferocity of his meteor hammer, while Dels won because of his agility. Overall, the troll Dels still had the upper hand. Trample your charge, crush you to death. Suddenly, the buffalo elder Mona Horn launched a trampling charge, increasing its speed several times over, even carving a trench in the earth. Dels was cautious and skillfully dodged the charge from Cape Mona. However, the charge at Cape Mona did not stop. After changing direction, they charged again. Moreover, Mona's meteor hammer was hurtling towards them from another direction, making the situation extremely perilous. Dels realized that avoiding a direct confrontation was no longer an option. Fighting spirit, condensate. The next moment, the troll Dels and the buffalo man Mona clashed, and a wave of energy emanated from the center of the two, sweeping across the surrounding battlefield. Bang! Ultimately, the buffalo man Mona was no match for Dels's fierce fighting spirit and was knocked back with a single punch. The buffalo man, Mona, fell to the ground, swallowing blood, and luckily escaped his berserk state. Troll, you wait. My big brother, the buffalo chieftain, won't let you get away with this. The buffalo man, Mona, stood up, dragged a pair of flail hammers, and headed into the dense forest, trying to escape the place. Behind the battlefield, Shaksha reached out and took the spear handed to him by the troll warrior Turman, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shuxi took a step forward, and the spear in his hand flew out with it. Call! A piercing sound of tearing through the air rang out as the spear pierced through the dense forest, pinning the fleeing buffalo elder, Mona Horn, to a giant tree. Go, cut off his head, impale it with a javelin, and let every buffalo man see the consequences of resisting us. Tell all the buffalo people, if you don't submit, you'll end up like those at Cape Mona. Shake's voice was icy cold, and his words were cruel and violent. Upon hearing this, the guardian troll Terminal led 2 bloodline warriors into the dense forest. Inside the chief's tent of the buffalo tribe. Chief, something terrible has happened. Elder Mona Cape has been killed in battle. A buffalo man rushed into the chief's tent in a panic, and before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by the buffalo chief, Monadu. Damn little buffalo, who gave you the right to spread rumors and give false intelligence? Inside the chieftain's tent, a muscular minotaur, standing 2.6 meters tall, emerged from the tent. His head was adorned with a pair of curved, upward-pointing horns, making him appear extremely ferocious and terrifying. Chief, it's true. Elder Mona Cape has died in battle. Chief Monadu of the buffalo people was enraged and wanted to kick the buffalo man who had brought the message again. However, the buffalo man's next sentence left Chief Monadu frozen in place. Chief, Elder Mona Cape was impaled on a giant tree by a troll with a spear. I witnessed it from a distance. Elder Mona's head. His head was cut off and used as a trophy by the trolls, which were displayed all over our territory. Chief Monadu, the buffalo chieftain, stared wide-eyed, suppressing the burning rage within him. He lifted the buffalo man with one hand, his voice extremely deep. Little buffalo, do you know what you're saying? The buffalo man was lifted into the air by Monadu, his limbs flailing and kicking wildly, trying to break free from Monado's control. Chief, I'm not lying. The other tribesmen who escaped also saw it. Chief Monadu of the buffalo people was stunned for a while before slowly putting the buffalo down. Go and summon Elders Manaya and Nyohan D. However, a short while later, Chief Monadu of the buffaloes did not receive a single buffalo elder. Chief, Elder Manaya has rushed to the front lines after hearing that Elder Monahor has died in battle. And what about the ox shaking the ground? Chief, Elder Bull Shaker has let a hunting party out and hasn't returned yet. Bang! Chief Monadu, the buffalo, kicked the central support pillar of the tent, causing the tent to collapse with a loud crash. Little Buffalo, lead the way. We're going to confront those trolls who have invaded our territory. Yes, Chief. Eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the Buffalo people. It must be said that the trolls and succubi cooperated extremely well in battle. The trolls clashed head-on with the Buffalo men, while the succubi positioned themselves at the back, harassing them with arrows and illusions. This coordinated approach resulted in minimal damage and left behind a considerable number of buffalo carcasses. With the succubus Yuina and the little snake woman Aya providing support, the other elders had joined the battle, accelerating the harvesting of the buffalo people. Moo. In the distance, another deep moo of a buffalo echoed, signaling the arrival of yet another heroic buffalo. Durs, you take a rest. Let me go and meet this buffalo elder. Elder Luo Sha, the troll, grabbed Dels, who had just finished fighting and was about to rush out, and charged ahead with his spiked club in hand. Durs, don't worry, Luo Sha has made some progress. Another troll elder, Ander, carrying a spear, strolled over. With several troll elders joining the battle, the buffalo men were quickly routed and simply couldn't kill enough of them. It's always better to be cautious. Elder Ander, the troll, nodded and thought for a moment before speaking. Let's go watch the game together. Good. Boom. Deep in the dense forest, the troll elder Luo Sha had already engaged in battle with the buffalo elder Monai. The battle was wide open and quite intense. The troll elder, Luo Sha, wielded a spiked club, while the buffalo elder, Mona Yi, used a very thick totem pole. The two collided like a car accident, accompanied by savagery and violence, roars and bloodshed. Chapter 72 Fatal Flaw, the Soul of the Ancestor. Shuxi held his spear upside down, silently watching the battlefield. Strangely enough, it was this simple action of Shaksha holding the spear upside down that made the trolls and succubi feel incredibly safe during the battle. As everyone knows, when faced with a life-threatening crisis, a terrifying spear will always tear through the air to save them from danger and pull them back from the brink of death. This is the role a strong person played in maintaining order and controlling the situation. Bang! In the distance, another clash took place, with the troll elder Luo Sha and the buffalo man Monai evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet because the rest of the buffalo people were either killed or controlled. All the troll and succubus warriors were silently watching the battle between the troll Luo Sha and the buffalo man Monai. Shuxi pushed through the crowd and approached the troll elders Dels and Ander, speaking calmly. Go, join forces and kill Manaya. Our victory does not require Elder Luo Sha to shed blood. The battlefield is never a one-man battle. Shuxi looked at the slightly stunned troll elders Dels and Ander with a blank expression. Dels and Ander felt a little flustered by Shuxi's indifferent gaze, so they quickly bowed and joined the battle. Lord Shuxi, did you do this intentionally? Shuxi nodded, looked at the battlefield, ignored the succubus elder Yuga who came to his side, and muttered to himself. Whether they are trolls or buffalo, pride flows in their veins. This pride makes them disdain fighting outnumbered or bullying the weak. This is an advantage, but also a fatal flaw. Unity creates greater strength. You succubi understand this very clearly, which is why your succubus race has been able to occupy a corner of the Black Wasteland Forest. Indeed, Shuxi's words deeply moved the succubus elder Yuga. Your Excellency Shuxi is joking. Alas, if we had united, that kind of thing wouldn't have happened between Her Majesty the Queen and Princess Yuina. Elder Succubus Yuga sighed with slight disappointment. That's different. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, and there can only be one throne. Elder Yuga surely understands this, right? Compared to the prosperity and continuation of the race, I would also choose to sacrifice Yuina. The succubus elder, Yuga, was moved once again. Staring at Shake's back, she felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't breathe for a long time. This is awe-inspiring insight and cognitive ability from a troll, and even more so, a display of extraordinary wisdom. Elder Yuga, the succubus, never expected that Shuxi, as a troll, would be so intelligent. What, is that strange? The succubus elder, Yujia, nodded and bowed, appearing extremely humble. I believe that under Lord Shuxi's leadership, the Black Wasteland Forest will become even more prosperous. Shaksha's response was perfunctory. These succubi and trolls who submitted to him were intentionally or unintentionally referring to him as the leader of the Black Wasteland, as if they had forgotten about Chief Grell, who had attended the invasion of all races. However, Shuxi didn't take it to heart. Some things will naturally be resolved once my brother Grell returns. Uft. The battle ahead is nearing its end. The combined attack of the three heroic troll elders, Dels, Luosha, and Ander, on the Buffalo Man Manai was simply beyond Monet's ability to withstand. Therefore, at this point, Manaya had already had one of his arms severed by Dels. Having lost an arm, Manai, like a cornered beast, struggled on, panting heavily. Looking at the three trolls surrounding and killing him, the Buffalo Elder Manai was furious, as if he had been humiliated. Damn trolls, where are your dignity and principles as warriors of blood? Dels ignored Monet's shout, and the troll Elder Luosha, who was just as bad as Manai, reminded Manai out of respect and good intentions. Buffalo Man, you are quite strong. Submit to our troll race, and we will spare your life. Damn trolls, the Buffalo Men will never yield. Little did they know, Elder Manai of the Buffalo Men was completely unmoved. Don't waste time talking to him, just kill him. Don't keep Chief Shakes waiting. As he spoke, Dels had already swung his two-handed sword, aiming straight for Monet's neck. How dare you? I'd like to see who dares to kill my brother Mona. Moo. From within the dense forest came another roar of a cow's moo, the sound carrying a hint of menace. Just as Dels's two-handed sword was about to stop midway, Shuxie's calm voice came at this moment. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Elder Dels of the Trolls did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. At the same time, the sound of charging and trampling echoed through the dense forest, indicating that a powerful being was approaching and trampling the earth. In the distance, Shuxie hurled his spear, which pierced straight into the depths of the dense forest. The next moment, the sound of trampling in the dense forest came to an abrupt halt. Click! At that moment, the head of the Buffalo Man Manai was cleanly severed by the troll Elder Dels with a single sword stroke. Moo! Damn trolls, poor Manai. I will kill you all. Alas! Awaken, slumbering ancestral souls, with my blood as the catalyst. In the dense forest, an ancient soul awakens and possesses the body of Monadu, the chieftain of the Buffalo people. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps approached, slow in pace, but each step felt like a trampling on the hearts of all the trolls and succubi. Moo. After a moo, a giant tree in the dense forest was knocked down, and a terrifying water buffalo with blood-red eyes, a huge body, and mysterious runes carved all over its body appeared before Shuxie. Leader level. No, it's just that he temporarily reached the leader level with the help of external forces. After sensing the terrifying aura of the buffalo before him, Shuxie breathed a sigh of relief. You all step back, it's in danger now. Boom. Just as Shuxie was speaking, the buffalo chieftain Monadu, who had summoned the ancestral spirit and transformed into a terrifying buffalo, charged forward. Throughout the entire arena, it was Shuxie who posed the greatest threat to him, so Monadu chose to be the first to charge Shuxie. Shakes didn't dare to be careless either. He activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, which made him grow taller, surrounded by demonic energy, and his strength increased tenfold. Wow. Shuxie roared, leaped up, clenched his fists, and slammed them hard into the charging, terrifying buffalo horns. Bang! Shuxie landed steadily, the terrifying buffalo's four hooves embedding themselves in the ground, sliding backward and crushing another clump of giant trees. These bull horns are interesting. Shakes frowned. He had just unleashed a blast with 10 times the force, yet this terrifying buffalo had barely managed to withstand it thanks to its horns. This is unbelievable. Seeing that the terrifying water buffalo seemed determined to regroup and charge again, and considering the vast difference in size between himself and the terrifying water buffalo, Shuxie released the abyssal tyrannoman, which was even larger than the terrifying water buffalo. Roar. A deep, hoarse, and tearing dragon-like roar resounded as the abyssal tyrannoman appeared before Shaxu, its mouth agape, and its icy eyes fixed on the terrifying buffalo. The sudden appearance of the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast caused the terrifying buffalo to stiffen, but the buffalo, now in a mad bull form, showed no fear. Instead, the terrifying buffalo let out a loud moo and, oblivious to its own mortality, charged towards the abyssal tyrannosaurus. Chapter 73. You are very clever, and I will enslave you. Feeling challenged, abyssal tyrannoman stomped its foot and charged forward. Clang. A sound like metal clashing together rang out as the horns of the terrifying buffalo and the single horn of the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast collided violently. The terrifying buffalo was knocked back, and the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward and bit the buffalo's neck. At the same time, the abyssal tyrannosaurus extended its front claws, tearing the flesh of the terrifying buffalo mercilessly like a cutting machine. Moo. A moment later, the terrifying buffalo's howling grew lower and lower, and its pair of scarlet eyes gradually lost focus. Chief Monadu. From afar, a mournful cry rang out, and another group of buffalo people arrived late. Shuxi, holding his spear, looked in the direction from which the sound came and couldn't help but mutter to himself. One wave after another. Are we about to see a scene like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather? The buffalo people are so incredibly straightforward. Shuxi approached the abyssal tyrannoman and gestured for it to release the terrifying water buffalo. As the abyssal tyrannoman relented, the terrifying buffalo shrank like a punctured balloon. The terrifying buffalo's life force also vanished, which was extremely strange. Bang! After the terrifying buffalo completely shrank, a pair of ancient and mysterious horns fell to the ground and were picked up by Shuxi. This is the thing that withstood 10 times my strength. Shuxi put away his bull horns, cut off the head of the buffalo chieftain Monadu, and held it in his hand. At that moment, the group of buffalo people who had just been wailing also came into Shuxi's view. It's the bull shaking the earth. The leading buffalo was the heroic buffalo that Shuxi helped drive away the Succubus clan in order to welcome the Succubus Yuena. Are you calling him? Shuxi held a spear in his right hand and the head of the buffalo chieftain Monadu in his left. He raised it slightly and watched indifferently as the buffalo shook the ground. At the same time, the aura of Shuxi and the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast leader swept towards the group of buffalo men, suppressing them all and making them tremble in fear. The bull prostrated itself on the ground, placed its weapon on the ground, and made a gesture of prayer and submission. Behind Nyohandi, the group of buffalo people followed suit and discarded their weapons. Honorable Troll King, Water Buffalo Man Oxhound, is willing to submit. Upon hearing this, Shakes walked step by step to Nyohandi in front of him and looked down at him. When I drove you away last time, I already realized that you were no ordinary buffalo. Nyohandi, you are very clever. I accept your submission. Shakes' words made Nyohandi relax completely, and he finally exhaled the breath that had been in his throat. However, Shake's next words made the cow's tail on Nyohandi's rump tighten again. But your submission doesn't mean they will submit too. Shuxi pointed to the buffalo men who were not quite dead yet, but were being held down on the ground by the troll warriors and had gone mad. All right then, since you've submitted to me, I'll spare the lives of anyone who voluntarily surrenders. As Shuxi spoke, he raised the spear in his right hand and then lowered it again. Click, click, click. The troll warriors received orders to behead the restless buffalo people. Don't want. The ox lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move rashly, and could only weep and howl in sorrow. The black wasteland forest is about to be unified. The bull shakes the earth, submits to me, is enslaved by me, and fights for me. The killing intent emanating from Shuxi was fading, but his voice remained indifferent, as if nothing had just happened. In return, I will return the body of Buffalo Chief Monadu, so that the buffalo people may be respected and Monadu may die with dignity. Of course, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the areas where the buffalo people live will also be forgiven and protected. After saying these two sentences, Shikesa gazed silently at Nyohandi, waiting for the latter's response. The atmosphere around us was so quiet that time and space seemed to freeze for a second or two. Nyohandi represents the buffalo people and is willing to submit. The coldness on Shakespeare's face gradually melted away, and a smile rose in the wind. Elder Black Flame, the troll elder who had once sewn leather armor for Shuxi, stepped out of the group and came to Shuxi's side. Elder Black Flame is a troll wizard who knows blood magic. He is a subordinate of Elder Steelk, but this time he came out to fight alongside Shaksha. The significance of Elder Black Flame's existence is, at present, to preside over the slave contract ceremony. Elder Black Flame used a knife to cut open Nyohandi's forehead, and using Shake's blood as a guide, he inscribed a contract magic circle, quickly signing a slave contract. Bull Shaker, remember this. In my eyes, disobedient water buffalo people are useless. Shuxi placed the head of the buffalo chieftain Monadu in front of the bull Earthshaker, then turned back to the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Clean up the battle damage and set up camp on the spot. As soon as the order was given, the team quickly got to work. The reason why Shuxi chose to station himself in the territory of the buffalo people was to wait for Nyohan to unify the buffalo people. The fact that Nyohandi's group of water buffalo people submitted does not mean that all water buffalo people in the entire water buffalo people's community will submit. Shakes didn't bother dealing with the old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the water buffalo people settlement. If Elder Nyohandi, the water buffalo, can't even handle these small matters, Shuxi wouldn't mind completely eliminating the water buffalo people. People born in the year of the buffalo are prone to becoming erratic and difficult to control. If the team also includes some rebellious individuals prone to acting out, it will be even more likely to cause a ruckus. This is a situation that Shakespeare absolutely will not allow to happen. Therefore, we must prevent it from the very beginning and eliminate all those who are unwilling to submit. The Black Wasteland Forest in the north. The snake people have begun to assemble, and all of them are full of fighting spirit. Having survived the harsh winter and weathered the dark tides, and after sacrificing a small number of their own people, the serpent people enhance their strength by hunting dark creatures. Although the serpent people cannot hunt leader-level dark creatures like the Shaks, they can still handle ordinary dark creatures. Therefore, during this harsh winter, the strength of the snake people did not decrease but increased, and their ambitions gradually grew. This gave rise to the idea of the snake people to drive out and exterminate the troll race, and they wanted to seize Crocodile Turtle Valley. What a pity, those obsidian golems refused to join the battle. If we combine our petrification technique with the obsidian golem's petrified skin, those trolls will definitely suffer a terrible fate. Elder Green Fong, a snake man, recounted his experience of going to the obsidian golem clan, which made Elder Red Eyes feel very sorry. If this plan, targeting the trolls, can successfully persuade the cave spiders and obsidian golems as well, it will be a perfect one. Obsidian golems are natural-born charging warriors, while crypt spiders excel in sheer numbers. Combined with the serpent people's bows and arrows and magic, they are virtually invincible. Forget it, with those 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts charging in place of the obsidian golems, we still have a great chance of winning. Chapter 74 Beheading as a Public Display. The thief's heart remains undiminished. Click. The buffalo elder, Neo Handy, gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he beheaded the people who opposed him. The bull shook the ground, its eyes bloodshot, almost turning into a mad bull. Now, can you all calm down? Nyohan swept his gaze across all the buffalo people in the settlement, his voice strong and clear. Elder Monacape and Elder Monai have both died in battle. Chief Monadu has also been killed. Do you also want to die with them? I can grant your wish. This day is a disaster day for the buffalo people. The entire high-ranking buffalo were almost entirely slaughtered, except for a few who went hunting with Buffalo Earthshaker. The bull deeply loves its tribe. To ensure the survival of his tribe, Neo Handy beheaded a group of buffalo warriors who opposed him, thus maximizing his prestige. The Black Wasteland Forest is about to be unified. If we buffalo people do not know how to choose, we will be slaughtered and driven away. We will have no home to speak of. Lord Shuxi is a leader-level powerhouse. To follow in his footsteps, just like our ancestors, is an honor, without a doubt. My people, behave yourselves. We buffalo people are about to face a major change. At the makeshift camp, a succubus scout reported Bull Shatter's every move in the buffalo people's settlement to Shaksha. This earth-shaking bull is quite interesting. Shuxi enjoyed the massage from the succubus Yuna and began to think more highly of the buffalo elder, Neo Handy. My dear Shakshi, you are unaware of this. Oh, tell me, what's the secret behind this? Shuxi turned his head and looked at the succubus Yena's delicate collarbone, flames gradually burning in his eyes. The succubus Yena's small, soft hands massaged him as she spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. The buffalo people have 2 major surname branches. One is the Mona, and the other is the Nyo surname. The Mona buffalo people are mostly fierce and strong, while the buffalo people with the surname Nyo are mostly intelligent and calm. This is why the buffalo people, who are prone to madness, have not become extinct. Shakes narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Yena, do you mean that some buffalo people can actually suppress mad buffalo behavior? My dear Shakshi, you are the smartest troll I have ever met. Shakes smiled gently and pulled Yuna into his arms, cuddling her tenderly. However, only the branch of the Nyo surname water buffalo people can barely suppress the mad bull-like behavior. Shakes suddenly realized why Nyo Handy had acted perfectly normally and with great composure on both occasions when he met him. Once Nyo Handy has finished reorganizing the buffalo tribe, we'll return to Crocodile Turtle Valley the day after tomorrow. Shakes wanted to go back. For some reason, Shakshi felt a vague unease, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Black Wasteland Forest, the hunting grounds of trolls. Following orders from the Grand Elder, Elder Axel, the Troll Elder, led an elite squad of trolls to hunt in the jungles near Alligator Turtle Valley, while also keeping watch over the area. With the arrival of spring, various races may invade troll territory at any time in their struggle for hunting grounds. Elder Genkai was very vigilant and immediately made arrangements for these matters after Shakes left. Suddenly, strange bird calls echoed through the dense forest. Upon hearing the birdsong, the troll elder Assel's expression changed drastically. A moment later, a troll warrior rushed out of the dense forest in a panic, saying in terror, "Elder Assel, something bad has happened. A large number of snake people and cave spiders have been spotted heading towards Alligator Turtle Valley from the border of our territory." "What? What did you say?" "Say it again." "Elder Assel, a large number of snake people and cave spiders have been spotted on the border of the territory, heading towards Alligator Turtle Valley." This time, the troll elder Assel was certain that he had not misheard. After a few breaths, the troll elder Assel spoke to the troll bloodline warrior. "You, hurry back to Crocodile Turtle Valley and report what you saw to the Grand Elder. Be quick." "Elder Assel, and what about you?" "I'll take the rest of the elite squad members to find out what's going on." Elder Assel of the trolls kicked the troll warrior in the buttocks and said anxiously, "Why aren't you going back and report this?" Oh. The troll elder Assel handed out a token shaped like a bone pendant, driving the troll warriors back. Half a day later, in Alligator Turtle Valley. "Damn snake people. I knew they wouldn't give up their evil intentions. And those cave spiders, are they tired of living?" Elder Genkai paced back and forth in the tent, holding the token pendant in his hand, looking extremely agitated. "Go, bring me Steel Shield." A moment later, Elder Steel K instructed his subordinates to summon his son, Steel Shield, a troll bloodline warrior. "Steel Shield, I'm giving you a mission now. Go to the Succubus clan and inform Shuxi that the snake people and the cave spiders are attacking. What are you standing there for? Get out of here right now." Elder Steel Kai was very irritable, and his son Steel Shield was also completely bewildered. However, after processing the news that Elder Steel K had just said, Steel Shield didn't even think about it, and without saying goodbye to his father, he turned around and ran out of the tent in a flash. The troll territory in the dense forest. Wah! The traps that the trolls had set up earlier were triggered one by one, and one cave spider after another was shot dead on the spot. However, those burrowing spiders that were shot down were immediately devoured by their kin swarming in from behind, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Retreat. Retreat back to Alligator Turtle Valley immediately. After confirming the fact that the serpent people and the cave spiders had joined forces to invade the troll territory, Elder Assel led his elite squad to retreat while setting traps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A burst of arrows flew out from the dense forest, leaving two troll warriors who were slow to retreat behind. The troll warrior fell, and the swarm of cave spiders rushed up, instantly devouring him. Red Eyes, our location has been discovered. Queen Trissis, there is no need to worry. It is normal for our two races to be discovered when we join forces. In the dense forest, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes stood beside the cave spider Queen Trissi, a long sword at his waist, exuding a gloomy yet confident aura. "We're not far from Alligator Turtle Valley. Even if they find us, they can't do anything to us. Unless they leave Alligator Turtle Valley and ask for battle, but wouldn't that be exactly what we've been dreaming of?" Hiss hiss hiss. The Snake Man Elder's red-eyed laughter was sinister, and the thin snake tongue in his mouth flickered in and out, revealing his cunning. "The troll territory is teeming with prey, and my people are enjoying their meal." Spider Queen Trissi crossed her arms over her chest, her upper body almost naked, making her appear extremely voluptuous and alluring. However, the words spoken by the Spider Queen Trissis seemed so greedy and naive. It was agreed that, apart from the territory, all the supplies belong to us, the cave spiders. "Queen Trissi, rest assured, we snake people keep our word." The ruthlessness in the Snake Man Elder's red eyes flashed by in an instant, but Spider Queen Tracy was completely unaware. Chapter 75. A Charge, I Understand. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the Buffalo people. Shakes stared at Nyo Handy, making the latter feel a little embarrassed. "Lord Shuxi, the Buffalo people truly submit and are willing to follow you as their entire tribe." Shakes didn't say anything, but glanced at the group of Buffalo people with their families in front of the camp, and his face darkened. According to Shuxi's original intention, the plan was to keep the Buffalo people in their original territory, so that they could hunt and hand over supplies while also serving as the guardians of the territory. However, since Nyo Handy decided to relocate his tribe to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shakes had no objections. "Keep an eye on your people. I don't like disobedient subordinates." "I understand, Lord Shuxi." After that, Shuxi led his men on their way back. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the entrance to the valley. After deliberation among the few elders, Elder Genkai finally made the decision to personally lead elite Bloodline warriors in a surprise attack on the combined forces of the snake people and the cave spiders. This is a very dangerous move. If the retreat is not completed in time, there is a high probability that they will be surrounded and killed outside. Elder Steelk was a very irritable and impatient troll. As long as he thought a plan was feasible, he would immediately take action without the restraint of Chieftain Griel and Shaksha. Listen up, all of you. Charge in and then retreat. Anyone who refuses to fight or disobeys orders will be executed on the spot. Elder Genkai habitually let out a battle cry at the mouth of the valley to boost morale. Yura! Yura! The trolls were all young and vigorous, and they responded fiercely and with high morale. Half a day later, in the dense forest, countless cave spiders swept forward, triggering a trap, only to be met with a barrage of crossbows and spears. After Elder Genkai led his people in a charge against the spider tide, they quickly disappeared into the dense forest and withdrew from the front lines. Red Eyes. The troll elites have launched a surprise attack. Their strength is far beyond what my people can handle. What about those magical beasts you mentioned? Shouldn't we send them out? The Snake Man Elder, his red eyes half closed, gazed into the distance at the dense forest where Elder Genkai had disappeared, and a gloomy feeling settled in his heart. Red Eye sensed Elder Steelkai's aura, which was definitely at the peak of the hero level, a level higher than his own. Could it be that the trolls also know that hunting dark creatures can increase their strength? Red Eyes was secretly shocked. He was stunned by Elder Steelkai's strength. Red Eyes clearly remembered that when he fought Elder Steelkai last year, Elder Steelkai's aura wasn't this strong. Back then, thanks to his guardian beasts, Red Eye was able to stand up to Elder Steelkai head-on. But that's not necessarily the case now. Red Eyes, are you just trying to fool me? Spider Queen Trissy's voice turned cold. She felt deceived. Especially the snake man beside him, with his eyes half closed, looked incredibly sinister. I apologize, Queen Trissy. Seeing that troll elder just now reminded me of my battle with him last year, and I got distracted. The snake man, his eyes red, snapped out of his daze and immediately began to explain, making excuses for himself once again. Queen Trissis, now is not the time for those 8 magical beasts to make their appearance. That was just a small sneak attack, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be better if they came out and charged out to intimidate the trolls once we reached Alligator Turtle Valley? That's our trump card. We can't reveal it now. It must be said that the snake man with red eyes and a silver tongue easily persuaded the Spider Queen. In the dense forest, although the previous charge was exhilarating, Elder Genkai was far from happy. There are so many cave spiders that even the entire population of Crocodile Turtle Valley, including the old, weak, sick, and disabled, probably doesn't have as many as the cave spiders. Moreover, there was a group of snake people watching them intently from the sidelines. To make matters worse, Elder Genkai had not been able to ascertain how many guardian beasts the snake people had brought. This sense of uncertainty about the enemy made Elder Genkai restless and increasingly irritable. Although the Crocodile Turtle Valley is guarded by the triangular python, the guardian beast of the snake woman Aya, Elder Genkai believes that the snake people race must also have many guardian beasts. Hopefully, Steel Shield can find Shakti soon, otherwise. With a heavy heart, Elder Genkai led his people back to Crocodile Turtle Valley via a shortcut. Upon returning to Alligator Turtle Valley, Elder Steelkai sounded the alarm. Aside from the elderly and weak who couldn't lift weapons, even the female trolls were mobilized by Elder Steelkai. Alligator Turtle Valley immediately went on high alert. Eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the Succubi. Before Shuxi even arrived at the Succubus Palace, the Succubus Queen Yelena led a squad of Succubus warriors, carrying a troll warrior, and charged forward. Your Excellency Shaksha, your people have been found unconscious in the jungle by our Succubus guards. Before he lost consciousness, he kept calling your name. At that moment, Shakes's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a premonition of something. Shakes arrived at the makeshift wooden stretcher and recognized who it was. The newcomer was none other than the eldest son of Elder Steelkai, Steel Shield, a troll warrior of troll blood, who had just reached the hero level. Shuxi checked Steel Shield's breathing. It was steady, indicating extreme exhaustion that had caused him to fall unconscious. Elder Black Flame. The troll Elder Black Flame, summoned by Shuxi, stepped forward, took out a bottle of fresh monster blood, and cast a blood-based healing spell on Steel Shield. 15 minutes later, the troll warrior Steel Shield regained consciousness. Upon seeing the Kshatriya, Steel Shield reflexively jumped up from the stretcher and shouted urgently. Elder Shaksha, the snake people and the cave spiders have joined forces to invade our troll territory. Steel Shield swallowed a non-existent mouthful of saliva and continued. They entered our hunting area 2 days ago. Buzz. The Steel Shield caused an uproar in the troll team. Even Shuxi was stunned for a moment, unable to come to his senses for quite a while. However, what followed was a violent rage and endless killing intent that filled the surrounding air. Shuxi nodded and patted Steel Shield on the shoulder. I understand. I'll get back as soon as possible. You should rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Steel Shield immediately closed his eyes and collapsed onto the stretcher. Steel Shield ran for 2 days and 2 nights straight on his bare legs from Alligator Turtle Valley to the Succubus territory without ever resting. Even as a hero-level being, Steel Shield was already overdrawn. Shakus stood there, eyes closed, his mind racing. After a long while, Shuxi turned around, his voice extremely calm. Dels, your subordinate is here. Elder Dels Athos, the troll, stepped out of the group with a frosty expression and his whole body tense. From now on, you will lead the team, with the Succubus Queen Yelena as your assistant, and you will drive the team back to Crocodile Turtle Valley at full speed. Remember, if you encounter the snake people or the cave spiders along the way, wipe them out. After saying this, Shikushi released Abyss Greymon, and then, pulling Yuina and Aya along, jumped onto Abyss Greymon's back. I'm going back to provide support first. You have 3 days to be back. Shikushi's words were still echoing in the air, while the roar of Abyssal Tyrannomon could be heard in the distance. Chapter 76. Driving Away the Encirclement and Assassination, Heartbreaking. Alligator Turtle Valley, a great battle is imminent. The armies of the snake people and the cave spiders have surrounded Crocodile Turtle Valley. Those damned cave spiders. Elder Genkai stood on the stone wall at the entrance of the valley, looking at the vast number of cave spiders, his face extremely grim. Elder, how should we defend next? Elder Gakordo, the troll elder, stood beside Elder Genkai, his face also solemn. In the past, although the territorial battles in the Black Wasteland were fierce, the trolls had never encountered such a situation. At this moment, in Crocodile Turtle Valley, including the Grand Elder, Gukto, Assel, and 2 troll warriors who had just been promoted to hero level in winter, there were only 5 hero level trolls in total. This battle will not be one that can be won so easily. The triangular python is already lying in ambush underground. In a moment, we'll surround it and strangle these bastards. However, before Elder Genkai could finish speaking, 8 huge mounds suddenly rose up on the ground at the mouth of the valley. 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts emerged from the ground, raised their heads high, and hissed at Crocodile Turtle Valley. This scene terrified the Elder, Gakodo, Assel, and others. However, it wasn't just the Grand Elder and his group who were alarmed. The Snake Man Elder in the distance, Hongyan, was also terrified. This is the aura of a level 6 magical beast. The Snake Man, his eyes red, gasped and stared in disbelief at Crocodile Turtle Valley. Just now, the level 5 guardian beast with red eyes, the Snake Man, transmitted to him the aura of a level 6 beast of the same kind. This is absolutely amazing news. The Snake Man with red eyes was intimidated. A level 6 magical beast is even more ferocious than a peak-level hero-level bloodline warrior of a normal race. For example, if Elder Steel K were to face the triangular python, without the help of other trolls, Elder Steel K would inevitably be the one to die and be devoured. For a moment, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes hesitated. Red-eyed charge. However, upon seeing the appearance of the 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts, Spider Queen Trissy's confidence surged, and she began urging the serpent elders to turn red. The Snake Man Elder, his red eyes narrowed, stared intently at Crocodile Turtle Valley, and finally said yes, in a vicious and cold tone. All right, charge. The Snake Man Elder with red eyes also understood. At this moment, the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be released. Although there was the aura of a level 6 magical beast, the beast did not appear, and red eyes held a sliver of hope. Perhaps the trolls are playing a trick? Outside the valley, a strange bone flute sound rang out, and 8 level 5 giant snakes roared as they charged toward Crocodile Turtle Valley. Aura! On the stone wall, the elder raised his spiked club and shouted at the top of his lungs. Aura! Aura! All the troll warriors responded to the elder, and the fear and terror in the trolls' hearts were dispelled one by the elder's battle cry. Hiss hiss hiss. A deeper hiss echoed from underground, and the triangular python emerged from the ground with a head and body even larger than a level 5 magical beast, its pair of pitch-black snake eyes icy cold. Level 6 magical beast, the triangular python. In the distance, Elder Red Eyes, the Snake Man, immediately sensed the triangular python's unbridled aura, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, it was too late. Roar. The triangular python stretched out its body, bit a level 5 giant snake, and quickly retreated back into the ground. The next moment, a hissing scream unique to snakes rang out, chilling all the snake people to the bone. In the distance, the snake man elder, his eyes red with rage, was furious and enraged. Elder Red Eyes immediately understood that the triangular python possessed extremely high intelligence, and the reason it hid underground was because it was afraid of being ganged up on and killed by the other 7 level 5 giant snakes. Even though the triangular python was already a level 6 magical beast, it still chose a cowardly fighting style when facing so many enemies. Damn it! All of you get underground, drive it out, and surround and kill it. The snake man elder with red eyes immediately gave the order, and the strange sound of the bone flute rang out again. The remaining 7 level 5 giant snakes burrowed into the ground in the blink of an eye, and the land in front of the valley mouth immediately surged and undulated like waves in the sea. Half an hour later, the triangular python emerged from the ground with 7 other level 5 snakes. The triangular python was covered in wounds of varying depths. Make your move. At the valley entrance, Elder Genkai shouted and charged towards the snake horde, wielding his spiked club. Behind the Grand Elder, the 2 troll elders, Gukto and Assel, followed closely behind, with 2 young troll bloodline warriors bringing up the rear. Hiss hiss hiss. Roar roar roar. The serpent hissed, the troll roared, and the melee began. Queen Trissy, command your people to charge into Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll go stop those trolls. With red eyes, the Snake Man Elder drew his rapier from his waist and charged rapidly into the battle between the snake horde and the troll elder. Upon hearing this, Spider Queen Trissy made a series of squeaking sounds, and the weaker cave spiders began to crawl towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. Although the cave spiders are not very strong, they have a great number of them. At first glance, there were no fewer than 5,000. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the stone wall at the valley entrance, the troll bloodline warriors, who had been on guard for a long time, began to continuously fire crossbows and spears. The nearby cave spiders were being shot down continuously, and they were unable to break through the trolls' firepower blockade for the time being. Especially when a group of female trolls poured potion oil at the foot of the stone wall, and the oil was ignited, flames covered the stone wall. The cave spiders were stopped 50 meters away from the stone wall. On the other side, Elder Genkai, being at the peak of the hero level, wielded his spiked club with great force, becoming invincible for a time. One of the level 5 snake-type magical beasts that confronted the Grand Elder had its head smashed open by the Grand Elder, resulting in its death. After the monster died, Elder Red Eyes stepped in to fill the gap, wielding a rapier and launching a sneak attack from behind Elder Steel Armor. Elder Genkai remembered the Snake Man Elder's red eyes, the pain of the snake venom, and the grudge of the sneak attack. Elder Genkai swung his spiked club and smashed it hard behind him. Just as both sides were about to suffer heavy losses, the Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, suddenly stopped, flicked his snake tail, and jumped away, escaping the attack range of the spiked club. Damn Snake Man, you'll be terrified of what you did today. Despite Elder Genkai's threat, Elder Snakeman, with red eyes, remained unconcerned. Troll, hand over Alligator Turtle Valley, and perhaps we can sit down and negotiate, and you can leave. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai suddenly burst into laughter, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. Snake Man, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard, ha ha. A fierce glint flashed in the Snake Man Elder's red eyes, and his disgust for the trolls intensified. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, a nearby triangular python, despite being injured, killed another giant snake. The snake people lost 3 giant snakes at once, causing the red-eyed elder's eyes to twitch wildly, his heart aching with regret. On the battlefield, another strange sound of bone flutes rang out. Upon hearing the sound, the red-eyed elder turned and flew away. At the same time, the remaining 5 giant snakes, each with varying degrees of injury, also disappeared underground. After hissing softly, the triangular python, carrying a giant snake in its mouth, retreated back into the ground. Elder Steel Kai frowned and, with the other 4 hero-level trolls, cautiously retreated back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Chapter 77. Who did you say it was? Divide and kill them. Green Fong, tell me, why was the retreat signal given? The Snake Man Elder, with red eyes and an extremely unfriendly tone, coldly questioned another elder of the Snake Man tribe, Green Fong. Green Fong, the Snake Man, is the snake controller who just played the bone flute. Red Eyes, it's not that I want to retreat. It's that Spider Queen Trissy is retreating, and I have no choice but to make you back down. Who did you say it was? The Snake Man's red eyes spoke in a very low and gloomy tone, as if he was suppressing his anger. It's me. Spider Queen Trissy crawled over with a cold face and an extremely unfriendly tone. Red Eyes, what did you promise me before? You said to send a few level 5 magical beasts to lead the charge, but what actually happened? My people are at the forefront of the attack on Alligator Turtle Valley. Spider Queen Trissy was furious because the trolls were constantly hurling crossbows and spears at her people, causing them great losses. Fortunately, when the trolls lit the potion, the Spider Queen Trissy gave the order to retreat. Otherwise, the losses of her people would have been even greater. Queen Trissis, can't you see? We're entangled by that level 6 magical beast and 5 hero-level trolls. We're fighting, can't you see? When the Snake Man with red eyes said this, it was almost a roar. However, the Spider Queen Trissis's response was extremely cold. Red Eye, I don't care what you're doing. I will not let my people charge into the front lines. And what are your Snake Man warriors doing behind the battlefield? Want to watch a play? Or are you simply trying to exploit my people? This is the real reason why Spider Queen Trissy was so angry that she decided to retreat temporarily. It's obvious that the snake people are using a few magical beasts as a cover to trick her into fighting on the front lines. As the queen of the cave spiders, Trissy is intelligent. Her mind is not solely filled with greed. This Spider Queen Trissy's question left the Snake Man Elder, Red Eyes, speechless, unable to find any rebuttal. Because their Snake Man warriors had indeed been watching the battle from the rear, the Snake Men were furious and speechless. However, some things still need to be said face to face. Queen Trissy, we are now in the same boat. Our two races are bound together by life and death, and our interests are intertwined. Please do not say such hurtful things. We snake people were just looking for an opportunity. Next time, we will mobilize the entire army. At that time, I also hope that Queen Trissy will personally come to the battlefield and divide up those heroic powerhouses of the trolls. The Snake Man Elder, with his red eyes, had a thick skin and was very good at lying through his teeth. However, Red Eyes did have some merit. The snake people and the cave spiders were indeed bound together. Red Eye, I don't care what you're thinking. I will not let my people charge into the front lines. There's a reason why the Spider Queen Trissy is so stubbornly insistent on this point. As the war progressed, the number of cave spiders dwindled, and the fewer her subjects she had, the more insecure Queen Trissy became. This is the most sensitive response of matrilineal groups to safety. They will feel uneasy no matter what causes the population to decline. The Snake Man Elder squinted his red eyes, stared at the Spider Queen for a while, and then turned his gaze toward the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Queen Trissy, take a rest. We will launch another attack at dusk. We must take over Crocodile Turtle Valley as soon as possible. Once those trolls adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield, we will surely be defeated. The Snake Man with red eyes saw this very clearly. The trolls are strong and robust. If they grit their teeth and withstand the most powerful waves of attacks, they might be able to launch a counterattack by relying on the resources and terrain of the Crocodile Turtle Valley. The atmosphere in Alligator Turtle Valley was somber. At first, the triangular python fought 7 opponents single-handedly, practically risking its life. It wasn't until Elder Genkai and others helped them recover that they managed to kill another level 5 giant snake. Elder Genkai, Gakodo, Assel, and others were also in a bad situation. Each troll was facing a level 5 serpentine monster, and it was fortunate that no one was lost. Elder, the medicinal oil in the treasury is all used up. What should we do next? Medicated oil is a liquid fuel made by boiling monster meat with special medicinal herbs. It has excellent combustibility and is a valuable war reserve. This medicinal oil was originally intended for the dark creatures of winter. However, last winter, the troll tribe produced 2 powerful leaders, Shaksha and Grell, who saved this batch of war supplies. Elder Genkai frowned, unsure of what to do. With their medicinal oil depleted, they will be unable to withstand the siege of the cave spiders in the next wave of attacks. Elder Genkai was in a real bind. He wished that either Shakes or the Succubus Yuna were in Crocodile Turtle Valley, because that way he wouldn't have to use his brain. Make sure the little ones are well fed and watered. No matter what happens, we will fight to the last moment. I believe that once Shakes receives news of the invasion of Crocodile Turtle Valley, he will rush back immediately. Moreover, even if we die in battle, when Shuxi returns, he will make those damned snake people and cave spiders pay for our deaths. Elder Genkai spoke with great confidence. Upon hearing this, the surrounding troll warriors were invigorated, and a fighting spirit and conviction to die for their cause arose within them. Time passed, and night fell. The strange and melodious sound of bone flutes rang out again outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, both chilling and eerie. Hiss hiss hiss. Squeak squeak squeak. The deep hiss of the giant snake and the squeaking of the cave spiders, arriving with the dusk, sent chills down the spines of the young troll cubs. Ora! Ora! At the mouth of the valley, the trolls' roars and howls rang out simultaneously, and the battle resumed. A level 6 magical beast, a triangular python, sprang from the ground and was entangled by a level 5 giant snake, unable to break free for the time being. The other 4 level 5 giant snakes also dispersed and rushed straight towards the stone wall city gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Gakodo, Assel, Ada, Jaku, let's split up and each hold off one of the level 5 snakes, waiting for the triangular python to come and help. Seeing this, Elder Genkai decisively decided to divide his forces, determined not to let the level 5 giant serpent approach the city gate. If those level 5 giant snakes successfully approach Crocodile Turtle Valley, the consequences will be unimaginable. Damn troll, where do you think you're going? The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, leaped out from the swarm of cave spiders and blocked the path of Elder Steel Kai. To prevent Elder Steel Kai and other hero-level trolls and level 6 magical beasts like the triangular python from banding together, Elder Red Eye, Elder Greentooth, and Spider Queen Trissy discussed for an entire afternoon before coming up with this underhanded plan to divide and kill them. Now that the conspiracy is about to succeed, Elder Red Eyes, the Snake Man, will not let Elder Steel Kai leave. Call out. The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, drew his sword and swiftly thrust it at Elder Genkai, a move both fast and sinister. Dirty Snake Man, die. Elder Genkai was not to be outdone, swinging his spiked club with a ferocious and domineering air. Chapter 78 Spider Queen, slaughter them all. The battlefield is always bloody. Sometimes, dying on the battlefield is a luxury. The battle in front of Alligator Turtle Valley lasted for an unknown period of time. Call out. A cold, sharp arrow pierced through the chaos and struck the troll Elder Gukter in the head. The hero-level troll Bloodline warrior, Gakodo, died. Among the swarm of cave spiders, Spider Queen Trissy released the bowstring with her right hand, a murderous glint shooting from her eyes. The troll Elder Gukto was just entangled with a level 5 giant serpent when he was ambushed and shot dead by the Spider Queen Trissy. Spider Queen Trissy changed her arrow again, turned the bow and arrow around, and aimed it at the troll Elder Asel on the other side. Call out. The arrow successfully pierced Asel's heart, and the deadly poison on the arrowhead spread rapidly. After a muffled groan, the troll Elder Asel also collapsed on the battlefield. Gakodo, Asel. Elder Genkai roared furiously, his voice hoarse. Elder Genkai reached out his left hand to grab the long sword that the Snake Man Elder with red eyes was thrusting at him, and then swung his spiked club out fiercely. Bang! The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, flew backward, his scales shattering and revealing the soft armor beneath. Despite wearing double layers of armor, the Snake Man Elder, Red Eyes, was still in bad shape. A large dent in his chest was visible, and he was constantly spitting out blood. Elder Genkai's furious attack was no joke. After shaking off the Snake Man Elder's red eyes, Elder Genkai hurriedly rushed towards the stone wall gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Under the relentless onslaught of the serpent warriors and a large number of cave spiders, the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley is on the verge of collapse. Several demonic beasts were ramming the stone gate, while the cave spiders were spitting out spider silk, which stuck to the stone wall. A large number of cave spiders took the opportunity to climb up the stone wall and fight the troll warriors. Call out. Spider Queen Trissy has once again shot and killed a hero-level troll named Ada. But that wasn't all. Spider Queen Trissy set her sights on Zacher, the last hero-level troll besides the Grand Elder. Shoot. Dodge. The cave spider queen is trying to shoot you. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hero-level troll warrior Zack heard Elder Steelk's reminder. As Zack turned to look at the tide of burrowing spiders, the arrow pierced right through his chest. Uft. Another heroic troll warrior has fallen, and the Grand Elder's heart is bleeding. Boom. Just then, the stone gate of Alligator Turtle Valley also collapsed. The strange bone flute sounds that echoed across the battlefield grew increasingly cold and eerie. The 3 remaining level 5 snakes rushed towards the triangular python. Since the start of the battle, the level 6 magical beast, the triangular python, has already strangled 2 level 5 giant snakes. Now, the level 6 magical beast triangular python is once again being besieged by 3 level 5 giant snakes. On the battlefield, The deep hissing sounds unique to snakes echoed continuously. Sometimes, the battles among beasts are even bloodier and more cruel than those among intelligent beings. Elder Genkai had no time to worry about the other trolls anymore. At this moment, the Elder was guarding the city gate alone, a formidable fortress against all. Among the spider swarm, Spider Queen Trissie's gaze darted back and forth between Elder Steelcare and the Triceratops. These two are currently the two strongest fighting forces of the troll race, and Spider Queen Trissie is hesitating about which one to shoot first. Finally, the Spider Queen Trissie set her sights on Elder Steelcare. Knock the arrow, draw the bow, release, all in one fluid motion. Call out. The arrow whistled as it came hurtling towards them, but Elder Genkai was extremely alert. He held his spiked club horizontally in front of him, thus dodging the attack. Clang! The arrow fell to the ground, and Elder Genkai's brow twitched wildly, still shaken. However, at that moment, more than a dozen cave spiders swarmed in and rushed straight at Elder Steelkai's face. Get out of my way. The Elder swept his spiked club out, smashing more than a dozen cave spiders into a pile of mangled flesh. Uft! An arrow shot out and pierced the Elder's left shoulder. Elder Genkai staggered, but did not fall down. Elder Genkai roared, enduring the pain to break the arrow in two, and once again brandished his spiked club to block the cave spiders from entering Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Steelcare was in a terrible but tenacious state, and the troll warriors on the stone wall and in the Crocodile Turtle Valley were in no better shape. Not only are there many cave spiders, but the key issue is that some Snake Man warriors are also mixed in with them. For ordinary troll warriors, the Snake Men's arrows and petrification spells were a disaster in this situation. The battle continued, and blood flowed everywhere. Spider Queen Trissie drew her bow again. She had almost killed Elder Steelcare. This time, Spider Queen Trissie decided to completely kill the strongest troll on the field. Spider Queen Trissie looked at Elder Steelkai, who was sweeping across the battlefield in front of the stone gate, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. Sizzle! Bang! A long spear tore through the air from a great distance, blasting the Spider Queen Trissie directly into her body. The death of Spider Queen Trissie caused all the attacking burrowing spiders on the battlefield to freeze in place. Roar! 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 The next moment, from afar, the urgent roar of a dragon beast came, echoing through the sky. Abyssal Greyman has arrived. The troll warrior Shuxi has also arrived. As soon as Shuxi arrived, he hurled a spear from a great distance, blasting the Spider Queen Trissis to pieces. It's Abyssal Tyrannoman. It's a Shuxi. Upon hearing the roar of the dragon beast, Elder Genkai froze, his spiked club stiffening for a moment, almost slipping from his grasp. It's Elder Shuxi. Elder Shuxi is back. Shuxi. Shuxi. Aura. Aura. Inside Crocodile Turtle Valley, all the troll warriors heard the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The previously low morale suddenly surged, and the troll warriors, whether excited or angry, entered a berserk state. Rumble. Rumble. The heavy footsteps of Abyssal Tyrannoman approached from afar, and its leader-level aura erupted without restraint. Chief level? How is that possible? The eerie, chilling sound of the bone flute abruptly stopped. Elder Green Fong, the Snake Man, was the first to sense the aura of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast because he was standing at the very back of the battlefield. On the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman, Shaxu's expression was icy, and he held another throwing spear in his hand. This time, Shuxi's target is none other than Green Fong, the elder of the snake people. Sizzle! The spear emitted a sonic boom, slicing through the air, never to return. Before Elder Green Fong could react, he exploded and died. Shuxi patted Abyss Greyman on the back, and then jumped off Abyss Greyman with the Succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya. Go! Kill them all! Let's deal with those snakes first. Roar! With a roar, the Abyssal Tyrannoman joined the battle like a Death Reaper. You all go together and help out. After giving instructions to the Succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya, Shuxi picked up his spear and walked toward the Snake Man Elder Red Eyes in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 79 Enslaving Them. There are no winners. 1 step, 2 steps. Shuxi began to sprint rapidly, his speed increasing faster and faster. This is a new skill that Shakespeare has learned, Swift Charge. After launching the charge, the speed of the Kshatriya doubles. And Shuxi's target was, of course, the Snake Man Elder, Red Eyes. As they charged, the aura of a leader of the Shuxi spread out, making the Snake Man Elder, with his red eyes, gasp for breath. However, in this life or death moment, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes remained resolute. After withstanding the pressure from the Shuxi, he drew his sword and fought back. Boom. The clash between the spear and the rapier was swift, almost instantaneous. A drop of blood fell from the spear of the Shakshi. The victor was the Shakshi. Snap! The snake man elder with red eyes dropped the rapier in his hand. He looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest, which was larger than a bowl. It really is a leader-level being. After saying this, the snake man elder, with red eyes, breathed his last and collapsed completely to the ground. After glancing at the red-eyed corpse of the snake man elder, Shuxi turned his attention to other battlefields. With the addition of Abyssal Tyrannoman to the battlefield, the troll's morale was boosted and the collapsing situation was alleviated. Roar! With the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus joining the monster battle, the 3 level 5 snake-like monsters were like 3 spicy strips, offering no resistance whatsoever. One of them had its head bitten off by Abyssal Tyrannoman and was beyond dead. The other one was cut into 3 pieces by the claws of Abyssal Greymon, and its fate was also tragic. The last one was strangled by the triangular python, its entire body swallowed whole. After freeing the Triceratops, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus rushed to the stone wall at the entrance of the valley and trampled all the smaller cave spiders to death. The battle did not last long. The group, composed of cave spiders and snake people, quickly descended into chaos, with some dying and others fleeing. By the time Shuxi arrived at the mouth of the valley, the battle was almost over. Most of the troll warriors also left Turtle Valley to hunt down the fleeing cave spiders and snake people. Shakus, you're finally back. Elder Gang-kai leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily, one hand on his spiked club. Elder Gang-kai wore a satisfied expression. Although he had suffered heavy injuries in this battle, he had fought to his heart's content. Elder, it's all right now. Shuxi switched the spear to his left hand, extended his right hand to support Elder Gang-kai, and together they entered Crocodile Turtle Valley. After a troll wizard began healing the elder, Shaksha also saw the Succubus Yuna and Medusa Aya returning from battle. Master, those snake people, can I? Medusa Aya looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Thinking of her struggling people, Medusa Aya still spoke softly, pleading for mercy in a stammering voice. Shuxi stared indifferently at Medusa Aya without saying a word. In this joint invasion by the serpent people and the cave spiders, the hero-level troll elders Gukto and Assel were killed in battle, as were 2 hero-level troll bloodline warriors. The casualties of the remaining troll warriors are unknown. Under these circumstances, Shuxi had no reason to let any snake people go. My dear Shuxi, I think enslaving a few snake people who can petrify is a good option. Just when the atmosphere was so tense it was about to explode, the Succubus Yuna spoke up. Shuxi turned his head and stared at the Succubus Yuna with a cold expression and questioning eyes. Petrification is a rare skill, isn't it? Moreover, enslaving them is far more beneficial than killing them. Under the cold gaze of Shuxi, the Succubus Yuna mustered her courage and spoke her mind. This matter is not up to me to decide. If you want to save your people, go find the Grand Elder. Shakes passed the ball to Elder Gang-kai. According to Shake's own idea, anyone who is an enemy should be killed without exception. Of course, considering the unique nature of petrification magic, enslaving those snake people who possess this magic is indeed a good option. However, Elder Gang-kai was the main force in this war, and Shuxi felt that he had no right to make a decision. As night fell, and the battlefield was nearly cleared, dawn broke on the horizon. This invasion battle lasted from nightfall to dawn, demonstrating the ferocity of the fighting. Shake stood on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, feigning sleep, both to maintain order and to prevent the strong smell of blood from attracting a beast tide. Master, the Grand Elder has permitted me to select 3 members of my people from among those snake people to serve you as your slaves. Medusa's voice sounded behind Shuxi. Shuxi opened his eyes, but did not turn around. Go ahead and choose for yourself. Thank you, Master. Medusa Aya breathed a sigh of relief and carefully retreated to save her people. After a moment of silence, a pair of small hands hugged Shakushi from behind. My dear Shuxi, your snake woman slave girl looks so pitiful. The Succubus Yuna breathed softly, her voice alluring, and the part of her body pressed against Shuxi's was warm and soft. Are you pleading for her? Shuxi pulled the Succubus Yuna into his arms, lifted her delicate chin, and gave her a slightly enigmatic look. Well, not really. It's just that I feel there's a severe lack of wizards and magicians in Shakespeare's team. The Succubus Yuna's sweet and innocent voice made Shuxi's bones melt. Shuxi lowered his head and kissed him. A moment later, Yuna, with her alluring eyes, continued speaking. Those snake people are very rare, and Shuxi will definitely need them in the future. Enslaving them will not only win Medusa's heart, but will also make her grateful to you. And those snake people might bring unexpected gains to my dear Shuxi in the future." Upon hearing this, Katsuki's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. "My Yuna, you are worthy to be my demon wife." These words, spoken by Shaksha, are more effective and emotionally stirring than directly praising the succubus Yuna. The battlefield in front of Alligator Turtle Valley was not cleared until noon. For the trolls, this was a war that yielded almost no gains. The snake people and the cave spiders didn't drop any magic cores, and their flesh wasn't tasty either. The trolls, however, suffered truly significant losses. Apart from the 4 fallen hero-level trolls, 70 ordinary bloodline warriors also perished, and countless others were wounded. There are no winners in this battle for territory. Speaking of territory, the hills that the burrowing spiders occupy in the north are still somewhat useful. The one who reaped the greatest benefits was actually the Shakshi, who joined the battle last. When Shaksha killed Spider Queen Trissi and Snake Elder Red Eye, both of them dropped ash chests. The Abyssal Tyrannoman trampled countless cave spiders and also contributed 3 ash chests to the shaft. Therefore, Shuxi obtained 5 ash chests and became the biggest winner. Meanwhile, in the dense forest near Alligator Turtle Valley, the chase between trolls, snake people, and cave spiders continues. Chapter 80: The Heart of a Lord, a Pillar of Spirit. Inside the tent, both of them looked exhausted. Shakes held Yuna in his arms, his eyes slightly narrowed, staring blankly at the message sent by the wandering soul Dodi. "You actually know about the existence of Lord-level beings? It seems I underestimated your sources of information. However, do you feel that your progress at the leader level has slowed down? Want to know how to advance to the Lord level?" The messages sent by the wandering spirit hit every sore spot for Shuxi. Before Shuxi is promoted to the leader level, eating some high-level monster meat will slowly increase the stats on his character panel. However, once you reach the boss level, no matter how much monster meat you eat, it can only replenish your body's energy and cannot increase the values on your stat panel. In other words, the days when Katsuki could increase his strength by eating are gone forever. Shakes entered the ash platform intending to trade pet pills with the elf Laina. Unexpectedly, I was harassed by the wandering soul Dodd, who took the initiative to bring up the topic of realm and strength. Shuxi took out a piece of dark flame stone the size of a pigeon egg from the stomach of the cuckoo bird and initiated a trade with the wandering soul Dodi. "Tell me how to improve my strength at this stage, and how to advance to the Lord level." The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The ghost Dodd's hollow, skeletal jaw swayed incessantly, emitting a series of cacophony laughs. The dark flame stone, the size of a pigeon's egg, fell into the hands of the wandering soul Dodi, who played with it constantly. Dod, the wandering soul who had been ignored by the Shuxi for a long time, felt that he had once again grasped the Shuxi's fatal weakness. A chilling ball of white bone flame appeared in the hand of the wandering soul Dodi. The dark flame stone instantly turned into a drop of black liquid, flowing into the greatsword that was stuck upside down next to the bone throne. After completing this operation, the wandering soul Dodi slowly replied to the message from Shuxi. "Luo Shanhai, every ash seed at the leader level has to devour a massive amount of magic potions to push the various attribute data on the panel to the maximum value. As for advancing to the Lord level, in addition to possessing the heart of a lord, you also need to own a territory. The Lord's heart isn't something you can just get for a few dark flame stones." Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. Shakushi's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. No wonder Shakespeare hasn't felt any improvement in his strength lately. It turns out he's been taking magic potions. Shaksha was clever. When the wandering spirit Dodi suggested consuming the magic potion, Shaksha associated himself with the flesh of monsters. Monster meat doesn't have enough elemental concentration to provide nutrients for boss-level monsters, but potions with sufficient elemental concentration can. Ultimately, it comes down to the concentration of elements. This is the key and the pathway to increasing the strength of leaders. As for advancing to the Lord level, Shuxi is not in a hurry right now. His stats are still a long way from reaching their maximum value. Therefore, Shuxi was not in a hurry regarding the crucial territories and the hearts of the lords. From the message sent by the wandering soul Dodi, Shaksha could guess that the wandering soul Dodi possessed the Lord's heart. However, to obtain the Lord's heart, Shuxi would probably have to be squeezed dry. "Chief Shuxi, the Grand Elder sent me to inform you that the Council of Elders is having a meeting." Just as Shakes was deep in thought, his friend Beija's voice rang out from outside the tent. "Understood, I understand. Tell the Grand Elder I'll go right away." After responding with a shout, Shuxi pried open the succubus Yuna's hands that were wrapped around his waist, stood up, and put on a leather armor. A moment later, inside the Grand Elder's tent. Although it was called an Elder's meeting, it actually consisted of only two people, Shuxi and the Grand Elder. The two elders who remained to guard the area were both killed in battle. Shakes, come drink. Shakes narrowed his eyes as he looked at the elder, whose arms were bare and whose shoulders were wrapped with animal skin medicine belts. Was the arrow poisoned? Yeah, that damn giant spider is too insidious. It only knows how to ambush from among the spider swarms. Seemingly thinking of the several hero-level trolls who had been ambushed and killed, Elder Steelk was indignant, lamenting, and regretting. Shuxi, our tribesmen have captured some cave spiders and snake people. What do you plan to do with them? Shakes paused for a moment, but immediately thought of Medusa and Aya's plea to the Grand Elder to save people. Perhaps that's why Elder Genkai asked for his opinion. Kill them all. Let their blood appease the souls of our people. Okay, that's what I think too. Let's do it your way. Shakes could tell that Elder Genkai was much happier. Next, Shuxi told Elder Genkai about the conquests of the Succubus and Buffalo tribes. Upon hearing that the combined forces of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men would arrive at Alligator Turtle Valley within 3 days, Elder Steelk finally smiled. Now the Succubus and Buffalo tribes have submitted, and the Snake Man and Cave Spider tribes have been scattered by us. Only the Obsidian Golem tribe remains in the Black Wasteland Forest. Shuxi, should you go with the Obsidian Stone clan, or should I go? Shakes took a sip of beast blood wine and said calmly, I don't quite understand the Obsidian Golem race. Just in case, I'll go instead. Elder Genkai did not object, because he had seen the Obsidian Golems and had dealt with them before. Obsidian Golems are no weaker than trolls in terms of physical strength, and may even be stronger. Elder, the invasion of the snake people and cave spiders has disrupted the terrain outside the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Let's take this opportunity to plan out the surrounding area. This way, we can better accommodate the succubus and buffalo people who are about to arrive. Suddenly, Shuxi thought of the territory and the heart of the Lord that the wandering soul Dodi had mentioned, and couldn't help but propose a plan for Alligator Turtle Valley. That is indeed a problem. How big of a place do we need to plan? This was a question that even Shuxi couldn't answer, and he could only stare at Elder Genkai in bewilderment. While Shuxi wasn't completely ignorant about town planning, he didn't yet have concrete data to support his understanding of the number of various ethnic groups. Let's designate an area first, and then divide it further according to the actual situation once they arrive. Well, that's the only way. Half a day later, at the entrance of the valley, the Troll clan held a clan sacrificial ceremony. To be precise, it was a killing contest. The captured snake people and cave spiders were killed one by one. Their bones and flesh were used to build an altar, and their blood was used to fertilize it. These are all offerings to the demon god and his people. When Shuxi returned to his tent, the succubus Yuna also went to join the killing party. Inside the tent, only Medusa Aya remained, lost in thought. Without saying a word, Shuxi went up and stripped Medusa Aya naked, then set her on fire with his bathing flames. As the dream faded and the sun and moon returned to their proper places, Shuxi, with Medusa Aya's slender waist in his arms, spoke calmly. Remember, you are mine now. I will allow you to take my surname and change your name to I am Mayan. In racial conflict, it's either you die or I die. Shuxi has nothing to say. However, even a night of intimacy can have 100 days of kindness, and Shuxi provided Medusa with a strong spiritual pillar and source of comfort once again. Chapter 81 3 Things, Clan Chiefs Return. 2 days later, a combined force of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men arrived at Alligator Turtle Valley. Looking at the overturned ground outside the Alligator Turtle Valley, the joint team couldn't help but gasp in shock. When they saw the altar built from the corpses of cave spiders and snake men, all the trolls, succubi, and buffalo men were speechless. They never imagined that in just 1 or 2 days, the snake people and cave spider clans that occupied the Black Wasteland Forest would be nearly wiped out. The succubus Queen Yelena and the buffalo man Johan stared at the mountain-like altar, a chill running down their spines. Half a day later, inside the tent of the Shakes, the meeting was presided over by acting chieftain Shuxi, with Elder Genkai as his deputy. The 3 troll elders, Dels, Luosha, and Ander, were all present, along with the succubus Queen Yelena and the buffalo elder Nyohandi. This marked the most complete meeting of the troll clan's elders ever. I'll tell you 3 things, and you need to get started on them immediately. Shuxi sat in the main seat, scanning the members of the Elder Council with a dignified expression and a calm tone. The first thing is for each race to send half of their bloodline warriors to accompany me to the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest to conquer the Obsidian Stone clan in a few days. No one dares to question Shuxi on this point. In the Black Wasteland Forest today, there is only one leader-level powerhouse, Shuxi, and no one can stop him. The second thing is that 4 major areas will be divided outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Yelena and Bull Earthshaker, you will each choose one area to settle your people. Shakes has already discussed this matter with the Grand Elder. Furthermore, when dividing the areas, Shakestraw deliberately left enough room for development. Alligator Turtle Valley was large enough to house the troll race, and the Succubi and Buffalo Men also had a place to live. No one raised any objection to this. The third thing is that city walls will be built outside the 4 major areas. We need to start building them now, and they must be completed before winter arrives this year. This last matter will be presided over by Elder Genkai, with Elder Yelena supervising. When Shuxi brought this up, Dels, the Succubus Queen Yelena, and Nyo Handy all frowned. In their minds, with winter approaching, shouldn't everyone be retreating into Alligator Turtle Valley to defend against the creatures of darkness? Judging from Shake's tone, they not only intend to defend themselves strongly, but also to actively hunt. You all need to remember this. While dark creatures are terrifying, they are also a form of good fortune. Shakes understood their concerns, and, sitting in the main seat, spoke indifferently. After saying this, Shuxi ignored the doubts of Dels, the Succubus Queen Yelena, and Nyo Handy, and continued speaking. Elders Luo Sha and Ander will stay behind to assist the Grand Elder in guarding Crocodile Turtle Valley. Durs and Nyo Handy, you two will accompany me on the expedition in 3 days. However, just as Shuxi finished speaking, an excited voice rang out in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Shakes, the clan leader, and the others have returned. The troll warrior Rand shouted loudly outside Shaksha's tent, trying to send a message to Shaksha. Shakes stood up from the main seat, glanced at everyone, and said calmly, "Come on, let's go greet our clan leader." Elder Genkai, Elder Luosha, and Elder Andy, the 3 elders of the Mayan giant demon, all stood up and responded enthusiastically, their faces filled with excitement. The 3, Otto the Troll Dels, the Succubus Queen Yelena, and the Buffalo Man Bullhanded Earth, exchanged glances at each other. Clearly, all 3 of them had their own concerns and worries. Fortunately, these thoughts only churned within their minds. Outwardly, the 3 of them continued to follow Shakes towards the valley entrance. Rumor has it that the troll chieftain Grell is also a leader-level powerhouse. Is that true or not? This was the thought in the mind of the troll Athos. As a fellow troll, he felt both envy and excitement. After all, this glory belongs to the trolls, and Dels acknowledges the Mayan trolls. They're both leaders. Will these brothers clash? My sister Yuina is definitely on Shuxi's side, so what about me? Should I also stand on Shuxi's side? Perhaps the troll race isn't as united as I thought. This is what the Succubus Queen Yelena is thinking. She doesn't act on emotion. She considers things from the perspective of her own and her people's interests. The troll race is indeed full of powerful individuals. I never expected there to be 2 leader-level experts. The water buffalo man, Nyo Handy, was actually quite intelligent, but at this moment he didn't have any complicated thoughts. Because Nyo Handy had signed a slave contract with Shakes, he did whatever Shakes told him to do. It was that simple. However, as Shakes stepped out of the tent and gradually approached the mouth of the valley, he frowned. Shuxi did not sense the aura of his elder brother Grell, nor did he sense the power of a leader-level expert. Shakes' heart sank, sinking into an abyss. As Shuxi stepped out of the valley, he looked at a group of troll warriors who were standing outside the valley. These trolls had no luster or savage arrogance on their faces, and looked like a bunch of eggplants that had been hit by frost. When faced with Shaksha's scrutiny, these troll warriors all lowered their heads. Shuxi didn't speak, but led the Grand Elder and the others towards the group of troll bloodline warriors. Where is the clan leader? Where is Elder Bloodfeather? Where is Elder Blackia? Where is Elder Aha? Where is Elder Srira? Where is Elder Corolla? Before Shuxi could speak, Elder Genkai stepped forward, grabbed a familiar troll bloodline warrior, and frantically questioned him. Elder Genkai also failed to sense the presence of Chieftain Grell and the others. Like an elder who had lost his family and descendants, he questioned the troll bloodline warriors. Chieftain Grell was personally trained by Elder Genkai. They were not only master and apprentice, but also as close as father and son. Elder Steelcare treated Chief Greel better and more affectionately than he treated his son Steel Shield. Because Elder Genkai had high expectations for Chief Gerald. Last winter, with the help of Shuxi, Chieftain Gerald successfully advanced to the rank of leader. From that time on, Elder Genkai was proud because he had raised the clan chief, Grell, and the Shuxi were indirectly created by him and the clan chief Gerald. However, Elder Genkai can no longer sense the presence of Chieftain Grell. Speak up. I'm asking you. Where is the clan leader? Thud, thud, thud. Elder Steel Kai flew into a rage and immediately started beating people, knocking down all the troll bloodline warriors standing at the front. Shuxi stepped forward and grabbed Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai was still furious. He turned his head and glared angrily at Shuxi, wanting to beat Shuxi up as well. However, when Elder Genkai and Shake's indifferent gazes, which seemed to freeze everything in the world, met, he suddenly calmed down and became dejected. Shuxi released his grip, walked up to a hero-level troll bloodline warrior named Feely, looked at the latter, and said indifferently, "Tell me, what happened to you?" Foray didn't speak, but lowered his head and turned his body to the side. At the same time, the group of troll warriors stepped aside, revealing their chieftain Grell and a group of troll elders who were surrounded by them. Chapter 82 Headless Corpse, the Strongest Thug. Shakes took a deep breath, stepped forward, and lifted the black shroud made of animal hide. The next moment, Shuxi's eyes turned blood red, and his leader-level aura rippled out without any restraint. What Shake saw were 6 headless corpses, headed by Chieftain Grell, followed by the troll elders Bloodfeather, Blackia, Aha, Slyra, and Corolla. There were a total of 6 headless corpses. Shuxi looked up at the sky and roared silently. After a long while, Shaksha turned his head, his scarlet eyes staring indifferently at the hero-level troll named Felix. Tell me everything that happened on your journey, down to the smallest detail. The bloodline warrior Felix knelt on one knee, and the other troll warriors followed suit, trembling with fear at the sight of Shaksha's imposing aura. Elder Shikisi, we followed the clan leader south all the way and left the Black Wasteland Forest. We received orders from the Lord of the 4 Domains to head south into the Thunder Domain Forest, where we encountered the powerful Thunder Eagle Knight, Utes. The clan leader died in battle against Thunderhawk Knight Utes. The 5 elders went to the rescue, but they were all killed. Elder Shuxi, Thunderhawk Knight Utes cut off the heads of the clan chief and elders and hung them on the walls of Thunderhawk City, leaving them to be exposed to the wind and sun. Roar? Oh. The one who roared was Elder Steelcare. He couldn't imagine how humiliating and devastating it was for the heads of the troll clan's chieftain and elders to be displayed as spoils of war on the city walls by the enemy. This is unforgivable. Elder Shuxi, the magical potions and cores that the clan leader seized during his southward campaign were also stolen by the swamp dragon Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. He left a message, saying that if you want those supplies, go to the poison dragon swamp and ask him for them yourself. Elder Shuxi, we are incompetent. The troll Felix spoke again, uttering another piece of news that made Shuxi's chest heave. Shakes clenched his fist, then relaxed and clenched it again, his killing intent lingering in his heart. After a long while, Shuxi finally regained his composure. Shuxi's tone was indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, and his pupils were filled with coldness. Welcome back, chieftain and 5 elders. Set up an altar and capture and sacrifice 100 beasts. Shakes raised his large hand, lightly touched his brow with his fingers, and murmured something. You braved death and plunged into darkness. May you return to the embrace of the demon god and be freed from the torment of damnation. All the trolls, like Shaksha, began to raise their hands, lightly touch their brows, and pray softly. Less than 3 days later, another large funeral was held in Alligator Turtle Valley. The morale of the trolls seemed to have been forcibly cut off, and the faces of the tribesmen lost much of their luster. Other races were not yet clearly visible, and they had never seen a chieftain like Grell. But the people of the Mayan troll tribe were different. They watched helplessly as 2 of their tribe's chieftains were reduced to 1, a sorrowful spring. Their pride and glory as trolls seemed to have been halved. At the mouth of the valley, on the stone wall, Shakes looked at the southern landscape and fell into deep thought. Shakshi, take over. I will lead us to become stronger, and I will go to reclaim the heads of the chieftain and the elders. Elder Genkai appeared behind Shakes, also gazing south with longing in his eyes. Of course, at the very bottom of that longing was deep hatred. Shuxi did not turn around, nor did he immediately agree to the Grand Elder's request. I was planning to wait for my elder brother to return and then choose a suitable time to challenge him. In a battle for glory at the leader level, no matter who loses, there is no reason to be discouraged or ashamed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and I didn't get the chance. Shuxi turned around and spoke to the Grand Elder in a very serious, cold, and confident voice. I will succeed as the chieftain of the troll race, and I will lead my people to prosperity. I will personally retrieve the heads of my elder brother and all the elders during the next war of invasion by all races. Shuxi's voice echoed throughout the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley, his undisguised power and confidence inspiring the trolls within. The shouts of Yura rang out one after another, until finally they formed an overwhelming force. This is exactly the effect that Shakespeare wanted. Shuxi's succession as chieftain of the trolls was a matter of course, a perfectly legitimate and justifiable outcome, and the result that everyone had hoped for. Shuxi is powerful and doesn't need to hide his ambition. The glory of the Shuxi must not be tarnished. I will formally assume the throne after I have conquered the obsidian golem race. This is the tone set by Shuxi. The best choice is for Shuxi, with his invincible power, to succeed as clan leader after the complete unification of the Black Wilderness Forest. 3 days later, the army set out on the expedition. Elder, I'm entrusting Crocodile Turtle Valley to you. Shakes stood at the mouth of the valley and explained the matter of building a city wall in the area near Crocodile Turtle Valley. Then Shuxi turned to look at the succubus queen Yelena and said in a calm tone, "You're a smart person. You know what you should and shouldn't do. Don't let me down." Roar. With a roar, Abyssal Tyrannoman carried Shaxu and headed into the distance. Half a month later, in the southwestern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the Shuxi had already surrounded the stone mountain where the obsidian dwelled. The mixed force of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men terrified and shocked the obsidian on the mountain. Roar. Shuxi did not restrain the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. The deep, tearing roar entered the stone mountain and echoed there, carrying a sense of intimidation. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. Black Jade Boy, can you feel it? The pressure that only a leader-level expert can release. If you had accepted the Snake People's invitation back then, you would be scattered by now. Black Jade, the chieftain of the Obsidian clan, stood beside the prophet Geta, his heart filled with trepidation. He could clearly feel the suppression emanating from his rank. Prophet, what do we do now? The prophet Geta rose from the pile of stones, nearly 10 meters tall, appearing incredibly huge, strong, and solid. Let's go and greet the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest. Black Jade Boy, you don't need to be afraid, because we never intended to fight against the leader. We've always been waiting for his call, haven't we? The prophet Geta's voice was deep and resonant, as if it had been cleansed by time, its superficiality washed away, carrying a mysterious charm. Beneath the rocky mountain, Shakshi was slightly surprised, because Shuxi sensed the aura of the prophet Geta, a special being that lies between the hero level and the leader level. The prophet Geta is far beyond the hero level, but not quite at the leader level. His aura was even more profound and deep than that of Monadu, the buffalo chieftain who had transformed into a terrifying buffalo. Shakes never expected that such a powerful being was hidden in the Black Wasteland Forest. Shakshi felt lucky because this would be the strongest henchman under his command, wouldn't he? Chapter 83, Unable to Resist, for Wolf Pups. On the mountain, Shuxi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the distant Black Wilderness Forest. Standing here, I realized that this stone mountain is the best hunting ground in the Black Wilderness Forest. The prophet Gata stood behind Shaksha, a slight sigh escaping his lips. He hadn't expected that the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest would be so young. Your Excellency may not know this, but the previous leader of the Black Waste Forest was from our Obsidian Stone clan. This area was our territory back then. Shakshi nodded, gazing into the distance, then suddenly turned to look at the prophet Gata. So, will your Obsidian Golem race submit to me, or will I exterminate your entire race? Shuxi's tone was slightly cold, but the prophet Gata behind him showed no fear whatsoever. The prophet Gata stepped forward, half a step behind Shukti, and looked south. Our leader, we, the Obsidian Golems, will not rebel against you. For hundreds of years, our Obsidian race has remained steadfast here, waiting for a new leader to emerge and lead us to conquer those more fertile lands outside. Chief, we Obsidian Golems have seen the outside world. The Black Wasteland Forest is too small. The prophet Gata's voice carried a longing and a desire for higher-level power. Shuxi paused for a moment, then quickly smiled. You Obsidian Golems are more interesting than any other race. The prophet Gata shook his head and said with some sadness, the leader should know very well how difficult it is for the Black Waste Forest to nurture a leader-level powerhouse. We've waited hundreds of years for you, our leader. Shake shook his head and said calmly, there are two, and my elder brother is also a leader. Shaksha's words startled even the usually composed prophet Gata for a moment. However, A few days ago, my eldest brother went south and died in battle during the invasion of all races. Before the Prophet Geta could react, Shaksha dropped another bombshell, once again overturning the Prophet Geta's understanding. You are very strong, have a broad vision, and are also very wise. You deserve the name of a prophet. Submit to me, fight for me, become the true prophet of the Black Wasteland, and I will bring you glory and hope. Boom. The Prophet Geta stepped back a few paces and knelt down on one knee. My lord, the Obsidian Golem Geta is willing to submit, and the Obsidian Golem clan is also willing to submit. Shaksha turned around and looked at the Prophet Geta, who was still taller than him even after kneeling on one knee. Remember this. I, Shuxi Mayan, despise betrayal the most. Facing the Prophet Geta and the Obsidian race, Shaksha made no oath. It wasn't that it was unnecessary, but rather that the Shaks were showing respect to the Prophet Geta. The Prophet Geta is a powerful being on the verge of becoming a leader, and oaths are a constraint for him. In Shuxi's view, as long as he could give the Prophet Geta a leader-level Dark Source crystal, he would definitely advance to the leader level. Now that I think about it, the reason why the Black Wasteland Forest wasn't annexed by the leaders of the other 3 regions for the past few hundred years is because of your existence, right? The Prophet Geta rose, nodded, and a proud smile appeared on his face. My lord, I dare not speak of anything else, but in terms of defense, I am confident that I can withstand the attacks of an average leader-level expert. Shuxi stared at the petrified skin of the Prophet Geta, squinting as he carefully examined it. After carefully examining the Prophet Geta, Shaksha was even more satisfied with his strongest henchman. Tell Black Jade to pack his things and come back to Alligator Turtle Valley with me. The mountains on both sides of Crocodile Turtle Valley belong to your Obsidian Stone clan. Both sides got what they wanted. The Black Wasteland was peacefully unified, and the Prophet Geta seemed quite pleased. My lord, there's a little gift I've prepared for you on the back mountain. Let me show you. With curiosity on his face, Shuxi gestured for him to lead the way and followed the Prophet Geta toward the back of the mountain. There is a cave on the back mountain. 2 level 6 magical beasts live in the cave, 1 male and 1 female, a wind wolf and a frost wolf. When Shakes arrived, the 2 wolves seemed to receive a signal and carried 4 wolf cubs out of the cave. My lord, Afong and Ashwang have given birth to 4 wolf pups. Consider this a gift from me to you. Shakes nodded without speaking, his heart pounding with fear. This is the legacy left by the previous leader of the Obsidian Golem clan. Not to mention the 2 level 6 magical beasts. Once the 4 wolf cubs reach adulthood, they will most likely also be level 6 magical beasts. How often do they give birth? Upon seeing the 4 wolf pups, Shuxi had a bold idea. My lord, Afong and Ashwang only give birth once every 100 years. In the past, only 1 wolf cub was born, but this year 4 were born. The Prophet Geta's words instantly extinguished the thoughts in Shaksha's mind. What a pity. Come to think of it, both of these wolves are level 6 magical beasts, so it would be very difficult for them to breed cubs with the same potential as level 6 magical beasts. The higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it is to breed. Below the Rocky Mountain, Shuxi carried 4 wolf cubs in front, followed by the Prophet Geta and Black Jade. Chief Shuxi, Chieftain. Upon seeing Shuxi, the worry on everyone's faces vanished, and they all stepped forward to greet him. Shuxi nodded and summoned his 4 guardian trolls. Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, for troll bloodline warriors, were personally selected by their elder brother, Grell, for the guardian trolls of Shaksha. For a long time, these 4 guardian trolls were like invisible figures, not particularly noticeable. Of the 4, only Teminur reached the beginner level of hero, while the other 3 have not made any progress. Now that Shuxi is about to succeed as clan leader, he cannot be without strong guards by his side. Here, each of you take 1 and raise it well. This is a level 6 magical beast. Shakis's words silenced the surrounding atmosphere, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The 4 trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who were holding the wolf cub in their arms, almost dropped it from their grasp. What? You don't believe me? This is a gift from the Obsidian Prophet Geta of the Obsidian race. I've taken good care of it. If anything happens to any of the 4 wolf cubs, you will be held responsible. When the Obsidian race was mentioned, Shuxi turned around and pointed to the Prophet Geta and Black Jade as he introduced them. This is the Prophet Geta of the Obsidian Golem race, and also the prophet of our Black Wasteland Forest. This is Hei Yuzi, the patriarch of the Obsidian Golem clan, and also a member of our Council of Elders. Afterwards, Shuxi introduced the people to the Prophet Gatai and Black Jade, especially Dels, and Bull Earthshaker. When the prophet Geta talked to them, he would mention their fathers and grandfathers, and they quickly became part of the group. On the contrary, Heiyuzai appeared extremely shy, like a simple and honest young man. 2 days later, the group set off back to Alligator Turtle Valley. As for the Shakespeare, although he seems to be leisurely, he is actually very busy, or rather, troubled. Upon assuming the chieftainship, Shuxi will have to consider many more issues: town development, territory management, food reserves, the dark tide. Chapter 84 Spider Eggs, Swamp Mole. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. It has been almost half a month since Shuxi succeeded as the clan chief. Crocodile Turtle Valley is no longer a tribe belonging solely to the troll race, but rather a tribe composed of 4 major races: trolls, succubi, buffalo, and obsidian. The area outside Crocodile Turtle Valley was officially renamed Black Wasteland Town. This mixed tribe was renamed the Black Wasteland Tribe by the Sheiks. Along with the Black Wasteland Tribe, 4 elders were also born to assist Sheiks in managing Black Wasteland Town. They are Elder Genkai, the Great Elder, Elder Dels, Elder Yelena, and Elder Geta the Prophet. To put it bluntly, the 4 of them were simply pushed out by Shakespeare to share his burdens. They share the work and responsibilities in areas such as law, combat, administration, and think tanks. After working for so long, Shuxi finally completed the initial reforms of the tribe. The once chaotic Alligator Turtle Valley is finally showing some signs of improvement. Chief, Black Jade has found a piece of black marble. This stone is hard enough and more suitable for building city walls. The tent flap of Sheiks remained open, and Elder Genkai and Heiyuzai walked into the tent with smiles on their faces to report the good news to Sheiks. Chief, black marble is hard, waterproof, wear-resistant, and weather-resistant. If we use this kind of stone to build the city wall, it can last for at least 50 years. Moreover, we use local materials, so it's very convenient to repair. The obsidian race has an innate affinity for earth elements, and their understanding of stone is far more profound than that of the Shuxi. The obsidian golems, who were originally assigned to the fighting force, were temporarily and specially assigned by Shuxi to become porters building the city walls. Black Jade, the patriarch of the obsidian clan, is temporarily in charge of this group of porters. Black Jade boy, I believe in you. Let's use the stone you chose to build the city wall. As for how many people you need, ask Elder Deacon Yelena. After sending the Grand Elder and Black Jade away, Sheiks fell into deep thought. The city wall to be built in Black Wasteland Town must be at least 20 meters high to barely stop and restrain most of the attacking dark creatures. This is a huge project, but fortunately, apart from the succubi, the rest of the workforce in Shakespeare's hands are all power-type races. For the obsidian race, in particular, moving giant stones is as easy as eating and drinking. The hunting team is operating normally, urban development is on track, and the rules of Black Wasteland Town have been initially established. The next step is how to develop the population. When it comes to population, Shakespeare truly has a lot to say, but can't. The combined population of Black Wasteland Town, consisting of the 4 races of trolls, succubi, buffalo men, and obsidian men, is less than 15,000. Among them, the most numerous are the succubi. Water buffalo people are the fewest, and most of them are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Population issues have become the most troublesome problem for the Kshatriya. Although the intelligent races in this world have almost no reproductive isolation, the chances of having offspring are extremely low, especially for interspecies reproduction. Frustrated by these problems, Shuxi took out his last 5 ash chests, hoping to find some good stuff to perk him up. Shuxi was impatient and opened 3 ash chests in a row, each of which dropped a bronze-level spider spear. Shuxi didn't even bother to examine this kind of item, and simply threw it into the throwing spears to replenish his inventory. The next 2 treasure chests, one dropped by the snakeman Elder Red Eyes and the other by the spider queen Trissy, were something Shuxi was quite looking forward to. The treasure chest dropped by the snakeman Elder with Red Eyes turned to ashes, and a red and green whip appeared in Shuxi's hand. It was a silver-grade weapon. Looking at the whip, Shuxi couldn't help but imagine the succubus Yuena tenderly offering him the whip, a wicked thought that seemed to be pleading for a lesson. Shuxi trembled all over, snapping out of his reverie and quickly opening the last ash chest. An egg the size of an apple appeared in Shuxi's hand. After squinting and checking its attributes, Shuxi raised his eyebrows. Crypt spider eggs. Type: insect egg, gold. Egg description: it is crystal clear, it is pure white, it is a pearl among spiders. Hatchet: this is an egg that will give birth to the queen of the burrowing spider. Shakes put the insect eggs into the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, his eyes narrowed and sharp as he looked at the busy tribesmen outside the tent. Thinking back to the night of the racial invasion, when hordes of cave spiders besieged Crocodile Turtle Valley, a crazy idea popped into Shuxi's head. However, this idea still needs to be tested and cultivated little by Zakisi. The spider egg energized Shakespeare, giving him a surge of motivation. However, just as Shaksha was getting into the swing of things, the guardian troll Terminer ran into the tent, bringing Shaksha bad news. Chief, the hunting party has sent back a message. In the eastern part of the territory, in the area where the buffalo people used to hunt, traces of a group of swamp rats have been discovered. Upon hearing this, Shuxi raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then said, "Go and inform the 4 elders that the Elders' Council is having a meeting." "Yes, sir." About half an hour later, inside the tent of Shuxi, the 3 elders, the Elder of Punishment, the Elder of Deaconship, and the Elder of Revelation, gathered together. As for Elder Dells, he is leading a hunting party and cannot come. A group of swamp rats has arrived in the eastern part of our territory. What do you think about this? Shikessa was very direct, giving everyone no time for pleasantries, and laid out the facts. After a brief silence inside the tent, the succubus queen, Yelena, asked in confusion, "The eastern part of the territory? Outside the buffalo people's territory, just outside the Black Waste Forest, isn't there a group of mountain giants living there? Why are there swamp rats here?" The succubus queen Yelena's former territory was also in the east, so she was quite familiar with the power distribution in the eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Logically speaking, with the mountain giant blocking the way, it should be impossible for swamp rats to appear in the territory of the buffalo people. Chieftain, the swamp rat is a vassal of the Swamp Dragon clan and a subordinate of Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. The voice of the prophet Gata echoed, recounting the origins of the swamp rat. Upon hearing the name of Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Shuxi immediately thought of the troll bloodline warrior, Felix. "Timiner, go and fetch Foray for me." "Yes, chieftain." Fortunately, the troll warrior Felix was off duty today and did not go hunting. A moment later, Felix entered the chieftain's tent. "Feilai, tell me again in detail how your supplies were looted when the Myriad races invaded." The troll warrior Felix bowed and began to recount the story again, his voice filled with resentment. "After Chief Gerald and the 5 elders died in battle, we received the retreat order from the Lord of the 4 domains. On our way back, my people and I were intercepted by the shaman under Chief Hoffenel, who robbed us of all our supplies. My people and I made it back by hunting magical beasts along the way. Chieftain, that sage with swampy eyes is from the swamp rat tribe. He can summon swamps, making him extremely troublesome. We can't defeat him. Later, we went to Chief Hoffen to plead for them, but he ordered you, Chief, to retrieve the supplies yourself." Chapter 85. A test, leaving no one behind. After Felix recounted the whole story, Shuxi waved his hand, and Felix left the tent. "Prophet Gata, what do you think?" Shuxi directly asked the Prophet Gata, because he was the only one who was most familiar with the world outside the Black Waste Forest. The Prophet Gata did not speak immediately, but pondered for a long time before beginning his analysis. "Clan leader, if Fili is not lying, Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, should have withdrawn from the war of invasion of all races beforehand." Shuxi frowned, a look of confusion on his face. "Clan leader, apart from the lords, the chieftain-level powerhouses are already considered top-tier combat power in the war of invasion by all races. During this southward expedition, the lords of the 4 regions lost our former clan chief ahead of time, so their combat strength is definitely greatly affected. He must have failed. In other words, the leader of the Swamp Dragon clan, Hoffenel, should have returned to his territory." Upon hearing this, Shaksha immediately understood the meaning behind the Prophet Gato's words. "You mean to say that the Swamp Rat clan was sent by Hoffenheim? Was that swarm of swamp rats a test?" The Prophet Gata nodded, his expression slightly grave. "I think that with the former chieftain dying in battle in the south, Hoffen must have had designs on the Black Waste Forest. Even if it's not an open invasion, it's still a test of the clan leader. As for the purpose of the test, I don't understand it yet." Shuxi didn't speak, but instead focused his gaze on the succubus queen, Yelena. Yelena smiled charmingly, reached out and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and her melodious, mature voice rang out. "Chief Shuxi, the enemy's objectives are nothing more than 3 things: resources for survival, hunting grounds, and people and slaves. Personally, I prefer the last one." Shuxi nodded but didn't speak. Instead, he encouraged Yelena to continue with his eyes. "According to the prophet, The lords of the four domains return defeated, and defeat will certainly result in the loss of manpower. Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, must have also lost many bloodline warriors. As she said this, Yelena narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding an air of profound mystery and composure. Hoffenel's target may be those mountain giants and buffalo men. He certainly didn't expect that the buffalo tribe had already moved to Alligator Turtle Valley, so he came up empty-handed. It must be said that 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge-liang. Moreover, all of the people present were exceptionally intelligent leaders. Elder, what do you think? Elder Gang Kai did not continue the analysis, but spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The dignity of the Black Wasteland tribe cannot be insulted, and our territory cannot be violated in the slightest. Any enemy that invades our territory should pay the price. Shakshi was startled because Elder Genkai had reminded him. Now, Shuxi is the tribal chief, and he must uphold the dignity and honor of the tribe. Only in this way can we unite and have cohesion. A leader who is timid and hesitant, afraid of this and that, is definitely not a qualified leader. Having thought things through, Shuxi glanced at the Grand Elder, Yelena, and the Prophet Geta, and said calmly, "In that case, the Grand Elder and Yelena will stay behind to guard Black Wasteland Town, maintain its stability, and ensure the progress of the city wall construction. The Prophet Geta and I will go to the eastern border to see what the situation is." Shuxi stated his decision directly, leaving no room for argument. "When those swamp rats come, we're not going back. Elder, in addition to maintaining the stability of Black Wasteland Town, we must also be more vigilant. I will leave Medusa, Aya, and the Triceratops at your command." Thus, the meeting of the elders concluded. The next day, Shaksha and the Prophet Geta led a group of blood warriors eastward. A few days later, in the former Succubus territory, Shaksha met Dels, who had come to meet him. "Chieftain," Shakes reached out his large hand and touched Dels's arm in response. "Tell me, what's the situation now? Did those swamp rats run away?" Dels made way, leading Shaksha and the Prophet Geta to the largest Succubus palace. "Chief, those swamp rats are still there. They've taken over the Buffalo people's former settlement, and they've been hunting in that area for the past few days. In order not to alert the enemy, we did not expose ourselves, nor did we send anyone to lie in ambush. Should we?" Shakes shook his head, stopping Dels's idea. Under the surprised and puzzled gaze of Dels, Shuxi said coldly, "Get ready, we'll wipe them all out here tonight. I don't want to see a single swamp rat escape from under my nose. The dignity of the Black Wasteland tribe is inviolable. Our territory must not allow any foreign forces. Those who come die." Upon hearing this, Dels nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. After Dels went down to prepare, Shaksha turned to the Prophet Geta and spoke. "Prophet, how much do you know about Hoffenheim, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp?" After recalling the events, the Prophet Geta began to explain them to Shaksha in detail. The 4 regions under the jurisdiction of Lord Axe of the 4 domains are the Underground Demon Abyss, the Black Wilderness Forest, the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the Desert Continent. Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, dwells in the abyss of the Underground Cave, in the northern and northwestern parts of our Black Waste Forest. Shakes listened attentively. It was the first time he had heard news about Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains. Seeing that Shakti did not intend to interrupt him, the Prophet Geta continued speaking. "The West is a desert continent, a cold desert ruled by a group of black scorpions. I've never been there, and I don't know much about the rest. The eastern part, bordering us, is the Poison Dragon Swamp. The Swamp Dragon clan inhabits the Poison Dragon Swamp. They call them Earth Dragons, but they have nothing to do with Earth Dragons at all. They're just a bunch of swamp lizards. When it comes to the Swamp Dragons, the Prophet Geta scoffs at the idea. Earth Dragons are already considered low-ranking dragons. The lowest-ranking adult Earth Dragons are at least level 6 magical beasts. The Swamp Dragons in the Poison Dragon Swamp are an insult to the name Earth Dragon. Hoffenel, the leader of the Swamp Dragon clan, comes from this group of swamp lizards. Swamp lizards are compatible with water and earth elements. In the swamp, they are extremely powerful, and their combat strength can double. When it came to combat strength, the Prophet Geta was initially very confident, but later frowned slightly. "Chief, I am confident that if I encounter Hoffenel in the land jungle, I will not be defeated in a short time. But if I were in a swamp, I would be ground to death." This was a reminder from the Prophet Geta to Shaksha, and also an expression of goodwill. Shuxi nodded, offering no comment on the Swamp Dragon clan or on Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Shakes fell silent, remaining silent until night fell. "Chieftain, Everything is ready. Shall we proceed now? Everything is ready except for the final push. The troll elder Dels approached Shaksha and asked for instructions. Except for the lead gopher, who will be spared alive. Leave no one else alive. Go. Chapter 86, A Feast of Blood, Saving Your Life. This was a high ground in a dense forest, where the Shakshi and the prophet Geta stood, gazing at the carnage in the distance. With the buffalo man leading the way, Dels and his companions easily and stealthily entered the swamp rat's territory. Instantly, flames roared throughout the settlement, shouts of battle filled the air, and cries of agony echoed everywhere. Those swamp rats that reacted quickly and fled into the dark forest were also shot to death by succubi lying in ambush in the forest. The survivors who dodged the arrow rain would be wiped out one by the succubi that approached them. Under the cover of darkness, a bloodbath is about to begin. The battle ended in less than 2 hours. Shuxi led the way, followed by the prophet Gata, as they slowly entered the former settlement of the buffalo people. Chief, none of them escaped. He's the leader of this swamp rat pack. The troll elder Dels approached carrying a humanoid creature with a pointed snout and long beard, which did indeed resemble a groundhog. Oh, stranger intruder, tell me who you are and why you are in my territory. Shuxi's voice was gentle, and his humble demeanor made him stand out from the other trolls. My esteemed sir, I am Momoha of the Swamp Rat clan. I had no intention of trespassing into your territory. I only heard that this area no longer had an owner, so I brought my people here to migrate. Shakes glanced at the swamp rat who called himself Momoha. The rat had shifty eyes and tiny, green eyes that gleamed with a green light. Can you tell me who told you that? If the answer satisfies me, perhaps I will spare your life. Upon hearing this, the swamp mole Momoha's little green eyes widened in surprise. Sir, are you telling the truth? Shake smiled but didn't speak, waiting for Momoha to continue. My lord, I migrated here because I heard it from my clan chief, Zhongmu. Shuxi's expression was extremely calm, appearing even more gentle. Is Chief Zhongmu the one who dwells in the poison dragon swamp? After saying this, Shakes finally showed some surprise in his tone and expression. My lord, have you heard of our clan chief? I've heard of his name. The swamp mole, Momoha, had bright eyes, as if it had grasped at a straw. Then, sir, could you spare me for the sake of the clan leader? I promise I will never enter your territory again. Shakes nodded and looked at the swamp rat Momoha. Fine, I promise you, I'll spare your life. However, whether they will spare you or not, I don't know. As he said this, Shuxi pointed to the troll elder Dels and the buffalo man Oxhitter beside him. Dels grinned, stretched out his hands, and tore the swamp rat Momoha in two. Shakes glanced around at the surroundings, thought for a moment, and then said to Dels, take stock of the supplies here and move them to Alligator Turtle Valley as soon as possible. After saying that, Shuxi turned and walked into the settlement. The tall prophet Geta remained silent, following behind Shaksha in silence. Shakes climbed a wooden building and gazed eastward. Prophet, what do you think? The 10-meter-tall prophet Gatai, standing upright, was not much shorter than the Shakti on the wooden tower. Chief, these swamp rats must have been instigated by their chief, Zhongmu. If Zhongmu can summon swamps, then he must be a wizard. He robbed the former chieftain of his spoils, so there must be a swamp dragon chieftain named Hoffenel standing behind him. I'm sure this is a test. Clan leader, perhaps this test won't be the only one. The prophet Geta's answer was very affirmative. His voice was leisurely and rhythmic, carrying an air of confidence and detachment, as if he did not take Hoffenheim seriously. A moment later, the troll elder Dels, who had made the arrangements, also went up to the wooden building and reported to Shuxi from behind. Chief, the supplies have been cleared out. Meat chunks, furs, magic cores, and food have all been packed. They will be transported to Crocodile Turtle Valley after dawn. Shuxi gave a soft, and after a long silence, he turned to Deers and spoke. Deers, make the arrangements to spread spies and informants along the borders of the territory. I need to know immediately about any race that enters our territory from the Poison Dragon Swamp. After responding with a yes, sir, he walked down the wooden building. Dels walked down the stairs. Shuxi gazed eastward again, his eyes narrowed, his thoughts shifting unpredictably. Prophet, what do you think about us taking this opportunity to storm into the Poison Dragon Swamp and kill Hoffenel of the Swamp Dragon clan? Shuxi's voice was so light and airy that the prophet Geta thought he was hallucinating. The prophet Geta raised his head, looked up at Shaksha, and asked in a voice tinged with the weight of time. Chieftain, what did you just say? Shaksha chuckled softly, offering no response to the prophet Geta. After a while, Shuxi repeated what he had just said. Prophet, what do you think about us taking this opportunity to storm into the Poison Dragon Swamp and kill Hoffenal of the Swamp Dragon clan? What? Shaksha heard a rapid breathing sound, a sound that came from the Prophet Geta, from his enormous body. Chieftain, you mustn't. Chieftain, you're not joking, are you? Shaksha lowered his head, looking down at the Prophet Geta, his voice suddenly becoming incredibly cold and indifferent. What? Are you afraid I'll be killed, or are you afraid of dying in battle? Although Shuxi did not release the pressure of a leader-level powerhouse, the Prophet Geta still felt immense pressure when he looked at Shuxi. Chieftain, that's not what I meant. For the sake of honor, Geta will not shy away from battle. Clan leader, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has decreed that leader-level powerhouses are not allowed to fight each other across domains. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's expression softened, but he immediately fell silent. Poison Dragon Swamp, the territory of the Swamp Rat. Strangely enough, the Swamp Mole's gathering place is not an underground burrow, but rather a row of neatly built wooden houses. The wooden house was built on hard ground in a swamp, which is extremely rare. Inside the wooden house belonging to the Swamp Rat Chieftain, the shaman Zhongmu, the head of the tribe, was frowning deeply. Has there been no news from Mu Muheo's branch of the family for several days? One of the Swamp Rat warriors responsible for receiving intelligence stood up and shouted. Reporting to the clan leader, it has been almost half a month. The wizard's brows furrowed even more, making him, who already had a somewhat shifty look, appear even more lewd and sinister. No news has come. Could something have happened to them? Have those buffalo men returned? Are they fighting? A variety of thoughts raced through the wizard's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Chieftain, should we send some people over to check the situation? An elder from the Swamp Rat clan in the cabin offered a suggestion, and after considering it for a moment, the wizard Zhongmu spoke to the elder. Zhang Seer, you go there yourself. Remember, be careful, keep your guard up, and don't reveal yourself too easily. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, mention Chief Hoffenal's name. It might save your life. Chapter 87. Several survivors, 2 targets. Thus, after waiting for more than half a month in the Buffalo People's settlement, Shuxi and his men finally encountered the second wave of invaders. Chieftain, more people have arrived from the Poison Dragon Swamp. It's a squad of over 100 swamp rats. The news brought back by Elder Dells, the troll elder, greatly cheered up Shaksha's impatient heart. Make the arrangements. Let them go deeper. Make sure none of them escape. Yes, sir. Black Wasteland Forest, Border Region. Elder Zhang Xier of the Swamp Rat clan, disguised as a lowly henchman, walked at the back of the group. Zhang Xier had a plan in mind. No matter what dangerous situation the team encountered, he would turn around and run away. Since entering the unfamiliar Black Wilderness Forest, Zhang Xier had felt very uneasy. To be honest, Zhang Xier was extremely reluctant to risk venturing into such an unfamiliar area. If it weren't for the immense pressure exerted by the clan chief Zhongmu, who forced him to come and gather information, Zhang Xier would never have set foot in this territory. Fortunately, the clan chief Zhongmu had promised that if he succeeded, he would be rewarded with an incredibly beautiful female groundhog. The thought of the female ground squirrel he had longed for made Zhang Xier feel a little better. Long tail, big ears, my mother groundhog. Wait for my return. However, just as Zhang Xier was thinking about his mother groundhog, countless arrows and spears suddenly flew out from the dense forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swamp rat squad of 100 men was wiped out in the blink of an eye, with more than half of them falling. Seeing his subordinate fall to the ground, Zhang Xi's pupils dilated, and the next moment he turned and fled towards the Poison Dragon Swamp. However, just as Zhang Xier fled to the foot of a giant tree, he was caught in a large net that suddenly rose up and was hoisted into the air. Troll Elder Dells and Buffalo Man Oxhand emerged from the dense forest one after the other and walked towards Swamp Rat Zhang Xier. As for why it was Zhang Xier, it's because among the entire 100-man Swamp Rat squad, only Zhang Xier was a hero-level existence. Neo Handy, this little groundhog is yours now. Remember, cripple him, but don't kill him. Dells walked behind the giant tree and slowly lowered the beast net. Bang! The water buffalo man, bull shaking the earth, was truly ferocious. Before Zhang Xier even landed, he had already unleashed a flying kick, severely injuring Zhang Xier. No, please spare me. Please spare me. Click. The water buffalo man, Nyohan D, didn't stop at all, and with one kick, he severed one of Zhang Xier's thin legs. Then came Zhang Xier's tail, which was severed cleanly at the root by the bull shaking the ground like slicing onions. Zhang Xier was in great pain, screaming loudly. Zhang Xier stopped wailing when he saw Shakes, and looked at Shakes with a look of horror. Shakes didn't even glance at Zhang Xier, but stared at Dels and asked, how many were left alive? Chieftain, 5 people, including him, were spared. Shuxi nodded, his face hardening, and said in an icy tone, take him away and torture him. If he surrenders, spare his life. If he doesn't, chop him up and feed him to the wolf cubs. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Elder Dels of the Trolls dragged Zhang Xier out. Before they even reached the door, Zhang Xier began shouting in panic. Spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Shakes ignored Zhang Xier's screams, and Dels dragged Zhang Xier out with a bloodthirsty look on his face. After Zhang Xier disappeared from sight, Shakespeare turned to ask the Prophet Geta, Prophet, do you think this prisoner can reveal anything? The Prophet Geta nodded and said calmly, yes, swamp rats are timid by nature, and they always hunt and kill in groups. This swamp rat is a hero-level being. It definitely knows something. He'll definitely surrender after seeing his comrade chopped to pieces. A mole will always be a mole, and will never become a dragon. Shuxi smiled, feeling that the Prophet Geta's last words seemed to contain something profound and mysterious. An hour later, the troll elder Dels once again dragged the swamp rat Zhang Xier into the wooden building. Chief, he says he is an elder of the swamp rat clan, and he has important information to report to you. Elder Dels the troll laughed. His acting was quite good. The Prophet Geta laughed too. His prediction had been successful. Shake smiled as well. He put down his beast-horn wine cup and looked at Zhang Xier with a calm gaze. Are you an elder of the swamp rat clan? My lord, I am a subordinate of Lord Hoffinel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. I am the 4th elder of the swamp rat clan. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. This swamp rat, even on the verge of death, still managed to bring out Hoffinel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, to threaten Shaksha. Drag him away, chop him up, and feed him to the wolf cubs. Shakes didn't ask any further questions. Swamp rat Zhang Xier was being a bit unruly, and they still needed to play the game of feigning indifference. Yes, chieftain. Dels turned around and dragged Zhang Xier out. Now, Zhang Xier was completely panicked. Zhang Xier harbored resentment towards his clan leader, the shaman Zhang Mu. It was all because of the instructions given by the clan chief Zhang Mu before his departure that Zhang Xier was able to resort to such underhanded tactics. My lord, spare my life. I'll answer whatever you ask, and I promise I won't ramble on. It must be said that Zhang Xier was indeed quite clever. Even at this point, he still wouldn't admit that he had just used Hoffinel to threaten Shuxi. What's your name? Shuxi's voice came faintly, and the troll elder Del stopped in his tracks, but did not turn back. My esteemed sir, my name is Zhang Xier, and I am the 4th elder of the swamp rat clan. Zhang Xier's voice was urgent, as if he was afraid that if he answered too late, he would be dragged out and chopped to pieces by Dels. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Zhang Xier had personally witnessed Dels chop up 2 of his subordinates. Zhang Xier, why have you trespassed on my territory? Shuxi's voice carried a slight air of authority, a sign that he was about to erupt in anger. My lord, I was assigned by my clan chief, the shaman Zhang Mu, to go to this area to investigate the whereabouts of the water buffalo people and another group of people. It was through this question and answer session that Shuxi obtained a lot of crucial information. First of all, Zhang Xier was sent by Zhang Mu. Secondly, the chapter was written under the orders of Hoffinel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. Finally, Zhang Mu, he was indeed the wizard who robbed the troll race of their supplies during the invasion of all races. Furthermore, Zhang Xier agreed to guide Shakes. Yes, that's right, leading the way. During this month spent in the former Buffalo settlement, Shuxi pondered many things. Some things require Shuxi to personally investigate before they can be confirmed. If he wanted to test the waters, Shuxi would have to personally venture deep into the poison dragon swamp. Whether for public or private reasons, Shakespeare has to go on this trip. Shuxi had 2 small goals. One was to kill the chief of the swamp rat clan, the wizard Zhang Mu. Anyone who dares to steal from a troll will pay with their life. Another small objective is to see if we can lure out Hoffinel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, and kill him as well. This was a crazy operation. When the Prophet Geta learned of Shaksha's true intentions, he was completely petrified. The Prophet Geta thought that Shakshi had gone mad. Chapter 88 The Giant on the Mountaintop, Chapter Style Wizard. My lord, the Black Ridge Mountains are just ahead. They are the dividing line between the Black Wasteland Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp. A group of mountain giants inhabit this mountain. They are very powerful, and even our leader has not been able to conquer them. Because Zhang Xier had a broken leg, he was always carried by the water buffalo Manhwa handy. Upon arriving at the Black Ridge Mountains, Zhang Seer pointed to the mountain before him, his eyes brightening considerably, as if his previously desolate heart had found a glimmer of hope for life. My lord, once you cross this mountain, you'll reach the Poison Dragon Swamp, which is the territory of our Swamp Rat clan. Shuxi looked up and gazed at the Black Ridge Mountains. The Black Ridge Mountains gradually increase in height from north to south, and the area where Shuxi is located can only be considered the starting point, with no significant elevation. Keep moving forward and ignore those giants on the mountaintop. Shakis's voice rang out faintly in the ranks, seemingly unconcerned. However, just as they were about to cross the Black Ridge Mountains, Shaksha and his companions encountered the mountaintop giant. However, the two sides only exchanged glances from a distance without speaking or greeting each other. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the leader of the Shuxi clan made the giants on the mountaintop extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't until Shakes and the others disappeared into the Black Ridge Mountains and entered the Poison Dragon Swamp that the giants on the mountaintop began to whisper among themselves. Brother, was that leader-level expert from the Black Wasteland Forest? It should be. The two people speaking were brothers, the elder brother Tiger and the younger brother Tyree. Brother, wasn't it said that the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest was killed by that harpy from the Thunder Domain Forest? Could it be that two leader-level powerhouses have appeared in the Black Wasteland Forest? The older brother, Tiger, did not answer the younger brother Tyree's question because he was also curious. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that was Gada, the prophet of the Obsidian Golem clan. He submitted. Yes, it's him. I know him, it's Guy. Tiger, the chieftain of the giants atop the mountain, gazed in the direction where Shaksha and the prophet Gada had disappeared, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Warn our people not to trespass into the Black Wilderness Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp. When a leader-level powerhouse travels across regions, things are bound to get rough. Shuxi was unaware of the discussion between the mountaintop giants, Tiger and Tylai. Shuxi now faces the Swamp Rat clan. After entering the Poison Dragon Swamp, Shuxi and his group of outsiders, who had swaggered in, were quickly discovered by the Swamp Rat clan, and several small-scale battles ensued. Poison Dragon Swamp, a gathering place for swamp rats. Chief Zhangmu had just shivered a few times while catching a shiver from a female ground squirrel when a sharp sound rang out from outside the wooden house. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A group of trolls and buffalo men have broken in. Zhangmu donned an animal skin, opened the wooden door, and spoke menacingly. You damn scum, do you know what you just did? You've ruined my enjoyment. I demand you offer up your female groundhog to appease me. The clan chief, Zhangmu, cursed and swore, declaring that he would carry forward the spirit of Cao Cao. However, the clan chief Zhangmu quickly realized what was happening. What did you just say? Say it again. The swamp rat that came to deliver the message knew its patriarch's temperament well and quickly explained. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A group of trolls and buffalo men have broken in. They're going to invade our settlement soon. We've lost so many of our people. Ding ding ding. Just then, the alarm at the gathering place was sounded. Clearly, the swamp mole was several beats too slow to react. Damn it, have the trolls and buffalo gone mad? Do they want to start a regional war? This is the swamp rat family. When they secretly send troops to invade other people's territories, they never consider the possibility of starting a regional war. When they themselves are invaded, they immediately jump out to stand on moral high ground and blame others. Whoosh. The water buffalo, like a bull, charged forward, shaking the earth and fighting recklessly. The troll elder Dels lingered near Shuxi, killing all the swamp rats that tried to approach Shuxi. Compared to trolls and buffalo men, the swamp rat bloodline warriors appear utterly vulnerable. However, the number of swamp rats was truly enormous. Despite the brutal slaughter by Shuxi and his men, countless swamp rats still rushed forward one after another. Don't linger in battle. Charge straight towards their gathering place. Once Shuxi's order was given, all the troll warriors and buffalo began a frenzied charge. Half an hour later, just as they were about to reach the swamp rat tribe settlement, Shaksha's first small target, the chapter wizard, finally appeared. How dare you trespass into the territory of our swamp rat clan? Whoever you are, you shall die. The voice of the wizard Zhangmu came from afar, his attitude arrogant and condescending. Dels, go test his strength. Yes, chieftain. The troll elder, Dels, twirled his sword and then began to charge forward at a trot. The target was none other than the swamp rat clan chief, the wizard Zhangmu, who was gradually approaching the battlefield. Dels was very fast. All the swamp rats that passed by him fell to the ground, dead. The wizard quickly sensed Dels's murderous intent towards him. He raised his staff and chanted a spell in a low voice. Heavy earth element, swamp spirits, heed my call. Soon, the earth element in the air became dense, and the grassland around the wizard Zhongmu turned into a swamp. Del's charge was thwarted, and he became mired in the swamp, his life hanging by a thread. Shake stood at the rear and witnessed the wizard Zhongmu summon the swamp, trapping Del's inside. Prophet, this kind of magic is a disaster for trolls, buffalo, and obsidian golems who prefer melee combat. Our Black Wasteland tribe cannot have neighbors like this. Shakshi's previous words were still a side directed at the prophet Geta. When he said the last sentence, his tone had become extremely cold, and a murderous intent was clearly revealed. Shakshi took out a long spear. If he didn't make a move soon, the troll elder Dels would be in danger. After trapping Dels, the wizard Zhongmu summoned a group of swamp rats to attack Dels with bows and arrows. Fortunately, Dels wielded his greatsword with both hands, temporarily blocking the rain of arrows. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, arriving swiftly, suddenly, and with unparalleled dominance. Bang! Because of his small size, the wizard Zhongmu was shot to death by the spear, and the swamp rats around him also perished. The wizard was shot dead, the swamp magic stopped, and it turned into a puddle of mud. Elder Dels, the troll elder, was quickly pulled from the mud by the other trolls and rejoined the battle. Go, burn down their wooden houses, kill all their people, and loot all their supplies. Destroy their will to resist, and eradicate these scourges completely. Shakshi's voice was no longer cold, but his words were utterly indifferent. Sheikh Sair has acquired a new quality, a disregard and ruthlessness that regards life as ants and all things as straw dogs. The prophet Geta stood behind Shaksha, looking down at Shaksha, who was much shorter than him, and felt a sense of awe and reverence for no reason. Shakshi implemented a scorched earth policy, genuinely intending to exterminate the swamp rat race. Putting everything else aside, just the ability of the Zhongmu wizard to summon swamps just now. If there were more of these ground squirrels, they would be a nightmare for the Black Wasteland tribe. Chapter 89 is mesmerizing, with mysterious patterns. As soon as Shakshi gave the order, the troll and buffalo warriors in the ranks went berserk, shouting and roaring incessantly. These guys are controlled by their emotions of killing and violence. They need to vent. In an instant, flames erupted and thick smoke billowed from the hard ground where the swamp mole colony was located, filling half the sky above the swamp. Flocks of crows and vultures hovered in the sky, waiting to feast on the rotting corpses and debris of the war. Prophet, look, how mesmerizing is this thick smoke that fills the sky. Shakes looked up at the sky, where smoke and fire filled the air, the best signal and challenge he could give to Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. The prophet Geta looked up and saw not smoke, but murderous intent. The prophet Geta felt that this generation's leader of the Black Wasteland was different from the previous ones. Shakshi seems to be wiser and more cold-blooded. In the eyes of the prophet Geta, the Shikshita at this moment was like a deity, silently watching over the life, death, and cycle of all living things. The prophet Geta shook his head, dispelling some unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Chieftain, do you really want to kill Hoffenheim, the leader of the poison dragon swamp? Shakes walked with his hands behind his back toward the pile of supplies that Dels and Nyo Handy had cleared out, and helped put some into his cuckoo stomach. If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Shakshi's voice was calm, but the prophet Geta heard a murderous intent in it. Prophet, you should pack some too, so the warriors will have an easier time when we go back. The prophet Geta stepped forward and also filled his cuckoo's stomach with a large amount of supplies. The fire that engulfed the swamp mob colony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The area surrounding the swamp has been significantly dried out by the high temperatures. On the morning of the 4th day, amidst a sparse sound of footsteps, Shakshi finally met his second small target, Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. On the horizon, a large contingent of swamp dragon warriors waded through the water, including many war beast riders riding anacondas and crocodiles, creating an extremely imposing sight. With Shakshi in front, followed by the prophet Geta, the elders Dels, and the bull earth shaker, all of them showed no fear in the face of danger. Behind the four, a large number of troll warriors, buffalo warriors, and succubus warriors had formed small teams, ready to fight at any time. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the territory of Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains? Do you have a death wish? Yoho. Just from these words, it's clear that Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, is not a stupid earth dragon. To invoke the banner of Axe, the lord of the 4 domains, right off the bat, is this an attempt to borrow power or to intimidate others? However, Shuxi didn't care. Sizzle. Shuxi was swift and agile, throwing a spear in the blink of an eye. The spear shot out with a whistling sound as it tore through the air, carrying a murderous intent. Bang! Shuxi's spear was deflected by the swamp dragon leader Hofenel and flew horizontally, piercing through a horned crocodile beneath a war beast knight. The crocodile let out a mournful cry, clearly indicating that it was not going to survive. Hofenel, I was invited to the poison dragon swamp by you, wasn't I? The spear was knocked away, which Shuxi had expected. He had only thrown it casually, and his goal of gaining the upper hand had already been achieved. Who are you? Do I know you? Why did you invade the poison dragon swamp and attack my vassal race, the swamp rat? Hofenel asked 4 questions in quick succession, his tone extremely cold, as if he would start a war if Shuxi didn't give a clear answer. Hofenel, you should return the supplies that belong to my elder brother, Grell. Shuxi's voice came from afar, and Hofenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, was stunned when he heard it. The next moment, his vertical pupils shrank by a third. Big brother? Grell? A troll? From the Black Wasteland? Are there really 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Waste Forest? Hofenel is awe-inspiring, but also complex. Before Gerald died in battle, he didn't believe that there would be 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Wasteland. After Greel's death, Hofenel became even more unscrupulous. Therefore, the spoils that the troll chieftain Grell had fought so hard to obtain were boldly seized by Hofenel for his own use. Your Succubus? Hoffen's voice drifted over from afar, carrying a mixture of caution and curiosity. Of course, to Shikessa, it sounded somewhat disdainful. What? The leader of the poison dragon swamp, the earth dragon Hoffenheim who robs others of their supplies, has also heard of me. Shakessa's reply was laced with sarcasm and disdain. Heh. Shuxi, you have invaded the poison dragon swamp, the home of my swamp dragon clan, without cause, and slaughtered innocent swamp rat clan members. You shall be punished by Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. Shuxi laughed, shook his head, and shouted to the Bloodline warriors behind him. Phalai. The hero-level troll warrior Felix stepped out of the group, and after receiving a signal from Shuxi, he looked at Hofenel in the distance and shouted loudly. Chief Hofenel, it was you who told us trolls and your subordinates to send our chieftain here in person to retrieve the supplies that belong to the trolls. In front of so many warriors, the troll warrior Felix's words were like a resounding slap across Hoffenheim's face. Hoffen's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, his mood shifting wildly. Gradually, Hofenel harbored murderous intent towards Shuxi and all of Shuxi's subordinates. You all ventured into the poison dragon swamp yourselves, so even if you die, I can give you a reasonable explanation. Boom. Hoffen was secretly gathering his resolve to leave Shuxi and his group in the poison dragon swamp, but Shuxi unexpectedly chose to strike first. Call. Shuxi, wielding the 4-bladed blood spear in his right hand, activated the skill Swift Charge, striking Hoffenheim like a bolt of lightning. In just a few breaths, the ex-Gaius had already closed in on Hofenel, who was 100 meters away. Hoffen reacted quickly, grabbing the bone 2-handed greatsword from his back and charging towards Shuxi. Boom. The clash between leader-level powerhouses, while not earth-shattering, was still enough to cause the ground to tremble. In the special region of the poison dragon swamp, centered on Shuxi and Hofenel, a shockwave surged out, creating a huge wave of water that quickly spread outwards. The subordinates watching from both sides dared not easily join the battle and quickly retreated 1,000 meters away, leaving enough space for Shuxi and Hofenel to fight. Damn troll, didn't you want those supplies back? I'll take you to see your brother, who's had his head cut off. Go and ask him for it. Ha! Hoffen swept aside the Shuxi with a single sword strike, gripped the sword with both hands, and kept chanting mysterious incantations. The next moment, a mysterious blue pattern appeared on Hoffenel's chest, and the pattern gradually spread to Hoffenel's entire body. In an instant, Hoffenel transformed into a monster covered in mysterious patterns, but that wasn't the end of it. The mysterious patterns on Hoffenel's body did not stop there, but continued to spread to the grass at Hoffenel's feet, until they covered an area of 20 meters around Hoffenel's feet. To Shake's astonishment, the area within 20 meters of Hoffenel began to writhe, and instantly turned into a body of water. Troll, I must say, you have a lot of courage. How dare you challenge me, Hoffenel, a great swamp dragon chieftain, in the poison dragon swamp. Shuxi, I will cut off your head and place it in the very center of the poison dragon swamp, so that all my men can come and kick it. I will use your suffering to demonstrate my power. Chapter 90. Only long-range attacks, skill drawbacks. Shuxi dared not be careless and immediately activated the troll blood, temporarily increasing his attributes tenfold. At the same time, Shuxi once again used Swift Charge, his figure rushing away like a phantom, so fast that he could walk on water. Boom. After a loud bang, Shuxi staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while the swamp dragon Hoffenheim was blasted more than 100 meters away. This exchange of blows shocked both Hoffenheimer and Shuxi. Hoffen was shocked because the power of the Kshatriya was simply terrifying. As for Shuxi, he felt that most of his power was dissipated by the waves beneath Hoffenheim's feet and the mysterious patterns on his body, and some of it even rebounded back. Otherwise, Hoffenheim would not have been blasted more than 100 meters away. How is this possible? Why is his power so terrifying? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They're both at the leader level. I can't believe the difference is so huge. Swamp Dragon Hoffenheim steadied himself, gripped his two-handed sword in front of his chest, and continued to chant incantations in a low voice. Splash, splash. The water beneath Hoffenheim's feet began to churn, and in no time, 2 waterspouts rose into the air from the swamp beneath his feet. At the same time, the water area beneath Hoffenheim's feet expanded again, from 20 meters to about 50 meters. The 2 waterspouts merged and enveloped Hoffenheim. The next moment, Hoffenheim was covered in a layer of water scales and was swept away by a water tornado, rapidly rushing towards Shuxi. Shakes, standing some distance away, frowned, knowing he couldn't afford to charge blindly any longer. Once Shuxi is trapped in the waterspout and the swamp beneath his feet, he will not be able to escape easily. Therefore, close combat is no longer an option. Ranged attacks are the only viable option. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 long spears, like sharp blades, flew out rapidly, leaving traces of nothingness in the void. With 10 times the power, the spear thrown by the Shakshi was extremely powerful. Thud, thud, thud. The water spout that was brought by Hoffenheim paused for a moment, then continued its fierce onslaught. Hoffenheim himself, however, disappeared into the water spout. With the water spout approaching, Setsukushi had no way to deal with it, and could only summon Abyss Greymon. Roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared, accompanied by a low growl, and an abyssal flame dragon cannon began to condense in its large mouth. Boom. The abyss flame dragon cannon fired, and the water spout shattered, turning into countless raindrops that fell from the sky. As the sunlight shone down, a rainbow appeared over the swamp. Shuxi jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, squinting as he looked at the now collapsed swamp. Hoffenheim has vanished. Has Hoffenheim, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, escaped? This outcome was something that Shakes had never anticipated. Shakes glanced at the group of men that Hoffenheim had brought in the distance. They seemed to have received some signal, and were also preparing to flee. Kill. With a roar, Abyssal Tyrannoman charged forward, carrying Shaktsu. In the swamp area, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was restricted and its speed was not very fast, but it was still many times faster than the swamp dragons that were intimidated by the leader's aura. Another massacre was launched, and blood, flowing with the water, stained this rare, hard soil red. At the very back, the Prophet Geta and the warriors of the Black Wasteland tribes all had fervent zeal in their eyes after seeing Shuxi defeat the leader-level powerhouse Hoffenheim. The Prophet Geta, in particular, had the most profound understanding. Shaksha defeated Hoffenheim head-on in the swampy waters. This shows that Kshatriya's strength is extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Abyssal Tyrannoman under the command of Shuxi is also extremely ferocious. At that moment, the Prophet Geta seemed to understand why Shakshak looked so confident and aloof. In the span of half a day, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus killed most of Hoffenheim's subordinates, and those who managed to escape were not pursued by Shuxi. It must be said that the swamp dragons do have a significant advantage when fighting in swampy areas. At present, the Shakshi do not have the strength to ignore the terrain and dare not venture into the depths of the swamp. Chieftain, is Lord Hoffenheim of the Poison Dragon Swamp dead? The one speaking was the troll Elder Dels. As the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus appeared, Hoffen disappeared from the battlefield. No, he ran away. Shakes shook his head, then gave an order. Quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat to the Black Wasteland Forest. Yes. Except for the Prophet Geta, all the warriors went to clean up the battlefield. The alien warriors who died at the hands of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beasts had leather armor and weapons that were considered decent supplies. Shuxi also believed that several cuckoo bird stomachs would definitely be found among this group of alien warriors. Chieftain, are you alright? Shakes shook his head. The troll blood skill was deactivated, and he immediately felt a wave of fatigue and soreness throughout his body. The tenfold increase in attributes after transforming into an ancient troll is not without its drawbacks. First, after Shikuji transforms, his size increases, and although he has the bloodline to enhance him, he will still feel pain in his muscles and blood vessels. Secondly, with his physical strength greatly depleted, as the battle continued, Shakshi's distance from death was constantly decreasing. Finally, if Shaksha has no guards by his side, once the troll blood skill is deactivated, if he encounters other enemies, Shaksha will surely die. Prophet, you are right. It is extremely unwise to fight the swamp dragons in the swamp. An hour later, Dels and Nyo Handy returned, looking excited, having cleaned up the battlefield. Chief, we've amassed countless leather armor and weapons, and even 7 cuckoo stomachs. Those stomach sacks also contain quite a few magic cores and low-level magic potions. Shakes took the cuckoo's stomach pouch filled with supplies and said in a low voice, "Get ready, we'll be retreating to the Black Wasteland Forest soon." "Yes, sir." Poison Dragon Swamp, deep within an unknown swamp. There is a small pond here. The water is murky and its depth is unknown. Suddenly, the pool water rippled for no apparent reason, and a swamp dragon parted the murky water and climbed up from the bottom of the pool. Cough, cough. Wah, wah. As soon as Hoffenel crawled out of the muddy water, he couldn't help coughing and vomited a mouthful of black blood. Damn trolls, those damn Shakshi, I will avenge this. I will definitely kill you. It was obvious that the one who crawled out of the pool was Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Hoffenel was in a sorry state. His left arm had disappeared. Judging from the injury, Hoffenel's left arm was severed at the shoulder by a spear from the Kshatriya. In the previous battle, the waterspout blocked a spear for Hoffenheim, and the water scale armor also blocked a spear for Hoffenheim. Only the last spear, swift and deadly, shattered Hoffenheimer's left shoulder. Having lost an arm, Hoffenel dared not continue fighting against the Shuxi. He had no choice but to use the waterspout as a cover to sneak into the swamp and escape from its depths. Chapter 91 The Lords of the Four Domains, Unfathomable. Damn it, why does this troll named Shuxi possess the abyssal Tyrannosaurus? Could it be that he has a connection with the Lord, and that the Lord bestowed this upon him? Damn it. As Hoffen continued to speculate, his expression gradually changed from clenching his teeth to becoming gloomy and uncertain. As the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Hoffenel is not only powerful, but also an intelligent earth dragon. After Scyther summoned Abyss Greymon, Hoffenel lost the will to fight. Hoffen also felt some regret. Had he known that there were really 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Wasteland, he would never have tried to steal the spoils that the troll chieftain Grell had seized. Now look what's happened. He's lost an arm because of a little magic potion. This deal was a huge loss. On the other side, due to excessive physical exertion, Shikushi did not put away Abyss Greymon. Instead, he sat on Abyss Greymon's back and led the way. On their journey home, the warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe were filled with excitement and awe. They won a great victory in this cross-regional war initiated by the Shuxi. However, 7 days later, as they were about to cross the Black Ridge Mountains and enter the Black Wasteland Forest, all the Bloodline warriors, except for Shuxi and the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, including the Prophet Gata, were forced to the ground by a powerful pressure, trembling and crawling on the ground. Even the Shakti felt extremely uncomfortable under that oppressive aura. Shuxi roared and activated the troll blood once more. His attributes temporarily increased tenfold before he felt a little better. Roar. You're quite good. You're much stronger than your elder brother, Griel. A roar of a dragon beast came from the dark forest in the distance. A deep Draman, which was not much smaller than the deep Draman under Shuxi, pushed over a clump of giant trees and walked out of the forest. Roar. Upon encountering their own kind, the 2 abyssal tyrannomen began roaring at each other, constantly demonstrating and warning each other. Shake's entire body was tense, and his mind was on high alert. On the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus in the distance, a female warrior sat cross-legged. The female warrior had 2 horns on her head, a chiseled face, and wore a half-body armor that exposed most of her shoulders. However, it was this exposed shoulder that showed such bulging muscles, as if cast in gold. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, looking at the terrifying female warrior, and tentatively asked a question. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. The female warrior stood up, revealing a very short battle skirt, and her laughter was extremely rough. It seems you're not only powerful, but also very intelligent. Shuxi focused his mind, his brows furrowed slightly, his whole body tensed, and his hands and feet were ready for battle. The Four Domains Lord, Axe, is a female warrior, a Tyrannosaurus warrior. Because the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, is herself a half-dragon. Based on the 2 horns on the head of the Four-Domain Lord Axe, Shuxi speculated that she might have inherited the bloodline of the Abyss Dragon. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, may I ask what brings you here? Shuxi bowed, speaking in a very humble tone and behaving extremely politely. My partner has a special ability. He senses the presence of his own kind and comes out for a stroll whenever he has nothing else to do. I never expected to witness a cross-regional leader battle. Bang bang bang. Shakes could hear his own heartbeat quickening and his blood and chi flowing rapidly throughout his body. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, I have only come to retrieve some things at the invitation of Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. My elder brother, Grell, fought for Lord Axe and died in a foreign land. Even his spoils of war were stolen. I have only come to retrieve my elder brother Grell's belongings. Shuxi spoke respectfully, but his words concealed disgust and blame. Are you blaming me? Lord Axe of the Four Domains stared at Shuxi and said this with a half-smile. I wouldn't dare. Shakes shook his head and clasped his hands, still appearing humble, but did not continue speaking. You must understand one thing. The war of all races is not only for me to expand my territory, but also for you to increase your own living space. Boom. Just when Shakes thought the atmosphere would remain tense, the Four Domain Lord Axe suddenly threw a punch at Shakes from a distance. The terrifying pressure and the force of the punches tore through the void, sweeping in like a storm. Shuxi opened his eyes, spear in hand, and thrust it out with all his might. Bang! A muffled thud echoed through the air, and Shaki and Abyssal Tyrannoman were blasted back about 50 meters. Is this just a casual strike from a Lord-level powerhouse? Yes, that's terrifying. Heh, not bad, not bad. Although you relied on the power of your bloodline, you have the right to be arrogant for being able to withstand a casual blow from me. Seriously, Shuxi had already prepared his special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, intending to sacrifice half of his life energy to fight to the death against the Four Domains Lord Axe. Although he only had a 1 in 2 chance of killing the Four Domains Lord Axe, Shuxi was still willing to give it a try. However, after throwing a punch, the Four Domain Lord Axe immediately stopped, sat back on the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, and squinted at Shuxi. Are you going to participate in next year's invasion by all races? Shikushi secretly exhaled, suppressing his heart which was about to leap out of his chest, and nodded, saying in a deep voice, I will definitely go. I will retrieve the heads of my elder brother Gerald and all the elders. Lord Axe of the Four Domains nodded, looked at Shuxi whose eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust, and suddenly chuckled. I will allow you to occupy a piece of land as your own territory during the invasion of all races. Of course, you don't need to offer tribute, but you must obey orders, understand? Shakes frowned in thought. The two sentences from the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, were truly puzzling to him. For a moment, Shakes couldn't understand why the Lord of the Four Regions, AKS, would make such a request. Understood, Shuxi obeys the orders of Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Regions. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, burst into laughter. His laughter and posture made it impossible for him to be a woman. Ha! Very good, very good. Well then, prepare well this year, and I'll have a messenger come to inform you next year. After speaking, Lord Axe of the Four Domains lightly patted the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast beneath him, turned and entered the dense forest filled with towering trees, disappearing into the darkness. Your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus is quite good, take good care of it. The voice of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, came from the dense forest, elusive and uncertain. Shuxi breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that he was covered in sweat, and the animal hide on his back was soaked. The aura emanating from a Lord-level being is simply too powerful. It could even be said that it is close to becoming a reality. Even with 10 times the attribute, Shuxi understood that there was still a long way to go between him and the Lord level. Perhaps the power of a Lord-level being cannot be summed up in a single sentence by template attributes. Shuxi deactivated the Troll Blood skill and collapsed onto Abyssal Tyrannoman's back once more. Rise, all of you. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has already departed. Shuxi glanced at his subordinates, who were all prostrate on the ground, trembling, and dared not utter a word. Even a special being like the Prophet Geta couldn't withstand that pressure, which shows how unfathomable a Lord-level being truly is. Chapter 92. What to do? Awakening Ritual. Clan Leader. Was that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, just now? The speaker was Elder Dels, a troll who had never seen such a great figure before. Of course, this was also the first time he had ever seen a Shuxi. The Prophet Geta may have been the only one to have seen this group of Shikshita's men. Yes, she is Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Strangely enough, ever since meeting the Lord of the Four Domains, aka Shuxi no longer felt much awe towards her. Perhaps it was because the veil of mystery surrounding the Four Domains Lord Axe had been lifted that Shuxi no longer felt that unknown and unfamiliar fear towards her. Let's go, let's cross the Black Ridge Mountains as soon as possible and return to our own territory. Shakis's voice sounded slightly tired, and he was unwilling to speak any further, urging Abyssal Tyrannoman to lead the way. The Prophet Geta stood up, looking deeply troubled. The Prophet Geta strode after Shaksha, not falling behind. If anyone were to observe the Prophet Geta closely now, they would find that his eyes shone with awe and fervor. The Prophet Geta was awestruck, overwhelmed by the immense power of the Four Realms Lord, Axe. However, what shocked the Prophet Geta even more was that their Black Waste tribe's chieftain, the troll Shaksha, was able to withstand an attack from a Lord-level powerhouse without getting injured. That's really impressive. Moreover, from the conversation between Shuxi and the Lord of the Four Realms, the Prophet Geta gleaned some insights. The power of the Shuxi was acknowledged by Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Although the Prophet Geta did not know just how powerful their chieftain Shaksha, the troll who led the way, truly was. But the Prophet Geta was willing to believe that by following Shaksha, he would also become powerful. Thinking of the future, the Prophet Geta was filled with confidence in Shukti and in himself. Half a day later, Shuxi led the silent crowd across the Black Ridge Mountains and back to the Black Wasteland Forest, back to their own territory. Chief, what should we do with this little ground squirrel? The water buffalo man, Nyohan, brought Zhang Seer to Shikisi and asked how to deal with the latter. Shakes glanced at Zhang Seer, thought for a moment, and said in a very cold tone, "This trip to the swamp went fairly smoothly. Zhang Seer, you weren't lying. You did a good job leading the way. All right then, Zhang Seer, I'll give you two choices. The first one to become my slave. The second one will die. The next option is to leave you with a complete corpse, and I'll have them bury you." No sooner had Shuxi finished speaking than Zhang Seer, the fourth elder of the Swamp Rat clan, had already made his choice. "Master, my respected master, my great master, Zhang Seer, chooses the first one. Zhang Seer is willing to become your slave and be at your beck and call forever." Shakes nodded and summoned a succubus elder. Under her guidance, he signed a slave contract with Zhang Seer. "Take him with us. Let's go back to Alligator Turtle Valley." Seemingly remembering something, Shuxi turned and gave an order to the troll elder, Dels. "Durs, send some clever scouts to patrol this area and keep an eye on the Poison Dragon Swamp." "Yes, chieftain." Thus, Shakes led a large group of men, transporting a full load of supplies, and it took them almost half a month to return to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Elder Steel Kai and Succubus Queen Yelena both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shuxi's return. Ever since receiving news that Shuxi had led a team into the Poison Dragon Swamp, Elder Genkai hadn't slept a wink, constantly worried. As for the Succubus Queen Yelena, she is probably worried about losing a tool for sexual gratification. Half a day later, inside the tent of the Shakes, the elders of the Black Waste tribe, Elder Genkai, Punishment, Elder Dels, Battle, Elder Yelena, Deacon, and Elder Geta the Prophet, Revelation, gathered to begin the council meeting. Hoffenl of the Poison Dragon Swamp has escaped. I also met Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. I will definitely go for the invasion of all races next year. Shakes recounted all the events that had happened during his trip. The most attentive listeners were Elder Genkai and the Succubus Queen Yelena, because the other two elders were with Shaksha and had experienced what Shaksha was talking about. "Tell me your thoughts. What do you all think?" Shakespeare spoke, and this time it was aimed at everyone. "Chief, will Hoffenl from the Poison Dragon Swamp come knocking on our door?" This was Elder Genkai's biggest worry. A leader-level expert coming to cause trouble was no laughing matter. That doesn't matter. If he really dares to sneak into the Black Wasteland Forest, I'm confident I can kill him. Elder, you need not worry about this. However, in the future, when our tribesmen go out hunting, we must be more careful and cautious. Shuxi's words reassured Elder Genkai considerably. Next, Shuxi turned his gaze to the Succubus Queen, Yelena. "Do you have any questions?" The Succubus Queen, Yelena, shook her head and offered no comment on Shuxi's experience this time. However, in other aspects, the Succubus Queen Yelena made demands. "Chief, the construction of the city wall is progressing as planned. However, the people are overexerting themselves with their daily labor, and the grain reserves in the warehouse are constantly decreasing. If this continues, it may affect our winter grain reserves this year. This is a big problem." Shakes was already considering it even before he went to the Poison Dragon Swamp. Although the Black Wasteland tribe sends out a large number of hunting teams every day, the consumption is too great, and the total amount of food is constantly decreasing. Moreover, since the various tribes merged, the Shuxi never let the elderly, children, sick and disabled of any tribe go hungry. Everyone ate with their bellies open. I will consider this matter later. I brought back a lot of food and dried meat from this trip, which should last for a while. Now that I'm back, the Grand Elder can lead the hunt and patrol the territory at the same time. Shuxi resolved the problem of the succubus queen Yelena and also assigned a task to Elder Genkai. Shaksha took a sip of the blood wine and then spoke to the prophet Gada. Prophet, you will take over the management of the city walls for now. I will have Yelena consolidate all the resources of our tribe. Yelena, you have a heavy responsibility ahead of you. I require you to sort out all the tribe's weapons, food, magic cores, furs, potions in detail, including the quantity and type. Oh, right. Take out the magic cores and potions. I need them. When the topic of managing and reorganizing Alligator Turtle Valley came up, Shakes went on and on. Shakes didn't stop until his mouth was dry. Clan leader, the day when the little ones awaken their bloodline is approaching this year. Shouldn't you make some preparations? Upon hearing this, Shakes slapped his forehead. If Elder Genkai hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about it. Elder, I'm entrusting you with the task of collecting beast blood sacrifices. Tomorrow I will go to the demon cave to activate the formation, and the bloodline awakening ceremony will be held in half a month. Elder Genkai nodded and agreed to the matter. Next, Shuxi called Nyo Handy into the tent and asked the Succubus, Buffalo, and Obsidian tribes if they had similar bloodline awakening rituals. Everyone shook their heads, which made Shakespeare breathe a sigh of relief. If other races require sacrifices to awaken, then Crocodile Turtle Valley's food reserves will truly be in dire need. All right, go and do what I've arranged. Shuxi urged everyone to leave. Elder Genkai, Dels, Prophet Gata, and Earthshaker all came out of the tent, but the succubus queen Yelena did not budge. Is there anything else? Shuxi had some doubts and asked the succubus queen, Yelena. The succubus queen, Yelena, nodded, her eyes alluring and her face radiant with spring-like joy. This is my own matter, and I need the clan leader to resolve it for me. With a wave of his hand, Shuxi lowered the curtain of the chieftain's tent, and a gentle spring breeze filled the room. Chapter 93 Fusion of the Demon Pool, Sugar-Coated Bullets. The next day, Shakes got up from Ching Siu's arms, put on a fur coat, and climbed up the mountain in the valley. Accompanying him were the battle elder Dels, as well as the guardian trolls of Shuxi, Tim-Min, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. At this moment, each of the four guardian trolls, Teminer, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, was accompanied by a small wolf cub the size of a mongrel. About half an hour later, at the entrance of the stone cave, Shuxi received the magic pool from Dels with great care and seriousness. Magic pool. Type, mysterious item. Description of the magic pool. This is a masterpiece of the gods, containing divine power and bloodline. It can purify the bloodline of related races and has a certain chance of awakening bloodline skills. The magic pool is the key item for trolls to awaken their bloodline. The magic pool that Shuxi is holding now belongs to the troll Otto. The demon pool belonging to the giant demon Mayan is now lying quietly in the cave. Wait for me here. After saying this, Shakes activated his bloodline power and used the clan chief's secret technique to break the seal on the cave and went inside. This was a passage that Shakes was familiar with, because he had climbed out through this passage before. About 15 minutes later, at the deepest part of the cave, Shuxi arrived at the awakening pool, also known as the demon pool. A surge of bloodline power coursed through Shuxi's body, causing the demonic pool, which had been embedded in the ground, to rapidly shrink and fly into Shuxi's hand. With two magic pools in hand, one on the left and one on the right, Shakes compared the two pools and found that the one belonging to the Mayan giant demon was slightly larger, but not by much. Shakes held his breath, slightly nervous, and then slowly brought the two demon pools closer together. As the two demonic pools approached each other, they transformed into two streams of black water, intertwining and merging together, creating an extremely mysterious scene. A moment later, a new magic pool appeared in Shuxi's hand, larger in size, and with an even stronger mysterious aura. With a gentle lift of his right hand, Shuxi sent the demon pool flying out and embedding it back into the ground. This time, however, the demon pool occupies a larger area, and the black water in the pool boils incessantly, making it extremely eerie and mysterious. Shuxi formed a hand seal, a tradition passed down only to the clan leader. These mysterious spells were obtained by Shuxi when he succeeded as clan chief and offered sacrifices to the demon god. The mark of awakening the bloodline has been applied. Next, all that's left is for Elder Genkai to gather the offerings and blood. After completing all this, Shakis's lips curled into a smile. In the past, awakening one's bloodline was a matter of life and death. Most trolls couldn't survive long enough to emerge from the pool. Instead, they were swallowed up and became nourishment for other races. However, after merging with the magic pool of the Athos troll, the newly appeared magic pool should have evolved, and its ability to awaken bloodlines should have been enhanced. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many bloodline warriors will emerge from here this year. Shakes emerged from the cave, smiling and nodding to Dels, who immediately understood that the fusion of the magic pool had gone smoothly. A successful fusion means that the Achuo troll and the Mayan troll are truly indistinguishable from each other. Chief, I'm going out hunting with the team. Go. To be honest, before the two races' magic pools were truly merged, the troll elder Dels was very uneasy. Despite his previous enthusiasm, whether at the Elders' Council meeting or on the battlefield of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Dels may not have seemed very proactive. Beneath this positive facade lurked unease and fear. He feared that Shuxi would find a pretext to slaughter and kill off the auto trolls one by one. Therefore, the troll elder Dels always acted with great caution. Only now, with the complete fusion of the two races' magic pools, has Dels truly been free of worries and has truly integrated into the tribe. Of course, if even the trolls of their own race have this concern, the Succubi, Buffalo, and Obsidian races certainly do as well. These are all things that Shakes himself needs to consider, ponder, and dismantle one by one. Only when everyone eliminates their concerns will the Black Wasteland tribe truly become a united front. Sigh, there are so many headaches. Shake sighed and turned to walk down the mountain. Down the mountain, the chieftain's tent. As soon as Shuxi entered the tent, the succubus Yuina clung to him, clinging to his arm and offering him tea and water, showing concern and care. My dear Shuxi, what can I do for you? Shuxi lowered his head and kissed the succubus Yuina. The Black Wasteland tribe was gradually getting back on track, and everyone was busy with their own affairs, except for the succubus Yuna and the snake woman Aya, who felt like they had nothing to do. This kind of life made the succubus Yuna somewhat uneasy. The leisurely days made her feel incompetent. The succubus Yuna is the wife of Shuxi and the second mistress of the chieftain's tent. Therefore, the succubus Yuna felt she should do something for the Shakshi, something for the tribe. Shakespeare embraced his wife, and after a moment of intimacy, he spoke gently. My Yina, just in time, I have something very important that I need you to do for me. As he spoke, Shuxi took a wooden box out of the cuckoo bird's stomach and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, a cave spider the size of an orange, entirely black, with 8 small, scarlet eyes, lay quietly. Shuxi extended a finger into the wooden box, and the cave spider crawled up the finger and into Shuxi's palm. This is a cave spider I got by chance. Isn't it beautiful? Shuxi placed the cave spider in the succubus Yuina's hand and said calmly, This is the spider queen's larva. Help me raise it. Upon hearing this, the succubus Yuina's jade-like hand trembled, somewhat incredulous. Crypt spider, queen larvae? The succubus Yuina's voice trembled slightly, as if she had heard some earth-shattering secret. This is very important. I don't trust anyone else with it, so I can only entrust it to you and Aya. Don't let me down. I'll provide her with plenty of food once she enters her growth period. Shuxi reached out and stroked the succubus Yuina's face, which was slightly tense due to surprise and shock. Medusa Aya, who was standing next to her, was also shocked, and Shuxi reached out and touched her. However, instead of stroking Medusa's face, Shuxi stroked her hair. Medusa Aya's hair is very smooth as small snakes, and feels extremely strange and mysterious. If the Spider Queen grows up and we have enough food to provide for her, then we will have countless cave spiders fighting for our tribe. By then, Shakespeare is making grand promises and showcasing the future. But the succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya believed in Shuxi, thinking that what Shuxi said would definitely come true. The reason Shuxi said all this was to tell the two women that the Spider Queen was an important trump card that Shuxi had prepared for the future. The Spider Queen's larvae have already signed a slave contract with Shuxi. They are not afraid of betrayal, but they are afraid of being wiped out before they can grow up. The succubus Yona took a deep breath and returned the Spider Queen larva to the wooden box. My dearest Shakshi, I promise, even if it means my death, I will nurture it. Shakes shook his head and pulled the succubus Yuina into his arms. My Yuina, I don't need you to die. I just need you to stay with me forever. The Spider Queen is precious. but she's not even 1/10,000th as valuable as you. After being bombarded with sweet words and compliments by Shuxi, the succubus Yuina completely fell into Shuxi's arms. Chapter 94 My Magic Core, Intermediate Magic Potion. After a long while, Shuxi exhausted his strength and completely subdued and dealt with Yuna and Aya. He lay down on the animal skin and focused his mind on the ash platform. Luo Shanhai, the pet beast pills you requested have been completed. Go online and trade them quickly. Upon entering the ashes platform, Shuxi saw a message from the elf Laina. Shakes did not delay the final payment and initiated the transaction directly, paying for a large number of magic cores. Why so many magic cores? Is it a new order? Less than a minute later, the elf Laina sent a confirmation message. Shakes squinted and thought for a long time before replying to the message. Yes, the extra 1,000 level 3 magic cores are the deposit for the next batch of pet pills. Currently, the pets that Shuxi needs to supply are not only abyssal tyrannomen, but also triceratops. Shaksha would even occasionally feed the 4 wolf cubs under the command of the 4 guardian trolls. Furthermore, Shakes is already preparing to cultivate the cave spider queen, which will increase the demand for pet beast pills in the future. However, today Shuxi not only wants to place an order with the elf Laina, but also wants to get something else from her. Elf, would you like a higher level magic core? As he spoke, Shuxi also made a deal with the elf Laina. Shakes first placed 100 level 5 magic cores, then withdrew them, and then placed another level 5 magic core, trading it to the elf Laina for free. This was bait released by Shuxi, the purpose of which was, of course, to show the elf Laina the huge benefits so that she would work hard to do her job. A wooden cabin in a natural forest. Ah, my magic core. The wood elf Laina looked at the 100 level 5 magic cores that Shuxi had withdrawn, grabbed her hair, and screamed and howled in pain. The wood elf Laina's voice only stopped when Shuxi traded her a level 5 magic core for free. Luo Shanhai, can you just be direct and tell me what you need? Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shuxi smiled as he saw the wood elf Laina's reply. To be honest, what Shuxi saw was not Laina's reply, but Laina's emotions. The thrill of remotely controlling someone's emotions is intoxicating to Zakisi. No wonder that guy, Ghost DOD, always loves to do this. It's so fun. Shuxi calmed himself down and thought for a long time before replying to the wood elf Laina's message. Trade it for high-grade potions and food. This time, the wood elf Laina replied to the message quickly and simply. What type of potion do you want? This question left Shakespeare speechless. However, after a moment's thought, Shuxi gave his reply. Anything is fine, the more advanced the better. Inside a wooden cabin in a natural forest. The wood elf Laina was furious when she saw Shuxi's reply. Because of Shuxi's reply, it was as if he said nothing at all, essentially leaving the decision to Laina. Although wood elves are skilled at cultivating plants, they are not bad at low-level potions, which can be found everywhere in the natural forest. However, high-grade potions are a different story. The high-grade potions in the forest of nature are monopolized by high elves and high-level magical beasts. If Laina wants to obtain high-grade potions, she has to cultivate them herself. High-grade potions, however, are mostly not matured once a year, but rather once every few years, or even decades. The higher the quality of the potion, the longer it takes to mature. Advanced potions can not only increase physical constitution, but also increase the values on the stat panel, something the wood elf Laina certainly knew. Unfortunately, the wood elf Laina didn't have any high-level potions, otherwise she would have already upgraded herself. After a long time, the wood elf Laina replied to Shuxi and initiated a trade. I don't even have any high-grade potions, so don't even think about it. However, you can take a look at my intermediate-level potion, the Thorn Spirit Tulip. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shakes accepted the deal and received a Thorn Spirit Tulip. Shakes checked the attributes of the Thorn Tulip and was quite satisfied. Jingling Tulip. Type, Potion, Intermediate. Potion description. This is a thorny potion, an auxiliary ingredient in many intermediate-level magic potions. After consumption, it can increase elemental affinity and slightly improve physical constitution. This potion is a good thing. It is much stronger than the wild low-grade potions that Shakes collected in the Black Wasteland Forest. The scent of the fairy bath towel. Shakes told a lame joke, pondered for a moment, and then asked a crucial question. This stuff is good. Do you have a large quantity of this potion? Can you supply it long-term? Laina replied quickly, but the content left Shakes speechless. We can only supply 1 plant per month for now, no more. Upon seeing this reply, Shuxi smirked and prepared to bombard Laina first. What can 1 plant do? You're an elf, aren't you? Don't you know how to expand production? Don't you know how to hire other elves? Don't you know how to improve? Shuxi rambled on, leaving the wood elf Lyaina of the nature forest completely bewildered and questioning her very existence. That's settled then. 1 elf bath towel fragrance for 1 level, 4 magic core. Okay. And so, in a state of utter bewilderment, the wood elf Lyaina entered into an unequal deal with Shaksha. Don't you elves produce food? The wood elf Lyaina pondered this question for a long time before giving a cold answer. We elves eat potions and drink moon water. Don't compare us to mortals. Shake's response was a series of dots. The wood elf Lyaina's answer was arrogant, but very relatable. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Shakus doesn't even see himself as the person he used to be, then how can he see others as the same person? The old is the past, the present is reality, and the future is hope. Shuxi believes this is a life attitude that every ash seed should understand. It's a bit of a shame that the wood elf Lyaina didn't help Shuxi solve his food problem. Shuxi had no choice but to look away, glancing at the message that the wandering soul Dodi had left for him. Luo Shanhai, my friend, any new discoveries? Shuxi dismissed the message from the wandering spirit Dodi with disdain. A cunning person is a cunning person. They are always polite on the surface, but when they turn ruthless, they will devour people without spitting out even a bone fragment. They didn't explicitly ask for dark flame stones, only inquiring about any new acquisitions. Shuxi decided to give the old cunning ghost Dodd the cold shoulder in order to build up his confidence for the next deal and negotiation with him. Moreover, Shuxi wasn't stupid. He could guess that old Inbi Yohunduod must have been born in the land of the dead, where there were many undead. Those places don't even get sunlight, so they can't produce food at all. Therefore, Shakes had to search for food-related items among the vast array of goods available on the Ashes platform. This Ashes platform is so user-unfriendly, it doesn't even have a search function, and it doesn't have the one-click 3-in-1 function for adding to favorites, bargaining, and commenting. While searching for the items he wanted, Shakes complained about the rigidity of the Ashes platform. On the other hand, Shuxi actually felt awe, curiosity, and gratitude towards the Ash platform. Because of this cheat-like platform, although it is a bit rigid, it has made things much easier for countless Ash seeds. Shakes is such a beneficiary. Although he complains, deep down he hopes that the Ash platform can maintain the status quo for a long time and never have any accidents or changes. Chapter 95 Searching for Food, City Wall Foundation. After a long time, Shakes finally found what he wanted. The item listed on the Ashes platform is 10 tons of rye, the unhulled kind. The asking price was 10 level 4 magic cores, and Shuxi only considered it for a few minutes before buying the item. 10 tons of rye, according to the item description, can produce 8 tons of grain, and the grain quality is quite good. To be honest, 10 tons of rye is just a drop in the ocean compared to the Black Wasteland tribe's food consumption. The main reason why Shuxi bought these 10 tons of rye was to contact the seller of the rye, a seed of ashes called Scarecrow. Are you there? I need to buy a lot of food. Shakis sent a message to the Scarecrow. The message was very simple, greeting him and explaining his purpose. The reason for doing this is to prevent the Scarecrow from thinking that Shakes is the kind of bad guy who causes trouble for no reason, like a piece of chewing gum that sticks to everyone and sends out advertisements and commits fraud. The ultimate goal was simply to get the Scarecrow to reply so that both sides could move into the negotiation and transaction process as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Shakes waited for almost half an hour but still didn't receive a reply from the Scarecrow. Thus, Shuxi withdrew from the Ash platform and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the area outside Alligator Turtle Valley was bustling with activity. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the planned walls surrounding Alligator Turtle Valley are finally taking shape. The foundation of the city wall has been laid, and a faint black horizon can be seen in the distance. That was the foundation of the completed city wall, with huge stones embedded in the ground, the exposed part averaging 1 or 2 meters. It was this exposed area of 1 or 2 meters that attracted the attention and admiration of all the people in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Looking at the foundation, everyone's eyes were filled with imagination for the future. Perhaps, this winter, a sturdy city wall will protect everyone. Shuxi was also very interested and led 4 guardian trolls to the foundation of the city wall. Chieftain, look, the foundation of our city wall has been laid. Shakes nodded without speaking, his gaze slowly extending along the foundation of the city wall. The prophet Gato wore a look of excitement and pride, for this was his masterpiece, completed under his guidance. The future city wall of Black Wasteland Town will encircle Crocodile Turtle Valley from the east, west, and south. The base of the city wall will be 50 meters wide, and the initial planned height is 20 meters. Prophet, come with me for a walk. Let's go see some other places. Yes, chieftain. Along the way, the busy tribespeople would put down their work and greet the chieftain, Shikisi. Shakes didn't pretend to be aloof and nodded in response to each one. After inspecting the foundation, Shaksha and the Prophet Geta arrived at the eastern mountains. Prophet, can the 20-meter-high city wall be completed before the dark tide arrives? This time, the words spoken by Shuxi did not refer to the time before winter arrived, but rather to the time before the dark tide struck. Don't worry, chieftain, my people and I have joined the construction team, and we will definitely finish building the city wall before winter comes. Shakes nodded, quite relieved. Since the Prophet Geta said so, he was confident that the project would be completed ahead of schedule. Prophet we. Before Shuxi could finish speaking, he saw Elder Genkai rushing towards him. Anything that can make Elder Genkai anxious must be significant. Shuxi shut his mouth, stopped talking, and waited for Elder Genkai to arrive. A moment later, Elder Genkai came to Shakes, and, without bowing or greeting him, hurriedly said, Chief, something terrible has happened. Shuxi took a bag of water from the guard troll Defik and handed it to Elder Genkai. Elder, please don't rush, speak slowly. Elder Genkai took the water, but instead of drinking it, he adjusted his breathing and said anxiously, Chief, there's something unusual happening on the southern border of our territory. A huge number of magical beasts are migrating here, and their numbers are astonishing. It's highly likely that it's a beast tide. The mention of the words beast tide caused Shuxi to frown slightly. Logically speaking, the arrival of a beast tide should mean abundant prey, which should be a good omen. Elder Punishment, Elder Steelk, are you sure it's a beast tide? Not just a normal monster migration. Suddenly, the Prophet Gatai, the Elder of Revelation, asked Elder Genkai in a solemn tone, with great seriousness. Based on my experience, it's definitely a beast tide, and it might even be. Rebound. The word, return, came from the mouth of the Prophet Geta. Chief, I think we're in trouble. Shakes was a little confused. It's just a beast tide. Why are you two so flustered? Seemingly noticing the confusion on Shaksha's face, the Prophet Geta then began to explain in detail. Chieftain, as everyone knows, the beast tide is not so scary, because as long as you seize the opportunity, you will reap a rich harvest. However, the tidal wave is different. It's not an ordinary beast tide. It's a large-scale, man-made beast tide. Shakes frowned, puzzled, his face full of confusion. Chief, this backflow is actually a backlash caused by the invasion of all races. Well, the Prophet Geta's words left Shaksha even more bewildered. Clan leader, you didn't participate in the invasion of all races, so you may not know this. In the war of invasion by all races, no matter which side wins or loses, many bloodline warriors will die. When the Prophet Geta spoke these words, his eyes were gazing southward, and his eyes showed palpitations and terror. Shakes remained silent. The best way for the ignorant to grow is to listen. If the war of invasion by all races drags on for too long, the losses of the lords in the south will increase. In order to weaken the power of our northern lords and reduce the pressure for the coming year, the southern lords will unite to drive the magical beasts that inhabit the south northward. The magical beasts of the south are countless. This will create a terrifying beast tide, and among these magical beasts, there may even be leader-level magical beasts. At this point, the Prophet Geta's tone became extremely solemn. However, before the Prophet Geta could finish speaking, he turned to look at Shaksha, his expression extremely tense. Chieftain, the most crucial point is that once these magical beasts no longer feel the driving force from the south, they will migrate back south. In other words, we will experience two beast tides, one caused by being driven away and the other by the return of the monsters. Chief, this is the tide. Shakes finally understood that no matter what force one was, in the face of such a large beast tide, let alone hunting, hiding in fear and praying for the protection of the demon god was the only right choice. Chief, with you and Abyssal Tyrannoman around, I have no worries about the safety of our tribe. My concern is that if our alligator Turtle Valley is hit by a beast tide, the foundation of the newly built city walls will most likely be destroyed. By then, we probably won't be able to complete the construction as planned before winter arrives. What the hell? Only then did Shuxi realize how serious the situation was. If the walls outside Crocodile Turtle Valley are breached and the dark tide cannot rebuild them beforehand, then all of Shaksha's future plans will fall through. Moreover, the thought of all four races crowding into Alligator Turtle Valley is enough to send chills down one's spine. Chief, let's sound the alarm. This time, We not only have to defend against the beast tide, but also protect the foundation of our city walls. Chapter 96, Driving Away in Advance to Protect Oneself. The return of the tide completely ruined Shakespeare's good mood. Wah! The war horn sounded in Alligator Turtle Valley, and all the Bloodline warriors were mobilized. The elderly, women, and children of all ethnic groups hid in tents and caves, while outside the valley, the Shuxi personally oversaw the situation. The Abyssal Tyrannoman has been released by Shaxu, and it is currently roaring as it surveys an area outside the foundation of the city wall. Shakis told Abyssal Greyman that it was Abyssal Greyman's territory and should not be violated. In the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, starting in the morning, large numbers of magical beasts have been frequently appearing and fleeing northward. This phenomenon startled the magical beasts that originally inhabited the Black Wasteland Forest, causing them to flee north. This led to the beast tide becoming increasingly massive. Elder, a large number of sharp-toothed beasts have appeared to the south, and they are fleeing in the direction of our Crocodile Turtle Valley. A nimble troll warrior emerged from the dense forest in terror, bringing bad news to the battle elder, Dels. Let's go back to Alligator Turtle Valley and tell the clan chief everything. Signal for the other two squads to retreat. The monsters in the forest are increasing in number. It's too dangerous. With the approach of the beast tide, the dense forest where Dels used to hunt are no longer temporarily part of their Black Wilderness tribe. Half a day later, when Elder Dels returned to Alligator Turtle Valley, the scene before him made his scalp tingle. In midair, a group of flying magical beasts hovered above, unwilling to leave for a long time. That was a lion bat beast, with a lion's head and a bat's body, a level 4 group living magical beast, with extremely sharp teeth and claws. They were the first wave of magical beasts to attack Crocodile Turtle Valley. With a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, they left the valley's Bloodline warriors helpless. The troll Dels scaled the foundation of the city wall and came to Shuxi's side. Chief, these magical beasts are... Shuxi looked up at the approximately 200 lion bat beasts in midair and, before Dels could finish asking his question, said calmly, "The lion bat beast has been here for over half an hour. It probably wants to capture some of our people for a good meal." Shake's voice was casual, but cold. "Durs, have you discovered anything?" Upon hearing Shuxi's question, Elder Dels, the battle elder, remembered the purpose of his return. "Chief, a large herd of sharp-toothed beasts is fleeing from the south towards our Crocodile Turtle Valley. The number is unknown. We'll definitely reach Alligator Turtle Valley in half a day at most." The news brought by Dels was like adding insult to injury. Shuxi lowered his head in deep thought. He knew very well that he absolutely could not allow the lion bat beast and the sharp-toothed beast in midair to merge. Once they merge, there will be monsters everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. At that time, not only the city walls and foundations will be affected, but even Crocodile Turtle Valley will suffer. "Timonur, Longmu, go and get me more spears." After taking the throwing spear he carried with him from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, Shaksha had his guardian troll go to the inventory and get some more. Then, Shuxi said to Dels, "Take your squad to the west. The defenses there are a bit weaker." Upon receiving the order, Dels hurriedly led his team to the foundation of the western city wall. Shuxi took a deep breath, unfastened the animal skin cloak on his back, and reached in to pull out a spear. Since the lion bat beast and the sharp-toothed beast cannot be allowed to merge, Shuxi is prepared to personally drive the lion bat beast away. The lion bats flew so high that most of the spears and crossbows thrown by the Bloodline warriors could not hit them, which was why the group of lion bats was so unrestrained and unwilling to leave. Even the oppressive aura of Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman did not faze this group of lion bat beasts. Call out. Suddenly, a long spear shot into the sky, shooting down the largest lion bat beast in the sky, causing a chorus of roars from the beasts. Bang! The lead lion bat fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. Shakes glanced at the landed lion bat beast, which was a level 5 magical beast, one level higher than the other lion bat beasts. To catch a thief, first catch the king. To kill a herd of beasts, first kill the leader. With the death of the lead lion bat beast, a series of deep lion roars suddenly echoed in midair, and the scene descended into chaos. The sight of those lion bat beasts wanting to fly down, but not daring to does so greatly excited Shuxi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuxi fired 3 spears in quick succession, this time sending as many as 4 lion bat beasts plummeting down. One spear even pierced 2 of them, a truly domineering display. Ugh. Just then, the prophet Geta, who was guarding the other side, also made his move, and his power was also incredibly great. A stone a meter square, in the hands of the prophet Geta, was like a small pebble whistling through the air as it was thrown. Bang! The prophet Geta was also quite accurate, hitting the lion bat beast repeatedly. Although the lion bat beasts hit by the stones did not die on the spot, they stumbled and fell to the ground, where they were surrounded and killed by warriors from various races. Whoosh whoosh. Shuxi's throwing didn't end there. Another series of spears flew out, shooting down more than a dozen lion bat beasts. The successive deaths of their companions finally instilled panic in the lion bat pack. With a roar, the group of lion bats gradually moved northward. Cull. Shuxi let out a breath. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. Chieftain. Prophet. The departure of the lion bat beast finally brought the tribe to its senses. The people constantly praised their chieftain and prophet, and they were filled with fervor and awe for the power of the prophet Chukri and Gata. Shaksha nodded to the prophet Geta from a distance, acknowledging his earlier action. The reason why Shuxi didn't take action earlier was because they hadn't received any news of the attack by the sharp-toothed beast. Before this, Shuxi had the idea of hunting more lion bat beasts to provide extra food for his people and to stockpile meat for the tribe. It wasn't until Dells brought news of the attack by the sharp-toothed beast that Shakes had no choice but to drive away the lion bat beast ahead of schedule. This was something we had no other choice. Watching his prey slip away before his eyes, Shuxi felt somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, this feeling vanished in an instant, as a herd of sharp-toothed beasts was about to arrive at Alligator Turtle Valley. The sharp-toothed beast is a boar-like variant with fiery tusks and a violent temper. The sharp-toothed beast was plump and fleshy. When it charged, the fangs on its mouth would rub against the air and generate a ball of flame. Flames can ignite the fur of magical beasts, and the sharp-toothed beast, which is affinityful with fire elements, is actually extremely ferocious. Dear Shuxi, your glory shines upon Crocodile Turtle Valley and upon our Black Wasteland tribe. The flying monsters retreated, and the succubus Yuina gently draped the animal skin cloak back over Shuxi. As the demon wife of Shaksha, upon hearing the war horn, the succubus Yuina led Medusa Aya out of the chieftain's tent and joined the battle. Shuxi pulled the succubus Yuina into his arms and gazed into the distance. Yuina, the sharp-toothed beasts are attacking. Protect yourself. And Aya, as my woman, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. What was originally meant to be caring words of love were rendered somewhat cruel by Shuxi. Trolls are actually quite straightforward. Chapter 97, A Surprise Attack, Flying Magical Beast. Half a day later. Lulu. In the distance, the sound of countless beasts galloping could be heard, along with the low, guttural screams of the sharp-toothed beasts, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Roar. The deep, piercing roar of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast drowned out the screams of the sharp-toothed beast, and the distant horde of monsters was briefly thrown into chaos. From atop a wooden building, Shaxu could see clearly that the Raptormon had begun to split up after sensing the pressure from the abyssal Tyrannomon. The group of sharp-toothed beasts running at the forefront are moving towards both sides of Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, the sharp-toothed beasts, unaware of the situation, continued their rampage after the beast tied. By the time they sensed the pressure and aura of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, it was too late. Some of the sharp-toothed beasts were forcibly pushed forward by the pack behind them. Roar. Feeling its authority challenged and its territory invaded, the abyssal Tyrannomon swung its massive tail and charged towards the horde. Shuxi raised his hand and gave the order to hunt. Wah! As the war horns sounded, powerful bloodline warriors from among the trolls, buffalo, and obsidian charged out. The sharp-toothed beast is a level 4 magical beast, which is very dangerous, but its flesh and blood are also excellent food. This is why Shuxi drove away the lion bat beast and focused on dealing with the sharp-toothed beast. In Shuxi's eyes, this wave of sharp-toothed beasts had become a pile of reserved food. Shuxi planned to ensure that his tribe would obtain enough meat directly from this wave of beasts. Chief, the Grand Elder sent me to inform you that there is trouble in the back mountain of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Just as Shuxi was holding the fort at the rear, surveying the battlefield and reassuring his people, a succubus warrior came up behind Shuxi and told him some bad news. The group of lion bats flew back, launching a surprise attack. Shuxi's mind raced, and after a moment's thought, he spoke to the troll guard beside him, Teminal. Go and summon the succubus Queen Yelena to me. Yes, chieftain. A moment later, the succubus Queen Yelena arrived at the wooden building, her expression slightly puzzled. Put your work aside and stay here to coordinate things. I'm going to check out the back mountain. Before the succubus Queen Yelena could reply, Shuxi had already led his men to the back mountain. In this critical moment, Only 4 people in the Black Wasteland tribe could take charge of the overall situation. One of them was Elder Genkai, but at this moment the Elder was patrolling the back mountain to prevent magical beasts from climbing up from the 2 mountain ridges. Then there are the Prophet Gata and the Elders Dells, but these 2 elders have already taken the lead and charged out to hunt more prey for their people. Only the Succubus Queen Yelena was in charge of logistics, but she has now been recruited by the Shuxi, Alligator Turtle Valley, behind the mountain. When Shakes arrived, the black dot in the distant sky was already clearly visible. Chieftain, those beasts didn't leave. They've actually flown back. Shuxi squinted, gazing at the returning lion bat beasts, his thoughts becoming deep. Elder, I'm afraid it's not as simple as we think. I have already shot down the leader of the lion bats, so they should be leaderless by now. But now they've all flown back together. Don't you find that strange? After Shuxi's analysis, Elder Genkai's eyes widened, as if he had thought of a possibility. Chief, do you mean their true leader is still alive? Shuxi didn't speak, staring at the lion bat beast for a long time before finally saying something. Their leader must be dead, otherwise they wouldn't have flown away in such a hurry. The only reason they're flying back to attack is that there's a leader-level magical beast hidden in the beast tide, and it's a flying type at that. This group of lion bat beasts was driven back by that flying type leader-level magical beast. Upon hearing this news, Elder Genkai's expression changed drastically. A leader-level flying magical beast is definitely not something they can afford to provoke. As long as this kind of monster doesn't fly at low altitudes and deliberately seeks death, there's nothing Shuxi can do about it. Clan Chief, what do we do now? Shakes could tell that Elder Genkai was somewhat flustered, and his speech was even incoherent. Elder, don't worry, these lion bat beasts are no problem. I'll kill as many as they come. Even if there really is a leader-level flying magical beast, if it dares to lower its altitude, it's just coming to be eaten. Shakes was full of confidence and spoke very boldly. It wasn't that Shuxi was arrogant, but in front of so many of his people, Shuxi had to give them confidence and support. Only in this way will those bloodline warriors have the courage and confidence to resist the beast tide and face even stronger opponents. But Shakespeare was already on high alert. Shuxi believed that the leader-level flying magical beast must have sensed his and the abyssal Tyrannoman's presence, so why would it drive the beast tide to attack Crocodile Turtle Valley? This is what Shuxi doesn't understand and is extremely eager to figure out. Sometimes, the best solution is to address the root cause of the problem. Defect, Ermi, prepare my spear. Yes, chieftain. While pondering the problem, Shuxi kept an eye on the approaching horde of lion bats and ordered the guard trolls to prepare for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Because of its terrifying strength, even in its normal state, the spears that Kshatriya throws are incredibly powerful. Those level 4 lion bat beasts were killed upon contact with Shuxi's spear and wounded if they were even grazed. The lion bat pack was very wary of Shaksha, and after losing 3 of their companions, they once again increased their flight altitude. Suddenly, a strange and shocking scene unfolded in Alligator Turtle Valley. A large flock of lion bat beasts hovered over Crocodile Turtle Valley, lingering there, ready to attack at any moment. At the exit of Crocodile Turtle Valley, the bloodline warriors of the Black Wilderness tribe and the sharp-toothed beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Abyssal Greyman was in front, blocking most of the Razordon's charge. The tribesmen were also clever. They surrounded the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast to intercept the shrewd beast horde, and the effect was quite good, yielding a considerable harvest. Chieftain, what do we do now? These beasts are just staying up there and won't leave. Elder Genkai was furious and frustrated, as he had no way to deal with this flying magical beast. Shuxi held his spear in one hand, looked up at the group of lion bat beasts, and his expression was not good. Although the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast guards the area outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shuxi is also afraid that there may be leader-level magical beasts hidden among the beast tides on the ground. If things really get to that bad point, not only will the foundation of the city wall be damaged, but Crocodile Turtle Valley itself will also suffer. Shakes turned his head and looked back at the battlefield outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Although it was chaotic, the situation had stabilized. I'll keep watch here. Elder, you take the clansmen outside the valley to provide support and prevent any unforeseen events. Elder Genkai agreed with this assessment. They're wasting their manpower by having such a large group of people sitting here doing nothing. Good. Elder Genkai didn't waste any time and hurriedly led his subordinates out of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shakes, don't you think these beast tides are coming for our tribe? Chapter 98, A Dark Shadow, Significant Losses. Shuxi turned his head and looked at the succubus Yuana who was speaking. The latter smiled charmingly. After a moment, Shuxi said with a somewhat uncertain expression, Yuna, are you saying that the leader-level flying magical beast that drove away the lion bat was specially sent by those lords in the south? The succubus Yuna didn't speak, but simply smiled as she looked at Shuxi. Since Shuxi himself has already said it, it's basically true. If that's the case, then the second attack by the lion bat beasts in the beast tied outside Crocodile Turtle Valley makes sense. Aren't they afraid of losing their leader-level magical beasts in the north? The succubus Yuna stepped forward, embraced Shuxi, and said in a sweet voice, Dear Shuxi, are flying-type magical beasts so easy to kill? A single word awakened me from my dream. Shuxi's eyes widened, forgetting the most basic things. The beasts that drove the tide of monsters were flying magical beasts. As long as they didn't fly at low altitudes, they could turn around and run away even if they encountered enemies in the air. Just then, a shadow flashed past Katsuki's feet and was caught by Katsuki, who was deep in thought. Shakes looked up at the sky, and a dark shadow disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Chief level. Shake's senses were very sharp, and he immediately spotted the flying magical beast flying over Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, due to the distance, Shuxi could not clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It really is a flying type. Shakes fell silent, occasionally glancing up to check the movements of the group of lion bat beasts. Upon closer inspection, the problem was immediately apparent. The group of lion bat beasts were actually swooping down one after another. Damn it, it must be that flying-type magical beast that came to coerce them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without saying a word, Shuxi threw out his spears one after another, killing all the lion bat beasts that came the fastest. The four guards beside them, the trolls Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, were busy with their tasks. Two guarded the four directions, while two handed spears to Shuxi. Instantly, everyone was busy. At the same time, the tribesmen guarding the surrounding area also fired their crossbows, shooting down the lion bat beasts that Shuxi had missed. The succubus Yuna and the snake woman Aya were not idle either. Aya summoned a triangular python, which coiled nearby and roared angrily at the lion bat beast in the sky. The succubus Yuna pulled out a longbow and also started shooting into the sky. The battle broke out instantly, and Shakis was the busiest one. One spear after another flew out, and because of their extremely high speed and accuracy, very few were thrown off course. This rapid throwing continued for less than 5 minutes, and the number of lion bats in the sky was reduced by more than half. The remaining small group howled and roared in the sky, too afraid to continue diving down. A moment later, the remaining lion bats scattered and fled in all directions. At least they're not stupid. They actually knew to scatter and escape. Shuxi gently rubbed his right arm, watching the fleeing lion bats, and whispered a sigh of relief. The scattered and fleeing lion bat beasts will likely be helpless, even against that leader-level flying-type magical beast. Send some of the tribesmen to clean up the battlefield, while the rest of the tribesmen remain on guard and do not let their guard down. After arranging things, Shakespeare finally had time to turn his attention to the outside of Alligator Turtle Valley. Roar! In the midst of the beast tide, Abyssal Tyrannoman had gone berserk, its exterior covered in a layer of bone armor, showing no fear of the fiery fangs of the Razordon. With its massive mouth and claws, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast was like a harvester. Wherever it went, countless sharp-toothed beasts fell over, leaving trails of blood. After this period of fighting, small pools of blood have begun to form in the area outside the city wall foundation, a truly gruesome sight. That's good. With so much blood and sacrifices, the awakening of the young clansmen can be brought forward. Faced with the carnage outside the Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shuxi felt no pity, but rather a surge of excitement and joy. The battlefield on the back mountain was quickly cleaned up by the tribesmen, and the corpses of the lion bat beasts were moved into the cave, which was where the trolls used to store food. Stay on high alert, don't let your guard down, and notify me immediately if anything happens. After giving the order, Shuxi, along with the succubus Yuna and Aya, as well as a group of subordinates, hurried out of Crocodile Turtle Valley. A moment later, Shuxi climbed up the wooden building. Chieftain. After bowing to Shuxi, the succubus queen Yelena and her sister Yelena disliked each other. Fortunately, this was a battlefield, and Shuxi was nearby, so the two sisters didn't get into a fight. Go ahead and get busy. I'll call you if anything comes up. Yes, chieftain. The succubus queen, Yelena, returned to her post in charge of logistics. Shuxi surveyed the battlefield, his eyes narrowing slightly. Charge eastward. Shuxi gave orders to the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus because he discovered that the sharp-toothed beasts were very dense in the east, putting great pressure on the tribesmen guarding the area. With Xerox back in the wooden building, Abyssal Greyman's combat power was effectively utilized, and its attacks from left and right relieved much of the pressure from all three directions. After about 2 hours, the number of sharp-toothed beasts outside Crocodile Turtle Valley finally began to decrease, and the beast tide scattered around Crocodile Turtle Valley and fled to both sides. This was mainly thanks to the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, which fought and roared outside the city wall foundation, preventing the horde from attacking the newly built city wall foundation. Chieftain, we've won. Our tribesmen have cleared out more than 20,000 sharp-toothed beasts, and this year's winter food reserves will be gathered ahead of schedule. Elder Dells, covered in beast blood, arrived at the wooden building to share the good news with Shuxi. Shakes nodded and gave the order. Send out some of our clansmen who are good at stealth to scout out the situation of the next beast tide. Upon receiving the order, Dells wiped the blood from his face and turned to make the arrangements. Chief, have you dealt with the group of lionbat beasts in the back mountain? Yes, most of them are dead, and the rest scattered and escaped. Elder Steel Kai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The words scattered and fled meant that the lionbats would not attack in groups again. That's wonderful. Elder Gang Kai was very excited. He put down the spiked club he was carrying on his shoulder and kept hitting the ground with it, looking extremely happy. Before long, the Prophet Gatai, the Buffalo Man, and the earth-shattering bull also arrived in front of the wooden building to report the battle losses and gains to Shuxi. Overall, although a small number of tribesmen were killed or injured, the gains were enormous. Shuxi had his 4 guardian trolls set up a temporary tent and invited several important elders of the Crocodile Turtle Valley inside. Next, Shuxi recounted his and Yuana's speculations and the shadow they had seen to everyone. After hearing all this, the Prophet Gato was the first to speak. Clan leader, if what you say is true, the lords in the south must have suffered considerable losses in this war of invasion by all races. Although leader-level flying magical beasts are rare, they are not uncommon in the north. As far as I know, Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains, has one under his command. Chapter 99 Young A Shun, brightly lighted. The words of the Prophet Gata reminded Shuxi of the beginning of the year when the Mayan trolls were preparing to leave the valley to conquer the various races. A leader-level storm vulture descended upon Crocodile Turtle Valley, bringing with it the summons from Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains. Prophet, are you referring to that storm vulture? A look of surprise flashed across the Prophet Gato's face, but he quickly recovered. Yes, chieftain. Shakes nodded and then asked another question. Do you know what the messenger's name was? The Prophet Gata thought for a moment and then spoke in a somewhat uncertain tone. Chieftain, if you are referring to the master of the storm vultures, then it should be Lord Palari. Shakes remained silent and did not speak. The one riding on the back of the storm vulture must be its owner, Lord Palari. Getting back to the main point, when the Prophet Gata saw that Shaksha did not continue to ask about the storm vulture and Palari, he turned the topic back to the flying monster. Chieftain, this kind of resurgence hasn't happened for nearly 100 years. We don't know the specifics of the last war of invasion by all races, which is like having our eyes and ears covered, so we can't see the outside world. Clan leader, if possible, you could consult with the leaders of other regions or Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains. Shakes shook his head. They had completely offended Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, who was closest to them, so there was no way they could ask him for advice. The cold desert to the west is too harsh. One might die there before even seeing the main character. As for Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains, Shuxi could tell from their last meeting that he was not someone to be trifled with. A few days after the great battle between Shuxi and the swamp dragon Hoffenel, the Lord of the 4 Domains intercepted Shuxi on the way. Shuxi wouldn't believe that the 4 Domain lords would casually stroll around just because the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast smelled the scent of its own kind. Next year, I will personally lead the team to open up a gateway to the outside world. Shaksha rejected the Prophet Gato's suggestion and changed the subject back to the beast tide. I estimate that the beast tide won't just be 1 or 2 waves. It will likely continue for several more. I'll keep an eye on that flying magical beast above Crocodile Turtle Valley. You guys just focus on dealing with the beast horde on the ground. Also, take a break and recover your strength. The battle could start again at any time, and then it will be difficult to rest. The impromptu meeting lasted less than half an hour before Shuxi sent the exhausted elders to rest. The Prophet Gata and his men slept for only 2 hours before the war horn was sounded in Alligator Turtle Valley. One by one, the Bloodline warriors were awakened from their sleep, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out of the valley. Mother, Father has run out of the tent again with an axe. Inside a troll tent, looking through the curtain, You can see a 3-year-old troll looking at the outside world with a curious expression. In the little troll's mind, today's alligator turtle valley is very different from the past. Because the little troll is grounded today, he can't even leave his tent, and even his mother can't go out. Good boy, stay in the tent, and mom will make you some roasted meat. Mother, I want to practice with the spear. I want to become a powerful warrior like the chieftain. All right, Ashin can practice with the spear and grow up to become a bloodline warrior like the clan chief. Yes, I'll listen to mother. Little troll Ashin, holding a wooden stick that her mother had casually broken off, started waving it around inside the tent. This heartwarming and inspiring scene will not be witnessed by Shuxi, the clan leader. Because in the distant area outside Alligator Turtle Valley, there were more minor earthquakes. Chief, it's a 4-bladed lizard. It was Dels who spoke. He was still sleepy and had been startled awake. Shuxi gazed into the distance, thought for a moment, and then asked a question. Didn't your tribesmen bring back any news? Upon hearing this, Dels's face fell, and he looked somewhat sad. No, not a single member of the tribe has returned. Shakes remained silent. Not a single member of his tribe had returned, and another beast tide had appeared outside. There was only one outcome. They all died outside. I understand. Go and prepare. After Dels went down to arrange the battle, Shuxi asked the Succubus twins standing behind him, Queen Yelena and demon wife Yelena. What do you think? The Succubus queen, Yelena, smoothed her windblown hair, gazed into the distance, and frowned deeply. Chief, all the spies Elder Dels sent out are members of our Succubus clan. Among the clansmen, 2 are elders, and the rest also have the special skill of concealing their forms. None of them returned. Either they were all wiped out, or they must be trapped outside. Although they were her own people, the Succubus queen Yelena analyzed the situation without a trace of emotion in her tone. Chieftain, sacrifice is necessary for survival. Seemingly sensing that Shuxi was feeling down, the Succubus queen Yelena offered a gentle word of advice. Shuxi slowly exhaled. Since becoming the clan chief, he really couldn't ignore the lives of his clansmen being lost and gone before his eyes. Perhaps this is what it means to be in a position of power and fulfill one's responsibilities. This is the only way Shakes could console himself. You should go too. The logistics team can't function without you. Yes, sir. The Succubus queen, Yelena, bowed and then descended the wooden building. Dear Shuxi, the beast tide is imminent. We will all follow your orders. Yuana didn't say anything else, but offered Shuxi encouragement. Shakes nodded, gazing into the distance, his mind focused and extremely vigilant. None of the spies sent out returned, and Shuxi was more inclined to believe that they had all sacrificed themselves. The only ones who can target them, expose them, and prevent them from escaping are leaders. In other words, there is a high probability that a leader-level magical beast is lurking behind the current beast tide. I just don't know if it's that flying-type magical beast. Shakes murmured softly, his eyes flashing like sharp glints or hooks in that instant. At this moment, night is falling and dusk is approaching. Shakes couldn't help but sigh. These beasts really knew how to choose their attack timing. Teminer, give the order. Instruct Elder Deacon Yelena to light bonfires throughout the Crocodile Turtle Valley and the City Wall Foundation area. I want the area where my people fight to be brightly lit. After the Guardian Troll Terminal responded, he hurriedly ran off to relay the order. Aya, have the triangular python lie in ambush underground outside the City Wall Foundation to deal with any 4-bladed lizards that get close. Yes, master. After Shuxi gave Medusa Aya instructions, the beast tide was already approaching, and a battle was about to break out. You all go too. Cooperate with the triangular python, protect the foundation of the city wall, and cover the tribesmen. Shuxi took a silver-grade one-handed sword from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird and handed it to Medusa Aya. This sword is for you. After driving Yuina and Aya to the battlefield, Shuxi stood alone on the wooden building, gazing into the darkness in the distance. There, Shuxi faintly sensed a powerful aura. Chapter 100 Monster Levels, Stars Fall Like Rain. The four-edged lizard is a level 4 magical beast, already considered an elite level 1 with full stats, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The four-edged lizard is troublesome because it has 2 protruding bony blades growing from the corners of its mouth and under its ribs. When it runs, the bony blades of the four-edged lizard are like a cutting machine, ferocious and violent. Before Shuxi came of age, his distinction between magical beasts was very simple. Even at levels 1 through 9, there is no clear understanding of the strength of magical beasts. It wasn't until Shuxi reached adulthood and began hunting that he gained a much deeper understanding of the strength of magical beasts. Simply put, Level 1 and Level 2 monsters are equivalent to the strength of a normal template. The Level 2 monsters and the normal templates have roughly the same maximum stats. They're about equal. Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters are equivalent to elite templates. Tier 3 monsters have incomplete stats, while Tier 4 monsters have full stats. Level 5 and Level 6 are similar. They are both hero templates, but the data values are different, resulting in different strengths. Level 7 monsters are the template for bosses. Abyssal Tyrannoman is at this level. He had never seen an 8th level magical beast, Shuxi, before, and guessed that it might be a Lord Level 1. The lower the level of the monster, the easier it is to distinguish its strength. The higher the level, the more complicated it becomes. As monsters advance, they awaken various abilities, and a very small number of monsters can even fight across levels, which is not impossible. Could the hidden leader-level magical beast be a Level 7 four-edged lizard? Succubus stood on the high platform, gazing into the darkness, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. It was dusk, and only the trolls and succubi of the Black Waste tribe possessed night vision. The fighting strength of the buffalo and obsidian golems would be affected. Roar. After Abyssal Tyrannoman roared, the beast tide finally approached. Some of the four-edged lizards split up and fled to both sides, while those that couldn't make it in time could only confront Abyssal Tyrannoman head-on. Outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, trolls roared, buffalo men bellowed, succubi whispered incantations, and obsidian men charged forward. Warhammers roared, giant axes were hard, maces exploded, spears charged, greatswords leaped, even wands danced. All of this was incorporated into the roars of the beast tide. Shuxi stood on the high platform, coldly observing everything. It wasn't until a cry of an eagle rang out in the dark sky that Shuxi was moved. Phew! The eagle's cry was high-pitched and sharp, whistling through the air and startling the clouds. The whistling sound pierced the eardrums of all the Bloodline warriors, and many warriors took a moment to look up at the starry sky. But they saw nothing. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, illuminating the heavens, and a dark shadow streaked across the sky, clearly visible. The lightning bolt struck the Abyss Tyrannosaurus in the blink of an eye. Half of the bone armor on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's body shattered, and the exposed flesh was also blasted into a bloody mess by the lightning. Lightning naturally has a certain restraining effect on abyssal demonic energy. The Abyssal Tyrannoman was injured. It roared in pain, swung its giant tail and claws to clear out the surrounding four-edged lizards, and looked up at the sky in great anger. Phew! Another eagle's cry rang out, sounding so high and mighty. Call out. A long spear pierced the air, tore through the thunderclouds, and hurtled upwards, striking the sky. Bang! A terrifying explosion, accompanied by thunder, came from the sky. Succubus has made his move. Upon seeing the leader-level flying magical beast, Shuxi had already drawn his spear. The moment the leader-level flying monster unleashed its lightning, it was locked onto by Shuxi. Shuxi activated the troll bloodline, increasing his power tenfold. The spear he hurled had tail fins and was like a missile, unstoppable. The painful cry of an eagle came from the sky, and Shuxi's eyes were filled with madness as his hands never stopped moving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more spears flew into the sky, but a bolt of lightning flashed in the heavens, and the figure of the leader-level flying magical beast disappeared, causing Shuxi's subsequent attacks to miss. They ran away? No, the oppressive aura is still there. It must have hidden in the thunderclouds. Shake's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the sky. But the sky was obscured by a layer of thunderclouds, and no trace of the flying monster could be seen. Tyrannoman, get ready. In the distance, Abyssal Tyrannoman received Xerox's command, raised its terrifying head, and an abyssal flame dragon cannon condensed in its mouth. 2 breaths later, the abyss flame dragon cannon, having gathered its maximum energy, shot towards the clouds in the sky like a laser beam. At the same time, a shockwave appeared on the ground centered on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. The shockwave did not distinguish between friend and foe, and it blew all the monsters in the vicinity away. Boom. After that, the Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon exploded in the sky, and the blast wave created a terrifying shockwave that completely shattered the thunderclouds. Using the light from the explosion, Shuxi once again locked onto the leader-level flying-type magical beast that was fleeing towards the south wind. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? Shuxi gripped his four-bladed blood spear and began to run. Call. Shuxi leaped into the air and jumped towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the approaching Abyssal Tyrannoman swept its massive tail upwards, creating a booster ladder for Xerox in midair. Wah! Shuxi's body rose higher again, and just before reaching its highest point, he threw the spear in his hand. Sizzle! The spear, imbued with the power of Shuxi's bloodline, burst into flames and unleashed a terrifying sonic boom, hurtling towards the enemy like a doomsday meteor. Meanwhile, the rapidly falling Shuxi was caught by a beautiful figure who flew over, and they both fell towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. With the help of the succubus Yuina, the speed of Shuxi's fall was slowed down. Shakes grabbed Yuina with his arms behind his back, adjusted his position, and the two landed safely, albeit narrowly. No one noticed the perfect teamwork between Shakes and Yuina. Because everyone's attention was focused on the long spear that was burning with flames and tearing through the sky as it hurtled towards the enemy. Shuxi looked up at the sky, and just then, a ball of flame exploded in the heavens. Phew! As the flames exploded, the cry of an eagle marching towards death echoed through the sky. The next second, a ball of fire plummeted from the sky like a meteor. My Yuina, can you see this? Tonight, the stars are falling like rain. One strike, one kill. Shuxi watched the flames fall after the explosion, then, carrying Yuina, leaped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and headed straight for the place where the flying-type magical beast had crashed. On the battlefield, all the soldiers were stunned, bewildered by the rain of fire. As for the group of four-edged lizards, after the explosion, the smart ones had already fled to both sides, while the foolish ones were so frightened that they lay limp on the ground, trembling. Rumble, rumble. The abyssal tyrannoman moved with steady steps, and any four-edged lizards that blocked its way were either crushed or had their necks snapped by its throat. 5 minutes later, the abyssal tyrannoman broke through the beast tide and brought Shaxu to the place where the leader-level flying monster had crashed. Let's take it and go back. As Shuxi gazed at the leader-level flying magical beast, which had been reduced to a pile of roasted meat, he released his leader-level aura, driving away the surrounding four-bladed lizards. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, carrying the corpse of the flying monster, dragged it toward Crocodile Turtle Valley like a king. Chapter 101 Punishing the Elder, Super Big Pie. The death of a leader-level flying monster is like a signal. The four-bladed lizard beast horde seemed to have been liberated and continued to flee to both sides of the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Moreover, after what Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman did, the group of four-bladed lizards were even more afraid to approach Crocodile Turtle Valley. An hour later, the fighting completely ceased in the area outside Alligator Turtle Valley. The warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe began cleaning up the battlefield. They dissected the four-bladed lizard's corpse and removed all the flesh and magic core. Inside the temporary tent, Shuxi sat back in the main seat, enjoying massages from the succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya. Prophet Gata, Dels, Earthshaker, and Elder Steelk took their seats, awaiting the arrival of the succubus Queen Yelena. Cleaning up the battlefield is a logistical matter, which falls under the purview of Elder Deacon Yelena, so everyone is waiting for her. A moment later, the guard troll reported, and Elder Deacon Yelena lifted the tent flap and came in. Shuxi gestured for Yelena to take her seat, and then sat up straight himself. Yuina and Aya behind him also stopped and stood quietly behind Shuxi. Without saying a word, Shuxi took a wooden box out of the cuckoo's stomach. This wooden box has a unique fragrance and is made from a rare type of wood from the Black Wilderness Forest. Most importantly, the wooden box reduces the dissipation of magical elements when storing potions and magic cores. Inside is the magic core of that leader-level magical beast. As you can see, it is compatible with the lightning element. According to the Prophet Gata, this magical beast is a level 7 Thunder Eagle. Shuxi was in a great mood, even happier than when he successfully killed the level 7 Thunder Eagle. This leader-level Thunderhawk is very likely the mount of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. And Thunderhawk Knight Utes was the culprit who killed his elder brother Grell. Therefore, at this moment, both Shuxi and Elder Genkai had smiles on their faces, smiles of satisfaction at having partially avenged their great grudge. No one spoke. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wooden box in front of Shakespeare. Everyone understood that one of them would be lucky enough to receive this item. Shakes glanced at everyone, took a sip of beast blood wine, and then spoke in a firm and irrefutable tone. My principle is very simple. Make the best use of resources and talents. However, before I integrated the Black Wasteland Forest, during the Dark Tide last winter, I promised Elder Punishment that I would give him the next boss-level magic core. Upon hearing this, all the elders except for Elder Genkai showed disappointment on their faces. Shuxi reached out and gently pushed the wooden box into Elder Genkai's arms. Shuxi, aye. Elder Genkai crossed his arms, holding the wooden box, his whole body trembling, and he spoke haltingly. completely lacking his usual straightforwardness and boldness. Elder, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away. Shuxi's voice became more indifferent and carried a hint of threat beneath its coldness. The prophet gave aside and concealed the disappointment on his face. The succubus queen, Yelena, remained silent, and the disappointment on her face was fleeting. However, all sorts of thoughts began to surface in the mind of the succubus queen, Yelena. I'm considered a woman of the Shakshi, aren't I? Besides, I'm an elder steward. They didn't give it to me this time. Will they give it to me next time? If you don't give it to me next time, will you give it to me the time after that? When will I be able to obtain a leader-level magic core? That's a leader-level creature. How about we try to please Shuxi even more in the future? In the bedroom, and also in tribal administration. To be honest, the succubus queen Yelena is very smart, but smart people tend to think more and think more complicatedly. The myriad aspects of human life, including the joys and sorrows of several elders, were observed by Shuxi in a short period of time. After the elders had accepted reality and their minds had mostly returned to normal, Shuxi continued to speak. You need to understand one thing. This is a leader-level magic core, not a leader-level dark source crystal. The energy it contains is not as pure as that of a dark source crystal. Even the Elder of Punishment must combine some magic potions with special secret techniques before he can consume the magic core. Whether I can advance to the leader level is still hard to say. Shuxi spoke up to awaken the prophet Geta and others who were blinded by the leader-level magic core and explained the implications. Moreover, this is a lightning-type magic core with extremely violent energy, posing a great risk. Elder, you need to think this through. Elder Genkai nodded without saying anything. However, Shaksha could see that Elder Genkai's eyes were filled with determination. So Shuxi stopped trying to persuade him and continued speaking. I said, make the best use of resources and talents. I will grant the next leader-level magic core or leader-level dark source crystal to Elder Geta the Prophet. Sheikh's words greatly disappointed the three elders, Dels, Nyohandi, and Yelena. Upon hearing this, the prophet Geta's eyes, which had been extinguished, shone brightly once more, and he stared at Shaksha in disbelief. The reason is simple. The prophet's level of understanding is higher than yours. I'm sure that if the prophet obtains either a leader-level magic core or a leader-level dark source crystal, he can advance to the leader level. One last time, I'll remind you that my principle is to make the best use of resources and talents. After exchanging glances with the disappointed Dels, Nyohandi, and Yelena, Shakes thought for a moment and then turned to Yelena and Aya and said, You too are the same. If you want to advance, then work hard. I will prioritize providing all rare resources to the tribe members who are most likely to benefit from them. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have made outstanding military achievements and are 100% loyal to our Black Wasteland tribe. Shakes took another sip of beast blood wine to moisten his throat before continuing to talk about his plans and ideas. Furthermore, resources at the chief level are currently only available to clansmen at the elder level. After the prophet, among you, whoever reaches the peak of heroic level first will be the next one. And the qualification to obtain leader-level resources will be based on this sequence, and then the queue will continue. Taking this opportunity, Shuxi also improved part of the reward system, which was part of his plan. The reason why Shuxi did not bring it up in the elders' meeting before was that the reward and punishment system was not convincing and the reward items were not impressive enough. Shuxi knew very well that there should be feelings between the people of the tribe to bind them together. But Shakes knew even better that only shared interests could bind people together, and only when interests were aligned could everyone be united. So, Shuxi made another big promise to everyone. Hunt down boss-level dark creatures again during this year's dark tide. By then, the prophet will surely have successfully advanced to the leader level. And what about after that? If we can do it next year, we can do it the year after. Shake's voice had a seductive quality, extremely alluring. Inside the tent, everyone's breathing quickened upon hearing Shuxi's description of the future. According to Shake's description, high-ranking figures such as Geta the Prophet, Dels, Nyohandi, Yelena, Yelena, and Aya may all become leader-level powerhouses in the future. This, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Inside the tent, all that could be heard was the sound of gasps for breath. Chapter 102 The Road to Heaven, Sharp Wooden Spikes. Shakes narrowed his eyes, his expression calm, his gaze distant and unfathomable. After the elders recovered from their shock, Shuxi spoke again calmly, his tone extremely confident. Keep it up, everyone. Becoming a leader is not the end, at least not for me. In my eyes, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, is not that powerful. At least, I'm not completely helpless against her. Compared to the empty promises he made before, what Succubus said now was like a bolt from the blue. Chief, you. The Prophet Geta stared wide-eyed at Succubus in disbelief. Succubus met the gaze of the Prophet Geta with an indifferent look, his confidence and arrogance undisguised. Under the sharp gaze of Succubus, the Prophet Geta gradually lowered his head. At this moment, the Prophet Geta had already guessed Succubus's ambition. It was a crazy, yet awe-inspiring path to heaven. Chief, the Obsidian Golem Geta is willing to sign a soul contract with you. You are the master, and I am the assistant. Geta is willing to follow you for life, never abandoning you, never giving up on you, and never betraying you. The Prophet Geta rose, knelt on one knee, and made a deep, bowing gesture of submission. At the same time, a mysterious mark appeared on the forehead of the Prophet Geta. The mark was blood red, and after a moment, a wisp of soul, visible to the naked eye, drifted out and flew into Succubus's forehead. Succubus realized that this was the soul contract, and that the Prophet Geta had given up his soul and life to himself. However, what surprised Shakespeare was far more than that. Chief, Dels is also willing to sign a soul contract with you. After hesitating for a moment, Dels stood up, went to Shakes, and signed a soul contract with Shakes. Just after Dels signed the contract, another wisp of soul flew into Shakes' brow. Chief, now I am completely yours. Succubus glanced at the succubus queen Yelena, who was exceptionally alluring and exuded a captivating charm. Shakes ignored Yelena's captivating eyes. He never expected that by simply making empty promises, he could turn several core elders into true allies. As long as his subordinates obeyed his orders, Succubus believed that he would soon eliminate the racial divisions among the Black Wilderness tribes. As for the Water Buffalo Man, he was at his most carefree at this moment, eating and drinking as he pleased. Because Neo Handy and Shikisi had signed a slave contract, he didn't even think about these things. Neo Handy believed that if he had the necessary strength, Shakes would definitely help him advance. What was supposed to be a proper meeting of the elders was inadvertently turned into a meeting to sign a covenant by the Prophet Geta. Even Shaksu felt a deep sense of melancholy and regret. Go and rest, everyone. Although the beast tide has receded, there's no guarantee there won't be another wave. Everyone nodded, bowed, and left the temporary tent. Elder Gang Kai hesitated slightly and did not leave immediately. Elder, go and cultivate. I'll keep watch over things here. Elder Genkai gave Shakes a deep look, nodded emphatically, and then turned and walked out of the temporary tent. As Succubus watched Elder Genkai's retreating figure, he knew that Elder Genkai was hesitating about whether to sign a contract with him, just like the other elders. However, the reaction of Succubus just now made Elder Genkai breathe a sigh of relief. If I were to say that I am somewhat wary of the other elders. But, Elder, I have completely opened my heart and soul to you. If even you would betray me, there is no hope for our Black Wasteland tribe to rise up. Shake sat in the main seat, gazing at the distant campfire, lost in thought. Shaksha was born into the troll race, and he has made Turtle Valley his home, where all the trolls are his people. Therefore, Succubus was very tolerant and had high expectations for his people. If he couldn't even rely on his own people, Succubus felt that life would be utterly meaningless. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe had all had a good rest. The soldiers on duty, having eaten and drunk their fill, looked energetic and spirited. Shakshi and the Prophet Geta surveyed the foundations of the city wall, their mood neither good nor bad. Prophet, the foundations of the city walls on both the east and west sides have been impacted and damaged considerably. Shuxi frowned slightly as he inspected the city walls. He noticed that part of the foundations had been completely damaged and needed to be rebuilt. During yesterday's diversion of the beast tide, the city wall foundation was inevitably damaged due to overcrowding. Don't worry, Chieftain. If it's only this level of damage, it won't take us long to repair it. The worst fear is that the already damaged foundation will suffer further damage from another beast tide. These words from the Prophet Geta chilled Shaksha to the bone. Regardless of whether the northward migration of the beast tide has ended, it will definitely be affected again when the beast tide returns. Shikesa walked up the eastern mountain ridge and looked back at the foundation of the city wall on the horizon. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I tentatively asked a question. Prophet, if we set up a ring of wooden spikes, barricades, in front of the foundation of the city wall, would the defense and protection be better? When the Prophet Geta heard this, his eyes became even brighter. Chieftain, your idea is brilliant. It can reduce the damage by at least 30%. After receiving confirmation from the Prophet Geta that his idea was feasible, Shaksha immediately turned to the guard troll terminal and spoke. Go, bring me the battle elder Dels. The troll warrior terminer responded and ran off. 15 minutes later, Elder Durs arrived at the mountain ridge, looking hurried. Chief, what are your orders? Shuxi recounted his and the Prophet Gada's ideas, and Dels, after a moment's thought, also found them feasible. Chief, I will lead the people to cut down some giant trees in the surrounding forest in a while, and try to build up the foundation of the city wall before night falls. Okay, go ahead. The fact that Elder Deers did not leave immediately puzzled Shuxi. Chief, of the spies we sent out a couple of days ago, 2 have returned, but the others are nowhere to be found. This is good news, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Shuxi thought that all the succubus spies he had sent out had been wiped out, but unexpectedly 2 of them returned. Go and tell Elder Yelena. After all, they are all her people. Yes, chieftain. Only then did Dels turn around and hurry out of the Alligator Turtle Valley. Standing on the eastern mountain ridge, Shuxi couldn't help but gaze into the distance, his thoughts drifting a little far away. After a long while, Shaksha suddenly asked the Prophet Gada a question for no apparent reason. Prophet, are you familiar with those mountain giants in the Blackridge Mountains to the east? Chapter 103 The Morning Banshee, slashed down to the end. The Prophet Gada was caught off guard by the sudden question from Shaksha. After a moment of silence, the Prophet Gada asked Shaksha with some doubt. Chief, are you referring to the mountain giants we encountered in the Blackridge Mountains last time? Chief, do you wish to subdue them? Yes, is that possible? The Prophet Gada fell silent again, pondering the possibility of subduing the giants. During their last brief encounter, Shuxi was rushing to the Poison Dragon Swamp and didn't want any accidents to happen along the way, so he didn't negotiate with the group of giants on the mountaintop. Shuxi vividly remembered how powerful those mountain giants were. Among those mountaintop giants, there was one whose strength was comparable to that of the Prophet Gada. Furthermore, there is another individual whose strength is also at the peak of the hero level. If these mountain giants can be subdued, the number of personnel that Shuxi can command will increase significantly. Chief, the leader of the giants on the mountaintop is called Tiger, and his strength is about the same as mine. He also has a younger brother named Tai Lai, whose strength is not much different from his. If you want to subdue them, I'm afraid you'll have to take action yourself. Shuxi turned around, looked at the Prophet Gada, and gave him a look that said he was eager to hear more. The mountaintop giants, like us obsidian men, revere strength and have seen the outside world. They are the best meat shield warriors. At this point, the Prophet Gada seemed to recall something, his brow furrowed, and his tone became somewhat grave. Chieftain, the mountaintop giants also had their own leader-level powerhouses before. Moreover, I heard that their previous leader was the most capable warrior under Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains. I think the reason why the mountain giant did not submit to the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp before was because he was waiting for a leader-level powerhouse to emerge from among his own people. Shuxi nodded, agreeing that the Prophet Gada's words made sense. Any tribe that has produced a leader-level expert has some foundation, and they know how to cultivate a leader-level expert. Such tribes do not easily submit to ordinary chieftains, unless they are great beings like Arcs, who are lords. Fine, when the time is right, you can accompany me on that trip. The Prophet Gada nodded. Ever since he learned that Shaksha had a more ambitious goal, his heart, which had been dormant for hundreds of years, had also become passionate. Alligator Turtle Valley is very quiet and relaxed today. The fact that no beast tide attacked throughout the entire day reassured the tribe's people. However, in the middle of the night, from the depths of the dense forest outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, came a series of eerie songs, both beautiful and chilling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon hearing the song, Shuxi, the Prophet Gada, Dels, and others who were resting in the Crocodile Turtle Valley burst out of their tents and came to the foundation of the city wall to gaze at the distant dense forest. A moment later, the succubus Queen Yelena arrived with a large number of her people, her expression slightly unnatural. Do you know what's hiding in the dense forest? Shuxi was very observant. He had noticed earlier that Yuina's complexion was a little off. Now the succubus Queen Yelena has arrived, and her expression is exactly the same as Yuina's. Chief, this is a lament, and lurking in the dense forest is the sorrowful banshee. The succubus queen, Yelena, gazed into the distant dense forest, her beautiful eyes appearing extremely cold. Just as Shuxi was filled with doubt, his demon wife, Yuna, spoke up to explain. My dear Shuxi, the sorrowful banshees are actually a branch of us succubi. They are traitors. A succubus branch, a traitor? Yuna nodded, seemingly recalling the ancient history of her tribe. Like trolls, succubi are of pure blood from the abyss. However, after descending upon this continent, some succubi were influenced by other gods and transformed into sorrowful banshees. The one who spoke was the succubus queen, Yelena. Her voice was cold, yet also sacred. Ironically, after the gods used the sorrowful banshees to win the divine war, they abandoned them. They are a group of outcasts, rejected by any race, forced to hide and flee. I never imagined that there was still soil in the south where they could live. After saying these words, the succubus queen Yelena bowed to Shuxi. Chief, as the queen of the succubus race, your subordinates and women beg you to let us succubi clean up our own mess. Shuxi glanced at the succubus queen Yelena. This woman was still playing tricks at a time like this. Go. Shakespeare was straightforward and did not object. My dear Shuxi, cleaning house is a duty flowing in the blood of royal succubi. The demon wife, Yuna, stepped out from behind Shakes and took out the dagger and whip that Shakes had given him. Be careful. Shuxi stared at Yelena for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After giving her a kiss, Yelena went to the side of the succubus queen, Yelena. This is a rare sight. The succubus twin sisters are united in their hatred of the enemy and work together. In the name of our ancestors, drive out the filth and slay the rebels. The succubus queen Yelena raised her scepter high, and the succubus warriors in the battle formation stepped forward and gathered around her. Like the other tribespeople, Shuxi were sizing them up. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi activated the bloodlust aura, putting the group of succubus girls into a berserk state and enhancing their physical abilities. At the same time, the succubus queen Yelena began to sing, with her sister Yelena leading the way. A mysterious and enchanting melody rang out, drowning out the singing from the distant dense forest. Deep in the distant forest, the chilling song paused for a moment before transforming into screams of agony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yelena and Yelena glided low in the air ahead, leading their tribesmen into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, some buffalo and troll warriors rushed forward, ready to provide assistance. Stop! Don't go there. The battle between succubi is full of illusions, and the dense forest is dangerous. Furthermore, the elder deacon has asked the succubi to clean up their own mess, so we shouldn't interfere. What we need to do is trust the elder deacon. Shuxi's voice was calm, and the tribesmen he had called back returned to their ranks, gazing into the distance at the dense forest. In the dense forest, the songs of succubi rose and fell, while the shrieks of mournful banshees grew sharper and fainter. Chief, I suggest that all the giant trees within a kilometer radius of the city walls be cut down. What? Too dangerous. The dense forest of giant trees is such a good place to hide enemies. The prophet Gatoa's advice reminded the Shukti. Shuxi wholeheartedly agreed with the idea of hiding the enemy. Durs, did you hear that? This task is assigned to you. Don't worry. Chieftain, I'll lead the people to cut down the giant tree first thing tomorrow morning. Dels nodded in agreement, also agreeing that there shouldn't be too many trees in the area outside the city walls. In the distance, a rather piercing scream rang out, a mournful wail tinged with grief. The screams rose and fell several times before finally stopping abruptly. Chapter 1045 Senses Scream, Mental Disorder. Deep in the dense forest, the succubus's song and the mournful screams of the banshee clashed and suppressed each other. Snap! The head of a grieving banshee flew into the sky, her beautiful face revealing a mixture of sorrow and relief. Yuna, the younger of the succubus twins, glanced coldly at the grieving banshee whose head had been severed in midair, without the slightest pity. The sorrowful banshee and the succubus are similar in appearance, but the sorrowful banshee is entirely white, including her eyebrows, hair, and eyes. Yuna didn't stop, continuing to rush deeper into the dense forest. Yuna sensed that deeper within the dense forest lurked a powerful queen-level bloodline, the sorrowful banshee. Yelena, the older sister, followed Yuna at a leisurely pace, her chanting never ceasing, sounding like a blessing or a prayer. Howl! Suddenly, a mournful scream rang out, and the twin sisters both frowned. This is the five senses scream, an illusion that only succubi with royal bloodlines can awaken. This is a technique that can alter and strip away the subject's sensory perception, making it impossible for them to see, touch, taste, smell, or hear things that are completely wrong and indistinguishable from reality. Furthermore, this is a group illusion. The succubus queen, Yelena, frowned, glanced at her sister, Yuna, who was flying ahead, and continued chanting. Giggle, giggle. Suddenly, Yuna, who was flying ahead, let out a silvery laugh, a laugh filled with joy and sweetness. This is Yuyina's bloodline skill, mental disorder, which is also a kind of illusion. This illusion can cause the subject to see things in a distorted and disoriented manner. Most importantly, this is a special kind of mental illusion that can affect the mind of the enemy. The five senses scream and the mental disorder are similar in some ways, both making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between true and false friend and foe. Because of the interaction between these two illusions, the battle between the succubi and the banshees suddenly became chaotic. In the name of my ancestors, I annihilate you, you traitors from the abyss of succubi. Whoosh. Deep in the dense forest, the succubus queen Yelena stopped chanting, took out her strange black whip, and flew to her sister Yuyina's side. Not far from the twin sisters stood a sorrowful female demon dressed in a white gauze robe, her entire body pure white. Poor rebel, filthy blood forsaken by the gods, vanish. Screams erupted as the twin sisters soared out in perfect unison, creating a breathtaking scene. When all was quiet, as Yelena and Yuyina led their people out of the dense forest, a ray of cool moonlight shone down, making the blood-stained succubi appear strangely beautiful. Shakes frowned. He noticed that Yuyina and Yuliana were somewhat different. The most obvious change is that both Yuyina and Yuliana have a mysterious pattern on their foreheads. Furthermore, Shakes could sense that Yuina's strength had improved, and she had actually reached the peak of the hero level. Those favored by God. The prophet Geta exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Yelena and Yuyina. Prophet, what is a person favored by God? Shakesa asked questions out of curiosity. Chieftain, those favored by God are the lucky ones who have been blessed by God. Divine grace can not only enhance strength, but also talent. Shuxi was puzzled. He couldn't understand why Yelena and Yuyina had changed after he killed some of the grief banshees. My dearest Shakes, I'm back. Fortunately, Yuyina remained affectionate with him as always, clinging to Shuxi's arm and refusing to let go. After kissing Yuyina, Shuxi glanced at Yelena but did not ask the sisters what had happened in the dense forest. Sometimes, the best choice is to ignore it. The attacking succubus was annihilated by the Succubus clan, and Crocodile Turtle Valley returned to peace. However, just in case, Shuxi insisted on guarding the foundation of the city wall for one night. At dawn, while Shuxi was eating, the succubus scout brought back good news. No further traces of the beast tide have been found in the area south of the Black Wasteland Forest. This phenomenon indicates that the beast tide has passed. Next, they just need to wait for the beast hordes to return. If they can successfully resist, the Black Wasteland tribe will usher in a period of explosive growth in overall strength. With no beasts attacking, outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Elder Deers led a team to cut down giant trees in the nearby area. Because of the previous beast tide, many of those giant trees collapsed, which greatly reduced the workload. The prophet Geta, the Elder of Enlightenment, was also busy. He led his people to move stones back and forth to repair the damaged foundations. At the same time, a ring of wooden spikes was gradually built around the foundation of the city wall. Looking at the thriving Alligator Turtle Valley, Shuxi felt extremely happy. 3 days later, the succubus scout brought back news that the beast horde had begun its return. Chieftain, the intervals between this beast horde's return are too short. The prophet Geta had some doubts and reminded Shaksha. Is there a problem, prophet? The prophet Geta had experienced several herds of beasts returning, and his experience still has much to offer. Chief, in the past, the return of the beast herds has occurred every 7 days to half a month. This resurgence started in just 3 days, and there are probably some things that happened that we don't know about. Shakes raised an eyebrow. He hated these kinds of incomprehensible, mysterious, and unknown situations the most. Is there any way? The prophet Geta shook his head, looking utterly helpless. Teminer, send a message to all the elders, telling them that the beast tide has begun to return and that they should take precautions. Yes, chieftain. With no good solution in mind, Shakes could only instruct his people to be on high alert and wary of the beast tide. Half a day later, the beast horde rushed in. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the leader of the Shuxi, the monster horde fled in panic to the south from both sides of Crocodile Turtle Valley. That is indeed a bit strange. Shakes stood atop a wooden building, gazing at the fleeing herd of beasts, and also noticed something amiss. The herd of animals returned, looking somewhat panicked, and they've lost interest in our Alligator Turtle Valley. Look at those four-edged lizards, they didn't even glance at our Alligator Turtle Valley. Shuxi pointed to the west side of Alligator Turtle Valley, where a group of four-edged lizards were running and charging, as if they hadn't seen Alligator Turtle Valley at all. Chief, this may be a good thing. Whatever happens during the beast tide, As long as it doesn't impact our Crocodile Turtle Valley, it doesn't matter. Shakshi nodded, agreeing with the Prophet Geta's view. However, the doubts buried in the hearts of the Prophet Chakravartin and the Prophet Geta were answered a day later. Phew! A cry of an eagle rang out in the sky, carrying the aura of a leader. Sheikh stood on the wooden building, looking up at the sky. A storm vulture came from the north, releasing its oppressive aura as it went, as if it were driving something away. The elders of Crocodile Turtle Valley quickly gathered behind Sheikhs, also looking up at the sky. Don't be nervous, it's the storm vulture, a subordinate of Lord Axe of the Four Domains. Sheikh's voice was calm, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. Chapter 105 The Naki Clan, Awakening Opportunity. Upon seeing the storm vulture, Shaksha immediately understood what had happened. The beast tide was driven north by the leader-level Thunderhawks, while the Four Domain Lord Axe went in the opposite direction, sending storm vultures to drive the beast tide back south. I must say, this is a brilliant idea. However, Shakes felt that something was amiss about this matter. Lord Axe of the Four Domains reacted somewhat slowly to the beast tide. Logically speaking, Lord Axe of the Four Domains should have taken precautions before the beast tide began. Lord Axe of the Four Domains should have acted a few days earlier to drive them away in the opposite direction. Clan leader, it seems that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has made his move. Shaksha did not respond to the Prophet Geta, but instead looked up and stared at the storm vulture. For a brief moment, Shaksha could feel the storm vulture staring at him. However, the storm vultures did not make any aggressive moves, but continued to drive away the beast tide. After a long while, Shuxi turned around and spoke to the battle elder Dels. Durs, lead the hunt for the herd. This is an opportunity to obtain supplies. Don't miss it. Upon hearing this, the troll Del's eyes lit up. After agreeing, he turned around and loudly summoned his battle party, thus beginning a large-scale hunt. Go if you want, but be careful. Shakes glanced at the eager Yeyina and Aya, who were now raising a triangular python and a cave spider queen and wanted to hunt and feed them themselves. Yeyona cheered, cuddled with Shuxi for a while, and then joined the hunting party with Medusa and Aya. In a short while, only the not-so-agile Prophet Gata remained behind Shaksha. Prophet, the beast tide issue has been resolved. It looks like our plan to build the city walls will have to be brought forward. Shakespeare was quite happy. The appearance of the storm vulture caused the beast tide to return ahead of schedule. Furthermore, Alligator Turtle Valley did not suffer a second major blow, and the foundation of the city walls was preserved. Rest assured, Chieftain, we guarantee the construction will be completed before winter arrives. Shuxi looked at his tribesmen roaring as they charged into the horde of beasts, then thought for a moment and pointed to a few corners of the city wall foundation. If time permits, build a few towers in these locations. When the time comes, we can get some large crossbows, which will also pose a certain threat to flying magical beasts. The Prophet Geta nodded and agreed to the matter. In the south, in the Thunder Forest, in Thunder Eagle City. Clang. Damn it, can someone tell me what happened? Why has my Kogel, leader-class Thunderhawk, lost its telepathic connection? Thunderhawk Knight Oots is a leader-level powerhouse and a powerful being who possesses a leader-level flying magical beast. It was thanks to the assistance of the leader-level Thunderhawk that Thunderhawk Knight Oots was able to easily defeat the troll chieftain Griel and even kill 5 troll elders who came to his aid. At this moment, Yutizi was both angry and terrified. In a bad mood, Yutizi smashed the bone glass he was drinking from to pieces. Brother, what happened? A tall, slender girl with a striking, handsome face and a prominent aquiline nose walked into the castle hall after hearing the sound of something being smashed. The girl affectionately linked arms with her brother Yutez, whispering words of comfort and concern. Sister, the telepathic connection between me and Kajira has been severed. I don't know if it flew too far, or... Yutez didn't continue speaking. If the latter scenario were true, his strength would be greatly diminished. Don't worry, brother. Kajira must have flown too far, so she lost her senses. Kajira will be safe as long as she doesn't fly at low altitudes while driving away the beast tide. Moreover, the Lord of the Four Domains adjacent to our territory, Axe, only has 1 storm vulture under her command. But Jier is faster than the storm vulture, so nothing will happen to her. After being comforted by his sister Yuduf, Thunder Eagle Knight, Yutez finally felt a little better. That makes sense. In the sky, apart from that storm vulture, no one can pose a threat to Kogel. Moreover, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez had previously instructed Thunderhawk, Kegel, not to get too close to the north or to the Four Domains Lord Axe. Little sister, how's the progress on your end? Sigh. That Thunderhawk is very stubborn and still refuses to sign a contract with me. Thunderhawk Knight Oots and his sister Utf are a very rare race. They belong to a rare race called the Nachi. The Nachi are born with the ability to communicate with Thunderhawks and have a high chance of signing a contract with a Thunderhawk to become powerful Sky Knights. Be patient. You need to show it your goodwill and intentionally demonstrate your strength and potential. When communicating with Liang, you must open your heart and treat it like family or a partner. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez patiently recounted his experiences to his sister. Only then could his anxious heart be slightly relieved. In the Black Wasteland Forest, the beast tide has completely flowed back to the south. Shakes seized the opportunity, allowing his people to obtain a large number of prey during this wave of beasts. For the group, they obtained enough food. For Shakes, he obtained enough mid to high level magic cores. The distinction between magic cores is simple. Level 1 and Level 2 magic cores are low-level magic cores. Level 3 and Level 4 are mid-level magic cores, and Level 5 and above are considered high-level magic cores. Of course, those at Level 7 and above are already rare. During this beast tide, the Black Wasteland tribe united as one. Although they lost a small number of Bloodline warriors, the tribe is about to welcome a new batch of Bloodline warriors. Chieftain, the offerings and blood for the demon pool are plentiful. The blood has completely filled the demon pool. The one who came to the chieftain's tent to report the matter was the battle elder Dels. Originally, Elder Genkai was in charge of the offerings for the demon pool, but since he obtained a level 7 magic core and entered a state of cultivation, the matter was handed over to Dels. Very good. Compile a list of trolls that have met the awakening requirements. We will begin the awakening ceremony tomorrow. By the way, this time it doesn't matter whether it's for men or women. We have so many offerings, enough for the tribe to squander. Elder Dels was extremely excited. Enough sacrifices meant that enough troll bloodline warriors would be born. Moreover, this time, the awakening of bloodlines is not limited to men or women. His daughters can also take this opportunity to enter the demon pool to awaken their bloodlines, which is an exciting thing. Of course, the trolls would not show any pity to those of their tribe who could not persevere and leave the demon pool, because those tribesmen were considered useless by the trolls, and they were wasting a lot of the tribe's resources. At most, it's a pity for the resources. Even the Shakshi didn't have any goodwill towards those of their people who couldn't climb out of the demon pool. For trolls, there is no glory without becoming a bloodline warrior. Chief, are the old folks included too? Shakes paused for a moment, then thought for a moment, and said, include them all. Anyone who meets the awakening requirements, whether they are elderly or women, should be given a chance. Hey, okay. To be honest, Elder Deers was deeply moved when he heard Shuxi's words. Shakes also felt a little sad, because these things were caused by the scarcity of resources in the past. It should be noted that in the past, the opportunity for awakening, whether for the Mayan troll or the Achuo troll, was reserved for those young, strong trolls with great potential. As for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, the tribe would not abandon them, but would only provide them with a meager living. The reason why Shuxi dared to relax the awakening conditions this time was because the beast tide had hunted a large number of magical beasts, which gave him the confidence to do so. Chapter 106 Nephew Luo Lu, I succeeded. 3 days later, Shuxi led a group of trolls to stand outside the demon cave, anxiously waiting. At this moment, Shakshi finally understood his elder brother Grell's state of mind back then. Waiting is always hard, especially when you're concerned about your loved ones. This time, the number of trolls who entered the demon cave to awaken was nearly 500. Of course, there are fewer than 200 truly young trolls. And Shuxi's nephew, Lolo, was among these 200 trolls. Lolo was the eldest son of his elder brother Grell and the nephew of Shuxi. Last year, it was Gerald who welcomed Shuxi. This time, it's Shuxi's turn to welcome Lolo. In fact, Luo Lu was not much younger than Shikisi, only one generation younger in terms of seniority. Luo Lu, you must live up to your elder brother's reputation. Shakes prayed silently, praying that Luo Lu would successfully escape the demon cave. If Luo Lu can become a bloodline warrior, at least Shakes can train him. In this way, Shakshi could give his elder brother Grell a psychological explanation and also find some comfort in himself. Chieftain, this waiting is truly agonizing. However, I feel gratified whenever I see a member of my tribe crawling out of the demon cave. Battle Elder Dels was once the chieftain of the Athos troll race, and he was all too familiar with this kind of waiting. This time, many of Dels's juniors entered the demon cave, and he was very nervous and anxious. This time the offerings are sufficient. I believe there will be more bloodline warriors than ever before. Dels nodded. He thought so too. If only the demon pool could evolve again. Then most of our people would be able to awaken successfully, and the awakening process would be less painful. Del sighed and voiced a question that Shuxi was also pondering. However, Shaksha knew very well that there were probably no other troll tribes in the surrounding territory. The magic pool inside the magic cave can't evolve anytime soon. Just as Shuxi and Dels were feeling down, the surrounding tribesmen suddenly shouted excitedly. Shakes and Dels looked up and saw that some of their people had crawled out of the demon cave, which drew screams and cheers from their waiting relatives. Shuxi's eyes brightened, shining with anticipation. Time passed second by second, and half an hour later, Shake's lips curled into a smile as he saw a familiar figure. Luo Lu, over here. Shake stepped forward, put his arm around Luo Lu's shoulder, and patted him hard. Uncle, well done, Luo Lu. You didn't disgrace your father. A smile played on Luo Lu's face. He was a little shy, excited and happy, but also a little embarrassed. Let's go back to Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll personally select a pelt for you, and set up your own tent. Shakes put his arm around Luo Lu's shoulder, nodded to Dels, and then walked down the mountain. Next, Shake spent half a day helping Luo Lu set up the tent before going to Elder Black Flame's tent. Shuxi was unlucky. The leader-level Thunderhawk didn't drop an ash chest for him. Fortunately, the tip of Thunder Eagle's hook-shaped beak was removed by Shakes and sent to Elder Black Flame. Chief, you've arrived. Elder Black Flame, the best blacksmith in the troll tribe, handed the already polished scimitar to Shaksha and said proudly, Chieftain, look at my craftsmanship. This is Black Flame's proudest work of art. Shakes took the small curved knife, casually brandished it, and found it to be excellent in his hand. It's clear that Elder Black Flame's skills have improved again. Elder Black Flame, the troll, smiled broadly. He had been the one who processed the beak and claws of the leader-level Thunderhawk. After this period of honing his skills, he had indeed improved a lot. Just as Shakes decided not to linger in Elder Black Flame's tent, a leader-level pressure suddenly erupted from Crocodile Turtle Valley, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Shake's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped out of the tent, looking towards the Grand Elder's tent. Hurrah! Chieftain, I did it! The Grand Elder lifted the tent flap and stepped out with boundless pride, his body crackling with electricity. Shake saw it clearly and guessed that the Grand Elder must have awakened lightning-type abilities as he advanced in rank. Chieftain, I succeeded. Elder Genkai approached Shakes and bowed respectfully, his excitement mingling with his deference. Shake smiled, knowing full well the meaning behind Elder Genkai's gesture. Although Elder Genkai is very straightforward and inflexible, he is not stupid. He was establishing the authority of the Shuxi and enhancing the Shuxi's status. Elder Genkai demonstrated through his actions that even though they had advanced to the leader level, they still had to treat Chief Shakes with utmost respect. Shuxi chuckled and pulled Elder Genkai along, talking as they walked. A few days ago, I had Yina brew a batch of rye wine, just waiting to celebrate with the Grand Elder. Elder Genkai laughed heartily. His laughter was very unrestrained, and he let Shakes pull him along. Upon entering the chieftain's tent, Shuxi pondered for a moment. Elder Genkai's successful advancement was a major event and a cause for celebration for the tribe. Pass down the order. The tribe shall light bonfires, fill them with wine and meat, and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Teminer, go and invite all the members of the Council of Elders here. Tell them that the Grand Elder has successfully advanced, and I'd like to invite everyone to enjoy some rye wine. The Guardian Troll Terminer responded with a yes, sir, and ran off to deliver the message. For the next half hour, all the elders were present except for Elder Bull Earthshaker, who had led the hunting party. All the hero-level elders looked at Elder Steel Kai, who was sitting to the left of Shuxi, with pride and fervor in their eyes. In particular, the 3 chief elders, Gata the Prophet, Dels, and Yelena, looked at Elder Genkai as if they were looking at their future selves. The most excited and thrilled of all was the Prophet Gata, for he was the most likely to advance to the leader level. At this moment, the Prophet Gata deeply believed that the pie in the sky that Shakshi had painted was no longer just a pie in the sky, but a real dream that could be realized. After the beast tide, Elder Genkai's promotion to the leader level was like auspicious omens descending from heaven after a bumper harvest, informing all the Black Wasteland tribe members that next year would definitely be another bumper harvest. 3 days after the Black Wasteland tribe celebrated, the Demon Cave in the back mountain also came to its closing day. 500 trolls entered the Demon Cave to awaken, and 302 eventually emerged. Nearly 40% of the clansmen did not leave the Demon Cave and were absorbed by the Demon Pool, becoming nourishment. When sealing the Demon Pool, Shuxi had no other thoughts in his mind. They can't escape the Demon Pool, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. They chose this path themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. I hope that more members of our tribe will successfully awaken at next year's awakening ceremony. Days passed by, spring came and autumn went, and the sun and moon revolved. The city walls outside Crocodile Turtle Valley are also rising at a visible rate, gradually approaching the target of 20 meters. Since the beast tide, the Black Wasteland Forest has enjoyed peace, and the Black Wasteland tribe has entered a stage of rapid development in its overall strength. Everything is progressing. Chapter 107 Blind Confidence, for the sake of the clan. It wasn't just the Black Wasteland tribe that made progress, but also the Shuxi. With the various low-level potions and a small number of mid-level potions collected by the Devouring clan in the Black Wasteland Forest, Shuxi's attributes also increased significantly. Of course, this also includes several intermediate-level potions that Shaksha traded from the elf Lyena. Name: Shakshi Mayan, Leader Template. Race: Troll. Title: Seed of Ashes. Title description: a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength: 1725/5000 plus 3650 can be increased. Agility: 1480/5000 plus 204 can be improved. Intelligence: 1525/5000 plus 200 can be improved. Constitution: 2225/5000 plus 200 can be improved. Resistance: 20% against all negative status effects. Skills: omitted. Taking the potion significantly boosted Zakes's attributes, increasing each attribute by over 200, but it was still far from his peak value. Inside the tent, Shuxi stared at his attribute data, somewhat belatedly realizing what was happening. The templates before the leader level allow for rapid advancement. However, after advancing to the boss level, the rate of improvement, while not exactly snail's pace, is still far too slow for a Shakshi who craves power. Slow speed means there will be a process. The other ash seeds are probably similar to me, or even worse. Judging from the goods displayed on the ash platform, boss-level ash seeds are definitely rare. So, most people are stuck at the hero-level template? Could it be that those powerful individuals all start to differentiate themselves at the leader level? I once exchanged blows with Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Just how much of her strength did she use back then? I'm afraid the Lord-level beings are far more powerful than I imagined. As his strength increased, Shaxu no longer became blindly confident. The tenfold attribute boost from activating the Troll's Blood skill, in Shuxi's opinion, might just be an increase in quantity, without any change in quality. It seems that we should avoid dealing with Lord-level powerhouses. Sometimes, simply surviving is the key to victory. Shakis ended his contemplation, pushed away the two jade arms hanging on him, put on his cloak, and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, the guardian trolls on duty today are Defike and Ermi. At this moment, a giant wolf the size of a buffalo was crouching beside Defike and Ermi. The wolf cubs, once so young, have been fed for more than half a year and are now old enough to be taken out and frighten people. Good dog, good dog. Shuxi fed each of the two giant wolves a pet pill, and while stroking the wolves' heads, he spoke to Defek and Ermi. Has the hunting party returned? Defek bowed and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the clan leader, Elder Dels and Elder Bull Earthshaker returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley early this morning. Shakes nodded, said nothing more, and went to inspect the city wall. Upon reaching the city wall, Shakshi saw the Prophet Gatai, who was directing his people in building the tower. Prophet, how is it? Chief, you've arrived. After bowing his head in homage, the Prophet Gata pointed to the tower ahead and spoke. Chief, there are still 4 towers left to be completed. In 7 days at most, our city wall will be finished. The Prophet Gata was somewhat excited, for these walls and towers before him had all been completed under his supervision. As the city walls grew taller little by little, the Prophet Gata was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Good, very good. Thank you for your hard work, Prophet. Shakes was also delighted, as the construction of the city walls meant that Crocodile Turtle Valley would truly become Black Wasteland Town. The establishment of Black Wasteland Town signifies that the Black Wasteland tribe has begun its journey towards civilization and will give rise to an even more advanced civilization. This is the first and most crucial step that Shakes is taking in its pursuit of development. With this city wall as their support, the Black Wasteland tribe will face significantly less pressure, whether facing dark creatures or beast tides. The Prophet Gata accompanied Shaksha to inspect the city walls. Before leaving, Shaksha spoke to the Prophet Gata. Prophet, the Council of Elders is having a meeting at noon. Don't be late. The prophet Gata nodded, indicating that he understood. Shuxi walked down the city wall and looked at the younger generation of trolls, buffalo, and obsidian warriors who were fighting each other in the square. A smile appeared on his face. Back in their tent, Yuna and Aya had already prepared a sumptuous meal for Shakes. Dear Xerxes, come quick. Your little spider has gone into hibernation. Shuxi walked into the tent compartment, looked at the cave spider queen, which was already the size of a watermelon, in the wooden box, and said with great joy, "Looks good, it's about to advance." The previous crypt spider queen was so powerful that even a child could kill her, let alone a Warcraft player. In other words, the newly hatched cave spider queen doesn't even have the strength of a normal template. After such a long period of feeding, Shuxi, the cave spider queen, is about to advance into a normal template monster. If we don't evolve, it will be unacceptable. Shuxi closed the wooden box to keep the cave spider queen warm. Then, Shuxi gave Yuna a piece of advice. Prepare some food. You'll be attending the elders' meeting later. Okay. At noon, Shuxi filled the tent with food. After all the elders had arrived, Shuxi gestured for everyone to be quiet. The atmosphere fell silent. Shuxi remained silent, as did the elders. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew in from the curtain that Shakes spoke. Can you feel it? The cold wind has arrived, and winter is coming. The atmosphere inside the tent remained quiet, but fear and panic flashed in the eyes of the elders from various tribes attending the meeting. However, the fear in everyone's eyes gradually dissipated when they saw Shuxi sitting in the main seat, and Elder Genkai, the Elder of Revelation, and Elder Gata, the two elders on either side of Shuxi. This year's Dark Tide saw 2 leader-level powerhouses and 1 near-leader-level powerhouse join forces to protect the tribe, which reassured everyone considerably. The magical beasts of the Black Wasteland have migrated south. If we want to hunt enough magical beasts these days, we'll have to go back and forth through the dense forests several times. The speaker was Elder Dells, who, along with Bull Earthshaker, had always been the main leaders of the hunting party. They knew the situation in the Black Wasteland forest better than anyone else. We have enough food. You can put the hunting aside for now. Shuxi glanced around at everyone and spoke in a dignified voice. Next, we need to make some preparations for the Dark Tide, and also make some arrangements for the invasion of all races next year. Shakes reached out and drank the beast blood wine in front of him in one gulp. The fiery, fishy taste made him feel much more energetic. Medicinal oil, crossbow bolts, throwing spears, spikes, leather armor, all kinds of weapons. From now on, we should stock up on more, just in case. And there's firewood. Under the polar night, I need to keep our Black Wasteland town brightly lit to ensure our people stay warm. Starting this year, I will ensure that our people never feel the cold again, never feel the darkness again. Everyone, can you lend me a hand? Shuxi stated his demands and desires in a firm and forceful voice, then opened his eyes wide and met the gaze of his subordinates. For the sake of our people, for the clan leader, for the Black Wasteland tribe, we swear to defend our homeland to the death. We are willing to make any sacrifice. The elders' passion was instantly ignited by the saxophone, and they began to boil violently. Chapter 108 The First Batch of Monsters. Information forgotten. That morning, Shakes woke up from the lingering fragrance of creamy perfume and felt a slight chill in the air. Shakes put on his cloak, lifted the curtain, and the world outside had changed. The cold wind is like a knife, the snowflakes are like feathers, and winter has arrived. Outside the tent, the guard trolls Terminal and Longmu were directing some trolls to clear snow from the surrounding area. Chieftain, you're awake. Shakes nodded, glanced at the people of Crocodile Turtle Valley, and then walked out of the valley. Since the city walls were built, Black Wasteland Town, under the command of the Succubus clan, has constructed several large stone palaces within the city walls. These large buildings not only provided shelter for the tribespeople, but also served as temporary granaries and armories. At this time, Black Wasteland Town was still quite lively. Under the light of the campfire, the tribesmen were orderly clearing the snow. The clan leader has arrived. Good morning, clan leader. Shuxi nodded in response to the greetings from his tribesmen. Only after reaching the city wall did Shuxi, seeing the excited Elder Genkai, smile and ask a question. Elder, you seem so happy. Did you perhaps gain something last night? When Elder Genkai saw Shakes come to replace him, he patted the snow off his body and bowed slightly in greeting. Hurrah! Chieftain, you've arrived. I didn't get the dark creature, but I made a bet with Dells and won a piece of high-quality animal hide from him. Dells shook his head and smiled wryly, without saying what he and Elder Genkai were betting on. Shakes didn't ask, and just smiled and said, Leave this to me. You all go and rest. Elder Genkai and Dels nodded, then carried their weapons and walked down the city wall. A few minutes later, the Prophet Geta climbed the city wall and took his turn for duty. Prophet, you stay at the city walls. I'll go and take a look around. Yes, chieftain. The Prophet Geta was far too large to patrol around, so Shaksha had to go and check it out himself. As Shuxi walked along, he first went to the tower next to him to take a look. Seeing that all kinds of crossbows and spears were piled up to the brim, he walked out of the tower with satisfaction. Upon reaching the eastern mountain ridge, Shuxi gazed at the underground canyon below, his expression somber. Shakes had a lingering worry in his mind, a nest of blind spiders that had vanished without a trace here last year. Be on high alert, and watch out for attacks from dark creatures like blind spiders. Yes, chieftain. The area is guarded by a mixed force of succubi and trolls, all of whom possess night vision, making them the best candidates to protect this region. Chief, the prophet sent me to inform you that there is trouble at the south gate. The one who came to deliver the message was the troll warrior Rand, a good friend of Shuxi. Shakes didn't say anything more and led his men to the south gate at top speed. The south gate is the section of the city wall facing south, which is the most spacious area. Over there, Shuxi had his people drop a large amount of bait. Soon, Shakes returned to the south gate. Prophet, what's going on? The prophet Gata did not speak, but pointed into the distance, where a group of dark demons were devouring bait in a trap set by their people. Chieftain, these are the first batch of dark creatures to appear this year. There aren't many yet. Should we wait a little longer? Shakes checked the number of the dark creatures. There were only about 30 of them. No need to wait. Kill them, take the dark source crystal, and then retreat, using them as part of the bait. The prophet Geta nodded, picked up the huge stone hammer, and tried to walk away. Shaksha pulled the prophet Geta back and said in a deep voice, Prophet, give those new recruits some training. You just need to oversee things. I understand, chieftain. The prophet Geta was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized that Shuxi was preparing to hone the tribe's newly promoted bloodline warriors. Although the dark tide is coming, everyone knows that this year's dark tide will pass by easily. We are now honing our bloodline warriors in preparation for an invasion by all races. After all, the intelligent races to the south are not dark creatures. They are more cunning and know better how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Next, the Shuxi, a type of military officer, took up positions on the city walls to prevent any accidents. The prophet Gata led the hunt for that small group of dark demons. The battle began quickly and ended just as quickly. After all, it was a large group of bloodline warriors besieging more than 30 dark demons. There were far more wolves than meat. Half an hour later, the prophet Gata, holding several pieces of dark source crystals, climbed the city wall and handed them to Shuxi. According to the rules, 20% of the spoils from each battle are handed over to the warehouse, and the rest are distributed according to merit. Dark source crystals can only be hunted once a year. They're extremely rare. Shuxi toyed with the dark source crystal in his hand, sighing deeply. This thing is indeed precious. Not only in the Black Wasteland Forest, but in other regions as well, dark source crystals are very rare. Upon hearing this, Shuxi asked a follow-up question without any hesitation. Oh, Prophet, do other races also know that hunting dark creatures will drop dark source crystals? As soon as he said those words, Shakis regretted it, feeling like he had been brain dead. Such a question is simply thoughtless. The information about Shuxi itself was given to Aya, the snake woman. The snake people know this, and other races know it too. Is that so strange? However, the experienced prophet Geta still answered some unknown questions for Shaksha. Chieftain, as far as I know, almost all races with leaders are aware of this news. A leader-level being can easily hunt down dark creatures. Such races are generally quite powerful and have a strong foundation. Even we Obsidian people know that every year when the dark tide comes, we organize our people to hunt down dark creatures. When the prophet Geta spoke these words, he seemed to be recalling some unforgettable memory. The prophet Geta composed himself, looked into the darkness in the distance, and continued speaking. Of course, for safety reasons, we only hunt a small number of dark creatures. When we encounter high-level or large groups of dark creatures, we hide in our shelter and pray that we won't be discovered. Similar to us are those mountain giants to the east. When the prophet Geta spoke of this, Shikshita had a question in his mind. Prophet, why didn't our troll race know about this before? The prophet Geta withdrew his gaze and met the eyes of Shaksha. Chieftain, your ancestors must have known. However, over the past few hundred years, with the transmission of information from generation to generation, people have become more and more afraid of dark creatures, and many races have forgotten about them. Those races that have not forgotten are either barely surviving or their populations have declined, and they dare not hunt dark creatures indiscriminately. Moreover, no other race would be willing to bring up such a method that can increase strength. Because this is related to interracial conflict and competition for hunting grounds. Then, Shuxi suddenly realized what was going on. Before Shuxi awakened, the strongest race in the Black Wasteland Forest was neither the trolls nor the succubi, but the obsidian golems. The main reason why the obsidian golems did not unify the Black Wasteland Forest was that they were accumulating resources and waiting for the birth of a leader-level powerhouse within their clan. The prophet Gata before Shaksha should be the hope of this generation of obsidian. Chapter 109. Do you understand? Business is business. Before a leader-level powerhouse emerges within their race, the obsidian golems would never wish for other races in the Black Wasteland to rise. This is one of the reasons why the obsidian golems ignored the Black Wasteland Forest, and it was also the main reason why the obsidian golem chief, Heiyuzai, treated the snake people with indifference. Shaksha looked at the prophet Gata with a strange smile on his face. The rise of my elder brother and me was something the prophet did not foresee, was it? Yes, chieftain. There's nothing for the prophet Gata to hide. Back then, his obsidian golem clan had their own agenda, and the power struggles within the Black Wasteland were a result of their laissez-faire approach. Although I have never witnessed Chief Gerald's power, I have no doubt about your strength. The prophet Gata offered a small compliment, which Shaksha simply laughed off. In the past few hundred years, has the prophet ever heard of a leader-level expert breaking through to the lord level? Shikushi gazed into the distance into the darkness. Although he asked the question casually, a deep seriousness shone through his eyes. No, I've never heard of it. The lords in the surrounding area have remained unchanged. In that instant, Shuxi's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp, even somewhat captivating. As expected, the vast majority of powerful individuals are stuck at the leader level. As his suspicions were indirectly confirmed, Shuxi's aura fluctuated slightly, but it quickly subsided. The prophet Gata sensed the fluctuations in Shaksha's aura and quickly inquired about it. Chieftain, is something wrong? Sheikh smiled, shook his head, and looked somewhat disheartened. It's all right. A flying-type dark creature just appeared over Crocodile Turtle Valley and has already flown far away. While the prophet Gata breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a pang of regret. If a leader-level dark creature were to attack, the prophet Gata felt that his opportunity to advance was just around the corner. Prophet, do not worry. What is meant to come will come. Shuxi offered a word of comfort to the prophet Gata, then put the dark source crystal into the cuckoo's stomach pouch, his expression calm and unmoved. By evening, when Elder Genkai and Dels came to take over, Shuxi still hadn't seen the second wave of dark creatures. Elder, be cautious and give those newcomers some experience. If anything happens, just call out, and I'll come right away. Elder Genkai nodded. He was somewhat unwilling because he hadn't received any extra money last night since the dark creatures hadn't appeared. He became excited upon hearing that dark creatures had appeared. Don't worry. Chieftain, I'll let you know if anything happens. Shakes nodded and led his tribesmen away from the city wall. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's tent. With the help of Hyena and Aya, Shakes was full and satisfied. It is said that when people are well-fed and warm, they think of lustful thoughts. As Shakes looked at Hyena and Aya, the atmosphere between them was gradually building up. After the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Shuxi held the two sleeping women in his arms and focused his mind on the ash platform. As usual, Shuxi initiated the transaction, paying the elf Hyena a batch of magic cores in return for pet pills and intermediate-grade magic potions. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi tentatively asked the elf Lina a question. Do you know about the Dark Tide? In the past, Shakespeare would never have asked such a question so rashly. This could easily expose one's location, potentially bringing unnecessary and unknown dangers to the scythe. However, after getting to know the elf Hyena, Shaksha learned some of Hyena's temperament. Knowing that the other party is just a miserable, low-class elf, lacking both resources and connections. If it weren't for getting involved with Shuxi, the elf Hyena would have remained stuck in the elite template for a long time. Of course, it's possible that the elf Hyena is a skilled actress. However, in order to uncover more information, Shakis couldn't resist probing. Dark Tide? What's that? I've never heard of it. Shuxi frowned and pondered as he looked at the message from the elf Hyena. Nature's forest, fairy treehouse. The lowly wood elf, Hyena, was also deep in thought as she looked at the message sent by Shuxi. Dark Tide, just from the name, it sounds terrifying. Luo Shanhai, you can't just die like this. This elf is still counting on you, my scapegoat. By the god of elves, R'hllari, please bless this great scourge Luo Shanhai, and grant him the blessing to live until I, the elf, become powerful enough to die. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shuxi has finished thinking and has come to two conclusions. First, if the wood elf Laina wasn't lying, then the two of them shouldn't be on the same continent. To put it simply, they're not on the same map. Secondly, if the wood elf Laina is lying, then she must be trying to hide something. As for what they're hiding, that remains unknown. Furthermore, it will also spark many speculations among the authorities. Shuxi put his mind at ease and didn't reply to the wood elf Laina, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. Next, Shuxi paid attention to the grain merchant Scarecrow. This guy was very aloof and hadn't replied to Shuxi's message for a long time. This guy, did he just ignore my message as spam? Shakes was somewhat disheartened. For the Black Wilderness tribe to develop, food was an inescapable obstacle. Currently, the Black Wasteland tribe's food sources, besides monster meat, are some wild mushrooms. The Black Wasteland forest does have fruits and similar things, but in very small quantities. As for food, needless to say, the Black Wasteland forest has so little sunlight throughout the year that it's impossible to grow any crops. Shakes had long harbored the idea of leading his people to reclaim wasteland and cultivate the land. However, this path was rejected by Shakespeare long ago. Because of insufficient sunlight and unfavorable natural environment, farming is a dead end. In other words, the Black Wasteland tribe cannot pursue the path of production. If they wanted to develop, they could only choose the path of plunder. This is also the path that Shakes has planned for himself and the Black Wasteland tribe. What Shakes wants to do is to make himself and his people stronger and stronger, and then launch invasions, burning, killing, and looting, and developing a predatory civilization. There's a saying that goes, if you're strong enough, what belongs to others will become yours. The grain merchant, Scarecrow, was someone Shaksha wanted to establish a stable grain purchasing channel with, just like the elf Laina. Mutual cooperation leads to win-win outcomes. Good things come to those who wait, so please be patient. Shikesa comforted himself, cheered himself up, and sent another message to the grain merchant, Scarecrow. Buy 100 tons of food using magic cores. Shakes didn't believe that the grain merchant Scarecrow would be tempted by such information. Finally, Shuxi focused his attention on information about the unscrupulous merchant, the wandering spirit Dodi. Luo Shanhai, my friend, you're not dead, are you? This time, the message from the wandering soul Dodd didn't discuss a deal. Instead, it was a message of concern for Shuxi. Dode the ghost, my old friend, I'm not going to kick the bucket. I'm currently buried in manual labor, building up my savings. Well, although Shuxi labeled the wandering soul Dod as a black-hearted merchant, he also learned a lot from him. Moreover, every transaction between Shuxi and the wandering soul Dodi was a mutually agreeable one. To be honest, Dada was a benefactor of the Shakshini. However, in business, whether it's acting or genuine friendship, Shakespeare has to use some tactics and bargain for his own benefit. Chapter 110 Ambitious, Don't Dawdle. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul Didi suddenly received a reply from Shaksha and stood frozen on the throne for several seconds. Ha! The wandering spirit Dodd suddenly burst into laughter. He saw in the shackles the shadow of his own struggles hundreds of years ago. You're only replying to my message now? Looks like there's something to talk about. A flash of red light appeared in the deep pupils of the wandering spirit Dodi, and he replied to Shuxi. Tell me, what do you want? Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. When Shakes saw the reply, he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Do you have any top-quality standard weapons and armor? Shakes originally intended to return the requested quantity of 2,000 sets, but after thinking about it, he canceled the idea. A moment later, the wandering spirit Dodd replied to the message without saying anything, but simply provided information on a set of armor and weapons. Shakes first opened the weapons information, and he frowned as he read it. The standard weapon provided by the wandering soul Dod is of very good quality. It's a silver-tier weapon. However, the special effects and skills of these weapons all require necromantic or soul power to activate. Without a second thought, Shuxi rejected these standard weapons outright. However, the armor that followed caught Shuxi's eye. Black bone armor. Type, armor. Quality, bronze. Additional special effects, conjoined bones. Skill description. When wearing the black bone armor, it can connect with the user's own skeleton to form an adaptive set of armor. Armor rating. This is already the best bronze armor. What more could you want? Regardless of the defensive strength of bone armor, bronze-level equipment is definitely much better than leather armor. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the black bone armor is its adaptability. The Shuxi's army is a mixed force of warriors from different races, each with a different height and build. The black bone armor's additional effects completely ignore this point. In short, Shuxi was very fond of the black bone armor. Old friend, are you trying to fool me with these weapons? Also, are these armors of yours reliable? You haven't even explained their defensive capabilities. My subordinates are not necromancers. They don't have your abilities and cannot control necromancy. Shuxi didn't hold back either, starting to nitpick and ridicule the equipment of the Wandering Soul DoD. Of course, Shuxi also had some ulterior motives, subtly probing the truth of whether the Wandering Soul DoD was a necromancer. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The Wandering Spirit DoD was fully aware of Shaksha's ulterior motives, because he had done the same thing long ago. Luo Shanhai, my old friend, just tell me directly, do you like it or not, and how many you need? Also, I only want magic cores and rare ores. The Wandering Spirit Dodd, seated on his throne, let out 2 cackles of laughter before sending back the message. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Dodd's reply struck a chord with Shuxi, leaving him unable to even come up with a lie to deny it. This guy has an amazing eye for talent. Shikessa pondered, realizing that his little scheme had been seen through. There was no need to continue acting. His next step was to state his demand and prepare to negotiate the price. 5,000 sets of black bone armor, traded for magic cores. Shakis's true intention was 2,000 sets, but he ended up saying 5,000 sets. If the price of black bone armor is too high, Shuxi will use this as a reason to reduce the quantity purchased. Of course, if the price is right and there is enough stock of Soul DoD, then Nozhax will not lose out either, as it is equivalent to stockpiling war supplies. At the same time, through this incident, Shuxi can also further probe the depths of the Wandering Soul DoD. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Ghost DoD was somewhat surprised to see the quantity of the purchase request for the Kexos. This caused the Wandering Soul Dodd to fall into deep thought, and his ideas multiplied. Is Luo Shanhai serious? 5,000 sets of black bone armor, that's enough to equip a medium-sized army. Or is this guy scheming and planning his way to becoming a lord? This idea was quickly rejected by the Wandering Soul Dodd. Or perhaps he came from a powerful family and has begun to wield power? No, judging from the bone armor he bought and the items he sold before, he definitely doesn't come from any powerful force. Moreover, this guy seems to have a lot of magic cores, more like a pioneering group, and he doesn't seem to have any powerful backing. The Wandering Soul Dodd was very confident. He had great faith in his own guesses. This is interesting. It seems another ambitious kid is about to rise to prominence. The map this guy is on looks like it's worth exploring. Also, 5,000 sets of black bone armor. Can this guy really handle that? Is this guy testing me? Giggle giggle. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting friend. The white bone at the jaw of the Wandering Spirit Dodd began to tremble and make a creaking sound that echoed in the empty hall, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. However, there was a hint of joy in that voice. Sure, 5,000 sets of black bone armor and 10,000 level 4 magic cores. The Wandering Soul DoD replied to Shuxi and specified the price. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shake's spirits, which had been low, instantly soared. It wasn't because he was shocked by the fact that 5,000 sets of black bone armor required 10,000 level 4 magic cores. What shocked Shuxi was the sheer power behind the Wandering Soul DoD, who could casually produce 5,000 sets of black bone armor to sell. Shuxi was speechless with emotion at that moment. To put it bluntly, the strength of the Wandering Soul DoD is definitely above that of the Four-Domain Lord Axe. Because of his in-depth conversation with the Prophet Geta, Shaksha had some understanding of the power of the Four-Domain Lord Axe. Excluding the forces in the Black Wasteland Forest, the Desert Continent, and the Poison Dragon Swamp, the forces in the Abyss, which is under the jurisdiction of the Four-Domain Lord Axe, are only twice as many as the total forces in these 3 regions. Nevertheless, the Four Domains Lord Axe would absolutely not be able to produce 5,000 sets of equipment similar to the black bone armor to arm his subordinates. The forces of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, consist mostly of bloodline warriors who fight naked. Therefore, Shikushi's feelings at this moment were more complicated than ever before. It took Shikushi half an hour to calm down and reply to the message. 10,000 level 4 magic cores are too expensive, 2,000. Dodd's reply was quick and commercial. My friend, considering our special relationship, I'll sell you 8,000. Shakes frowned. He could continue to play along with this kind of haggling. However, Shakespeare disliked this kind of haggling. He personally felt that it was neither manly nor straightforward. Therefore, Shuxi gave the Wandering Soul a straightforward reply. One price, 5,000 level 4 magic cores. If you're a man, don't hesitate. Chapter 111 The Troll King is not a man. Ha! Upon seeing Shuxi's reply, the wandering soul Dodd suddenly burst into laughter. The wandering spirit Dodd reached out and looked at his bony fingers adorned with various magical rings, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Men, well, I'm no longer one, but I don't know if you are. Perhaps you aren't either. With so many races in this world, it's impossible that you would happen to awaken your powers as a human. The price quoted by the saxophone amused the wandering soul Dodd. If Shuxi keeps haggling with him, Dod the ghost will definitely deal with him in the same way. From now on, Shaksha's relationship with the wandering soul Dod will be at most that of a buyer and seller, not even a cooperation. Alright, one price, 5,000 level 4 magic cores. By the way, I'm definitely not a man. I am the male skeleton. I am the king of skeletons. This is the reply from the wandering soul Dodd. While agreeing on the price, he also introduced himself and assertively stated his status and position. When Shuxi saw the reply, he was neither shocked nor afraid, nor did he feel any reverence. Shaksha was a smart man. The reply from the wandering spirit Dod was sending him a signal that he was willing to be friends with Shaksha, even if the relationship was just ordinary. Shuxi took a deep breath, and his heart burned with passion. I am not a man. I am a troll, the future king of trolls. Shaksha also reintroduced himself to the wandering soul Dod. As for the future troll king, that was Shaksha's ambition. At the same time, Shuxi initiated a transaction with the wandering soul Dod, paying 5,000 level 4 magic cores. Don't die too soon, future troll king. This was a message from the wandering spirit Dodd, which sounded both sarcastic and caring. In short, opinions vary from person to person. The Netherworld, the throne of bones. The wandering soul Dod took out a level 4 magic core and, like eating an apple, chewed it up and swallowed it piece by piece. As for whether a skeletal body can accommodate and digest a magic core, and what the situation is like under the armor, no one knows. The future troll king, please don't die. Work hard. You need to at least advance to the Lord level before you can enter our circle. The voice of the wandering spirit Dodd echoed in the empty hall, with only clusters of emerald green will-o'-the-wisps flickering on the walls as if in response. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shuxi did not remove the armor, but temporarily stored it on the ash platform. This is another use of the ash platform that Shakes discovered, temporary storage of items. However, there is a prerequisite. The items must be goods traded on the ash's platform. As long as you don't remove it immediately, you can remove it when needed. If you have a seed of ash who you can trust completely, the ash platform can be considered a huge storage bag. However, a seed of ash with 100% trust is impossible. Because here, Shuxi can't trust anyone but himself. And so, the night passed. The next day, Shuxi woke up Medusa, who was pressing against his chest. Perhaps it's an ingrained habit, but when Medusa Aya sleeps, she always likes to wrap her legs around Xerxes, because she liked to do this even before she evolved. Master, you're awake. Shakes was very domineering. He kissed Aya forcefully for a minute before speaking. Okay, sweetie, get up and get me something to eat and drink. Come with me for your shift later. I'll get some dark source crystals for yourself and for the triangular python. Medusa Aya's beautiful eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. Aya is different from Uyina. Uyina is the demon wife recognized by all her tribesmen. Even if Uyina does nothing, the tribe will still support her. But Aya is different. She is a slave, and if she wants to grow stronger, she has to go out and fight herself. If Aya stays in the tent of the Shuxi, the tribe will not allocate any dark source crystals to her. Of course, unless it's a personal gift from Shuxi to Aya, just like the previous advancement of the triangular python, which was Shuxi's own personal action. Shuxi pried open Yuna's arms that were wrapped around his waist and kissed her forehead. Uyina, keep an eye on our tent. Yes. Uyina went a bit crazy last night and really messed with Shakes. However crazy she was last night, Uyina is just as exhausted right now. Half an hour later, Shuxi, wearing a cloak, led Medusa, who was fully armed, out of the chieftain's tent. Outside the tent, the guardian troll warriors were all present. Terminal, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi were all in place. Before the appearance of dark creatures, the guardian troll warriors of Shaksha took turns on duty. Since the attack by the dark creatures yesterday, they have all stayed by Shuxi's side. Protecting the Shakes is their duty, even if it costs them their lives. This is the mission and the honor of being a guardian warrior for the clan leader. This is also the main reason why Shuxi equipped his 4 guardian troll subordinates with level 6 magical beasts, the frost giant wolf. Shuxi also hoped that the 4 troll warriors, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi would be stronger, as he was currently severely lacking in capable subordinates. At the south gate, when the Sheikh's heir climbed the city wall, even the heavy snowfall couldn't mask the stench of blood in the air. "Chief, you've arrived." The Grand Elder, the Prophet Geta, Dels, the Bull Shatterer, and the Succubus Queen Yelena were all gathered here, making it a slightly lively scene. Judging from this, there must have been some success last night. Shuxi said this to the Grand Elder, who laughed and tossed a leather bag to Shuxi. 3 waves of dark creatures came last night, and we had a good blast. Shuxi weighed the leather bag full of dark source crystals in his hand, glanced at Dels and Nyo Handy, and saw that the 2 elders also had a look of joy in their eyes. It seemed that they had also received a considerable share. "Everyone's exhausted after a long night. Go and rest. It's our turn now." Elder Genkai laughed heartily, called out to Dels and Nyo Handy, and walked down the city wall with his spiked club in hand. Shuxi felt that Elder Genkai was truly generous. Even though he had been promoted to the leader level, his way of getting along with Dels and Bull Earthshaker remained unchanged. Perhaps this is why everyone follows Shikshita's lead in calling Elder Genkai Elder. Even the Prophet Geta was no exception to this. The Grand Elder has a very upright temperament and is a fearless warrior on the battlefield. The Prophet Geta sighed. He was truly envious of the Grand Elder, who had bypassed him and become a leader-level powerhouse first. "Prophet, you seem to think highly of the Grand Elder." The Prophet Geta nodded, without any hesitation, and said calmly, "In the past, although our Obsidian race did not wage war against other races, we knew very well the strongest and bravest warriors of each race. For example, Elder Deacon, Jelena, Her Majesty the Queen's illusions are absolutely deadly weapons on the battlefield. We've always known that." In front of Yelena, the Prophet Geta spoke very frankly. In the past, the Obsidian Golems believed that once a leader-level expert emerged in their tribe, all the warriors of the various races in the Black Wasteland Forest would become their warriors. Therefore, they will certainly find out the details. Shuxi glanced at the fully armed Succubus Queen Yelena, lingering on her waist for a moment. "You are an elder in charge of our tribe. There is no need for you to take the lead and risk your life. I will allocate dark source crystals to you as needed." The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, her mature voice captivating and mesmerizing. Yelena also wants to reach the peak of the hero level as soon as possible and does not want to fall behind the elders. Chapter 112: Terrifying Spiny Insects, Facing a Desperate Situation. Shuxi said no more, for power was Yelena's wish. According to the rules of the Shaksha, the order of obtaining leader-level resources, after the Prophet Geta, has already appeared, and that is Yuena. Yuyena reached the peak of the hero level first, leaving the elders such as Dels, Nyo Handy, Yuliana, Luo Sha, and Ander behind. For the next sequence, Dels and Yelena have the best chance, as they are both about to reach the peak of the hero level. How could Yelena, as the queen of the Succubus race, be willing to lose to her younger sister? "Prophet, you and Yelena stay at the south gate. I'll go check out the other places." "Yes, sir. Please rest assured, clan leader." Shuxi nodded and led Aya and a group of guard trolls on a patrol from west to east. The mountains to the west of Alligator Turtle Valley are relatively safe, with steep slopes below them and a river flowing down the slopes, forming a natural barrier. It's mainly the mountains to the east. Whenever he patrols this area, Shuxi feels uneasy. Just like this time, when Shuxi stood on the stone wall of the eastern mountain ridge again, he would feel palpitations for no reason. "You all wait here for me. I'm going down to investigate." Shakes gave Aya and the others a word, then followed his instincts, drew his spear, leaped over the stone wall, and slid down into the valley below the mountain. Soon, Shuxi arrived at the bottom of the canyon, a place he had explored before, but without any success. This time, looking at the bottomless underground fissure, Shikushi jumped down without much hesitation. As his body descended, all that could be heard was the rustling of the wind. Puff! Half an hour later, Shuxi thrust his spear into the stone wall, stood on the spear, and stared at the still unfathomable crack in the ground, his nerves on edge. This is absolutely incredible. As the Zakisi continued to penetrate deeper, the underground fissures not only did not narrow, but instead became wider and wider, giving the Zakisi the feeling of entering the inner world of the earth. This change brought Shuxi unfamiliarity, the unknown, and a touch of fear. Shakes pondered, looking up at the darkness of the polar night and down at the darkness of the earth below, and decided to take this opportunity to find out. Shuxi pulled out his spear and continued jumping down the stone wall. Half a day later, Shuxi finally reached the bottom of the crevice. The environment here is eerie, with the ground covered in pebbles, and occasionally, you can see the bone fragments of some mysterious monsters. Seeing this environment, Shakes was absolutely certain that this was not a desolate place. Shuxi held the spear upside down, looked it over, and then walked towards the wider part of the crack. As you move forward, the landscape is filled with jagged rocks, as if monsters are lurking in the crevices, creating an extremely bizarre and unsettling scene. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After another half day, Shakes finally sensed that something was wrong. The surrounding environment gave him a chill, which might be a visual illusion. But the squeaking sound just now indicated that Shuxi was indeed being targeted by some kind of monster. Shuxi took a bundle of spears from the cuckoo bird's stomach pouch and slung them over his back. Shuxi stood still, motionless, even his breathing slowed down. Rustling. This time, the sound had changed from squeaking to rustling, and the monsters seemed to be getting closer. Shuxi was focused, listening intently to all directions, his entire body tense, already in battle mode. Suddenly, Shuxi turned around and retreated rapidly, his spear flying out in the process. Ow! Puff! Shuxi's spear struck the target, but the target remained unharmed and continued to pounce. Shuxi retreated again, taking the opportunity to get a clear look at the monster that had attacked him. It was a terrifying spiky worm that resembled a caterpillar, covered in sharp spines about 3 meters long, with a body length of about 20 meters. Its body was very thick, and it had 4 pairs of light green insect eyes of different sizes, which were extremely frightening. With just a glance, Shuxi knew that he absolutely could not get close to the terrifying thorn insect, nor could he let it get close. You can't fight this thing in close combat. Shakes turned and ran, thinking of a solution as he ran. This terrifying thorn beetle is definitely at the leader level, and not just any leader level. One thing that puzzled Shakes was that the aura and pressure of the terrifying thorn insect leader were not released at all, and the aura was concealed very well. Damn it, I was wondering why I felt a chill every time I patrolled the eastern mountains. Turns out there's this huge guy living here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Shuxi's hair stood on end. Without a second thought, Shakes did a somersault and moved to the side. Bang, bang, bang. 3 javelins, sharp as spears, were deeply embedded in the spot where Shuxi had just stood. Judging by their power, Shuxi dared not imagine the consequences if he were hit. Seeing that its spikes had missed their target, the terrifying thorn beetle let out a long howl and continued its attack on the shackles. Shakes dared not delay and had already stood up, continuing to flee deeper into the area, hoping to find a suitable place to fight. Thus, the Kshatriya and the terrifying thorn beetle began their chase. Shuxi activated his void levitation ability, moving in a serpentine pattern, narrowly dodging the terrifying thorn insect's attacks each time. Shuxi felt a bit aggrieved. In the past, he was the one who used his spear to stab others, but this time he was being chased by a worm. What was even more frustrating was that the worm actually tried to kill Shuxi with its spikes. About an hour later, Shuxi stopped, no longer daring to continue his escape, for before him lay a vast, bottomless abyss. With an abyss ahead and terrifying thorny insects behind, Shuxi is in dire straits. In that split second, Shuxi's eyes lit up, and he had already come up with an idea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuxi threw all the spears on his back, but they weren't aimed at the terrifying thorn bugs. Several soft, thudding sounds rang out, and Shuxi leaped with all his might, flying towards the spear stuck in the stone wall. Grabbing the spear, Shuxi swung with all his might, leaping like a monkey towards the next spear. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, the spikes of the terrifying thorn insects swept in like machine guns, carving a row of holes in the stone behind Shuxi. Using the spear stuck in the stone wall, Shuxi swung 6 times before jumping down and landing behind the terrifying thorn insect. The terrifying spiky insects changed direction and pounced on Shuxi once again. A sharp light flashed in Shuxi's eyes, and a blood-red streak appeared on his chest as the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus appeared before Shuxi. This time, after abyssal Tyrannoman emerged, it did not immediately charge out to fight. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and directly condensed the abyssal flame dragon cannon. Boom. A single shot was fired, its light illuminating the entire underground crack. Shuxi squinted and saw clearly that the terrifying thorn insect was hit by the abyssal flame dragon's cannon. However, the terrifying thorn beetle was not killed by the abyssal flame dragon cannon. In that instant, the terrifying thorn insect curled up into a ball and took the hit head-on from the abyss flame dragon cannon. The terrifying thorn beetle had most of its spikes shattered, and although green liquid was flowing from its body, it was not seriously injured. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaxu was on edge and his mind was heavy. Fortunately, when he saw where the terrifying thorn beetle had been sent flying, Shuxi smiled. Chapter 113 has another twist, slaughtering the tyrant. The terrifying thorn worm's enormous body had already been blasted away by the Abyss Flame Dragon cannon and was falling towards the bottomless abyss. Ow! Ow! The terrifying spiky insects in midair roared and stretched out their bodies, trying to grab the nearby rock walls. Unfortunately, it's too far away. The terrifying thorn beetle has fallen into an abyss. Shakshi arrived at the edge of the abyss, gazing at the pitch-black depths with a furrowed brow. Logically, after an object falls, its speed will increase, and a clear sound should be heard when it hits the ground. However, a quarter of an hour had passed, and Shuxi had not heard the slightest sound. Could it really be a bottomless abyss? Or is there something else going on at the bottom of this abyss? Unsure of the reason, Shakes waited cautiously at the edge of the cliff for 2 hours. Nevertheless, Shakes did not receive any results. We have to go back, or our people will start to worry. Shuxi stared at the bottomless abyss for a while, mentally marking this place as a forbidden zone. A moment later, Shuxi took out a bundle of spears and returned along the same route. Going down this underground fissure is easy, but going up is quite difficult. Using the spear on his body, Shuxi leaped up the mountain in short jumps. Even so, it still took most of the day. When Shuxi appeared at the mouth of the canyon, Aya and the 4 guardian trolls were already anxiously waiting. Owner, it's the clan leader. Chief, you're back. The 4 guardian trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shuxi's figure. If Aya hadn't sensed that Shuxi was still alive through the slave contract, the 4 guardian trolls would have wanted to explore the underground fissure. Before this, both Aya and the 4 guardian trolls had explored the bottom of the canyon several times, but they had not seen Shuxi's figure. After climbing out of the underground fissure, the canyon in front of us, though sloping, was much easier to climb. With a few swift movements, Shikessa returned to the stone wall on the mountain ridge in no time. This aura is. As soon as he steadied himself, Shuxi sensed an unfamiliar aura, the aura of a leader. This aura comes from the south gate of Black Wasteland Town. Needless to say, it must be a dark creature. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A large number of dark creatures have attacked the south gate, including a leader-level monster. The Grand Elder sent someone to inform you 2 hours ago. Shakes nodded, took a deep breath, and realized he had exhausted himself climbing up the mountain. Let's go, come with me, and take a look. Black Wasteland Town, South Gate. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta stood together, watching the dark creatures attacking the city with solemn expressions. I have never seen a monster that can command a large number of Dark Night Walkers and launch such an organized attack. The Prophet Geta lived for hundreds of years, and he had never seen anything like it. Based on his past experience, dark creatures were all bloodthirsty and violent beings. This time, however, a leader-level dark creature was hidden among the attacking monsters, and it was quite intelligent. What's going on with the clan leader? Could it be that you've encountered some tricky situation? Elder Genkai was very worried about Shuxi, who had not yet shown up. Moreover, there are no fewer than 5,000 dark creatures attacking the city, and the entire Black Wasteland tribe has been mobilized. Apart from those tribesmen who were truly unable to wield weapons, even some women were driven into the towers of the city walls to shoot monsters with bows. Elder, are you confident about that Dark Slayer? The Prophet Gata stared intently behind the monster, where a 4-meter-tall Dark Slayer stood. The monster's arms were shaped like spiral spearheads, its back was adorned with a pair of wing-shaped giant blades, its feet were like eagle claws, and its tail, which was 7 or 8 meters long and covered in spikes, was swaying rhythmically. This is the leader-level monster among the Dark Night Walkers, the Dark Slayer, also known as the Slaughtering Tyrant. The clan leader has such foresight. This newly built city wall has saved the lives of countless members of our clan. Our bloodline warriors have also avoided many unnecessary sacrifices. While the Prophet Gato was still lamenting, Elder Genkai was already growing impatient. Durs, why hasn't the chieftain arrived yet? Go and see for yourself. Elder Dels, who was overseeing the battle from the side, also felt that something was wrong with the fact that Shuxi had not appeared for a long time, so he turned around and prepared to rush to the eastern mountains. Hurrah! The clan leader is here. Just as Dels turned around, Elder Genkai suddenly burst into laughter, for he had already sensed the presence of Shuxi. Prophet, you stay at the city wall and wait for the chieftain to arrive. I'll go and meet that big guy first. Elder Genkai had only recently been promoted to the leader level. He hadn't dared to take action before because sheikhs hadn't appeared. He had to stay on the city wall to stabilize the situation and give all his people confidence. Now that Shuxi has arrived, the warlike Elder Genkai has been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Bang! Elder Genkai, dragging his spiked club, jumped directly off the 20-meter-high city wall. The impact of his landing was felt even by the elders on the wall. Kill! Elder Genkai raised his ferocious spiked club and charged directly at the slaughter tyrant. Beneath the city wall, Elder Genkai, like a wolf among sheep, smashed the dark creatures to pieces wherever his mace touched. On the other side, sheikhs had already returned to the south gate of the city wall. Chieftain! Chief, you've arrived. Shuxi. While watching his tribesmen shoot down the dark creatures, Shuxi responded to the tribesmen who greeted him. Almost all the elders were present, and even the demon wife, Yuina, was there. Shuxi looked out of the city and saw Elder Genkai fighting among the monsters. He immediately made arrangements. Yelena, you will take command and control the overall situation. Remember, don't let a single monster get onto the city walls. Yelena, take Aya and Timoner and the others to the east city wall to provide support. Durs, Neo Handy, you two go and guard the western city wall. After assigning the tasks, Shuxi turned to the Prophet Geta, nodded, and said earnestly, Prophet, go with him to support the Grand Elder. A three-way attack. We absolutely cannot let this monster escape. This is your chance, and it's also our Black Wasteland tribe's chance. The Prophet Geta nodded vigorously, took the huge stone axe off his back and held it in his hand, his heart burning with excitement. Come with me. Shuxi jumped off the city wall, but before he even landed, he was caught by the abyssal tyrannoman that had revealed itself. Charge! The abyssal tyrannoman roared as it charged forward, its target the distant slaughter tyrant. The arrival of Shaksha and the Prophet Geta directly turned the tide of the battle. The tyrant behind, seeing that the situation was not good, tried to turn around and run away. Chapter 114, both coughed up blood and disappeared completely. Call out. Shuxi threw a spear from a distance, but it was caught by the tail of the slaughter tyrant and sent flying. Damn monster, where do you think you're going? Seeing the monster about to escape, Elder Steel Kai, who was closest to it, roared, his whole body crackling with electricity, and his eyes turning into electric eyes. Sizzle. With a surge of electricity, Elder Steel Kai leaped through the monster horde like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the slaughter tyrant in the blink of an eye. Boom. Elder Gang Kai swung his spiked club and clashed fiercely with the drill-like spearhead of the slaughter tyrant. Elder Genkai was repelled and flew far away. Fortunately, the route the tyrant took to escape was cut off by the Shuxi. The Prophet Geta was quite clever. Following behind the abyssal tyrannoman, he also broke through the monster horde. However, there were too many dark creatures, and the Prophet Geta was surrounded and trapped by them. Shuxi held the spear upside down and jumped off Abyss Grayman, leaving Abyss Grayman to guard him and deliver a fatal blow to the slaughter tyrant at any moment. Faced with the slaughter tyrant, a monster whose entire body was covered in weapons, Shuxi dared not be careless. He immediately activated the troll blood, and the jade bone armor began to extend, enveloping Shuxi. At this moment, Shuxi looked extremely savage and ferocious. After activating the bloodline of the troll, Shaksha's height increased dramatically, reaching nearly 3 meters, making him comparable to Elder Genkai. Kill. With a roar, Shuxi unleashed his killing intent and activated his swift charge, dashing off at breakneck speed. Hiss hiss hiss. After a hissing sound of metal scraping together, the slaughter tyrant charged toward Shuxi. Shuxi saw it clearly. The slaughter tyrant's long tail was swirling in the air. Before its body arrived, the tail's attack came first. Shuxi activated the skill Void Levitation, twisting his body to avoid the whistling cone-shaped tail. Furthermore, Shuxi extended his four-bladed blood spear and slashed fiercely at the tail of the slaughter tyrant. Click! The tyrant's tail was slashed with a deep wound by the four-bladed blood spear, and it looked as if the cone-shaped barbs on its tail might fall off at any moment. Shuxi successfully wounded the slaughter tyrant, but the slaughter tyrant followed up with attacks. The drill bit, sharp and vicious like a gun tip, aimed straight for the heart of the shackles. Shuxi moved again, dodging the drill, and swung his four-bladed blood spear, colliding with the wing-shaped blade slashing down from above. Bang! Shuxi remained motionless, while the slaughter tyrant was thrown more than 10 meters away by the recoil. It was this clash that made Shuxi realize that the power of the slaughtering tyrant was not to be underestimated, and that Elder Steel Kai and his allies could not confront it head-on. Elder, be careful. Don't confront him head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. After seeing the Slaughter Tyrant injured and forced back by Shuxi, Elder Steel Kai thought he had seized an opportunity and rushed forward with his spiked club. Boom. Another clash ensued, and it was Elder Gang Kai who flew far away again. Elder Gang Kai was not only sent flying, but his spiked club also fell to the ground. Prophet, Shuxi reminded him, and Gata the Prophet immediately understood and rushed over to look after Elder Genkai. Meanwhile, Shuxi himself has once again launched an attack on the Tyrant of Slaughter. Taking advantage of the Tyrant's unsteady stance, Shuxi struck successfully, thrusting his spear forward and piercing the Tyrant, creating a large hole in its chest. However, the Tyrant who slaughtered others did not die. The tyrannical beast roared in anger, and its drill, giant blade, and cone-shaped tail attacked Shuxi in unison. Shuxi was too late to retrieve the four-bladed blood spear, so he had to let go of it and send it out, severely injuring the Slaughter Tyrant once again. As Shuxi retreated, a silver-grade spear appeared in his hand, which he swept horizontally with a backhand, attempting to block the cone-shaped tail flying from behind. Bang! A powerful shockwave burst forth, and Shuxi was propelled back towards the Slaughter Tyrant. Behind Shuxi, the silver-grade spear shattered into pieces, and the tail of the Slaughter Tyrant was also severed in the collision. Just as the drill and giant blade of the Tyrant were about to fall before him, Shuxi twisted his body again, and a spear appeared in his hand. Clang! The spear and drill collided, and Shuxi used the momentum to be thrown away, causing the Slaughter Tyrant's attack to miss. At the same time, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast behind it condensed an Abyss Flame Dragon cannon and fired it at the Slaughter Tyrant. Rumble! Even with the jade bone armor protecting them, the Shuxi who were caught in the close-range explosion would not have fared well. The surrounding dark creatures were completely wiped out, with only some dark source crystals falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the distant Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai both coughed up blood, staggered a few steps, and could barely stand. Roar! As the sound waves from the explosion subsided, Shuxi, not seeing the body of the Slaughter Tyrant, unconsciously raised his eyebrows. However, when he saw the Slaughter Tyrant being tightly gripped in the mouth of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus in the distance, Shuxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, Shuxi rushed over and, with a swift motion, sliced off the head of the Tyrant. Only then did the Slaughter Tyrant inside the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's mouth stop struggling. After dissecting the monstrous head of the Slaughter Tyrant and extracting a piece of dark source crystal the size of an apple, Shuxi spoke to the Abyss Tyrannosaurus. It's yours now. With a low growl, the Abyssal Tyrannoman extended its forepaws to assist and began to devour the corpse of the Slaughter Tyrant right next to Shuxi. Can you still fight? Shuxi put away the dark source crystal, retrieved his spear, and then went to see the Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai. As long as it's not one of those huge guys we just saw, it'll be fine. Elder Genkai coughed twice, raised his spiked club, and looked both proud and heroic. Clan Chief, I can continue fighting too. The Prophet Gata's body trembled slightly, and he could barely speak. Clearly, Shuxi's successful slaying of the leader-level dark creature had stirred his heart and emotions. All right, let's take care of these dark creatures first and collect the dark source crystals. We'll talk about the rest later. After leaving those words, Shuxi rushed off. Next, the Shakis joined the battle, leaving corpses strewn everywhere and everything withered in its wake. Before long, the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which had devoured the Slaughter Tyrant, also joined the battle. Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged off from the left and right, and from the west and east, greatly reducing the pressure on the tribesmen on the city wall. After a long while, the more powerful elder-level bloodline warriors also jumped down from the city wall and began to hunt down the dark creatures. Everyone knows that without the threat of leader-level dark creatures, these monsters are resources for improving strength, and they absolutely cannot be missed. Moments later, the Succubus Yuna and Medusa Aya also jumped off the city wall, stood on the triangular python, and joined the hunting party. This defensive battle lasted for more than 5 hours from start to finish. From unease to tension, from courage to excitement, the process was uneventful, but all the members of the Black Wasteland tribe witnessed the power of Shuxi and experienced the convenience of the city wall's arrival. From then on, the voices in the tribe that had been secretly complaining about Shuxi's insistence on building the city wall disappeared completely and never appeared again. Chapter 115 Another Deception, His Woman. As the great battle ended, blood stained the city walls, adding a touch of pathos to the newly built structure and marking the beginning of an epic chapter. The Prophet Gata supported Elder Genkai, and they followed Shaksha. The three of them, one in front and two behind, returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley under the awe-inspiring gazes of their tribesmen. Shuxi entrusted the task of temporarily overseeing the city walls to Yuna, while the other elders came to the chieftain's tent to attend an emergency meeting of the Elders' Council. Shakes drank a large bowl of beast blood wine, and a burning sensation came from his throat, which seemed to lessen his fatigue a little. Of the dark source crystals seized this time, 20% will be handed over to the tribe's treasury, and the rest will be distributed according to the merits of the battle. Take 10% of the 20% and distribute it to the logistics staff according to their job responsibilities. They worked very hard too. This matter will be handled by Elder Deacon Yelena, with Elder Combat Dels overseeing it. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, stood up, nodded, glanced at the elders, and sat back down only after seeing that no one objected. Shuxi could clearly see the joy on the faces of the elders. Seeing that no one objected or raised any opinions, Shakes didn't say anything more about the topic. These combat fanatics, obsessed with strength, can't wait to improve themselves. Shuxi slowly exhaled and took out the leader-level dark source crystal from his pocket, which was packed in a wooden box. According to the rules, this dark source crystal belongs to the prophet Gata. From the moment Shakes took out the wooden box until he uttered those words, the entire tent was eerily quiet. Apart from Elder Genkai, who was resting with his eyes closed, all the elders were staring intently at the wooden box on the Shuxi table, especially Prophet Gata. Shuxi glanced at all the members of the Elder Council with an indifferent look. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the wooden box fell into the arms of the Prophet Gata. Because of his large stature, the Prophet Gata sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, the Prophet Gata was holding the wooden box in both hands, as if he were cherishing his own precious treasure. After a long while, the calm and experienced Prophet Gata gradually calmed down and regained his senses from the emotional turmoil. The Prophet Gata put away the wooden box, stood up, and knelt down in worship. By the souls of my ancestors, Gai Tai is willing to defend the clan chief, defend Crocodile Turtle Valley, and defend our Black Wasteland tribe to the death. Look, the elderly who live long and live with clarity are those who are more spiritual and wise. These words will dispel the envy, jealousy, and resentment that arose in the hearts of the elders towards the Prophet Gata. These words not only won over Shuxi, but also the troll race, and even the entire Black Wasteland tribe. Prophet, rise. There is a stone cave behind Crocodile Turtle Valley, a tranquil place. I will have the Grand Elder take you there to cultivate later. After the Prophet successfully advances, I have important matters to arrange for him. The Prophet Gata nodded in agreement and returned to his place. He didn't ask what tasks Shakes had assigned him. The Prophet Gata was confident that once he advanced to the level of leader, the tasks assigned to him by the Shakshi would be no problem. After the Prophet Gata returned to his place, Shaksha scanned the other members of the Council of Elders and saw that people's hearts were wavering. After thinking for a moment, Shakespeare spoke up again, continuing to make grand promises. In the summer, when the Grand Elder advanced in rank, I established a rule that leader-level resources would be provided to everyone in order of priority. The next one to acquire resources is the demon wife Yuyena, and no one has yet qualified for the next sequence after Yuyena. Everyone, the dark tide has not yet passed. Yuyena has a chance, and so do you. Shakes paused for a moment, taking the opportunity to drink a sip of blood wine to moisten his throat, waiting for the burning desire in the eyes of the elders to ignite. After the elders' breathing became slightly rapid, Shuxi spoke slowly and deliberately. If there's no chance this year, then next year. If not next year, then the year after. Even if I am unfortunately killed in battle, the Grand Elder and the Prophet will still support our Black Wasteland tribe. Gentlemen, this is the best of times, and also the era for the rise of our Black Wasteland tribe. Don't you want to seize this opportunity, ride the wind, and join me in conquering the lands beyond the Black Wasteland forest? Shuxi said this while gazing into the darkness outside the tent. At this moment, Kshatriya's gaze was distant and extremely profound. Chieftain, Chieftain, Shuxi, Shuxi, Black Wasteland, Black Wasteland. Shuxi laughed. He had successfully fooled the members of the elders. All the elders stared at Shuxi with fanatical and awe-inspiring eyes, constantly chanting Shuxi's name. From the initial call to Shakes, to the position of clan leader, all the way to the final tribal name, Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland tribe is becoming increasingly cohesive. Elder Genkai opened his eyes, looked at Shuxi in the main seat, and gradually a smile spread across his face. The Prophet Gata also looked at Shaksha, his eyes filled with endless fantasies about the future. Dels reached out and touched his heart. He felt his heart beating faster, and he seemed to see the day when he would become a leader-level powerhouse. Neo Handy gulped down a mouthful of beast blood wine, let out a burp, and continued to gnaw on the monster meat. The succubus queen, Yelena, stared intently at Shuxi, her eyes brimming with desire. Shax's insight is so profound. If only I had been his demon wife back then. But it's not bad now. I am his woman too. After making grand promises, Shakshi dispelled the sourness and envy in the hearts of the elders with his fantasies about the future. Everyone, keep going, and reach the peak of heroic level soon. I look forward to leading a group of my clan's chieftains to conquer the outside world. Land, women, wealth, they're all waiting for us to claim. Shakes knew when to stop, so he kept quiet and waited for the atmosphere in the tent to completely subside. After a long while, Shuxi finally began to recount his experiences in the eastern mountains. To the east, beneath the mountains and valleys, lies a massive underground fissure, beneath which lies a bottomless abyss. The terrifying thorn beetle was over 20 meters long, covered in sharp thorns, and its cry was deep, like a tiger's roar or the sound of a hammer. At that time Shuxi explained in great detail, describing the terrain of the underground fissure and the appearance of the monsters very clearly. After speaking, Shuxi glanced at the members of the Elder Council. Everyone was frowning and deep in thought, and no one spoke. Shuxi turned his gaze to Elder Genkai, who was one of the oldest members of the Troll clan in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Unfortunately, Elder Genkai also frowned, looking somewhat incredulous, as if he were listening to something completely foreign. In the past, we would just clear away the giant trees that had collapsed on the cracks to prevent dark creatures from climbing up from there, but we never went down to investigate. Our ancestors did go down to investigate, but they found nothing and didn't record any important information. Moreover, for hundreds of years, no powerful monsters have been found crawling out of the crack. After saying this, Elder Genkai shook his head. He searched through his memories, but could not find any relevant information. Shaksha was somewhat disappointed and turned his gaze to the knowledgeable prophet Geta. Chapter 116 Tyrant Statue, Spider Queen. Our Obsidian clan has no records of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Chieftain, from what I know, nothing major has happened in the Black Waste Forest in the last 1,000 years. The prophet Geta shook his head as well, finding the bottomless abyss that Shaksha had just mentioned somewhat of a fantasy. Shakes remained silent. Nothing major had happened in the Black Wasteland Forest recently, which meant that no disaster had erupted from the underground fissures outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Of course, it's possible that it happened, but it just didn't go unnoticed. Shuxi knew all too well how powerful the terrifying thorn beetles were. Was it just one beetle, or a swarm of them? And where does that bottomless rift lead? Shikushi tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering a solution. After a long while, Shuxi sighed. He didn't have any good ideas for the time being, so he could only monitor the underground cracks. Prophet, you should go and cultivate first. Once you successfully advance, we can discuss how to deal with the underground cracks. The prophet Gata nodded. He had also realized that the task Shuxi wanted to assign him was related to the underground fissure. The last thing is to arrange for the tribe's healing shamans to help every injured bloodline warrior recover as quickly as possible. Elder, you should oversee this matter. Elder Genkai nodded. He was already injured, and it was just a side thing for him to supervise his clansmen while he was healing. Afterwards, Shuxi talked about some trivial matters of the tribe, and after arranging the duty shifts, the meeting of the elders came to an end. After everyone left, Shuxi was exhausted, both physically and mentally. He leaned back in his leather chair and fell into a deep sleep. When Shakes woke up, Yuina and Aya had already returned to their tent. The two women were busy making soup and cutting meat when Shakespeare woke up from the smell of the soup. Shakes didn't disturb the two women, but instead focused his attention on the data panel. During this attack by dark creatures, Shaksha obtained a total of 3 ash chests. The reason why Shuxi cares so much about this ash chest is because one of the chests was dropped by the Slaughter Tyrant. I was pretty lucky. The first 2 treasure chests both gave me silver-grade weapons, a greatsword and a battle axe. A flash of light, and the last treasure chest was opened. This is... Shuxi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the statue in front of him. Slaughtering the Tyrant. Type, statue. Quality, gold, rare, and can be upgraded. Special effects, Tyrant descends. Special effect description. After absorbing enough faith power, the Slaughter Tyrant statue can summon a powerful Slaughter Tyrant. Statue review. Faith can make it grow, so why don't you go and collect the power of faith? As Shuxi looked at the miniature statue of the tyrant in his hand, his thoughts had truly drifted far away. Shakes knew very well that what he had just obtained was a rare item, absolutely priceless. Shuxi fell into deep thought because of what the statue revealed. The power of faith. How do you collect this thing? Even if you collect the power of faith, how do you control it? A series of ensuing problems forced Shuxi to rethink the world he lived in. Shakshi, Shakshi. Yuina held Shaksha's arm and gently shook him, waking him from his reverie. Shuxi put away the statue, turned his head, and revealed a smile. What's wrong, my Yuina? Yuina kissed Shuxi, thinking that Shuxi was still thinking about the underground fissure under the eastern mountains. Shakes, are you hungry? It's time to eat something. Shakes reached out, picked up Yuina in a princess carry, and gave her a long, wet kiss. Oh, tell me, what delicious food have you prepared? Shakes was indeed quite hungry, and with the help of Yuina and Aya, he ate his fill. After eating, the evening breeze entered the room, and the night air was slightly cool. The next day, Shuxi opened his eyes amidst an itching sensation. What came into view was a fair and clean face, with a slight blush on her cheeks, black hair, big eyes, and scarlet eyes that shone with intelligence. Master, master! Shakes was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened, and he looked at the little girl lying on his chest in shock. To be precise, it wasn't a little girl, but a larva of the cave spider queen. The larvae of the cave spider queen have the upper body of a little girl and the lower body of a cave spider, making them extremely cute. Shakes, did you see that? I've raised your little queen a bit. Yuina emerged from the animal skin, her face beaming with playfulness and pride. Clearly, Yuina had known about the changes in the larvae of the cave spider queen for a long time. It evolved. Shakes held the baby larva of the cave spider queen and examined it carefully. He had high hopes for this pet. In Shakes' future plans, the position of the cave spider queen is extremely important. Master, master! The cave spider queen enjoyed the warmth of Shuxi's palm and also liked the way Shuxi looked at her. However, the cave spider queen is still somewhat unintelligent and can only utter the word master at present. Nevertheless, the charmingly naive cave spider queen won the hearts of Shuxi, Yuina, and Aya. Please take good care of it for me. Shuxi handed the cave spider queen to Yuina and took out a bag of dark source crystals, handing it to her as well. Feed it with this from now on, so it can grow up quickly. Yuina nodded and handed the cave spider queen a dark source crystal. The cave spider queen, holding the dark source crystal, opened her small mouth and bit down. This little guy has pretty good teeth. It can actually bite through a dark source crystal. Yuina, for some unknown reason, started winking at Shakes and chuckling. Shakes was puzzled. After patting Yuina's shapely buttocks, he turned to Aya and said, "Get ready. Come with me for your shift." "Yes, master." Outside the tent, the wind and snow continued. Fortunately, the city walls protected the tribe, allowing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled to leave their tents, sweep the snow, and do their part. As Shuxi traveled along, every troll, succubus, buffalo, and obsidian creature he encountered greeted him. As the various races merged, Shuxi sensed that the Black Wasteland tribes were merging in a wondrous way. Although there were still some stubborn elders in the various tribes who were resistant to intertribal integration, Shuxi ignored them. Because, under the relentless march of survival and development, these people are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting their own demise. Upon ascending the city wall, the succubus queen Yelena and the bull Earthshaker took turns on duty. "Greetings, chieftain." "Chieftain." Shakes nodded, looked at the cleared square outside the city wall, and asked softly, "Are dark creatures attacking?" "Not all night long." The succubus queen, Yelena, gently brushed her wind-blown hair, her eyes brimming with the promise of spring. Shuxi glanced at Yelena, who showed no embarrassment or shyness whatsoever. "The Grand Elder is injured, and the Prophet is cultivating. We're a bit short-handed these days, so you should all go and get some rest." Chapter 117 My Woman, Severed Completely. Shuxi was stationed at the south gate, while the troll Elder Luo Sha and the succubus Elder Yujia, who accompanied him, were assigned to patrol the mountains on the east and west sides. Only 4 guardian trolls and Medusa Aya remained by Shaksha's side. As Shuxi gazed into the darkness, the stench of blood in the air seemed to have lessened considerably. "What about the 3 tribesmen you chose? How are they doing?" Medusa was momentarily taken aback by Shuxi's inexplicable question. "Master, are you asking me?" Medusa Aya raised her head, her delicate face showing some confusion. I remember the Grand Elder gave you 3 spots." "What? You didn't choose?" Medusa Aya shook her head, then nodded, and said in a conflicted and sorrowful voice, "I saved 3 members of my tribe, but they hate me and are cursing me. I don't understand why this is happening. I saved them, so why do they hate me?" Medusa Aya felt a little wronged and looked up, hoping to find an answer from Shuxi. Shakes reached out and stroked Aya's delicate little head. Kill them, they're not worth your sadness. Medusa Aya was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Shakes smiled. He loved Aya's blank little expression. So, without hesitation, Shakes kissed him. After a long while, Shuxi released his jaws and pulled the nearly suffocating Medusa Aya into his arms. Teminal, tell me, who is this in my arms? Medusa Aya had just come to her senses when she heard Shuxi's indifferent voice. Chieftain, she is Aya Mayan, your woman. Shakes laughed and lifted Aya's small face again, speaking with extreme arrogance. Aya, did you hear that? Your name is Aya Mayan, and you are my woman, Shakespeare. A hint of emotion appeared in Medusa Aya's eyes, and then she slowly leaned into Shak's arms. On the city wall at the south gate, Shuxi waited all night in the cold wind, but not a single dark creature appeared. The same applies when Elder Genkai takes over the rotation. Elder, I'm leaving this to you. Rest assured, Chief. Shakes nodded, greeted the battle Elder Dells, and led everyone down the city wall. In the chieftain's tent, with no battle taking place, the energetic Shuxi studied the physical anatomy of the succubus and Medusa before falling into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the animal hide inside the tent moved. Medusa Aya poked her little head out from the animal skin, carefully observed Shuxi and Yuena, and only after confirming that the two were asleep did she quietly stand up, put on her clothes, and walk out of the tent. Medusa Aya stepped out of the tent, and the succubus Yuena slowly opened her eyes. Beautiful Medusa, what do you want? The succubus Yuena sighed inwardly, a smile gradually creeping onto her lips. The succubus Yuena didn't get up. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shuxi's back, found a comfortable position, and continued to snuggle in Shuxi's arms and sleep soundly. Outside the tent, a shadowy figure flashed by, following Aya. Alligator Turtle Valley, a cave prison deep in the valley. Medusa Aya's slender figure appeared here, looking through the stone gate at the three snake people who were bound hand and foot. You vile woman, you have insulted the noble Medusa bloodline of the snake people. You shall die a horrible death. I curse you. A hero-level snake man bloodline warrior looked up and saw Aya outside the stone gate. At this point, Aya no longer had a snake tail, indicating that her bloodline had successfully advanced. Furthermore, the snake man bloodline warrior could sense that Aya was no longer pure. Even if she returned to the snake man race, she would never be accepted and would instead be executed. Damn traitor. Faced with the insults from her tribesmen, Aya remained expressionless and simply watched them quietly. Is that Aya? The snake man made quite a commotion, waking up the other unconscious female snake man. The female snake person slowly raised her head and looked at Aya, who was gradually growing up outside the stone gate. Qinghua, it's me. Facing her former elders and her caring people, Aya finally spoke. After all, Qinghua was one of the few friends who still cared about Aya after she failed to win the throne. Aya, you shouldn't have come. Elder Red Eyes and Elder Green Fong are both dead. It's no use you saving us now. We have nowhere to go. Medusa Aya remained silent. Aya, you damned bitch. How dare you show your face in front of us? Are you here on behalf of those foolish trolls to persuade us to surrender? Hurrah! Stop dreaming. The snake people are the most powerful and will never submit. Another female snake person has awakened. She was one of Aya's former teachers and taught Aya many sword techniques. However, as soon as the snake man woke up, he began to insult Aya. Aya glanced at the female snake woman indifferently and spoke. Teacher Acha, I'm not here to persuade you to surrender. Aya's words startled the three snake people. Aya isn't here to rescue you. Medusa Aya's next words extinguished the last embers of hope in the three snake men. Aya spoke calmly, looking at the three snake people, and continued. Aya of the snake people tribe is dead. After saying this, Aya paused for a moment, and the three snake people all looked at Aya, their eyes full of confusion. Aya was already dead when the snake people and the trolls first clashed in the dense forest. Aya was captured, mentally controlled, and enslaved, but she persevered until the very last moment. Aya did not receive any help from her tribe. Aya was completely captured. Aya is dead. Medusa Aya spoke calmly, as if telling a story, but anyone could hear the sadness and despair in her voice. My name is now Aya Mayan, and I am the woman of Shakes, the great chieftain of the Black Wilderness tribe. I've come here today to sever my last ties with the snake people. Clang. Medusa Aya pushed open the stone door and entered the prison, where she stood before the first snake man to speak. You vile woman, you have insulted the bloodline of Medusa of my race. Click. Medusa Aya reached out and snapped the snake man's neck. Aya let go, looked at the snake man who had already died, and said calmly, "My bloodline was evolved by my master using a large amount of dark source crystals. It has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Aya went to the snake man named Acha, who was Aya's former teacher. "You taught me swordsmanship, and you just insulted me, so let's call it even." Click. Medusa Aya reached out again and snapped the snake man Acha's neck. Finally, Aya came to the snake woman Xinghua, but did not break her neck. "Aya, don't hesitate, do it. Our lineage has completely declined. You are our last hope. Only by getting rid of the old can we innovate. I think you think so too. My death will help you sever your attachments, and I will die without regret. Aya, live on." Medusa Aya did not make a move. Suddenly, the snake woman named Xinghua chuckled. Her laughter was desolate, yet it also carried a sense of relief. Xinghua lowered her head and began to softly sing, her voice mysterious and eerie. After the chanting ended, Xinghua's entire body shriveled up, which was visible to the naked eye. "Aya, if you're going to break up, break it off completely." After saying this, the snake man Xinghua turned into ashes and fell to the ground. On Medusa Aya's body, black lines, like those of a vengeful spirit, surged and eventually converged between Aya's eyebrows, forming a mysterious black mark. At the same time, Medusa Aya's beautiful hair turned completely black. Next came the eyebrows, pupils, lips, nails. Chapter 118 Gorgon, the Prophet Geta. The next morning, when Shuxi woke up from his sleep and saw Medusa Aya, who had changed her appearance, he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Aya, owner." Shakes pointed to Aya's hair, signaling her to explain. "Master, those 3 snake people have been executed by Aya. Aya has been reborn. Aya has transformed from Medusa into a Gorgon." Shuxi remained silent for a long time before asking calmly, "What's the difference between Medusa and Gorgon?" Aya reached out and gently plucked a strand of black hair from her head, placing it in her palm. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The strand of hair in Aya's hand changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually transforming into a small black snake as thick as a thumb, which kept darting around in Aya's hand. "Master, this is Aya's new ability, the snake transformation technique. This little snake is highly venomous and is currently only a level 2 magical beast. It will grow stronger as Aya improves." Aya was cursed by the snake people and became a rebel, transforming into the Gorgon, the snake people's mortal enemy. Gorgons are a cursed race, a race forsaken by the gods. This news stunned Shakespeare for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. "You mean, you're no longer Medusa?" Aya shook her head, then nodded. "The Gorgon is Medusa, but Medusa is not the Gorgon." Some people might not understand what he was saying, but Shakes did. Shakes reached out and cradled Aya's head, speaking calmly. "Medusa or Gorgon, you are my Aya, my woman. Get ready, you'll be coming with me for your shift in a bit." Tears welled up in Aya's eyes. Shakes's words had deeply moved her. Aya nodded, suppressing all her grievances and sadness, and then, fully armed, followed Shakes out of the tent. Soon after, a phantom entered the chieftain's tent and respectfully bowed before Yuena. "What did you see last night?" Phantom organized her thoughts and recounted what she had seen the previous night. "Reporting to your Highness Yuena, I followed the snake woman to the dungeon in the back mountain last night. However, the dungeon is guarded by a level 6 magical beast, the triangular python, so I dare not approach. After the snake woman left, I went into the dungeon to take a look. Of the 3 snake women, 2 died with their necks snapped, and the third seemed to have used some forbidden technique, turning directly into a pile of ashes. Yuena lay half reclined in the animal skin, her figure alluring. "We weren't discovered, were we?" Yuena spoke casually, but the phantom trembled slightly. "My subordinates were very cautious and were not discovered to be following me." Yuena yawned, thinking about the madness of last night, and a hint of spring appeared on her lips again. "All right, you can go now. Spend more time hunting dark creatures for the tribe. Your strength is still insufficient." The phantom bowed and then left the tent. "Medusa, Gorgon, I hope you don't have any evil intentions." South Gate, on the city wall. Shuxi, spear in hand, surveys the entire situation and occasionally intervenes to save his people from danger. These dark creatures are the latest wave of monsters to arrive since the last great battle. With Shuxi in command, the Black Wasteland tribe's bloodline warriors roared with excitement, all complaining that the number of monsters was too small. Indeed, although this batch of dark creatures numbered 300, compared to the previous 5,000 or so, it was not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Shuxi was in a good mood. According to recent statistics, the overall strength of the tribal bloodline warriors had improved again. Many bloodline warriors took advantage of the huge gains from the last Great War to advance to the hero level. Even Shaksha's 4 guardian trolls, his direct subordinates, have all been promoted to hero level. 4 wolf cubs cooperated with them, and the 4 trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defike, and Ermi, killed many dark creatures in the last great battle and were allocated a lot of dark source crystals. Not only did the 4 members of the Teminal group improve, but the 4 wolf cubs also grew considerably. The little wolf had grown taller and was now able to carry Terminer and the others. The 4 troll wolf riders planned by Shaksha are finally taking initial shape. Unfortunately, after these dark creatures were killed, no more dark creatures attacked until Elder Steelke came to take his turn. After giving his instructions, Shuxi returned to the chieftain's tent in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Winter is the peak season for all races to reproduce and release their male hormones in the Black Wasteland. Shakes, Yina, and Aya were all very excited. After eating and drinking, they all joined the great plan of making a baby. Of course, whether it will be successful is another matter. Half a month passed by amidst the cold winds, heavy snow, and the presence of creatures in the darkness. On this day, Shakes returned to his tent and was having a hot pot meal with Yuna and Aya when a fluctuation of energy came from the depths of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Then a hoarse roar rang out, as if thick phlegm that had been accumulating for many years had been suddenly spat out. Shakes put down his chopsticks and knife, a smile spreading across his face. Prophet Geta has successfully advanced. Let's go out and greet him. After saying that, Shuxi stood up and walked out. Yina and Aya hurriedly followed behind him, their faces full of curiosity. Shuxi stepped out of the tent, and before long, the Prophet Geta arrived at the chieftain's tent, surrounded by his people. Gaitai greets the clan chief. The Prophet Geta knelt on one knee, and Shaksha laughed heartily, then stepped forward and personally helped the Prophet Geta to his feet. Prophet, please rise. Shaksha was very satisfied. The Prophet Geta had acted in the same way as Elder Genkai, and even more respectfully and humbly. Looking at the now much taller Geta the Prophet, Shaksha said loudly in front of his many people, Prophet, you didn't expect this, did you? You've already advanced to the leader level so quickly. The Prophet Geta shook his head. He really hadn't expected to realize his dream so quickly and elevate his life to another level. Shaksha was also very pleased and turned to the Guardian Troll Terminal. Teminur, pass down the order. The tribe will celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights, with continuous wine and meat, and the bonfires will never go out. This is a joyous occasion for the Prophet, and also for our Black Wasteland tribe. Congratulations to our Black Wasteland tribe for gaining another leader-level powerhouse. After Shakes finished speaking, the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley became lively. Many tribespeople were calling out the names of the Prophet and the Shakshi, and of course, quite a few were also calling out the name of their tribe. With the Prophet Gata becoming a leader-level powerhouse, the members of the Obsidian Golem clan felt a surge of pride and pride. Prophet, you should talk to your people first, and then come to my tent for a drink later. I will ask the elder to come and keep you company. Shuxi glanced at the obsidian figures who had surrounded him, their eyes filled with fanaticism and awe, and gave the Prophet Gata some time. South Gate, on the city wall. Elder Genkai also sensed the presence of the Prophet Gatai. He was on duty and could not leave his post without permission. However, some of his tribesmen had already informed him that he would be going to the Shuxi tent later to drink with them. The fact that the Grand Elder, a leader-level expert, could drink with him must mean that the Prophet Gata. Dels, you'd better keep it up. I can sense that after the last anomaly, Elder Deacon, Yelena, will soon reach the peak of the hero level. You lost to her. You can't lose to that idiot Nyo Handy, can you? Chapter 119 I believe in you. I don't blame you. Dels and Nyo Handy stood beside Elder Genkai, both looking ashamed upon hearing this. As for Yina, she was trained by Shuxi when the dark creatures attacked last year, so it's normal that they can't compare to her. As for the Prophet Gata, he was an existence that had long surpassed them. Dels was ashamed that the Succubus Queen Yelena had surpassed him in strength. Elder Genkai spoke very frankly, and although his words were a bit harsh, he was actually concerned about the two of them. Don't worry, Elder, I'll be there soon too. Dels stroked his greatsword. Last night, he had slain many dark creatures. He figured that if he consumed some more dark source crystals, he could seize the next sequence after Yelena. I have high hopes for you. Elder Genkai reached out and patted Dels on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. And you, Ox shaking the earth? The water buffalo man laughed heartily and shook his head. Neo Handy was the one with the weakest foundation among all the elders. When he was in the buffalo tribe, Apart from his own branch with the surname Buffalo, he was almost completely sidelined by the Manhwa branch. Back then, in the Buffalo tribe, all the hard and dirty work was done by the buffalo shaking the ground. Neo Handy was very intelligent and was also a slave of Shakespeare, so he had a naturally close relationship with Shakespeare. However, Neo Handy's own strength was too low, and the Water Buffalo clan was weak, so he was not even selected as one of the 4 management elders. Among the 4 elders, no matter who they are, none of them can compare to Neo Handy. Moreover, among the 4 elders, the first elder and the Prophet Geta are already leader-level powerhouses, making the gap between them even greater. I believe in you. You're working so hard and so relentlessly, you'll definitely catch up. Dels reached out and gently patted Neo Handy. He and Neo Handy had fought together for a long time and had become sworn brothers. He knew better than anyone how reckless Neo Handy was in battle. Neo Handy chuckled, unconsciously reaching out to stroke the horns on his head. Neo Handy is actually very satisfied with his current life. His people are living a life where they have enough to eat and wear, and there are no longer any safety hazards. He is very content. Furthermore, no one in the Black Wasteland tribe suppressed or restricted him. Neo Handy felt that the Black Wilderness tribe was the best place for the Water Buffalo people. Nowadays, Neo Handy, besides striving to improve himself, really just eats and drinks whatever he wants. Half a day later, at the chieftain's tent, Shuxi, Elder Genkai, and Prophet Geta sat at separate tables, with wine and meat laid out on the table in front of them. Shuxi raised his glass to celebrate, first sharing 3 cups with Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta before speaking, as if they were chatting while eating meat. Prophet, after that you, I, and the Grand Elder will take turns guarding and monitoring the south gate of the city wall and the underground crevice under the eastern mountain ridge. Previously, due to insufficient manpower, Shakes did not include the underground fissures in the eastern mountain range within the monitoring range of the leader-level powerhouses. Now that the Prophet Geta has risen to power, Shaksha immediately placed him under surveillance. The reason for doing this was that the terrifying thorn insect was so terrifying that even now, Shuxi still feels a chill when he thinks about it. The Prophet Geta nodded and did not object. Protecting the tribe and driving away all dangers and accidents is the responsibility of a leader-level powerhouse. Also, winter is more than halfway over, and the dark tide is about to end. Make the arrangements, everyone. Come with me out of the Black Wasteland in the spring, and let's see the outside world together. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gatai remained silent. Instead, it was Elder Genkai who spoke. Chieftain, now that we're all gone, who will guard Crocodile Turtle Valley? Shuxi didn't speak. After using his knife to eat the pieces of monster meat in front of him, he finally looked up and said, I plan to have the demon wife, Yuina, guard our rear. I will keep Aya, Dels, and Neo Handy here to assist her. As the demon's wife, it's time for her to share some of the tribe's responsibilities. Shakes spoke calmly, as there were only 3 leader-level experts in the tent at the moment, so they had no reservations. At this moment, the demon wife Yuina and Aya have also been sent by Shakes to take turns guarding the south gate at night. Moreover, this is also to accumulate more tribal contributions before she advances to the chieftain level. Our tribe's chieftains not only need to be strong, but also need to make significant contributions to the tribe. You don't want to waste the resources you fought so hard for on an ungrateful person, do you? Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta nodded, agreeing that Shuxi's words made sense. With the 3 of them advancing to the leader level, they will definitely be able to accumulate more resources in the future. These resources must be used wisely and effectively, especially on capable members of the clan, not on ungrateful wretches and traitors who have made no contribution whatsoever. This time when we set out, Alligator Turtle Valley was essentially empty of nests, which was also a test for Yuina. As the wife of a demon, she will face even greater challenges in the future. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta nodded again, their eyes narrowed in deep thought. On the contrary, Shuxi appeared extremely natural. Shuxi filled his cup with beast blood wine and raised it again to invite others to drink. Elder, Prophet, our future is not just about Alligator Turtle Valley. Cheers to a brighter tomorrow. That night, on the eastern ridge of Alligator Turtle Valley, the Prophet Geta emerged from the chieftain's tent and came here to take his turn. After the Obsidian race submitted to Shuxi, the mountains on the east and west sides were actually assigned to the Obsidian race by Shuxi. The mountains are full of huge rocks, which is the environment that the Obsidian people like. Prophet, should our Obsidian Golem race? Black Jade, the current patriarch of the Obsidian clan, came up behind the Prophet Geta, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The Prophet Geta gazed at the fissures in the earth beneath the canyon and did not turn back. Black Jade Boy, you have never been out there, so you don't know how many powerful people there are or how big the outside world is. I know what you're thinking and what you want to say, and I don't blame you. After the harsh winter, you will come with me to war and see the world outside. If you still have such thoughts when you return, I will ask the clan chief to expel the clansmen who share your ideas. Hei Yuzai was stunned upon hearing this, and looked at the back of the Prophet Geta with disappointment in his eyes. Prophet Yu. In Hei Yuzai's view, with the talent of their Obsidian Golem clan, once they advance to the leader level, their strength will definitely not be weaker than that of the Troll clan. Hei Yuzai did not mean that he wanted to rebel against Shakes or to remove Shakes from power. He simply felt that since the Obsidian Golems had their own leader-level powerhouse, there was no need for them to humble themselves and submit to Shuxi. However, before Black Jade could voice his idea, it was rejected by the Prophet Geta. Without the Prophet Geta, Black Jade simply wouldn't have had the courage to face Shuxi alone. Black Jade Boy, wake up. You are also a member of the Elders' Council, and the resources of the leader have been open to you. Why don't you try to seize them? Don't you want to become a leader-level powerhouse? Chapter 120. You're very capable. Threats and intimidation. With the Prophet Geta successfully advancing to the level of leader, the elders of the Black Waste tribe became incredibly enthusiastic, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and were extremely proactive in the face of dark creatures. Many heroic-level powerhouses saw hope, while many members of their own clansmen were pursuing their own selfish interests. In short, a large forest will have all kinds of birds. What hasn't changed is the heavy snow and the still lingering dark tide. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. During these days, Shuxi also consumed a considerable amount of Dark Source crystals. Unfortunately, apart from the Dark Source crystals of hero level and above providing a slight boost to Zex's attributes, the rest are practically useless. Nevertheless, with the accumulation of Dark Source crystals, Shuxi still experienced considerable growth. The data is as follows. Strength, 2253/5000 plus 4706, can be improved. Agility, 2110/5000 plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 1925/5000 plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 2524/5000 plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20% against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72%, troll. Except for his intelligence, which is below 2000, Shuxi's strength, agility, and physique all exceed the 2000 mark. It's worth mentioning that the advanced skill Void Levitation adds an extra 2 points of agility to Shuxi. After all, it's just a high-level skill, so every little bit helps. However, his resistance and bloodline remained unchanged, and Shuxi had not yet found a way to improve these two attributes, so he could only let them be. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shuxi held Yuina, who was nestled in his arms and covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and asked her softly, "Are you a little disappointed that we didn't see a leader-level dark creature?" Yuina's eyes were alluring, and upon hearing this, she opened her mouth and gently bit Shakes. "I am disappointed. If it doesn't come this year, I'll wait until next year. Anyway, the next round of tribal chief-level resources will belong to me. There's no way I can escape it." Shuxi hugged Yuina tightly. He liked the sensible Succubus and the composed Yuina. "Spring is coming soon, and I plan to leave you in Alligator Turtle Valley to guard our home." Yuina was stunned when she heard this, and her hands holding Shuxi froze for a moment. "I will take both the Grand Elder and the Prophet with me. Aya, Dels, and Neo handy. I will not take them with me. They will assist you. Remember, my requirement is that there must be no mishaps." Shuxi kissed Yuina's small mouth, and only slowly released her when she was about to suffocate. "My Yuina, demonstrate your abilities and methods to your people that you are capable of managing the tribe, of serving as a demon wife, and of obtaining leader-level resources. Of course, it's also to prove to me that you're very capable." Shakes didn't hide his thoughts. Instead, he spoke them frankly. Upon seeing the look of relief in Yuina's eyes, Shuxi understood that Yuina had figured out the key point. Shuxi turned his head and pulled Medusa Aya, whose face was flushed, into his arms, saying the same thing. Aya is the same. If she wants something, she has to use her abilities to get it. 7 more days passed. That day, Shakes had just finished his shift and gone to sleep when he was awakened by the noise outside the tent. "Temin, what happened?" Outside the tent, the Guardian Troll Terminal, on duty, answered with some excitement upon hearing Shuxi's loud question. "Chief, it's raining. It's spring rain." Upon hearing this, Shuxi's pupils contracted slightly. Then he lay back down on the animal skin and continued sleeping. It's coming. Yes, it's coming. On the third day after the spring rain, the storm vulture reappeared in the sky above Alligator Turtle Valley. By order of Lord Axe of the Four Domains, Succubus, leader of the Black Wasteland Forest, is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. By order of Lord Axe of the Four Domains, Succubus, leader of the Black Wasteland Forest, is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. The same order as last year caused many trolls to frown. They lost their chieftain, Grell, after receiving this order last year. Therefore, the trolls looked at the storm vultures with anything but friendliness. Shuxi, Elder Genkai, and Prophet Geta all stepped out of their tents, looking up at the storm vulture in midair and the messenger Palari riding on it. Go back and tell Lord Axe of the Four Domains that I will be there on time. Shuxi raised his head and looked indifferently at the messenger Parari and his companion, the storm vulture. Parari, the messenger on the back of the storm vulture, frowned. He could sense that the Shaksha was powerful. However, the messenger Parari did not believe that the Shaksha was powerful enough to contend with a leader-level flying magical beast. Therefore, the messenger Palari felt that the Shakshi was looking down on him. Messenger Palari smiled and communicated with the storm vulture to release their oppressive aura, intending to give Shaksha a taste of its power. However, when the messenger Palari released his aura, 3 leader-level auras swept over him from below, showing him no mercy whatsoever. 3 leader-level experts? How is that possible? The messenger, Palari, exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, he even thought that Alligator Turtle Valley was the territory of some lord. Just then, Shuxi's indifferent voice came from below, his words carrying a strange and mocking undertone. Messenger, last year I shot and killed a leader-level thunderhawk in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Its meat is very sweet and delicious. Shuxi's words caused the messenger Parari's pupils to shrink to a single point. This is a threat, and it's intimidation. Immediately afterward, Parari, perched on the back of the storm vulture, shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Impossible. He must be lying to me. He must be threatening me. How is that possible? Thunderhawk can't even catch up with storm vulture. That's impossible. However, when Parali saw what Shuxi was doing, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Shakshi held a small curved knife in his hand. Shakes was sharpening his fingernails with a small curved knife, and an arc of electricity would occasionally flash across the blade, which was quite strange. That's the aura of a thunder eagle. In the end, the messenger Palari said nothing. He stared intently at Shaksha for a moment, then urged the storm vulture to turn around and deliver the message elsewhere. After the storm vulture left, the members of the Elder Council gathered around Shaksha. Shuxi didn't say much and simply passed on his orders. Issue an order. The Elder Council will convene an emergency meeting. Anyone absent without cause will be expelled from the Elder Council. Half an hour later, all members of the Elder Council had arrived. Also attending the meeting were the demon wife Yuena and Medusa Aya. Gentlemen, for the past 6 months, we have been preparing for the invasion of all races. It is time to conquer the lands outside the Black Wasteland Forest. I will announce the list of those who will be going with me in a moment. I will give you 2 days to say goodbye to your families. Also, all the clansmen who accompanied me on this expedition should go to the treasury to collect a set of bone armor and survival supplies. Chapter 121 Thunder Forest, Killing the Dog as a Warning to Others. Parting the clouds and mist, a lush and verdant forest stretched out before me, a sea of trees like a surging wave. This is a dense forest, the southernmost dense forest in the Black Wasteland Forest. Chieftain, once we cross this river, we will have left the Black Waste Forest and entered the Thunder Domain Forest. The speaker was Fei Lai, a hero-level troll who had returned from the last invasion of the Myriad races. Having been tempered by the dark tide, his strength has become even greater. During this invasion by all races, Felix became the guide for the Shakshi. Shuxi nodded without speaking, gazing at the Thunder Forest across the river. After a long while, Shaksha turned to ask the Prophet Geta. Prophet, do you know why this forest is called the Thunder Forest? The Prophet Geta was also gazing at the Thunder Forest, which he had not set foot in for hundreds of years. Chieftain, this forest is home to many high-grade lightning-type magical potions and has nurtured many races and magical beasts that are compatible with the lightning element. This is the habitat of lightning-type magical beasts, so it is called the Lightning Forest. The Prophet Geta was deeply moved and told everything he knew. Chief, Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, is a member of the Harpy race born here. Harpies are not only compatible with lightning, but also with wind. They are born with the ability to fly. Shuxi nodded, withdrew his gaze, and turned to ask the succubus queen, Yelena, have the tribesmen who went out to scout the way returned? The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, nodded, tidied her hair behind her ear, and spoke in a soft, seductive voice. Chief, the scout has returned. There are some kobold spies hiding in the dense forest 5 miles ahead. These kobolds have a keen sense of smell, but unfortunately they can't detect us succubi. Haha. Shake slowly exhaled and asked again. How strong are they? When it came to serious matters, the succubus queen Yelena's expression became much more serious. Not bad, there are quite a few hero-level beings. If we engage them in a fierce battle, many of our spies will likely suffer heavy losses. Shakes shook his head. He didn't want his eyes to be damaged as soon as he stepped out of the black wasteland forest. Shuxi beckoned, and the guardian trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi stepped forward. I'm giving you a mission. Lead a squad of Bloodline warriors to work with our succubus scouts and clear out the kobolds in the dense forest ahead. Yes, chieftain. Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi knelt on one knee to receive the order, then mounted their giant wolves, shouted, and led their teams out. Chief, are those few capable? The question was directed to Elder Genkai, who knew very well that Teminur and the others had only recently advanced to the hero level and was worried that their abilities were insufficient. Don't worry, Elder, they can do it. The one who answered Elder Genkai was not Shuki's, but the Prophet Geta. Prophet, this is no laughing matter. The Prophet Geta chuckled, gazing at the distant dense forest, and spoke softly. Elder, don't forget that the creatures Temin and the others are riding are level 6 magical beasts, the Frost Giant Wolves. Although the Frost Giant Wolf is not yet an adult, it is more than capable of dealing with a group of kobolds. Those kobolds would be so frightened by the sight of the Frost Wolf that their legs would go weak, and they wouldn't be able to run away. Kobolds, the Prophet Geta was very familiar with them. They were an inferior race. The Prophet Geta, hundreds of years ago, could have crushed them with a wave of his hand. Now, he would take them even less seriously. Moreover, those 4 Frost Wolves were a gift from the Prophet Geta, so he knew their abilities all too well. The Prophet is right. Terminer and his men have the strength to wipe out those kobolds. And don't you think my guardian trolls need some training? With a confident smile on his face, Shuxi took the lead and walked at the very front, crossing the river that represented the boundary between the 2 domains. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta exchanged a glance and quickly followed. 15 minutes later, the distant dense forest echoed with the howls of wolves and the barking of dogs. As Shuxi walked forward, he asked Fei Lai questions. Was this the same road you took last time? Yes, chieftain. Fei Lai looked around, remaining vigilant, and continued speaking. Chief, if you continue in this direction, you will come to a very wide grassland. That's where we met Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. Shaksha nodded and turned to look at the Prophet Geta. Gadith knew that Shaksha was asking him for confirmation of some information. Chief, that grassland is called Eagle Grassland, but we call it the Gathering Ground. I never imagined that after hundreds of years, powerful figures from the 4 regions would still be gathering there. As soon as the Prophet Geta finished speaking, the barking of dogs in the distant forest ceased, leaving only the continuous howling of wolves. It seems the battle is over. I wonder if any survivors were left. 15 minutes later, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi arrived riding giant wolves. Behind them, each was a hero-level kobold with a rope around their neck. The 4 kobolds had their hands tied behind their backs, and they could run with only their 2 paws on the ground, which made them quite agile. Shuxi could see clearly that 2 of the kobolds were hopping, which meant that one of their legs was broken. Yelena, they're in your hands now. Dig out everything they know. The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, beckoned to 2 succubus warriors, and then walked towards the 4 kobolds. Oh dear, poor kobolds. 2 have broken legs, 1 is blind, and the other is missing an ear. Faced with the succubus's smile, the 4 kobolds trembled with fear, not daring to look at the alluring Yelena even once. The reason why Shuxi entrusted the interrogation to Yelena was because Yelena was skilled in illusion magic, and there was no one more suitable than her. Kobold warriors, can you tell me why you've come here? Yelena's voice is captivating and alluring. If your answer satisfies me, I might let him go. Of course, if he's not satisfied or doesn't answer, I'll make him pay. For example, click. A succubus warrior beside Yelena took out a one-handed sword and casually severed the head of the kobold who approached her. This kobold is the weakest of the 4 kobolds. To improve the effectiveness of the interrogation, Yelena killed the dog as a warning to others. Oh dear, how come one of them died? He hadn't even answered my question yet. Yelena feigned surprise, looking at the remaining 3 kobolds with gentle and reserved manner. So, kobold warriors, which of you will tell me the answer first? Although Yelena spoke gently, the 3 kobolds were so terrified that they lost control of their bowels and bladders. My lord, I beg you to spare my life. One of the kobolds suddenly knelt on the ground and prostrated himself, saying, My lord, we are here on orders from Lord Utez, the leader of the Thunder Eagle Knights, to monitor the invading enemy. Yelena smiled charmingly, ran her hand through her hair, and began to speak. Is there anything else? Seeing that Yelena was not satisfied, the kobold who had spoken first continued. My lord, half a month ago, Thunder Eagle Knight Utez ordered us to guard this place and report back to him if we encountered any enemies. My lord, my name is Hooktooth Hound, and I am an elder of the kobold race. I am willing to submit to you. Yelena shook her head and said with some regret, What a pity, I can't like kobolds. I'm the chieftain's woman, he. Click. Another kobold has met its demise. Yelena moved gracefully to the 2 remaining kobolds and asked in a coquettish voice. 2 kobold warriors, do you have any news to tell me? Chapter 122, I want 3 times the amount. What did he do to you? After a long while, Yelena came to Shakshi's side with a smile and took his arm. Without Yuina and Aya by Shakespeare's side, Yelena was more relaxed. Chief, they are spies sent by Thunderhawk Knight Utez, specifically for us. Also, among these kobolds, there is a kobold leader who has his own tribe. Chief, I will spare the life of that kobold leader. Shakes was very satisfied and reached out to gently pat Yelena's delicate hand. Then Shaksha turned to the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai and asked, Prophet, Elder, what do you think? The Prophet Geta looked up at the sky, his dark pupils gleaming with contemplation. Chief, judging from the actions of these kobold spies, I am certain. The Thunderhawk you killed during last year's Beast Tide should have been the mount of Thunderhawk Night Oots. A smile spread across Shuxi's lips. He actually thought the same thing. Because if Thunderhawk were still around, the best scout would be Thunderhawk, not the kobold. Let's continue onward and reunite with Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains. After taking a few steps, Shuxi turned to the Succubus Queen, Yelena, and spoke. That kobold leader, enslave him and incorporate his tribe into your ranks. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled radiantly and nodded in agreement. For the next 3 days, with Succubus scouts and Troll Wolf riders clearing the way, the group did not encounter any suspicious forces. On the morning of the 4th day, Shakes and his group arrived at the Flying Eagle grassland, which was the gathering point. And here, some people have already arrived. In the distance, Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, gathered with a large group of people. Upon seeing the arrival of the Kshatriya, Hoffen's face immediately darkened. However, upon sensing the presence of the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai, Hoffenel was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief and fear. So it's Hoffenheimer. I knew you wouldn't die. With a smile on his face, Shuxi led his team closer to the area where Hoffenel was located. Shuxi, it's just some supplies. I'll repay you double after this invasion of all races is over. I want 3 times as much. You fine? 3 times it is. The approach of the shackles caused the fear and dread on Hoffenel's face to quickly subside. No matter how things changed, Hoffenel's expression remained grim. Especially when he took the initiative to humble himself and promised to return double. Shuxi actually doubled the amount. Shaxki nodded. He thought Hoffenel was a smart leader. Last time in the Poison Dragon Swamp, Hoffenel saw that things were not going well and decisively fled the battlefield. This time, Hoffener even bowed his head in front of all his subordinates, which shows that he is a smart man who can bend and stretch. You've brought quite a lot of men. Shikessa gave a perfunctory reply, thus letting the matter drop. Shuxi glanced at Hoffen's group and realized there were definitely tens of thousands of them. Behind Hoffenel were numerous demi-human creatures and various magical beast races. Especially those swamp crocodiles with their eyes gleaming with intelligence. Just looking at them gave me the creeps. Seeing these swamp crocodiles, Shuxi couldn't help but think of his underground spider queen. It seems we need to speed up the training of the cave spider queen. After all, it was an invasion by all races, so Shuxi and Hoffenel were considered allies. Shuxi didn't want to go too far, lest this guy suddenly stab himself in the back at a crucial moment. Moreover, Shakes believed that the people of the 4 domains Lord Axe must have already arrived at the Flying Eagle Plains and might even be monitoring them nearby. Lord Axe of the 4 domains absolutely did not want to see his own troops begin to fight amongst themselves before the invasion even started. Hiss! Just then, a cry of an eagle came from high above, and a flock of storm vultures had somehow appeared circling above the gathering place. The leader-class storm vulture circled down and landed near Shuxi and Hoffinal a moment later. Lord Palali. The newcomer was none other than the messenger Palari, an abyss summoner. Unlike Hoffinal, who was obsequious and bowed to the other party, Shuxi simply nodded in greeting. The messenger, Parari, didn't look too good. He still remembered the threats that Shuxi had made to him in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Moreover, Shuxi is now showing him no respect, which makes the arrogant Palari feel very uncomfortable. Did he upset you? The messenger, Palari, glanced at Shuxi, making no attempt to approach or greet him. The messenger, Palari, stepped forward and walked toward Hoffin's group. Lord Palari, my conflict with Shuxi is just a minor one, and we've already reached an agreement. Hoffinal was observant. He had long noticed that Parari and Shuxi didn't get along. However, Hoffiner was smart. He knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend either Shuxi or Parari. Therefore, Hoffinal never mentioned his conflict with Saxi, not wanting to get involved in unnecessary trouble. The messenger, Parari, squinted at Hoffinal, who bowed and scraped, appearing very humble. Looking at the group of subordinates behind Hoffinal, the messenger Palari dared not go too far. On the other side, Shaksha, the prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and the succubus queen Yelena were discussing in hushed tones. Chieftain, judging from the messenger's expression, he definitely hates us. The succubus queen, Yelena, was adept at reading people, and she had already discerned Parari's hostility towards Shuxi. Shakis wore a smile and appeared calm and composed throughout the journey. Let him be. As long as he doesn't offend Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, nothing else matters. Although we have few bloodline warriors, they are all elites, all well-equipped, and they don't need to be subservient to anyone. Upon hearing Shuxi's words, the others grinned. If someone observes closely, they will find that all of the more than 2,000 bloodline warriors from the Black Wasteland are equipped with the same type of bone armor, and each of them looks majestic. Even the succubus queen Yelena was no exception. Of course, succubi have slightly different skeletons, so their bone armor was very exposed. Wouldn't that guy Hoffenheimer be colluding with the messenger and causing trouble for us later? The one who said this was Elder Gankai. Whenever he considered someone to be an enemy of the tribe, he would try his best to speculate about them. Chief Hoffen is always cunning. He probably wouldn't. The prophet Gata narrowed his eyes and said something, but did not completely deny Elder Gankai's guess. It's all right, let them get mixed up together. As long as they dare to make a move, even if Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, comes, we'll kill them without hesitation. Shake's voice was low, calm, and full of murderous intent. For some reason, ever since Shuxi left the Black Wasteland Forest, his attitude towards doing things has become somewhat sharp and aggressive. However, Shuxi's performance was rather unremarkable. Shuxi didn't even summon his weapon or mount, which made both the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai curious. Just as everyone was gathered together and talking in hushed tones, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Chapter 123 Those Neighbors, adding fuel to the fire. The sound was heard, but no one was seen appearing. Everyone, including Shakespeare, looked around. What was that sound? Why can't we see them? Just as everyone was wondering, the prophet Geta spoke in a deep voice. The voice is coming from underground. It's from our neighbors in the cold desert to the west. The prophet Geta spoke very politely and with great tact. Shakes looked down and noticed the slightly undulating ground in the distance. So it was Geta of the Obsidian Golem clan. No wonder I could feel the thick earth element gathering from afar. I thought you died of old age. I never expected you to have broken through. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, the lush green grass not far away was torn open, and 3 unusually large black scorpions emerged from it. Judging from the height of the giant scorpion, it must be at least 10 meters tall. As for the length of the giant scorpion's body, Shuxi couldn't estimate it, because the poisonous hook swinging in midair was simply too long and terrifying. Following the 3 giant scorpions, countless scorpions of varying sizes broke through the soil and emerged from the ground. Seeing such a spectacular scene for the first time, Shakes felt a chill run down his spine, and his trypophobia was about to kick in. At the same time, Shuxi's nerves also tensed up. After all these years, the high priest remains as young and as dashing as ever. The prophet Geta first bowed to the Shakti, then stepped out from behind the Shakti and went forward to pay his respects to the high priest. The high priestess was a mature woman standing on the giant scorpion on the left, dressed in a green veil that concealed her voluptuous figure. The high priest glanced at the prophet Geta, then shifted his gaze behind the prophet, moving back and forth between Shuxi and Elder Gankai. Finally, The high priest's gaze fell on Shuxi. It's a troll, and a young troll at that. Could they be like that Grell from last year, arrogant trolls who don't know their own limitations? Although the high priest's voice was very low, everyone present was a leader-level expert, so who couldn't hear him? Therefore, the high priest did it on purpose. Damn old woman, shaving her feathers to pass herself off as a pheasant. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai instantly became enraged and began to hurl insults, his language somewhat vulgar. Grell was a disciple of Elder Genkai, and not only was he already dead, but the high priest's mockery of Grell was also a mockery of Elder Genkai. Of course, it's also a mockery of Succubus. Shuxi reached out and stopped Elder Genkai, who was about to start cursing again. Teminer. Shaksha called out to his guardian troll. Temin had followed Shaksha for so long that he knew what Shaksha meant by reaching out his hand. Soon, a spear was placed in Shuxi's hand. Shuxi said nothing, took a step forward, and the spear flew from his hand. Sizzle. A terrifying whistling sound tore through the air as the spear struck the high priest of the Sand Scorpion clan like a meteor. Wah! The high priestess was no pushover either. The enormous scorpion she sat on swung its menacing hook, which protruded into the air and rammed into the incoming spear. Bang! Sizzle sizzle. The giant scorpion was in pain, and its entire body trembled uneasily. In front of the giant scorpion, its hook-shaped tail lay on the ground like a pile of scrap metal. This shocking scene instantly silenced the surrounding atmosphere. High priest, watch your mouth. Mouth ulcers can kill you. To be honest, Shuxi had no interest in that kind of vicious old woman. Especially after hearing her conversation with the prophet Geta, one could guess that the high priest was at least several hundred years old. After throwing a spear, Shuxi stopped in time and did not pursue the attack. If a full-blown fight breaks out, neither side will benefit. Shakes could sense that the other two beings riding on the giant scorpion were also leader-level powerhouses. The fact that the Sand Scorpion clan from the desert continent had 3 leader-level powerhouses was something Shuxi hadn't expected. Strangely, even though the giant scorpion was injured, the high priest didn't speak again, but instead squinted and continued to scrutinize Shuxi. After an unknown amount of time, just when everyone thought the conflict had died down, the messenger Parali suddenly spoke up. The high priest was actually intimidated. The Sand Scorpion clan is nothing special. Upon hearing this, not only the high priest, but even Shuxi raised his eyebrows. That wretched messenger, Palari, actually stirred up trouble between the high priest and the Kshatriya, adding fuel to the fire. Shuxi's eyes grew increasingly cold. He had already decided to kill the messenger, Palari. On the other side, the high priest standing on the giant scorpion glanced at Shuxi and the messenger Palari and immediately saw through the relationship between the 3 parties. The high priestess had lived for hundreds of years and was already very old and shrewd. She saw through the messenger, Palari. However, since the messenger, Parari, had said so, she had to show some appreciation. Abido, go and learn a lesson from the troll leader of the Black Wasteland. Abido, that was a male sand scorpion. Calling him male is an understatement. Abido can only be considered a half-human. His lower body is still scorpion-like. Even so, Abido is still a leader-level powerhouse. Abido commanded the giant scorpion on the far right to slowly walk forward, his gaze towards Shuxi, filled with provocation. Chief, let me go and meet him. Elder Genkai, carrying his spiked club, was about to leave the group, but Shuxi remained silent and did not agree. Chief, let me go? I know the Sand Scorpion clan quite well. Shuxi glanced at the unbridled Abido and finally nodded in agreement. Prophet, be careful. I'll protect you. Hara. Chieftain, rest assured, Gaitai will definitely not let them look down on us. Then the prophet Geta stepped forward, his tall and imposing figure causing the high priest and Abido to frown. The high priest frowned because he knew the obsidian golem race and how terrifying their strength and physique were. Abido frowned because it wasn't Shuxi who came out to fight. He felt slighted. Abido, fight with all your might. Don't overthink it. The high priest of the Sand Scorpion clan stared at the prophet Geta for a moment before finally speaking to remind his clansman, the giant scorpion warrior from the desert continent, Black Scorpion Abido. Abido has a bad temper, but he's not stupid. He knows very well the high priest's importance in the Sand Scorpion clan. So Abido raised his battle axe with both hands, focused intently on driving the giant scorpion, and charged toward the prophet Geta. As the enemy charged forward, the prophet Geta roared and raised his enormous stone axe, preparing to cleave it down from above. At the same time, the prophet Geta's entire body of skin gradually turned to stone, becoming incredibly hard. Obsidian golems are very talented. Even after their skin is petrified, they can still move freely and do not appear stiff. In the blink of an eye, the moment after the prophet Geta was completely petrified, Abido the Black Scorpion charged forward. Chapter 124 Life comes as compensation, red-clad Ser. Sizzle. The sound was like a heavy blow, a knife cut, or a piece of burlap being torn apart mercilessly. Boom. The giant black scorpion, like a wrecked super tank, was split in two by the prophet Geta. Abido, who was on the giant black scorpion, had already sensed that things were not going well and had retreated. The prophet Geta gripped the giant stone axe in both hands, panting heavily, and stared intently at Abido in the distance. Again. Come on, come on. The prophet Geta's heavy roar, like a cannonball, pounded into Abido's mind and into the hearts of everyone. Ancestors, can you see this? We, the obsidian golems, have once again emerged from the black wasteland forest. I will show everyone the power of Geta. It can be said that the prophet Gates' attack was the culmination of centuries of pent-up resentment. This strike was imbued with the obsidian golem race's yearning for power in the outside world. Aura. Behind Shuxi, the excited obsidian golem joined in the cheers of his teammate Troll. The prophet Gates' earth-shattering strike was truly inspiring. In the distance, the high priest on the giant scorpion squinted, gazing at the prophet Geta, lost in memories. Many years ago, the high priest also witnessed the obsidian golems sweeping across the battlefield, and the obsidian golem leader at that time was his comrade in arms. Thrilling stone lumps have reappeared on the battlefield. Are we about to rise again? Compared to the high priest's absent-mindedness, Abido, who was stunned by the attack, was somewhat exasperated. Damn stone golem, how dare you kill my comrade? I'll make you pay with your life. Abido raised his battle axe and charged forward once more. This time, Abido was smarter and dared not confront the prophet Geta head-on. Instead, he feigned an attack on Geta and looked for an opportunity. Moreover, because Abido is half-human with the lower body of a scorpion, he has many legs and moves more swiftly. The prophet Geta swung his stone axe, sweeping it left and right as if swatting away flies. He hated Abido's fighting style. Black Scorpion, coward of the Sand Scorpion clan, don't you even have the courage to face me head-on? While defending, the prophet Geta used words to provoke Abido, trying to disrupt Abido's mindset and force him to fight head-on. Abido remained silent, growing increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Abido only rose to the level of a leader in the last 100 years, and he had never fought against the obsidian golems before. Before the prophet Geta, Abido felt his own power was utterly insignificant. Just then, the high priest snapped out of his reverie, looked at Abido who was at a disadvantage, thought for a moment, raised his staff, and cast a slowing curse on the prophet Geta. The high priest's action instantly enraged the Shakshi. Elder, go and smash that scorpion to death. Good. Elder Gang Kai, who had been itching to get his orders, charged out with his spiked club in hand. At the same time, Shuxi reached out, and Temin handed him a spear. Old people always get more confused as they get older. Shuxi, with a veiled sarcasm, gripped his spear and stared intently at the old female high priestess with a strange smile on his face. The high priestess stared at Shuxi, sensing that she was being targeted. If she makes a move, she might be the one dying in the next second. This guy is absolutely lawless. The speaker was Hoffenel, who knew a bit about Shuxi's personality. Hoffenel hadn't expected that Shuxi could be so crazy, and it seemed that the two sides from the Black Wasteland and the Desert Continent were about to go to war. You seem very happy. The messenger, Palari, was right beside Hoffenel, and he felt both relieved and worried. Lord Palari should be pleased as well. Isn't this the situation you wanted to see? And their fighting would be perfect for us, wouldn't it, Lord Palari? Hoffenel's tone was very flattering, but the messenger, Palari, could tell that Hoffenel was gloating. Bang! Just then, a dramatic change occurred on the battlefield. Scorpion warrior Abido was sent flying by Elder Steel Kai's spiked club, his battle axe falling from his hand, and blood gushing from his mouth. Just as Elder Genkai was about to rush out and kill Abido, the true leader of the Sand Scorpion clan spoke. Lord Shuxi, let's leave it at that. On behalf of the High Priest, I apologize to you. The trolls and obsidian golems are indeed as powerful as they claim. The voice was like a chant, extremely beautiful. Shakes looked at the woman in red robes, masked, with fiery red hair, blue eyes, and delicate eyebrows on the giant scorpion in the center, grinned, and said in a strange tone. Who are you, speaking so arrogantly? Do you have the authority to apologize on behalf of the High Priest? The woman in red smiled gently, looked at Shakespeare, and lifted her veil. Red-clad Ser, that's my name. I am their king. As he spoke the last sentence, countless scorpions behind red-clad Cell rustled, as if responding to him. The woman in red is beautiful. She has an exotic beauty. If one had to describe it, in the vocabulary of the Shakshi, only the term flying goddess could match it. Moreover, this sand scorpion queen, like the high priestess, is a complete human form and possesses extraordinary wisdom. Your Majesty, as you wish, let's leave it at that. Shaksha put away his spear, summoned back the prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, and acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the giant black scorpion that had been cleaved in two by the prophet Geta was devoured by countless smaller scorpions that crawled forward. The speed at which it devoured everything was so fast that it was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone was shocked by this scene, another giant black scorpion, exactly the same as the one before, slowly crawled out from behind the red-clothed cell. The injured Abido jumped onto the giant scorpion, remaining silent with an extremely grim expression. The reappearance of the giant scorpion surprised not only Shuxi, but also Hoffen and the messenger Parari. They really are the strongest among us. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Hoffen kept warning himself not to provoke the scorpions. The messenger, Parari, on the other hand, was unfazed. Although he was surprised, it was probably not the first time he had seen such a scene. Chieftain, have you fallen for that queen in red and want to take her into your tent? Seeing that Shuxi was staring intently at the sand scorpion queen, the succubus queen Yelena reached out and grabbed Shuxi's arm, pulling him closer to her, looking like she was jealous. Did you guys see how she made her move? Sheikh Ser withdrew his gaze, his eyes serious. He had just sensed an elemental fluctuation, but Shuxi did not discover how the sand scorpion queen made her move. This kind of stealthy tactic is impossible to guard against. Therefore, the Shakespeare was very cautious and vigilant. Upon hearing this, the prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and the succubus queen Yelena all showed expressions of surprise. Chief, are you saying that giant scorpion we just saw was the same one as before? Yes, it's the one the prophet killed. Its life force is exactly the same. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded and fell silent. Chapter 125 The Serpent Ready, How Dared He? As luck would have it, right after the two sides stopped fighting, a dragon's roar came from the nearby dense forest. Lord Axe of the Four Realms appeared, making his entrance at the most opportune moment. The giant tree was knocked down, and the deep footsteps of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast could be heard. The Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, walked out of the dense forest with a calm expression. Behind the Four Domain Lord Axe followed a large number of bloodline warriors from the abyss of the underworld. Shakes sensed clearly that among the subordinates of the Four Domain Lord Axe, there were actually two leader-level powerhouses. In other words, there are three leader-level powerhouses from the abyss of the underground. In addition, there is a storm vulture and an abyssal Tyrannosaurus. This lineup is far more substantial than those from Poison Dragon Swamp and Desert Continent. Lord Axe of the Four Domains glanced at everyone, and when he saw Shuxi and the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai behind Shuxi, his eyes lit up. Shuxi, you're very good. Shakes bowed slightly in a polite manner. How dare you? Why don't you kneel and kowtow before the Lord? A loud shout suddenly rang out, aimed directly at Shuxi. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. However, out of the corner of his eye, Shuxi saw that Hoffenel, the messenger Palari, the high priest, Abido, and the red-clad Ser all knelt down and kowtowed. Even the prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, who were behind Shuxi, had knelt down on one knee at some point. Shakes looked at the Four Domains Lord Axe, but she seemed not to see anything, gazing at the distant grasslands and forests. Shakes understood. This was an attempt to force him into submission. Shuxi remained silent. He simply took out his weapon, the four-edged blood spear, and held it upside down in his hand. Shuxi stood there, holding his spear, and smiled at the leader-level expert who had just shouted. That was a demon with snake-like eyes, or more accurately, a demonic snake. The Serpent Clan hails from the abyss of the underworld and is a subordinate tribe of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. In terms of bloodline, the Serpent Clan possesses a diluted dragon bloodline. Shuxi curled his lips slightly, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and mocked the leader of the demon Serpent Clan with disdain. Before the Four Domain Lord Axe could say a word, her dog jumped out and bit people. Shakespeare's response was simple: say nothing and prepare to beat the dog. If you beat the dog so badly it hurts, or even kill it, and then prepare to eat it, the dog owner will definitely come forward. Shuxi raised his spear, pointing it at the demon, and silently mocked him. Reddy the Serpent is a direct subordinate of Lord Axe of the Four Realms. He is skilled in assassination, a treacherous assassin, and the most ferocious dog in Lord Axe's hands. The spearhead of the shackles was pointed directly at Reddy, and the Serpent Reddy felt like he was going crazy. In the past, no matter who it was, as long as he shouted, those leader-level powerhouses would all put on a submissive and obedient appearance. But today, not only did Shuxi not do that, he took out his weapon and put on an arrogant expression that said, "What can you do to me? Isn't that infuriating? Ugh, damn troll. Didn't you hear me when I said kneel down and submit to Lord Axe?" The serpent ready roared again, attempting to continue intimidating Shuxi. However, Shuxi remained calm as he looked at the serpent ready, his spear still pointed at the latter. "Chief, let's make way for them." After much deliberation, the prophet Geta, the elder of revelation, whispered a word of advice to Shaksha. After all, the other party has a lord-level powerhouse backing them up, and in the eyes of the prophet Geta, choosing to confront them head-on is rather unwise. Shakshita did not speak and ignored the prophet Geta. Upon hearing Shakshit's silence, the prophet Geta immediately understood his meaning and ceased offering further advice. Elder Genkai tried to stand up several times, but was firmly held down by Prophet Gatai. The prophet Gata knew very well that just because Shaksha dared to stand, it didn't mean that Elder Genkai, and he could too. The atmosphere was silent and still. But to the serpent ready, this atmosphere was a slap in the face, a resounding slap in the face. "Damn troll, you're asking for it." Having said that, the serpent ready drew his dagger, transforming into a black shadow as he swept towards Shuxi with a sinister expression. As Shuxi watched the rapidly approaching serpent ready, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Kill." Shake spoke, uttering a single word, "Kill," low and hoarse, like a demon god roaring in an endless abyss. At the same time, Shuxi activated the troll blood and swift charge skills, shooting out like a beam of light. Uft. The spear is very long, therefore the spear is very strong. The serpent ready was impaled on the spear by Shuxi, who controlled the force well and prevented Ready from passing through his body. Shuxi raised his spear high and grinned. The next second, Shuxi thrust his spear into the ground, pinning the serpent ready to the earth. With the monstrous serpent ready's eyes blazing with fury, Shaksha raised his right foot and stomped hard on Ready's face. "Who do you think you are?" When Shuxi said this, he was very indifferent and calm. Moreover, Shuxi did not look down at the demon serpent Ready, but looked at the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, when he said these words. Therefore, some people are confused as to whether Shuxi was speaking to the serpent Ready or to the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. However, no matter who he was talking to, no one responded to Shuxi. After a long while, Shuxi lowered his head and looked at the pitiful snake, Ready. "Poor pug. Remember, the next time the spear pierces your chest, it won't be your right, but your left." Shuxi withdrew his spear and kicked the serpent Ready away with his left foot. On the other side, Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, was completely shocked by Shuxi's arrogant and domineering behavior. A madman, he's a complete madman. He actually dared to injure one of Lord Axe's direct subordinates. How dare he, how dare he? Where did he get the courage? Hoffenel's heart was in turmoil. A giant wave, unlike anything he had ever seen before, rose within him, threatening to overturn the world. This. He actually dared to do it. And he's incredibly terrifying. The serpent Ready was no match for him. If Hoffenel was madness, then the messenger Palari was fear. The messenger, Palari, knew very well that he had only dared to stir up trouble between the Shuxi and the High Priest because he had the backing of the Four Domains Lord, Axe. However, Shake's current actions are telling everyone that he doesn't need to care about the face of the Four Domains Lord, AKS. Shuxi can kill whomever he wants. This is what truly terrified all the leader-level powerhouses present. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, suddenly turned his gaze away from the distance and said very seriously, Chapter 126, almost certain, get closer. How likely is your secret technique to kill me? The words of the Four Domain Lord Axe were like a solar explosion, greatly startling the surrounding group of leader-level powerhouses. Shuxi sheathed his spear and looked at the Four Domains Lord, Axe, with a humble expression. Now that the dog owner has appeared, we can no longer beat the dog. We need to reason with them. 1/10. To be honest, Shuxi is really humble. His special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, has at least a 50% chance of killing the Four Domain Lord, Axe. However, Shikessa still managed to say it was 1/10. Shakes was both concealing his true abilities and praising the Four Domain Lord, Axe. 10% is already quite high. Lord Axe of the Four Domains spoke in a calm tone, showing no sign of anger. The conditions I promised you before remain unchanged. You can occupy a piece of land and designate it as your territory. Upon hearing this, Hoffenel and Red Cell's expressions changed. In the midst of a multi-race invasion, dividing up territory is an impossible task for a leader-level powerhouse. Because that's a qualification only Lord-level powerhouses possess. In an instant, all the leader-level powerhouses changed their way of looking at Shuxi. Shakes didn't speak, neither denying nor agreeing. I suppose you're heading for Thunder Eagle City this time. Is it all right for you to conquer the area in front of Thunder Eagle City? Shuxi bowed and said very respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Axe." Lord Axe of the Four Domains nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "After you take Thunderhawk City, continue your invasion southward and conquer Thunderstorm City. If you also take Thunderstorm City, you can continue south and come to Flying Stream City to meet me and help me defeat Layla, the Lord of Thunder Forest." This time, Shuxi only nodded and did not agree to everything. Although Shuxi was very tough just now, he was also very clear that the gap between himself and the Lord level was huge, as big as a chasm. Shuxi's confidence to do this stems from the skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice. With a 50% chance of instantly killing someone one rank higher than oneself, even though it's probabilistic, it can still be the strongest trump card for the Setsuki. Of course, using this skill will cause Shuxi to lose half of his life energy. This life energy is not simply physical strength or vitality. According to Shakes, the life energy here most likely includes lifespan, and the data on Shake's data template may also be affected. In short, Shuxi doesn't want to use this skill unless absolutely necessary. After assigning the task to Shakes, the Lord of the Four Realms, Axe, did not mention what had happened between Shakes and the demon serpent Reddy. Lord Axe of the Four Domains turned his head and focused his gaze on Red-clad Cell, the leader of the desert continent. The Sand Scorpion clan has begun its invasion from the west. With your clan's current strength, you shouldn't need to fear that Thunder Beast anymore. The Sand Scorpion clan obeys. Red-clad Sare will certainly complete the task assigned by Lord Axe. Scorpion King Red-clad Sare accepted the mission without daring to object. Lord Axe of the Four Domains nodded and turned his gaze to Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Hoffenel, you are invading along the eastern border. If you encounter enemies you cannot defeat, you can seek help from the shacks. Hoffenel responded and accepted the order without daring to object. However, the thought of possibly dealing with the Kexos always sent chills down Hoffen's spine. This time, you must succeed. The Thunder Forest is just our first target. Our goal is the far south, the place where the sun never sets. If your race wants to grow stronger and your power wants to increase, then we must continue to invade southward. Shakes was very familiar with these words and sentence structure. This was clearly just empty promises. Shakes remained silent, letting the Four Domain Lord, Axe, continue his long and rambling talk. Half a day later, the group dispersed. Shuxi led his troops to invade from the east to the south, while the allied forces invading from both sides were Hoffen and the headquarters of the Four Domain Lord, Axe. Before leaving, the leader of the desert continent, the Scorpion Queen in Red, specially went to Shuxi to say goodbye. Lord Shuxi, the invasion of all races has ended. Welcome to our cold desert. We've been neighbors for so many years, we should get closer. Shakes nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Next was Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. This guy only came over to try and get close to Scorpion Queen Red-clothed Cell after she had gone quite a distance. Lord Shuxi, let me tell you, you must never provoke that Scorpion King. I've heard that Scorpion Queen Red Cell is a wanton woman who sleeps with anyone. Shakes frowned. He felt that Hoffenel had revealed some unclear information, but it was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Did you see those scorpions? Hoffen pointed to the departing swarm of scorpions and whispered. It is said that all the scorpions of the Sand Scorpion clan were produced by Red-clothed Cell. Lord Shuxi, just think about it. How many male creatures would Red-clad Sare have to suck to death in order to produce so many scorpions? Upon hearing this, Shuxi's face darkened. He glanced at Hoffenel and turned to leave. Prophet, how credible do you think Hoffenheimer's words are? The Prophet Gato was shocked and somewhat disoriented. The scene of Shuxi instantly killing the serpent Reddy still echoed in his mind. Especially since Shakes had just told the Four Domains Lord Axe in front of everyone that he had a 10% chance of killing the latter. In this way, the Prophet Gaeta had no choice but to feel awe and be convinced by such actions. Prophet, Chieftain, what brings you here? Elder Genkai lightly touched Prophet Gaeta, who then came to his senses and heard Shaksha's call. The Prophet Gaeta spoke with extreme humility, even using the formal formal. Prophet, how credible do you think Hoffenheimer's words are? About the Sand Scorpion clan. The Prophet Gaeta shook his head and said bluntly, unbelievable. Chief, you may not know this, But the Sand Scorpion clan was already very powerful before that red-clad Sayer became the Scorpion King. Take that High Priestess, for example. She was a leader-level powerhouse hundreds of years ago. Moreover, the Sand Scorpion clan was already quite numerous back then. After the Prophet Gata said this, Shak believed him to some extent. However, Shuxi found it somewhat amusing when he thought of Hoffenel's reminder. Judging from Hoffenel's tone, does that mean that Scorpion King, red-clad Cell, has taken a liking to me and wants to suck me to death? A ridiculous and terrifying thought popped into Shuxi's mind, but it was so unrealistic that Shuxi quickly dismissed it. Next, we will invade Thunderhawk City and retrieve the heads of my elder brother, Grell, and several elders. Thinking of this, Shuxi's gaze became even sharper, bloodthirsty, and violent. Teminor, go and fetch Foray for me. I need to get to Thunderhawk City as quickly as possible. Temin responded, and soon the troll warrior Felix appeared before Shaksha. Fear was very excited, and he looked at Shuxi with awe. Felix never imagined that he would one day return to Thunderhawk City and have the chance to wash away the troll's shame. Chieftain, if we continue our invasion in this direction, we should reach Thunder Eagle City in a month at most. Chapter 127, A Warning for an Invasion. The trees in the Thunder Forest are taller and denser than those in the Black Wasteland Forest. Beneath a giant tree, two guides stood before Shuxi. One was the former troll warrior Feli, and the other was the kobold leader enslaved by the succubus Queen Yelena, a guy named Tekel. My lord, the troll warrior is right. If we invade in this direction, we can reach Thunderhawk City in a month at most. But sir, if you wish to acquire more resources, I suggest you head a little further east, where our kobold territory lies. That land is rich in a high-grade magic potion called Dogtail, which is ripe this year, but hasn't been harvested yet. The information revealed by the kobold Tekel greatly intrigued Shaksha. However, the kobold in front of them was not honest, and kept his words to himself, so Shuxi decided to teach him a lesson. Yelena, your kobold slave has a lot of ulterior motives. Starve him for half a month. The succubus queen, Yelena, bowed slightly, revealing a charming smile, as if flirting with Shuxi. As you wish, dear clan leader. At this, Tekel the kobold's face immediately fell. Tekel, tell the chieftain your true thoughts. The kobold Tekel dared not disobey Yelena's orders and stammered. Master, there are still two leaders in the kobold territory. Tekel wants to take this opportunity to get rid of them and become the leader of all the kobolds. Master, subduing all the kobold tribes will also be a great thing for you. Yelena wore a faint smile, her anger difficult to discern. Shuxi, however, gazed at the forest ahead and began to ponder. After a long while, Shuxi finally spoke up and asked a question. How many people are there in your kobold territory? Upon hearing this, the kobold Tekel's eyes lit up. He knew very well that the real leader of this group was the respected chieftain before him. Chieftain, the kobold territory currently has a population of over 30,000. Excluding the elderly, children, women, and the disabled, there are over 8,000 adult kobold warriors. More than 30,000. That's a terrifying number. Because this is for more than 30,000 mouths, the daily food consumption is a terrifying figure. Shakes remained silent for a moment, hesitant. After a long while, the succubus Queen Yelena, who had some guesses, walked up behind Shuxi and said calmly, Chief, this matter is actually quite simple to handle. Shuxi turned around, his eyes filled with expectation, and gestured for Yelena to continue. Chieftain, if what Tekel says is true, most of the kobolds are the old, young, women, and the disabled. We'll leave the women and children where we are and take over all the other kobolds. Yelena stared at Shuxi, and seeing no trace of pity in his eyes, she continued. The recruitment is divided into two parts. Normal bloodline warriors will be incorporated into our combat teams. Those who are old and disabled are mixed into cannon fodder regiments and made to clear the way for us. It seems that those who survive to the end will be the elite, and they are worth training. That's too ruthless. The most venomous succubus's heart. The succubus Queen Yelena's idea was quite clear, to reuse the kobolds who were burdensome and useless, and keep the usable and renewable ones. Although ruthless, Shaxu liked it very much. It seems I made the right choice bringing you along this time. This matter is entrusted to you. Let your kobold slave Tekel carry it out. Shuxi reached out and stroked Yelena's face, a face exactly like that of his demon wife, Yelena. If it weren't for the mature female voice reminding him, Shuxi sometimes wouldn't be able to tell whether the person in front of him was Yelena or Yelena. Yes, chieftain. Soon, the kobold Tekel received the order. Tekel the kobold was pleased, because the Kshatriyas had not persecuted the very foundation of the tribe, the women and children of the kobolds. As for the old, weak, sick, and disabled, to the Kobold Tekkel, they were just a burden and should be eliminated. Therefore, the Kobold Tekkel readily accepted the order. Some may look down on the Kobold Tekkel, but he is very proud. At least he protected the women, children, and bloodline warriors of his tribe. So the group began to shift eastward, heading towards the Kobold territory. Half a month later, in the Thunder Forest, in the territory of the Kobolds. The Kobold territory is a plain and forested area with few hills and rocks. In fact, the Kobold territory has a population of over 50,000. The reason there are still more than 30,000 left is because the Kobold chieftain led more than 10,000 bloodline warriors to Thunderhawk City to be under the command of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. Scattered throughout the woods were many wooden tents, and wisps of smoke rose from many of them. Suddenly, several wolf howls came from the surrounding forest, startling all the kobolds into jumping up. Even the two kobold leaders, Tessega and Firetail, ran out of their tents. Damn Tessega, you bunch of trash. It's your tribe's turn to be on duty today. Why did you let the wolves into our habitat? The speaker was Firetail, one of the two current leaders of the kobold territory. Another leader, Tessega, squinted and twitched his nose, trying to search for the scent in the air. Firetail, I was just in the same tent as you. I didn't do anything. Are you trying to frame me? The dog-headed man with Firetail spat and cursed. Just because you didn't slack off doesn't mean your people can't slack off too. Tessega, I'm warning you, this is a special time, a time of invasion by all races. Don't tell me you don't know the importance of vigilance. Tessega was also furious. He had already instructed his tribe's warriors to be on high alert. Unexpectedly, an accident still occurred. Firetail, stop talking. I'm going to see for myself now. However, just as the kobold Tessega finished speaking, howls of wolves and screams, as well as the ground tremors that only occur when a large force charges, echoed from the kobold habitat. Both Tessega and Firetail participated in the great battle and are extremely sensitive to this kind of tremor. Oh no, it's an invasion by foreign tribes. Don't panic. Gather your troops and fight back. At the start of the chaos, the kobold habitat was invaded by the Black Wasteland Alliance forces. Remember, prioritize capturing potions and magic cores, then weapons and armor, and lastly food. Notify me immediately if any special loot appears. Shaksha stood in a dense forest outside the kobold's habitat, giving instructions once again to the Succubus Queen Yelena, standing beside him. The Succubus Queen Yelena was in charge of managing all the spies under the Shuxi, who were also responsible for collecting spoils of war. Although Shuxi had said these words countless times, this time, as he personally supervised the battle, he still couldn't help but remind Yelena. Chapter 128. Who are they? The backlash of the contract. In reality, compared to trolls, buffalo, and obsidian, kobolds are incredibly weak. Fortunately, the kobolds had the advantage of numbers. Although they were caught off guard, they managed to organize an effective attack after the chaos. Kobolds' weapons are mostly maces and bone clubs, though there are also a few axes and javelins. Occasionally, you can see kobolds charging through the crowd, each wielding a wooden shield. However, when Elder Steel Kai, a leader-level powerhouse, joined the battle, the momentum that the kobolds had painstakingly built up was immediately shattered. It's a leader-level expert. Run. How is this possible? Behind the kobolds, the kobold leaders Tessega and Firetail looked at Elder Steelcat, who seemed to be moving through an empty space, exchanging bewildered glances, both feeling a sense of foreboding. The kobold formation was broken up and fell into complete chaos, with the kobolds fleeing in all directions. However, not long after, the howling of wolves coming from the surrounding dense forest made them flee back to the camp. This situation lasted for more than 3 hours. More than 3 hours later, the kobold habitat finally fell silent. Shaksha, the prophet Gata, Yelena, and the kobold Tekkel behind Yelena slowly entered the kobold habitat. It's the leader of the Tekkel. Damn it, Tekkel betrayed the chieftain. Tekkel has betrayed the chief. Tekker, you traitor. The moment the kobold Tekkel appeared, he was met with countless jeers and insults. However, the kobold Tekkel paid no heed to the insults hurled at him by his tribesmen, because the kobold Tekkel believed that he was about to become the chieftain of the entire kobold tribe. As for the clan chief far away in Thunderhawk City, he was no longer within Tekkel's considerations. Chieftain master, this way please. With his dirty cuffs, Tekkel wiped a stool clean for Shuxi, becoming a true lackey. Who are those two kobold leaders you mentioned? Find them. Shakes didn't mind, sat on the bench, and got straight to the point. After bowing and scraping, Tekkel pulled out Tessega and Firetail from among the kobolds in the distance. Damn you, Tekkel. Don't you even care about the safety of our tribe? Tekker, tell me, who are they? Tekkel completely ignored Tesega and Firetail, and instead went to Shaksu and Yelena to ask for credit and rewards. Shikushi glanced at Tesega and Firetail, then looked at Takuro, and said seriously, Tekkel, I appoint you as the chieftain of the Kobold tribe. If anyone resists, point it out now and kill them immediately. Of course, treat those who are willing to obey and submit to you well. Tekker chuckled and pointed out all the guys he used to dislike. Shuxi waved his hand, signaling the 4 guardian trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, to step forward and obey his orders. Temenur, the 4 of you follow Tekkel and kill all the rebels, he points out. Yes, chieftain. Then, a few minutes later, screams began to echo from the kobold habitat. A sense of panic permeated the kobold habitat, and everyone felt insecure. Yelena, you can enslave these 2 kobolds as well. The succubus queen Yelena nodded and walked towards the kobold leader named Tesega, preparing to form a contract to subdue him. However, things did not go as planned. Just as the contract was about to be concluded, a contract magic circle appeared between the eyebrows of the kobold leader Tesega, and Tesega's head exploded into dust with a bang. This scene stunned everyone, including Shakus. What's going on? Shake stood up, quickly went to Yelena's side, and only asked after seeing that she was all right. Chief, that kobold has already been enslaved. That was the backlash of the contract. He died from the backlash. Shuxi frowned. It wasn't a big deal that the kobold leader was being enslaved. The key point is that Shakshi wants to know who enslaved the kobold leader Tesega. Do you know who enslaved him? Yelena shook her head, her pretty face filled with disgust. The kobold's explosion had soiled her bone armor. Forget it, we don't need to form a contract with this kobold. When Tekkel returns, let him behead this leader in front of all the kobolds. Shuxi originally wanted to keep the kobold leader, since he was a hero-level kobold, which was quite rare. However, after what just happened, Shikusui immediately abandoned the idea. Shaksha plans to have the kobold Tekkel behead Firetail as a pledge of allegiance, hoping to completely win over the kobold race to his side. Although such methods are violent and despicable, they are very effective. Half an hour later, Tekkel, led by 4 guardian trolls, happily returned to Shaksha. Tekker, behead him and display his head as a sign of your loyalty. Tekkel was taken aback by Shuxi's words. However, Tekkel quickly realized what was happening. Your Excellency Chieftain, as you wish. Shaksha nodded without speaking, and the guard troll handed a large cleaver to the kobold Tekkel. Tekkel raised his greatsword and approached Firetail, the kobold leader. Farewell, Firetail my friend. I will take good care of your 10 wives and 18 daughters. Tekkel's words were so informative that even Shuxi's lips twitched. Click. The 2 leaders of the kobold habitat were thus killed. Next, the highest-ranking kobold is Tekkel himself. At Yelena's prompting, the kobold Tekkel began his performance. My people, if it weren't for me, your good days would be over. Your former chieftain will soon die on the battlefield. Your leader, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, will soon be killed as well. Now, the Thunder Forest has been occupied by the adults behind me. Our way out is to follow the adults and invade southward together. Now, I declare myself the chieftain of the kobold tribe. Anyone who opposes me. The more Shuxi listened, the more he felt that the kobold Tekkel was a talent for deceiving his own kind. After being persuaded by the kobold Tekkel, many kobolds submitted to him. Of course, some of them were originally Tekkel's tribes, and at this moment they felt a sense of superiority. As for the other 2 tribes, apart from women and children, all those who disobeyed were sent to the cannon fodder regiment. Today is a wonderful day for the kobold Tekkel. Of course, it was also very good for Shuxi, as he gained a lot of potions and cannon fodder troops. Chapter 129: The Igor Clan and the Fire Raven Clan. Soon, the scavenging team delivered a large number of magic cores and more than a dozen high-grade magic potion dog's tails to Shakes. Chief, the few dogtails with the most potent medicinal properties have been taken to Thunderhawk City by that damned Ray, former chieftain of the kobolds, and offered to the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez. After learning that the kobold Tekkel had a penchant for collecting potions, he led a team that not only harvested potions, but also plundered the kobold's treasure vault. Shuxi put away the potion and the magic core, a smile appearing on his lips. Tekker, you did a great job. I have high hopes for you. Respected chieftain, Tekkel is willing to serve you, and Tekkel is willing to lead the way. Tekkel is very familiar with this forest. Well, if you do a good job next time, I'll reward you. Shuxi was in a good mood. He had already dealt the blows, and now he was ready to offer a small reward to continue to drive Tekkel around. See those armors? If you do something good, I'll reward you with a set. Shaksha pointed to his guardian trolls and the bone armor they wore. Upon hearing this, Tekkel's eyes lit up. He really wanted to own a set of bone armor. It's not that bone armor has particularly good defensive properties, but rather that Tekkel believes that only by wearing the same armor as his master's companions can he feel like one of his own and have a sense of belonging. Your Excellency, Chieftain, if we continue south, before we reach Thunderhawk City, we can visit the Igor clan near Thunderhawk City. The Igor clan and Thunderhawk Knight Oots have a very good relationship. It is said that Thunderhawk Knight Oots' Thunderhawk was tamed by the Igor clan. This time, not only Shuxi, but also the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai became interested upon hearing this and gathered around. Your Excellency, as we all know, Thunderhawk Knight Oots is from the Nachi clan. This clan is naturally able to communicate with Thunderhawks, so they can easily form contracts with each other. The Igor clan is skilled at taming flying magical beasts, and their tribe happens to have tamed 2 Thunderhawks. Chieftain, I have heard that there is still an uncontracted Thunderhawk in the Igor clan. When Tekkel said those last words, he did so in a mysterious way, even lowering his voice considerably. Shuxi showed no emotion on his face, only saying something indifferently. In that case, let's stop by the Igor clan on our way. Very well. Chieftain, Tekkel is at your service. Thunder Forest, Thunder Eagle City. Inside the chieftain's castle, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez's face was ashen and extremely unpleasant. Because Yutez sensed that his secret slave contract with the Kobold Irontooth had disappeared. In other words, the Kobold leader Tessega is dead. Did the Tessega die in an internal conflict within its own clan? Or did the Tessega die at the hands of those invaders from the north? Who could it be? Also, why haven't those kobolds they sent out sent back any messages yet? Yutez is very anxious. Ever since his partner Kijia, Lei Ying, died, Yutez has been in a state of depression and irritability, unable to vent his emotions. The death of Lei Ying, in particular, dealt a heavy blow to Yutez. What frustrated Yutez even more was that his sister, Yudif, had not yet signed a contract with another Thunderhawk, which made Yutez even more uneasy. Someone, go and invite Lord Nadal, the patriarch of the Igor clan, here. A moment later, a servant went down to invite Nadal, and Utezio's sister, Yudif, also cautiously walked in from outside. Brother, has something happened? Yutez looked at his sister, and his mind calmed down a bit. Yes, there are some cases. My kobold spies in the northern territories died, and those northern races have started invading again. Sister, I will have His Excellency Nadal send someone to take you to the Fire Raven clan to lay low for a while. Yudify opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking somewhat shocked. Brother, has the situation gotten that bad? Going to the Fire Raven clan to avoid trouble means that Thunder Eagle City is no longer safe. Even my brother doesn't know. He doesn't know who the attackers are either. No matter who it is, my brother no longer has air superiority, so the outcome is still hard to predict. Therefore, sister, for your safety, you must now go to the Fire Raven clan. Once this invasion is over, your brother will personally come and bring you back. Yudif was a little sad. It was all because she was incompetent that she couldn't sign the contract for so long. Otherwise, she could definitely help her brother. Brother, I'll listen to you. Yutez reached out and stroked his sister's hair, speaking softly. These are special times. When you visit the Fire Raven clan, keep a low profile and don't act like a spoiled princess. Okay, I understand. Soon after, Nadal, the patriarch of the Igor clan, entered the castle and came before Yutez. Greetings, Chief. Yutezi personally went over and helped Nadal up, speaking to him gently. Your Excellency Nadal, is there really no chance of Kojir surviving? Nadal shook his head. The Thunder Hawk, who had been away for months, was almost certainly not going to make it back alive. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle and his clan did not sense any similar aura in the surrounding area. Therefore, Yutez's Thunderhawk mount must have been killed. My lord, now is not the time for sorrow and grief. As long as we can withstand this wave of invasion, we will have time to gradually get along with Thunder Eagle. Perhaps it will be willing to sign a contract with you then. Yutez nodded, suppressing his sorrow. Lord Nadal, the reason I invited you here is to ask you to send your people to deliver my sister Yudif to the Fire Raven clan. Nadal agreed to Yutez's request without hesitation. Because Nadal knew very well that Thunderhawk City was about to face an invasion, and it was perfectly normal to send his family to safety at this moment. Even if Yutezi doesn't say it, Nadal will also arrange for a group of his people to flee south. My lord, I will have my son, Jufu, personally escort Prince Utifei to the Fire Raven clan for refuge. Yutez nodded, a hint of joy finally appearing on his face. Nadal's son, named Kufu, is also an air knight. However, Jufu's mount was only a hero-level wind eagle, which wasn't very useful. Then, Chief, I'll make the arrangements right away. Okay, go ahead. Half an hour later, Yutez watched the winged eagle take off from the city, and the expression on his face relaxed a lot. Having successfully delivered his sister to safety, Yutez's determination to resist the formidable enemy has also strengthened considerably. Come on, come on. I want to see who is so foolish as to dare to invade my Thunder Eagle City. I want to add another leader-level expert's head to the walls of Thunderhawk City. Chapter 130, Enslaving Them, Dreams Shattered. On the other side, on the road leading to the settlement of the Igor clan, Shuxi was currently riding on a giant frost wolf, while the Guardian Troll Terminal had been driven off by Shuxi to serve as a horseman. Shakis was in a joyful mood. Because these days, every other day, Shuxi would consume a high-grade magic potion called Dogtail. Under the influence of the potion, Zakisi's data template changed once again. Strength, 2520/5000, plus 5240, can be increased. Agility, 2310/5000, plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 2225/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 2722/5000, plus 200, can be improved. With the help of the magic potion, Shuxi's strength and physique finally surpassed the 2,500 mark. Of course, the attribute that has been increased the most this time is not strength or constitution, but intelligence. Shakes knew very well that the intelligence here did not refer to IQ, but to elemental affinity. Sometimes, Shakespeare also felt that intelligence might be linked to mental strength. However, sometimes Shuxi felt that physical constitution and mental strength were also related. In short, Shakes himself also had some doubts about the data template. Shakes is also feeling his way across the river, and there are many things he needs to experience and explore over a long period of time. Chieftain, we'll reach the Igor clan's settlement in about a day's journey. The kobold Tekel was very shrewd. Through his observations over the past few days, he had discovered the special relationship between Shaksha and his master, Yelena. Therefore, Tekel would often go to Shuxi to make his presence known and to curry favor with him. It's rare to find such a sensible and capable lackey, and Shakes doesn't mind Tekel's flattery. Taking this opportunity, Shuxi will also ask Tekel some questions about the Thunder Forest. Tekel, tell me what you know about the Thunder Forest. Tell me about the races and magical beasts here, and their leaders. Oh, and the distribution of potions, and some special items. Shuxi genuinely wanted to learn more about the Thunder Forest, and as for how much the kobold Tekel knew, Shuxi naturally hoped to know as much as possible. Chief, you may not know this, but our kobold territory has relatively few potions. The truly good potions are all found in the southern territories. It's a pity I've never been to the south. Tekel glanced at Shuxi out of the corner of his eye. Shuxi was expressionless. Tekel immediately realized that he hadn't hit the nail on the head, so he turned his eyes around and continued. Chieftain, I've heard that the Igor clan has many magical potions that flying magical beasts like to eat. They use these potions to tame and attract flying magical beasts. Furthermore, many high-grade magical herbs are also cultivated in Thunderhawk City. Shakes nodded, neither praising nor getting angry. Tekel the kobold was just a leader. For him to know these things was already considered quite knowledgeable. Although Shaksha didn't do much, the kobold Tekel was very enthusiastic. Suddenly, the kobold Tekel seemed to have thought of something and immediately spoke to Shaksha. Chief, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez has a younger sister, and it's said he dotes on her. Also, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez's sister is named Utf, and she is a willful and capricious woman. Shuxi was very curious about what kind of woman would be considered willful and capricious in the eyes of the kobolds. Teker, how much do you know about this Utfer? When the kobold Tekel heard Shuxi's question, his face turned red. However, after a moment, Tekel revealed the truth. Chief, I've been to Thunderhawk City a few times with that damned Rhea, former kobold chieftain, before, and I've seen Ut from afar a few times. Sir, I don't know anything about Utfer either. I've only heard about it. Shuxi nodded, not blaming Tekel. Tekel, I'm giving you a chance to make a contribution. Drive away the cannon fodder regiment that is invading the Igor clan's settlement. Mission accomplished. I'll reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the kobold Tekel's eyes lit up. After bowing and stepping back, he went straight to the cannon fodder regiment. Once Tekel's figure disappeared from sight, Shuxi turned to Yelena and said calmly, Your slave is a talent. Train him well, and don't let him die. To be honest, Shuxi really wanted to train Tekel. Such a sensible and capable lackey would definitely be useful. Yelena smiled charmingly and nodded slightly, having already made up her mind. Prophet, the Ego clan, do you know anything about them? Compared to the information provided by the Kobold Tekel, Shaksha believed more in the insights and knowledge of the Prophet Geta. Chieftain, the Igor clan has existed for a very long time. To put it bluntly, most of the flying magical beasts in the Thunder Forest come from this race. However, it's strange that the Igor clan has never had its own leader-level powerhouse. Chieftain, if possible, try not to kill them, but enslave them. Shakespeare nodded. The advice offered by the Prophet Geta was very practical. If they could truly enslave the Igor clan, Shuxi could gradually cultivate flying magical beasts belonging to the Black Wasteland tribe. Unfortunately, half a day later, the plans of Shaksha and the Prophet Geta fell through. The settlement of the Igor clan is now deserted. Even the immature potions were all harvested, leaving not a single one for Shakes. It wasn't just the Shukti who had their dreams shattered, but also the Kobold Tekel. The ruthless Kobold Tekel personally wielded his whip, driving his cannon fodder squad to invade the Igor clan settlement, but gained nothing in the end. Tekel the Kobold was quite disappointed that he hadn't gotten the bone armor he'd been dreaming of. Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. If you had run faster, the Igor clan might not have had time to escape. The Kobold Tekel lashed out with his whip at a crippled kobold, venting his frustration. It seems they knew we were coming and were prepared, so they left beforehand. Shuxi sighed, not particularly disappointed. Even knowing that there would be an invasion by all races, he would have prepared an escape route as soon as possible. Continue south, don't waste any more time. Let's head straight for Thunder Eagle City. Soon, the order from the Shuxi was relayed, and the main force continued southward without stopping. However, just as Shuxi left, a cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above the area where the Igo clan was gathered. At the same time, a leader-level pressure swept over, and the kobolds of the cannon fodder regiment were so frightened that they all lay down on the ground. Even Shuxi narrowed his eyes, a spear appearing in his hand, ready to deal with any possible attack. Shuxi, Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai looked up at the sky, releasing their leader-level pressure in an attempt to intimidate the suddenly appearing Thunder Eagle. Phew! The Thunder Eagle screeched, and its circling, diving posture began to slow down, gradually increasing its flight altitude. A very intelligent Thunder Eagle, with a keen sense of danger. Chapter 131 The Only Reliance, the Initial Thought. Just now, Thunder Eagle almost entered the range of Shake's shooting. Sensing Shuxi's murderous intent, Thunder Eagle decisively abandoned its hunt and flew away. Clearly, the Thunderhawk had been heading straight for the 4 level 6 magical beasts, the Frost Giant Wolves, near Shuxi. The Thunder Eagle circled and lingered over the territory of the Igor tribe for about half an hour, but finding no opportunity to hunt, it flew south. As soon as Laying left, Shake's face immediately darkened. Do you think this Thunderhawk might be the one belonging to Thunderhawk Knight Yutez? Shuxi was asking the questions of the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and the Succubus Queen Yelena, but no one stepped forward to speak, and no one dared to be sure. A dark cloud descended and gathered above the heads of Kshatriya and the others. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and oppressive. Of course, Shaksha also wondered if the Raikage from earlier might have been the one tamed by the Igor clan. Moreover, this possibility is extremely high, because the place where Shuxi and the others are currently staying is the gathering place of the Igor clan. On the other hand, it's also possible that it isn't. The Thunder Eagle in the sky had unknowingly become a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Despite the crisis, Shakis remained calm, showing no emotion. Shuxi didn't consider himself exceptionally intelligent, but he knew that keeping one's emotions hidden and remaining unpredictable to the enemy was the choice of a fool. Therefore, Shakushi's emotions were very stable. To the Prophet Geta and the Succubus Queen Yelena, this performance was a sign of complete confidence. This is the clan leader I want to follow. We will definitely go much further together. The Prophet Geta looked at Shaksha, who was riding on the Frost Wolf, and stared at his back, feeling a strange sense of calm. As expected, the troll that can conquer me, Yelena, is truly magnificent. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, was also glancing at Shaksha out of the corner of her eye. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle made this hero-level being feel threatened. Yelena immediately thought of Shuxi, the only person she could rely on. The calmness on Shuxi's face reassured Yelena considerably. Although you can't see or hear it, it's very real. Emotions similar to Yelena's were constantly being passed around among the troops heading to the front. The 3 leader-level beings, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai, became the source of confidence and reliance for all Bloodline warriors. From the moment they left Black Wasteland Town, everyone knew that the invasion of the Myriad races was dangerous, and that there was no chance of ever returning. The attack by Thunder Eagle just now signifies that danger is approaching. The fact that Shuxi, Prophet Gata, and Elder Genkai were able to scare away the leader-level Thunderhawk has already given all the Bloodline warriors a significant boost in confidence. The approaching danger made the soldiers tense, but also energized. Shuxi was very perceptive. He noticed the change in his Bloodline warriors, as the way his people looked at him was filled with awe and was more fanatical than ever before. Shuxi thought for a moment and then spoke to Temin beside him. Pass down the order, set up camp on the spot, and make sure the soldiers are well fed, watered, and rested. This is the settlement of the Igor clan. The terrain is excellent, making it a good place to rest. Before arriving at Thunderhawk City, it's a good idea to get the clansmen into peak condition. Therefore, Shakes decided on the spot to stop advancing and start a fire. As night fell, the three elders, Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Succubus Queen Yelena, gathered inside Shaksha's tent. According to information provided by the Kobold Tekel, Thunderhawk City was also built in a valley and has only one city gate. And the heads of the eldest brother and the other troll elders are hanging on the city wall in front of the city gate. We will arrive in Thunder Eagle City in 3 days. What do you think we should do in this battle? Based on the available intelligence, the Kshatriya has brought up the problems it faces. Of course, Shakshi had his own thoughts. However, it is very necessary to listen to the opinions of others during wartime. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. No one is perfect. Chieftain, the enemy is probably unaware of our intelligence. They are definitely planning to defend as the best offense and remain unchanged in the face of any eventuality. The speaker was the Succubus Queen, Yelena. Shuxi looked at Yelena with admiration and gentleness and encouraged her to continue. The fact that Lord Grell is the elder brother of the clan leader should be unknown to Thunderhawk Knight Oots. We must retrieve Lord Grell's head before Oots learns of this news, to prevent him from using it to blackmail us or make trouble over it. On this point alone, we have room to maneuver. Yelena's words surprised both the Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai, as they had not expected this. The Prophet Gata, in particular, knew very well how rare it was to find outstanding individuals with a far-sighted strategic vision. After Shikesa drank a cup of beast blood wine on the table in front of him in one gulp, he asked the question, how to operate it. Yelena didn't speak, but fell into deep thought. Shuxi did not disturb them, but turned his attention to the Prophet Gata. Prophet, what are your thoughts? The Prophet Gata reached out and rubbed his bald head, squinted his eyes, and slowly spoke. Chief, our numbers are less than 15,000 at most, which is not suitable for a frontal assault on the city. This really hit the nail on the head for Shakespeare. Shuxi brought out these 2,000 elite Bloodline warriors not to fight a tough battle, but to accumulate invasion experience. Shuxi's initial idea was to plunder resources while invading. Although they subdued the Kobold race and gained 8,000 Kobold warriors of average combat strength, as well as a Kobold cannon fodder squad of nearly 5,000. However, this still did not allow the Shakes to launch a direct attack on the city, as their numbers and combat strength did not permit it. This is determined by the current situation, and there's nothing the authorities can do about it. Of course, the factor of high-end combat power has not yet been taken into account. If we include the powerful forces such as Shaxu, the Prophet Gata, Elder Gungai, and the abyssal Tyrannoman that Shaxu hid to prepare for a sneak attack on the enemy, the situation will be different again. Prophet, do you have any other suggestions? The Prophet Gata shook his head. He too was pondering how to easily breach Thunderhawk City. Aside from Thunderhawk Knight Utes, a leader-level powerhouse, Thunderhawk City's defenses are definitely not weak. There should be tens of thousands of Bloodline warriors alone. For example, according to the intelligence that Shuxi had previously obtained, the former Kobold chieftain had brought more than 10,000 Kobold warriors to Thunderhawk City. If we add the defensive capabilities of Thunder Eagle City itself, the enemy that Shakes and his group are about to face is definitely not weak. Ultimately, it's because the foundation of the forces behind Shaksha is too weak. Also a subordinate of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, Red-clad Cell, the Scorpion King of the Desert Continent, has countless scorpions serving as cannon fodder. Even in Hoffenl of the Poison Dragon Swamp, tens of thousands of swamp crocodiles charged ahead. Sigh, if that cave spider queen hadn't attacked Alligator Turtle Valley back then, and I had subdued her, the situation would be very different now. Chapter 132 Second Attack, Chief Leia. Shuxi was preoccupied with the cave spiders, and his mind wandered slightly. The other three elders in the tent also looked worried. After a long while, Shakshi regained his composure and revealed his thoughts. In that case, we will launch a second stage attack in 3 days. The tactical meeting lasted for half a day, during which Shuxi explained his plans and ideas in detail. Upon learning of the Shikshita tactics, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Yelena's eyes lit up. Finally, the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai left the tent of Shaksha. Is there anything you want to say to me? Shuxi looked at Yelena, who hadn't moved an inch, and asked her a question. Yelena shook her head and smiled charmingly under Shuxi's questioning gaze. My dear clan chief, we are about to face a great battle, and I am ready to charge into battle for you. Aren't you going to satisfy me before the battle? Sheikh's eyebrows twitched, but he still reached out and closed the tent flap. Under Yelena's active provocation, Shakshi couldn't resist the temptation and committed adultery with her. 3 days later, in a dense forest 5 miles from Thunder Eagle City, the Sheikh's troops stopped to rest again. At this moment, inside the tent of the Shakshi, the kobold Tekkel was kneeling. Tekkel, tell me, do you want to personally kill Rhea, the former chieftain of the kobolds, and rightfully become the true and sole chieftain of the kobold race? Yes, chieftain, Tekkel dreams of it. With a wave of his hand, Shuxi summoned the guardian troll Terminal, who emerged from a compartment in the tent carrying a set of bone armor. This is the armor I'm giving you in advance. I hope it will help you save your life in the war. Oh, Your Excellency, chieftain, is this really for me? What? You don't want it? Yes. Shaksha smiled slightly and gestured for the guardian troll Terminal to put armor on the kobold Tekkel. When the bone armor was placed on the kobold Tekkel, the white bones on the armor seemed to come alive. Starting from Tekkel's spine, it automatically aligns with Tekkel and then begins to extend throughout the body. Moments later, the kobold Tekkel was covered in a strange suit of armor that not only covered his vital parts, but also his long, thin tail. That's not all. The bone armor forms a cone-shaped barb at the tip of Tekkel's tail, turning Tekkel's tail into a weapon as well. The kobold Tekkel stroked his armor as if caressing the skin of a lover. What beautiful and welcoming armor. By Aruz, an ancestor of the kobolds. I am willing to wear this armor forever and never take it off. The kobold Tekkel's bizarre praise of the bone armor amused Shaksha. Tekkel, you've donned the bone armor. Remember, you have a mission. The kobold Tekkel knelt on one knee and spoke with utmost respect and worship. Respected chieftain, Tekkel will certainly complete the task you have assigned. Okay, go and prepare. As he watched the retreating figure of the kobold Tekkel, Shaksha's gaze gradually sharpened. The tactics of the Shuxi are actually very simple. The so-called two-stage attack is just a decoy. In Shaksha's plan, the kobold Tekkel drove the kobold warriors and cannon fodder to launch a frontal assault on Thunderhawk City. Of course, Shakshi didn't simply send the kobolds to their deaths. Charging alongside the kobolds was the leader-level powerhouse, the Prophet Geta. As a leader-level powerhouse, the Prophet Geta, combined with the obsidian golem's naturally tall physique, would surely attract the attention of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. Even in Shuxi's ideal plan, the Prophet Geta would provoke the Thunderhawk Knight Utes. The Prophet Gates had two purposes in provoking him. One was to draw Utes' attention to himself. The second purpose was to test whether Thunderhawk Knight Utes' mount, the leader-level Thunderhawk, was still there. Especially for the second objective, the choice of the vanguard must be none other than the Prophet Geta. Even if the Thunderhawk were still there, with the powerful strength and defense of the petrified Prophet Geta, it could hold out for a while. That's the key point. Of course, if Thunderhawk Knight Utes' mount doesn't appear, then he'll be the one in trouble. Then, after the Prophet Geta successfully diverted the attention of the Thunderhawk Knight Utes, the agile hero-level trolls and succubi hidden among the kobolds made their move, using spears and arrows to sever the ropes binding the heads of Greel and the other trolls. The ultimate goal is to successfully obtain the heads of Grell and several troll elders. Only after that will it be the turn of the Shuxi to take action and truly attack the city. On the city wall of Thunder Eagle City, Thunderhawk Knight Utes, fully armed, stood on the city wall, gazing at the dense forest 5 miles away, wishing he could immediately send men out to cut down all those giant trees. Because of the dense forest, Utes was unable to ascertain the enemy's exact situation. All the spies he sent out never returned. Even when several heroic-level flying magical beasts from the city were sent out to scout, they were blocked by layers of giant trees and unable to obtain information. One flying monster was even shot down by a spear that flew out of the dense forest while flying at low altitude, which made Thunder Eagle Knight Utes very distressed. Lord Nadal, recall the flying magical beasts to prevent them from causing any further accidents. Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, nodded. If Utes hadn't been there to supervise the battle, he would have already summoned back the tribe's flying magical beasts. Although the Igor clan is skilled at taming flying magical beasts, the number of flying magical beasts that have actually signed a contract with the Igor clan is only about 5. Furthermore, 2 of the flying magical beasts were dispatched to escort Utz's sister, Utfi, to the Fire Raven clan for refuge. Nadal's heart was bleeding as one of the tribe's few 3-headed flying monsters had just been shot down. Flying magical beasts are an extremely precious and scarce resource, no matter where they are. Your Excellency Nadal, when do you think the enemy will launch an attack? When asked by Thunder Eagle Knight Utes, Nadal shook his head. He was also completely confused and didn't know the enemy's specific situation. Chief Leia, what do you think? Chieftain Rhea of the Kobold tribe frowned, wanting to say something but not daring to. In the past, Utes would never have cared about the thoughts of the Kobolds. Because of the existence of the leader-level Thunder Eagle, Utes has always been high and mighty. The Kobold race has always been kept out of Thunderhawk City. The Kobold chieftain, Rhea, couldn't understand why Utes, the Thunderhawk Knight who used to be so aloof, was being so polite to him. This led to the Kobold chieftain Rhea being extremely cautious and hesitant to express his true thoughts. Just now, the Kobold chieftain Rhea smelled the scent of his own kind in the air. He could hardly believe it, nor could he be sure. Because of the past prestige of Thunderhawk Knight Utes, the Kobold chieftain Rhea feared that if he spoke out, he would be unable to explain himself and might even be killed on the spot. Chapter 133 Warhorn. I was so scared I peed myself. Thunderhawk Knight Utes waited for a long time, but no attack came, which made him extremely uneasy. Just as he was about to rest, as dusk fell and night descended, Shuxi personally blew his horn in the dense forest. A clarion call to war. Wah! Along with the horn appeared the bloodthirsty aura of the Shakshi. Driven by the Kobold Tekel, a large number of berserk Kobold warriors charged towards Thunderhawk City. Upon seeing the charging Kobold warriors, Thunderhawk Knight Utes went berserk and grabbed the Kobold chieftain Rhea. Damn bastard, are you betraying me? The Kobold chieftain, Rhea, shook his head vigorously while panting. My esteemed leader, I have not betrayed you. The 15,000 Kobold warriors I brought are standing on the city wall, ready for battle. I have no idea what's going on with those attacking Kobolds. Thunderhawk Knight Utes was furious. His breathing was heavy and rapid. Fortunately, Utezi did not lose his mind. Utes released the neck of the Kobold chieftain Rhea, suppressing his anger, and spoke to him in a barely steady tone. I apologize, Chief Leia. I was reckless. My esteemed leader, I think we should deal with the enemy at hand first. Chieftain Rhea pointed to the Kobolds who were approaching the city gate, and to the very conspicuous Prophet Gata in the attacking force. A leader-level powerhouse. Obsidian Golem? A tribe from the Black Wasteland Forest? Thunderhawk Knight Utes turned his head and looked at the Prophet Gata, who was also looking at him in the crowd and making a throat-slitting gesture. Upon seeing the Prophet Gates, Utes' pupils contracted. While feeling somewhat fearful, Utes also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Utes knew very well that the leader-level Obsidian Golem was very powerful, but because of its size and physique, Utes was confident that he could hold his own against the Prophet Geta and ensure that he would not be easily killed. Lord Nadal, Chief Rhea, each of you defend one side. I will go and lure that leader-level Obsidian Golem away. Well, given Gata's physique and strength, he would indeed cause a lot of trouble for the defending Thunder Eagle City once he gets close to the city gate. To avoid this trouble, Thunderhawk Knight Utes jumped off the city wall, intending to lure away the Prophet Gata. Thunderhawk Knight Utes' move played right into the hands of Prophet Gata, silencing the taunts and provocations that Prophet Gata had prepared long ago and were already on the verge of being delivered. However, the best part was yet to come. Thunderhawk Knight Utes actually provoked the Prophet Gata, speaking while secretly moving away in an attempt to lure him away. Obsidian Golem from the Black Wasteland Forest, I will twist your head off and have the craftsman turn it into a statue to be spurned by all my protected people. Indeed, at this moment, the Prophet Gata felt joy in his heart. Because the task assigned to him by Shaksha was completed by the Prophet Gata without him doing anything. The assist provider was none other than Thunderhawk Knight Utes himself. Damn you, you little ant. I'm going to chop you to pieces. Then, the Prophet Gata roared in feigned anger and chased after the Thunderhawk Knight Utes. The departure of the two powerful leaders brought a sigh of relief to the warriors of all races on and below the city walls. Hidden within the attacking force were trolls and succubus warriors with exceptional night vision, who drew their spears and crossbows and began to carry out their respective mission objectives. The Great War has begun. Charge. Shoot arrows. Smash the city gate. Damn trash. Break through the city gates. Whoever slays the Kobold Rhea will be promoted to Kobold Leader and share power and all the Angelus, a collective term for female kobolds, with me. Tekle, who was overseeing the battle amidst the kobolds' tide, was truly giving it his all. At this moment, the kobold Tekle knew very well that he was fighting for his master Yelena, for the chieftain Shaksha, and for himself. From the moment Tekle the kobold was enslaved, he had no choice. Having no other choice, Tekle was determined to overthrow the rule of the current kobold chieftain, Rhea. In the dense forest, Shuxi and Elder Genkai stood together. It was clear that they were both slightly anxious. Only after seeing the succubus queen Yelena without attracting any attention and successfully removing Grell's head from the city wall did Shaksha and Elder Genkai both breathe a sigh of relief. Shuxi, it was a very wise choice for the clan leader to personally go to the succubus clan to arrange a marriage. Yelena is already your woman. Why don't you take her into your tent? Because Yelena successfully obtained Grell's head, Elder Genkai had a much better impression of her and was already speaking well of her. She said she didn't want to go. Shake smiled wryly. He also wanted to take Yelena into his tent, but Yelena herself was reluctant. Yelena is the queen of the succubus race and also the elder steward of the Black Wasteland tribe. At this time, Yelena had power and status, so why did she enter the Shuxi tent and compete with her twin sister for attention? Isn't it wonderful to be your own queen and wield your own power? If she gets lonely, Yelena can always find an opportunity to have sex with Shuxi. Shuxi's assessment was accurate. Yelena truly thought that way. Yelena loved beauty, but she loved power and status even more. Elder, get ready. It's our turn to perform. Shuxi stepped aside, took the horn handed to him by the guardian troll, and blew it again. As the bugle sounded, the kobold cannon fodder regiment retreated as if they had found a lifeline. The speed at which they fled was nothing like that of a group of old, weak, sick, or disabled people. However, less than 10 minutes later, the war horn sounded again. This time, along with the horn came the terrifying roar of a dragon beast. Roar. A deep, hoarse subwoofer with a metallic, tearing sound came from afar. At the same time, 3 overwhelming pressures, at the level of leaders, swept towards Lei Ying without restraint. Even the battlefield came to a standstill. In the distance, Oots, the Thunderhawk Knight who was fighting with the Prophet Gata, was almost scared to death when he saw Abyss Greymon appear. Because the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast is the Mount of Axe, the Lord-level expert of the 4 domains. Bang! Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was distracted during the battle and was directly blown away by the Prophet Gatar's stone axe, spitting blood and suffering from pain all over his body. Boom, boom, boom. When Abyss Greymon appeared, Shaxu immediately made it condense the Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon. 3 consecutive Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon shots were fired, and not only the city gate of Thunder Eagle City, but also a large section of the city wall near the city gate collapsed. Wah! The war horn sounded again, and this time it was a true charge. The charge was led by Elder Steelk, a leader-level powerhouse and a warrior of troll blood. Chapter 134 Killing Intent leads to decapitation, peak momentum. As for Shakus himself, he was already driving Abyssal Greymon towards the place where Prophet Gata and Thunderhawk Knight Oots were fighting. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of Abyssal Tyrannomon were extremely oppressive. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez stood up, clutching his chest, staring at Shuxi in disbelief. Prophet, leave this to me. Chief, be careful. The Prophet Gata, carrying his stone axe, glanced at the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez with pity before turning and charging towards Thunderhawk City. I've long admired the name of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez. My name is Shuxi, the new chieftain of the Black Wasteland tribe, and the younger brother of Grell, the chieftain of the Troll tribe. Shake's voice was calm and indifferent. Shuxi looked at Thunderhawk Knight Yutez and spoke of his relationship with Grell as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. Grell's brother? Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was somewhat bewildered. Shocked by the appearance of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, he didn't realize for a moment that the Grell mentioned by Shuxi was the troll chieftain whose head he had hung on the city wall. It's him. You are his brother. After a long while, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez suddenly exclaimed in surprise. However, Shuxi had no intention of arguing with him any longer. Shakus, urging the Abyssal Tyrannomon, has already launched a charge towards Thunderhawk Knight Oots. Upon seeing this, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was terrified and turned to run away. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was clever. Instead of fleeing towards Thunderhawk City, he fled towards the dense forest. At this moment, in Thunder Eagle City, the leader-level powerhouses, Prophet Gata and Elder Steel Kai, are wreaking havoc. Shuxi smiled and threw the spear in his hand. Call. The spear flew through the air, piercing through the already wounded Thunderhawk Knight Yutez. Shuxi had restrained a lot of its power. Otherwise, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez would not have been shot through, but rather blown to pieces. Shakis stepped down from the head of the abyssal Tyrannoman and came to Utz's side. Shuxi pulled out his spear and, under Yutez's pained gaze, severed the tendons and bones in Yutez's limbs. Yutez lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move his limbs, howling in pain. Uft! Shuxi plunged his spear into Yutez's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Yutez, I have some bad news for you. Your sister, Yuduf, has also been captured by me. So is this bad news? Shuxi crouched down, staring at Yutez with a strange, ambiguous expression on his face. No, it's impossible. My sister has already gone to the Fire Crow clan's gathering place. Shake suddenly laughed, a very happy laugh. So it's the Fire Crow clan. I know where to catch her now. Indeed, Shuxi truly swears that he only wanted to break the spirit of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, to let him die in despair and resentment. Little did they know, this trickery actually yielded a useful clue from Shakespeare. From Shakis's expression and laughter, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez immediately realized that he had been tricked and had inadvertently revealed his sister's whereabouts. You wretched troll, you will die a horrible death, you will surely. Before Thunderhawk Knight Yutez could finish speaking, Shuxi drew the small curved knife he had prepared for this moment from his waist. Yutez, do you know what this is? Shuxi handed the small curved knife to Yutez. The electric current that occasionally emanated from the blade, along with the familiar aura, made Yutez's eyes widen, and his eyeballs instantly became bloodshot. Kujier. Shuxi let out a soft, oh, and said in a sighing tone. So, its name is Kujier, and its meat is really delicious. Do you want to eat? I kept some and made it into jerky. As he spoke, Shuxi took a piece of dried meat from his cuckoo stomach and stuffed it into Utz's mouth. No. Cough, 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 cough. As Shuxi looked at the constantly coughing Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez, his voice suddenly became indifferent, like ice that had never melted. Yutez, you have made me lose a loved one, and a big brother who cared about me. I was furious during that time. So, I've already planned how to kill you. Don't worry, I'll reunite you with your sister soon. I won't keep you waiting long. Shuxi raised his scimitar, his face contorted with rage. Please, let me go. Click. The head of Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez was personally severed by Shuxi. Shuxi killed Xin and then beheaded him. Shuxi took a deep breath, took out his spear, and impaled Yutez's head on the spearhead. Shuxi turned around, picked up his spear, and stepped onto the head of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Abyssal Greymon, which was already preparing to leave, received a telepathic message from Xerox and raised its hind claws, crushing Utz's body into a bloody pulp. Boom, boom, boom. As Abyssal Tyrannoman and Shaxu entered Thunderhawk City, the city gradually transitioned from chaos to tranquility. Because wherever Shuxi went, everyone in Thunder Eagle City saw Yutez's head stuck in the tip of a spear. Shuxi stood atop the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, holding his spear high, his voice echoing throughout Thunderhawk City. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez is dead. His head is here. Lay down your weapons, surrender, and you will not be killed. Those who resist will be punished along with their entire race, leaving no one alive. Shuxi's cold voice was repeated 3 times in a row, and the Bloodline warriors defending Thunder Eagle City were all stunned in place. For a moment, no one reacted. Clang. When a kobold's weapon fell to the ground from the city wall, it was as if a chain reaction was triggered, and warriors of all races laid down their weapons. Shuxi. Elder Genkai was very excited and happy. He raised his spiked club and shouted the name of Shuxi. 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 The next moment, the Bloodline warriors of Trolls, Succubi, Buffalo, and Obsidian also joined in the shouting. Tekkel the kobold was excited. His whole body was trembling. The kobold Tekkel felt like he was dreaming. They had actually breached Thunderhawk City. Even the once unapproachable leader-level powerhouse, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez, was killed. Looking at Utz's head and Shuxi's imposing figure, the kobold Tekkel also shouted. With the kobold Tekkel leading the way, the kobold Bloodline warriors and cannon fodder members who had submitted also shouted the name of Tekkel. This, in turn, boosted the team's morale. At this moment, the Black Wasteland tribe's invading force reached its peak momentum. Chapter 135 casually trampled, with an air of superiority. That night, Shuxi stood on the still-standing city wall of Thunderhawk City, watching the chaos and carnage unfold. In Thunder Eagle City, there were not only Bloodline warriors resisting on the city walls, but also countless women, children, and the elderly. Warriors of various races burned, killed, and looted in Thunder Eagle City, but Shuxi paid no attention and did not stop them. Because that was permitted by the Shakshi. Invasion. What is the purpose of the intrusion? Of course, it involved burning, killing, looting, and plundering all resources that could be seized. Women, and the population, are of course included in resources. For some, Thunderhawk City has become hell. Conversely, there is heaven, like the Kobold Tekel. At this moment, the Kobold Tekel was doing something big. In front of all his surrendered kin, Tekel beheaded the former Kobold chieftain, Rhea. Furthermore, following the example of Shuxi, Tekel stuck Rhea's dog head into his javelin. Minions, follow me and we'll gather the best treasures for our clan leader, Lord Shuxi. Tonight, any woman you fancy may be violated at will. Strangely enough, Tekel's brutality did not arouse hatred, but instead gained him many kobold warriors who followed him. On the city wall, Shuxi watched everything that was happening inside the city. Aside from searching for treasures for the Shakshi, many of the Bloodline warriors engaged in rape and plunder. Shuxi truly had no restrictions and did not stop his subordinates from venting their violent emotions. Because this is what they deserve. In this world, one cannot be a saint to the enemy, cannot have any pity, and cannot consider oneself a righteous force punishing evil. This is the way Shuxi survives. Chief, here's what you wanted. The Succubus Queen Yelena, carrying a wooden box and leading a squad of Succubus Bloodline warriors, appeared behind Shuxi, her mature voice both alluring and gentle. If you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of fanaticism in Yelena's tone. Shakes turned around, took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. After a year of exposure to the scorching sun, the eldest brother Greel's head had long since shriveled up, and only the outline of Greel could be vaguely discerned. Brother, I'll take you home. After muttering something, Shuxi put away the wooden boxes handed to him by the Succubus warriors. Those boxes belonged to the elders and heroes of the troll race. Well done this time. I'll reward you when we get back. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled happily. She had never actually received a gift from Shuxi before. No matter how much spoils they amassed in this battle, Shuxi was very happy. Because he had achieved his goal of taking his elder brother Greel's head, he had given an explanation to all the trolls and to himself. Moreover, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was generous, giving him an ash chest. You should go too. There's definitely something you'll like in Thunder Eagle City. Yes, chieftain. Upon hearing this, the Succubus Queen Yelena beamed with joy. If it weren't for the mission entrusted to her by Shuxi, Yelena would have already led her people down to make a fortune. This is also Yelena's first time participating in the war of invasion by all races, and she is full of anticipation for the spoils of victory. After Juliana left, the Prophet Geta led a prisoner up the city wall. Prophet, you're not interested in Thunderhawk City's resources? When asked by Shakshi, the Prophet Geta shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied. I'll pass. Those resources are useless to us. But Black Jade Boy seems extremely excited. Shakshi nodded, understanding the Prophet Geta's sentiments. Aside from potions that could enhance strength, the Prophet Geta wasn't interested in women, magic cores, weapons, armor, slaves. Actually, if it weren't for the need to improve their strength, these Shakshi wouldn't be interested in them. Shaksha glanced at the Prophet Geta, then shifted his gaze to the prisoners beside him. Shakshi remained silent, waiting for the Prophet Geta to speak and explain. Chieftain, he is Lord Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe. The Thunderhawk we encountered earlier was tamed by their tribe. He is willing to submit to you, but he has conditions. At this point, the Prophet Geta fell silent, indicating that Nadal should negotiate with Kshatriya himself. Shaksky remained silent, simply watching Nadal. Nadal bowed and was about to speak when a leader-level aura erupted from Kshatriya and swept towards him. Bang! Nadal was caught off guard and was swept up by the overwhelming pressure at close range, directly knocking him to the ground. You prisoner, you are not worthy to stand and speak to me. Shuxi's voice was cold. This was a right that the victors should enjoy. Of course, this was also a show of force from the Shakespeare Company. As a prisoner of war, if Nadal still wants to negotiate with Kshatriya, he'd better think carefully before he speaks. You'd better think carefully before you speak. I don't have much time. Shikisi held himself in high esteem. He was neither Liu Bei nor Emperor Wu of Wei, so he didn't need to be courteous to scholars or make 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage. Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor clan, now truly felt a sense of awe, making him feel as if he were walking on thin ice. Your Majesty, on behalf of the Igor clan, I am willing to submit, only asking that you forgive my people and spare their lives. To show our sincerity, our tribe is willing to offer all our resources and treasures. If possible, We are also willing to help you, sir, and sign a contract with the other leader-level Thunderhawk. Shuxi smiled, thinking that this was how a prisoner should behave. To survive, one can give up anything of value. Prophet, what do you think? Shuxi had already agreed to Nadal's submission in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Nadal was brought by the Prophet Geta. When the Shakshi asked the Prophet Geta, it was a sign of respect for him and a gesture of deference. The wise old man, Geta, was well aware of Shuxi's thoughts. They had already considered subjugating the Igor clan before launching the invasion, and now the time was just right. The Prophet Geta was both excited and gratified. The Prophet Geta calmed himself down, and his voice became distant and resonant. Chieftain, the Igor clan has a long history, and they are skilled at taming flying magical beasts, making them a rare and exceptional race. Besides, the Igor clan is small in number. It's a bit of a waste to kill them like this. It's a good thing that the Igor clan is willing to submit. The Prophet Gates glanced at Nadal and said some nice things. Suddenly, the Prophet Geta changed his tone, becoming much sterner. However, just in case, Geta suggests that the clan chief and His Excellency Nadal sign a slave contract. Shaksha remained expressionless, exchanged a glance with the Prophet Geta, and then coldly addressed Nadal. Would you be willing to sign a slave contract with me? Nadal was conflicted. His best outcome was to sign a soul contract with Shakti. In this way, his freedom will not be restricted. Nadal hesitated for a moment, then fell silent. Shakes ignored him and looked away, gazing at Thunder Eagle City, which was engulfed in flames in the distance. Some things, once burned, are gone forever. Chapter 136. The scenery is beautiful, the Flower Garland clan. Shuxi spoke plainly, yet his words carried a hidden meaning. Some things, once burned, are gone forever. Some opportunities, once missed, will lead to irreparable regret. As the head of his clan, Nadal was certainly a smart man and knew that his hesitation had displeased the Kshatriyas. My lord, Nadal is willing to sign a slave contract with you. Shuxi gave a soft, and didn't turn around. Kashmir's performance was not as excited or thrilled as Nadal had imagined. It seems that the scarcity of the Igor clan is not as popular with Shakshi as Nadal had imagined. After a long while, Shaki withdrew his gaze and signed a contract with Nadal. Furthermore, Shuxi fulfilled his promise. Timonur, Longmu, you two go with Nadal and release the members of the Igor clan. Yes, chieftain. Shaksha sent the guardian trolls Teminal, Longmu, and Nadal along, relieving Nadal of his worries. Nadal has submitted. The prophet is credited. The prophet Gata chuckled and stood behind Shuxi, watching together the flames and commotion of Thunderhawk City. Chief, the scenery here is beautiful. Shakis gave another soft without saying anything more. He also thought it was beautiful. This was the first victory in the war of invasion by all races, which not only pleased the prophet Geta, but also made Shuxi feel that something in his heart had not been released. Shakes suddenly felt that this world was even more magnificent than the previous one. Bloodshed and slaughter allowed Shakshi to taste the sweetness of victory and bask in glory. This sense of satisfaction captivated Shakes, making him feel as if he were floating on air like a god. Prophet, Thunderhawk City is just our first step. Gaitai swears to follow the clan leader to the death. Good. Shuxi suddenly burst into laughter, pulled out the spear with the head of the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez stuck in it, and handed it to the prophet Geta. I've heard that the prophet possesses exceptional craftsmanship. Could he perhaps craft a bone-covered cup for me? Chief, Geta is happy to serve you. The prophet Geta's eyes lit up. He took the head of the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez and was already thinking about how to preserve the skull as much as possible. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and the sun shone brightly on the earth. The battle began at dusk yesterday and ended before midnight. But the post-war cleanup was not over until dawn. The Kshatriyas took up residence in Yutez Castle last night and established a temporary command center. After indulging in his plundering spree, Elder Genkai returned to Shuxi's side early on. Chief, where do we go next? Thunder Eagle City has been breached, but Elder Steel Kai is not yet satisfied and is eager to know the next target. Elder, please don't be in a hurry. Let's discuss it together after Elder Yelena has tallied up the spoils of war. With such a large population in Thunder Eagle City, there are also many beautiful women from other races. Why doesn't the Grand Elder select some to take into his own tent? Shuxi was in a good mood and took the initiative to tease Elder Genkai. I'm not interested in outsiders. Okay, Shakis said the joke didn't get to the point. Just as Shuxi was about to say something, the succubus Queen Yelena walked into the temporary command center with a smile on her face. Chieftain, I have brought you a gift. Shuxi didn't speak, but looked at the succubus Queen Yelena with expectant eyes. Chief, I found you a stunning beauty. She's got both a beautiful face and a great figure. Yelena giggled and clapped her hands twice. Two succubus warriors brought in a woman bound by ropes and pushed her in front of Yelena and Shuxi. Chief, this woman has disguised herself and is hiding among the prisoners. She must have some unspeakable secret. Moreover, her aura is very strange, and I can't understand it either. Shuxi narrowed his eyes. A woman who could be so unfathomable to Yelena must be something special. Shuxi reached out and personally lifted the veil off the woman's face. How can I describe it? Absolutely stunning. But such a face shouldn't be enough to make Yelena envious. When Yelena walked in just now, her words carried a hint of envy and jealousy. Chieftain, this is not her true appearance. Yelena stared intently at the woman before her, wondering what secret technique this woman had used to change her appearance. But Yelena possessed the secret arts of the succubus race, and she knew very well that this was still not the true appearance of the woman before her. The Garland clan. However, at that moment, the prophet Geta, who had been dozing nearby, opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Shuxi, Yelena, Elder Genkai, and the woman all turned to look at Prophet Geta. Chief, the flower mark between her eyebrows means that she is a member of the Flower Garland clan. From children to the elderly, everyone in their clan is skilled in enchanting magic. When the Prophet Geta said this, Shaksha immediately became interested. Were the runes that shone on the walls of Thunderhawk City during last night's siege their doing? Yes, Chieftain, that's the effect of their enchantment. Shuxi clearly remembered that it took the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast 3 Abyss Flame Dragon cannons to knock down the walls of Thunder Eagle City. Even the city walls outside Alligator Turtle Valley could only withstand 2 hits at most. At the time, Shakespeare was puzzled, never expecting there to be something fishy going on here. Yelena, I'm giving you a task. Go and check all the prisoners to see if there are any members of the Flower Garland clan left. If they exist, lock them all up. Yelena smiled charmingly, as if she had anticipated what Shuxi would do next. Yes, Chieftain. Then, Shaksha looked at the Prophet Geta and continued to ask for his advice. Prophet, could you tell me about the Garland clan? The Prophet Geta nodded, then looked at the bound woman with some doubt. Chief, as far as I know, the Flower Garland clan is a rare race that inhabits the south. In addition to being skilled in cultivating magical potions, this clan is also skilled in enchanting. In the Thunder Forest, the Flower Garland clan is directly under the protection of the Lord. Rumor has it that every member of the Flower Garland clan is as beautiful as a flower, and I've heard that they... The Prophet Geta was somewhat uncertain about this last point, but he eventually spoke it out. I've heard that every member of their tribe is a woman, and that they are all born from flowers. Well, this is a strange story that Shakespeare has never heard of before. Even Elder Genkai, who was standing to the side, looked on with surprise. Shakes stepped forward, reached out and lifted the woman's face, speaking with a mixture of curiosity and domineering tone. I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to me and be enslaved by me. If you still have any people, I'll spare their lives. Look at the flames of war outside. My soldiers need to vent their anger, and I'm sure you wouldn't choose the second option. Chapter 137 2 Tasks, Moral Blackmail. The woman, bound by ropes, remained silent, her gaze towards Shuxi filled with curiosity. Another rare race appeared before Shuxi, which was quite a surprise. Shuxi thought for a moment, then ignored the silent woman and let the 2 succubus warriors bind and imprison her. Shakes returned to his seat, sipping a drink while waiting for news from Yelena. Of course, I'm also waiting for news from other people. The Igor clan has submitted, and their records and wealth need to be thoroughly investigated. There's also the Kobold race. Although they suffered significant losses, they still have over 10,000 Kobold warriors left. The Kobold Tekkel succeeded as chieftain, but has not yet been able to reorganize the tribe in a short time, and the Shakshi are waiting for news from him. Furthermore, the few half-goat and minotaur dwelling in Thunderhawk City are also groups that Shaksha wants to integrate. When the city fell, Shuxi even saw 2 harpies fly away. It's likely that news of Thunder Eagle City's fall will reach the ears of the Lord of Thunder Domain Forest. There aren't many races in Thunderhawk City. The main one is the Nachi race, to which Thunderhawk Knight Oots belongs. The population is already small, and the Nachi race in Thunderhawk City only consists of Oots and his sister. The reason why the half-goat people and some minotaurs were able to settle in Thunderhawk City was because they were enslaved, not only as the city's defensive force, but also as food for the Ute siblings. In that sense, the kobolds are actually quite lucky. It wasn't until noon that the kobold Tekkel walked into the command center, looking exhausted. Your Majesty, the kobold Tekkel reports for duty. Shuxi glanced at Tekkel, who hadn't slept for several nights, His eyes were dark and swollen. Last night, Tekle and his kobold minions captured those female half-goat people and started tormenting them. Later, after receiving a mission from Shaksha, Tekle reluctantly began to torment his kobold kin, and only now has he completed the task of incorporating them into his own race assigned by Shaksha. Get up, and tell me about those kobolds. The kobold Tekle was slightly excited, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Your Excellency, Chieftain, I have slaughtered all of Ria's confidants and relatives. The rest of the Bloodline warriors all listen to me and submit to me. No, it's that they have all submitted to you, Chieftain. Tekle the kobold reacted quickly and covered up his mistake. Shuxi didn't bother arguing with Tekle and went straight to the point. Get to the point. How many kobold warriors are there? How many are unharmed? How many are wounded? And how many are fully armed? Shuxi's tone was somewhat serious, and Tekle immediately felt a sense of authority coming towards him. So Tekle immediately knelt down on one knee and told Shuxi everything he wanted to know. Your Majesty, I have recruited a total of 12,429 kobold warriors, of whom 2,000 are fully armed and equipped with leather armor. There are about 8,000 kobolds equipped with only half armor, and more than 2,000 kobolds armed with only weapons. Upon hearing this, Shuxi narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Kneeling, Tekle couldn't figure out what Shuxi was thinking, so he could only prostrate himself on the ground and wait quietly. The atmosphere in the temporary command center was solemn and dignified, and Tekle felt a sense of oppression. Moreover, the seemingly calm and collected Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkai, who had their eyes closed, now appeared somewhat unfathomable, making the kobold Tekle feel immense pressure. After a long while, Shaksha finally focused his gaze back on the kobold Tekle. Tekle, I'll give you 2 more tasks. First, disperse the recruited kobolds and integrate the fully armed ones into your team. Secondly, incorporate the remaining kobolds, as well as the half-goat and half-minotaur, into the cannon fodder regiment. Tell them that as long as they perform meritorious service, they can be promoted to your team. The order from Shuxi was passed down, and after thinking for a moment, Shuxi continued. The cannon fodder regiment performed well in this siege. Select a small elite group to join your kobold squad. At the same time, go find your master, Yelena, and ask her for food to feed the cannon fodder regiment. Shuxi's words made the kobold Tekle's eyes shine brighter and brighter. At this moment, the kobold Tekle felt that the army he was leading was growing larger and larger. By the way, send out your clan spies. I need to know the specific situation within a 10-kilometer radius. At this last point, Shikuji spoke with extreme seriousness. The kobold Tekle understood the importance of this mission and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Tekle guarantees to complete the task assigned by the chieftain. Go. Thus, the situation regarding the kobolds was initially stabilized. Shuxi's arrangement made the Silent Flower Garland clan women look at him in a new light. Rose is the saintess of the Garland clan, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Ro felt her perceptions were being overturned. Shouldn't trolls be synonymous with violence and recklessness? Why is it that the troll chieftain before us is not only powerful, but also exudes an air of strategic brilliance in his speech and actions? Luo Fu couldn't understand it, but she didn't dare to speak. Half an hour later, Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, led by Temin and Longmu, also entered the temporary command center. Nadal saw Rabel, and he also saw the flower mark on Rabel's forehead. Nadal was surprised that there were still members of the Garland clan in Thunderhawk City who had not left. Nadal, how are your people? Shuxi still cared about the Igo clan. After all, the clan had already submitted to him, and Shuxi did not want the Igo clan to be harmed, so as not to affect the Black Wasteland tribe's plan to use flying magical beasts. Thank you for your concern, Master. We arrived in time, and most of our people are safe. Nadal bowed, his tone tinged with gratitude. That's good. Shuxi nodded and pointed to the woman from the Flower Garland clan next to him. The Flower Garland clan, do you know her? Nadal shook his head, indicating that he did not know the person. However, in order to make a good impression on Kashmir, Nadal still spoke up and shared what he knew. During the summer, I heard Yutez say that the Lord sent a team of enchanters from the Garland clan to enchant and reinforce the walls of Thunderhawk City. I suppose that's when she stayed behind. This news from Nadal brought a smile to Shakespeare's face. Good, it's a team, not just one person. Teammates, clansmen, and relatives are the best candidates for moral blackmail. Without realizing it, Shuxi's gaze towards Luo Fu had become somewhat malicious. Chapter 138 You Can't Wait, Force Contract. A little over half a day later, Yelena walked in with 3 masked prisoners, a smile on her face. Seeing the prisoners behind Yelena, Shakshi felt very pleased. And here comes the target of moral blackmail. However, an accident still happened. Chief, as you predicted, she has accomplices. Just as Yelena was reporting, beams of light flashed from the 3 prisoners behind her, and they instantly broke free. 2 of the 3 prisoners charged toward Shuxi, while the 3rd ran toward the bound woman, attempting to rescue his companion. How dare you? He deserves to die. The first to react were Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai. The 2 roared and instantly stood in front of Shuxi, grabbing the 2 prisoners. Spare their lives. Shuxi stood still, but his aura was already emanating from him, pressing the Flower Garland clan prisoner who had rushed to rescue his companion to the ground. The 3 prisoners who had launched the raid were subdued in the blink of an eye. This level of attack is somewhat overestimating their own capabilities. Shakes stepped forward, walked up to the woman, and spoke in a very polite tone. Now, can you tell me who you are? The woman glanced at the 3 prisoners, but remained silent. Elder. Shuxi was not in a hurry and called out to the Grand Elder. Elder Genkai understood, grinned maliciously, and stretched out his large hand to bend the hands of the prisoner in his arms and lock them behind his back. A piercing scream rang out, causing the woman in front of Shakespeare to tremble. May I have your name? Shakes changed the question, his tone still polite and gentle. The woman from the Flower Garland clan remained silent, her lips pursed, as if she were persisting in something. Prophet. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gata remained calm, stretching out his enormous hand and pinching the legs of the chick-like captive in his grasp. Don't want. Shaksha raised his hand, and the Prophet Gata stopped what he was doing. With a broad smile, Shakes approached the woman, almost cheek to cheek. Now, tell me, who are you? Shakes was very happy because he had won this psychological battle. My name is Luo Fu, and I am the saintess of the Flower Garland clan. Shakes nodded, taking it all in stride. A person whose clansmen would feign being captured and come to assassinate and rescue him must be of a high status. And what are their identities? Shuxi was referring to the 3 prisoners who had just made their move. One is my clan elder, and the other 2 are my maids. Shakes nodded again, very satisfied with Luo Fu's cooperation. Why didn't you speak before? Shuxi stared at Lof and asked another strange question. I'm a little scared. Shuxi was taken aback, then suddenly found it somewhat amusing. The holy maiden of the Flower Garland clan, named Luo Fu, had piqued his interest. However, Shikushi's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an indifferent expression. Submit, be my slave. Otherwise, if you die, they die too. In the future, all members of the Flower Garland clan will also die. I, Shuxi, will not allow such a special race as you to serve my enemies. Shakes's tone and words were domineering and full of murderous intent. Shuxi was not joking. A race that can enchant city walls and other items is a great threat if it cannot be used for their own purposes. As for the major threat, in the eyes of the Shakshi, it must be completely eliminated before he can feel at ease. Your Highness, don't agree to him. The clan chief and the Lord will definitely come to save us. The female captive in the hands of the Prophet Geth, who was unharmed, was struggling and trying to persuade Saint Rove. Shuxi turned around, glanced at the prisoner, and said something indifferently. Save you. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. After saying this, Shuxi shouted, Prophet. Bang. The Prophet Gata clenched his fists, and the prisoner, whom the Shakshi hadn't even had time to interrogate, was instantly crushed by the Prophet Gata. No. Don't want. Aru. Unfortunately, it was too late. The voices of Rolf and the other 2 prisoners were completely ignored by the Prophet Gata. Submit, be my slave. This time, instead of asking questions, Shuxi channeled the power of his bloodline, conjuring a contract magic circle in his hand and pointing it at Luo Fu's forehead. The magic circle was imprinted on Luo Fu's brow, but it was blocked by a strange force. Shuxi unleashed his full power, activating the skill Troll Blood, causing his strength to surge. The terrifying power of his bloodline gathered in his hand, shattering the obstructing force and forcibly signing a contract with Luo Fu. After the contract was signed, Luo Fu did not panic. On the contrary, she remained calm. Your calmness surprised me? Shuxi deactivated his skill and looked at Luo Fu with a surprised expression. Our master is very powerful, and those 2 lords are also very powerful. We have no way to escape. Love begs master to spare my 2 people. I will persuade them, and they will not cause you any trouble. Shakes looked at Luo Fu and felt that there was something about this woman that he couldn't understand. Don't worry, they're of use to me. I won't take their lives. With a smile on his face, Shuxi turned to give instructions to the Succubus queen, Yelena. Yelena, you're in charge of training these 2. Teach them some of our rules. The Succubus queen, Yelena, smiled, and stepped forward to sign slave contracts with the other two prisoners. Shuxi watched the entire process of Yelena signing the contract, fearing that something similar to what had just happened would happen again. Fortunately, Yelena signed the contract smoothly, and the two prisoners who were bewitched by the illusion signed the contract with ease. The process went so smoothly that it aroused Shuxi's curiosity about Lof. What secret does she hold? Shuxi looked at Luo Fu, lost in thought, curious yet slightly worried. Uncontrollable things are what Shuxi dislikes the most. Forget it. As long as we keep her by our side, we'll find out what happens when the time comes. Shikesa put his thoughts aside and went back to sit in the main seat. Then Shuxi looked at Luo Fu and said calmly, "Love, come here, tell me about the specifics of your Flower Garland clan." Shuxi waved, signaling Luo Fu to come to his side. Upon hearing this, Luo Fu slowly walked over. Under everyone's watchful eyes, and without any warning to Luo Fu, Shakis suddenly pulled Luo Fu into his arms and held her tightly. Luo Fu tried to struggle, but immediately remembered her identity and had no choice but to stay obediently in Shakespeare's arms, not daring to move. Shuxi grinned and gestured for Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Yelena to sit down and talk. The elder and the prophet calmly returned to their seats, appearing indifferent. Yelena deliberately feigned jealousy, pretending to be a simpleton who had inadvertently sent a beautiful woman to Shakes. This woman has become increasingly uninhibited since she left the Black Wilderness Forest. Chapter 139 Logibia, Occupying and Abandoning. Master, we, the Flower Garland clan, are a peaceful race. We do not enjoy fighting. Upon hearing Luo Fu's first words, Shuxi chuckled inwardly. Do peaceful races exist in this world? If it's a peaceful place, why would you work for Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest? In a short time, the Kshatriyas had already labeled the Garland clan as false saints. Shuxi tightened his grip on Luo Fu's slender waist, not wanting to hear any so-called saintly words, and asked directly, "How many people are in your Flower Garland clan?" Luo Fu looked at Shakes and saw the hunger for talent in his eyes. A hint of worry flashed in her own eyes. Less than 100 people. Shakes secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his nerves also tightened. The enchanting abilities of the Garland clan indirectly prove that Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, must be very powerful. Otherwise, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, would not have asked Shuxi to assist her. "Where do you live?" Shuxi did not show any aggression, which made Luo Fu feel much more at ease. "At the southernmost edge of the Thunder Forest, amidst a sea of flowers. We have been invited here by Lord Layla." Shakes narrowed his eyes, already simulating a rough map of the Thunder Forest in his mind. "What is the name of the territory south of Thunder Forest, and whose territory does it belong to?" Luo Fu was slightly taken aback, but still told him what she knew. "Lokibia, that is the habitat of the two-horned green worms, and the lord is Lokibia, the two-horned green worm king." "Lokibia?" "Yes, master. The name of the green worm king is Logibia, which is also the name of their territory." Shakes' eyes were shining, and his heart was beating a little faster. Shakes felt that he had already opened a corner of the world stage, but he was not the protagonist on the stage. "Who is the chieftain of your Flower Garland clan? Is she enslaved by Lord Layla?" Luo Fu shook her head, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Shuxi frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Raz's reaction. Seemingly sensing Shukti's dissatisfaction, Luo Fu added, "Master, I don't know either. But the chieftain is extremely respectful to the Lord. I think Chieftain Mansha must have been enslaved." Shuxi nodded. "That's more like it. Lord Layla would not be a good lord if he did not firmly grasp this special and rare race, and he would never have reached his current position." "Lord Layla, how much do you know about her?" Luo Fu pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Master, I've only seen Lord Layla a few times from afar, and I don't know much about her." Shikesa was slightly disappointed that he hadn't gotten any important information out of him. However, some things need to be done gradually. Shuxi released Lof and gestured for the succubus warrior to take her to his tent. After Luo Fu left, Shakes looked at the three elders of his tribe with a serious expression. "What do you think?" The prophet Gata took a sip of blood wine and spoke in a slightly low voice. "Chief, the Flower Garland clan is a peaceful race. In my past battles, I have never seen them participate in combat. We haven't seen them during this siege. However, since they have enchanted the city walls, they are enemies." Shakshakt largely agrees with the prophet Gata's view. Shuxi then inquired with Elder Genkai and Yelena, but neither of them had any other particular ideas. After pondering for a moment, Shuxi stopped focusing his attention on the Wreath clan. "There are a few things we need to confirm together. First, the inventory of spoils. Apart from what our own people have captured, my requirement is to plunder Thunder Eagle City completely. As Shuxi finished speaking, Yelena took out 2 cuckoo bird stomachs from her bosom and placed them on the table. Chief, this is the first batch of potions and magic cores we've plundered. It includes the portion we looted from Thunderhawk Night Oots. Shuxi reached out, his bloodline power surging, and absorbed the stomach into his hand. Shakes glanced at them and saw countless magic cores, all of which were high-level magic cores. There were several hundred high-grade potion plants, something Shakes hadn't expected. Shuxi looked at Yelena, who smiled slightly, and offered an explanation. 1/3 of these potions were contributed by Patriarch Nadal of the Igor clan. Shakes nodded. That's not surprising. And another 1/3 was contributed by your female slave. At this point, Yelena feigned sadness, wiping away tears as if she were about to weep. Shakes ignored Yelena's dramatic act, and instead put on a serious face, saying, "Keep an eye on the spoils later. I don't want to hear any good stuff slipping through our fingers." Yelena nodded upon hearing this, her jade-like face becoming more serious. The second thing is, what do you think about Thunder Eagle City? Should we occupy it, or give it up? This is extremely important. This is also why Shuxi invited the 3 elders to discuss the matter together, because the choice they make next will affect their subsequent actions. Chief, Thunder Eagle City, let's give up. This idea did not surprise Shakespeare at all. Shakshi looked at the prophet Geta, signaling him to continue. Clan leader, although Thunder Eagle City is good, we don't have enough manpower to manage it. Moreover, occupying Thunder Eagle City is contrary to our original plan and will affect our pace and mobility. I do not agree to occupy Thunderhawk City. The prophet Geta knew very well that the elite force they brought out numbered only 2,000, and they simply did not have the spare capacity to manage, build, and defend a city. Shuxi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Elder Genkai. After Elder Genkai finished his beast blood wine, he smacked his lips twice and then spoke. Clan leader, I also disagree with occupying Thunderhawk City. If we want to continue south, occupying Thunderhawk City would mean dividing our forces, which would be very dangerous. Elder Genkai's words were very heavy. It was because of the division of his forces that Grell suffered the loss and died far from home. If Grell and Shakshi had been together, they would never have perished like this. Now that Elder Genkai and Shakes are fighting abroad, he really doesn't want to be separated from Shakes. Elder Genkai felt that if they were to face the danger of death, he would die before Shakes, so as to be worthy of his title and status as elder. Shuxi sensed the concern in Elder Genkai's words. Elder Genkai worried that Shuxi would follow in Grell's footsteps. And you? Finally, Shuxi's gaze fell on Yelena. Chief, my opinion is the same as the prophets and the great elders. As long as we are together, our strength is always at its peak, and we can calmly face all kinds of dangers. Yelena does not approve of occupying Thunder Eagle City, nor does she approve of dividing her forces to march south. Chapter 140 Not Enough Manpower, Flower Goddess Descends. Surprisingly, the 3 elders shared the same idea as Shuxi. Of course, when Shakes seeks the opinions of others, he is also filling in the gaps and looking for areas he hasn't thought of. My idea is the same as everyone else's. We will not occupy Thunder Eagle City. I have 4 reasons. The first reason is just as the prophet said. We don't have enough manpower. Secondly, Thunder Eagle City is not our target for this southward expedition. Our goal is to plunder resources, not to occupy territory. Third, now is not a good time to occupy it. Once the Lord of the 4 Domains, Axe, is defeated, occupying Thunder Eagle City would be suicide. Fourth, as long as we continue to grow stronger, Thunder Eagle City will want to take it all. Next year, the year after, and onwards, as long as we head south, we can raid Thunder Eagle City once a year. Wouldn't that be even better? To be honest, Shuxi is treating Thunder Eagle City like a pig farm. Harvesting once a year, isn't that great? Shuxi spoke in a very organized manner, which filled the eyes of the prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Yelena with awe. Is this the clan leader I follow? He is indeed far-sighted. The prophet Geta believed that the future was no longer a dream. If only Gerald were still here, the tribe would be exactly what he dreamed of. Seeing the confidence on Shuxi's face, Elder Genkai felt a pang of nostalgia for Grell. This is my man, strong and intelligent. Yelena looked at Shuxi, her face slightly flushed, her eyes burning with intense desire. She wanted to push Shuxi down immediately and set him on fire. Now, let's talk about how to deal with the prisoners in Thunder Eagle City. This is also a very important question. Leaving aside the other races inhabiting Thunderhawk City, there are more than 20,000 kobolds alone. Compared to the 2,000 elite troops that Shuxi brought out from Crocodile Turtle Valley, this number of kobolds could potentially turn the tables, and take control. They might even devise a plan to kill the Kobold Tekkel. If those 20,000 Kobold warriors united, they would pose a great threat to the 2,000 elite troops led by Shuxi. Yelena, I demand that you, in the short term, absorb the elite spies from the Kobold tribe and truly make them your people. Yelena's expression turned solemn. She understood what Shuxi meant. To truly make them their own meant to enslave them and completely eliminate any possibility of rebellion. To be honest, I don't have a high opinion of the strength of the Kobold Bloodline warriors. However, they're still acceptable as members of a cannon fodder unit. In the upcoming battle, I will rely mainly on the cannon fodder regiment. We will return to the Black Wasteland Forest when the number of cannon fodder regiment members has been reduced by more than half. Shuxi's voice was calm and powerful. Therefore, all prisoners of war from Thunder Eagle City, except for women and children, were incorporated into the cannon fodder regiment. Elder, I appoint you as the commander of the cannon fodder regiment, and the Kobold Tekkel as the deputy commander. You are to integrate the cannon fodder regiment within 7 days. This is a crucial task, and Shuxi must entrust it to a reliable person. Moreover, the arrival of a leader-level powerhouse in the cannon fodder group can not only deter those with ulterior motives, but also give them more confidence and morale. Rest assured, Chieftain, we guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and gave Elder Genkai some pointers. Elder, when integrating the cannon fodder regiment, it would be best to divide them into small teams, select a captain for each team, and give them special treatment. All squad leaders must sign slave contracts. In the current situation, only signing a slave contract can put Shuxi at ease. I will do as the chieftain says. Shaksha nodded and turned his gaze toward the Prophet Geta. Prophet, have you begun recording our own map? If Yelena was responsible for the team's supply and search missions, and Elder Genkai managed the cannon fodder squad, then Prophet Geta, from the moment he left the Black Waste Forest, led a portion of his people to begin drawing a map that belonged to their Black Waste tribe. Maps are so important. Rest assured, Chieftain, every piece of land we've traversed is documented. However, the distribution of local specialties such as potions, magical beasts, minerals, and races is still just a rumor and has not been truly investigated yet. Shakes nodded. The specific distribution of resources is not the most important thing at the moment and can be put aside for now. The tribe had been prepared for the invasion of all races, but Shuxi still felt very rushed. For example, Shuxi had no clue about the next route. Ideally, there should be several routes to choose from in Shake saw. Unfortunately, Shuxi can only stay in Thunderhawk City for the time being, waiting for news from Yelena and the Kobold Tekkel. The impromptu meeting lasted a long time, until late at night, before everyone finally left the command center. Meanwhile, Shuxi returned to his temporary tent. Although Thunder Eagle City has a castle, neither Shakes nor the Grand Elder and the others have moved in. Because the castle built by Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was only suitable for people of average build to live in. Inside the tent, as the curtain was lifted, the female slave Luo Fu's body trembled. Shuxi smirked, stepped forward, picked up the trembling Luo Fu, and tossed her onto the animal skin. Your Flower Wreath clan doesn't have that ridiculous rule about not marrying outside the family, does it? Luo Fu was a little nervous, but she still answered Shakespeare's question. Master, no. Shuxi reached out and lifted Luo Fu's chin, speaking very seriously. Unravel the secret technique and let me see your true face. I don't want to never have seen my own woman's true face. Luo Fu gazed at Shakes, wanting to see his face clearly and imprint him in her heart. Is this really my man? A powerful troll. In the end, Rose resigned herself to her fate and broke the spell that concealed her face. A burst of light flickered on Luo Fu's face, and a moment later, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before Shuxi. Her appearance was indescribable. She was like the goddess of the Luo River descending to earth, or the goddess of flowers descending upon the world. Shakespeare was captivated, completely mesmerized by Rose's beauty. Luo Fu was a woman even more exquisite and beautiful than Yelena and Yuyina, and Luo Fu's eyes shone with a natural gentleness. So, Shuxi pounced on him like a hungry wolf. However, just as the Shakes was galloping across the grasslands, an accident still occurred. From between Rose's eyebrows shone an extremely brilliant light, a divine radiance. How dare you, lowly abyssal race, defile the seeds I have sown? It was a cold and majestic female voice. It belonged to a deity. The moment that sound appeared, the thought immediately popped into the mind of the galloping Shuxi. Faced with such beauty and being disturbed without cause, Shuxi's temper immediately flared up. Shuxi activated the troll blood and the bloodlust aura, putting himself into a berserk state. Chapter 141 The Curse of 100 Flowers. I remember you. Where did this wisp of a soul come from, daring to interrupt my good time? Destroy it. With his bloodline power concentrated in his right hand, Shuxi unhesitatingly channeled it into the contract array between Luo Fu's eyebrows. Under the impact of the powerful force, the divine radiance and that wisp of the divided soul were completely shattered. Just as Shuxi breathed a sigh of relief, a colorful flower flew out from between Luo Fu's eyebrows and imprinted itself on Shuxi's chest. You abyssal crawler that has tainted my divided soul, bear my curse. The day all the flowers wither will be the day you die. Shuxi looked down at his chest, where a new tattoo had appeared. It was a bouquet of flowers, with 100 blossoms, but the topmost flower had already withered. Shakes squinted, somewhat at a loss, and tried his best to control his emotions. Shuxi realized that he was cursed by an unknown god. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out this way. Saintess Lof was also startled by the accident that had just happened. The extremely pleasant sense of satisfaction suddenly disappeared. When Lof opened her eyes, what she saw was the scene of Shaksha being cursed. Shakes remained silent. His mind was already somewhat unsettled. In this tense moment, Shuxi looked up at Luo Fu and unconsciously reached out to hug her tightly, wishing he could merge Luo Fu into his own body. At dawn, Shuxi lay on the animal skin, holding Luo Fu in his arms, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Do you know what kind of curse that is? Shuxi gently rubbed Luo Fu's pert buttocks and said casually. Shuxi did not die immediately, and he gradually came to terms with it. It's just a curse. There are ways to break it in this world. Shuxi believed that as long as he was strong enough and had enough means, he could definitely break the curse. That's the curse of 100 flowers. 100 flowers bloom, but only one flower withers each year. Master, I'm sorry, it's my fault that you can only live for 100 years. The curse of the 100 flowers. When all the flowers wither, that will be the day the Kshatriya dies. A century? Not bad. Hearing Luo Fu's explanation, Shakespeare's nerves relaxed a little. This time, Shakespeare suffered a huge loss. He was cursed by the gods because of a beautiful woman. However, when he saw Luo Fu's breathtakingly beautiful face and gentle eyes, Shakespeare felt that dying under the peony flower would be a romantic death. Shakes didn't know that the curse of the gods was not so simple. 100 years later, the curse of 100 flowers will strike, and when he dies, everything belonging to Shuxi will belong to the gods. Not only souls and bodies, but also the forces that Kshatriya has built. Everything will become someone else's dowry. By then, it won't be as simple as just death. Remember, this is a secret. If you tell anyone, you'll die. Shakes reached out, picked up Luo Fu, looked her in the eye, and said those words indifferently. Master, I understand. Shuxi put Rof down, stood up, and put on his cloak. Wait here for me, little one. After saying that, Shuxi walked out of the tent. Shuxi first inspected Thunder Eagle City, and, finding nothing suspicious, entered the temporary command center. Shuxi planned to keep the matter of the gods' curse to himself and not tell anyone. If such news were to spread, the Black Wilderness tribe would inevitably be in turmoil. The temporary command center was empty, so Shuxi took the opportunity to retrieve the ash treasure chest dropped by Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez and opened it. Voice of Thunder Eagle. Skill type, language. Quality, gold, rare. Skill description, listen, that's the cry of an eagle, the soaring of a majestic eagle, the flash of thunder. Learn this skill to gain the ability to communicate with the Thunder Eagle. This was within Shakespeare's expectations. After opening so many treasure chests, Shuxi has figured out some patterns. The items found inside a treasure chest are closely related to the creature that dropped it. Whether it's skills or weapons, they are all related to the creatures that dropped them. As luck would have it, right after Shuxi learned the voice of the Thunder Eagle, a high-pitched eagle cry rang out in the sky above Thunder Eagle City. A moment later, Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, hurriedly entered the temporary command center. Master, the Thunderhawk that went out hunting has returned. Would you like to try signing a contract with it? Lead the way. Shaki didn't stand on ceremony with Nadal at all, and directly asked the latter to lead the way. At the highest point of Thunder Eagle City, Shuxi finally saw the Thunder Eagle that he had scared away back then. Laying tilted his big head and curiously looked at Shakes. He sensed a familiar aura from Shakes. We meet again. Shuxi's voice carried a peculiar vibration. Although it still sounded like the common language, it was no longer the same. Thunder Eagle understood what Shakes meant, and its big eyes sparkled with a lively light. Nadal, standing to the side, looked as if he had seen a ghost. My God, what am I seeing? A troll can actually communicate with a Thunder Eagle. Shakshi ignored Nadal because he was drawn to the Thunder Eagle. Nadal couldn't understand the chirping of the Thunderhawk. But for Shakshi, there were no obstacles at all. This is a nice item, you should really like it. Consider it a small gift from me. Shakes took a bottle of pet pills from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, poured them out, and threw them at the Thunder Eagle. This thing, if you're lucky, might even help you evolve. Shakes doesn't mind saying a few more nice things. As for the chance of the pet pill evolving the Thunder Eagle, it's practically zero. Laying hesitated for a moment before catching the pet pill that Shakisi threw to him. This Thunder Eagle was very clever. It held the pet beast pill in its mouth, carefully examined it for a long time, and then swallowed it. I remember you. You were powerful and dangerous. Yoho. Shake's eyes lit up. Thunder Eagle had finally responded to him. Judging from its tone, this is a majestic eagle. I don't think you're strong enough. Signing a contract with me would only hold me back. Laying tilted his head, his big eyes flashing with a look that seemed to say, Are you kidding me? Shake smiled and summoned Abyss Greymon, letting it release its full power. The sheer weight and ferocity emanating from the abyss startled the Thunder Eagle, which flapped its wings twice and fled. Shuxi didn't say anything, but took out another bottle of pet pills and poured them into the mouth of the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast to calm it down. After putting away the abyssal Tyrannoman, Shuxi looked up and shouted at the Thunderhawk circling in midair. Come down, my partner has been put away. Laying hesitated for a long time, waiting for almost half an hour before landing again. Nevertheless, Laying remained wary and kept a distance from Shakes. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Signing a contract with me is a bit of a hindrance. This time, Laying did not refute. His gaze towards Shakes was filled with a mixture of awe and wariness. However, after signing a contract with me, you will gradually become stronger under my guidance. As powerful as my partners. Chapter 142 The Earth Dragon's plea for help is mostly true. Let me think about it. After leaving those words, the Thunder Eagle flew away from Thunder Eagle City. Shakes watched Lei Ying's figure without any hurry. Pet pills are like a joyful, addictive drink for magical beasts. Shakes believed that Thunder Eagle would eventually fly back on its own. Not far away, Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai craned their necks to look into the distance. It was the aura of the Thunderhawk that had drawn them there. Shakes strode over and explained what had just happened. Chieftain, we should have killed that Thunder Eagle just now. Maybe then we would have gained another leader-level expert. The Prophet Geta had no particular thoughts, but Elder Genkai felt that an opportunity had been missed. Shuxi shook his head and said meaningfully, Elder, the significance of a leader-level flying magical beast to us is incomparable to that of a leader-level powerhouse. Having finally managed to make contact with Thunder Eagle, how could Shuxi possibly leave empty-handed, given his personality? Shuxi can read the Thunder Eagle's mind, provide the pet pills that magical beasts love to eat, and also has the slave Nadal to tame it. As long as that Thunder Eagle isn't stupid, it will definitely fly back. Once a contract is signed with it, Shuxi can command the Thunderhawk at will. Without going into too much detail, with this Thunder Eagle around, Shakes and his team are essentially given a mobile radar, making everything much more convenient. After giving Nadal a few instructions, Shakshas led the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai back to the temporary command center. Here, Yelena had been holding a swamp dragon man captive for quite some time. Chief, he says he's Chief Hoffenel's messenger, and he came riding a swamp crocodile. As she spoke, Yelena handed a piece of animal hide to Shuxi. This is the letter they found on him. Upon seeing Shuxi, the swamp dragon man immediately knelt down and spoke very respectfully. Respected Chief Shuxi, my clan leader has sent me with a message, hoping that you will come and help us attack the lizard man tribe. My clan patriarch said that half of the spoils after the city falls can be given to you, sir. Shuxi glanced at the swamp dragon man, but said nothing. Only after reading through the contents recorded on the animal hide did Shakes speak calmly. Tell me what difficulties you encountered. What's the situation with the lizard man tribe? Where are they? Is their leader very powerful? The swamp dragon was very respectful, kneeling on the ground and not daring to get up. Your Majesty Chief Shuxi, our tribe has encountered fierce resistance from the lizardmen tribe. Their chief is no less powerful than our chief. To complete the mission assigned by Lord Axe of the Four Domains, we need your help, sir. The lizardmen tribe is located 500 kilometers to the southeast, where there is a shallow lake. Upon hearing this, Shuxi became deep in thought. 500 kilometers is definitely not a short distance. Even with a large force, it would take at least half a month to advance. Shuxi waved, signaling the troll warriors to take the swamp dragon men away. Teminer, go and summon the kobold Tekel and Nadal of the Igor clan. 15 minutes later, Tekel and Nadal entered the temporary command center. Shuxi didn't stand on ceremony with them and had the prophet Gata bring out a map. Tekel, Nadal, are you familiar with the settlement of the Lizardmen tribe and the Fire Ravens? Shuxi glanced at the two men, hoping to get a positive answer from them. My lord, I don't know this. Unfortunately, the kobold Tekel was of such low status that he knew nothing. It's all right, you go ahead and get busy. Come back here before evening and tell me the details of the cannon fodder regiment. Yes, chieftain. So, the kobold Tekel was sent away by Shaksha to do some work. Master, I am familiar with the gathering places of these two races. Nadal's words drew the attention of Shakti, the Grand Elder, the Prophet Get, and Yelena. Shaki gestured for Nadal to continue and pointed to the map. Master, the Lizardman tribe's settlement is here, in a place called Half Moon Lake, which is several hundred kilometers away from us. If we want to get there, it will take more than half a month to get there. On the map, Nadal first pointed out the location of Thunderhawk City, and then pointed out the location of Half Moon Lake to the southeast of Thunderhawk City, and circled an area. As for the Fire Ravens, they are within Lord Layla's direct territory. Master, it's dangerous there. Shaki looked at Nadal with a half-smile and said calmly, Nadal, I think you know what I'm talking about. Master, is it for Yutez's sister Utfi? Shaksky nodded without saying a word, still smiling as he looked at Nadal. Master, it was my son who delivered Yutef on his flying mount. They have probably already arrived at the Fire Raven clan's territory. Moreover, and two harpies escaped from here, so Lord Layla should know about the situation here. Nadal was uneasy, not only because he had to deal with Kshatriya, but also because he was worried about the fate of his son. Shuxi stared at Nadal, considered for a moment, and then said calmly, Nadal, I'm entrusting you with the task of capturing Yutef. How you take her down is up to you. Nadal was apprehensive, but ultimately he reluctantly accepted the task. After Nadal left, Shuxi spoke to the elders. Yutez's sister, Utf, can also communicate with Thunder Eagle. As long as she is alive, she will be a source of unease. Shakes was indeed somewhat worried. He feared that Yutef would become powerful in the future and specifically cause trouble for the Black Wilderness tribe. At that time, the Shuxi would not dare to easily send out their chieftains. Shuxi briefly mentioned the matter of Utf to everyone, and then turned his attention back to the Lizardman tribe. Do you think we should help Hoffner with this favor? Instead of offering his own opinion, Shuxi threw out the question. Chieftain, I think we should verify the authenticity of this news before making a decision. Shakshi nodded, saying that the Prophet Geta made a lot of sense. However, Shuxi changed the subject and continued. The news is most likely true. It's not that I believe the messenger and the contents of the animal hide, but before we set off, Lord Axe of the Four Domains had given us a warning. It seems that back then, Lord Axe of the Four Domains had already foreseen the situation that Hoffenheim would face now. After Shuxi's reminder, the Prophet Geta, the Elder, and Yelena also remembered the advice given by the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. At that time, when the Lord of the Four Regions, Xranghofenel, encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he sought the help of Shuxi. If the news is true, I think we should go and help Chief Hoffenheim. This time, it was Yelena who spoke. Yelena reached out and smoothed her hair. After a few seconds of eye contact with Shuxi, she revealed her thoughts. Chapter 143 New Eyes, Suppressing Chaos. Chief, this time when we go to help Chief Hofener, we can not only ask for 50% of the spoils, but also take the opportunity to raise the price and get more. Greed gleamed in Yelena's beautiful eyes. Furthermore, Hofener has extensive experience with invasions by various races, so he should be more familiar with the situation and power distribution in the Thunder Force than we are. Yelena's words immediately made Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and the elders' eyes light up. What is their biggest difficulty right now? Of course, it's due to a lack of understanding of other areas of the Thunder Forest. But this problem is not a problem for Hofener. Therefore, by acting alongside Hofenel, it was as if Hofenel had become the eyes and ears of the Shuxi. Chieftain, we can use our cannon fodder regiment as leverage to join forces with Hoffen's troops to attack the Lizardmen tribe of Half Moon Lake. And after that, we can also use Hoffenheim to attack our next target together. Chief, Hofener has so many subordinates. They should be working for us. Shuxi was very fortunate that this war of invasion by all races had brought Yelena out. This succubus queen certainly has a unique eye for talent. Even the Prophet Geta had to think more highly of Yelena after hearing her words. Chief, if we are to help Hofener, I suggest we delay for a few more days. We need time to continue negotiating with Hofener. This was the idea of the Prophet Geta, and his words were immediately agreed upon by Elder Gonkai. Yes, Shakespeare, we also need time to reorganize the cannon fodder regiment. Shuxi nodded. The elders had reached a consensus. Now, all that needed to be done was to decide when to set off. In that case, we'll release that swamp dragon man back in a bit and tell him that we can agree to provide support, but we want 70% of the spoils. If Hoffenl agrees, have him send a messenger to fetch us. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Shuxi pursed his lips and continued speaking. We will then proceed eastward for 7 days, and then we will make further plans. If Hoffenl disagrees, we'll slow down and wait for him to fight those lizard men. Then we'll pick up the pieces. If you agree, I wouldn't mind giving Hoffenheimer 30% of the spoils. The 3 elders all thought that Shuxi's idea was good, so the matter of supporting Hoffenl was settled. Just as Shuxi was about to continue discussing the next steps with the 3 elders, the guardian troll Ermi rushed in from outside. Chief, something terrible has happened. The kobolds of the cannon fodder regiment are causing trouble, and the kobold Tekel is losing control. Shakes narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint flashing within them. Elder, you handle this matter. Take this opportunity to clean up the environment of the cannon fodder regiment. Remember, whoever dares to step forward, kill them all until everyone is terrified. Elder Gang Kai agreed, his face grim, and stood up, walking directly out of the temporary command center. As the leader of the cannon fodder regiment, Elder Gang Kai hadn't even had a chance to cause trouble before someone started making a scene, which he found unforgivable. Watching the Grand Elder walk out with a murderous look on his face, Shuxi's expression gradually calmed down. What do you plan to do with those supplies? Shuxi was asking Yelena about the countless spoils they had seized from the kobold tribes to Thunderhawk City. If all these supplies were brought along, it would definitely cripple the Shuxi army. Some supplies are stored in the barracks for our daily consumption, enough for a month. A small portion was reserved for women and children of various ethnicities. These are the people we have reserved, and we must ensure their survival. The rest, I have hidden them and sealed them with a magic circle, intending to take them back when we return or to use them during our next invasion. Shakes nodded. He was extremely satisfied with Yelena's handling of the supplies. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi continued. Yelena, I have a task for you. Those 2 slaves from the Flower Garland clan are skilled at cultivating potions. Make use of them. Let the 2 of them search for more potions for us. Their clan should be very clear about the distribution of potions in the Thunder Forest. Yelena smiled charmingly and accepted the task. After a long while, the emergency meeting ended, and Shuxi walked out of the command center. What drew the Shakespeare out was the sound of wailing and screaming from the city wall. 2 hours earlier, the kobold Tekel brandished his whip and humiliated and whipped all the kobolds in the cannon fodder regiment who did not acknowledge him and disliked him. 2 of the kobold leaders were stronger than Tekel. They were Black Fong and Curly Tail, who surrendered after Raya was beheaded. However, the humiliation inflicted by the kobold Tekel ignited their desire to rebel, especially when they were surrounded by a group of familiar kobold subordinates. The gazes fixed on them forced Black Fong and Curly Tail to bite the bullet and resist. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to survive in the kobold tribe. This is one of the reasons why the morale of the cannon fodder regiment was wavering. Afterwards, under the resistance of Black Fong and Curly Tail, the cannon fodder regiment was thrown into chaos, and there was a faint tendency for the camp to break up. However, the chaos was only suppressed when Elder Gang Kai descended upon the cannon fodder group, and his leader-level aura swept across the entire area. Meanwhile, the kobolds led by Black Fong and Curly Tail were captured by Elder Steel K and beheaded on the city wall. After this, Elder Gang Kai's reputation was finally established within the cannon fodder regiment. Nevertheless, Elder Gang Kai guarded the cannon fodder regiment for 3 days and 3 nights, suppressing all the noise. As the new day began, Shuxi climbed off Luo Fu, who was still fast asleep, exhausted from the previous night. At the entrance of the tent, Nadal of the Igor clan had been waiting for a long time. Master, the Thunder Eagle has returned. Lead the way. Without waiting for Nadal to ask, Shaxki immediately told Nadal to lead the way. At the highest point of Thunderhawk City, Shuxi met the leader-level Thunderhawk once again. Have you thought it through? Thunderhawk preened its iron feathers with its sharp beak. The arrival of Shuxi did not alarm it. Do you still have any of those little things from last time? Shake's lips curled up as he took out a bottle of pet pills and tossed it out. This time, Laying didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. It tastes delicious, and it's good for my health. I can feel it. Shakes took a few steps forward, wanting to get closer to Thunder Eagle. Laying tilted his head, watching the approaching Shakes, without panicking or retreating. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you ready to sign a contract with me? Become my partner, and I'll give you plenty of those little things. Shakes did not approach any further. He understood that if he wanted Laying to sign the contract voluntarily, He had to do it step by step. Without the aid of skills like mind contract, taming magical beasts is very difficult. Unless you start building a bond from infancy, it's really difficult. Even the Igor clan, which tames thunder eagles, doesn't have many flying magical beasts. Chapter 144 Crisis Awareness and Adaptability. This time, Thunder Eagle still did not sign a contract with Shuxi. However, the relationship between Shakes and Thunder Eagle has grown much closer, which can be considered progress. I'll give you a gift too. The Thunder Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Half an hour later, Thunder Eagle flew back again, a figure clutched in its talons. This impure-blooded fellow is wandering around my territory. He must be your enemy. Shakes took out another bottle of pet pills and tossed it to Thunder Eagle. Thank you, he is indeed my enemy. Lei Ying was very happy and let out a few cries on the spot. In Lei Ying's view, exchanging a fool for a pet beast pill was a pretty good option. Bang! The figure landed and rolled in front of Shuxi. Next time you encounter an enemy like this, you can come to me and trade for something delicious. After leaving those words, Shuxi carried the figure down the mountain. Thunder Eagle City, Temporary Command Center. The four, Gate Prophet, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Nadal, gathered together, all looking solemnly at the harpy that Shuxi had thrown to the ground. Yes, the gift that Thunderhawk gave to Shaksha was a harpy who came to scout. The harpies are the tribe of Layla, the lord of the Thunder Forest. They are born with the ability to fly. The harpy was already dead, having committed suicide in a way that even the Shuxi hadn't noticed. This was caught by Thunder Eagle near Thunder Eagle City. Shuxi offered a brief explanation and then passed the question on to the elders. However, for a moment, no one stood up to speak. They were all frowning and thinking. Nadal, is this the harpy race? Nadal nodded and pointed to the dead harpy. Master, yes. A harpy with wings on its back, an eagle's beak, and legs like sharp claws. Nadal's affirmation silenced the atmosphere in the command center. After a long while, the prophet Geta finally spoke. Chieftain, it seems the lack of news from Thunderhawk City has caught the attention of Lord Layla. I suggest we leave Thunder Eagle City as soon as possible. The prophet Geta was very aware of the crisis and had already realized that something was wrong. Shuxi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Elder Genkai. Chief, the cannon fodder regiment is basically ready to be reorganized and can depart at any time. Shuxi nodded and looked at Yelena. The logistical supplies were prepared 3 days ago. Furthermore, I have sent out scouts along our upcoming route, and so far we have not received any bad news. Shaxki glanced at Nadal one last time, and the latter shook his head, indicating that there were no problems on his end as well. All right, go and make preparations. We'll set off tomorrow and head east as planned. Yes, sir. While Shakes was driving the cannon fodder away from Thunderhawk City, some things also happened in the Fire Raven clan settlement. The Fire Crow clan's habitat is a red maple forest, and the Fire Crow's houses are all built on the red maple trees. At this moment, inside a wooden cabin built in a red maple tree, Yudif and Jufu looked worried. Damn it, those damned turkeys forced me to marry that filthy, lewd Evans. Yudif was furious at the unfair treatment he had received, gritting his teeth in anger. A few days ago, when the news of Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez's death came, Yutez felt as if his world had collapsed. If it weren't for Jufu comforting her, Yutifei wouldn't know how she would have gotten through this time. Jufu, what do you suggest we do now? Or should we escape from here and seek help from the Lord? Kufu is Nadal's only son and the young master of the Igor clan. When he first heard of the death of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, he was also terrified. But after no news of his father's death in battle came, Jufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Jufu thought about it carefully. There were still 3 hero-level flying magical beasts in the clan. If his father wanted to, they should be able to escape. Unless, father is unwilling to abandon those people. Faye, let's not even talk about whether we can successfully escape from here. Even if we reach the Lord's direct territory, we will be of no use to them. This statement is very realistic and also very hurtful. Fortunately, Jufu has a hero-level flying magical beast by his side, which is of some use. As for Yudif, without signing a contract with Lei Ying, she was practically a weakling in combat. Without the Thunder Eagle, the Nachi race is far inferior to other races. Just like when Utz fought against the Prophet Geta, he could only choose to fight from a distance and didn't even dare to get close. Faye, now, all you can do is sign a contract with the Thunderhawk as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will find it impossible to move an inch in the Fire Raven tribe. When Yudif and Jufu came to the Fire Raven tribe for refuge, the tribe treated them very politely. The tribe chief even came out to greet Yudif personally. When news of Thunderhawk Knight Yute's death arrived, the Fire Raven tribe's attitude towards Yutez underwent a dramatic change the very next day. It's not that I don't want to, but there are simply no Thunder Eagles in the Fire Crow clan's territory. Don't even mention a leader level 1. I'd sign a contract with even a hero level 1. Only now does Yudif realize how incompetent he is. With her brother killed in battle, Yudif is finding it difficult to move an inch. Now, she is being pressured by the Fire Raven tribe to marry Evans. Evans is the son of the chieftain of the Fire Raven tribe. If it were just a matter of marriage, that would be fine. What disgusted Yudify was that the women of the Fire Raven tribe were communal. To put it nicely, she married Evans. To put it bluntly, marrying into the entire Fire Raven tribe means being bullied by all the males in the tribe. Yudify would never accept this. Kufu actually likes Yutfei very much, and Yutfei also has feelings for Kufu, and the relationship between their two tribes has always been very good. Jufu wanted to comfort Wutefei, but didn't know what to say. Just then, several strange bird calls rang out from the surrounding woods. Upon hearing this, Jufu's body trembled slightly. Others couldn't understand it, but Jufu knew very well that it was their clan's secret code. Jufu glanced at Yudif and saw her looking pitiful while muttering curses at Evans, so he whispered something. "Fei, are you hungry? I'll go find you something to eat." "Thank you, Jufu." Jufu nodded, turned around, and walked out of the wooden house. Stepping out of the wooden house, Jufu quickly moved and entered a dense forest. "Young clan leader, this is a secret letter from the clan leader." Jufu took the secret letter, but before he could even open it, he hurriedly asked a question. "Where is my father? Is he still alive?" "Young clan leader, the clan leader is safe and sound. He wants you to read the secret letter and act accordingly." "How is the tribe?" "The clansmen are fine. The losses were not significant." Hearing this, Jufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight that had been hanging over his heart was finally lifted. "Young clan leader, it's inconvenient for me to appear here. If you need anything, please come find me here." The figure in the woods left a hidden address and then departed. Jufu opened the secret letter, his brow furrowing from beginning to end. After a long while, Jufu crumpled the secret letter into a ball and swallowed it directly. Chapter 145 Hidden Speculation, Full Speed Ahead. "Quick, quick, quick, everyone hide. Anyone who reveals our location, I'll beat them to death." The kobold Tekel brandished his long whip, driving all the soldiers of the cannon fodder regiment into the dense forest. What caused all of this was the approaching harpies in the sky. This is the 6th day since Shuxi led his team away from Thunderhawk City. Today, the harpies that have been appearing in the sky from time to time have caused them a lot of trouble. Not wanting to reveal the whereabouts of his troops, Shuxi had no choice but to order them to hide. Nevertheless, a cannon fodder regiment of tens of thousands of people cannot simply be hidden away. Shuxi held his spear in his hand and looked up at the harpies in the sky. "Chief, shouldn't we?" Shakes reached out his hand, signaling for silence. He needed to concentrate. Yelena, who was about to speak again, was interrupted and stared at Shakshi with some surprise. Suddenly, Shakes took a step forward, ran 20 meters, used a giant tree as a springboard, and leaped into the air, soaring straight into the sky. Whoosh! At the same time, the spear in Shuxi's hand also slipped from his grasp. Bang! In midair, the harpy flying at low altitude was shot to death by the Shaksha before it could even let out a scream. A cloud of blood mist exploded, leaving no fragments or debris when it landed on the ground. After Shuxi landed steadily, everyone looked at him with awe. Shuxi's spear technique has reached a state of perfection, almost divine. "Chief, the appearance of the harpies is probably not a good thing." The speaker was the prophet Geta, who gazed into the depths of the forest with a slightly somber expression. Shuxi twisted his neck and waist. He hadn't fought for several days and was still feeling a bit unsatisfied. "What are your thoughts, prophet?" As Shaksha turned to respond to the prophet Geta, he ordered the Guardian Troll Terminal to go down and relay the command, and the troops continued their advance. The prophet Geta nodded, organized his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. "Chief, that harpy just now clearly came from Half Moon Lake. In addition, the harpy that Laying captured in Laying City a few days ago shows that the appearance of the harpy is not a coincidence." Shuxi, the Grand Elder, and Yelena all nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prophet Geta's statement. "I'm wondering, what does it mean that Lord Layla was able to send people to monitor the situation in other regions even when she was dealing with Lord Axe of the Four Domains?" This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Anyone who isn't completely stupid knows that something is definitely wrong. Clearly, in his clash with Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe was either at a disadvantage or suffered a complete defeat. Personally, Shuxi leans more towards the former, and the four-domain Lord Axe is at a disadvantage. The prophet Gato's prediction silenced several elders. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Shikusui thought for a moment and gave a reminder. It's just speculation. There's no need to worry. And even if Lord Axe of the four domains is defeated, Lord Layla will certainly not fare well. Shakespeare has that much confidence. Based on Shake's understanding of the four domain lords, AKS, a powerhouse of that level would almost always result in mutual destruction unless there was an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, we most likely won't encounter Lord Layla. Besides, didn't I just shoot down the harpy that flew over to scout for intelligence? At least we're safe for now. That last sentence put the three elders at ease. Shakes looked up at the sky, and at that moment, he really hoped to form a contract with that leader-level Thunder Eagle. If that Thunder Eagle were to help, it could not only scout out enemy activity in the surrounding area, but also ensure that any harpies that flew in to scout would be killed one by one. Just as Shakes was deep in thought, a commotion arose from the dense forest ahead. Chief, the kobold Tekkel has captured a swamp dragon man. Bring him up, but don't kill him. Shikesa focused his mind and gave an order. The fact that Hoffenl sent another messenger so quickly indicates that his situation is somewhat serious. Shakes guessed that Hoffener must have agreed to his conditions and sent someone to urge him to arrive at Half Moon Lake as soon as possible. Your Excellency, Chief, my clan patriarch agrees to your terms. My clan patriarch has promised that you, sir, will receive 80% of the lizardman's spoils, with 10% being the compensation my clan patriarch previously promised. As expected, Shuxi's guess was confirmed. Shuxi waved his hand, signaling the kobold Tekkel to take the swamp dragon man away. What do you think? After all the outsiders had gone far away, Shuxi finally spoke up and asked the elders. That Hoffener is very clever. He knows how to do favors when things are going smoothly. Chieftain, there's not much difference between 70% and 80% spoils. By taking this opportunity, Hoffenl can not only complete Lord Axe's mission, but also ease his relationship with you. Chief, be careful when dealing with this Hoffener. He's very cunning. Yelena was stroking a crescent-shaped dagger with her right hand. It was a silver-grade weapon that Shakes had given her a couple of days ago. As Yelena played with the dagger, revealing Hoffen's secret thoughts, she exuded an extremely alluring charm. Hoffenheimer is indeed a cunning fellow. Shaksha affirmed Yelena's words, then turned his gaze to the prophet Gata. Chieftain, I think Hoffener might not be able to hold on much longer. That's why he's so anxious. If we want to take Hoffenheim's troops with us later, we'll have to move at full speed. We can't let Hoffen's troops suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, there's not much point in us helping Hoffen. Indeed, preserving Hoffen's troop numbers and ensuring their combat effectiveness was the true objective of Shuxi and his men. Only if Hoffenl remains powerful can they be used to attack the next tough nut to crack, Thunderstorm City. In this way, the Shakshi could continue to invade southward and seize resources. Elder, what about you? Shakes turned his attention to the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder was rough and reckless, he was occasionally quick-witted and was not a brute in the true sense. Elder Gankai smacked his lips twice and reached out to stroke his stubble, which was as sharp as steel needles. Actually, Elder Gankai felt a little embarrassed. Every time he heard the prophet and Yelena's unique insights at the meetings, he felt quite foolish. You've all thought of the important parts. I can't think of anything. Well, Elder Gankai's words made the corners of Shuxi, the prophet, and Yelena's mouths twitch. However, none of them dared to laugh out loud, lest they embarrass themselves. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Hoffenl is a swamp dragon, a swamp lizard, is that correct? The lizardmen tribe is also lizards, so they should be of the same race. How could Hoffenl be no match for the lizardmen of Half Moon Lake? Shakes frowned. He really hadn't expected this. Chapter 146 Lord Yuta, charging ahead. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While Shakes led the troops on a forced march, the demon wife Yuna had already reached the eastern ridge of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Dels, how is the situation? Yuna came to the top of the stone wall and looked down at her tribesmen standing on the edge of the underground crack at the bottom of the slope, her expression neither sad nor happy. Lady Yuta, Yuna, the tribe's respectful title for the demon wife. None of the tribe's people who went to explore the underground fissure have come back up. Only then, upon hearing the devastating news, did Yuna's delicate brows furrow slightly. That strange cry hasn't come up again these past few days? Battle Elder Dels shook his head, his expression also grim. Those who went down to investigate were all his capable subordinates. Now his subordinates have not returned for several days, and no one has come to deliver a message. Then there's only one possibility. They all perished below. The demon wife, Yuina, stared at the underground crack for a long time. When Shuxi left, he specifically instructed her to keep an eye on the underground crack. A few days ago, strange cries, like those of beasts and insects, were heard from the cracks in the ground. To find out what was happening beneath the underground fissures, Dells has sent 2 teams down to investigate. Unfortunately, to this day, not a single member of the tribe has returned. Besides the tribe's people monitoring the underground fissures, call all the others back. I'll think of something. After saying that, the demon wife Yuina turned around and walked down the mountain. Dells nodded and carried out Yuina's order. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's tent. When Yuina entered the tent, Medusa Io was feeding the cryo spider queen, Scarlet. Yuina walked over, took out a bag of dark source crystals from her bosom, and spoke to the cave spider queen, who had evolved once again. Little Scarlet, it's your turn to do the work. Yuina's idea was actually very simple. She took out the dark source crystal not only to help the cave spider queen continue to grow, but also to have it lay eggs and hatch a batch of baby spiders. At this time, the cave spider queen was only an elite level creature, and the warmed spiderlings were just ordinary templates with no combat power. However, that's not important. Yuina only wanted the little spiders to go underground and gather information. She didn't need them to fight. Thank you, madam. The Crimson Cave Spider Queen has grown into the upper body of a little girl and can now speak. In other words, we can communicate normally now. The Cave Spider Queen happily agreed to her demon wife Yuina's request. After all, laying eggs is a minor matter for it. Furthermore, with a bag of dark source crystals as a lure, the Cave Spider Queen would be quite willing. 7 days have passed in the Thunder Forest. Shakes and his cannon fodder regiment finally arrived at the Half Moon Lake area. Kashka, thank you for coming. Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, greeted Shuxi personally with his subordinates as if he were meeting an old friend. You're being so attentive. I bet the leader of the Half Moon Lake Lizardmen is no ordinary person. Shuxi's expression was strange, and he teased Hoffenel in a tone that was neither a smile nor a laugh. Ha, you guessed right. Hoffenel paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, not feeling embarrassed at all. That damned lizard has a very high bloodline. He's not a demi-human. He's a complete lizard. He's a magical beast, and he's also a parent of both water and fire elements, making him a perfect counter to me. Shuxi's eyes lit up. The question that Elder Genkai had mentioned earlier had finally been confirmed here. Of course, Hoffenel was countered by elemental attributes, something that Shuxi and the others had already guessed. However, no one expected that the leader of the Lizardmen would be a magical beast. I want 80% of the spoils, is that all right? Despite the banter and jokes, when it comes to matters involving interests, Shakespeare is very serious. No problem, this is my sincerity. Hoffen's lips twitched, clearly showing some pain. Shuxi laughed and patted Hoffenel on the shoulder, setting the stage for his next plan. If this cooperation goes smoothly and yields fruitful results, I wouldn't mind splitting the profits 60/40ths during the upcoming invasion by all races. Upon hearing this, Hoffen's eyes narrowed instantly, gleaming with wisdom. Shuxi, is this true? Shakes nodded, then shook his head, feigning hesitation. In fact, Hoffenel was even smarter than Shaxki imagined. Hoffen had a pretty good idea of what Shuxi was up to. Nevertheless, Hoffenel remained eager to join forces with the Shaks to fight against the enemy in the south. The reason is simple. Intelligent people are afraid of death, and Hoffenel was even more afraid. Compared to the potential gains, Hoffenel valued his own life more. After learning that Shuxi had killed Thunderhawk Knight Oots, Hoffenel greatly valued Shuxi's strength. Another point is that Shuxi has 2 leader-level powerhouses by his side, which is also something that Hoffenel values. Hoffenel knew very well that as long as he and Shuxi were together, with their strength and the number of troops, they would live a very comfortable life as long as they did not encounter any Lord-level powerhouses. And that is what Hoffenel needed. Based on this, acquiring more resources is what Hoffenel will consider later. Let me make this clear first. I want all the spoils from this battle, magic cores and potions. As for your 20%, you can choose from other supplies. Hoffenel nodded, as if he had expected it. No problem. With the distribution of spoils settled, everything else is easy to discuss. Well then, Hoffenel, you should find a place to sit down now and tell us properly about the Lizardman tribe of Half Moon Lake. Hoffen nodded again and led the way, guiding Shuxi and the others into a wooden hut that he had prepared long ago. Inside the wooden hut, there was a simple wooden table with a map made of animal hide on it. Looking at the animal hide, Shuxi spoke to Hoffenel without hesitation. Hoffenel, I have one more condition. I need a copy of this map of yours. Before Hoffenel could even speak, Shuxi stated his demands directly. leaving no room for negotiation. Hoffen shrugged and agreed. Replicating maps is no big deal for Hoffenheim, but for the Black Wasteland tribe to which Shakes belonged, it was of great significance. Seeing that Hoffenheim did not refuse, the three of them, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai, took their seats with joy on their faces, waiting for Hoffenheim to continue his story. As for the Succubus Queen Yelena, she was not yet a leader-level powerhouse and was not qualified to take a seat. She could only stand behind Shuxi and act as a listener. Shuxi, the settlement of lizard people, is located on Half Moon Island. To get to the island, you have to wade across Half Moon Lake. Fortunately, Half Moon Lake is only a shallow lake, with the deepest point being only about 2 meters. This kind of environment is like our swamp dragon's home ground, and my troops can charge ahead and take the lead. Chapter 147 The Best Resources, I'll Pave the Way. Hoffener was indeed very sincere. He first explained the specific terrain of Half Moon Lake, and then took the initiative to take the lead. Shuxi nodded without speaking, signaling Hoffenheim to continue. This lizardman tribe has a total population of about 70 to 80,000. The number 70 or 80,000 instantly made the eyebrows of Shuxi, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet Geta twitch wildly. Seeing this, Hoffenheim, fearing that Shuxi and the others might become hesitant to fight, quickly added. Their total population is 70 to 80,000, half of whom are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. There are fewer than 50,000 true bloodline warriors. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's heart rate, which had just spiked, gradually decreased. At the same time, Hoffen paused, pursed his lips, and then stated his own request. Shuxi, if you conquer the Lizardman tribe, I can forego all the spoils of war. But all those women and children of the lizard people must be given to me. Hoffener spoke very seriously, looking directly into Shuxi's eyes. Hoffenheim, that's really a smart man. He knew very well that after acquiring vast territories, the best resource was not potions or magic cores, but population. Shuxi gazed intently at Hoffenheim, a swamp dragon with a far-sighted and intelligent gaze. As you wish. After a moment's thought, Shuxi agreed to Hoffenheim's request. However, Shuxi then abruptly changed his tone, speaking without any room for discussion and revealing his sharp edge. But I must take all those surrendered lizard men into my army. I need them to fight for us. I don't need to explain this to you. You should already know it. The presence of prisoners can reduce our losses. Hoffen nodded. He had absolutely no objection to this. As the head of a clan, no one wants their clansmen to charge into battle and die as cannon fodder. Then, seeing that Shuxi stopped talking, Hoffen continued. After landing, we will need to face the enemy together. Shuxi did not object. Hoffenheim's suggestion was to hope that Shuxi would also contribute to reduce the troop losses in the Poison Dragon Swamp. This aligns with Shuxi's established plan, so Shuxi couldn't possibly have any objections. As for Hokaka, a leader-level lizard monster. At this point, Hoffener stammered, unsure how to allocate the funds. After all, neither Shuxi, nor the Prophet Geta, nor Elder Genkai were people he could command. Leave Hokaka to me and the Prophet Geta. You and Elder Genkai, assist our bloodline warriors in taking down the Lizardman tribe as soon as possible. This way, we can reduce the losses for both of us. Hoffen agreed with the suggestion and had no objections whatsoever. Next, the group discussed some details regarding the attack. Half a day later, everything was agreed upon. Shuxi raised his glass and said with great pleasure, Hoffen, come on, let's drink to our upcoming collaboration. Hoffen nodded, raised his glass, and prepared to clink glasses with Shax. However, it was only then that Hoffen noticed the wine glass in Shakes's hand, which was very strange and unusual. This aura, could it be? Shakes chuckled, raised his glass a little higher, and moved closer to Hoffen. The goblet crafted from the head of Thunderhawk Knight Oots was made by the Obsidian Golem Master Craftsman, Prophet Gata. What do you think? Isn't this wine glass exquisite? Shakes said this in a cheerful and happy tone. But these words sent chills down Hoffenheim's spine. Hoffen hadn't expected that Shuxi would be so ruthless, not only killing Thunder Eagle Knight Oots, but also grinding his skull into a wine glass. Honestly, Hoffen felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the cup in the hands of the shackles was polished from the skull of Hoffenheim. Shakes stopped laughing and looked at Hoffenheim with a half-smile. The reason why Shuxi brought out the bone cup was to intimidate Hoffenheim and warn him not to play any tricks in the upcoming cooperation. Otherwise, Shakes wouldn't mind having another bone cup to make a pair. Ahem. It is indeed exquisite. The craftsmanship of the Prophet Geta is superb. Hoffener suppressed the urge to turn away and, with an awkward smile, savored the bone cup with Shakes. Hoffen warned himself that he must not offend Shuxi. After a night's rest, before dawn, Shuxi and his men launched their invasion. Lizards are nocturnal creatures that sleep during the day. Although the lizard men have evolved, their energy levels decrease during the day, resulting in a slight reduction in their combat effectiveness. Launching the invasion at dawn was also the result of discussions between Shuxi and the others. This is a spectacular scene. Countless swamp crocodiles, swamp dragons, and swamp rats swiftly traversed the water, charging towards Half Moon Island from all directions. Those were Hoffen's troops. They had launched a general offensive. Shuxi raised his right hand and then lowered it, and at that moment, the war horn from the Black Wasteland tribe was sounded. The mournful sound of horns echoed across Half Moon Lake, and a force of nearly 50,000 cannon fodder followed closely behind the swamp dragon, charging toward Half Moon Island. Shuxi activated his bloodlust aura, causing many of his cannon fodder subordinates to enter a berserk state. Stay close behind the Grand Elder and be careful. Shuxi turned his head and gave Yelena a word of advice. Shakes really didn't want his seductive and charming lover, who knew how to please people, to die on the battlefield for no reason. I know, Shuxi. With a major battle imminent, Yelena was pleasantly surprised and delighted to receive Shuxi's concern. She usually addresses Shuxi as Chieftain or Dear Chieftain. Only then did she call Shuxi by his name. Different forms of address indicate different relationships. Anyone with common sense understands this. Shuxi stopped paying attention to Yelena and turned to the Prophet Geta. Prophet, it's our turn to step in. The Prophet Geta gripped his stone axe tightly with both hands, stepped forward, and spoke in a calm voice. Chieftain, I'll clear the way. Good. Shuxi did not refuse, and took out his spear, strolling leisurely behind the Prophet Geta. The lizardmen on Half Moon Island reacted quickly and launched a counterattack. However, wherever the Prophet Geta went, all the lizardmen were wiped out. The monster is in the eastern part of the island's center. Clear. Shuxi sensed the aura of the leader-level magical beast first and reminded the Prophet Geta. The Prophet Geta swung his stone axe, and the path began to veer off course, heading straight for the boss-level monster. Roar. A voice, both serpentine and tigerish, roared out, and a leader-level aura swept across Half Moon Island. Hokaka, the leader of the Lizardman tribe, made his official appearance. Chapter 148 Possessing Magic, Sliding Away. Kobolds run. The war has begun. Charge. 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 The enemy deserves to die. Take all their women. Seize their weapons. Cut off their heads. For the tribe, for glory, for honor. Shakti followed behind the Prophet Geta, calmly surveying the entire scene. What reached Shaksha's ears most was not the sound of fighting or killing, but the Kobold Tekkel's battle declaration and encouragement. It's really hard to stay out of such a large-scale battlefield. Anyone would be stimulated by the blood and carnage on the battlefield, becoming excited and violent. The battlefield, imbued with magic, unleashes the innate killing intent of all living beings. Shakespeare had a long-term vision, so he saw many details and witnessed many processes. The kobolds wore hammers and javelins roared as they faced their enemies in fear and launched a desperate counterattack. The troll warriors were agile and swift, leaving behind only severed limbs and flowing blood wherever they went. The obsidian golems fought with a brutal pace, like bulldozers, blasting away all the lizard men wherever they went. Meanwhile, the arrows that occasionally streaked through the air and the faint chanting of incantations were the succubi dancing. The buffalo people are the most eccentric. There are a few buffalo people who have gone mad and have charged to the forefront of the cannon fodder group, treating themselves as cannon fodder. The buffalo men, on the other hand, faced countless lizard men charging towards them, fighting desperately for their lives. Shuxi's state was strange. He felt as if he had merged into the battlefield, yet also detached from it. Shakes saw many cannon fodder regiment members die in the trampling, and saw the Grand Elder and Hoffenel slaughtering on the battlefield. Of course, Shuxi also saw Yelena, who was wandering around the battlefield, constantly wielding her dagger like a ghost. Boom. With a loud bang, Shuxi was jolted awake from his strange state. The Prophet Geta and the leader-level magical beast Hokaka exchanged blows, but neither could gain the upper hand. The monster Hokaka had somehow acquired a layer of ice armor, giving it extremely high defensive capabilities. The Prophet Geta's strike just now failed to land as he had hoped. The monster Hokaka's sharp claws create bursts of sparks with every swing in the air. As expected, Hoffenel was right. The monster Hokaka truly had both water and fire affinity. Shuxi mustered his strength, held his spear upside down, and began to charge. At the same time, the skills Troll Blood and Void Levitation were activated by Shaksha. Shuxi's body swelled up dramatically, his hair flying wildly, like a demon god descending. Shuxi leaped up, gripping his spear with both hands, his entire body erupting with blood energy and swirling with demonic aura, before plummeting down like a shooting star. At the same time, the Prophet Geta seized the opportunity and launched a horizontal slash. Everywhere you look, there's danger. Damn Hoffenheim. Damn inferior race. They call on foreign help when they can't win. Breaking through the ice with blazing flames, I'll fight you to the death. The pace of the boss-level battle was very fast, and the monster Hokaka had no time to dodge, so it had no choice but to face it head-on. The ice armor on the monster Hokaka began to crack, and sparks flashed through the cracks. The next second, the ice armor on the monster Hokaka's body transformed into countless ice blades, shooting out from every angle without blind spots, indiscriminately attacking friend or foe. Boom. Within a radius of 100 meters, regardless of friend or foe, all the Bloodline warriors fell. Shuxi, his entire body encased in bone armor, plunged his spear deep into the back of the monster Hokaka, yet he himself suffered little harm. However, most of the bone armor on Shuxi's arms had already been removed by ice shards. The jade bone armor was severely damaged, and it is unknown when it will be able to recover its full appearance. As for the Prophet Geta, his entire body was covered in shallow wounds. However, those wounds were nothing to the petrified Prophet Geta. Instead, it was the Prophet Geta's stone axe that, taking advantage of the disintegration of the ice armor, sliced across the arm of the monster Hokaka, severing one of its claws at the root. Roar. Despite this, the monster Hokaka is still alive. The vitality of lizards, especially those from magical beasts, is incredibly tenacious. For them, the ability to regenerate severed limbs and tails is a basic survival skill. Therefore, the monster Hokaka launched another counterattack with its other claw. Bang! The Prophet Geta was struck by the claws and staggered back several steps. Only Shuxi stood on the back of the monster Hokaka, constantly stirring his spear, causing the latter great pain. Then, the remaining front paws of the monster Hokaka landed to support its upper body, and its tail swept towards Shaksha like a whip. The terrifying sound of the wind alerted Shikshita to the danger, and without a second thought, he dropped the spear. Shuxi jumped off the back of the monster Hokaka, dodging the attack of the giant tail. Upon landing on the ground, Shuxi immediately spotted the stone axe stuck in the right arm of the monster Hokaka. Shake's eyes lit up, and he sped up to run towards the stone axe. The monster Hokaka saw through Shuxi's intentions and swung its remaining claws at him. Shuxi twisted his body, using the skill Void Levitation to avoid the attack, and at the same time touched the stone axe. The stone axe, which seemed enormous to others, was now as nimble as a feather in Shuxi's hands, as easy to wield as an extension of his own arm. With the stone axe in hand, Shuxi's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp. Kill! Shuxi, holding his giant axe in both hands, charged forward. The next moment, a famous scene appeared, and the picture was very beautiful. A 3-meter-tall troll, carrying a stone axe nearly 10 meters long, slid away. The monster Hokaka had a terrifying, suffocating gash cut from its neck to its tail. Immediately afterwards, blood and internal organs fell to the ground. The monster Hokaka let out a defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. Finally, he's dead. Spears are still a bit inadequate for dealing with large magical beasts. Shakes breathed a sigh of relief. The death of the monster Hokaka meant the battle was over. However, the thought was extinguished as soon as it arose in Shuxi's mind. Shuxi sensed danger and, relying on his instincts, swung his stone axe behind him. Boom. Shuxi remained as steady as a mountain, while the monster Hokaka was blasted back a distance. What terrifying power! No wonder it was able to kill my servant, Hokaka. A deep, imposing voice entered Shuxi's ears, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Meanwhile, the warriors of various races who had been fighting in the surrounding area had all fallen to the ground, trembling and afraid to move. In the vicinity, only the Prophet Chakravartin and the Prophet Geta remained standing. Shuxi looked at the magical beast Hokaka with a look of surprise and suspicion. The latter was already lifeless, but now it stood up and assumed a fighting posture, which was extremely strange. No wonder that during this invasion, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, went straight to Thunderfall Mountain and kept dragging me along. It turns out that there was someone like you among the invaders. Kneel down, submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, if I catch you one day, you will die without a burial place. Chapter 149 Illusory Will, Extraordinary Power. Lord Layla. Shakshi remained silent. It was the Prophet Geta who cried out in alarm. Because he had many doubts in his mind, Shuxi did not make a choice immediately, nor did he speak. However, the prophet Geta, after exclaiming in surprise, immediately reminded Shaksha, "Chief, that's not Lord Layla himself, but merely a wisp of his will." Upon hearing this, Shuxi's eyes showed even more confusion. Instead, the magical beast Hokaka, driven by the will of Lord Layla, turned and stared at the prophet Geta. The monster Hokaka's body had lost its life force. Although its eyes were closed, the prophet Geta could feel that a pair of deep eyes were scrutinizing him. The leader-level obsidian golem looks a bit like the one I killed hundreds of years ago. You actually know about the illusory will. You must be quite knowledgeable. The prophet Geta did not speak, but stared intently at the monster Hokaka, preparing to go all out. However, at that moment, the monster Hokaka turned around and ignored the prophet Geta. "Trolls, submit to me. Whatever conditions Lord Axe of the Four Domains offered you, I'll give you double. And you should understand that my territory is further south, where there are more magical beasts and potions, more races and resources. Once I recover my strength, I will lead you to invade further south." Whether it was out of greed or because talent was rare, Lord Layla's wisp of will actually began recruiting Shuxi. Upon hearing Lord Layla's words, Shaksha suddenly felt relieved. Lord Layla's offer of service means that Shuxi and his companions are now safe. Lord Layla's will saw the smile on Shuxi's face, and his voice became slightly deeper and colder. "You're a smart person. The terms I'm offering shouldn't be bad." Shakes nodded and answered in a cheerful voice. "It's not bad, and I'm really interested in it." Shuxi's words inexplicably irritated Lord Layla, but he still asked a follow-up question. "So, you've agreed to submit?" Shakes shook his head and said a faint sorry. Since the appearance of Lord Layla's illusory will, the chaotic battles on Half Moon Island have ceased without prior agreement. All the Bloodline warriors were watching the conversation between Shuxi and Lord Layla. The Shakshi, who had always wanted to rise to power, could not possibly submit, nor could they show even a trace of awe or fear. Otherwise, the leadership, authority, and charisma that Shuxi had painstakingly built up would collapse completely. A submissive Shikshita will not inspire awe, but will only cause his subordinates to despise him. Therefore, not only must Shuxi not submit, but he must also face the challenge head-on, just as he did when he faced the Four Domains Lord Axe last time. Shuxi took out a long spear, pointed it at Lord Layla, and said with great pride, "This is the second time I have faced a Lord-level expert. I humbly request your guidance, Lord Layla." The fact that Shuxi addressed Lord Ryra as Your Excellency instead of Sir already reveals his ambition and aspirations. "Troll, you'll regret this." Shuxi didn't speak, but launched a swift charge, charging forward with unparalleled momentum. Sizzle. However, to everyone's surprise, the Shuxi did not actually charge. Halfway there, Shuxi threw his spear and came to an abrupt stop. Roar. At the same time, the figure of Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared, and the Abyssal Flame Dragon cannon instantly condensed and directly blasted towards the illusory image of Lord Layla's will. Boom. This was an unexpected attack, and even the phantom of Lord Layla's will didn't have time to react. Lord Layla managed to catch the spear thrown by Shuxi, but the Abyssal Flame Dragon cannon from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was not so easy to catch, as it was a deep abyssal magic that caused widespread damage. The Abyss Flame Dragon cannon struck the monster Hokaka squarely, also affecting the phantom of its will. Before the Abyss Flame Dragon cannon, the illusory will without a physical body to rely on vanished like a dream bubble. "Troll, I will kill you with my own hands." This is the last defiant and stubborn act of the Lord Layla's will, and also a helpless retaliation for the insult to her dignity. With a cold expression, Shuxi stepped out from behind the Abyss Tyrannosaurus and approached the monster Hokaka step by step. Seeing the mangled body of the monster Hokaka, Shuxi drew his four-bladed blood spear and severed Hokaka's barely intact head. Shuxi raised the head of the monster Hokaka aloft and surveyed all the warriors on Half Moon Island. "Lay down your weapons and surrender, or you will be spared. Otherwise, we will exterminate your race." Shake's voice was flat, but such a voice only made people feel indifferent and fearful. The troll leader before them dared to challenge Lord Layla and even shattered a wisp of Lord Layla's will. Gradually, the lizard people on Half Moon Island laid down their weapons. The defeat of Lord Layla's phantom will completely rob them of their fighting spirit. "The Troll King." Someone in the crowd called out that name. The next moment, all the Bloodline warriors shouted, "The Troll King! The Troll King!" Shakes laughed too, a very happy laugh. Shuxi wasn't happy because of the title King of the Trolls, but because he saw a golden light merge into the ash chest dropped by the monster Hokaka. Although Lord Layla's illusory will did not fall into the ash chest, it transformed into a golden light and merged into the ash chest. This is a new discovery for Shakespeare, and also something to look forward to. It's Kshatriya's anticipation for the ash's treasure chest. Of course, the surprises didn't end there. When Shuxi broke open the skull of the monster Hokaka, he discovered a level 7 magic core. As the battle came to an end, Shuxi moved into the wooden house in the center of Half Moon Island, under the awe-inspiring gazes of Hoffenel, the prophet Geta, and others. As for the inventory of battle damage and spoils, there are dedicated people to handle that. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. This is the habitat of the Harpy race and the direct territory of Lord Layla. Inside a palace atop a mountain peak, Lord Layla sat on her throne, gazing towards the northeast. A leader-level troll, its power is terrifying. I can sense that his bloodline power is very strong. Could it be that he has awakened some kind of high-level bloodline? If we don't use extraordinary power and the will of a lord, it will be really difficult to deal with him. The strength of the Shuxi truly surprised Lord Layla. But it was just surprise. Lord Layla still didn't take Shuxi seriously. In Lord Layla's eyes, Shuxi was just a special leader-level powerhouse. Lord level. Upon reaching this level, one will possess extraordinary power and awaken a personal will that transcends faith. Faced with extraordinary power, the bloodline power of a leader is utterly insignificant. To put it bluntly, the clash between Shakes and the Four Domains Lord Axe was really just a normal test. The Four Domains Lord Axe did not use his extraordinary power or will in front of Shuxi. Chapter 150 Partners, 2 Conclusions. Half Moon Lake, wooden houses on the island. Shuxi sat in the main seat, with the succubus Queen Yelena standing behind him. Seated on the left and right guest seats were Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and 3 leader-level powerhouses, Hoffenheimer. Even now, the people inside the wooden house still look at Shuxi with awe. Although it was only a wisp of will, the courage to challenge a lord-level powerhouse was something that ordinary people could not do. Shakes glanced at everyone, neither forceful nor pretentious. Prophet, tell us what this phantom of will is all about. The prophet Gata did not speak, but instead glanced at Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, beside him. Shakes had a faint smile on his face and said calmly, "It's all right. Chief Hoffener performed well this time. He's a qualified partner." The prophet Geta nodded, organized his thoughts, and spoke what he could say. "Chief, this story goes back to my grandfather's time. My grandfather's name is Gali, and he was the previous leader of the Black Wasteland Forest." Shuxi nodded. He had discussed this matter with the prophet Geta before and knew that the previous leader of the Black Waste Forest was from the Obsidian Golem clan. My grandfather was killed by the phantom of Lord Layla's will during an invasion of all races. Before my grandfather died, he used a secret method to record the course of his battle with Lord Layla, which is how I was able to recognize the phantom of Lord Layla's will. Clan leader, this is all I know about the phantom of will. At this point, the prophet Geta fell silent. Whether out of sadness or for some other reason, the prophet Geta chose to remain silent. Shaksha glanced at the prophet Geta, but did not pursue him. Instead, he turned to look at Hoffenel. "Hoffenheimer, we won this invasion. It was a pleasure working with you." Shakes raised his glass and clinked it with Hoffenel from a distance. After swallowing a mouthful of beast blood wine, a fiery sensation surged from his abdomen, erupting like a volcano to his throat, making Shakes feel extremely comfortable. As previously agreed, the women and children in the population will be yours, and all the other lizard men will be filled into the cannon fodder regiment. To be honest, the cannon fodder regiment, composed of kobolds and half-goat people, suffered considerable losses in this charge. The main reason for the damage was their weak combat capabilities. Furthermore, since the lizard men are fighting on their home turf, ordinary kobolds are no match for them in a one-on-one situation. Fortunately, this invasion was led by a powerful leader, and the combined forces of Shuxi and Hoffenel were quite numerous. Otherwise, the losses of the cannon fodder regiment would have been even greater. "Lord Shuxi, I have no problem here, and I am quite satisfied." Hoffen was very satisfied. He couldn't imagine what the outcome would be if he attacked Half Moon Island alone. That would definitely result in a crushing defeat. Moreover, this invasion even involved the phantom of Lord Layla's will. Hoffenel wished he could be completely invisible, letting Shuxi bear the pressure in front of him. Shuxi glanced at Hoffenel, and he could roughly guess what the guy was thinking. "Hoffenel, next, we need you to lead the way for Thunderstorm City." Hoffen was taken aback. In fact, having invaded to this extent, Hoffen had obtained enough human resources. Hoffenel was somewhat inclined to withdraw, but now he felt somewhat powerless to change his situation. Since joining forces with the Shuxi, Hoffenel has lost his chance to escape. In other words, Hoffenel was bound together with the Shuxi. Hoffen sometimes thought that if he forced himself to leave, he might really be surrounded and killed by the three of them, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai. Of course, there's also the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which was kept hidden away by Shaxu. The thought of Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast actually lessened Hoffenheim's worries somewhat, because the strength of the Shax side was simply too great. Lord Shuxi, I have no problem. Having received Hoffenel's affirmation, Shuxi turned to look at the Succubus queen, Yelena. You heard it too. Chief Hoffenel needs people, and to hand over his share of the spoils. The Succubus queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, gave a slight bow, and then left the wooden house to arrange the distribution of the spoils. As the Succubus queen Yelena walked out, Shuxi fell into deep thought. Shuxi really wanted to occupy Half Moon Island due to its unique geographical environment. Unfortunately, none of the tribes of Shuxi were accustomed to water. Moreover, it's not about seizing the opportunity. Why? Shuxi sighed, which sounded rather strange to Hoffenel. Lord Shuxi, why do you sigh? Shikushi looked at the shallow lake outside the wooden house and said calmly, Hoffenel, you should know that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, once promised me that I would be allowed to occupy a piece of land as my own territory. I'm wondering whether I should take over this place. Shuxi's words made Hoffenel feel very uncomfortable. If Shuxi really occupies Half Moon Lake, then if Hoffenel wants to invade southward in the future, he will have to pass through Shuxi's territory. For a moment, Hoffen felt as if he had eaten shit. Hurrah, just kidding. I'm already being targeted by Lord Layla. How could I dare to take over this place as my territory? Hearing this, Hoffen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is deliberately trying to disgust me. Hoffenel realized that Shuxi was making fun of him. Lord Shuxi, I'm going to check how many people are left in the Lizard Man tribe. Hoffenel stood up, bowed, said goodbye, and left the cabin. Shakes nodded and did not stop him. Hoffener was a leader-level powerhouse, and not a subordinate of Shuxi, so there was no reason for him to stop her. Moreover, Shaxki was making fun of Hoffenel in an attempt to drive him away. Hoffenel also saw through Shuxi's little scheme and made an excuse to leave the cabin. Prophet, may you continue? After Hoffenel left, Shaksha turned to look at the Prophet Geta. Clan leader, according to the information left by my grandfather, willpower is a unique ability of lord-level powerhouses. It is a terrifying ability that arises from the mind after possessing extraordinary power, and it is extremely frightening. A wisp of the will of a lord-level expert, if used properly, can withstand an ordinary leader-level expert. This news might not mean much to the Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkai, but for Shakus, it was like a guiding light, illuminating the path to advancement. Previously, according to information obtained by Shuxi, advancing to the rank of lord required a lord's heart and territory. The information that Shakes has now obtained is a hint about the abilities of powerful lords. Based on these two pieces of information, Shuxi immediately deduced two conclusions. First, the lord's heart is not only an item needed to advance to the lord level, but it should also contain the secret to obtaining extraordinary power. Secondly, the power of extraordinary strength allows lord-level powerhouses to concentrate their will and gain the ability to manipulate some extraordinary substances. For example, spirit or faith. Chapter 151, Improving the System, Thunderstorm Bearman. Lord level is currently an existence that Shuxi cannot even dream of. Therefore, the Lord's secret could only remain unsolved. Shuxi glanced at the silent Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, thought for a moment, and then took out the level 7 magic core left behind by the magical beast Hokaka. Prophet, Elder, I want to give this magic core to the Succubus Queen Yelena, so that she can try it out and see if she can advance to the leader level. When we are fighting abroad, having one more leader means having one more layer of security. Shuxi paused for a moment, drawing the attention of both the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai. According to the rules I set before, this magic core should be given to my demon wife, Yuena. However, special circumstances require special handling. What do you think? Neither the Prophet Geta nor Elder Genkai spoke immediately, but instead squinted and pondered. After a long while, the Prophet Geta slowly spoke. Chieftain, your proposal is for everyone's safety and for the sake of the tribe. I support it. However, with this precedent, will it lead to unnecessary disputes and conflicts within the tribe in the future? Shakespeare nodded. The Prophet Geta's reminder was very pertinent. The fact that Shuxi has distributed leader-level resources this time is highly likely to become a case study for handling similar incidents in the future. Therefore, the distribution of these supplies must be based on specific reasons, conditions, and restrictions, and must start off well. Shakes reached out and stroked his smooth chin, momentarily unable to make a decision, feeling somewhat conflicted. Shuxi, I agree with your decision. Our Black Wilderness tribe must have rules, and we must do things according to the rules. However, I believe that there must be someone in the tribe who can break the rules. The clan leader is the most suitable candidate for that position. Elder Gonkai's idea was simple. Whatever decision Shakes made, he would support it. However, it was this simple idea that inspired Zakes. The Black Wasteland tribe must have order, but it must also have a supreme being who can establish and break that order. What a brilliant idea that is. As Shakes stared at Elder Gankai, he suddenly felt that beneath Elder Gonkai's robust physique shone a light of wisdom. Even the Prophet Geta was shocked by Elder Gonkai's suggestion. In that case, I will publicly bestow the level 7 magic core upon Elder Yelena as a reward, on the grounds that he helped the tribe retrieve the head of the previous chieftain, Gerald. Those who make contributions will be rewarded. At the same time, a special notice was issued to the entire clan that during wartime, the leader-level magic core would be open to all ordinary elders of the hero level, but they must exchange it for battle merits. Take this opportunity to establish a merit system within the tribe and the cannon fodder regiment. As Shuxi spoke, he became more and more excited. Once his thoughts wandered, he felt that what was in front of him was not a problem at all, but rather an opportunity to improve his own power system. Upon hearing this, both the Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkei's eyes lit up. In their view, Shakespeare was a natural leader who always offered appropriate and wise choices and suggestions at crucial moments. Timiner, go and fetch Yelena for me. Tell her it's an emergency meeting of the elders. The guardian troll terminal outside the cabin responded and then ran out. A moment later, the succubus queen Yelena entered the wooden house and saw that Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Gankai all looked deep in thought, so she thought something had happened again. Chief, you wanted to see me? Shuxi nodded, pointed to the seat next to him, and gestured for Yelena to sit down and talk. Without further ado, Shuxi took out the wooden box containing a level 7 magic core from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his bosom and waved it to Yelena. Inside is a level 7 magic core from the magical beast Hokaka. You have done a great service by retrieving the head of the tribe's previous chieftain, Gerald. The discovery of the Holy Maiden of the Flower Garland clan is another great achievement. I consulted with the Prophet and the Elder, and decided to bestow the magic core upon you, hoping to help you advance further. Yelena, don't let us down. Happiness came so suddenly that the succubus queen, Yelena, was somewhat caught off guard. Yelena stood there, unconsciously clutching the wooden box tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shakes. Shuxi felt a little uncomfortable under Yelena's gaze, rolled his eyes, and said slowly, "It's true. Special circumstances require special handling. As the elder deacon of the tribe, Yelena, you are too weak." Yelena blinked, looked down at the wooden box in her arms, and then looked up to ask, "What about her younger sister, Yelena? Shouldn't this resource belong to her? Twins are twins, and sisters are sisters. Although the sisters are constantly fighting each other, both openly and secretly, they actually care about each other quite a bit." When the demon wife Yuena was mentioned, Shuxi brought up the merit system that he had discussed with the Grand Elder and the Prophet. This system of meritorious service is still in its rough stage and needs you to organize manpower to improve it. In a few days, when we return, we will distribute the rewards according to this system of meritorious service. After learning the whole story, Yelena exclaimed, "I see." Yelena was very touched. Shuxi, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet Gata went to great lengths to ensure that she could rightfully obtain this leader-level resource. For the tribe, Yelena is willing. Yelena wanted to say something to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by Shuxi. "We know what you're trying to say, but nothing is as direct as immediately perfecting the reward and punishment system. Next, you should assign some experienced personnel to improve this system as soon as possible. Also, we will rest on Half Moon Island for half a month, so you can take the opportunity to cultivate properly. Take any missing resources from the spoils of war yourself. Just let me know when the time comes." Yelena nodded, feeling grateful. Shikessa had pushed the task of perfecting the reward and punishment system onto her, which was still a way for her to accumulate merit. Moreover, this military rest period was actually to wait for her, hoping that she would gain something from it. "I didn't serve this man for nothing." The thought crossed Yelena's mind, and a number of romantic ideas began to emerge. Thunder Forest, Thunderstorm City. This is a gathering place for Thunderstorm Bearmen, a truly large tribe. Because the entire tribe has a population of 100,000, and they are all Thunder Bear people. Such a large tribe has also produced 3 powerful leaders. They are the 3 brothers Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue Yin. These three brothers are easy to distinguish. The hair on their heads is green, black, and silver gray, respectively. Meanwhile, the three brothers, Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue In, were in their stone house hosting a banquet for Lei Jier, a leader-level expert from Leiju Mountain. Rijil is a harpy, and he was sent by Lord Ryra as reinforcements in the past 2 days. Chapter 152 Fearless of Anyone, Soaring into the Sky. The Lord said that as long as we kill that chieftain troll this time, he will give us a piece of territory when we invade the south again. The leader-level harpy, Rijil, leaned against a beautiful female bear man, with a beautiful, sorrowful banshee in his arms, drinking as he gave instructions to Lord Layla on the tasks assigned to him. Rijil, is that troll you mentioned very strong? Even the three of US brothers can't handle it. The one who spoke was Xiong Lauda Kue Tong, whose voice was somewhat hoarse and had a heavy metal feel to it. To be noticed by the Lord, one's strength must be considerable. Moreover, this invading force not only includes 4 leader-level powerhouses, but also an abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Nothing else happened, but when the three brothers, Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue In, heard about the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, they all exclaimed in surprise. Rijil, the troll we're about to face isn't the love interest of Lord Axe of the Four Realms, is it? In fact, Rijil didn't know either. He didn't even know the name of that leader-level troll. Who knows? As long as they're leader-level trolls, we'll kill them all, and then we'll carry their corpses to the Lord to claim our reward. Rijil glanced at the 3 Thunderstorm Bearman brothers and said in a sarcastic voice, "The Lord was worried that you would suffer losses, so he sent me to help you. Kue Tong, Kue Tai, Kue In, you brothers aren't scared, are you?" Kue In was the 3rd oldest, the youngest and most impetuous, and also the least susceptible to provocation. Afraid? Unless it's Lord Axe of the 4 domains coming in person, we brothers have never been afraid of anyone. Kue Tong and Kue Tai remained silent, their brows furrowed in deep thought. Lord Layla has actually sent their own clan's chieftain-level powerhouse to provide support this time, so the opponent must be very formidable. Don't worry, I'm not coming alone this time. A harpy squad has come with me and will arrive in Thunderstorm City soon. Upon hearing this, Kue Tong and Kue Tai's eyes lit up considerably. If flying harpies were to join the fight, Thunderstorm City would have virtually no weaknesses. On land, the 3 brothers, Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue In, were confident that they would not lose to any race. Thunder Forest, Half Moon Island. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and thanks to Yelena's efforts over the past few days, the wartime reward system proposed by Shuxi has taken initial shape. Yelena, having accomplished this task, also began her cultivation. Both the forces of Shuxi and Hoffenel were resting on Half Moon Island, and the 2 sides were constantly working together to improve their coordination. After sending Hoffenheimer away, who had come to talk about feelings with him, Shaki followed Nadal toward a small hill on Half Moon Island. Here, the leader-level flying magical beast, Thunder Eagle, landed. Shake still had a slight smile on his face as he took out a bottle of pet pills and tossed it over. "So, have you thought it through? Do you want to sign a contract with me?" Laying didn't say anything, swallowed the pet beast pill, and looked quite pleased. The image is strange. Do eagles have faces? But Shakes could tell that Thunder Eagle was really enjoying it. I can't speak for everything else, but there will definitely be enough pet beast pills. And who knows, there might be things even tastier than pet pills in the future. Shake's words caught Thunder Eagle's attention. "Are you telling the truth? Is there really anything tastier than pet pills?" Shakes laughed, a natural laugh, a wide grin. Because Laying did not reject Shake's offer to contract with it. At this moment, Laying was like an employee who had agreed to join Shake's company and was negotiating salary with Shakes. Let me put it this way. I have raised a level 5 triangular python into a level 6 magical beast, and it is now helping me guard my territory. If it's you, I can train you to be even stronger. While it may seem like Shakespeare is just making empty promises, he is actually planning for the future. If Thunderhawk joins Shuxi's team, it will definitely become one of Shuxi's priority monsters to train. Seeing that Thunder Eagle didn't react, Shakes walked over and got a little closer to it. Sense it. Shuxi reached out and gently placed his hand on the Thunderhawk's feathers. The next moment, pieces of bone armor began to emerge from Shuxi's hands. They were jade bone armor. The jade bone armor rapidly extended, covering the Thunder Eagle's wings, claws, head, and other vital parts. Can you feel it? As long as you're with me, it will cover your entire body, and you'll be much safer. Thunder Eagle twisted its head, spread its wings, and looked at the important bones encased in bone armor, finding it perfectly natural. What a strange feeling. Shakes didn't say anything. He waited for Laying to get used to the jade bone armor, and for Laying to get tired of playing with it before putting the jade bone armor away. Do you have a name? This was the question asked by Shakes, and the recipient was, of course, Laying. Of course, my name is Evans, son of Storm and Lightning. Shakes almost burst out laughing when he realized that Thunderhawk Evans was actually a show-off. Then, Evans, let's sign the contract. Shakes said those words very seriously. He couldn't wait any longer. He could wait once or twice, but with Lord Layla taking notice and about to invade the South again, he felt he had to find another trump card for himself. As he spoke, the power of his bloodline began to surge within Shuxie's body, and a contract magic circle condensed in his hand. This is a partnership contract, a type of soul contract, where both parties are equals. Thunderhawk Evans remained silent, staring at Shax without resisting or fleeing. Upon witnessing this scene, Shakes knew he had already succeeded halfway. In my name, Shuxie Mayan, and Thunderhawk Evans, I hereby enter into an equal contract. The contract magic circle successfully merged into Thunder Eagle's body, and the next moment, both Shakes and Thunder Eagle could sense each other in the darkness. Evans, take me flying around. Let me see the world through your eyes. Thunderhawk Evans let out a cry and readily agreed to Shuxie's request. However, just as Shakes jumped onto the eagle's back and prepared to take off, Thunder Eagle Evans suddenly turned his head, opened his beak, and demanded the pet beast pill. Shakes didn't refuse and took out 3 bottles of pet beast pills, feeding them all to Thunder Eagle. Thunderhawk Evans was extremely satisfied. He pushed off the ground with his claws and flapped his wings, thus taking off from the ground. On the small hill, Nadal of the Igor clan witnessed the entire process of Shuxie deceiving Thunderhawk. So the contract is successful? They've only met 3 times? If Utizi and his sister Yudif saw this, wouldn't they go crazy? This is the Thunder Eagle they begged and pleaded with to form a contract with. In the past, Thunder Eagles would never let anyone get close. My troll master is just too charming. Nadal struggled for a long time before finally managing to come up with a word to praise close, and even that word wasn't very fitting. Perhaps I should let Jufu escape from the Firecrow clan as soon as possible. Watching the Kshatriya and Thunder Eagle fly away, Nadal had a few more thoughts in his mind. Chapter 153, He's Amazing, the Subterranean Caterpillar. So beautiful. Shakespeare thinks this world is so beautiful. Looking down at the Thunder Forest, the horizon stretches endlessly. It is a forest so vast it defies description. Visible light shone down from the sky, casting a golden veil between the giant trees and the hills. Hills, dense forests, lakes, a breathtaking sight. Chirp chirp. Amidst the Thunder Eagle's high-pitched screech, Shuxie descended in a spiral, attracting the attention and cheers of countless bloodline warriors. The Troll King. It's the Troll King. Those with keen eyesight recognized Shuxie and called out to him. Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai stood together, looking at the Shaksha on Thunderhawk's body, their eyes shining with fanaticism. Unbelievable. The clan leader. He really succeeded. The Prophet Gata looked up at Shakshi, his face filled with excitement and fervor. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle filled the biggest weakness of the Black Wasteland tribe. Yes, flying magical beasts, attacks from the sky, whether it's a beast tide, a dark tide, or an invasion by all races, are all weaknesses of the Black Wasteland tribe. This is also a weakness of XYZ. However, this weakness disappeared without anyone noticing. Ever since I first saw Shuxie throw his spear and pin the fire lizard to death in the Black Wasteland forest, I knew he was amazing. Elder Gonkai's face showed not only fervor, but also satisfaction. Shuxie, he was the one who brought him here. However, just when everyone thought that the landing Shuxie would show off, the Thunder Eagle quickly flew away from Half Moon Island. The Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenel stepped forward to inquire of Shaksha. Shuxie, you've subdued the Thunder Eagle? Hoffenel was the first to ask a question, revealing his hidden emotions, tension, fear, and jealousy. Shakes shook his head and answered with a hint of regret. No. I used several precious magical herbs to make a deal with the Thunderhawk to have it take me up for a spin. I want to see how big the Thunder Forest is, and I want to see what our world is really like. Hoffener didn't care about the last sentence at all. When Hoffenel heard that Shuxie had failed to subdue the Thunder Eagle, he was truly relieved. The existence of a leader-level Thunder Eagle is attractive even to some Lord-level powerhouses. If a Lord-level powerhouse does not have a flying mount, or does not have the ability to fly, a leader-level Thunder Eagle has the possibility of escaping from them. This is where the true value of flying monsters lies. Shakes shook his head, somewhat dejected, and his low spirits dismissed Hoffen. Chieftain, Shuxie. Back in the cabin, Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai couldn't help but ask in unison whether what Shuxi had just said was true or false. Shuxi didn't speak, but simply nodded with a smile on his face. I sent Lei Ying to patrol the area. Prophet, make arrangements so that when we return, 2 of our tribesmen will be assigned to inscribe the maps. I need them. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The signal released by Shuxi caused both of the leader-level powerhouses to tremble slightly. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While Shuxi was celebrating a joyous occasion, his demon wife, Yuna, was filled with sorrow. Dels, just in case, you and Nyo Handy will take turns guarding this place from now on. Yes, Your Majesty. A respectful title for the demon wife. The demon wife, Yuna, stood on the stone wall of the eastern mountain ridge, gazing at the underground cracks at the bottom of the canyon, her brows furrowed in worry. Little Scarlet, how's it going down there now? The crypt spider queen, Crimson, scrunched up her little face, and a hint of fear appeared in her scarlet eyes. Mistress, there are more and more caterpillars burrowing underground. Most of my people have been eaten by them. Only a small number escaped. Upon hearing this, the demon wife, Yuna, looked extremely displeased. In recent days, sharp insect chirps have been frequently heard coming from the cracks in the ground. To investigate the specific situation within the underground fissures, the demon wife Yuna ordered the crystal spider queen, Scarlet, to send out hatched spiderlings to explore. The exploration went smoothly and reduced the number of people killed. However, the findings left Yuna, Aya, Dels, and Nyo Handy extremely frightened, even terrified. A nest of subterranean caterpillars appeared in a crack in the ground at some unknown time. At first there were only a few, then a dozen or so, and now there are over 100. Although no leader-level subterranean caterpillars have been discovered yet, which are the terrifying thorny insects described by Shuxi, the increasing number of subterranean caterpillars is causing Yuna great concern. What would happen if those caterpillars crawled out of the canyon along the cracks in the ground? Thinking of this, Yuna couldn't help but shudder. Durs, prepare for battle. Mobilize those obsidian golems and have them move more boulders to build a defensive wall. If those underground caterpillars rise up, we'll push the boulder down and crush them. It must be said that Yuna's idea is not bad. Elder Durs nodded and accepted the task. Also, have the hunting team that shook the earth send out guards to wait at the border of the Black Wasteland Forest. As soon as you hear news of the clan leader and the others, immediately inform the clan leader of the situation here. Dels's expression was also very serious. He knew the situation of the underground fissure better than anyone else, and he had already lost many of his capable men here. Don't worry, Lord Yuta. We've already set up spies along the border. Upon hearing this, Yuna relaxed slightly. After a long while, Yuna led the cave spider queen down the eastern mountain ridge. Little Crimson, let's go back. I still have some dark source crystals. You can take them all. Wow. Mistress, really? I'm about to advance in rank. You're so good to me. The voice of the cave spider queen is somewhat childlike and also very excited. Having consumed a large amount of dark source crystals, it is finally about to advance to hero level. During this period, she had squandered almost all the dark source crystals that the Black Wasteland tribe had accumulated last winter. If it were a normal race or monster, it should have already advanced to hero level, which is level 5 monster. The key is that the cave spider queen is somewhat special. She has been stuck at the level 4 monster level for a long time, and only recently has she shown signs of advancing. Don't be too happy yet. After you advance, you need to hatch more baby spiders. Mistress, this is no problem. For Little Crimson, hatching spiderlings is as easy as sleeping. After you advance in rank, they should have combat capabilities, right? Yes, it just requires a lot of food. As long as you have fighting ability, that's good. As for food, I'll have the hunting team bring it to you. Chapter 154 The Flame of Will, The Road South. Thunder Forest, Half Moon Island. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the wooden house, the blush on the cheeks of the beautiful woman, Luo Fu, in Shuxi's arms had not yet completely faded, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Shuxi looked at the ash chest dropped by the monster Hokaka and opened it with great anticipation. Flame of Will. Type, Weapon, Spear. Quality, Dark Gold. Special Effect 1, Ignite. Enemies hit by this weapon have a 50% chance of being ignited. Special Effect 2, Icebreaker. This effect can stack a layer of ice armor on the holder. The ice armor can be broken on its own, and the fragments can launch attacks from all angles. Weapon Description. This is a weapon ignited by willpower. It is very special. This is the first time a weapon of the Dark Gold level has been dropped by Shakes. Even on the Ash platform, they are extremely rare, practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Dark gold level items correspond to Lord level items, and Shuxi knows this very well. The enemies I'm facing are getting stronger and stronger, so it's definitely time to upgrade my weapons. The 4-blade blood spear can't keep up with my pace anymore. Shuxi carefully put away the flame of will and fell into deep thought. Obviously, the monster Hokaka would not drop a dark gold level weapon, so the only explanation is that the golden light transformed from the wisp of will played a role in it. The mystery of the Lord level beings once again fueled Shake's longing. I will definitely reach the Lord level. The next morning, Shuxi stepped out of the wooden house and saw Yelena, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Yelena's aura has become much stronger, almost the same as that of the Prophet Gata before he advanced to the leader level. In other words, Yelena failed to advance. However, despite her failure, Yelena still gained many benefits, and her strength was elevated to a special level. Yelena's face showed obvious disappointment, and she was in a very low mood. Shakes walked over, picked up Yelena, and turned to enter the wooden house. In the past, it was Yelena who ignited the Shakshi. This time, it was the Shakshi that ignited Yelena. After the rain and spring breeze had passed, Shuxi put his arm around Yelena and said, "Believe me, if it doesn't work this time, there's always next time." The succubus queen, Yelena, unusually refrained from seducing Shakespeare. Instead, she nestled against Shakespeare's chest and let out a soft, gentle hum, like a tender woman. The hard-won leader-level resources were wasted on a failed upgrade. Yelena was more than just disappointed. She even began to doubt her own talent. However, she only felt a little more at ease after Shuxi personally promised her that he would also provide her with leader-level resources. Beneath the animal skin, the Flower Wreath clan Saintis, Rav, feigned sleep, witnessed a pair of lovers' passionate embrace, and her heart ached with unbearable bitterness. I knew it. They were definitely having an affair. That succubus, how dare she seduce my man? Well, despite being a slave, Saintis Rove already regarded Shaksha as her own possession. Half a day later, everyone gathered in the wooden house at the temporary command center. "Hoffenel, I'm almost done here. I'm planning to head south tomorrow. Do you have any problems on your end?" Hoffen shook his head. His spoils of war had already been arranged days ago. "Then it's settled. All right, I'll pass on the order now. We'll head south tomorrow." Moments later, the order was given, and both the troops of the Shuxi and the Hoffen were packing their belongings and preparing to depart. "Hoffenel, now you can tell us about the situation in Thunderstorm City." Elder Genkai appeared very eager. From the rumors he had received from various sources, Thunderstorm City was a tough nut to crack and a powerful entity. Hoffenel was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "In all the battles I've fought against the invasions of various races, Thunderstorm City is the most barbaric and powerful city I've ever seen. Thunderstorm City is inhabited by the Thunderstorm Bear people, whose population is at least 100,000. Hoffen's eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if he were lost in some memories. There are two reasons why Thunderstorm City is so powerful. The first reason is that, apart from the children, all Thunderstorm Bear men are bloodline warriors. Once a war breaks out, they will all participate in the battle. The second reason is that the Thunderstorm Bear clan has produced 3 leader-level powerhouses, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In. Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In are triplets. They work well together and are good at team battles and encirclement kills. As he said this, a palpitation and fear were clearly visible in Hoffener's eyes. Shuxi, the Prophet Gata, and Elder Genkai all saw the emotions revealed by Hoffenel. The three of them exchanged glances, and all of them saw doubt and apprehension in each other's eyes. I have seen the brothers Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In fight. They are not only strong and powerful, but also have extremely strong strength and defense. They can even transform into enormous thunderstorm bears and sweep across the battlefield. Hoffen let out a long sigh, as if recounting this information had left him mentally and physically exhausted. "Hoffenel, are you afraid? We have 4 leader-level powerhouses and a deep abyss Tyrannosaurus beast. With such a lineup, are you still afraid?" The speaker was Elder Genkai, who had the most dislike for those who feared battle. The Prophet Gata did not speak. He had seen the thunderstorm bear, a giant bear about 5 meters tall, which was extremely violent. Shakes looked at Hoffenel, never expecting that the intelligent Hoffenel would have such a moment of fear. "The thunderstorm bear from Thunderstorm City? Let's go see just how violent they really are. Is it even more violent than ours?" When he said those last words, Shakushi's eyes and tone were extremely cold and filled with hostility. Hoffen looked up at Shuxi, and as he thought of Shuxi's abyssal Tyrannosaurus, the fear in his heart slowly dissipated. Hoffenel was somewhat embarrassed, feeling ashamed to face anyone. Being cowardly before the battle was a major taboo for a leader. So the next day, Shuxi and Hoffen drove the cannon fodder regiment south. Thunder Forest, at the foot of Thunderfall Mountain. This is a plain, and there is not a single soldier in sight. The enemy and our troops are extremely far apart. Boom. A terrifying shockwave rippled out and swept into the distance. The Lord of the Four Realms, Axe, and the Lord of the Thunder Forest, Layla, exchanged blows, resulting in a draw. Axe, go back. I'm not making way for you. Layla's wings flapped slowly as she stood in midair, looking at Axe standing on the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, trying to persuade the latter to retreat. Lord Axe of the Four Domains wants to continue his southward expansion to plunder resources. The shortest route is to pass through Lord Layla's territory. However, despite also being a lord, Layla designated the southern part of his territory as his hunting grounds. Axe's attempt to get his hands on it is absolutely futile. Lyra, give me a way to go south, and we can leave each other alone. The female Tyrannosaurus Axe had a somewhat masculine voice, and her tone and attitude were also very tough. Chapter 155, Defeat ends, Nightfall attack. Axe, give up, that's impossible. Layla chuckled and rejected Axe once again. Axe looked up, ignored Layla, and said calmly, in that case, let's fight. The next moment, the aura of the four-domain Lord Axe surged, and his whole body was enveloped in demonic energy. Also wrapped up was the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy dissipated, the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast disappeared, and a pair of fleshy wings appeared behind the four-domain Lord Axe. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Lord Axe of the Four Realms spread his fleshy wings and flew away. Lord Layla watched Axe approaching, her brow furrowing slightly, as if she were pondering something. It was clear that Lord Layla did not show much worry. Rumble. Lord Layla's expression hardened, and she transformed into a terrifying bolt of electricity, stretching across the sky and hurtling towards Lord Axe of the Four Domains. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, was surrounded by demonic energy, and a demonic dragon could be faintly seen behind him, blotting out the sky as he approached. Instantly, thunder roared across the sky, demonic energy filled the air, and muffled rumbling sounds echoed from the clouds. Faintly, one could see runes flashing in the clouds and a demonic dragon roaring amidst the lightning. This was a protracted battle, and no victor emerged. Because 3 days later, the thunder dissipated, the demonic energy receded, and Lejua Mountain was still Lejua Mountain. Lord Axe of the Four Realms has withdrawn his troops. This war of invasion by all races once again ended in defeat for the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. Meanwhile, Shuxi and Hoffen had already driven their cannon fodder regiments to completely surround Thunderstorm City. Rijil, have you been hiding information about the enemy from us? Kuei Tong, the leader of the Thunderstorm Bearmen, looked at the hundreds of thousands of warriors of various races surrounding Thunderstorm City with an extremely ugly expression. This, Kuei Tong, I didn't know they had so many bloodline warriors. Although Rijil's face also looked somewhat pale, he was a harpy and could fly. No matter how many land-based troops there are, they can't do anything about him. But the way the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, were looking at Rijil made him feel very uncomfortable. Frankly, it was a very wise choice for Shuxi to bring Hoffenel together to attack Thunderstorm City. The cannon fodder regiment established by Shuxi initially consisted only of kobolds, with just over 10,000 kobolds at the beginning. However, after the fall of Thunderhawk City, the number of kobolds surged to 30,000. With the addition of the half-goat and minotaur people of Thunderhawk City, the number of cannon fodder members reached approximately 50,000. Later, after supporting Hoffenel and defeating Half Moon Island, nearly 40,000 more lizard men were added. The number of cannon fodder units of the Shakespeare Company is about to exceed 100,000. Together with the troops led by Hoffenel, nearly 150,000 bloodline warriors besieged Thunderstorm City. This is one of the reasons why Thunderstorm Bearman Kuei Tong is so irritable right now. Of course, the cannon fodder regiment assembled by Shuxi was not actually that scary. The cannon fodder regiment not only included the old, weak, sick, and disabled, but also many bloodline warriors with incomplete equipment. Such a cannon fodder regiment cannot afford to lose morale, nor can it afford to suffer defeat. Otherwise, a complete and utter defeat is inevitable. They have 4 leader-level powerhouses. Before the battle, Shuxi looked towards Thunderstorm City and sensed 4 leader-level auras. There is a Harpy leader-level powerhouse, while Hoffenel, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and others were wondering where another leader-level expert had come from. Shuxi told them the identity of the other leader-level expert. Don't look at me. The aura of that powerful figure is somewhat similar to the illusory will of Lord Layla. After hearing Shakis's explanation, everyone was relieved. What do we do now? The question was directed to Hoffenel, who seemed to be backing out. The original plan was for everyone to gang up on the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin. Now that there's an additional flying leader-level harpy, things are getting a bit more complicated. In this group, apart from Shakti, no one was willing to face the harpies. Shikushi glanced at the silent crowd, thought for a moment, and then began to rearrange the plan. I'll deal with that harpy. I'll keep watch over him for you. If he dares to join the fight, I will shoot him dead. Shuxi's initiative to confront the harpies made Hoffenel's body relax considerably. Honestly, just a moment ago, Hoffenel felt that Shuxi would definitely send him to face a leader-level harpy. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Hoffenel felt that if he were to face the harpies, Shaksha would be using someone else to do his dirty work. The harpy was a knife, and the one who was killed was Hoffenheimer. Secondly, with Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai facing off against the three brothers Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin together, they not only have better teamwork and are more at ease, but also have a higher chance of winning. Shuxi stared at Hoffenel, his eyes indifferent yet fierce. Hoffenheimer, this is a battlefield, and we are allies. If I find even the slightest hint of fear or hesitation in your courage, I will abandon the harpy and kill you first. Hoffener remained silent and did not refute Shuxi. The fact that Shakes didn't use someone else to do his dirty work already shows great sincerity and that he considers Shakes an ally. The three of you might suffer losses dealing with the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin. I will release the Abyssal Tyrannoman to support you. Elder, Hoffenel, remember this. Your mission is to hold off the other two Thunderstorm Bears. We must stall until the Prophet Gataman and the Abyssal Tyrannoman join forces to kill one of them. By then, we'll have achieved half the success. Everyone nodded, having no objection to Shake's arrangement. With their elite, top-tier combat power, 5 against 4, they were quite confident. Then, we'll launch our attack when it gets dark. At that time, the Prophet, the Elder, and Hoffenel, the three of you will lead the charge and lure the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, off the city wall first, giving the cannon fodder regiment the opportunity to attack the city. The Prophet, the Elder, and Hoffen all nodded and accepted the arrangement. Shuxi did not continue speaking, but instead looked up at Thunderstorm City. After the Prophet, the Grand Elder, and Hoffenel went to make preparations, Shuxi turned to the Succubus Queen Yelena behind him and spoke. There must be something special about Thunderstorm City that has produced 3 leader-level powerhouses. If Thunderstorm City is breached, do you know what to do? Yelena smiled alluringly, gazing at Thunderstorm City, her mature voice filled with seduction. Don't worry, Chieftain. Yelena will turn Thunderstorm City upside down and plunder all their most precious resources. Shakes nodded. With a major battle imminent, he really had no time or inclination to search for those special supplies once the war began. Although your strength has improved, you still need to be more cautious. Better safe than sorry. Finally, Shuxi still cared about Yelena and reminded her that staying alive was the most important thing. Chapter 156. The melee begins, dive attacks. Night fell, and the war horns sounded. Wah! The deep, powerful sound of the horn, carrying a wild and untamed feel, always stirs the blood. Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenheim had already led their team out. Thunderstorm City, illuminated by torches and enchanted items, trembled like candles in the darkness. Kobolds, goatmen, swamp dragons, swamp rats, swamp crocodiles, lizard men, buffalo men, trolls, succubi, obsidian golems, all charged out one after another amidst shouts of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Shakis also summoned the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and fired 3 Abyssal Flame Dragon cannons in succession, directly blasting a gap in the front wall. The Abyssal Tyrannoman's achievement and the appearance of a breach in the city wall instantly drove the Bloodline warriors of the Cannon Fodder Regiment into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenel, who were rushing at the forefront, immediately attracted the attention of Rigil, Katun, Katai, and Queen. 3 leader-level powerhouses are leading the charge. We must stop them. Otherwise, Thunderstorm City will soon be breached. The leader of the Thunderstorm Bear Men, Kuei Tong, had a scar on his eye, making him look extremely ferocious. At this moment, his anger surged, making him appear even more ferocious. Rigil, There's still one troll leader who hasn't appeared yet. He's yours. We brothers will go and kill the 3 leader-level powerhouses leading the charge. Okay, no problem. As they spoke, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, jumped off the city wall and attacked Elder Gang Kai directly. In the eyes of the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, Elder Gang Kai was now a walking territory that they were determined to seize. The movements of Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In were naturally observed by the prophet Gai Tai and Hafenal, who immediately turned around and moved closer to Elder Gang Kai. Standing on the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman, Shaxu could see the battle situation clearly. As soon as Shackstrap made up its mind, Abyssal Greymon charged towards the direction where Grimjisha Prophet was. However, at that moment, a dark shadow carrying lightning appeared in the sky and flew towards Shuxi. Shuxi took out a throwing spear, a hint of disdain on his face. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, startling Rijil, who was charging towards it. Rijil reacted quickly, ducking down to cushion the impact and immediately increasing the flight altitude. Shuxi stared intently at Rijil's figure, locking onto him directly. Then, Shuxi jumped off Abyssal Tyrannoman and sent it to continue supporting the Elders' battle group. If you dare to fly any lower, I'll shoot you dead on the spot. Shuxi then took out several more spears and shot down 2 Harpy warriors who were throwing crossbows from midair. This action startled the other Harpies, who abandoned their attack and increased their flight altitude. This is a blatant threat, a threat from the Kshatriya. You're the troll warrior that Lady Layla has put a bounty on. Rijil hovered in midair, squinting as he examined Shuxi, who was holding a spear upside down. Shuxi didn't speak, but instead raised his spear high, pointing it directly at Rijil, his expression as arrogant as could be. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Prophet Gata, Elder Gankai, and Hafenal were already engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 brothers, Katong, Katai, and Kamin. The Prophet Gata has a slight advantage over Quetzalcoatl. Elder Gankai and Kuei Tai were evenly matched. Hafener and Kuei In were evenly matched. This balance changed immediately after Abyssal Greymon joined the battle. Roar! Kuei Tong exerted all his strength, swatting aside the Prophet Gata and retreating rapidly to avoid the terrifying maw of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast that attacked from the side. Nevertheless, Kuei Tong's back was still slashed by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's claws, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Big brother. Big brother. When the brothers Kuei Tai and Kuei In saw that their eldest brother was injured, they risked everything to fight off Elder Gang Kai and Hafenal in an attempt to rescue him. However, Elder Gang Kai and Hafen's task was to drag down Kuei Tai and Kuei In. Where are you going? Elder Gang Kai roared, his body crackling with lightning, and his eyes transformed into electric current eyes. Elder Gang Kai charged towards Kuei Tai like a bolt of lightning, brandishing his spiked club. Hafenal, standing nearby, was not to be outdone. The waves beneath his feet and the mysterious patterns on his body flashed wildly, creating a giant wave in front of Kuei In, attempting to block Kuei Yin's return to help. Roar! 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 In the face of life or death crisis, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, dared not hold back any longer and transformed into thunderstorm giant bears. 3 giant thunder bears, each 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, appeared, unleashing a torrent of violent power that shattered the obstructions of the Prophet Gata and Hafenal. After transforming, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, were able to reunite as they had wished. The 3 brothers stood back to back, forming a triangle, baring their teeth and roaring at Prophet Gata, Elder Steel, Hoffenheim, and Abyssal Tyrannoman. Not to be outdone, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast unleashed a deep, resounding roar that echoed throughout the surrounding area, driving away all the other Bloodline warriors. The battle remained deadlocked. From afar, Shaksha, while keeping an eye on Rijil, was also keeping an eye on the Gata Prophet's warband out of the corner of his eye. Rijil, you piece of trash, why don't you dare to make a move? Does the Harpy race, to which the Lord belongs, not even dare to face enemies on the ground? The one roaring was Kuei Tong. This guy had almost had his head bitten off by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. He was furious, but also still had lingering fears. Kuei Tong's anger was undisguised, and he vented it directly at Rijil in the sky. Thunderstorm Bearman is also stubborn. What Kuei Tong just said was no different from mocking Lord Layla. If Lord Layla were present, she might have already killed Katun. In midair, the Harpy Rijil heard Katung's mockery, and his face turned pale and then red. The force and accuracy with which Shuxi threw his spear had indeed intimidated Rijil, causing him to hesitate to dive down and kill Shuxi. Damn trolls, stupid bear men. Rijil looked at Shuxi, cursed under his breath, and then, with a fierce determination, swooped down to attack Shuxi. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, and 3 spears flew out in succession, but Rijil used a secret technique to draw several afterimages in the air and dodge them. As the approaching Shukti drew closer, a hint of joy finally appeared on Rijil's face. Damn troll, although I've lost my aerial advantage, you've also lost the ability to throw spears. I refuse to believe that I will lose to you once we get close. As the harpy Rijil drew closer, eager to engage him in close combat, he watched. Shuxi took out his new weapon, Wolf Flame, a double-edged spear that was engulfed in flames, resembling a gun, but not quite. Kill. Shuxi's eyes flashed with a mixture of joy and killing intent as he activated the skills Swift Charge and Troll Blood. Like a flame, Shuxi pushed off the ground with both feet and soared into the air. Chapter 157 Unknown Existence, Sacrifice Technique. Boom. Shuxi landed and stared intently at the harpy Rijil. This guy actually has some skills. Rijil, who exchanged blows with Shuxi, was not blasted apart by Shuxi's power, but instead disappeared from Shuxi's sight like a phantom. When Rijil reappeared, he was already high in the sky. Rijil stared at Shuxi, his heart pounding. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would surely be dead. Is this the troll that the chieftain is hunting down? This is ridiculously strong. Having learned his lesson, Rijil will not easily intervene no matter what the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, say. However, just as this thought crossed Rijil's mind, the abyssal Tyrannoman on the ground spat out another abyssal flame dragon cannon. This time, the abyss flame dragon cannon was fired at the 3-headed thunderstorm bear. Boom. A burst of fire erupted, tearing open the hide of the giant thunder bear Kuei Tong, who was blocking the way, leaving him covered in wounds. Despite this, the thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong did not fall. Instead, it stared intently at the abyss Tyrannosaurus with its blood-red eyes. As the second abyssal flame dragon cannon of the abyssal Tyrannoman was about to be condensed, the thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong, could no longer sit still. Second brother, third brother, if we keep dragging this out, we'll only be waiting to die. Let's fight them. Howl, howl, howl. The 3-headed thunderstorm bear roared repeatedly, then leaped into the air, crashing into Prophet Gaetar, Elder Steelcare, and Hoffenheim in 3 directions. The opportunity has arrived. Let's hold them back. The Prophet Gaeta's deep voice rang out, and he had already rushed out on his own initiative. In the distance, the roars of the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, also alerted Shakes. Shuxi glanced at Rijil high in the sky, then suddenly grinned, turned around, and charged towards the direction of abyssal Tyrannoman with his spear in hand. And there is also a thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong. Kill. Boom. The speed of the X-ray is too fast. Thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong didn't react in time, nor did Rijil in the sky. Moreover, the thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong, was not so lucky. After being hit by Shuxi, it was immediately ignited, and its entire body was engulfed in flames. Seeing this situation, the Prophet Geta, Abyssal Tyrannoman, and Shaktora all retreated a distance. Big brother. Roar. Big brother. Kuei Tai and Kuei Yin, in their thunderstorm bear forms, roared repeatedly, trying to come to their aid, but were held back by Elder Gang Kai and Hoffen. Thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong was engulfed in flames, howling in agony. Just when everyone thought that Kuei Tong was doomed, the thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong actually stood up and let the flames burn his body. Ajabiru, unknown being. I am willing to sacrifice my soul and body in exchange for a final ray of light. Roar. The flames on the thunderstorm giant bear, Kuei Tong, went out, and then his body continued to grow larger. It stopped growing when it reached about 30 meters. Run. These words were shouted by Shakes, as he summoned back Abyssal Greymon and reminded the 3 prophets, including Geet. Shakes had already sensed a massive energy gathering, and an explosion could occur at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gaeta, Elder Ganke, and Hoffenel turned and fled. Damn trolls, damn Rijil, I'll tear you to pieces. As Katung grew more arrogant, he lost his reason, but his hatred for Shaksha and the harpy Rijil remained undiminished. Go to hell, all of you. At the last moment, the terrifying thunderstorm bear spat out 2 energy blasts, one flying towards Shuxi and the other towards the harpy Rijil in the sky. In Kuei Tong's final moments of consciousness, he believed that these 2 men had brought disaster to their thunderstorm city, So he wanted to kill Shuxi and Rijil. Boom. Boom. With 2 consecutive loud bangs, the ice armor and bone armor on Shuxi's body shattered one after another, barely managing to withstand the energy impact. Nevertheless, Shuxi coughed up blood and suffered considerable internal injuries. As for Rijil in the sky, he had already turned into a cloud of blood mist and drifted away in the air. At the same time, as Kuei Tong approached the end of his life, beams of light burst forth from his body, and he transformed into a dazzling radiance. The light flashed briefly and then vanished without a trace. Shikushi summoned Abyss Greymon again and had it carry him backward. Sound the bugle, let's retreat for now. Soon, the guardian trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who had been lingering nearby, appeared and relayed Shuxi's orders. Wah! A deep bugle call sounded, signaling retreat. Inside Thunderstorm City, the succubus Queen Yelena, who had just emerged from the lair of the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, frowned upon hearing the retreat horn. Let's go retreat. A signal to retreat? Could something have happened outside the city? Could it be the Shuxi? Yelena considered the worst-case scenario. Her heart pounded, and she quickened her pace of retreat. The battle in Thunderstorm City dragged on for a long time until its conclusion. The main problem was that a portion of the Cannon Fodder Regiment members failed to retreat in time and were trapped in Thunderstorm City, where they were all wiped out by the enraged brothers, Kuei Tai and Kuei Yin. After daybreak, Shuxi led his troops to retreat into a dense forest dozens of miles away from Thunderstorm City. Inside the temporary tent, Yelena looked at the unharmed Shuxi, and her heart finally settled down. Have all the losses been tallied? Yelena nodded and recounted the losses suffered during the siege in detail. Chief, the Cannon Fodder Regiment has suffered heavy losses. There are less than 20,000 kobolds left who can fight. The Mutton and Minotaur were all trapped in Thunderstorm City and should have been wiped out. Half of the 40,000 lizard men have been lost. In other words, during this siege, Sheikh's Cannon Fodder Regiment lost more than half of its manpower. Chieftain, our losses were not originally this great. The main problem was that the retreat was too hasty. Most of the casualties of the Cannon Fodder Regiment were trapped in Thunderstorm City. Shuxi reached out and interrupted Yelena. The 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, possess a sacrificial secret technique. Their combat power has skyrocketed too much, giving them the ability to instantly kill leader-level powerhouses. We must retreat. Upon hearing this, Yelena suddenly realized what was going on. Compared to a leader-level powerhouse, the losses of the Cannon Fodder Regiment are negligible. Yelena once again examined the expressions of the 3 prophets, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenal. Sure enough, all 3 had a hint of fear and panic in their eyes. No wonder the 3 leader-level powerhouses remained silent and offered no objection after Shuxi issued the retreat order. Chieftain, what do we do now? Chapter 158. I'll do as you say. The messenger retreats. Shuxi did not answer Yelena's question because he himself did not know what to do. Has Lord Axe of the 4 Domains considered this situation? Does she have any other tricks up her sleeve? Shakespeare's mind became deep. He tried to broaden his perspective and consider the current difficulties from a holistic viewpoint. Perhaps even Lord Axe of the 4 Domains didn't expect that the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, from Thunderstorm City would be so difficult to deal with. This was Shakespeare's guess, and he was right. Lord Axe of the 4 Domains truly hadn't expected that the 3 brothers of Thunderstorm City, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, were actually made of a single alloy steel plate. After a long while, Shuxi slowly came to his senses, glanced at Yelena, and expressed his thoughts. There's nothing we can do for now. We can only wait for news. Yelena was slightly taken aback, looking at Shuxi with some confusion. Waiting for news? Yes, let's wait for news. We'll wait for news from the Lord of the 4 Domains, Axe. Either she will send people to help us, or we will retreat here and end the invasion of the Myriad races. Clan leader, will Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains, blame us? Blame me? Heh. Shakes chuckled self-deprecatingly. Would the Lord of the 4 Domains, Axe, blame him? Of course, definitely. However, Shuxi had his reasons. If it weren't for the fact that Shakes possessed the jade bone armor and ice armor, he would have become one of Kuei Tong's burial objects last night, just like Rijil. Speaking of Rijil, he's the one who's been wronged the most. Based on the previous battles and the conversation between Rijil and Kuei Tong, Shuxi guessed that Rijil was probably sent to aid Thunderstorm City. Rijil could never have imagined that he would be blasted into a bloody mist by an energy cannon fired by the irrational Katong. In short, if the 4 Domain Lord Axe really wants to break through Thunderstorm City, without her personal presence, She will have to sacrifice at least 4 leader-level powerhouses. Can she afford to die? Shakespeare was skeptical of this. Prophet, Elder, are you alright? Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai shook their heads. They were filled with gratitude towards Shuxi. If Shuxi hadn't reminded them, they would have been half dead, if not killed, in that situation. Shakes turned his gaze to Hoffenel, who quickly shook his head and showed a sincere expression of gratitude. Shuxi, we'll listen to you now. Just kidding. Only a fool would recklessly charge into attacking Thunderstorm City again. Hoffener didn't take the wrong medicine, nor did he go crazy. Hoffenel couldn't wait any longer until the war of the invasion of all races ended. Taking Thunderstorm City won't be as simple as we imagine. After this battle, Thunderstorm City's defenses will definitely be even more stringent. Perhaps Lord Layla might even send reinforcements here. Shuxi voiced his concerns, startling Hoffenel so much that he stood up. Shakes, let's get out of here quickly. Once Lord Layla's reinforcements arrive, it will be difficult for us to leave. Shuxi glanced at Hoffenel, then shook his head and said, if this goes on for too long, Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, will also realize what's going on. Perhaps we will also receive Lord Axe's reinforcements at that time. Just then, the cry of an eagle rang out in the sky above the dense forest. That was the cry of a thunder eagle. Everyone was used to it. Because there were members of the Igor clan in the Shakshi's group, no one paid any attention to it. However, Shuxi, who understood the language of the thunder eagle, gradually became more distant in his eyes. Since the start of the war, Shuxi has not allowed Thunder Eagle to participate in the battle, because Thunder Eagle is Shuxi's trump card and backup plan. This trump card now tells Shuxi that a storm vulture is flying towards them. In other words, a messenger from Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, has arrived. This messenger is either here to urge Shuxi and his men, or to provide reinforcements. Another possibility is that they came to deliver a message of retreat. These ideas immediately popped into Shakespeare's mind. After a long while, Shuxi came to his senses and reminded Hoffenel. Retreating now is not the right time. If Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 regions, blames us, will you take the blame? Also, send out all your spies. We must find out the movements of our enemies in Thunderstorm City, and whether our retreat route is unobstructed. While maintaining vigilance, clearing their escape route was the strategy of the Shakespeare Company. Upon hearing this, both Hoffen and Yelena nodded in agreement. Skeksis' arrangement already indicated his intention to flee at any time, which Hoffen agreed with. Sure enough, before nightfall, the messenger Palari arrived at Shaksha's temporary camp on his storm vulture. By order of Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 regions, Shuxi and Hoffenel, you may retreat. This southward invasion ends here. Shuxi squinted, ignoring the messenger Palari. Hoffenel, on the other hand, bowed and scraped as he approached the messenger, Palari, to chat and exchange information. Shuxi turned to his subordinates and spoke. Pass down the order. Break camp immediately and go home. The words go home seemed to possess a magical power, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Since a retreat is necessary, there will be many related issues. All supplies, slaves, people have been accounted for, and we're taking them all with us this time. These were Shuxi's instructions to Yelena. Yelena nodded, but hesitated to speak. Say what you want to say. Chief, we have plenty of supplies, but we don't have enough manpower. Shuxi nodded and turned his gaze to Elder Genkai. Elder, take advantage of the current sharp drop in the number of Cannon Fodder Regiment members to classify them. Based on the merits of the Cannon Fodder Regiment members, they are divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. After level 9, outstanding talents will be recruited into the regular army of the Black Wilderness tribe. From now on, all the prisoners who are no longer useful will be incorporated into the Cannon Fodder Regiment. We can't let them waste food. Shaksha was silent for a moment, then turned to the Prophet Gata and spoke. Prophet, you and the Grand Elder are together. I need you to integrate the Cannon Fodder Regiment as quickly as possible. The Prophet Gata nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Afterwards, the Cannon Fodder Regiment assisted Yelena in transporting all our supplies back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is exactly what the Shakespeare wanted. Only after the Cannon Fodder Regiments are reorganized can a more stable order be established. Only an orderly procession can prevent the spoils that everyone has worked so hard to obtain and risk their lives to capture from the enemy. Also, regarding the map, Prophet, please make the arrangements. The messenger from the 4 domain Lord Axe brought a simple message of withdrawal, which immediately kept the troops of Shax and Hoffen busy. Chapter 159 Defense and Counterattack, Enemy from the North. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While directing the battle, the demon wife Yeyena cast illusion spells to confuse the senses of the underground caterpillars, causing them to hesitate on the stone wall and unable to move forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Dells led his people to throw spears and arrows, killing all the underground caterpillars. This kind of defensive counterattack has happened more than once or twice. 3 days ago, caterpillars began to emerge from cracks in the ground, and the situation became increasingly serious. To prevent Crocodile Turtle Valley from suffering, the demon wife Yeyena organized her people to kill all the emerging underground caterpillars. Fortunately, before this, Yeyena had ordered her people to build stone walls around the canyon. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more dire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thick spears shot out, suppressing the underground caterpillars that were trying to crawl out of the cracks in the ground once again, while unwilling roars continued to come from the cracks. Finally, we've suppressed these strange insects again. With the underground caterpillars gone, the demon wife Yeyena breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days, she had been on high alert, never relaxing for a moment. Lord Yuta, please go and rest. I'll keep watch over things here. Battle Elder Dells walked over from the edge of the crevice and advised Yeyena to go and rest. Yeyena nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, I'll leave little Scarlet here. If anything happens, have her let me know. I'll rest for half a day and then come to replace you, Elder Dells. Dells nodded. He too hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he is in better condition than Yeyena. Little Crimson, send your people out to keep a close watch on the underground fissures. Mistress, rest assured, I will take good care of this place for you. The Cryo Spider Queen, Crimson, now has an upper body that resembles that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She has advanced to the hero level, and the hatched spiderlings already possess combat capabilities. These past 2 days, thanks to the help of its spider subjects, otherwise it would have been really difficult to defend against this underground fissure. Has there been any news from the south yet? Battle Elder Dells shook his head. There was absolutely no news about Shuxi. If only the clan leader, the prophet, and the great elder were here. Only now did Dells realize how important a leader was to the tribe. Thunder Forest, in a dense forest somewhere. Before leaving, the messenger Parari made sure to meet with Shuxi. Through exchanging information with Hoffenel, Parari realized that the Shuxi before him was a powerful and lawless being. As the storm vultures gradually disappeared into the distance, Shuxi glanced at Hoffenel. Tell me, what did the messenger Parari tell you? Hoffenel frowned, looking at the storm vulture that had turned into a black, his voice slightly heavy. Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains, and Lord Layla clashed fiercely at Thunderfall Mountain, resulting in Lord Axe announcing a retreat. The Scorpions in the west have also encountered a formidable enemy and are trapped in place, unable to advance. Shakes lowered his head in deep thought. Both pieces of news demonstrated that Lord Layla's power and personal strength were in no way weaker than those of Lord Axe of the 4 Domains, and perhaps even stronger. Is there anything else? Hoffen shook his head, his tone somewhat displeased. That guy is tight-lipped. We can't get any information out of him. Shax, I suspect Lord Axe may be injured. As he said this, Hoffen looked around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking in a low voice. Shakes was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Hoffener to be so bold. Aren't you afraid of dying now? Aren't you afraid that Lord Axe will cause you trouble? Hoffen looked up and asked Shuxi in surprise. Shuxi, what did you say? I don't understand. Uft. Shakes was amused by Hoffenel's reaction. This guy was too clever. He immediately went back on his word. All right, whatever happened, it's none of our business. I didn't hear anything today. Shakes left behind 2 sentences and turned to go back to his tent. Hoffenel watched Shaksha's retreating figure and thought that Shaksha was a clever troll and that they could continue to cooperate in the future. Thus, the troops of Shuxi and Hoffen began to quicken their pace and move north. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. Chief, Kuetong of Thunderstorm City is dead, and Elder Regil has also killed by Kuetong. The troll you were chasing has also escaped, and they are moving towards Half Moon Lake. Chief, should we chase after them and wipe them out? Lord Layla, who sat on the throne, kept her eyes closed the entire time. After a while, Lord Layla calmed her blood and chi before slowly speaking. Forget it, let them be. They will invade southward again. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Have your people do reconnaissance, and once the enemy leaves the Thunder Forest, send people to guard the various areas. I'm giving you a task. Go and prepare to drive the beast tide further north before winter. The Harpy Elder who reported below said, Yes, sir, and turned to make the arrangements. Lord Layla did not look well. He and Lord Axe of the Four Domains had both been injured in their battle and were not fit to move. Axe, I think you're going to have a tough time this winter. The Beast Tide, the Dark Tide, and the invasion from the north. Those ice monsters are more frenzied and hungrier than you. The key thing is, you got injured too. Ha ha. Lord Layla couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought of the situation that Lord Axe of the Four Domains would face this winter. And that damn troll. I hope you survive the onslaught of those monsters. The invasion of all races. This name, which has been passed down for countless years, is not as simple as it sounds. Every year, the lords of the northern region would organize their subordinates to invade southward in order to obtain more resources. This kind of thing doesn't only happen in Axe's territory, it happens in other areas as well. It is a consensus that lords will inevitably invade southwards for resources, faith, and to strengthen their own power. In other words, the four-domain Lord Axe can invade the Thunder Forest further south. Therefore, enemies living further north could also invade Axe's territory. In the past few years, the enemy in the north has remained inactive, indicating that they are accumulating strength. Next year, the enemy from the north will begin their invasion. This was something that Shuxi had never imagined. The carefree Shuxi is currently meeting with the dog-headed man Tekkel, who has been promoted to the 8th level slave leader. Chapter 160 Fighting to the Death Causes Panic. Tekkel, prepare yourself. When we pass through the Kobold territory, we will take away the women and children of your race. I'm ready to entrust their safety and management entirely to you. You are still the chieftain of the Kobold race. The Kobold Tekkel was somewhat apprehensive. In the past few days, he had been retreating with the Shakshi's troops, and his biggest worry was being abandoned by the Shakshi. Yes, abandoned. Tekkel the Kobold feared being abandoned, and he also feared his tribe being abandoned. The end of the war meant the end of the Cannon Fodder Regiment's mission. A cannon fodder regiment of tens of thousands of people consumes an astronomical amount of food every day. As a former leader of the Kobold tribe, Tekkel knew very well that the cannon fodder regiment was nothing more than a group of useless slaves who consumed food during peacetime. Such cannon fodder units are most likely to be abandoned. Abandoned kobolds have no chance of surviving in the Thunder Forest. They are most likely to be exterminated by other races. Because of their rebellion, no lord could tolerate them. Great Patriarch, your magnanimity and breadth of mind are the most expansive I have ever seen in Tekkel. Your Excellency Chieftain, thank you for your mercy. Tekkel will follow you to the death. Shuxi reached out and interrupted Tekkel, who was continuing to fawn over him. Tyker, the 8th level slave of the Cannon Fodder Regiment, listen to my command. You have rendered meritorious service in leading the team. You are hereby specially promoted to the 73rd Elder of the Black Wasteland Tribe Elder Council, to lead the Kobold race and enjoy the same treatment as ordinary elders. Tekkel, the kobolds you protect, the branch that belongs to you, can join our Black Wasteland tribe and be exempted from the cannon fodder core labor. Shuxi's words brought tears to the eyes of the kobold Tekkel, who trembled all over. Since being enslaved, Tekkel has been striving for military merits and relentlessly exploiting his people. The purpose of doing all this is not only to make oneself appear more valuable, but also to make one's life better. Tekkel also had a family. He had a mother, countless lovers, and countless children. Therefore, to a large extent, Tekkel was also striving for a better future and freedom for his family. Respected chieftain, Tekkel is willing to fight to the death for the tribe. This time, Tekkel lay prostrate on the ground and only said this one sentence. Shuxi nodded and said calmly, "You should thank your master more. It was Yelena who spoke on your behalf. Remember, do everything she asks of you well. All right, you can go now." Shuxi watched Tekkel's departing figure and fell into deep thought. Tekkel the Kobold was a role model that Shaksha and several elders planned to establish. As the Black Wasteland tribe grows stronger, more and more members will surely join them. So, what should be done with these members of other races in the future? Tekkel the Kobold was one such attempt. Shaksha wanted to control Tekkel to provoke the other kobolds. Shaksha wanted to make the other kobolds look up to Tekkel, to give them hope, and to show them their own path to advancement. Only in this way will the kobolds in the Cannon Fodder Regiment be more willing to risk their lives. And this was also meant for the other surviving reptilians. From now on, the Black Wasteland tribe will only select elites from the Cannon Fodder groups to join the tribe. How to select elites? This requires a set of procedures and a role model. Shakis stretched out his fingers and tapped the wooden table in front of him unconsciously and arrhythmically. During this southward invasion, Shakshi himself learned a great deal. Leading tens of thousands of troops to fight an invasion is by no means a simple task. Besides the need for high-end combat capabilities, the sex also urgently needs high-end talent with a comprehensive grasp of the overall situation. The Succubus twins are capable, but they still need more practice. Gita the Prophet is good, Dels is also acceptable, the others. Shakes was having a headache. He realized that he didn't have many people under his command who could coordinate the overall situation. Currently, aside from Succubi, almost all the races under Shuxi's control are melee-type, hot-blooded races, including kobolds. It seems we should still focus on the Succubus race. Thinking of this, for some reason, Shuxi thought of Hoffenel. Hoffenel is a smart but cowardly guy. Actually, having him in charge is the safest option. At that moment, Shuxi had an idea about Hoffenel. This is a bit troublesome. There's a fourth domain lord, Axe, stuck in the middle. We need to think things through. Inside a tent in the makeshift camp, Hoffenheimer, who had just climbed off a female lizard man, couldn't help but sneeze. And so, day by day, the Shuxi army drew ever closer to the Black Wasteland Forest. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Lord Yuta, a new batch of prey has been brought and is stored in the cave behind the mountain. The demon wife, Yuyina, nodded and responded to the water buffalo man, Nyohandi. Elder Nyohandi, has any news come from the south? Reporting to Lord Yuta, there are none at the moment. Asking about the clan chief, Shuxi, every day has become a daily routine for Yuna. Yuna didn't know how long her tribe could hold out under her leadership. The number of subterranean caterpillars emerging from the cracks in the earth is increasing, and their defensive counterattacks are becoming more frequent and intense. Little Crimson, your people suffered heavy losses in this battle. Go and replenish them quickly. Yes, mistress. Yuyina patted the Crimson Cave Spider Queen beside her, instructing it to go to the cave where the bull Shakes stored its prey for supplies. Yuyina was very fortunate that her husband, Shakes, had left the Cave Spider Queen to her to raise before he left. Otherwise, the Black Wasteland tribe, which was currently in a period of empty nests, would have suffered heavy losses. Elder Nyohandi, take the tribesmen to retrieve the medicinal oil stored in the tribal warehouse. We absolutely cannot let those underground caterpillars crawl out. Lord Yuta, those medicinal oils were prepared for the dark tide this winter. Shall we take them out now? Go ahead, you have to take it out. I'll make the decision and I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Yes, sir. Without saying a word, the water buffalo man Nyohandi immediately carried out Yuyina's order. As Shake's slave, Nyohandi had a mission secretly assigned to him before Shakes left. Nyohandi's mission is to ensure Yuyina's safety should anything happen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Nyohandi gazed at Yuyina, who stood at the edge of the underground crack, and gained a deeper understanding of the responsibilities of this succubus matriarch. Those damned underground caterpillars, I don't know where they came from. Chieftain, come back quickly. We can't hold out much longer. In the past few days, whether it was Nyohandi, Dels, or Yuyina, they all vaguely felt a sense of unease. This feeling only arises when facing a leader-level powerhouse. In other words, it is highly likely that a terrifying, leader-level thorn beetle has already appeared in the underground fissure. Nyohandi, Dels, and Yuyina didn't dare to say this, for fear of causing panic. Chapter 161 Golden Blood Mushroom, their home. Thunder Forest, Kobold Tribe. Shaksha plans to stay here for a day, because the Kobold Tekel needs a day to pack up and prepare for the big relocation. After all, it involves a family, which is inconvenient and requires time. Inside the makeshift tent in the Shakes, Yelena became passionate and proactive. Under her illusion, the holy maiden Rav of the Flower Garland clan suffered directly, not only opening her heart, but also unlocking. After the storm subsided, Yelena handed a Gugu bird stomach to Shuxi. My dear Shuxi, this is a high-grade magic potion that was found in Thunderstorm City. There's one of them that I don't recognize either. It must be very rare. It's a blood-red mushroom. Shuxi reached out and took out the blood-red mushroom that Yelena had mentioned. Golden blood mushroom. The speaker was Saintislav. Her clan, the Flower Garland clan, was skilled in cultivating potions, so it was only natural that she was knowledgeable and would recognize the potion in Shakespeare's possession. Shuxi hugged Luo Fu tighter in his arms and asked calmly, Tell me, what are the effects of this thing? Saintis Luo Fu glanced charmingly at Shakes, gazing at the golden blood mushroom in Shakes' hand as she spoke. Master, the golden blood mushroom is very precious. It cannot enhance bloodline strength or increase elemental affinity. However, after taking it, it will trigger a small elemental tide around the body. Elemental tides has one advantage. It increases the chance of advancement. Saintis Rove's words made Shakespeare's eyes brighten considerably. Shuxi glanced at Lof and Yelena, both of whom had longing in their eyes. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi handed the golden blood mushroom in his hand to Yelena. Take this and try it out when you have some free time. You might get lucky and advance to the next level in no time. Yelena accepted the golden blood mushroom and offered it a passionate kiss. Then, Shuxi looked down at Luo Fu and asked with some confusion, "You want one too?" "Yes, master. Golden blood mushrooms are very precious. This should be the reason why Thunderstorm City has nurtured 3 leader-level powerhouses. Your cultivation level hasn't reached the bottleneck stage, so what's the point of having it?" "Master, I can cultivate golden blood mushrooms for you." Saintess Loft's words made Shuxi, who was holding her slender waist, tighten his grip. Similarly, on the other side, Yelena stared at Rove with a look of surprise and uncertainty. "Tell me, how long does it take to cultivate a golden blood mushroom?" Shakes tried to keep his voice calm and his tone from sounding too tense. "Master, the golden blood mushroom takes at least 15 years to mature naturally." "Huh." Shakes breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of emptiness all over his body. "However, master, there is another way to cultivate the golden blood mushroom. That is to cultivate it by watering it with a large amount of monster blood. The more blood, the shorter the maturation period of the golden blood mushroom. If we can bury some high-level magic cores in the breeding grounds, the speed will increase even more." Shuxi didn't speak, but suddenly he hugged Saintess Roth tightly and kissed her deeply. This kiss will last forever. Saint Rose only relented when she was blushing and nearly suffocating. Shuxi was retaliating for Saintess Raffle's little trick of teasing him. "Take it. When you start cultivating the golden blood mushroom, I will find you beast blood." Shuxi took out a golden blood mushroom and placed it in Saintess Luo Fu's palm. "Shakes, you have too many ulterior motives regarding your Saintess." Yelena stepped forward and joined the ranks of those fighting against Saintess Rove. Saintess Rove certainly had many ulterior motives. Although she was a slave, it didn't mean she couldn't showcase her talents and elevate her status in the eyes of the Shakespeare. Cultivating potions is a powerful card, even a trump card, in Saintess Loft's hand. The next morning, the guard troll reported outside the temporary tent. "Chief, Elder Tekel requests an audience." The kobold Tekel felt a little uncomfortable, but also incredibly proud and honored. The guardian troll terminal called out, "Elder Tekel," so loudly that it made the kobold Tekel's bones go numb, and Tekel felt as if he had flown away. Soon, the kobold Tekel met the fully prepared Shaksha. "Your Majesty, the kobold tribe is ready and can depart at any time." Shuxi nodded. The kobold tribe was one of the tribes he had chosen to accept after much deliberation during his southward invasion. The Cannon Fodder Regiment has more than 20,000 kobold bloodline warriors, which can be considered the main force of the Cannon Fodder Regiment. There are also more than 10,000 kobold women and children who stayed behind in the kobold settlement. These are considered as the productive population and cannot be counted as cannon fodder. This population of over 10,000 is a great wealth and a renewable resource. Their existence is to constantly inject fresh blood into the Cannon Fodder Regiment. To be honest, Shakespeare's vision is quite long-term. He didn't exhaust the resources for short-term gains. "Tekker, from now on, I cannot allow any accidents to happen. Do you understand what I mean?" Before the kobold Tekel could speak, Shuxi continued. "You're the deputy commander of the Cannon Fodder Regiment. Manage them well. If anything goes wrong, you'll be held responsible. Respected chieftain, Tekel will certainly keep a close eye on those prisoners for the tribe. Tekel will show them the power of my whip." "Okay, go ahead." Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. The raging flames acted like a line of fire, blocking the path of all the underground caterpillars and forcing them back underground. At the edge of the underground fissure, the demon wife Yelena looked haggard, and her hair was somewhat disheveled. Another day and night of attack and defense ensued, with Yuna taking turns casting illusions and using her bow and arrow, leaving her utterly exhausted. "Lord Yuta, our medicinal oil can only last for one more day at most." Battle Elder Dells had a worried expression on his face. The depletion of strategic resources, medicinal oil, has gradually driven the Black Wasteland tribe to its end. Alligator Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yelena remained silent, gazing intently at the underground crack for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Yelena seemed to have calmed down. "How is Elder Nyohandi doing?" When the topic of bullshaking came up, Dell's spirits lifted slightly. "Lord Yuta, the temporary camp is almost ready, and most of the food and supplies have been moved there." "That's good." The demon wife, Yelena, was not simple-minded. As soon as she realized that something was wrong and the situation was getting worse, she had already started to consider her options. Alligator Turtle Valley is currently in a period of depopulation, with few bloodline warriors remaining, so it is not feasible to defend Alligator Turtle Valley to the death. Therefore, The demon wife Yuina decisively ordered the bull, who was in charge of hunting, to set up a temporary camp in the original gathering place of the succubi, just in case. Furthermore, most of the tribe's supplies were also transported there. Next, as long as the clansmen are moved there, they will have temporarily escaped this calamity. Lord Yuta, shall we begin relocating our people? Yuina didn't speak. She wouldn't give up on Alligator Turtle Valley until the very last moment. Because, before Shuxi left, he asked her to take good care of their home. Battle Elder Del seemed to have seen through Yuina's stubbornness and stood with her at the edge of the underground crack, gazing into the endless darkness below. Chapter 162 Hold them back, each guarding their own territory. Sizzle sizzle. A dense chorus of insect chirps emanated from the cracks in the ground once more, as the underground caterpillars launched another attack. Quickly, set up alert. Pour the medicated oil, set it on fire, and burn them to death. Elder Deer's voice was hoarse, but he continued to shout with all his might. Soon, a raging fire broke out again along the edge of the underground crack, igniting the group of underground caterpillars crawling at the front. However, just as Yuna and Dels breathed a sigh of relief, a leader-level pressure suddenly came from the cracks in the ground, shocking all the bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe. Durs, quickly move the tribesmen to safety. I'll hold them off here. The demon wife, Yina, was the first to react. She responsibly assigned tasks and stayed behind to buy time. Lord Yuta, Ui. Dels was very anxious. He didn't know what to do at this moment. Hurry and move the tribespeople, or it will be too late. Finally, Elder Dels made a snap decision, turned around, and sprinted towards Crocodile Turtle Valley, issuing orders as he ran. Yuina pulled out the dagger that Shakes had given her and shouted with her last bit of strength. Fellow tribesmen, stand up and buy time for our families to escape. Once the medicinal oil has burned out, push all the boulders down and crush these disgusting insects to death. For our families, for Alligator Turtle Valley, for Black Wasteland Town, we must hold them off. Yuina's cry awakened the fighting spirit within the bloodline warriors. Yes, their family is still in Alligator Turtle Valley at the foot of the mountain, and it will take time for them to be relocated. Hold them back. Hold them back. One after another, the bloodline warriors, enduring the pressure of the leader-level powerhouse, mustered all their strength and stood up. Yuina is truly amazing. She unleashed her full power of illusion magic, mind deception, while shouting. The illusion inspired the hearts of the tribal warriors, giving them the courage to stand up and fight the swarm. However, when a terrifying, leader-level thorn-like insect, its body covered in sharp spikes, and its body enormous, slowly raised its head from the crack in the ground, suppressing the flames, the end of the world was nigh. For pairs of light green insect eyes of different sizes scanned the crowd, as if they were appraising food. It's terrifying. This is how all bloodline warriors feel. Yuina finally understood what the horror that Shakes had described was really like. A sense of despair rose in the hearts of all the clansmen. Most of the bloodline warriors looked helplessly at the terrifying thorn worms, watching the underground caterpillars emerge from the cracks in the ground. This scene is utterly despairing. Yuina gripped the dagger tightly, staring at the terrifying thorn insect. There was no fear in her mind, only regret. Shakes, I'm afraid I can't go on with you any longer. Phew. The eagle's cry was sharp and high-pitched, as if it wanted to pierce and tear apart everyone's soul. At the same time, a bolt of lightning and a long spear with a tail also appeared. Bang! Lightning and spear struck the terrifying thorn beetle in succession, blasting it directly into a crack in the ground. All the bloodline warriors looked up at the sky as a dark figure flew rapidly from afar. That's a thunderhawk. It's the clan leader and the Grand Elder. Soon, the tribesmen with good eyesight spotted Shuxi and Elder Genkai on the back of the Thunder Eagle. Yuina stared at the huge black shadow in the sky and that familiar figure, and then collapsed to the ground. What are you little brats standing there for? Push all those boulders down and crush these damned reptiles to death. Elder Genkai's deep voice rang out, bringing all the bloodline warriors back to their senses. It really is the clan leader. It really is the Grand Elder. The clan leader is back. The Grand Elder is back too. We're saved. A sense of joy spread among the tribesmen, and morale, which had plummeted to its lowest point, began to rise rapidly. When Yuina opened her eyes again, she saw Shuxi's resolute and angular face. My Yuina, I'm back. Shuxi. Yuina held Shuxi tightly for a long time without letting go, and didn't say a word. Yuina felt that this was all a dream. Not long ago, she thought she would never see Shakesaw again. A day ago, we returned to the Black Wasteland Forest and met Elder Ander, who was guarding the border. He has told me everything. The Grand Elder and I rushed back first. Thank you for your hard work, Yina. Shakes gently patted Yina's back, and just as he was about to say something, a clear and childlike voice rang out behind him. Master, little Scarlet has worked very hard too. Shakes turned around and saw the now-grown cave spider queen and gently patted its little head. Good job. I'll give you a reward later. Shuxi released Yuina and carefully examined the cave spider queen. It already resembled the original spider queen somewhat. Keep an eye on this spot. The Grand Elder and I will go down and see what's going on down there. Yuna gave a soft and perked up again. If anything happens, get that guy upstairs to help you. Before doing anything, remember to reward it with a bottle of pet pills. Shakes pointed to the Thunder Eagle circling in the sky, and the Thunder Eagle cooperated by letting out a cry. A leader level, flying magical beast. Shakes didn't seem to care about Yuina's surprise. What caught Shakes' attention was that when the Thunder Eagle let out its cry, the speed at which the underground caterpillars retreated actually increased several notches. Are they scared? Insects, eagles, interesting. Shuxi held his spear upside down, called out to Elder Genkai, and descended along the stone wall of the underground crack. Guard this place well, don't let even a worm crawl up here and frighten the tribe. Elder Genkai shouted something, then slung a bundle of spears over his shoulder and followed. In just over half an hour, Shuxi and Elder Genkai arrived underground. The underground world before them had changed considerably since the time when Shuxi had explored it. The ground was covered with a layer of something that looked like skin but wasn't. Shakes guessed that it might be the shed skin of the caterpillars from the ground. Elder, be careful. These guys are very good at hiding. Don't worry, Chieftain, I understand. Shuxi took the lead and headed towards the abyss. However, before Shakes had traveled 20 meters, the chirping of insects could be heard all around. Shakes stopped in his tracks, and Elder Genkai also frowned. Elder, let's each guard our own territory and not look back. That guy is fast. Elder Genkai gave a soft picked up his spiked club, and warily scanned the surrounding boulders. Because of the previous battle, a large number of boulders have been piled up nearby, making it easier for the terrifying thorn beetles to hide. Chapter 163 curled up in a ball, dead but not stiff. The rustling sound continued incessantly, and the squeaking sound of friction was constant. Suddenly, a large number of subterranean caterpillars crawled out from behind the surrounding boulders and swarmed towards Shuxi and Elder Genkai. Wow! Elder Genkai roared and swung his spiked club, sweeping it out. The underground caterpillars were injured if they were grazed, and killed if they were touched. Shuxi was also wielding his spear, killing the underground caterpillars that Elder Genkai had missed one by one. Shakes remained vigilant, fearing that the terrifying thorn insects might suddenly emerge and launch a surprise attack. Of course, Elder Genkai, who was engaged in fierce fighting, was also on guard. Ow! A familiar roar came from behind a boulder. When Shuxi looked over, he saw a terrifying thorn insect raising its ferocious head. It really was him. What exactly lies beneath the bottomless abyss? Not only did it survive the fall, but its strength even increased. Shakes was somewhat puzzled. The terrifying thorny insect in front of him was the same one he had blasted into the bottomless abyss. However, judging from the current state of the terrifying thorn beetle, it must have suffered considerable injuries. It seems that Thunder Eagle and Shake's sneak attack was successful. Elder, be careful. Don't let it get close. Also, the spikes on this beast's body can be launched. Just as Shuxi finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from the air as 8 sharp spikes lined up and shot straight at Shuxi and Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai reacted quickly, swinging his spiked club to sweep away the spikes one by one. Elder, be careful. If you get close, attack its waist. Shuxi could see clearly that the terrifying thorn beetle's waist was a bloody mess, with most of its spikes broken off, likely from the earlier sneak attack. Shakes flung a meter-long underground caterpillar into the air, took a few steps back, and then leaped onto a nearby boulder. Call out. As Shuxi activated the troll blood, doubling his attributes, he threw his spear. Uft. The spear pierced the terrifying thorn beetle's body, causing the creature to scream repeatedly. The terrifying thorn beetle hissed and roared at Shuxi, then shrank back behind the boulder and hid once more. Slurp slurp. Next, a series of rustling sounds. The sounds of terrifying thorny insects moving echoed from among the surrounding boulders. Elder Genkai was clearing away the underground caterpillars with his spiked club when suddenly, a terrifying thorn beetle darted out from behind a boulder on his left, its massive mouth lunging at the Elder. Elder Genkai was prepared and swung his spiked club in a wide arc towards the terrifying thorn insect. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Shuxi threw 3 spears in succession, which shot straight towards the terrifying mouthparts of the terror spikes. Bang! Puff! 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 The terrifying thorn insects were severely damaged, and both Shuxi and Elder Genkai seized the opportunity. The next moment, Elder Steel Kai continued to swing his spiked club, spinning his body as he smashed it directly at the wound on the waist of the terrifying thorn insect. As Shuxi approached the terror spikes, he hurled his spear, which struck the insect, causing it to curl up in pain. It must be said that the terrifying thorn beetle's defensive capabilities have indeed increased considerably when it curls up into a ball. 2 of the spears that Shuxi fired were directly blocked by the spikes on the thorn beetle's back. Nevertheless, the terrifying stinging insect was dealt a heavy blow. In particular, Elder Genkai's waist, which was struck by the blow, was almost broken. Shuxi approached with his new weapon, Wolf Flame, intending to take the opportunity to kill the terrifying thorn bug. Unexpectedly, just as Shuxi approached, the terrifying thorn insect, which had been curled up, suddenly straightened its body and attacked Shuxi with its terrifying mouthparts full of sharp teeth. Damn, that's a self-inflicted injury ploy. This was Shakespeare's first reaction, but it was too late. Just as the terrifying thorn insect's gaping maw was about to approach, a blood-red light flashed on Shuxi's chest, and the ferocious maw of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast appeared from the blood-red light. Ah! Roar! The insect and the beast were tearing at each other with their huge mouths, and Shuxi took the opportunity to fly away. Once he regained his footing, Shuxi's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, and he took a step forward, charging ahead once more. With swift charge initiated, Shuxi delivered the flames of will into the terrifying thorn insect's head in an extremely short time. The next moment, a ball of flames started from the head of the terrifying thorn beetle and quickly spread to its entire body. The terrifying thorn beetle was unlucky. It was ignited by the special effect of the flames of will. Retreat. Seeing that things were not going well, Shaktora, Elder Steel, and Abyssal Tyrannoman quickly retreated. However, Abyssal Tyrannoman encountered trouble. The terror spiny worm was biting its mouth and showed no sign of letting go. Having no other choice, Shuxi summoned back Abyssal Tyrannoman, which transformed into a streak of blood-red light and returned to Shuxi's body. Just as Shakes was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he glanced at the countless underground caterpillars crawling out from the cracks in the surrounding rocks, covering the terrifying thorn beetle, trying to extinguish the flames. This method is effective. The flames on the terrifying thorn beetle are going out. Furthermore, Shuxi could clearly see that underground caterpillars were burrowing into the body of the terrifying thorn beetle, constantly repairing its injured body. This magical and bizarre scene stunned both Shuxi and Elder Genkai. Is this guy indestructible? It can also devour its own kind to heal its injuries? As Shaxu gazed at the terrifying thorn insect, his mind raced, and he summoned Abyssal Tyrannoman once more. Abyssal Flame Dragon Cannon. As Setsukushi reminded him, Abyssal Tyrannoman began to gather energy in its mouth. At the same time, Shuxi took out several throwing spears and threw them with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon shots were fired, and terrifying, agonizing roars of thorny insects echoed from the cracks in the ground. However, when the smoke cleared, Shuxi discovered that the terrifying thorn beetle was not completely dead. Its body was still wriggling. Kill! Kexis, Elder Steel Kai, and Abyssal Greymon launched a simultaneous attack to kill the terror spikeworm. Meanwhile, the subterranean caterpillars that hadn't been blasted away also frantically crawled toward the terrifying stinging insect. Greymon devour it. This was the method that Shakes came up with in an emergency. Given the terrifying stinging insect's boundless vitality, eating it was the best solution. The Abyssal Tyrannoman took a bite and tore off the head of the terror spiny worm. Crunch, crunch. After only a few bites, the terrifying thorn beetle's head was chewed into a pulp. Seeing that the heart of the terrifying thorn beetle was still beating, Shuxi raised his spear and stabbed it in. Sizzle! Another flame rose, and the terrifying thorn insects were ignited once more. Seeing this, Shaxu retracted his spear and reminded Elder Steel K and Abyssal Greymon to step back. However, at that moment, Shaksha realized that when he retrieved his spear, he also dragged something out with him. It was an object resembling black crystal, with an extremely pure color and texture. This is a dark source crystal? The dark source crystal inside the terrifying spikeworm's body was dragged out by Shuxi, and its body seemed to lose its vitality. After struggling a few times, it went completely limp. The fire that had started did not go out. Instead, It spread to the surrounding clumps of caterpillars, igniting them all. As Shuxi gazed at the raging fire emanating from the underground cracks, the thick smell of burning slightly eased his tense nerves. Chapter 164, The Underground World, Fewer Women. Is this a dark creature? Shuxi stared at the dark source crystal in his hand with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, somewhat dumbfounded. Shakes had always thought that the terrifying thorn beetle was a leader-level monster from the underground, but he never expected that it was actually a dark creature from the dark tide. Shuxi squinted and began to recall all his memories of the terrifying spiky insects. Yes, when we were exploring the underground fissures, we were still in the dark tide. In other words, this thing was left over from the last dark tide. Shuxi's eyes gradually brightened, but new doubts also arose in his mind. So, where did the terrifying thorn worm hide, thus avoiding the return of the dark tide? Could it be a bottomless abyss? The moment the idea popped into his head, Shakshitsu felt it was increasingly possible. Where does the bottomless abyss of the underground fissure lead? Shuxi was very curious, but this was not the time to think about it. Shakes, most of the insects are dead, but a small number have burrowed into the crevices in the surrounding rocks. Although the terrifying thorn beetle was killed, Elder Steel Kai's expression was still not good. Those underground caterpillars didn't all die out. Sooner or later they'll evolve into terrifying thorny insects, eventually becoming a major problem. It's all right. I'll have Little Crimson send out some spiderlings to force them out and kill them. Hearing about Shuxi's handling of the situation, Elder Genkai calmed down a little. Elder Genkai was about to say something when a soft rustling sound came from the stone walls on both sides of the underground crack. There are still enemies. They're not enemies. They're little spiders sent by Scarlet. Shake spoke up to remind Elder Genkai, dispelling his tension. Before long, even the Crimson Queen of the cave spiders climbed down the stone wall. Master, are all those terrifying insects dead? Shuxi pointed to the ground, then to the still-burnt body of the terrifying thorn insect, indicating that the cave spider queen should see for herself. Ah, what a pity. Master, do you know that these insects are the best food for my people? By eating these insects, perhaps my people will become even stronger. The crypt spider queen, Scarlet, looked at the charred corpses scattered on the ground and sighed repeatedly. There are still some live insects in those crevices. They're in your hands now. Make sure you drive them all out and kill them. Upon hearing this, the cave spider queen's eyes practically glowed green. Yes, master. Don't worry, little Scarlet will handle this matter perfectly. Did Yena send you down? Yes, master. The mistress was worried about you and asked me to come down and check on you. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and then spoke to Elder Genkai. Elder, you stay here and guard the place for a while. I'll go ahead and scout out the situation. Okay, Shakus, be careful. Shuxi nodded and turned to walk towards the direction of the bottomless abyss. Along the way, there were traces of insects crawling everywhere. Clearly, both the subterranean caterpillar and the terrifying thorn beetle crawled out of the bottomless abyss. Shuxi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing into the darkness of the bottomless abyss, and decided to designate this place as a forbidden zone for the tribe and turn it into a breeding farm. Indeed, after careful consideration, Shakes decided to include this underground fissure within the territory of Black Wasteland Town and designate it as a breeding ground for cave spiders. Shuxi not only wanted to build city walls around the area, but also to make it the lair of the cave spider clan. Using insects to control insects, they allowed the Crimson Cave Spider Queen to take over the area and breed countless cave spiders. In the future, if any creatures crawl out of the abyss again, Shuxi will know immediately and understand the situation. Shuxi, is this the bottomless abyss you spoke of? Yes, Elder. Shuxi turned his head and looked at Elder Genkai, who had appeared behind him at some point. Most of the underground caterpillars have been forced out and killed. The rest are still being searched for. Durs brought down a squad of Bloodline warriors, so I don't need to guard that area anymore. Elder Genkai explained the situation on the other side, and Shakes nodded. After thinking for a moment, he revealed his guess. Elder, this area will be designated as a tribal restricted zone from now on. I knocked the terrifying thorn beetle down here before, but it not only didn't die from the fall, it actually got stronger. I think that there may be an underground world hidden beneath this bottomless abyss, or it may be connected to some space that we don't know about. In either case, it's not something we can touch right now. We don't have the ability to explore it yet, so we need to isolate this place. Elder Genkai frowned deeply. He had lived in Crocodile Turtle Valley for so many years and never imagined that such a secret was hidden beneath the valley. Shuxi, the secret of this place. Only leaders-level experts are allowed to know about this. and this place will be designated as one of the important positions for leaders-level experts to take turns serving. It must be done. Knowing that Shuxi had a proper solution, Elder Genkai was finally relieved. We're lucky we came back in time. Otherwise the tribe would have been finished. Shake smiled, nodded, and then shook his head. Before landing, I saw that some of my people had already moved out. Yina and the others had a backup plan. However, the terrifying thorn insects appeared suddenly. If we hadn't shown up, the bloodline warriors left behind in the tribe would probably have all died. Elder Genkai nodded, still somewhat shaken. Shakes, from now on I'll stay and guard Alligator Turtle Valley. We can't all go out. Elder, that's what I think too. Shuxi understood Elder Genkai's meaning. The tribe could not be left without care. During this invasion by all races, Shuxi took all the leader-level powerhouses with him. There are many reasons, one of which is that Shuxi is afraid of death and cherishes his life. When facing an unknown enemy, Shakis must bring his strongest fighting force with him. Between the safety of the tribe and the life of the Shakshi chose the latter. It could be said that Shuxi was selfish. He was not as selfless or as dedicated as his people imagined. Of course, if Shuxi dies, the fate and glory of the Black Wasteland tribe will also be extinguished. The Shuxi and the Black Wilderness tribes are interconnected. However, in Shakis's heart, he put himself first. At least, that's what Shakespeare thinks now. In the event of the subsequent invasion by all races, I will spare one of you, the Prophet, no matter what. In this way, I will have no worries about the rear when I go to war. Elder Genkai nodded, agreeing with Shake's idea. That's good. This trip has certainly broadened my horizons. Shuxi, compared to the races outside, I think our troll race is still too weak, and our population is too small. Next, I will urge my people to keep producing offspring for the tribe, and I will teach them powerful martial arts and hunting skills. And you, Shuxi, you have too few women in your tent. Chapter 165 The Spider's Nest, The Long-Term Plan. Elder Genkai's rambling made Shakes feel a long-lost warmth. Shuxi put aside his various thoughts and walked back to the other side of the underground fissure with Elder Genkai. Chieftain, Prophet, Elder Deers had been relocating his people, and he was not seen when Shuxi and Elder Genkai returned. Shuxi reached out and gently patted Dels on the shoulder, saying calmly, "Thanks for your hard work." Dels shook his head. They were working even harder than him, and there were more than just one or two others. Have those bugs been completely eliminated? After greeting Dels, Shuxi immediately changed the subject. The underground caterpillars that were found have all been removed, and the small spiders are still being investigated. We'll have the results soon. Shakis nodded, said nothing more, and walked to the side of Crimson, the cave spider queen. Is this environment suitable for you burrowing spiders? The crypt spider queen, Crimson, was shorter than Shaksha. She stretched out her hands, wanting to hug Shaksha and wanting to lie on him like she did when she was a child. Little Scarlet has grown up and can't act cute anymore. Shuxi pressed down on the head of the cave spider queen, stopping her from climbing onto his body. Master, don't you like Little Scarlet anymore? Instead of answering the question, Shuxi pointed to the cracks in the ground and said, Do you like it here? I plan to develop this place into the lair of your crypt spider clan. Oh, Master, are you telling the truth? Really? This place is your territory from now on. Wow. Master, Little Scarlet's home is finally not that little wooden box anymore. Shuxi was speechless. The cave spider queen always remembered the wooden box that carried her when she was a child. This is your territory from now on. You have to clean up all those underground caterpillars. From now on, no other races will be allowed to reside here except your race. The queen of the cave spiders grew increasingly delighted as she listened, for underground fissures were the cave spider's favorite environment. Moreover, this underground fissure is extremely large, making it a natural super cavern. After that, the cave spider queen only needs to slightly modify the surrounding crevices and boulders to create the best breeding grounds. Master, you are so good to Little Scarlet. Shuxi once again stopped the cave spider queen from climbing on him, then took her hand and walked towards the abyss. A moment later, Shuxi pointed to the bottomless abyss and said, I knocked that terrifying spiky insect down from here before, but it got back up. I suspect there's another world or space down there, but we can't go down to explore it yet. I'm giving you a task. Guard this place and send out little spiders to probe downwards from time to time. Tell me about any discoveries you make immediately. The cave spider queen stared uncertainly into the bottomless abyss. Master, do you know how deep this abyss is? Shakes shook his head, then casually picked up a boulder and threw it down. After a long while, Shuxi turned to the cave spider queen and spoke. See that? There's no reaction at all. Not a single sound is coming back. This is a bottomless abyss. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the cave spider queen. She was somewhat frightened. Don't be afraid. From now on, I will arrange for a leader-level expert to patrol here every day to assist you in guarding this place. Upon hearing this, the cave spider queen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason she was so afraid was that she thought a leader-level powerhouse might crawl out of here. By then, this place will no longer be the lair of their burrowing spider clan, but a graveyard. Grow strong as soon as possible, and I hope that next time I participate in an invasion of all races, I can take you with me. Master, is little Scarlet really okay? Yes, you can. Work hard. If you can reach the peak of hero level this winter, I will give you priority to be promoted to boss level. Master, you didn't lie to little Scarlet, did you? Succubus reached out and stroked little Scarlet's head, just like he would when she was a child, and then tapped it lightly. When have I ever lied to you? Remember, the more people you have, the better. I will provide you with plenty of food. I hope that one day, you alone can protect this bottomless abyss. Not only can it protect the area, it can also help me explore the world below. To be honest, Succubus was indeed making empty promises to the cave spider queen and setting goals for her. Laying eggs, increasing strength, advancing to the leader level, guarding the underground fissures, and exploring the bottomless abyss. These are all goals that Succubus set for the cave spider queen. This is also part of their long-term plan. After we leave, have your people build up this road and make the entrance smaller. The mission to guard this place begins now. Succubus's expression was serious, and his tone was very solemn. Yes, master. Next, Succubus arranged some things for Dels, telling him to wait until things were settled here before returning to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Genkai was somewhat worried and insisted on staying to accompany Dels. Succubus did not stop them and led 2 of his tribesmen to climb up. When Succubus returned to the stone wall in Crocodile Turtle Valley, his demon wife Yuna was still waiting there. However, at this moment, there was another person beside Yuna, Medusa Aya, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Although Medusa Aya did not participate in the battle, she was still very busy. Because of the triangular python as a guardian beast, Aya had been helping Nyohan D transport supplies to the temporary camp. When her people began to migrate, she again used the triangular python to bring all the women and children of the tribe out. Moreover, this kind of escort mission is not a one-off event. Aya only calmed down after news of the return of Succubus and the Grand Elder arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Succubus stepped forward and embraced the 2 women who had followed him the first, one on each side. They were the ones who were desperately protecting their tribe. The terrifying thornworm is dead, and the major issues have been resolved. With the Grand Elder overseeing things, you can all go back and rest. Yuna nodded. Succubus's return meant that all she had to do was guard their tent. Chieftain, when the people heard that you had returned, they all abandoned their temporary camp and rushed back. The water buffalo man arrived before Succubus with a great thud, bowed deeply, and then began to recount the trouble he had encountered. It's all right, let the tribesmen all come back. As for those supplies, they can be transported back slowly. Nyohandi, I'm giving you 2 tasks. The bull stood upright, looking ready at any moment, which made Succubus find it somewhat amusing. Succubus didn't take him to fight against the invasion of the Myriad races, and this guy was clearly a little resentful. First, organize a team of obsidian golems to carve a passage for me between the underground fissure and the alligator turtle valley. Second, tidy up the rest of the open spaces in Black Wasteland Town to prepare for the arrival of the main force. Our main force numbers over 50,000. Chapter 166, Inspecting the Territory, An Unexpected Surprise. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and reunion is sweeter than honey. Some are clumsy yet passionate, some are alluring like fireworks, and some are brave yet gentle. The next morning, when Succubus got out of the animal skin, he couldn't help but press his lower back and rest for a while before walking out of the tent. The familiar alligator turtle valley, with its peaceful atmosphere, made Succubus feel as if he were in a dream. They're really back. With the main force yet to return and the guardian trolls not by his side, Succubus was left feeling relaxed and carefree. As Succubus walked out of the Crocodile Turtle Valley, all the tribespeople he met bowed their heads in greeting. Succubus smiled all the way and unknowingly arrived at the south gate, where he climbed the city wall. Chieftain, Battle Elder Dels approached, looking somewhat weary. You haven't rested at all? Dels nodded and led Succubus into an inner room on the city wall. I was busy all night and couldn't sleep, so I decided to stay here and keep watch. Succubus sized up Dels, whose strength had reached the peak of the hero level, and whose aura had become much more stable. Take a rest. The tribe still needs your help in many areas. Don't worry. Chieftain, Elder Nyo Handy will come to replace me soon. Shuxi nodded and walked out of the inner room. Walk with me for a while and tell me what has happened in the tribe since I left. Yes, chieftain. Since the sheiks invaded from the south, the Black Wilderness tribes may seem unchanged, but in fact, many things have been quietly changing. Shuxi needs to be familiar with these changes in order to know how to manage the tribe going forward. The two men walked around and chatted, with Dels doing most of the talking. 2 hours later, Sheiks and Dels arrived at the eastern mountain ridge. Dels explained the main matters of the tribe in detail, giving Sheiks a clear understanding of the situation. Have you cleaned up all the bugs down there? Since the latter half of the night, nothing has been found. However, the Spider Queen is still investigating, just with less intensity. Shuxi didn't speak. Those ordinary insects were few in number, and the Crypt Spider Queen Scarlet could handle them all by herself. Go and rest. I'll go patrol the Black Waste Forest. Inspecting the Black Wasteland Forest. Dels was a little confused. It was understandable that Shakes was inspecting Crocodile Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town, but what did it mean to inspect the Black Wasteland Forest? However, when an eagle's cry rang out from the sky, Dels understood. Shakes wasn't joking with Dels. He really was going to inspect the Black Wasteland Forest. A huge black shadow swooped down. Shakes climbed the city wall, leaped up, and landed steadily on the Thunder Eagle. Tell the Grand Elder that I will return in 3 days at most. The wind howled past, making Dels's hair a mess in the wind. Dels suddenly realized that his heart was racing. That's a Thunder Eagle. It's a leader-level flying magical beast. At this moment, Dels longed to soar into the sky and accompany Shakes to inspect the Black Wilderness Forest, the land that had nurtured them. Unfortunately, Dels couldn't do it. I will definitely advance to the leader level. I also want to see the outside world. Dels had never longed for such power, longed to go out into the world. This was the first time Shakes had ever looked down upon the Black Wasteland Forest. Looking down at Crocodile Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town from high above was like looking at a city of building blocks, which was particularly interesting. After turning my gaze away, the sky and earth were clear, the sea of clouds was vast, and the sounds of wind and thunder were incessant. When you look down, mountains, trees, magical beasts, birds, lakes and rivers all come into view, and a sense of timelessness and vastness sweeps over your soul. Starting from the east, Shuxi patrolled northwards along the Black Ridge Mountains, where the mountain giants dwelled. The Black Ridge Mountains are vast, serving as the boundary between the Black Wasteland Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp, creating a unique environment. Should we subjugate this race now? When Shuxi saw giants hunting on the Black Ridge Mountains, the idea of subduing this race arose in his mind. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Shaksha, because the time was not yet ripe for its capture. After flying over the Black Ridge Mountains, further east lies an area where jungles and swamps intersect. This area was quite novel for the Shuxi, who had never been here before. Continuing eastward lies the abyss of the underground, the lair of Axe, the lord of the 4 domains, but Shuxi had no desire to explore it. Continuing westward, the northwest direction is still the area of the underground abyss, which isn't very interesting. It wasn't until the westernmost region that Shuxi saw the cold desert ruled by the Scorpion King, Redclad Cell. Shuxi lingered in the cold desert for a while, but did not venture further in. Finally, after heading south until reaching the edge of the Thunder Forest, Shuxi began his return journey. The entire process took Shuxi more than 2 days, giving him a direct understanding of the Black Wasteland Forest he ruled. At the same time, Shakespeare also gained a clear understanding of his neighbors. Remember this forest is my territory, and it will also be your hunting ground from now on. Shakes gently patted Thunder Eagle on the back, and the latter let out an excited cry, extremely happy. All right, let's go back. Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and flew towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. On the way back, Shakes also saw the returning large group. Judging from their pace, it will take them another 6 or 7 days to reach Alligator Turtle Valley. Phew. The Thunder Eagle flew low overhead, leaving behind a high-pitched cry. Is that the chieftain's Thunderhawk? In the dense forest, the Succubus Queen Yelena looked up at the sky, gazing up at the departing Thunder Eagle. Yes, I also saw the clan chief. He even smiled and nodded at us. The speaker was the prophet Geta, who was high and in a favorable position. Your presence must have been sensed by the clan leader, which is why he flew down to say hello. It seems your plan to surprise the clan leader has failed. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with the joy of her successful advancement. 2 days ago, the Succubus Queen Yelena, with the help of the elemental tide caused by the golden blood mushroom, finally achieved her wish and successfully advanced to the boss level. Yelena originally wanted to give Shakshi a surprise, but Shakshi, who happened to be passing by, discovered it in advance. The Patriarch's return means the crisis in Alligator Turtle Valley has been resolved. Prophet Gata nodded in agreement. With Shakshi, Elder Steel K, Abyssal Tyrannoman, and Thunderhawk returning to Crocodile Turtle Valley, whatever the matter, it should be resolved quickly. Prophet, to be honest, I still feel that the Black Wasteland is better. Although the variety of races and resources are not as abundant as in the south, we grew up here and have an emotional attachment to it. The Prophet Gata gazed upon the Black Wasteland, upon the former settlement of the Obsidian Golems, and upon the great mountain that once stood there. I've heard that before, hundreds of years ago. Chapter 167 Three Women, Barrack's Proposal. 7 days later, Shakes and Elder Genkai led their troops out of Crocodile Turtle Valley to welcome the returning army of the invading races. Of course, the main reason is still those tens of thousands of cannon fodder regiments, which need to be dealt with properly. The large contingent moved slowly, not only because of the large number of people, but also because it was transporting a large amount of supplies. The supplies looted during this southward expedition were plentiful. The Kobold tribe, Thunderhawk City, Half Moon Island, and half of Thunderstorm City, all the places that the Shakshi had invaded, were plundered clean. The massive force and supplies shocked all the tribesmen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Whether old or young, everyone ran out of the city to welcome their clansmen and watch the excitement. Mother, look, isn't that the dog-headed man you told us about? Look, that's a lizard man. Elder, are those all prisoners brought back by the clan chief? So many slaves. The discussions among the tribespeople varied, but they all expressed curiosity and amazement. The elders who came out to greet the clansmen along with Shuxi and the Grand Elder, including Yuyina, Aya, Dels, Neo Handy, and Luosha, were all shocked when they saw the powerful Elder Yelena in the procession. Chief level. The elder in charge has also advanced to the leader level? Sister Yu. Hiss. Actually, Shakespeare was also somewhat surprised. The reason Yelena was given the golden blood mushroom was because the potion was something she had plundered. Furthermore, Yelena had already failed to advance once, and Shuxi wanted to comfort her and gave her some hope. Unexpectedly, Yelena proved herself capable. After Shakes rushed back to Crocodile Turtle Valley to save the day, she swallowed the golden blood mushroom and successfully advanced. Elder, I've already had the clansmen clear out that area in the southeast. Let's settle the cannon fodder regiment there. Elder Genkai is the commander of the cannon fodder regiment, so this is something he has to do. Yelena, you are in charge of settling the Tekel clan in the western region. Yes, chieftain. As the elder deacon, Yelena is the most suitable person to arrange this matter. Furthermore, Tekel the Kobold is Yelena's slave. If she doesn't take responsibility, who will? Tekel the Kobold was agitated because his people and relatives were being treated differently. Their Kobold group was far superior to the Kobolds in the cannon fodder regiment. After lunch, we will begin the elders' meeting. After pushing Dels and Nyohan D out to help collect the supplies, Shakes returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley with those words. Not only do others have important things to do, but Shuxi also has important things to do. This is Luo Fu, the saintess of the Flower Garland clan, skilled in cultivating potions and enchanting, and also my woman. Shakes felt somewhat embarrassed as he introduced the women he had taken in outside to Yuna, feeling a sense of guilt for having done something wrong. Yuna smiled and held Luo Fu's hands affectionately, asking Shakes with a half-smile. My dear Shakes, I can sense that this little sister is different. Shuxi nodded, signaling ROF to put away her secret technique of concealing her appearance and let Yuyina and Aya see her true face. A beauty that could topple kingdoms, a fragrance that could kill. No wonder my Xerox put it in my tent. Welcome to our family. Even the stunningly beautiful Yuyina and Aya were slightly taken aback by Luo Fu's breathtaking beauty. Yuyina quickly recovered and, instead of putting on airs, accepted Luo Fu in a gentle tone and with a warm attitude. However, Medusa Aya's attitude was different. Aya and Shuxi have a contract, and Aya can sense the relationship between Luo Fu and Shuxi. Aya knew very well that she and Luo Fu were equals. Despite Luo Fu's beauty and ethereal chigur, Aya remained indifferent to her and even harbored some hostility towards her. Three women make a drama, and Shakes, sitting in the tent, didn't know what to say. You two talk first. I'll go out and check on the situation with the Grand Elder. After saying that, Shuxi turned and fled the tent. As for the matters of the harem, no, the matters of the tent, let the demon wife, Yuna, handle them. After leaving the tent, Shakes did not go to the cannon fodder regiment. but went to the chieftain's tent. There are two nominally chieftain tents. One is the residence of the Shuxi, and the other is the place for discussing military meetings. This was separated from the Shuxi a few days ago, because as the tribe grew stronger, the number of elders on the council continued to increase. Today, in addition to the 4 chief elders, the Council of Elders has expanded to 70 ordinary elders. Once the battle achievements from this invasion of all races are tallied, many elders will be promoted. Chief, you've arrived. The first to enter was the prophet Geta. After Shaksha responded, he gestured for the latter to sit down. In the next 15 minutes, the 4 chief elders took their places one after another. Teminer, go and inform the other elders that the elders' meeting will be postponed by 2 hours. Shuxi glanced at the 4 chief elders, Grand Elder Genkai, Prophet Geta, Yelena, and Dels, and thought it would be better to communicate with them first. I have 3 things to say. Elder, Prophet, Yelena, and Dels, please consider them and see if there are any flaws or if any improvements are needed. First, the number of elders is constantly increasing. I plan to improve the Elders' Council, classifying and categorizing them like the cannon fodder regiment. I would like to select 8 council elders from the Council of Elders and allow them to attend important tribal meetings. Many hands make light work. It is essential to pool our wisdom. Shuxi spoke in an extremely serious tone, implying that this matter was imperative. Secondly, the number of warriors with the bloodline of the tribe is constantly increasing, and there will be even more in the future. The tribe needs a military camp. I have decided to designate Alligator Turtle Valley as a military camp for the Black Wilderness tribe. And the entire troll clan migrated to the area north of Black Wasteland Town. When Shuxi said this, he was looking at Elder Genkai. The biggest obstacle to this decision is most likely Elder Genkai. The Black Wasteland tribe does indeed need a military camp to ensure the professionalism, secrecy, discipline, and unity of its warriors. Moreover, all other races live in Black Wasteland Town, while only the troll race lives in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Over time, conflicts and estrangement naturally arise within the tribe. The gossip of ordinary people can also have power. It's best to avoid it in advance if possible. Of course, Shakes knew very well that the members of the Mayan troll clan had a very deep affection for Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is one of the potential obstacles, but it is a necessary step for the Shakshi to take in order to drive racial integration. Of course, I'm no exception. My chieftain's tent has been moved to the vicinity of the south gate of Black Wasteland Town, where I will guard the tribe with my people. One of the accommodations was relocated to the northern area, near Alligator Turtle Valley, which became a habitat for trolls. From now on, Crocodile Turtle Valley will be converted into a military camp, and only warriors of the tribe's regular bloodline will be allowed to enter. Chapter 168 Black Wasteland Renamed, Leaders' Resources. Elder Gang Kai frowned, hesitated several times before finally speaking, and did not utter a word. After Shuxi finished speaking, he tried to speak weakly. Shakes, can't the barracks be moved to another location? Shakes shook his head and looked at Elder Genkai. Elder, the tribe must move away from Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is not only for the future of the tribe, but also for the safety of the tribe members. A passage will be opened between the underground Fisher and Alligator Turtle Valley, and the tribe must move away from Alligator Turtle Valley. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai immediately thought of the underground caterpillars and terrifying thorny insects crawling out of the cracks in the ground, and his scalp tingled. If other monsters were to emerge from the abyss, the consequences would be unimaginable. Okay, I agree to the relocation. Shuxi nodded and smiled. If even Elder Genkai had been persuaded, the other clansmen would be even easier to deal with. The third thing is that I plan to rename Black Wasteland Town to Black Wasteland City. The 4 chief elders were all puzzled by this matter, unable to understand why Shikisi would go to such lengths. Was there some difference between them? This time, including the cannon fodder regiment, we brought back a total of more than 50,000 people. With our own 20,000 plus members, our Black Wasteland tribe has become quite large. There are 50,000 this year, and what about in the future? It will only increase. Our previous plans for Black Wasteland Town were a bit too small. I have decided to expand Black Wasteland Town and transform it into Black Wasteland City. In the next few years, we will build the walls of Black Wasteland City and enclose the entire area around Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shakis spoke these words with boldness and domineering spirit, in one breath, full of hope for the future. Elder Genkai, Prophet Geta, and Yelena all gazed at Shuxi. They knew that Shuxi was not joking, and that Black Wasteland City would continue to grow stronger. At this moment, the Black Wasteland tribe has 4 chieftains. Shakis snapped out of his reverie and looked at the four elders who were deep in thought. When his gaze fell on the combat elder, Dels, he remembered something. There's something I need to confirm with you. Chief, please speak. Shuxi glanced at the other three elders who were casting curious glances at him, and tried to soften his tone. Your strength has reached its peak, and you have entered the ranks of those who can acquire leader-level resources. According to the rules, the leader-level resources acquired after this should be yours. Dels was very puzzled. Didn't he have his demon wife, Yuina, before? Why would it be him? Could it be? The moment Dels's thought came to mind, it was confirmed by Shuxi. We have prepared the resources for Yuina. Shuxi took out a wooden box from his pocket and spoke without reservation. The resources inside were contributed by that terrifying thorn beetle. Shuxi didn't say that the box contained dark source crystals. He believed that the fewer people who knew this secret, the better. Chieftain, what does this have to do with me? Shakes shook his head, then nodded. Before the Crypt Spider Queen Crimson reaches the peak of hero-level strength, the tribe will give you priority access to the chief-level resources it acquires. If Crimson reaches the peak of hero level by then, I will prioritize allocating resources to it. The training of the Cave Spider Queen is urgent, and Shuxi must handle it specially. If the Cave Spider Queen were at the peak of heroic level now, I still wouldn't give this resource to Yuina. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Dels's downcast eyes suddenly brightened. Dels wasn't afraid of being treated specially, but rather afraid of not being able to access leader-level resources. I agree with the clan leader's decision. I agree. The fact that the three leader-level powerhouses, Geta the Prophet, Elder Genkai, and Yelena, all stood with Shuxi made Del's eyes widen in surprise. It's not that the chieftain is targeting you, but the tribe desperately needs a powerful Crypt Spider Queen. The Prophet Geta looked at Dels and offered an explanation. After heading south to participate in the invasion of all races, the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Yelena all knew very well how important it was to have a cannon fodder regiment that obeyed orders without question. The endless scorpions of the cold desert, the swamp crocodiles of the poison dragon swamp, and the kobolds and goatmen of Thunder Eagle City all illustrate how important it is to have cannon fodder units. The reason why the Shakshi accepted the kobolds was largely because the Cave Spider Queen had not yet come of age. I have no objections. I will follow the clan chief's arrangements. Shakes nodded. He had communicated with Dels in advance to avoid Dels harboring resentment if such a situation were to actually occur. Teminer informed the Council of Elders that the meeting is beginning. After communicating with the four elders, the elders' meeting officially began. This time, not only the elders arrived, but also Yuina and Aya came. Shaksha felt gratified as he looked at the elders from the Succubi, Trolls, Buffalo, and Obsidian tribes. Of course, there was also the kobold elder Tekkel sitting at the back, and Shaksha also exchanged a glance with him. However, Tekkel seemed somewhat out of place at the moment, appearing extremely humble. As I said before, leader-level resources are open to all members of the Council of Elders. The demon wife Yuina has made several successful suggestions, and she has also made great contributions in defending the tribe this time. She also took the lead in resisting the underground caterpillars. She is qualified to receive leader-level resources. With that, Shuxi waved his hand and handed the wooden box containing the dark source crystal to his demon wife, Yuina. Although the demon wife Yuina had some expectations, she did not expect Shuxi to be so direct and decisive in handing over the leader-level resources to her. Yuina's hands trembled slightly as she gripped the wooden box. This was a leader-level resource. Thinking of this, Yuina's heart beat a little faster. At the same time, all the members of the Elder Council stared wide-eyed at Yuina. It wasn't Yuina's beauty that attracted them, but rather the wooden box in her hands that held a fatal attraction for them. Sitting in the front side seat, the Succubus Queen Yelena stared at her younger sister with her beautiful eyes, feeling fortunate that marrying Yelena to Shaksha was such a wise choice. Now, not only has he become a leader-level powerhouse, but his sister also has a great chance. Cough cough. Shuxi coughed twice, drawing the attention of all the elders. The next sequence for acquiring resources is Dels and the Cave Spider Queen. I'm really looking forward to seeing which of you will become the third. Spurred by the sudden appearance of leader-level resources, the members of the Elder Council became very active. Shuxi did not explain why the Crypt Spider Queen appeared in the following sequence. However, no elders raised any questions. They had complete trust in Shuxi. They believed there must be a reason why the Cave Spider Queen was qualified to receive leader-level resources. Chapter 169, like cooking a small fish, establishing a garrison commander. The bustling crowds are all driven by the pursuit of profit. Leader-level resources are the greatest driving force and also the greatest benefit. Driven by profit, Shuxi saw a glimmer of green in the eyes of all the elders. It was a yearning for power, and a yearning for leadership. The reason why Shuxi always publicly bestows resources upon chieftains is that he wants to use these resources, which concern the elders' own interests, to motivate them and promote the development of the tribe. This is a slow process. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish, so how about governing a tribe? Many things, once they become habits, can unconsciously change a person and, in turn, change the environment. The second thing is the proposal to reform the Council of Elders. Shuxi narrowed his eagle eyes, scanned the members of the Elder Council, and spoke indifferently. As the tribe grows stronger, the number of elders will continue to increase. In order to better manage the tribe, the elders will soon be divided into different levels and categories. The tribe will assign a position and classify each elder based on factors such as their strength, military achievements, and special abilities. The elders are ranked from level 1 to level 9, with level 9 elders being second only to the chief elders. At the same time, the elders will also be divided into 4 categories: discipline, combat, deacon, and enlightenment. These are all to assist the 4 chief elders in further managing the tribe in terms of discipline, war affairs, logistics, and strategic planning. Previously, all power in the Black Wilderness tribe was in the hands of the Shuxi. It wasn't until the Black Wasteland was unified that the Sheiks began to delegate power to the 4 chief elders. Now that the Black Wasteland tribe has grown stronger again, its internal system should be further differentiated in order to adapt to the current situation. The Troll Clan's old system of elder councils definitely needs further improvement. Sheiks knew very well that if the Black Wilderness tribe wanted to grow stronger, it needed to have a powerful force as its foundation and background, and this was the only way. Only a tribe that gradually improves its systems can achieve sustainable development. Shuxi's words silenced the entire chieftain's tent. If chieftain-level resources are the elders' ultimate goal, then the right to intervene in all aspects of tribal affairs is their immediate, tangible goal. Suddenly, the clan chief's tent, which had been silent, began to murmur faintly. After realizing that Chieftain Shuxi had no intention of stopping it, the chieftain's tent became completely lively. Shuxi sat upright in the main seat, calmly and serenely observing everything. This was the effect he wanted. The general direction of the reform has been proposed by the sheiks, but the refinement and improvement will require the backbone of these tribes to handle. If one does everything personally, Shuxi would die of exhaustion in the chieftain's tent. Half a day later, under the supervision of the 4 chief elders, the proposal for reform of the Elders' Council was finally finalized. Shuxi didn't look at the animal hide in his hand, which was filled with various detailed suggestions. He scanned the crowd and made eye contact with each elder for a second or two. I approve the proposal to reform the Council of Elders. However, there is one thing. Apart from the 4 chief elders, every member of the Elder Council who advances to the leader level will automatically be promoted to the position of Tribe Guardian. The status and treatment of the Tribal Garrison Commander are the same as those of the 4 chief elders, but they do not hold any power. The Tribal Garrison Commander is under my direct command. He can discuss anything with me directly. Shuxi's tone was extremely stern, serious, and cautious. Leader-level powerhouses, also known as Tribal Guardians, are the true pillars of every tribe. Shuxi was unwilling to easily lose this type of person, nor did he want to see anyone betray him and be killed by his own hands. After all, every leader-level powerhouse was painstakingly trained by Shuxi. The atmosphere inside the chieftain's tent became so quiet you could hear a pin drop once again. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Shuxi then brought up several other matters that had been discussed earlier. The next step is to designate Alligator Turtle Valley as a site for the tribe to build military camps. What followed, whether it was establishing barracks or renaming the city Black Wasteland, was a process of discussion and input from everyone. After that came the much-anticipated commendation ceremony, where awards were presented for meritorious service. The Council of Elders held meetings intermittently for 2 days and 2 nights. After everything was settled, Shuxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shuxi glanced at his demon wife, Yuina, who was following behind him. This is a golden blood mushroom, a rare and high-grade magical potion that can trigger small-scale elemental tides, which can help with advancement. You took it along with your advancement. Yuina didn't speak, but just nodded. Then she stepped forward, took Shake's arm, and walked towards the tent with Shakes under the watchful eyes of her tribesmen. In the troll race, in public, the only person who can hold Shaksha's arm and walk beside him is his wife. Yona was asserting her sovereignty to her people and also to Rav, the holy maiden of the Garland clan, who had just entered the tent. I also have a golden blood mushroom, which I use as a seed. This is a rare resource of the tribe, and the task of supervising its cultivation is entrusted to you. Shuxi gazed at Yina for a moment before explaining Luo Fu's cultivation plan. Of course, Shuxi also handed over the management of Luo Fu to Yuna. Shakes, I will definitely not let you down. Shakes nodded, and accompanied by Yina, he looked at the black wasteland city that he had built with his own hands. A sense of pride rose from his heart, nourishing his resolute heart. The next morning, Shakes woke up in a state of near suffocation. Beneath the animal hide, Yina, Aya, and Luo Fu's arms and heads were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Shuxi gently laid the still sleeping Luo Fu down and prepared to get up. However, as soon as he put Luo Fu down, he saw Yina looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes and a smile. Shuxi kissed those beautiful eyes and said gently, "Get some rest. I'm going to take a look around. The planning for the eastern area of Alligator Turtle Valley will be finalized today." Yina smiled without saying a word and slowly closed her eyes. Stepping out of the tent, 4 fully armed guardian trolls stood in neat rows outside, waiting for Shaksha. Shakes stretched his body, then took out 4 bottles of pet beast pills and fed one to each of the 4 frost giant wolves, which had grown taller again. Not bad at all. Those 4 little puppies from back then are all level 5 magical beasts now. Shakes stroked the huge wolf's head, occasionally pressing down on the frost wolf's ears, looking extremely content. Then Shaksha casually asked the guardian troll terminal, "Have the prophet and his men sorted things out?" Reporting to the clan chief, "As you wish, the prophet and his people have already planned out an area, and it is just waiting for you to confirm it. Come on, lead the way." Chapter 170, Opening the Demon's Lair, Unspeakable. East of Crocodile Turtle Valley, in the area surrounding the underground fissure, a large number of obsidian men, lizard men, and kobolds had already gathered when the Shuxi arrived. All members of the cannon fodder group were directly driven over by Elder Steel to serve as laborers, assisting Prophet Gata in building the city walls. "Chief, this area has been surveyed and planned out." The Prophet Gatai and Elder Genkai came forward one after another to greet Shaksha. After Shaksha responded to them, he followed behind the Prophet Gatai and walked towards the designated area. "Chief, according to the decision of the elders, we have fenced off the area east of Crocodile Turtle Valley. With so many people helping out, it is expected to be completed before winter." Shakes nodded. There were only 2 months left before winter, and time was running out. However, the kobolds and lizard men of the cannon fodder regiment were at the mercy of the Prophet Gata, and there were enough men. "Let's settle on this area. Prophet, don't forget to build the secret tunnel you left for the cave spiders." The Prophet Gata nodded. The main reason he was personally in charge of this matter was because of these secret passages. This will be crucial for the burrowing spider to flank and attack the enemy from behind. It cannot be taken lightly. Subsequently, the Shuxi stayed in the eastern region for a period of time. Just as Shuxi was about to leave, Elder Genkai stopped him. "Chief, I have discovered a promising talent within the tribe. He has superhuman strength and keeps clamoring to learn spear techniques so he can become a strongman like you." Shakes was a little curious. He hadn't expected that Elder Genkai had stopped him for something like this. "From our troll race?" "Yes. Chieftain, would you like to take some time tomorrow to meet those little brats? They admire you greatly." Shuxi remained silent. He hadn't really paid much attention to the little brat in the tribe. Now that he'd heard what the elder had to say, he was intrigued. After all, those little brats are the future of the tribe. We have to go and see them. "Okay, I'll go watch them do their morning exercises tomorrow morning." "Hee. Okay, I have to give them a surprise." Seeing that Shuxi was about to leave again, Elder Genkai stopped Shuxi once more. "Chief, many young men from Mayan and Achuo have already come to me. They want to try their luck in the Abyss Demon Cave." Upon hearing this, Shuxi not only stopped in his tracks, but also frowned. "Elder, are you sure?" "It's confirmed. They wanted to go themselves. The Abyss Demon Cave is where Shuki made a contract with the Abyss Tyrannoman. It is a small tributary of the Abyss, inhabited by all kinds of abyssal monsters. In the deepest part of the Abyss, there are even all sorts of terrifying beings. In the past, the seal on the Abyss Demon Cave was opened once every 3 or 5 years. The reason the tribe has such restrictions is to prevent the young people of the tribe from taking their lives lightly. They feared that once they entered the abyss, they would be greedy for quick success and recklessly risk their lives, thus affecting the tribe's survival. However, the tribe's survival is no longer an issue, and the Abyss Demon Cave can now be opened. I'll be waiting for them in the back mountains of Alligator Turtle Valley in 3 days. Have them wait in front of the Stone Gate in Crocodile Turtle Valley. I'll send a squad of Bloodline warriors to pick them up. If the results are good this time, then I'll start it every year. After much deliberation, Shuxi finally agreed to the matter. Although the Abyss Cavern is dangerous, it may also be an opportunity for some trolls to gamble and turn their lives around. Such an opportunity should not be extinguished because of Shakespeare's concerns. After all, Abyss Grayman was one of the main reasons for the rise of the Xerox. Shakespeare couldn't do the thing of cutting down the peach tree after eating the peaches himself. Okay, I'll spread the word as soon as I get back. Elder Genkai was very happy, and the smile on his face had a touch of childlike innocence. When did the Grand Elder go to teach those brats? Shuxi turned his head and asked his guardian troll. Temenur, Longmu, and Defek all shrugged, indicating that they did not know. Ermi smiled shyly and said to Shakes, Chieftain, you came back early. During the 3 days you were missing, the Grand Elder was teaching the little brats in the clan. My family also has a little one who is learning from the Grand Elder. After a moment's thought, Shuxi realized that Ermi was referring to the 3 days he had been patrolling the Black Wilderness Forest when he disappeared. Shakes nodded, suddenly understanding why the Elder was willing to stay in the tribe to take care of the people. So it was because of those little brats. Just as Shuxi was about to continue pondering, a member of his tribe rushed over to report. Chief, the Elder in charge needs to see you. She says she's waiting for you in the chief's tent. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and sized up the succubus in front of him. He vaguely remembered her. She was Yelena's subordinate, responsible for gathering intelligence. In other words, Yelena must have something to say to him. I understand, I'll go back right away. About an hour later, Shuxi appeared in the chieftain's tent. Chief, news has come from the south. Explain. Shuxi walked to the main seat, plopped down, and silently waited for Yelena's news. Our kobold spies in the Thunder Forest have obtained some information. Recently, the Harpy race has been frequently spotted in the northern part of the Thunder Forest. After saying those 2 sentences, Yelena said no more, because there was no additional information in the intelligence report. The Harpy race? Are they going back to claim territory, or are they looking for something? Shuxi whispered, as if talking to himself, or perhaps asking Yelena. There's no news yet. However, based on my speculation, it could be one of these situations. Shuxi took a sip of the beast blood wine that Yelena had poured for him, gesturing for her to continue. One option is what the clan leader envisions, to occupy territory and continue integrating the scattered bloodline warriors of various races. The other possibility is that they are searching for some high-level magic potion or some person. The latter is the most likely. There's another possibility. They're preparing to drive away the beast tide. This last one completely stunned Shakespeare. Shuxi had a hunch that the appearance of the Harpies was most likely to drive away the beast tide and continue to weaken the power of the Fort Domain Lord, Axe. Continue the investigation and notify me immediately if you find anything. Yes, Chieftain. Is there anything else? Yes, it's a private matter. Yelena walked behind Shuxi, reached out to massage Shuxi's shoulders, and began to remove Shuxi's robes. Shuxi's eyebrows twitched wildly. Yelena was too audacious. Although this is also the chieftain's tent, it is more often used as a place for meetings and discussions. However, Shuxi was already ignited by Yelena's boldness and passion, his eyes filled with flames. What happened next was indescribable and incomparably wonderful. Chapter 171 Young Ah Shun, you deserve to be cut in 1,000 times. The following morning, Shuxi led the guardian trolls to the square of Black Wasteland City to watch the tribe's young children train. Trolls, succubi, buffalo men, obsidian golems, kobolds, and hordes of offspring added even more life to the tribe. It's unclear when exactly, but the mentors who taught these little brats have become heroic figures from various races. Each cub has met mentors from other races, and while knowing the advantages of their own race, they also understand their own shortcomings. Chief, you've arrived. Elder Genkai walked over to Shakes and watched the tribal cubs being trained with him. Elder, were these mentors arranged by you or by Yelena? It's the Elder in charge. Elder Genkai was very satisfied with Yelena's arrangement. He hadn't expected that having elites from various races take turns teaching the tribe's youngsters would be so effective. A few days ago, Elder Genkai got into a good mood, and while teaching these youngsters, he actually discovered a few promising talents among them, which he recommended to his friends. Chief, wait here for me. I'll go and fetch that kid who wants to learn how to use a spear. Shuxi nodded, indicating that he would wait there. A moment later, Elder Genkai led a chubby-faced troll cub with a braid on his head to Shaksha. Chieftain, it's him, Ah Shun, the 5-year-old brat. Shuxi looked at the troll cub named Ashen, whose eyes were bright and whose braids were quite unique. I heard you want to learn spear fighting from me. Yes, chieftain, I want to become a great hero like you. Shuxi's lips curled up into a slight smile. I heard from the Grand Elder that you possess superhuman strength. Yes, chieftain, Ashen can defeat all the little brats in the tribe. Hee. Shakespeare almost burst out laughing. This little guy is quite interesting. He actually started calling his peers little brats, just like the Grand Elder. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi took out his discarded four-bladed blood spear and planted it deeply into the ground. You little brat, Ashun, you can come and learn spear techniques from me when you can pull out this spear. Shakis had a smile on his face and also a look of anticipation. However, Ashun's answer caught Shakespeare off guard. Chief, is the spear my reward now that it's been pulled out? The elder glared, wanting to reprimand the young Asian, but was stopped by Shakespeare. Sure, the spear is yours once you pull it out. However, I'm going to give you a deadline. If you can't pull it out before winter comes and snow starts falling, don't come looking for me. Don't even think about the spear. I will bestow it upon the bravest bloodline warrior of the tribe. Teminer passed down the order. This rule applies to all children under 6 years old in the tribe. Shikushi looked at the young Asian and laughed heartily. To motivate these little ones, he's prepared to bleed a lot of money. The four-blade blood spear is a gold-grade weapon, something that only boss-level powerhouses can drop. This was very precious to the Black Wasteland tribe at that time. Young Asian first looked at the Grand Elder, and seeing that the latter did not object, he looked at Shakes, and then tried to walk to the four-blood spear and pull out the spear. Unfortunately, even with all his might, young Asian couldn't budge the four-bladed blood spear in the slightest. Seeing this, Shuxi was not surprised and turned to walk towards his tent. Shakes, the whole tribe is buzzing with the news that you're going to take on disciples. As soon as Shuxi entered the tent, his demon wife, Yuna, came forward and removed Shuxi's cloak. I had this idea just to motivate the youngsters of the tribe. After all, they are our future. As Shakes turned around, just as he was about to say something more, Aya and Luo Fu brought him a bowl of water. Shakes was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly, reaching out to take the water from both women and gulping it down. Yino watched Aya and Luo Fu's struggle unfold, but she remained silent, as if she hadn't seen anything at all. Shakes, why don't you try harder, and we'll give you one too. Upon hearing this, Shakes was speechless. He was tormented by 3 women every night. Wasn't that enough? On the other hand, including the succubus queen Yelena, Shaksha has slept with quite a few women, but none of them have had offspring to this day. Shuxi could only attribute the reason to the difficulty of interracial reproduction. That night, Shuxi tormented the 3 women one by one, and only after they fell asleep did he lie down in the animal skin and focus his mind on his data panel. These days, Shuxi has been taking a high-grade magic potion every day, which he plundered from the Thunder Forest. Over time, the panel data of the saxophone has been continuously accumulated and has been greatly improved. Strength, 4010/5000, plus 8220, can be increased. Agility, 3756/5000, plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 4001/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 3825/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20%, against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72%, troll. The reason why Shuxi is concerned about his data panel today is because after taking the last high-grade magic potion, Shuxi's data panel has made a major breakthrough. Both strength and intelligence on the panel have broken through the 4,000 mark, which can be considered a small achievement. However, the bad news is that all the high-grade magic potions that Shakes had collected have been exhausted. It's true what they say, murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, while those who repair bridges and roads leave no trace. As expected, plundering is still a faster way to increase strength. After staring at his data panel for a while, Shuxi finally focused his attention on the ash platform. As is customary, Shaksha initiated a trade with the wood elf Laina, and they began to talk. Elf, it's time to make a trade. Without any hesitation, the wood elf Laina traded all the pet pills and intermediate-level magic potions she had recently accumulated, as if afraid that Shuxi would run away. Only after the transaction was completed did the wood elf Laina begin to reply to Shaksha. Luo Shanhai, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? I thought you were dead. Working bricks, of course. If you don't work bricks, where will you get so many magic cores to buy your pet pills? Luo Shanhai, could you please trade earlier next time? If you die, all those pet pills I made for you will bankrupt me. Cut. Shuxi ignored the unreasonable demands of the wood elf Laina and instead focused his attention on his other information. Nature's forest, fairy treehouse. The lowly wood elf, Laina, hummed a light, unfamiliar tune, her mood joyful and carefree. Luo Shanhai, that guy, traded so many magic cores this time. He must have become a bandit. Otherwise, he couldn't have hunted so many magic cores on his own. After the transaction was completed, the wood elf Laina, who had gained a considerable amount of wealth, was very happy. Because she can splurge again and buy more items to enhance her strength. Before Shuxi came online and traded with the wood elf Laina, Laina was really living hand to mouth. Wood elves dislike killing, so it's really troublesome for Laina to refine pet beast pills. Miscellaneous potions are fine. There are plenty in the forest of nature, but the blood of magical beasts there requires Laina to spend real money to buy and collect on the Ash platform. When she saw Shuxi come online and initiate a trade with her, the wood elf Laina almost burst into tears. You damned Luo Shanhai, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you so long, I've almost withered. Chapter 172 What Price? Unknown Realm. After thinking for a long time, Shuxi edited a message and sent it to the Wandering Soul Dod. Dod, my old friend, what price must I pay to obtain the Lord's heart? Shuxi was very direct. He didn't ask if the Wandering Soul Dod had the Lord's heart, but instead asked what price he would have to pay. Luo Shanhai, my friend, what do you have now? This was a message from the Wandering Soul Dod, which instantly silenced Shaxuan. Yes, what do I have now? You could say he had nothing. The things that Shuxi treasured would certainly not be of interest to the Wandering Spirit Dod. Even if magic cores and ores were used as substitutes, the amount would still be enormous, and Shuxi might not be able to handle it. Shuxi sighed, ending his conversation with the Wandering Spirit Dod. In the Netherworld, upon the Throne of Bones. When the Wandering Soul Dod didn't receive a reply from Shuxi for a long time, he guessed what was going on. What a proud and self-respecting guy. However, on the other hand, who among those who can awaken and be reborn doesn't have a bit of ambition? Hee, Luo Shanhai, I'm looking forward to seeing what bargaining chips you'll have when you contact me again. Or, what conditions would you grant me? Ha! As he pondered this, the Wandering Spirit Dod, who had been talking to himself, suddenly burst into laughter. Many years ago, he really did want to gain more benefits through the Ash platform, just like Luo Shanhai, but he also had some wariness and worries about the Ash platform. The Wandering Spirit Dod could tell that Luo Shanhai was the kind of person who would only come to the Ash's platform to find a solution when he encountered a problem he couldn't solve. As for Lord's heart, the Wandering Soul Dod believed that Luo Shanhai would never have a way to deal with it. Ever since Dodril the Wanderer ascended the Bone Throne, his mind has been wandering on the Ash platform as long as there is no war. Because the Wandering Soul Dod wouldn't tell Luo Shanhai that there are many old monsters like himself on the Ash platform. The newcomers on the platform, who are not good at counting, have most of their good items instantly snapped up by these seasoned veterans. This is one of the reasons why Ash seeds like the Shuxi cannot find resources of the boss level or above. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Having been dealt a blow by the Wandering Soul Dod, Shaksha turned his attention to a transaction. That was a special transaction. It was a delayed transaction. The guy who initiated the trade was actually the Scarecrow who had been ignoring Shuxi all along, and the delayed trade he initiated was for 100 tons of grain. Without hesitation, Shakes traded away 100 tons of grain for 500 level 3 magic cores. Well, the price isn't cheap, but it's not expensive either. It's within Shakespeare's acceptable range. Moreover, 100 tons of grain is really not much. For Black Wasteland City with a population of over 100,000, it's only enough for 2 days. Data enthusiasts, please don't argue. In reality, 100 tons of grain would probably only be enough to feed 250,000 people for 1 day. Keep buying grain, the more the better. This time, Shuxi sent another message to the Scarecrow. However, just as Shuxi was about to regain his composure, the Scarecrow responded to him. The more the better, you're not kidding? When Shake saw the message, he was immediately delighted. It seems that the saying, money can make the devil turn the millstone, is absolutely true. Even the aloof Scarecrow has become enthusiastic. Did you think I was joking with you before? Shakus made a sarcastic remark, subtly conveying the Scarecrow's indifference towards him. You've misunderstood. I wasn't on the Ash platform from spring until winter. Of course, I don't know if it's the same season where you are, or if it's the same as mine, but it's already winter here. Upon seeing these two messages, Shakes narrowed his eyes instantly. Winter has arrived where the Scarecrow is, indicating that the Scarecrow is not on the same map as the Scythe. To be precise, it's not near the area where Shakshi is located, because it's currently autumn in the Black Wasteland Forest where Shakshi is located. Is there any food left? Shakes did not investigate the location of the scarecrow, but could only silently deduce it little by little from the information about the scarecrow. Respecting others is the first step in getting along with each other, and Shakes knows this very well. Yes, but I'm worried you won't be able to eat it. Upon seeing this message, Shakes didn't reply. Instead, he directly initiated a trade with the scarecrow, offering up his tens of thousands of level 3 magic cores. Damn, buddy, did you rob some big tribe? The aloof scarecrow is no longer aloof. Shakes smiled. Let's make a deal. Next, Shuxi and Scarecrow initiated one deal after another. In this round of transactions, Shakes directly purchased 100,000 tons of grain, enough to feed the Black Wasteland City, which has a population of over 100,000, for 5 years. Friend, if you need food next time, just leave a message and I'll postpone the transaction for you. Remember, I'll only be online during the winter. With 100,000 tons of grain in hand, Shakes' air became much calmer. Even if the scarecrow stops selling him grain in the future, Shuxi will have enough time to find new grain purchasing channels. Moreover, this is a good sign. Through this transaction, Scarecrow and Shax have established a relationship. Whether the two are friends or not is another matter. At least, Sakisi can be considered a major customer of Scarecrow. Having purchased enough food, Shuxi had one less worry on his mind. He relaxed a lot and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. In an unknown realm, amidst a world of ice and snow, inside a messy thatched hut, a human-shaped scarecrow lay. At this moment, Evanta was very relaxed. The level 3 magic cores that Shuxi had traded for were like apples to Evanta, which he was chewing on one by one. Evanta, a seed of ash, felt somewhat tragic, having awakened within the scarecrow race. This race is quite peculiar. They live in a strange realm filled with scarecrows. Scarecrows can survive without food or water, but to level up a scarecrow, they must consume items containing strange energy, such as magic cores, crystals, or energy gems. What's even more bizarre is that there's a rule in this realm. Every spring, every scarecrow must enter its own farm and plant all sorts of grains. Moreover, once they start planting, they can't stop. They have to keep busy until the autumn harvest before they can finally be free. Evanta was almost driven crazy by the first planting process. Or rather, Evanta has gone mad. However, through years of growing crops, he gradually returned from a state of madness to a normal state. This is an incredible process. In this process, Evanta gradually got used to the scarecrow's body and characteristics, and also realized the fun of being a scarecrow. Finding joy in hardship is a kind of taste, isn't it? Wow, this Luo Shanghai guy is really something. He has a lot of magic cores. He needs so much grain, he must have some powerful backing. Or perhaps his faction is at war? Regarding grain, should I raise the price in future transactions, brother? Sigh? I guess I'll just forget about it. Maybe we can even become friends in the future, and I can chat with him whenever I have free time to relieve my boredom. Few people know that Evanta, the famous and seemingly aloof grain tycoon on the Ashes platform, is actually a chatterbox. Chapter 173 Speculation on the Beast Tide, Council Elders. As life gradually settled into a routine, Shuxi wandered around the area near the underground fissures every day, watching the city walls being built bit by bit, feeling extremely satisfied. However, just as Shaksha and the Prophet Gato were about to go and check out the secret passage, a succubus warrior walked towards them. Chief, Prophet, Her Majesty the Queen says she has urgent news to report, saying there is news from the south. Shakes was stunned for a moment. He already guessed what it was about. Go and inform the 8 council elders that the council will meet in half an hour. With changes in the south, Shikisi no longer had the intention of staying at the construction site. So Shaksha and the Prophet Gata, along with 4 guardian trolls, hurried toward the chieftain's tent. Half an hour later, in the clan chief's tent, in addition to the 4 chief elders, there were also 8 council elders. The 8 council elders are Neo Handi, Jiayin, Yujia, Haizai, Tikal, Luosha, Ander, and Gangdun. Neo Handi is a water buffalo man and one of the 2 strongest among them. Gain and Yuga are from the succubus race. They are both intelligent beings and were chosen because of their exceptional wisdom. Black Jade Boy is a member of the Obsidian Stone clan. Among the 8 council elders, he is a being of similar strength to Bull Earthshaker, or even stronger. Tekal is a kobold, and as the vice commander of the cannon fodder regiment, his position is too special. He should have a place among the council elders. After all, he would need to participate in many battles in the future. Lhasa, Andre, and Steel Shield all come from the troll race, with Lhasa and Andre being considered veteran elders. Steel Shield is the only newcomer. He is the eldest son of the Great Elder and is already quite strong. He is very prestigious among the trolls. Of course, Shuxi knew very well that these 8 council elders were actually chosen from among the short ones. Many members of the Elders' Council were chosen for their military achievements, not their abilities. Shuxi doesn't have any good solutions right now. Improving the quality of the elders is a slow process. Moreover, the Council of Elders has already begun reforms. Things will get better eventually. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Shuxi greeted the 8 council elders, and after they were all seated, he gestured to the deacon elder, Yelena, that she could continue. Yelena glanced at everyone, especially the 8 council elders. There are many things that the 8 council elders didn't know before, and now that we're going to talk about them, we have to start from the beginning. So, Yelena organized her thoughts before gently opening her lips. At the chief's request, and in accordance with our tribe's need for intelligence in the south, we left some kobold spies in the Thunder Forest on our way back north. The Thunder Forest has been quite turbulent lately, with frequent appearances of leader-level harpies. Judging by the time, it should be time for the Beast Tide to head north. In other words, the Beast Tide from the Thunder Domain Forest is about to begin. Elder Genkai, Prophet Geta, and Dels had known about this matter for a long time. After all, they were the elders in charge. According to intelligence personnel, there's an 80% chance that there's a Beast Tide. How should we deal with this year's Beast Tide? Yelena said this to the 8 council elders. Shakes and the other 3 elders beside him did not say a word. Clearly, this meeting was not only about discussing the Beast Tide, but also about testing the elders of the 8 councils. The chief examiners were the Shakes and the 4 chief elders. After Yelena finished speaking, the chieftain's tent fell silent. The 8 council elders had different expressions. Some were deep in thought, some were frowning, and some were puzzled. In short, the 8 elders had different expressions, and none of them spoke. Each of these people has a special identity, especially the Obsidian Man, Heiyuzi. Black Jade is the patriarch of the Obsidian Stone clan and the most powerful figure in the Black Wasteland Forest before the rise of Shakes. After the Prophet Gatai was promoted to chieftain, he also wanted to break free from the Black Waste tribe and the Shakshi. However, after participating in this invasion of all races in the south, Heiyuzi deeply realized how ridiculous his previous ideas were. Even if the Prophet Gata followed him away from the Black Wasteland tribe, the Obsidian might be wiped out one day. Beast tides, dark tides, invasions by all races. None of these can be resisted by the Obsidian Golem alone. Furthermore, the surrounding area was entirely occupied by various lords, leaving the Obsidian Golems with nowhere to live. Unless, of course, you become a slave or servant to a lord. But doing so would be no different from integrating into the Black Wasteland tribe. Before returning to Alligator Turtle Valley, the Prophet Gata spoke with Black Jade. Even now, Black Jade still remembers the heartfelt words the Prophet Gatai spoke to him. Black Jade boy, have you changed your mind? Don't rush to tell me. Save the answer for yourself. How many bloodline warriors did our tribe take out during this invasion of all races? And how many have we brought back now? If this is the case this year, what about the future? The tribe is getting stronger year by year. You have seen the chief's abilities with your own eyes. I don't want to say any more to you. You are the patriarch of our Obsidian Golem clan. You must have your own ideas. If your mind hasn't changed, you can leave now with the people who are willing to follow you, and I will personally go to apologize to the chieftain. There's another point. Only the tribal elders are qualified for chief-level resources. You have achieved remarkable feats in this battle, and your strength and status are also among the top. If you continue to wait, you will soon be able to enter the queue for exchanging leader-level resources. If you leave, you may never advance to the boss level in your entire life. After Elder Genkai, I obtained leader-level resources, and now Elder Deacon Yelena has also obtained them and successfully advanced to leader level. Black Jade, have you thought about who will be the next to obtain leader-level resources? These words were spoken by the Prophet Gata to Black Jade on the night that the Succubus Queen Yelena successfully advanced to the next level. This is the Prophet Gethsemane's admonition and reminder to a younger generation. If Heiyuzi's ideas remain unchanged, he will truly miss an opportunity to soar. The image of the Prophet Gata speaking to himself with his back turned that night is still vivid in my mind. Heiyuzi suddenly felt very lucky. He had a wise and insightful elder who was giving him guidance. Heiyuzi glanced at the other council elders, thought for a moment, and then stared at Shakes. Chief, Black Jade is willing to follow orders and fight on the front lines for the tribe to resist this beast tide. To be honest, Black Jade hadn't come up with a way to deal with the beast tide, but that didn't mean he couldn't express his own wishes. To be precise, it's a declaration of loyalty. From the main seat, Shakes looked at Hei Yuzai and felt that this obsidian stone man had finally come to his senses. As the patriarch of the Obsidian clan, Hei Yuzai should, in principle, have entered the Shuxi's sphere of influence along with the Prophet Geta. However, for a long time, Hei Yuzai was practically invisible to Shakes. This time, Hei Yuzai was selected as one of the 8 council elders, which seems to indicate that things have changed. Chapter 174 Beast Tide Food, Hierarchical Relationship. Yelena glanced at the Prophet Geta with a slight smile on her face. She knew very well that Black Jade's growth was inseparable from the guidance of the Prophet Gatai. Shakes and Black Jade exchanged a glance and smiled, gesturing for the latter to sit down and listen to the opinions of others. Seeing that no one spoke, the Succubus elder, Gain, stood up, bowed slightly, and slowly spoke. May I ask the clan leader, is it possible that a leader-level powerhouse will emerge in this beast tide? Or is the probability of it occurring high? The elders of the Succubus clan are quick-witted. It seems they already have a plan. Shuxi thought for a moment and said calmly, the only ones that can drive away the beast tide are flying magical beasts or harpies. The appearance of the beast tide means that there will definitely be leader-level powerhouses, but whether they will fly low and encounter us is uncertain. Elder Gain, the Succubus, nodded slowly again, then looked at Shuxi and the 4 chief elders and spoke. In that case, Chieftain, the 4 elders, Gain believes that the beast tide is not a bad thing for our Black Wasteland tribe. On the contrary, it is a good opportunity to start hunting activities and store food for the tribe. Shuxi nodded, a smile appearing on his face, signaling the Succubus elder Gain to continue. Our tribe has now gained tens of thousands of new bloodline warriors, and our daily food consumption is an alarming amount. Moreover, winter is approaching, and we will be unable to plunder outsiders. For the survival of the tribe, no matter how large this beast tide is, we should not let it go. For our tribe, the beast tide is food. We cannot afford to miss it. Elder Gain's words not only won the approval of the 4 chief officials, but also greatly impressed the other 8 council elders. Since the Succubus Gain had hit the nail on the head, Shaksha didn't hold back anymore. The result of my previous discussions with the 4 chief elders was to launch a large-scale hunting event to hunt the beast tide. I am very pleased that some of the council elders have stepped forward to take on this important responsibility. As he said this, Shakes glanced at Hei Yuzai. Gain is very good. He can think about and analyze the beast tide from the perspective of the tribe's interests. This is a major issue concerning whether our tribe's granaries are full. At this point, Shuxi looked at the 8 council elders and said confidently, you don't need to pay attention to the leader-level powerhouses that appear in the beast tide. The elder in charge, and I will drive them away for you. In other words, I will entrust this beast tide to you 8 council elders to handle. This is a test, but also an opportunity to solidify your position. I hope all elders will cherish this opportunity. Upon hearing Shake's words, the expressions of the 8 elders, Neo Handi, Jiayin, Yujia, Haizai, Tikir, Luosha, Ander, and Gangdun, immediately turned serious. Ignoring the expressions of the council elders, Shuxi instead warned them in a stern tone. I will definitely leave the high positions of the tribe to capable members of the tribe. Those who lack ability will be removed. I hope everyone can progress together with the tribe. The Council of Elders has been in session for a long time, mainly focusing on the division of labor and cooperation among the 8 council elders, which needs to be clarified. However, the 4 leader-level powerhouses, Shuxi, Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Yelena, did not join their discussion at all. The meeting was chaired by Combat Elder Dels, as the upcoming operational plans were closely related to his duties. After the meeting ended and the 8 council elders emerged from the clan chief's tent, Shuxi began his discussion with the 4 chief elders. What do you think? Shuxi asked directly, wanting to know the opinions of the 4 chief elders regarding these council elders. Chieftain, I suggest that next time the Myriad races invade, we take Nyohan with us. He is very intelligent, and the water buffalo people also need a strong member of their own tribe to keep them in check. The Prophet Geta felt that the bull shaking the earth was being overlooked. His status and wisdom had not been developed. Shakes nodded. He knew this better than anyone. To be honest, the reason I left Dels and Nyo Handi in Crocodile Turtle Valley was because I valued their steadiness, and also so that my demon wife, Yiyina, would have a tribesman who could help her in crucial moments. Judging from this underground fisher crisis, the outcome was not bad, was it? Shuxi did not avoid the battle Elder Dels, and spoke out his previous thoughts. This made Dels feel incredibly proud and honored. He realized that he held such a high position in the eyes of the clan chief, Shuxi. Dels felt a sense of happiness from being favored, and he became even more fanatical about Shuxi. Buzz. Just then, from the depths of Crocodile Turtle Valley, an unfamiliar, leader-level aura swept out, unrestrained and ruthless. The leader's overwhelming aura, which he displayed without restraint, forced many ordinary tribesmen to their knees, shocking the entire Black Wasteland city. Shuxi, Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Dels all stood up from their seats, walked out of their tents, and looked into the depths of Alligator Turtle Valley. It's my sister. Before even stepping out of the tent, the succubus queen Yelena sensed Yena's presence. Shuxi nodded without speaking, but he glanced at Yelena, indicating that he had already sensed it. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shakes saw Yelena, her aura completely undiminished, walking step by step towards the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley, greeting the surprise and excitement of all the tribesmen. It wasn't until she arrived at the chieftain's tent that Yelena completely concealed her aura. Shakes laughed, stepped forward, reached out, and put his arm around Yelena's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. At the same time, Shuxi's voice rang out loudly. Teminur, pass down the order. The demon wife Yuna has been promoted to chieftain level and appointed as the tribal garrison commander. The tribal celebration will last for 3 days and 3 nights, with bonfires burning continuously and food and wine served without ceasing. Longmu, pass down the order. Demon wife Yena is promoted to tribal garrison commander, and the cannon fodder regiment shall have an extra meat meal every day. After issuing the order, Shuxi took Yena's arm and walked into the chieftain's tent. This was an expected piece of good news. With a pure, leader-level dark source crystal and a golden blood mushroom that condenses elemental tides, Yena's chances of successfully advancing this time were much higher than those of her sister, the succubus Queen Yelena. Yena, you've come at the right time. You should also hear what everyone thinks about the 8 council elders. Yena nodded, and instead of sitting next to Shikisi or behind the 4 chief elders, she chose to stand behind Shikisi like a maid. The succubus queen, Yelena, glanced at her sister, a bright light flashing in her eyes. Yelena thought her sister had made a very wise choice. Under normal circumstances, Yelena could sit in the seat behind the 4 elders. However, Yelena did not, but instead stood behind Shuxi. Although the gesture was small, it was a subtle way of implying to everyone that she and Shuxi were one, and that she didn't need to share power or compete for it with the elders. To put it simply, Yona is telling the prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Dels that they are not competitors for each other's interests, but rather have an indirect superior-subordinate relationship. Chapter 175 The Succubus's Pattern, Igor's Restraint. It must be said that Yena is a smart and strategic succubus. The succubus clan already has a succubus queen, Yelena, who holds an important position as a deacon elder. If Yena were to step forward to vie for power, it would certainly attract gossip and rumors. Just because it's not there now doesn't mean it won't be there in the future. Therefore, Yena's wisdom lies in recognizing her own position from the very beginning. Yena's positioning also won the favor and respect of the 4 elders in charge. Apart from the succubus queen Yelena, all the other elders nodded slightly to Yena in greeting. After Yena returned the greeting with a smile, the meeting returned to its main topic. This time, our clan's elders, Jiain and Yujia, did not participate in the war of invasion by all races. Although they are quick-witted, their knowledge is too shallow. They can get things done smoothly right under our noses because we're there to back them up. But we must be clear that they are not yet ready to take on important responsibilities and still need to be tested and trained. Look, this is the succubus queen Yelena. Not only is she powerful and far-sighted, but she also knows when to advance and when to retreat. With her younger sister, Yuina, becoming a leader-level powerhouse, the succubus race's status is almost on par with that of the troll race. As Yona soared into the sky, the succubus queen Yelena spoke, suppressing the succubus elder who had just performed exceptionally well. The succubus queen, Yelena, was very shrewd. She understood that the tribe needed both balance and development. All of these things she did were to reduce the trouble for Shakespeare and the other 3 elders. Therefore, Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Dels all smiled and nodded, tacitly agreeing with Yelena's opinion. Moreover, Yelena was not wrong. Our clan's 3 elders, Luo Sha, Andy, and Steel Shield, are not stupid, but they are not particularly clever either. They have achieved their current status through their military achievements and previous positions. However, I agree with the Elder Deacon's opinion. We should give them a chance to see if they can transform into the true pillars of the tribe. Elder Genkai was very straightforward. His entire life, everything he was integrated into the tribe. Therefore, the Grand Elder would never conceal or euphemistically express the strengths and weaknesses of the tribe and its people. Shuxi nodded, agreeing with Elder Genkai's point of view. The 8 elders, next time we go south to be invaded by all the races, take them all out for training. Whether it's a dragon or a gopher, we'll find out once we take it out for a walk. Shuxi expressed his opinion, gave the 8 elders a chance, and decided their fate. As for Black Jade and Tekel, there's no need for further explanation. Both of them survived the last great war of invasion by all races, and not only were they quite powerful, but they also had special status and identities. The 4 chief elders had no objections to the 2 of them. As long as they grew up well, they would surely become the pillars of the tribe in the future. Just as Shuxi and the 4 elders were having a meeting, a person was desperately fleeing in the dense forest of the southern Thunder Domain Forest. Khufu is the young patriarch of the Igor clan. He and his father, Nadal, have both made contracts with flying magical beasts. Although they are all only hero level, they are still extremely special in the Thunder Forest. Of course, the Harpies are an exception. With the help of Lord Layla, this race has completed its transformation, and every Harpy can now fly freely in the sky. During the last invasion by the Myriad races, Jufu obeyed his father Nadal's orders and sent Utify, the sister of the Thunder Eagle Knight Utizi and a member of the Nachi race, to the Fire Raven race. Ever since the Fire Raven clan heard that Thunder Eagle City had been breached, Jufu had been in a state of torment for a long time. On his left hand is his beloved lover, Yudif. On his right hand is his respected father, Nadal. Caught in this dilemma, unable to make a decision, Jufu was almost going crazy. Ultimately, Jufu made his choice. You can only have one father, but if you lose your lover, you can always find another. This is the choice of those who are bound by superficiality. Yudif, that arrogant and pitiful woman of the Nachi clan with a princess-like air, was knocked unconscious by Jufu and offered to Evans, the young patriarch of the Fire Raven clan. In exchange, Jufu was released from his semi-house arrest and gained the freedom to enter and leave the territory of the Fire Raven clan. At the same time, it was this choice that led Jufu to begin his desperate journey north. Because after Lord Layla sent his people to occupy various areas of the Thunder Forest, he discovered that the Igor clan had rebelled, which led Lord Layla to issue a kill order against the Igor clan. And Fu is one of them. If it weren't for some clansmen secretly getting wind of it beforehand and letting Jufu escape in advance, Jufu would probably be dead by now. Of course, it could also mean being enslaved. In any case, the outcome of being confined would certainly not be good. Compared to the desperate escape of the refugees, Utizi's sister, Yudif, was in a truly desperate situation, with no one to turn to for help. In the wooden house where Yudif was, a man from the Fire Raven clan walked out humming a song. He was the 21st man to sleep with Yudif. "Brother, where are you? Jufu, where are you again?" I hate all of you. If Shakes were here, he would surely find that Yudif has gone mad, or rather, completely lost his mind. Utify lay sprawled on her delicate body, emitting a hoarse, almost inaudible laugh, as the men of the Fire Raven clan ravaged her. What happens when a woman abandons propriety, morality, and the things she is most attached to? Shakes didn't know, and neither did Jufu. In fact, the current state of stagnation is not much better than that of Urea, because 2 hero-level harpies are chasing him. Jufu was clever. He made his contracted beast fly in the opposite direction to attract the attention of his pursuers. Meanwhile, Jufu himself ventured into the dense forest and continued northward, following the coded message left by his father, Nadal, all the way north. The fact that the leader-level harpies drove away the beast tide was also observed by Jufu, who was secretly heading north. Furthermore, Jufu recognized the harpy leader who drove away the magical beasts. He had seen him from afar in Thunderhawk City. The leader-level harpy was a member of Lord Layla's clan, named Gleason. Being trapped in a rut is lucky. When the harpy who killed him approached the Wind Eagle, he did not find Jufu's figure and knew that he had fallen into a trap. The harpy did not choose to kill the Wind Eagle, but let it go and secretly followed the Wind Eagle as it turned to fly, heading north. Therefore, being constrained and adrift is also unfortunate. The 2 harpies chasing him were not fools. The escaped Wind Eagle became bait for the harpies. 2 harpies followed, waiting for Jufu to summon the Wind Eagle, waiting for the fish to take the bait. And so, Jufu, Feng Diao, the 2 harpies, the beast tide, and the leader-level Harpy Gleason, as if they had already lined up in their positions, all headed north. Chapter 176 Special Area, Situation Simulation. Alligator Turtle Valley, the Western Mountain Range. Both the yin and yang sides of the mountain range were designated by the Shuxi, becoming special areas for the tribe. The area at the top of the mountain became Nadal's territory, the place where the Igor clan tamed flying magical beasts. Of course, it is also a habitat for the Thunderhawk Evans. The Igor clan followed Shuxi to the Black Wasteland Forest, accompanied by 2 hero-level flying magical beasts. To tame flying magical beasts, you naturally need to cultivate various magical potions that these beasts love to eat. On both sides of the mountain ridge, right next to each other, was the place where the Flower Garland clan prepared to cultivate magic potions. Shuxi believed that with the cooperation of the Igor and Flower Garland clans, Black Wasteland City would definitely have its own potion garden. However, the Reef family only has 3 members, which is a bit meager. Besides Ralph, the Flower Garland clan also has a still charming Lady Flower Bud, who is the guardian elder of Saint Ralph. The remaining one is named Hua Chai, a handmaid of Saintess Luo Fu, who is naive and loyal. As for the one who died, let's not mention him. Lady Flower Bud and Flower Hairpin, although both were enslaved by the succubus Queen Yelena, were eventually sent to Loft's side to assist her in cultivating potions and completing enchanting tasks. Speaking of enchanting, a few days ago, Shuxi gave Luo Fu a task to lead Lady Hua Rui and Hua Chai to enchant the walls of Black Wasteland City. This is a massive project, as the walls of Black Wasteland City are both high and long, and new walls are constantly being built. Holy Maiden, is that troll leader good to you? At one corner of the city wall, Lady Flower Bud, who had just successfully enchanted a section of the wall, came to Saintess Rove's side and expressed her concern. Wearing a veil, Luo Fu looked up at the Black Wasteland City walls, which had been raised another 5 meters, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Elder, this will be our home from now on. For some reason, when Luo Fu said those words, she thought of the incredibly brave Shuxi in the tent. However, the thought of Shuxi confronting a powerful being like Lord Layla in the future still filled her with some apprehension. Holy Maiden, have you fallen in love with that troll chieftain? Lady Horui's words also caught the attention of her maid, Hua Chai. Luo Fu gazed at the city wall, blackened by the medicinal oil and stained with blood, and did not immediately answer Lady Hua Rui's question. After a long while, once the runes were successfully inscribed on the city wall, Saintess Loft sighed and said calmly, I've already become the woman in his tent. Is there any difference between hating him and loving him? If that's the case, and loving him can make our lives better, freer, and happier, why not love him? Lady Huarui and Hua Chai stared at Luo Fu, their eyes filled with disbelief. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have found it hard to believe that these words came from the mouth of the woman who emerged from the blooming flowers. Holy Maiden, is this really how we're going to go? The word submission was never uttered by Lady Huarui. Lady Huarui felt that the word submission could not be associated with a saint. Elder, our Flower Garland clan is a peaceful race, and our existence is of great value to every tribe. Where flowers bloom, killing and bloodshed will surely decrease. When Rosie uttered those last words, her expression was one of utmost reverence. This is the faith of the Flower Garland clan. Lady Flower Bud and Flower Hairpin bowed their heads to Luo Fu with equal devotion. Every move of the 3 members of the Flower Garland clan was observed by the demon wife, Yeyena, on the distant city wall. Yeyona believed that her husband, Shuxi, was a clever and cunning troll. Every woman that Shakespeare put into the tent had something special about her. For example, Aya not only possesses a guardian beast, but also has petrification magic, and is also very skilled in close combat. Even after Aya transformed into a Gorgon, Yeyena felt she could no longer see through that little girl. The Holy Maiden of the Flower Garland clan before them not only possessed a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but also had the rare ability to be enchanted. Most importantly, Rove also shoulders the important task of cultivating the golden blood mushroom. Even without Shikessa's reminder, Yuna knew that the golden blood mushroom was extremely important to the Black Wasteland tribe. This is also why Yeyena personally stepped out of the tent to secretly protect Luo Fu. Of course, it's nominally for protection, but it's actually also for surveillance. After all, Rove didn't run into the Shuxi's tent voluntarily. She was abducted by the Shuxi. Speaking of Shuxi, he is also very busy right now. Thanks to the efforts of many tribesmen, the tunnel between Crocodile Turtle Valley and the underground fissure has finally been completely opened up. While they were at it, Shuxi also took the opportunity to send some of the monster corpses stored in Crocodile Turtle Valley to the underground fissure, providing a large amount of meat for the crypt spider queen, Crimson. Accompanied by Scarlet, Shikuji explored the bottomless abyss but found nothing. Afterwards, Shakestra used a secret passage to reach the construction site outside the underground fissure. Chieftain, the construction of the city wall is progressing faster than we expected. Large numbers of kobolds and lizard men were brought in as laborers, greatly shortening the construction period, which made the prophet Geta, who was in charge of building the city wall, extremely happy. Prophet, I have a feeling something's off about the atmosphere this year. Shakes stood on a section of the repaired city wall, gazing at the distant horizon, looking preoccupied. A few days ago, the kobold scouts brought news of the beast tide, which Shaksha hadn't paid attention to at the time. Now, reflecting on it, he realized there was something fishy about it. Chieftain, there was a beast tide last year too. Isn't that normal? It seems normal on the surface, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and this year's beast tide came a bit earlier. Shuxi's gaze was somewhat distant. He only realized this belatedly at this moment. Back then, the information that Hoffner received from the messenger Palari was that the four-domain Lord Axe had fought a great battle with the Lord Ryra and was defeated and retreated. Hoffnal had speculated that the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, might have been injured. If that's true, then Lord Layla must also be injured. Shuxi recounted his conversation with Hoffnal, leaving the prophet Geta stunned. But that wasn't all. What Shaksha said next completely overturned the prophet Geta's understanding of the situation. Moreover, Lord Layla suffered a great loss and his power was greatly reduced during our invasion southward this time. Logically speaking, Lord Layla should be recuperating. So why did he incite a beast tide and provoke Lord Axe of the Four Domains? Or rather, it's not about provoking them, but rather about continuing to weaken the power of the Four Domains Lord Axe. What is Lord Layla's reason for doing this? Sometimes, it really is about fulfilling one's responsibilities in one's position. Sitting in the position of clan leader, Shuxi would involuntarily speculate and deduce anything that came to him. After his thinking diverged, Shakespeare gained a lot. Chapter 177 Escape the Pursuit, Get Ready. The southernmost part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Ju Fu rode atop the Wind Eagle, flying continuously northward. The Wind Eagle has flown away from the Thunder Forest and entered the Black Wasteland Forest. However, Ju Fu was still terrified, because two harpies were following closely behind him. We've already left the Thunder Forest. Should we continue the pursuit? One of the two harpies chasing Ju Fu hesitated. After all, this was no longer their own territory. The chieftain's order is to hunt down the traitor of the Igor clan. He's right in front of us. Why don't we pursue him? But there are no buts. Among the forces of Lord Axe of the Four Domains, there is only one leader-level Storm Vulture. As long as we don't venture too far north, we'll be fine. All right. The two harpies reached an agreement and chose to continue north to pursue Ju Fu. However, 2 hours later, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out from the higher sky. It's the sound of a thunderhawk. Why is there a leader-level thunderhawk here? Could it be Thunderhawk Knight Utes? Isn't he already dead? Run! Thunder Eagle is coming for us. Oh. Two hero-level harpies tried to turn and flee. However, the next moment, the overwhelming pressure from the leader caused them to lose their balance and begin to fall to the ground. Cull! A dark shadow swept down from the sky and tore the two harpies to shreds. After killing the enemy, Thunderhawk Evans let out another high-pitched eagle cry, extremely excited. Thunderhawk Evans was pleased to have killed two intruders who had trespassed into his territory. Shuxi had told it that the sky above the Black Wasteland Forest was its territory, and Thunder Eagle Evans would never allow its dignity to be violated. Of course, this excludes the trembling, unsteady Wind Eagle in midair. Thunderhawk Evans remembered the Wind Eagle, and also remembered the bond he had formed with it. Ju Fu is Nadal's son, and he once tried to sign Thunderhawk Evans, but Thunderhawk Evans ignored him. Thunder Eagle Evans let out a cry, ignoring the Wind Eagle and the floating beast, increased its flight altitude, and disappeared into the clouds. Ju Fu was very happy because he saw Laying. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle indicates that his father, Nadal, must be in this area. Ju Fu never expected that Laying would help him escape the harpy's pursuit in the end. Father, where are you? I'm back. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's tent. Shakes sat in the main seat, with the 4 chief elders beside him. The reason for such a large-scale operation is that Ju Fu, the young chieftain of the Igor clan, has actually escaped from the Fire Raven clan. Actually, this isn't a big deal. The important thing is that Nadal said his son, Kluga, has provided important intelligence. Moments later, Nadal and Jufu were led into the chieftain's tent by the guardian troll Termin. Nadal greets the clan chief. Jufu greets the clan chief. Shakes didn't speak, but instead looked at Jufu. Like Nadal, Juve is blonde and blue-eyed, and in the eyes of humans, he is a handsome man. To be precise, all members of the Igor clan are extremely handsome. Nadal, is he the son you've always longed for? Yes, chieftain. For Nadal, the fact that he was able to escape from the Thunder Forest is absolutely a great joy. So, what kind of intelligence are you referring to? Seeing that Kashmir was getting straight to the point, Nadal immediately gave Kashmir a look, signaling him to tell him everything he knew. Since being brought in and seeing the faces of sheikhs and the 4 chief elders, Jufu has not dared to raise his head. The 4 leader-level powerhouses sat there, exuding an imposing aura that made it difficult for Jufu to even open his mouth and speak. Relax. Since your father has submitted to our Black Wilderness tribe, we are one of our own. Since you have chosen to come and find your father, I suppose you have made your choice. Jufu, we welcome you to join us. Shuxi's voice was cheerful and calm, unhurried and approachable, unlike his wartime demeanor which was more reserved. Jufu raised his head, glanced at Shakes secretly, and forced a trembling voice. Your respected clan leader, I only managed to escape after offering up Yuduf, the sister of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, to Evans of the Fire Raven clan. Utfi is already Evans's woman, the young patriarch of the Fire Raven clan. If she doesn't give birth to Evans's offspring, she will not be able to gain her freedom or escape. Before entering the tent, Nadal's father, gave specific instructions regarding Yuduf. With a trembling voice, Jufu recounted how he had knocked out Yuduf and personally offered her to Evans. Inside the tent, all was silent. Everyone was listening intently. Perhaps because he had been talking a lot, his stammering voice gradually returned to normal. Respected clan chief, I can assure you that Yuduf will remain trapped in the Fire Raven clan until our next invasion. At that time, Jufu is willing to personally kill Yuduf. Shakes didn't speak. He stared at Jufu, who had his head down, and thought that this man was somewhat ruthless. Not only did he personally offer up Yuduf before, but he has now also promised to kill her in the future. Before he formed a contract with Thunder Eagle, Shikessa cared about Yuduf. Shuxi feared that Yuduf had also contracted with a leader-level Thunderhawk, and then hid away to stealthily hunt down the leader-level clansmen that Shuxi had sent out to do things. However, judging from Jufu's description of Wu Tefei's situation, this poor woman who lost her brother is unlikely to cause any major trouble. As for Jufu, he seems to have the air of a traitor. However, Shuxi wanted to see if he could handle such a talent. Very good, Jufu. Then I'll entrust the task of killing Yuduf to you. Besides the matter of Yuduf, do you have any other information? Seeing that Khufu saw that Shakes didn't dwell on Yudify any longer, he immediately understood that the matter was over. Jufu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued speaking. Your esteemed chieftain, Lord Layla of the Thunder Forest, has dispatched his people to reunify the areas you have invaded. A leader-level harpy named Gleason is driving away magical beasts in the Thunder Forest. Chief, the beast tide from the Thunder Domain Forest will arrive at the Black Wasteland Forest in less than 7 days. Please make preparations as soon as possible, Chief. This news caught the attention of Shuxi and the 4 chief elders, as it confirmed the speculations of the Kobold spies and Succubus intelligence agents. Do you know anything about that leader-level harpy, Gleason? Jufu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, which made Shakes somewhat disappointed. Next, Shuxi asked about some details of Jufu's escape to the north, and the latter answered in a very organized manner without any hesitation. Chapter 178 The Beast Tide is imminent. Fly east. Once Jufu and his son stepped out of the chieftain's tent, Shakes' eyes sharpened a little, becoming as piercing as an eagle's. Previously in Thunderstorm City, Shuxi and his group encountered a leader-level harpy named Regil. That's a flying, leader-level powerhouse. They're incredibly difficult to deal with. What about now? Another leader-level harpy, Gleason, has emerged. It must be said that Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, has a much richer foundation than Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains. Grizzon's appearance means that there must be something we don't know about between the 4 Domain Lords, Axe and Ryra. With the beast tide imminent, in that case. Shakes paused for a moment, thought for a while, and then made arrangements. Starting tomorrow, I will drive the Thunder Eagle to patrol the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Yelena and Yeyina guard the tribe and monitor Black Wasteland City and the Underground Rift. The cannon fodder regiment that built the city wall will be temporarily withdrawn, and the Grand Elder, and the prophet will lead the hunt for the beast tide. Prophet, elder, your purpose is to maintain order and truly deal with the beast tide. Let the 8 council elders arrange and execute this task. Yelena, Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai all nodded, accepting the task assigned by Shuxi. Durs, record the performance of the 8 elders during this beast tide. Those who perform poorly will be removed from their posts. Outstanding talents are selected through a rigorous process. Starting with this beast tide, Shuxi must select the truly talented individuals for the tribe. Planning ahead and building up a talent pool is the key to success. Meanwhile, in the northern region, in the underground abyss. The abyss is the lair of Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. At the very bottom of the abyss, a tributary leading to the abyss is sealed. Lord Axe of the 4 realms opened his eyes in the darkness, his body shrouded in demonic energy that lingered for a long time. Ready, go and fetch the messenger, Palari. Yes, my lord. The leader-level powerhouse, the demon serpent ready, emerged from the underground abyss and quickly summoned the messenger, Palari. My lord, you wanted to see me? Lord Axe of the 4 domains glanced at Parari and got straight to the point. The lord of the Thunder Forest, Layla, has dispatched his people to drive away the beast tide once again. Parari, take the storm vultures and drive the beast tide back. Don't let the Black Wasteland Forest, the desert continent, and the Poison Dragon Swamp suffer heavy losses in this beast tide. After giving instructions, the lord of the 4 domains, AKS, remained silent for a moment in the darkness before slowly speaking. Utez, the Thunderhawk Knight of Thunderhawk City, died in battle. The Igor clan, who were attached to him, should still have a leader-level Thunderhawk. The Igor clan has already submitted to the Troll clan. When you go to the Black Waste Forest this time, keep an eye out and see if that Thunderhawk has signed a contract with Shuxi. This news truly startled the Serpent Ready and the Messenger Palari. In particular, the Messenger Palari did not see the Thunder Eagle when he delivered the retreat order in the Thunder Forest. If that Thunderhawk had run away, there would have been nothing to say. If you didn't run away, and he didn't find you, then there's only one possibility. Thunderhawk has been contracted by Shaksha and is hidden away, ready to launch a sneak attack on his enemies at any time. The thought of this made the Messenger Palari's palms and vest sweat profusely. Yes, my lord. The Messenger, Palari, bowed and accepted the mission. Just as he was about to leave the abyss of the underworld, the voice of Axe, the lord of the 4 realms, rang out again. Tell Redclad Cell, Shuxi, and Hoffenel that the dark tides of winter are over and we will face an invasion from the northern lords. Tell them to prepare in advance. The underground abyss is eerily silent. After a while, the sounds of the Serpent Ready and the Messenger Palari swallowing their saliva could be heard. My lord, are those monsters from the north really going to invade us next year? This time, it was the Serpent Ready who spoke. He was a confidant of Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. His expression was very solemn, and he wanted to confirm the news again. Clearly, the invasion from the north will not be easy. This time, Layla and I got into a big fight, and we both got injured. He will definitely spread the news. The enemy in the north will surely take the opportunity to plunder us. You should also be prepared. It's best not to leave the abyss of the underground cave. At that time, I can only hold off the frozen Lord Pagano at most. His ice monsters can only roam freely in his territory. The confirmed news left the messenger, Palari, somewhat stunned. Go, drive the beast tide back as soon as possible to minimize everyone's losses. Next year might be better. The Black Wasteland Forest on the southern border. Shuxi rode his Thunder Eagle and arrived here 2 days ahead of schedule. The border area is currently relatively peaceful, with no obvious signs of animal tides. Shakes came here, of course, not to drive away the beast tide. For the Black Wasteland tribe, the beast tide was indeed a way to obtain food, so how could Shakes possibly cut off his own granary? Shuxi's purpose in coming to inspect was to see if he could intercept and kill the leader-level harpy, Gleason. The leader-level powerhouse of the flying type is just the whetstone for the well-coordinated cooperation between Shakespeare and Thunder Eagle. It seems that Shuxi's idea has failed. Shakes thought for a moment, then urged the Thunder Eagle to fly westward. To the west lies the cold desert, the territory of the red-clad Sirs. Shakes wanted to know what kind of magical beasts could invade a special region like the cold desert. 2 days later, in an area where desert and forest meet, Shuxi saw a group of monsters fleeing into the cold desert. It was a group of enormous Sabah snakes. Their presence felt both underground and on the surface. Especially after sensing the Thunder Eagle's aura, these Sabah snakes became even more restless, and their speed in fleeing towards the cold desert increased considerably. No, these Sabah snakes are fleeing north, which means they were driven away before. Shakes reacted quickly and immediately realized what was going on. Evans, increase altitude. Let's fly back towards the Black Waste Forest. There was no sign of a beast tide in the Black Wasteland before, but it has started in the cold desert now. What does this tell us? This explains that the leader, Gleason, drove the beast tide from west to east. In other words, Shaksha could wait for the Harpy Gleason to arrive on his own territory. Based on the current situation, we should be able to run into the Harpy Gleason within the next couple of days. No, we can't intercept Grisham in the Black Waste Forest. We have to hunt him down in the Poison Dragon Swamp. The Black Wasteland tribe needs to obtain food during this beast tide. Shuxi must not interrupt Grizzin and must ensure that Grizzin successfully drives the beast tide into the Black Wasteland Forest. Once you get there, that will be the best time to hunt. Evans, fly east. Target, Poison Dragon Swamp. Chapter 179 The Abyss Chains enraged me. 3 days later, in the area where the Poison Dragon Swamp and the Thunder Forest meet, Shuxi stood on the back of the Thunder Eagle, hidden in the clouds, drifting with the wind. Near the ground, the target that Shuxi was waiting for, the Harpy Gleason, was already fighting with the arriving messenger, Palari. The messenger, Palari, had a gloomy face and was in a bad mood. The opponents before them were familiar with each other. The Four Domain Lord Axe and the Thunder Forest Lord Layla have been fighting for so many years. Palari and Gleason not only know each other, but have also fought each other many times. In the past, all those battles ended in a draw, with neither side gaining the upper hand. This time was no different. With the help of storm vultures, Messenger Palari was not at a disadvantage. However, Gleason has a significant advantage in speed and agility. Hurrah! Parali, you piece of trash, after all these years, you still haven't improved at all. You have 2 leader-level powerhouses, while I only have myself. If I were Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains, I would pluck all the feathers off you, Storm Vulture, and then roast and eat you. The Harpy Gleason laughed uncontrollably, speaking with sharp wit and biting remarks, every word aimed at and mocking the messenger Palari. Damn Harpy, I'll tear your mouth apart. Palari raised his staff and chanted a spell, from which a cloud of black mist was exhaled. The next moment, the black mist transformed into a bat-like abyssal creature and flew towards the Harpy Gleason. A mere hero-level abyssal owl dares to act wildly in front of me? Dot. With a flap of his wings, the Harpy Gleason unleashed a whistling wind blade that cleaved the abyss demon owl in two. Palari, you've disappointed me so much. Gleason's taunts did not anger Palari. They had clashed many times and knew each other well. Palari continued chanting the incantation, then pointed his staff at Gleason. Abyssal chains rise. Click, click. The sound of chains clashing rang out. The abyss demon owl, which had just been killed by the wind blade, transformed into 2 wisps of demonic energy, which rapidly coalesced into a chain that wrapped around the Harpy Gleason. The chains were covered in runes and exuded a sinister demonic aura, which made the Harpy Grizzled frown deeply. This abyss magic was something Palari had never used before. Clearly, it was a trump card that had been hidden for a long time. Gleason, today I will make you bleed in the Poison Dragon Swamp. The chains, like a serpent, were coiled and twisted together, spinning rapidly. Soon, the Harpy Gleason was surrounded by phantom chains, like a cage. Gleason, on the other hand, is like a bird in a cage. Thunderstorm and hurricane. Sizzle, sizzle. The messenger, Palari, was getting serious, and the Harpy, Gleason, no longer underestimated his opponent, unleashing the full power of his lightning and wind elements. In the blink of an eye, a storm crackling with lightning formed, centered on the Harpy Gleason. The thunderstorm hurricane continues to expand outward, attempting to tear apart the abyssal chains summoned by the messenger Palari. The clicking and hissing sounds overlapped, creating an extremely jarring noise. In midair, the abyssal chains were constantly contracting inward, while the thunderstorm hurricane was constantly expanding outward. This magic directly caused a dramatic change in the surrounding weather. Even the Kshatriyas, hidden in the high-altitude clouds, were affected to some extent. The Thunder Eagle increased its flight altitude again, reaching its maximum altitude. Shuxi looked down at the messenger Palari and the Harpy Gleason in the midst of battle. This was a scene of combat he had never witnessed before. Clearly, both Palari and Gleason are leader-level powerhouses of the mage class. Palari is an abyss summoner, a fact that Shuxi knows. Judging from the situation, the Harpy Gleason should be a mage who combines wind and lightning magic. Actually, calling him a magician isn't accurate. The Harpy Gleason should be more accurately described as a half-elemental being. I wonder what a battle between Lord-level beings would be like. Shuxi muttered something to himself and continued watching the battle. The messenger, Palari, gazed at the clashing chains and the storm, and at the harpy Gleason within the storm. Parley saw this as an opportunity to kill Gleason. So, Parari made another move. Parari raised his wand and inserted it into the body of his mount, the Storm Vulture. The next moment, the magic within Parari flowed along the wand and into the Storm Vulture's body. The Storm Vulture let out a howl. Its feathers bristled instantly, and a ring of black feathers grew from the base of its neck. Black feathers fluttered up, transforming into countless black blades that shot out and instantly disappeared into the thunderstorm summoned by the harpy Gleason. Puff, puff, puff. Harpy Gleason had no room to maneuver in the storm and was struck directly by the black blade. The black dagger pierced Gleason's entire body and exploded. Nevertheless, the harpy Gleason did not die. Instead, a bolt of lightning the size of a thumb emanated from the brow of the harpy Gleason, shattering the black blades and breaking through the prison formed by the storm and chains. The harpy Gleason left without saying a word and vanished in an instant. The messenger, Palari, stood atop the Storm Vulture. He did not pursue the harpy Gleason, because the aura of that lightning bolt just now belonged to Layla, the lord of the Thunder Domain Forest. That was a phantom of will. As a servant of Axe, the lord of the four domains, the messenger Palari was all too familiar with the lord's phantom. To put it bluntly, the messenger Palari lacked the courage and audacity to confront the illusory will of Lord Rella. Watching the harpy Gleason flee, the messenger Palari sighed, his face grim, and urged the weakened Storm Vulture toward the black wasteland. High in the sky, the Shuxi on the back of the Thunder Eagle was completely unconcerned. Shuxi really didn't mind offending Lord Layla once again. So, Shuxi urged the Thunder Eagle to give chase. Phew! In the area near the Thunder Forest, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out from high in the sky. Thunder Eagle folded its wings and swooped down from above like a meteorite. This is a Thunderhawk. Thunder Eagle Knight Utes? No, the aura is unfamiliar. Who is it? Boom. Thunder Eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the flying harpy Gleason. Gleason, already severely injured, suffered another blow and plummeted to the ground. Call out. Nevertheless, the Shikushi on Thunderhawk's back still hurled a spear in pursuit of Gleason. Bang. Only after a large crater was blasted into the ground did Shakes jump off the back of the Thunder Eagle and cautiously approach the spot where Gleason had crashed. Troll, you have angered me once again. Sure enough, Lord Layla's distinctive hoarse voice came from the pit, his tone filled with rage. At the same time, the harpy Gleason slowly stood up. Chapter 180 Ball Lightning, Uneasy Mind. Kill. The purpose of Shuxi's pursuit was to kill the harpy Grissom and the will of Lord Layla. Therefore, Shikessa didn't bother to waste his breath. With his spear wielding the flaming will, Shuxi activated the skills Troll Blood and Swift Charge and charged out. Boom. The harpy, Gleason, remained expressionless as he slowly reached out and tore off the tattered wing from his back, using it as a weapon. Gleason flapped his wings and deflected the spears of the shackles. Damn troll, you've cost me 2 of my people. Shuxi looked at the harpy Grissom, or more accurately, Lord Layla, whose body was shattered by lightning. Clearly, Gleason is dead from the recent thunderous attack. At this moment, controlling Gleason's body is the phantom of Lord Layla's will. A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed across Shuxi's face. He was determined to obtain the illusory will of Lord Layla. Because of the last time Lord Layla's will phantom, a dark gold weapon dropped for Shuxi. What will drop this time? Shakis is really looking forward to it. Kill. Shuxi launched another charge, challenging the illusory will of a Lord-level powerhouse, giving Shuxi a sense of exhilaration akin to killing an enemy of a higher level. However, the next second, Shuxi looked at the scene in front of him and abruptly stopped his charge. Crash. Crash. The harpy Gleason's body vanished into nothingness in a flash of lightning. Electricity flashed in the air, condensing into a phantom image of electricity, the will of Lord Layla. Although Gleason's body doesn't have a lot of lightning element, it's enough. Die, you ignorant and lowly troll. The phantom condensed and then dissipated, transforming into 6 spherical lightning bolts that struck Kshatriya from different directions. At this critical moment of life and death, Shuxi had no way to retreat. Jade bone armor and ice armor instantly appeared on Shuxi's body. Shuxi raised his spear and swung it towards the ball of lightning. However, the next moment, Shuxi froze on the spot, his face full of astonishment. This bizarre attack method was something Shakes had never seen before. The spear pierced the electric ball, but nothing happened. There was no explosion and no loud noise. Even when the ball lightning touched Shuxi's body, Shuxi did not feel any pain. However, Shuxi watched helplessly as his ice armor shattered instantly. Then came the jade bone armor, which was decaying at a rate visible to the naked eye. Next came the body of the Shikiri. 6 spherical lightning bolts merged into it, and the Shikiri's body was immediately torn apart. Its flesh and blood peeled away, and it tried to rise into the air like a bubble. Just when Shuxi thought he was going to die, the 100 Flowers curse pattern on Shuxi's chest began to extend, spreading to Shuxi's entire body and tightly absorbing Shuxi's flesh and blood back into him. What kind of power is this? Damn it, this is a curse from God. You madman, what filthy things have you done? You've offended a god and been cursed by him. Lord Layla's voice was somewhat hysterical, because under the pull of that cursed power, the ball of lightning formed from the phantom of his will also merged into the flesh and blood of Shuxi. In other words, the phantom of Lord Layla's will was directly obliterated. This process was too fast and too bizarre. It is unknown how much time passed, but the curse of 100 Flowers subsided, returned to the chest of the Shuxi, and continued to shrink into the pattern of 100 Flowers. At the same time, Shuxi regained his freedom and gained control of his body. Shuxi looked down at the curse of 100 Flowers, and 4 more flowers bloomed in the pattern. What exactly happened? Shakes witnessed the entire process of the 100 Flowers curse pulling at the phantom of will. He was terrified by this bizarre attack method and felt a chill run down his spine. That ball lightning just now, is that the attack method of a Lord-level being? The curse of 100 Flowers actually helped me withstand this attack. And I'm one step closer to death? Shuxi gripped the spear tightly, feeling no discomfort, just as powerful as ever. However, this sense of power was like dust in the face of that bizarre attack, utterly powerless. Shuxi glanced at the ground. Neither the Harpy Gleason nor Lord Layla's will had dropped any items. This was a losing pursuit, and Shuxi almost lost his life as a result. Shuxi summoned a Thunderhawk, jumped onto its back, and circled the area, but ultimately found nothing. Evans, let's go back. Thunder Eagle let out a low cry and turned to fly back towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. As if possessed, Shuxi kept observing his own body from the back of the Thunder Eagle. Shakes didn't miss a single inch of skin. And what was the result? Still nothing found. In the end, Shuxi had no choice but to focus his attention on the 100 Flowers curse pattern on his chest. The curse of 100 Flowers is a curse of the gods. Why can it pull at the phantom of will? Judging from Lord Layla's tone earlier, he seemed somewhat afraid of this curse. Shuxi looked down at his chest, feeling uneasy. No one would feel good having a time bomb inside them, and this is especially true for XYZ. Although one of the 100 Flowers curse flowers had bloomed previously, Shuxi didn't care much about it. At that time, Shuxi believed that within 100 years, he would definitely reach a level comparable to that of a god. However, this time the curse of 100 Flowers caused 4 flowers to bloom, directly reducing Shuxi's lifespan by 4 years. This shows that the 100-year period of the curse of 100 Flowers is not fixed. It can be exacerbated by certain uncontrollable factors. Although, this time, the curse of 100 Flowers indirectly saved Kshatriya's life. However, Shikesa was still very worried. The indescribable fear of not being able to fully control his own body made Shuxi uneasy. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. A bolt of lightning flashed between Lord Layla's brows, leaving a blood-red wound on his forehead. This is... Lord Layla looked puzzled, but he quickly realized what had happened. Gleason is dead? The phantom of my will that I stored in Gleason has also dissipated? Lord Layla stood up, an expression of disbelief on her face. Strange, why didn't the illusory image of will send back any information this time? Could it be that Lord Axe of the 4 domains personally killed him? Axe isn't injured? That's impossible. But Lord Layla had many things he couldn't understand. Even if Lord Axe of the 4 domains personally killed Gleason, he believed that his illusory will could still send back some information. However, Lord Layla's illusory will did not react at all, as if it had vanished into thin air. That's extraordinary willpower. Lord Layla had never experienced anything like this before, which made him slightly uneasy. Chapter 181. Be prepared. I need to ask you something. Alligator Turtle Valley, Black Wasteland City. The messenger, Palari, rode a storm vulture, circling above Black Wasteland City, staring at Yelena standing on the city wall with an uncertain expression. Where is your leader, Shuxi? I have a secret order from the Lord. I need to see him. To be honest, the power of the Black Wasteland Forest terrified the messenger, Palari. Although only one leader-level expert has appeared so far, The messenger Palari sensed clearly that there was still an unfamiliar leader-level expert's aura in the tents inside Black Wasteland City. Moreover, the messenger Palari remembered very clearly that the leader-level succubus in front of him was not a leader-level succubus when the Myriad races invaded the south. Two more unfamiliar leader-level powerhouses have appeared in the Black Wasteland forest. This is unbelievable. How exactly did they do it? The absence of Shuxi made the messenger Palari hesitant to land. The messenger, Palari, knew perfectly well that his only advantage was the storm vulture beneath his feet. My lord messenger, there are unusual movements in the beast tide in the south. Chief Shuxi has gone out to inspect the territory and investigate the situation. The messenger, Palari, believed this. He gazed at Yelena, wondering whether he should leave. If you fly south to drive away the beast tide that has entered the Black Wilderness Forest, you will most likely encounter the Shuxi. Phew. Just then, a high-pitched eagle cry came from afar, sharp and piercing. The storm vulture at the messenger Palari's feet let out two mournful cries, sounding somewhat nervous. In the air, the thunder eagle is several times stronger than the storm vulture. Palari reached out to comfort the storm vulture. He wasn't surprised by the thunderhawk's appearance. Before he arrived, Lord Axe of the Four Domains had already given him a heads up. Although Palari was surprised, he managed to remain calm. Soon after, the Thunderhawk approached Black Wasteland City and let out another screech, warning the storm vulture that this was its territory. My lord messenger, you've come from afar. Why not come with me into Black Wasteland City and have a couple of cups of turbid wine? Shuxi's voice was cheerful, completely concealing his inner turmoil. The messenger, Palari, stared at the Shuxi on the back of the Thunderhawk, his pupils dilating slightly. As the Lord predicted, Thunderhawk has indeed been contracted by this guy. After a moment of surprise, Parley shook his head and spoke in a gentle tone. Chief Shuxi, you're too kind. The Lord has issued a mission, requiring me to drive away the beast tide as soon as possible. Shakes laughed heartily, his words carrying a sense of confidence. Rest assured, sir, the Black Wasteland Forest has its own methods to deal with this beast tide, and there is no need to drive it away. Just kidding. After the beast tide is driven away, how will the tribe's bloodline warriors complete their hunting missions? The messenger, Palari, nodded. He could vaguely guess what Shuxi and his men were thinking. The Black Wasteland tribe is now strong and well-equipped. For them, the beast tide is simply food. Shuxi, after the winter dark tide, the Lord of the North will invade our region. The Lord asked me to tell you to prepare in advance. The messenger, Palari, spoke these words with great seriousness and earnestness. He was not joking at all. This time, it was Shakis's turn to be alarmed and fall silent. Is this really true? After a long while, Shuxi asked Parali in a low, hoarse voice, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the information. At the same time, Shuxi stared intently at the messenger Palari with a serious look, as if a fight was about to break out at the slightest provocation. This is what the Lord told me himself. Shakespeare fell silent again. A moment later, Shuxi bowed and thanked the messenger, Palari. Thank you for the reminder, messenger. Please convey to the Lord that our tribe will take precautions. The messenger, Palari, nodded, gazed at Shuxi for a moment, and then urged the storm vulture to turn around and head east toward the cold desert. Only when the storm vulture turned into a black dot and disappeared on the horizon did Shuxi command the Thunder Eagle to descend upon Black Wasteland City. Chief, you're back. Yelena stepped forward and bowed. Shakes nodded and led her directly back to the chieftain's tent. As soon as they entered the chieftain's tent, Shuxi drew the curtain. Before Yelena could react, Shakes turned around, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. Yelena's eyes glazed over for a moment. This was the first time Shuxi had ever been so proactive with her. Yelena didn't know what was wrong with Shuxi, but the next second she took the initiative to go to him and completely merged with him. After the wind and rain stopped, Shuxi pulled Yelena into his arms, their hearts pressed tightly together. Only now did Shuxi finally calm down. The fear brought by the curse of 100 flowers seems to have faded away. The invasion from the north was also gradually fading away. Shuxi, should I bring back the Grand Elder and the Prophet? The succubus queen, Yelena, was incredibly perceptive and quickly noticed that something was wrong with Shuxi. However, Yelena did not inquire about the specific reasons. Instead, she wanted to summon back the two leader-level powerhouses, Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, to give Shuxi a sense of security. Shake shook his head and said nothing. He held Yelena tightly, wanting only to enjoy this moment of peace. After a long while, Shuxi let go, signaling Yelena to help the two of them put on their clothes. Has anything happened in the tribe these past few days? While asking questions, Shuxi let Yelena's delicate little hands grope his body in various ways. The tribe is safe and sound. They've already started transporting monster carcasses to the tribe from the south. Shuxi nodded, and after seeing that he was almost dressed, he turned around and hugged Yelena, giving her a deep kiss on the forehead. Keep today's events a secret. Also, send a message to the Grand Elder and the Prophet. Inform them that the monsters from the northern ice plains will invade us next year. Have the Grand Elder and the Prophet return quickly after the hunt to attend the Council of Elders meeting. Yelena's gentle, mature voice rang out, lingering and reluctant to part. I understand, Shakis. Shuxi nodded and walked out of the chieftain's tent with steady steps. Black Wasteland City, Southgate City Wall. Shuxi, accompanied by 4 guardian trolls, found ROF here immediately. Along with Rosn, Lady Flowerbud and Flower Hairpin of the Flower Garland clan also enchanted the city walls. Shakes ignored Lady Flower and Flower Hairpin and gave Luo Fu a princess carry. Luo Fu blushed deeply, not daring to look at the guardian troll beside her, her guardian elder, and her maid. Let's go back to the tent. I have something to ask you. Luo Fu's voice was barely audible, and she buried her pretty face in Shakespeare's chest. And so, Shuxi carried Luo Fu back to the chieftain's tent in the northern part of Black Wasteland City with unbridled arrogance and boldness. Chapter 182 Misfortune and Fortune are intertwined. What conditions? The process was very direct. The shackles indulged in lewdness in broad daylight. Afterwards, Shuxi held Luo Fu to his chest and asked in a low voice, Did you see that? Luo Fu didn't speak. After Shakisi's clothes were taken off, she noticed that the 100-flower curse on Shakisi's chest had changed. Throughout the entire intimate process, Luo Fu kept staring at Shakespeare's chest. Master, what did you do that deepened the curse? Luo Fu's voice trembled. She was afraid and filled with worry about Shuxi. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi told Loth the truth about his battle with the phantom of Lord Layla's will. Luo Fu was stunned after hearing this, completely bewildered. Ultimately, Shuxi did not get the answer he wanted from Rove. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Luo Fu was very worried about Shakes. The deepening of the 100 flowers curse meant that Shakes could not truly live for 100 years. It's nothing, just a minor change. It's no problem for me. Shakes spoke in a low, confident, and reassuring voice. He couldn't let his woman see the fear and dread in his heart. On the contrary, Shuxi wanted his women to feel that he was their greatest support. My dear Shuxi, the whole tribe is spreading rumors that you dote on Loth. Is that true? The demon wife, Yelena, lifted the tent flap and walked in with Medusa Aya, her face showing a wicked smile and jealousy. Upon hearing the sound, the naked Luo Fu darted into the animal skin and hid, not daring to look up at Yelena. My Yelena, you're back. Is everything normal regarding the underground fissures? Shakes composed himself and pulled Yuna and Aya into the animal skin to exchange feelings as husband and wife. It wasn't until late at night, after the 3 women had fallen into a deep sleep, that Shuxi regained his composure and prepared to enter the ash platform to find a solution. However, when Shakes habitually checked his data panel, his eyes widened instantly. Strength, 4510/5000, plus 9220, can be increased. Agility, 4256/5000, plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 4501/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Constitution, 4225/5000, plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 25%, against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 70%, troll. Shuxi discovered that all of his attributes had improved. Strength, agility, intelligence, and physique all increased by 500, all exceeding the 4,000 mark. Even the resistance has increased from 20% to 25%. On the contrary, the purity of the bloodline dropped from 72% to 70%, a change that was hard for Shakes to believe. For this reason, Shakespeare rubbed his eyes. It's not a hallucination. Looking at his data panel, Shuxi couldn't help but think of the phantom of will that had been forcibly fused into his flesh and blood. Could the improvement in the data panel be related to the fusion with the phantom of will? Can the phantom of willpower enhance oneself in every aspect? Then why has my bloodline been lowered? A series of questions arose in Shuxi's mind, and for a moment Shuxi was somewhat at a loss, not knowing what to do. After a long while, Shuxi finally spoke slowly. Damn it! It really is true that misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. Honestly, it wasn't until he saw the significant improvement in his stats that Shakespeare's heart truly calmed down. The fear brought about by the phantom of will and the mutation of the 100 Flowers curse was finally overcome by Shuxi at this moment. Shuxi took a deep breath, focused his mind on the ash platform, and initiated a trade with his old friend, the Wandering Soul Dodi. Shakes took out an egg-sized dark flame stone from his collection and traded it over. Luo Shanhai, my friend, your unsolicited kindness must have a reason. Speak, what do you need my help with? The unscrupulous merchant, Dodd, didn't hesitate at all when it came to the deal initiated by Shuxi. For him, this was practically a free dark flame stone. Seeing that the wandering spirit DOD had accepted his fee, Shuxi gave up on probing and went straight to the point. How much do you know about the curse of God? After sending the message, Shakespeare felt a little uneasy. Among the people in Shuxi's network, the only important figure he could think of was the wandering soul Dodd. In order to understand and break the curse on himself, Shaksha has no choice but to place his hopes on the wandering spirit Dodi. A curse of the gods, a demigod-level curse, or a god-level curse. Fortunately, the ghost Dodi replied quickly, but his reply left Shuxi completely bewildered. I don't know. To be honest, Shikesa didn't know whether the flower goddess who had cursed him was a demigod or a true god. Long after the message was sent, the wandering soul Dodi had not replied, so Shuxi could only wait quietly. The netherworld, the throne of bones. The wandering spirit Dodi was also somewhat stunned. The divine curse mentioned by Shuxi stirred a ripple in his calm heart. This guy is even more ferocious than I imagined. A mere leader-level expert dares to provoke a god-level powerhouse. She has a temper. The curse of the gods. How should we deal with it? I need to think about it carefully. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Just as Shuxi was about to fall asleep, he received a reply from the wandering spirit Dodd. We'll talk about the curse of the gods later. Let's talk about the Lord's heart first. Luo Shanhai, my old friend, what can you offer in exchange for the Lord's heart? Upon seeing the information, Shuxi narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the first purpose of Shuxi's search for the wandering soul Dodi was to find a way to break the curse of the gods, which is also known as the curse of 100 flowers. The second goal is to obtain the Lord's heart. All of Shuxi's stats have already surpassed the 4,000 mark, so it's time to prepare for advancing to the Lord level. However, Shuxi did not expect that the wandering soul Dodi would immediately guess his second purpose. It seems to be a divine curse, making this guy see my eagerness to reach the Lord level. Hopefully, this guy's demands aren't too outrageous. Long ago, during a conversation between Shaksha and Ghost Dodi had subtly mentioned that there were conditions to trading for the Lord's heart. This is also why Shuxi never contacted the wandering soul Dodi and obtained the Lord's heart early on. Shuxi was afraid that he would be tricked by the ghost Dodi. After all, his friendship with the ghost Dodi had not yet reached the point of complete trust. Shakes stared at the reply from the wandering soul Dodi and took out all the level 3 to 6 magic cores he had and traded them over. Next came the dark flame stones. Shaksha kept only the largest one and traded the rest to the wandering soul Dodi. Besides my personal belongings, this is all I have. Shakes felt that he must have really lost his mind to trust the wandering soul Dodd so much and give away all his possessions. If that's still not enough, just name your terms. After sending this message, Shakes felt like he had become a spineless coward. I feel completely weak. Slumped limply in the animal hide. Anyone can trample on them. Chapter 183 The Lord's Heart, Tests and Trials. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Looking at the massive amount of magic cores and dark flame stones that Shuxi had traded for, even a powerful Grand Lord like Didi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just how many forces has this guy plundered? How many magical beasts has he killed? What surprised Daughter was that the items that Shuxi traded for were not protected in any way. In other words, if the wandering soul Dodd wanted to, he could now hack into the shipment of Shuxi. Looking at the contract scroll in his left hand, the wandering soul Dodd suddenly felt that he was inferior to others in some way. Ha. The wandering spirit Dodd burst into laughter for no apparent reason. He laughed heartily and purely. It's been so many years. This kind of trust. It seems like I haven't experienced it since I became self-aware. Does this guy really trust my character that much? Or is Luo Shanhai just a complete idiot, or someone who's lacking common sense? Whatever it was, the wandering soul Dodd felt he should give Luo Shanhai something in return. Those who treat me with sincerity, I will repay with my heart. The wandering soul Dodd felt that the lake of his heart was shimmering with light, and he had a unique feeling about it. The wandering spirit Dodi initiated a trade with Shaksha, exchanging a shining star for it. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Shakshi accepted the deal, and as he gazed at the Lord's heart, which shone like a star. He was captivated by it. Lord's Heart. Category: Extraordinary items. Description: Please swear that I will always have a place in your territory. Purpose: Territory building, realm advancement. This is the heart of a lord. Shuxi finally obtained the key item for advancing to the lord level. Luo Shanhai, your actions just now surprised me. I think you're very stupid. I have given you the Lord's Heart, but I have one condition. When you feel ready, tell me, and I will teach you the sacrificial array to open a portal to your world for me. As Shuxi read the message from the wandering soul Dodi, his heart began to race. Sacrifice circle, another world, portal. Upon seeing these three keywords, Shuxi immediately understood the thoughts and ambitions of the wandering soul Dod. Does this guy intend to unleash a necromantic catastrophe in my world and plunder its resources? This is insane. Shuxi sensed the confidence and will of the wandering soul Dodi, a domineering presence that seemed to rule the world. The condition of the wandering soul Dodi was somewhat difficult for Shuxi. When a large number of undead truly descend, it will inevitably unleash a bloodbath upon this world. If there were a conflict of interest between the two at that time, how would they get along, and how would the ash seeds compete with each other? No wonder this guy said he would only open the portal when he was ready. It seems that the wandering soul Dodi has also considered this point, and he has handed the initiative to me. Cull. After much deliberation, Shuxi finally agreed to the conditions of the wandering soul Dodi. Because the initiative is in the hands of Shuxi, Shuxi can choose the activation time and location. This gives each other room to maneuver. I agree to the conditions, but the timing is uncertain. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering spirit Dodi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Shuxi's reply. Interesting. Whether Shuxi truly agreed or not, the wandering soul Dodi didn't really care. Because he had already traded the Lord's Heart to Shuxi, he had no more bargaining chips left. The real purpose of proposing that condition was to test the waters, to test the friendship. Of course, it is also a test for Shuxi. For a powerful being like Dod the Wanderer, friendship and love are luxuries. The wandering soul Dod wouldn't mind testing the luxury of friendship with a condition. If the ghost Dod is lucky enough to win once, then he and Shaksha can both gain a friendship. Why not do something like this? Throughout his long life, having a friendship and an ally made the wandering soul Dodi feel that this sacrifice was worthwhile. Of course, if Shaksha's performance disappoints Dod the soul, then Shaksha will suffer an even greater loss. Because Shuxi broke his promise, it meant he would lose a powerful ally, a circle he had never been in contact with before. The wandering spirit Dod did not mention the Lord's Heart again, but instead shifted the topic to the curse of the gods. Luo Shanhai, the curse of the gods, is not as terrible as you think, nor as easy as you think. The most direct way to break the curse of God is to kill the god who cursed you. In addition to these, there are suppression, expulsion, absorption, fusion, purification. The treatment method will be different depending on the method chosen. You must understand that the curse of God is activated by divine power, and divine power comes from the power of faith. Your idea is correct. If you want to face the curse of the gods with ease, it would be best to first advance to the Lord level and gain the ability to control faith. At that time, the choice will be up to you. Shakes read these contents word by word dozens of times, not wanting to miss anything. What he thought was an uncontrollable divine curse, in the eyes of a powerful being like the wandering soul Dodi, had many ways to deal with. Even if it cannot be completely eliminated, suppression is easy. Upon extracting this information, Shuxi's confidence and wildness immediately returned, and he was filled with confidence in his future. Thank you. After replying to Soul Dod, Shuxi logged out of the Ashes platform. At this moment, Shakushi's eyes were incredibly bright, filled with longing, a longing for power. With such feelings, how could Shakes possibly fall asleep? Shakshi gently put Yuina down from his arms, and she immediately opened her large, rose-red eyes, looking at Shakshi with a puzzled expression. I can't sleep. I'm going out for a walk. Yuina nodded, gently got up, and draped clothes over Shakes. Shakes stepped out of the tent, followed by Yuina, who was also wearing a cloak. Yuina stepped forward, took Shuxi's arm, and said nothing, but her meaning was crystal clear. Shakes didn't explain, and led Yuina toward the distant city wall. Inside the chieftain's tent, Medusa Aya and the Saintess Rove both opened their eyes, but neither of them moved. Medusa Aya had been with Shakespeare for so long. How could she not sense Shakespeare's abnormality? However, Medusa was puzzled, as she did not know why her master, Shuxi, was behaving strangely. Saintess Luofu was fully aware of the 100 Flowers curse mutation, and she was genuinely worried about Shakes. That night, All the women who were close to Shuxi were preoccupied with their own worries. Chapter 184 Prosperity and Flourishing, 2 week. The next morning, when Shakes appeared at the chieftain's tent on the other side of Black Wasteland City, he was radiant and seemed to have been elevated. How are things going with the Grand Elder and the Prophet? Yelena stared intently at Shuxi for a long time, but couldn't find anything different about him. However, she felt that her lover had changed and become more sharp and assertive. It's a confidence and charm that radiates from within. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Yelena's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of charm, and her mature voice was melodious and alluring. There's nothing wrong with the clan leader. In fact, he's become even more charming. Yelena's eyes sparkled with desire, but she quickly suppressed it. The hunting activities on the side of the Grand Elder and the Prophet are progressing normally. Although a few tribesmen were injured, it was due to their impulsiveness and recklessness. The prey captured by the cannon fodder group is being sent back every day. Shakes nodded, looking up at the city wall outside the tent, his heart filled with emotion. In the past, when Crocodile Turtle Valley was hit by a beast tide, all the warriors of the clan had to hold the stone walls to the death in order to barely survive the crisis. Since the city walls were built, everyone has had something to rely on and the confidence to face beast tides and large-scale attacks. This year is different. With the Grand Elder and the Prophet stepping forward to bolster the clan, tens of thousands of cannon fodder bloodline warriors took the initiative to attack, and the beast tide couldn't even get close to the dense forests near Black Wasteland City. The difference between now and the past is obvious. Black Wasteland City, on the other hand, was a place of peace, enjoyment, prosperity, and flourishing. This is the difference between urban and tribal civilizations, which makes Shuxi very proud, because it is his masterpiece. How's the task assigned to you going? Yelena smiled gently, touched her hair, and spoke with a charming and alluring air. Don't worry. Chieftain, I have already dispatched elite teams to follow the various hunting teams, and we will definitely collect enough magical beast blood. Shakes nodded. The reason for collecting the blood of magical beasts was that Luo Fu needed it to cultivate the golden blood mushroom. Secondly, Shuxi planned to continue exploiting the elf Lyena, directly skipping the process of her purchasing monster blood. To put it bluntly, this is how XYZ is reducing consumption. The reason is that the magic core on Kshatriya's body has been completely used up. Finally, because of the upcoming dark tide, blood is also an excellent bait to lure dark creatures. How's the progress on the city wall beyond the underground fissure? Yelena rolled her eyes at Shuxi. Last night, her subordinates had told her that Shuxi and his demon wife Yelena had been strolling on the city wall until dawn. Shuxi should have been able to see the city walls in the underground fissure area very clearly last night. However, Yelena still explained the current situation. The withdrawal of those cannon fodder soldiers slowed down the progress. The only ones still working on it are the Obsidian Golems, the clan to which the Prophet belongs. Shakes took a sip of beast blood wine, squinted and thought for a while before speaking calmly. Go find Crimson, the Crypt Spider Queen, and tell her little spiders to come out and help, instead of just hiding in the underground cracks and sleeping in. Yelena nodded, then rolled her eyes at Shuxi. In the entire Black Wasteland tribe, only Shuxi and his demon wife Yuena, who raised the Crimson Cave Spider Queen, could command her. Send Yuena there, and have her monitor the construction site on the other side of the city wall while she's at it. Seeing Yelena's helplessness, Shuxi pushed her younger sister, Yuena, forward. Take some time to talk to Luo Fu and ask her when the enchantment of the city walls we've already built will be completed, and urge her to speed up the process. Also, the potion-growing areas in the Western Mountains. Shuxi was in high spirits today. He inquired about all matters, big and small, within the tribe and made many decisions. Just as Shaksha was about to say something, the guardian troll Terminal walked in from outside the tent, bowed, and reported. Chieftain, that little brat Ashen is outside shouting that he wants to see you. Who is Ashen? After a moment of surprise, Shuxi quickly realized what was happening, and his eyes lit up. That brat pulled my spear out. Yes, Chieftain. The guardian troll Terminal nodded, his face showing envy. That was the personal weapon that Shaksha used before, and it was very precious. Hee, it seems I'll have to take on disciples. Shake stood up and walked out of the tent himself, wanting to see the young Ashen. Outside the chieftain's tent, the troll cub Ashen, clutching the end of the four-bladed blood spear with both hands, was using all his strength to slowly make his way towards the chieftain's tent. The little brat dragged the four-bladed blood spear along while yelling that he wanted to see Shuxi. Surrounding them watching the show were a group of children from various ethnic groups, cheering for Ashen. Bang! When the little brat Ashen saw Shikisi walk out of the chieftain's tent, He immediately threw the four-bladed blood spear he was holding on the ground and ran towards Shikisi with all his might. Chieftain, Chieftain, I Shun did it. I pulled out your spear, Chieftain. With a smile on his face, Shuxi nodded and walked straight toward the four-blood spear. With a flick of his toe, Shuxi sent the four-bladed blood spear back into his hand. Starting tomorrow, practice your spear skills outside my tent every morning. If you skip even one session, don't come looking for me. I'll return the four-blood spear to you when you've completed your apprenticeship. Shakes put away the four-bladed blood spear and walked towards the chieftain's tent. As he passed by the young boy Ashen, he reached out and tugged at the braid on the boy's head, giving him some instructions. Young Ashen touched the braid on his head, feeling a bit of pain. His impression of Shakes wasn't so good anymore. As Shakes entered the tent, the surrounding children all cast envious glances at the young Ashen. They tried to pull out the four-blood spear, but they couldn't, unlike Ashun who had innate divine strength. Little brat, go back and tell your mother to go to the tribal warehouse every day and collect a piece of monster meat. You're too thin and weak. You need to eat more. Remember, have your mother tell her my name, and she will protect the troll Terminer. The guardian troll Terminal patted the young Ashun on the shoulder, offering him some assistance. During the invasion of the Myriad races, Terminer killed many enemies and made many military achievements, and received daily supplies. Young Ashen is about to become the disciple of Chief Shuxi, and will deal with the trolls they protect. The troll Timmin doesn't mind helping Ashen when he is weak. In fact, the Black Wasteland tribe provides for every member of its tribe until they reach adulthood. However, if you want to enhance your chi and blood strength, it is essential to eat some high-level monster meat every day. Young Ashen's biological father died in battle a few years ago. His current father is merely his stepfather. In other words, his mother could not possibly have any extra food to give him. My esteemed guardian troll, are you telling the truth? Are you really going to give that brat Ashen a slice of monster meat every day? The troll Terminer chuckled, but said nothing more. He patted Ashen on the shoulder again, turned, and walked toward the chieftain's tent to continue his shift. Whether it's true or not, just have your mother go and collect it, then you'll know. Chapter 185. A surge of energy disturbs one's sweet dreams. The dark wilderness forest. The southern dense forest. Elder, the traps are set. Shall we begin driving away the beast tide? The speaker was a lizardman leader from the cannon fodder group. He had been assigned to Black Jade, one of the 8 council elders, during this beast tide event. Heiyuzi was much taller than before. He leaned against a giant tree, gazing at the dense forest to the south. A kobold just reported that the group of hexagonal beasts is veering off course from where we set the trap. We can't let the meat that's almost in our mouths fly away. Black Jade squinted intently, filled with ambition for this beast tide. He has already reached the late stage of heroic level, and he may reach the peak of heroic level at any time, thus entering the queue to receive boss-level resources. Heiyuzi knew very well that to obtain leader-level resources, one not only needed sufficient strength, but also outstanding military achievements. Currently, he has 2 competitors. One is Bull Earthshaker, and the other is Gain. The tribe members all thought that Black Jade's biggest rival was Bull Hand, and Black Jade initially thought so too. However, it wasn't until he consulted the Prophet Gata that Black Jade learned that Elder Gain of the Succubus race had reached the late-stage hero level even before him. Therefore, Black Jade is under pressure. This beast tide is his chance to accumulate merits and leave Minotaur and Gain behind. Get ready, let's go around and drive all these hexagonal beasts back. Whether we eat meat or drink soup in the days to come depends on this. Upon hearing this, the lizardman leader became extremely excited. According to the rules of the Black Wasteland tribe, in addition to handing over a portion of the monster meat to the tribe, the Bloodline warriors who participate in the hunt can also receive a share of the prey. Of course, although the cannon fodder group gets a smaller share, the sheer size of the beast tide means that the cannon fodder group can still make a fortune in this hunt. Elder, whatever you say will do. The brothers will all listen to you. Anyone who disobeys orders, I'll personally beat them to death. Black Jade nodded slightly, his attitude towards the lizardman leader neither warm nor cold. On the other side, the Succubus elders Gain and Yuga joined forces. They were one of the main planners of this hunting event. This hunting expedition is not only a test for the 8 council elders, but also a competition among them. Elder Gain, does Her Majesty the Queen have any instructions? Elder Gain shook her head. Her figure had begun to change shape, and she had lost the charm of her youth. However, her wisdom has been growing with the accumulation of time. Yuga, this time we have to rely on ourselves. With so many kobolds and lizardmen cooperating with us, you should be more confident. Yujia is still too young. Although she was selected as one of the 8 council elders, her understanding is still based on the succubus race. In other words, Yuga was still somewhat afraid and worried when faced with the beast tide. Our joint efforts this time are aimed at hunting more magical beasts for the tribe and storing up food for the winter. Don't think about anything else. With Her Majesty the Queen and Her Highness the Demon Wife around, our succubus race will not decline, but will instead become more and more prosperous. As for us, we need to keep a low profile for now, and we both need to hone our skills more. Let's work together, Yuga. Yuga nodded. She still trusted the words of the succubus elder, Gain. Because when Yuga was still young, Gain was already the elder of the succubus clan. In the dense forest on a small hill, under a giant tree, the prophet Gatai and elder Genkai sat facing each other, their gazes fixed on the distant plains and forests. The clan leader sent word that another meeting of the elders is about to begin. Has something major happened? Elder Genkai's tone was somewhat worried. He always felt uneasy until he heard the specifics. Don't worry, Black Wasteland City is guarded by the clan chief, the elder deacon, and the garrison commander Uyena, so there won't be any problems. Moreover, the chieftain's order was for us to return as soon as possible after the hunting activity was over, which means that the matter was not very urgent. The prophet Gatai's leisurely words eased some of the worries in Elder Genkai's heart. Elder Genkai then shifted the topic to the upcoming hunting event. I can tell that although the 2 council elders of the Succubus clan are working hard, they are not going all out. Although Elder Genkai was not the kind of person who was incredibly wise, he had experienced a lot and could still see things to some extent. I do have wisdom, but my understanding is somewhat limited. No matter how powerful the Succubus race is, the clan leader can tolerate them. They underestimated the clan leader's vision and ambition. Perhaps they haven't adapted to the pace of development in our Black Wasteland yet. I think the elder deacon, Queen Jarina of the Succubus, didn't give them any pointers because she hoped they would figure it out themselves. After all, they are both very intelligent, and their minds are much more flexible than others. As the prophet Gatai spoke these words, he looked down at Black Jade, who was driving away the beast tide below the mountain, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was precisely because he understood Shuxi's ambition that the prophet guy gave Black Jade some pointers, which filled the latter with ambition and gave him a strong drive to get things done. This drive is a spirit, an essential element that permeates one's temperament and cultivation. If this spirit and energy are maintained well, it will make it much easier for Hei Yuzai to advance to the leader level in the future. This is an advantage that the 2 elders of the Succubus clan do not possess. Succubi are so cunning. Elder Genkai thought that the prophet Gatai was right, and he also felt that elders Gain and Yuga were too conservative, indecisive, and not direct in their actions. Just as the various teams of the Cannon Fodder Regiment were actively hunting the beast tide, the sleeping sheikhs was awakened by the childish hee-hee-ha sounds outside the tent. Whose naughty child is this, running around outside the chieftain's tent so early in the morning and disturbing everyone's sweet dreams? Shuxi nestled under the animal skin, holding the naked Uyena in his arms, and kissed her smooth forehead. Dear Zaxi, have you forgotten? The one practicing martial arts outside the tent is your disciple from yesterday, a little troll brat. Shikushi, who had closed his eyes again, intending to stay in bed a little longer, suddenly opened them and realized what was happening. Little brat Ashun. Yes, that's right. Shakes gently patted Yena's shapely buttocks, signaling her to get up quickly and help him get dressed. Medusa Aya and Saintus Rose, who were standing nearby, also opened their eyes. Both women were shy and embarrassed to get up. Finally, the one who stood up first and helped Shakshi get dressed with Uyena was none other than Saintus Roth. Owner. Shuxi gave a soft and kissed Luo Fu. Owner. Medusa Aya also came up to her, and Shuxi kissed her as well. Since everyone's up, let's make something delicious. Ashun is still growing, so you elders shouldn't be stingy with your cooking skills. Chapter 186, A Letter from the Mentor's Disciple. When Sheikh stepped out of the tent, the young Ashun was already covered in sweat. Chieftain. The young Asian spotted Shakes immediately and greeted the clan leader affectionately in his childish voice. Hey, you little brat, come here. Shakes spoke, beckoning over the boy, Ashen, who was running and jumping around near the guardian trolls Timon and Longmo. Remember this, from now on, when I practice outside my tent, address me as Mentor, not Chieftain. Yes, Chieftain. Young Ashun acted like a little adult, his tone clearly learned from the guardian trolls, Terminal, and the others. Shuxi grunted in response, his expression conveying displeasure. Yes, Mentor. Fortunately, young Ashun reacted quickly enough, immediately calling out, Mentor, which made Shake's displeasure vanish. Little brat, I'll teach you one more time. When we're learning, I'm the instructor and you're the disciple, understand? Disciple understands. Succubus gave a look that suggested he was a promising student, and glanced at the boy, Ashen, who was wearing an animal skin vest. You little brat, tell me now, what do you want to learn? Master, your disciple wishes to learn the spear. Your disciple aspires to become the strongest bloodline warrior of our tribe. Succubus reached out and lightly tapped the boy Ashen's forehead. You're still a long way from becoming the strongest in the tribe. You should first become the strongest among the tribe's youngsters. The tribal children here are not just children of the same age, but all the underage members of the tribe. As they were talking, Succubus had already taken out a training spear and handed it to the young Asian. Watch closely and get into position just like me. Succubus stepped to the left, assuming a leftward-facing bow-drawing stance. Young Ashun followed suit and struck the same pose. Heads up, chests out, hands holding the spear to your chest. Succubus continued speaking, instructing the young Asian on his next move. Okay, hold this position for an hour, then switch to the other side. Young Asian was very puzzled. In his mind, his mentor, Shakespeare, should be teaching him how to use a spear to kill enemies. Why was he standing in such a strange posture? Succubus looked at the young man, Ashen, with sharp eyes and a serious tone. Little brat Ashun, remember this. If you want to learn martial arts, you must first strengthen your muscles and bones. What I just taught you is called the double bow strength stance. For this technique, before you practice with the spear each day, you need to alternate between your left and right feet and stand in the stance for 2 hours. To be honest, Succubus taught young Asian with a very serious attitude. The drawing the bow with both hands technique, if practiced consistently, will not only open up all the major tendons in the body, but will also make Ashun's bones and muscles stronger than those of an ordinary troll cub. Another benefit is that it can help train young Ashun's lower body stability. These are the foundations upon which young Ashun practices weapons and martial arts. You have to practice your skills step by step, just like you have to eat a steamed bun one bite at a time. Today, Shakes only taught the young Asian the ambidextrous big tendon stance. 2 hours later, at Shakes's command to stop, the young Asian, his legs trembling, could only stand by leaning on his spear. All right, that's all for today. Little brat, Ashun, come into my tent. Today, you'll have a discipleship feast here. Young Ashun didn't understand what a master-apprentice banquet was. He only knew that the table was full of meat dishes he had never eaten before. And it's all you can eat, the kind of food you can't even finish. After eating some monster meat, Succubus left the tent ahead of time and headed towards the south gate of the city wall to patrol. Succubus stopped when he reached the area where the city wall was being built, which was located in the underground fissure to the east. At the foot of the city wall, a large number of obsidian men and cave spiders were busy at work, which greatly accelerated the construction speed of the city wall. Just as Succubus was about to use the secret passage to explore the underground fissure, a succubus warrior quickly approached, bringing unexpected news. A moment later, at the chieftain's tent, Succubus sat in the main seat, while the succubus queen Yelena sat beside him, her eyes half closed. Below him is a swamp dragon bloodline warrior. Your Excellency Chief, this is a secret letter from my clan patriarch. He instructed me to deliver it to you personally. The guardian troll Termin walked over, took the roll of animal hide from the swamp dragonman's hand, and opened it backwards. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the animal hide, Teminer delivered it to Succubus. Shakes stared at the contents of the animal hide, his eyes narrowed and his eyebrows slightly raised. After a while, Succubus said nothing, waved his hand, and sent the animal hide to Elder Yelena. Yelena picked up the animal hide, examined it, and then fell silent. After a long while, Succubus spoke to the swamp dragons below. I have received the secret letter. Stay in Black Wasteland City for a few days, and I will send you a letter to return. After saying this, Succubus signaled to the guardian troll Terminal to take the swamp dragon man away and keep a close watch on him. It wasn't until the swamp dragon man stepped out of the chieftain's tent that Succubus turned to look at Yelena. What are your thoughts on Hoffin's proposal? Yelena shook her head and remained silent. Shakes understood that Yelena wasn't without ideas, but rather uncertain about them, or felt that her ideas were immature. The secret letter sent by Hoffinel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, mainly aimed to unite with Succubus against the enemy. After the dark tide ended, Hoffinel wanted to move into the Black Wasteland Forest and join forces with Succubus to resist the monsters from the ice plains further north. Hoffinel is a smart man. He won't join forces with us for no reason. His desire to move into the Black Wasteland and join forces with us is not his true objective. Hoffman's goal is probably to seek asylum from us. Yelena did not express her opinion, so Shakespeare shared his conjecture as a way of getting the ball rolling. In other words, Hoffman lacked the confidence and strength to defend against the monsters from the ice plains. Those monsters from the ice fields further north must be very powerful, or rather, terrifying. Shakespeare stroked his wine glass with his right hand, his eyes slightly deep. What I can't understand is why Hoffmann didn't seek the protection of Lord Axe of the Four Domains, but instead chose our Black Waste Forest? This problem baffled Shuxi, and even more so Yelena. The main reason for all this is that they know nothing about the monsters of the ice field. In the Black Wasteland tribe, if anyone knows anything about the monsters of the ice field, it must be the Prophet Gata. When will the meeting between the Prophet and the Grand Elder end? The beast tide has already begun to return in the last 2 days, and the hunting season will soon be over. Yelena's voice is very gentle and extremely seductive. However, at a time like this, Shuxi couldn't muster any particular thoughts. Then let's wait until the Prophet and the Grand Elder return. Then we'll convene an elders' meeting and make a decision. Yes, sir. Chapter 187 Rejecting the Proposal, the number 30,000. 3 days later, the Earth Dragon people from the Poison Dragon Swamp, carrying a secret letter from Shuxi, were released and returned. Chief, why are you so determined to reject Hoffman's proposal? Last night, the Prophet Gata returned to Black Wasteland with his people and shared with them what he knew about the monsters of the Ice Plains. At the same time, the Prophet Gata also offered some insights at the meeting. One of the points is that Hoffner knows more intelligence than they do. Accepting Hoffner's influence is not necessarily a bad thing. However, Shuxi still firmly rejected Hoffman's proposal. Prophet, whether Hoffenheim comes to the Black Wasteland or not, we still need to face the monsters of the ice field, don't we? Shake stood on the city wall of the south gate, looking at the increasingly dark horizon in the distance, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The Prophet Gata nodded, saying that this was inevitable and could not be changed. They can invade the Thunder Forest, and the monsters of the ice plains can also invade them. Hoffmann offers us no benefits whatsoever, yet he wants to move into our territory. Why should I rescue him? Shaksha's words left the Prophet Gata speechless. Furthermore, I increasingly believe that Hoffner is trying to shift the blame and is using us. Therefore, it is normal to reject him. If we in the Black Wasteland want to survive in this area, we have to rely on ourselves. This so-called Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, is completely unreliable. We were just her henchmen, or even cannon fodder, during each of her southward invasions. Prophet, one must be strong to succeed. If the Black Wasteland tribe wants to rise, we must rely on our own efforts. For some reason, the Prophet Gata felt that their troll chieftain's temperament and style of doing things had suddenly become sharper. That's a fearless spirit. Chieftain, the 8 council elders performed differently in this large-scale hunting event. The data is out. Should we remove those who performed poorly? Shakes hesitated about this matter. It wasn't until he saw the black horizon in the distance that Shuxi sighed. Let's let it go this time. Keep the data. The dark tide is imminent, and it's not advisable to make any major moves within the tribe. Understood. Shakes turned around and looked at Yelena, who was walking towards them as she climbed the city wall. Have all the supplies from this hunt been inventoried? All counted. Yelena smiled and handed a piece of animal skin to Shuxi. Shakes took the animal hide, glanced at it, and then handed it back. Keep 30% of the monster meat for the tribe's daily needs, and send the rest to the underground rift. Tell Crimson to increase her spiderling population to 30,000 before the dark tide arrives. Yelena paused for a moment, staring at Shuxi without saying a word, thinking she was hallucinating. A moment later, Yelena gently reminded Shakshi in her mature, older sisterly voice. Chieftain, after the dark tide passes, we will most likely face an invasion from those icefield monsters immediately. By then, the tribe won't have time to go hunting. Shouldn't we keep more food reserves? Yelena knows best about the Black Wasteland tribe's current resources, as she is in charge of them. The food that sustains the tribe is all the meat of the monsters stored in the caves of Crocodile Turtle Valley. If all the spoils from this hunt were sent to the underground fissures, the reserves of monster meat might not be enough to withstand the invasion of the icefield monsters. After all, no one knows how long those ice monsters will continue their invasion. Shuxi reached out and lightly lifted Yelena's chin, his behavior slightly frivolous, but he did not take any further action. Instead, he turned his head to look in the direction of Crocodile Turtle Valley. You can go and see the cave deep in the Alligator Turtle Valley. I've stored some food there. Deep within the Alligator Turtle Valley, there are several areas and caves that have been designated as forbidden zones by the Shuxi. No one but him can get in, because there are guards on duty at all times. Remember, you can only go alone. Succubus withdrew his large hand, laughed loudly, his voice cheerful and hearty, carrying a hint of unrestrained freedom. Prophet, let's go check out the underground fissure together. Yes, chieftain. Yelena's rose-red eyes were glistening with tears as she watched Succubus walk away, her heart pounding. Yelena found that at this moment, Succubus seemed even more charming. An hour later, when Yelena entered the cave that Succubus had mentioned, she was stunned to see countless grains sealed in magical straw bags. The countless grains left Yelena, who had just entered the cave, speechless with her mouth agape for a long time. This is grain from the southern region? Succubus, chieftain, when did he seize it? This much grain is enough for our Black Wasteland tribe to develop peacefully for at least 5 years. Am I seeing things? The succubus queen Yelena's whispers went unheard. The cave contained the 100,000 tons of grain that Shakes had purchased from the scarecrow. That night, Yelena tricked Succubus into going to the chieftain's tent under the pretext that she had something to report. Here, Yelena is proactive and alluring. After the spring breeze had passed and all the flowers had bloomed, Yelena nestled in Succubus's arms, saying nothing and asking nothing. Yelena was a smart woman. She knew that some things should not be asked or mentioned. Are you surprised? Yelena raised her head, her charming eyes fixed on Succubus, who had spoken first. Before Yelena could speak, Succubus continued. I will take care of the food problem from now on. But the tribe cannot relax its food reserves. Do you understand what I mean? Yelena nestled in Succubus's arms, nodded, and kissed Succubus's chest. The problem of food that has been hindering the growth of our Black Wasteland tribe has been solved. The next problem is resources. The equipment worn by our tribal warriors needs to be upgraded. We need sharper weapons, and we need a lot of minerals. After the Icefield monsters retreat next year, you should prepare in advance for exploring the Black Wasteland Forest and the Black Ridge Mountains for minerals. I heard from Tekkel that there are several kobolds in the Cannon Fodder Regiment who can find minerals. We should bring them out and give them preferential treatment. After saying these words, Succubus took Yelena out of his arms. The succubus was very tall. Yelena was over 1.8 meters tall. Succubus held her as if she were a precious treasure. Stay close to me, and I'll show you the mountains and the sea. You should know that there are birds in the forest, clouds in the wind, mist on the mountain, and fire that gives off light. I hope you will always be with me. Yelena fell for him, swept away by Succubus's sweet words and plunged into the abyss of love from which she could not extricate herself. Of course, Succubus meant these words sincerely. At present, it seems that the one who truly helps him the most under Succubus is the succubus Queen Yelena in front of him. This is a virtuous wife who doesn't have the title of demon wife. Chapter 188 The Dragon's Claw Probe, just a rumor. In ordinary days, time always seems to fly by. On this day, when Shakes crawled out of bed, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the tent, snowflakes have already begun to fall from the sky. Winter has arrived. Chieftain, chieftain. Succubus gave a soft hum in response to the greetings from the guardian trolls Defek and Ermi. The two giant wolves, now even larger, stretched out their heads when they saw Succubus, allowing Succubus to stroke and pet them. That little pup is almost an adult, isn't he? Shakes took out 2 pet pills and fed them to the frost giant wolf, then asked a question. Not yet. The prophet said they need 2 more years to reach adulthood. Their lineage is superior to their parents, so they should be able to grow even larger. Shake's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, and he offered a few words of advice to Defek and Ermi. Don't neglect your own cultivation either. When the dark tide descends, do your best to fight for the tribe. Don't let it get to the point where even little Ashen can't catch up. Upon hearing this, Defek and Ermi quickly replied, Yes, sir. Succubus ignored his guardian troll and went to the side of the boy, Ashen, whose shoulders were covered with a thick layer of snow. You little brat. Ashen, how much longer until you finish this standing meditation? Reporting to the instructor, there is still a quarter of an hour left. Shakes nodded without speaking and stood beside the young Ashen, bathed in snowflakes, waiting for the young Ashen to finish his stance training. A moment later, the young boy Ashen moved his small body and shook off the snowflakes. Watch closely. Today I'll teach you a move, the Dragon Claw Strike. The Dragon Claw Strike is actually a basic thrusting move, suitable for spears and lances. Of course, as a clan leader and a mentor, Succubus must have a certain air of sophistication when teaching his disciples martial arts. Thus, the incredibly stylish Dragon Claw pose was born. You little brat. Ashen, remember this. In this move, I stand firm in all positions, extend my body, and thrust out the spear, taking the blow and counterattacking. After the stance training is completed, the spear must be thrust out 10,000 times a day. No shortcuts allowed. After teaching the young Asian, Shakespeare felt very relieved. Bathed in the awe and admiration in the eyes of the young people, Shakshi felt incredibly awesome. So much so that when Shakshi walked into the chieftain's tent, the elders who came to attend the council meeting all felt a wave of prestige emanating from Shaksi's gate. Seated in the main seat, Shaksi gestured to the guardian troll Defik to lift the tent flap. Shakes didn't speak, but waited for the cold air outside the tent to fill the entire tent. It's snowing outside, and the cold wind is blowing in. Elders, winter has arrived. The arrival of winter means that we may not see the sunrise tomorrow or the day after. The polar night is approaching, and the dark tides surge every year. The tribe must be on high alert. This is a mobilization of the tribe by the Shaksi before the meeting of the elders, which is done every year. The purpose was to warn the elders that a mysterious dark creature was about to descend. As Shaksi finished speaking, the members of the Elder Council began to discuss amongst themselves in hushed tones. Shakes ignored them and let them talk and discuss. The dark tide has finally arrived. I must take this opportunity to advance a small rank this year. Black Flame, you're just bragging. How many years has it been since your cultivation level improved? Yes, Elder Black Flame, you didn't improve last year, and I don't think you'll improve this year either. I think that with Elder Nyo Handy's fighting spirit, he can easily improve. And Elder Black Jade. Elder Tekkel, how did you previously defend against dark creatures in the Thunder Forest? During the meeting of the elders, the voices of discussion grew louder and the atmosphere became increasingly lively, even though neither Shaksi nor the 4 chief elders intervened to stop it. This is the scenario that Shaksi wants to see. Only through mutual exchange and discussion among the members of the elders can they gain a deeper understanding of each other's ideas and pool their wisdom. Of course, such things must be stopped in time, and words must be spoken to stop them when necessary. Shakes glanced at Elder Genkai, who understood. He stroked his beard and roared in a deep voice, stopping the elders who wanted to continue. All right, discussion time is over. You've all had your discussion. Now the clan leader has something to say. Shakes had a smile on his face as he scanned the crowd. As Shaksi's gaze swept across the area, the sounds inside the tent grew fainter and fainter, until gradually, everyone's breathing became clearly audible. I'm also curious, how do those races in the south resist the dark tides? Tekker, tell everyone what's going on. The kobold elder Tekkel stood up and bowed to Shaksha before looking at the other elders who were watching him. Respected clan leader, I have not experienced the dark tides of the Black Wasteland Forest, so I dare not speak presumptuously. But every year, our kobold race seeks refuge in Thunder Eagle City from the dark tides of the Thunder Forest. The kobold Tekkel directly revealed their method of avoiding dark creatures, and that every year, the kobolds would offer countless potions and other supplies to obtain such protection. In the Thunder Forest, no race dares to face dark creatures without the protection of a leader-level expert. Nevertheless, under the protection of Thunderhawk Knight Oots, we kobolds still lose half of our bloodline warriors every year. Seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, the kobold Tekkel's face slowly darkened. Those who are worse off than us are the half-goat people. They are like lambs being raised by Utes. When multiple leader-level powerhouses besiege Thunder Eagle City, Utes will voluntarily send out half-goat people so that those dark creatures can have their fill. This will alleviate the siege situation. When the kobold Tekkel recounted this situation, it was with a touch of sadness. Races like theirs, once deprived of protection, are almost certain to perish from the dark tide. Therefore, no matter what demands those leader-level powerhouses made, they had no choice but to agree. Your Excellency Chieftain, Tekkel once stood behind the kobold chieftain and heard Thunderhawk Knight Oots describe the dark tides of the Thunder Forest. The intensity of the dark tide will increase with the number of life forms. The more life forms gather in a place, the more concentrated the blood and life force it emits, and the easier it is to attract a large number of dark creatures. It also makes it easier to attract leader-level dark creatures. These words, spoken by the kobold Tekkel, immediately caused a huge uproar. However, in the eyes of Shakes and the 4 chief elders, it was only natural. These messages were discussed in depth by several elders, including the Prophet Get, and they made similar speculations. However, when the kobold Tekkel uttered his next words, even Shaksha was somewhat unsettled. Chief, I have also heard that Thunder Absolute Mountain in Thunder Domain Forest once attracted a Lord-level dark creature. This news is just a rumor, and Tekkel doesn't know if it's true or false. Chapter 189 Public Opinion is a fearsome thing, and public opinion can be deadly. A dark creature with the title of Lord actually appeared in the Thunder Forest. My God, how did Lord Layla manage to deal with it? Shuxi was extremely curious about this. Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Dels exchanged glances, all seeing horror in each other's eyes. If this is the case with Shakes and the 4 chief elders, then the others are even more so. Cough cough. Shuxi coughed, drawing the attention of the elders, and then gestured for the kobold Tekel to sit back down. Shuxi, of course, would not allow such fear to spread among the elders, so he spoke up. Lord-level dark creatures are just rumors. Our Black Wasteland Forest probably hasn't seen one in nearly 1,000 years. Shakshi's words jolted the members of the terrified council out of their daze, and a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in their eyes. However, this year, our Black Wasteland Forest has seen an increase of tens of thousands of people. If I'm not mistaken, we will definitely be attacked by leader-level dark creatures one after another in this dark tide. After the elders relaxed, Shuxi immediately began whipping them. Therefore, elders, from this moment on, we must be on high alert. I hereby declare that from this day forward, our Black Wasteland tribe's campfire will never be extinguished, and our sentry posts will never be abandoned. Besides the little ones, mobilize all the members of the tribe and have them help add firewood, cook meat, and shovel snow. Of course, the tribe should distribute all the winter supplies it is entitled to, and no one should be left out. After saying this, Shuxi glanced at everyone, his expression solemn and his eyes cold. Elders, let me make this clear. If anyone fails to perform at this crucial moment, I will personally execute him. The elders stood up, bowed, and shouted loudly. For the sake of the tribe, we are ready to die for it. For the sake of the tribe, we are ready to die for it. The Council of Elders meeting lasted a long time, and the subsequent discussions were mainly chaired by Dels and Yelena. One of them was the Battle Elder, and the other was the Deacon Elder. Most matters of the tribe could not be discussed without their involvement. After the discussions on matters such as night watch shifts, combat squads, area leaders of the city walls, and logistical supplies were completed, the Council of Elders finally concluded in a somber atmosphere. After only 4 chief elders remained in the tent, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Dels. Shakis then spoke to the 4 of them with a serious expression. The walls in the underground fissure area have been completed. During the dark tide, a leader-level expert must be stationed there. We not only need to guard against the leader-level dark creatures outside the city walls, but also against monsters that may crawl out of the bottomless abyss at any time. If someone is prepared to attack someone who is not, how can you guard against them if you are unprepared? The Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Dels all nodded in agreement with Shuxi's decision. In the south gate of Black Wasteland City, there must also be a leader-level expert guarding the place. In other words, we must ensure that there are always leader-level powerhouses present in the underground fissures and at the south gate. I, the Prophet, the Elder, Yelena, and Yuyina, the 5 of us must discuss and agree that we will take turns on duty starting today. After saying this, Shuxi felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Fortunately, this invasion of all races allowed the twins, Yelena and Yuyina, to advance to the leader level. Otherwise, they might not have had enough manpower. Chief, I have a suggestion. I think you should not be included in the rotating duty team. Given your strength, chieftain, and the convenience and speed of the Thunder Eagle, I suggest that you stay in Crocodile Turtle Valley and be ready to provide support to any area under attack at any time. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was some truth to Gata's prophecy. Chief, I also agree with the Prophet's suggestion. Under normal shift rules, no matter where you are, you can only handle the situation of one leader-level dark creature appearing. What if multiple leader-level dark creatures appear simultaneously? At that time, we will need your immediate support, chieftain. It was Yelena who spoke, and what she said made a lot of sense. In that case, it will be as you say. I will stay in Crocodile Turtle Valley and provide support at any time. Shuxi is not a tyrannical dictator. He will listen to any reasonable and worthwhile advice. However, in this case, the order of duty shifts will need to be adjusted. The Prophet and the Grand Elder will work in shifts, and you will take turns guarding the underground rift. I will instruct the Crypt Spider Queen to have Crimson cooperate with you. Shaksha looked at Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, and only after the 2 nodded in agreement did Shaksha turn to look at Yelena. Yelena and Yuyina, you sisters will take turns guarding the south gate of the city wall. I will release the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus later and let it make its home outside the city walls. With the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, you can also take care of the various allocations of the tribe's logistical resources. After a moment's thought, Yelena couldn't find anything wrong with it, so she nodded in agreement. The reason why Shuxi made this arrangement was mainly because Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai were tank-type leader-level powerhouses. Their physique and the weapons they use allow them to confront dark creatures head-on. In contrast, Yelena and Yelena are small in stature, and both tend to be support roles. Their abilities can only be fully utilized when they are paired with Abyssal Grayman. Finally, Shuxi looked at the silent battle elder, Dels. Dels, I'll say it again. I will make my choice between you and Scarlet based on the actual situation. For the sake of the tribe, you must be prepared. Dels stood up and bowed to Shuxi and the other 3 chief elders. Chief, Dels is not a stubborn or stupid person. Dels will accept any arrangements you make and will do his best to protect our Black Wasteland tribe. As for leader-level resources, Dels knows very well that the existence of the leader-level Cave Spider Queen is more important than my advancement. Dels's words were forceful and his tone was steady, clearly indicating that he had considered them for a long time before speaking. Durs proposed that the Dark Source crystals obtained by the tribe should be given priority to the Cave Spider Queen. Chief, these are the heartfelt words of Dels. Under the watchful eyes of Shaksha, the Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Yelena, Dels continued. When I heard that the clan chief was also going to join the rotating team, Dels felt ashamed. I am ashamed of my position as a battle elder because I cannot share the burden for the clan leader and the elders. At this point, Dels lowered his head. Honestly, sitting with Shaksha, the Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Yelena for a meeting, as the only one who wasn't a leader, Dels felt a lot of pressure. This pressure came not only from Dels himself, but also from the discussions among his own tribe members. Especially after the demon wife Yuno was also promoted to the leader level, the pressure from the tribesmen's discussions became even stronger. Many members of the tribe were secretly discussing whether the position of Elder of the Deer's Battle should be relinquished. Shuxi gazed at Dels, understanding the pressure Dels was under. The fact that Dels was able to say these words today already shows that he has a very open and honest heart. However, public opinion can be terrifying, and it can be deadly. Chapter 190 Enchanted Weapons, Patrol, and Flirting. Durs, the position of Battle Elder was earned by your illustrious military achievements. When Shuxi spoke, his tone was calm, but what he said was like a reassuring pill, calming Dels's heart. This is Sheikh's affirmation of Dels. You know better than any of us how much pressure, courage, and combat ability the position of Battle Elder requires. Do you think there are other members of the tribe who could do the job? Or are you going to pass this burden on to the tribe's elders who are not mature enough and lack strength? These words from Shakisu already carried a slightly reproachful tone. Durs, if you really want to prove yourself, then wait until you get the leader-level resources and then promote yourself to leader level in one go. Let the people see that the tribe's battle elder is also a towering troll warrior. Sheikh's tone softened somewhat, and he then offered a few words of comfort to Dels. Chief, Dels looked up at Shuxi, wanting to say something, but said nothing. All right, we know you're under pressure, but you still have to get things done. The tribe needs you. For the sake of the tribe, Dels' death is not a pity. Shuxi gave a soft hum, and after discussing some details, the elders' meeting finally came to an end. In the days that followed, Black Wasteland City became extremely busy, and even most of the tribe's young children were strictly forbidden from leaving their tents. That morning, when Shakespeare awoke from his slumber, the sun had not yet risen. Shakshi, the polar night has arrived. Yuyina led Aya into the tent. She had just returned from her shift and looked a little tired. Nevertheless, Yuyina personally helped Shaksha put on the cloak, her eyes full of affection. How's the situation outside? Fortunately, no dark creatures have been spotted yet. My sister is already arranging for the bait to be laid. Shakes nodded, preparing to step out of the tent to conduct an inspection. Master, Aya can enchant your weapon. Medusa Aya's weak voice came through, carrying a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's eyes lit up, and he took out his spear, the Flame of Will. Aya walked up to Shuxi, her hands surging with magical energy. Shuxi's spear was instantly enveloped in magic, and a string of magical runes, like words, were imprinted on the spear. Master, thanks to my enchantment, your spear now possesses intermediate petrification ability. However, this ability can only be maintained for a maximum of 3 days. Shakes nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as Shuxi turned to leave the tent, Luo Fu's voice rang out. Master, I can also enchant your weapon. Shuxi turned to look at Luo Fu, whose beautiful face held a competitive look. She was a woman who refused to admit defeat. Shuxi didn't say anything, but handed over the spear. Luo Fu took the spear and found it incredibly heavy. She had no choice but to stand it upright and then chant a spell. Then, Luo Fu took out a bottle of liquid from her bosom, applied it to the tip of the spear, and inscribed a series of runes. After a long while, the flames on the spear in Luo Fu's hand intensified, making Shuxi's eyes light up. Master, the flammability of this spear has been enhanced. My enchantment is permanent until this weapon is destroyed. Shuxi nodded, not looking at Medusa Aya, whose face was pale and gloomy, but turned and walked out of the tent. It's best to let women resolve their own issues. Outside the tent, the young Ashen was still practicing standing meditation according to the lessons given by sheikhs. Little brat, after you finish your homework, clear the snow outside the tent. Mentor, I understand. Sheikhs reached out and brushed the snow off the young Ashen before leading the guardian troll toward the south gate of the city wall. Inside the chieftain's tent, Yina looked at the stunningly beautiful Luo Fu and spoke softly. When I'm on duty, you must take good care of Sheikhs. You must make sure he has everything he needs, from food and clothing to shelter and transportation. And keep our tents clean too. Luo Fu nodded, agreeing to all of Yina's instructions. Yina is not Aya. Yina is the demon wife and has the right to manage Luo Fu, a fact that Luo Fu is well aware of. Therefore, Luo Fu dared not refute Yina at all. Moreover, Yina was a leader-level powerhouse, so Luo Fu truly had no intention of resisting. The dark tide is descending, and dark creatures may attack the city at any time. If any dark creatures break into Black Wasteland City, remember, do not leave your tent. The chieftain's tent is the safest place. Yina felt no jealousy or envy towards Luo Fu, because their statuses were unequal and they were incomparable. Later, come with me to the chieftain's tent and enchant all the elders' weapons. Luo Fu nodded in agreement, but she still offered a few words of advice. Mistress, a large amount of enchanting potions have been used up on the city walls, and the reserves are running low. It might not be enough to enchant all the elders' weapons. Yina frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, prioritize enchanting the weapons of the elders in charge. Enchant the others as much as you can. Okay. Only then did the atmosphere in the chieftain's tent quiet down. At the south gate of the city wall, when Shuxi climbed the wall, the succubus queen Yelena had just returned from her inspection. Is everything arranged? Chieftain. Yelena first bowed slightly, signaling the group of bloodline warriors behind her to continue their patrol, before speaking to Shuxi in detail. The bait has been laid on the south gate wall, and a large amount of poison has been added to it. We just don't know if it will be effective. To avoid being attacked from both sides, no bait was placed on the other side of the underground fissure. The cannon fodder regiment has also been divided into 2 teams, taking turns on duty on the city wall on the other side of the underground fissure. There shouldn't be any major problems. Shakes nodded and led the way toward the tower next to him. Through the tower window, Shuxi saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus lying fast asleep in the corner inside the tower. Seemingly sensing the presence of the Shukti, Abyssal Tyrannoman opened its large eyes and looked over. Oh whoa. Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a low growl. After seeing Shaxu's gesture to quiet it, it closed its eyes and continued to doze off. If we encounter an enemy and I don't get there in time, I'll protect myself, support Abyssal Tyrannoman, and stalling is victory. I understand, Shuxi. The succubus queen Yelena felt a warmth in her heart as she sensed Shuxi's concern and called out to him. Shakes gazed into the endless darkness in the distance, at the familiar yet strange polar night. I'll go take a look over there. Instead of flirting with the seductive Yelena, Shaksha led the guardian trolls and a squad of bloodline warriors toward the underground fissure. In the underground fissure, Shuxi saw Elder Gankai urging his people to conduct an inspection. Shaksha, you've come. Shakes nodded, went to Elder Gankai's side, and followed the elder around the city wall. Chapter 191 is yours, the first wave of monsters. When Shuxi returned to the chieftain's tent in the center of Black Wasteland City, Yuena had already arrived with Luo Fu and Aya, and they were enchanting the elder's weapons. Shakes was somewhat surprised, but also quite satisfied. Through subtle, intangible actions, Yina is building her own authority. This is a good thing. Shakes took the seat of honor, drank a sip of beast blood wine to warm himself up. You don't have to work so hard. Yuena leaned against Shuxi, watching Aya and Luo Fu enchant various weapons. I'm a little envious of their abilities. Shakes reached out and hugged Yuna around the waist, letting her lean against his chest. What's theirs is yours. Shake's words made Yuna feel sweet inside. Yuna took out a set of bone armor from the wooden box next to her and handed it to Shakes. I see that the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus isn't wearing the jade bone armor. Is your armor damaged? Shakes nodded, feeling slightly touched. Even such a small detail was noticed by Yuina. This is the demon wife of his Shakespeare. The J-bone armor was 90% damaged in the last battle against the illusory will of Lord Layla, leaving only a piece of the breastplate. It's unknown how many high-grade bones the J-bone armor needs to absorb to be restored, or how long that will take. Then put on this bone armor. I had Elder Black Flame modify it, and its defensive capabilities are better than ordinary bone armor. Shuxi did not refuse, stood up, and invited Yuina to help him put on his armor. Soon, with Yuina's help, the bone armor enveloped Shuxi. Mistress, the enchanting potion is finished. Luo Fu walked over, her expression filled with regret. The enchanted potion was concocted by Elder Deacon Yelena after she had scavenged all the magic potions in the Black Wasteland tribe, and the quantity was already limited. After enchanting the city walls, very little remained. Upon hearing this, Shuxi raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the cultivation of the potion had to be put on the agenda. Ding ding ding. Just as Shuxi was about to talk to Luo Fu about cultivating potions, the alarm bells of Black Wasteland City rang urgently. Go back and rest first. Get your energy back. The tribe will need you for the rest of the night. After giving his instructions, Shuxi called out to the guardian trolls and then left the chieftain's tent. When Shakes reached the south gate of the city wall, the battle had already begun. How is the situation? On the city wall, the leader-level expert, Yuina, remained calm and quietly observed the battlefield. Shakes came to Yuina's side and asked about the battle. Fortunately, no leader-level dark creatures have appeared, but the number of ordinary dark creatures has increased significantly compared to last year. And the variety of monsters has also increased. Chieftain, look over there. Those are tentacle monsters that are rarely seen. Tentacle monsters have only appeared in the historical records of the Succubus race, but now they are appearing in groups. Following the direction Yuina was pointing, Shuxi saw a tentacle monster that looked like a ball of flesh. It was a fleshy monster that was over 10 meters tall, not only with a huge body, but also with dozens of long tentacles. The tentacled monster's tentacles were soft and flexible, and with a few twirls, they managed to deflect all the spears and arrows thrown by the tribal warriors. Just as Shakes was observing, a tentacle monster approached the city wall. Its tentacles braced against the ground as it leaped up, attempting to jump onto the city wall. Shakes' gaze swept over the area, and he reacted quickly. Call out. Shuxi threw his spear, killing the tentacle monster that had already leaped into the air. These monsters must not be allowed to climb the city walls, otherwise countless warriors of the tribe will be killed or wounded. Osabik, get rid of those tentacle monsters. Osabik is the name of Abyss Grayman, and Shaxu rarely refers to Abyss Grayman by this name. Now that Shaxu needs Abyss Grayman and the Succubus sisters to cooperate, he has no choice but to tell them Abyss Grayman's name. It feels respected when outsiders call it by the name Abyssal Grayman. If Yelena and Yuna were in battle and shouted something like Abyssal Tyrannoman, attack, Abyssal Tyrannoman probably wouldn't even give the Succubus sisters a second thought. Of course, this excludes Kashiwa, who is bound by a contractual relationship with Abyssal Grayman. Roar. The dozing, lazy Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a hiss, its deep, tearing roar booming out like a subwoofer. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman itself roared out. On the battlefield, Abyssal Tyrannoman specifically targeted tentacle monsters for kill, relieving the pressure on the tribal bloodline warriors. In this way, the dark creatures without tentacles became the prey. The dark demons, dark nightwalkers, and blind spiders outside the city walls were successively killed, and the battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Send all the dark source crystals and dark creature corpses that have been handed over directly to the underground rift. Tell Crimson that this is the best opportunity for the cave spiders. If they miss it, she'll have to go to the battlefield to find resources herself next year. After leaving those 2 sentences, Shuxi turned and went back to the chieftain's tent. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shuxi drank beast blood wine while deep in thought. Today's wave of dark creatures is just the beginning. The onslaught from these creatures may become increasingly intense. This wave of dark creatures is estimated to number over 10,000. Something Shakes has never encountered before. In other words, as the tribe develops and the population increases, the number of dark creatures that descend with the dark tide each year will also gradually increase. This kind of thing is completely contrary to the laws of biological population development. It could even be said that all races in this world are being targeted by some mysterious being or force, which is why dark tides occur every year. Dark tides. All sorts of dark creatures, such bizarre appearances. What secrets are hidden behind this? Honestly, at this moment, Shuxi really wanted to ride the Thunderhawk and patrol the darkness outside. Unfortunately, Thunderhawk's night vision wasn't good enough, and under the cover of the dark tide, the number of dark creatures was simply overwhelming. A continuous flow is normal, but going out is extremely dangerous. If they were surrounded and attacked by a large number of flying dark creatures outside, risking their lives, Shuxi couldn't imagine the consequences. The more powerful I become, the more mysterious and strange this world seems, and the more insignificant I feel. I wonder if ash seeds like Daughter the Wanderer have the same feeling as me. Alas, weakness is the original sin. Weakness also affects one's vision, preventing one from seeing far enough. Shakespeare's thoughts wandered far, filled with both apprehension and longing for the world. Chapter 192: The Giant Butterfly Disappears. As expected, in the following days, more and more dark creatures attacked Black Wasteland City. To be precise, all the dark creatures in the region are converging on Black Wasteland City. Since Shuxi integrated the Black Wasteland Forest, all races have moved to Black Wasteland City. Only after winter, when the tribe begins hunting magical beasts, will some tribesmen migrate back to their former tribe's territory for various reasons. When those dark creatures could not find food, they had no choice but to move towards Black Wasteland City. On this day, Shuxi pried open the small hands of Luo Fu and Aya that were tightly hugging his waist, freeing himself from the animal skin. Just as Shuxi had put on his cloak, he heard a piercing eagle cry. Shakes paused for a moment, then instantly ran out of the tent. Teminer, have your people sound the alarm. There's an enemy attack. As Shaksha ran towards the top of Crocodile Turtle Valley, he ordered the Guardian Troll Terminal to ring the alarm bell. When the enemy attacked, the tribal guards did not sound the alarm in advance. This was not their fault, because this time the dark creatures came from the skies above Black Wasteland City. Of course, the Black Wasteland tribe also heard the Thunder Eagle's cry, but most of them did not know that it meant an enemy attack. Only some knowledgeable Bloodline warriors who had witnessed the combined power of Thunder Eagle and Shuxi guessed that it might be an enemy attack. A crack appeared in the earth, and the Prophet Geta, on duty, looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The Prophet Geta was puzzled because he had not detected the approaching dark creatures. The Thunderhawk's cry was extremely piercing. It was a warning, something the Prophet Geta had already witnessed during the invasion of the Myriad races. Neo Handy, go to the south gate and ask Elder Deacon Ulaina if she knows what happened. If the elder in charge doesn't know either, go to the chieftain's tent and wait. Come back and tell me when you have any news. After the water buffalo man responded with a resounding, ox shaking, he ran towards the Southgate City Wall. Black Wasteland City, Southgate City Wall. Yelena, who was on duty, was also full of doubts. She had also heard the cry of the Thunder Eagle. At this moment, Yelena is standing on the top of the tower, where there is a watchtower with an excellent view. However, standing on the watchtower, Yelena didn't even spot a shadow of the dark creature. Tekker, send someone to investigate the underground fissure. Also, send someone to the chieftain's tent to wait for him. Report back to me immediately once you have any news. The kobold Tekkel bowed in agreement, said, yes, master, and then ran off to make the arrangements. Alligator Turtle Valley, on the mountaintop. Sensing the arrival of Shuxi, the Thunderhawk swooped down and caught Shuxi. Evans, what's going on? Boss, an enemy has just arrived here. It's a flying dark creature. A leader-level dark creature? Yes, sir. The relationship between Thunderhawk and Shaki is not as close as that between Abyssal Greyman. Thunderhawk and Shaksha have signed an equal contract, so Thunderhawk Evans calls Shaksha Big Brother, which means he is more powerful than Thunderhawk. Do you know which direction it went? No. Let's chase after it and see what kind of dark creature it is. The Thunderhawk flapped its wings rapidly, increasing its speed. However, the Thunder Eagle stopped as soon as it flew out of the Black Wasteland City's territory. Sir, something's wrong. Our territory is shrouded in a strange mist. Upon hearing this, Shuxi frowned. It wasn't that Shuxi didn't trust Thunderhawk Evans, but rather that Shuxi simply hadn't seen through that fog. Evans, are you sure there's a layer of fog over our territory? Yes, sir, can't you see? Shuxi remained silent. The eyes of the Thunderhawk and the eyes of the troll were definitely different. There are some things that ordinary people can't see, but that doesn't mean Laying can't see them. Evans, unleash the lightning and light up the sky. Okay, sir. Rumble, rumble. Laying acted immediately, his entire body surging with lightning element, and streaks of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire Black Wasteland City. At the same time, Shakus stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before him. In the sky, where the lightning passed, something seemed to be ignited, turning the entire sky a deep blue. After the deep blue dissipated, a layer of starlight-like substance fell from the sky, shimmering with blue light, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. Big brother, is it over there? Just as Shuxi was marveling at the strange starlight filling the sky, Thunderhawk Evan's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Shakes looked over and saw a giant butterfly fluttering in the distance, flying away from Black Wasteland City in a strange flight path. Chase. As he spoke, Shuxi had already taken out a throwing spear. Upon spotting its target, Thunder Eagle let out a screech and gave chase. While Thunder Eagle was chasing the butterfly, Shuxi was also observing the giant butterfly. The giant butterfly is entirely black, and when it flaps its wings, it emits puffs of black gas, which is extremely eerie. Master, the mist above our territory is emitted by those wings. As they drew closer, Shuxi finally got a clear look at the giant butterfly. This butterfly is huge. Its wingspan is at least 20 meters long, and its 3 pairs of tentacles resemble 3 pairs of scythes, making it extremely terrifying. Shakes didn't know the real name of this dark creature, so he could only call it the black swallowtail butterfly for the time being. If it gets any closer, it'll be within my firing range. Upon hearing this, Laying accelerated again, increasing its speed by another point. Call. Shuxi threw his spear, which trailed a tail, and whistled through the air as it tore through the air. However, the shooting scene that Shuxi had anticipated did not occur. Just as the spear was about to strike, the black swallowtail butterfly glanced back at Shuxi. In the darkness, the black swallowtail butterfly's ink-black eyes held a hint of mockery. Bang! Suddenly, the black swallowtail butterfly in flight turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. The spear that Shuxi threw also flew through the air and landed in the unknown darkness in the distance. This, could it be? Oh no, this is a diversionary tactic. Evans, let's fly back. However, when Shakes returned to Black Wasteland City, the scenario of luring the tiger away from the mountain that he had imagined did not occur. The Black Wasteland City was peaceful. The Bloodline warriors on the city walls were taking turns on duty in an orderly manner. Shuxi could also see the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yuyina, Dels, Yuliana, and other members of his clan looking up at the sky. Evans, fly around Black Wasteland City once, and use lightning to illuminate this area again. Okay, sir. Shakes was still not at ease, so he ordered Thunder Eagle to unleash lightning again to search for the enemy. Next, the people of Black Wasteland City witnessed a strange sight. Lightning flashed in the sky above Black Wasteland City, and the lightning leaped and exploded with tremendous force. Shakes and Thunder Eagle, who had circled Black Wasteland City, still hadn't gained anything. That black swallowtail butterfly seemed to have vanished. Chapter 193, A Beacon in the Darkness, Establishing Sentinels. Chieftain. The massive figure of the Thunder Eagle swooped down, and Shuxi leaped down, landing safely. As soon as Shuxi landed, he was surrounded by the arriving Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, Dels, Yuyina, and others. Let's talk inside the tent. Shuxi reached out and stopped the elders who wanted to ask about the specifics, indicating that they should wait a moment. Thunder Eagle has detected an enemy from the sky, a leader-level dark creature. That dark creature was a huge black butterfly, which I called the Black Swallowtail. Is there any relevant record in your tribe's history? Shuxi briefly described the black butterfly he had seen. At the same time, Shakes also recounted the mysteries surrounding the tribe and the mysterious disappearance of the black swallowtail butterfly. After Shakes finished speaking, the atmosphere in the tent became very quiet, gradually turning heavy with silence. Clearly, black butterflies are unfamiliar to everyone. This is a new type of dark creature, and it is a leader-level one. Chieftain, it is clear that the blood and energy emanating from our people who dwell in Black Wasteland City are like a beacon in the darkness. I'm afraid all the dark creatures of the Black Wasteland Forest are gathering in Black Wasteland City. After a long while, the Prophet Geta spoke his conjecture in a low, slightly weary voice. Shakes nodded in agreement. In fact, he had the same idea. Before the Black Wasteland was unified, all races hid away to avoid dark creatures. It wasn't until Shuxi unified the Black Wasteland Forest that everyone united to face the dark creatures and took the initiative to attack. For example, the troll race to which Shaksha belongs. In the past, when facing dark creatures, the Bloodline warriors would guard the stone walls of the Crocodile Turtle Valley to the death. Children and women would either hide in caves or in tents, and would not be allowed to step out of the tents even half a step. For example, the Succubus race locks themselves in the stone palaces they create when the dark tide arrives, and they don't open the stone doors for the entire winter. For example, the obsidian golems hide among the rocks, disguising themselves as stone to avoid attacks from dark creatures. All these methods aim at one goal: to conceal life force and blood, or to reduce the dissipation of life force and blood in the air. To put it bluntly, the Black Wasteland City of today has abandoned the methods used to avoid dark creatures. This method is detrimental to the development and management of Black Wasteland City. As tribal civilizations transition to urban civilizations, the loss of some methods and traditions is inevitable. Conversely, Black Wasteland City also gained a new way of survival by entering urban civilization. Just like the massive city walls surrounding Black Wasteland City and the tens of thousands of enslaved cannon fodder regiments, Black Wasteland City gained collective power, acquiring stronger and more orderly offensive and defensive capabilities. By uniting more races and stronger individuals, they gained greater survival capabilities. As our tribe grows stronger, I believe that we will face more dark creatures in the future, and their individual strength will also increase. For example, the butterfly that just appeared and the tentacle monster that rarely appeared before. These are challenges that our tribe must face. Shuxi spoke with a heavy tone. He was not exaggerating. The mysterious mist released by the black swallowtail butterfly and its mysterious disappearance left even the Shakesai baffled, let alone the other members of their tribe. However, on the other hand, this is also an opportunity for the tribe, an opportunity for everyone. The appearance of a leader-level dark creature. You should know what it means if we kill it, right? Before anyone could answer, Shuxi spoke up himself. That means more members of our tribe will have the opportunity to advance to the chieftain level and continue to strengthen our Black Wasteland tribe. Dells can, Bullshake can, Black Jade can, and also gain Yuga, Tekel, Luo Sha, Ander, Steel Shield. When all the members of our Council of Elders are leader-level powerhouses, how powerful will our Black Wasteland tribe be? This is a huge pie in the sky and a real incentive, because some people around them had already eaten the pancake. The existence of the four individuals, Gate Prophet, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Yuyina, served as role models, inspiring everyone. Shakes glanced at all the people in the tent and saw that their morale was rising, which reassured him. Elder, Yelena, select some bloodline warriors with excellent perception and eyesight from your ranks to form a sentry regiment specifically to monitor enemies over the tribal territory. Although the tribe already possesses the Thunderhawk, what happens when the Thunderhawk is not around? Therefore, a sentry regiment to monitor enemies over the tribal territory must be formed immediately and put into use right away. Elder Genkai and Yelena both nodded, agreeing to this urgent plan. Shuxi thought for a moment and then shouted to the guardian troll outside the tent. Temin, go and fetch Nadal for me. Yes, sir. Temin shouted outside the tent. Then his footsteps faded into the distance as he went to call for help. Nadal was the chieftain of the Igor clan. After submitting to the Shakshi, he moved the Igor clan to the Black Wasteland City. The reason why Shuxi wanted to see Nadal was because the Igor clan currently had 3 hero-level flying monsters. Shuxi wanted to cram Nadal, his son Khufu, and a tribesman named Novus into the Sentinel Corps. The advantage of doing this is that it directly gives the Sentinel Regiment a certain reconnaissance capability. Yelena, the Sentinel Regiment, is now under your command. Keep a close eye on the 2 Wind Eagles and 1 Blood Vulture that the Igor clan currently possesses. Upon hearing this, Yelena's eyes brightened considerably. When Shuxi said he was optimistic about flying magical beasts, he secretly meant that he must sign a contract with the relevant personnel. So the purpose is obvious. Shuxi's words were directed at Jufu and Novus. If she had the Sentinel Corps at her disposal, she would be much more adept at gathering intelligence. After discussing the Sentinel Corps, Shuxi ordered everyone to strengthen the defenses of the city walls and the underground fissures. I will have Thunder Eagle on alert against enemies from the sky, and I will also be on high alert. If I am not in the tribe, the Prophet, the Great Elder, Yelena, Yuyina, the dark creatures from the ground, will depend on you. Finally, Shuxi gazed into the darkness outside the tent, his voice sounding somewhat distant. However, the elders inside the tent listened with a slightly heavy and worried tone. Chieftain, the Cave Spider Queen says that she no longer needs ordinary dark source crystals. Elder Genkai, who was on duty at the underground fissure every day, was quite familiar with the situation of the Crypt Spider Queen, Scarlet. Has Crimson reached its peak? Yes, Chieftain. Shuxi nodded, glanced at the Grand Elder, and met his gaze. Not bad. In this somber atmosphere, such news is more or less an encouragement. Chapter 194, A Fleeting Glance, The Bone Ballista. For the next 3 days, dark creatures swarmed outside Black Wasteland City, and battles broke out on the city walls constantly. Shuxi sat firmly in the chieftain's tent, like a pillar of stability, suppressing the tribe and calming the people's hearts. With its two main forces, the Cannon Fodder Regiment and the Cave Spiders, and a leader-level expert to oversee the situation, Black Wasteland City is as stable as a mountain. Where's Aya? Shuxi took a sip of beast blood wine and enjoyed the massage from his demon wife, Yuina. Medusa Aya is usually by Yuina's side, so Shuxi was a little curious when he didn't see Aya today. She went to the city wall. She's been working really hard these days to improve her own strength and that of the triangular python. Shakes nodded without saying a word. Although Medusa was also a woman of the Shakshi, she also had the status of a slave and was not usually supported by the tribe. If Aya wants to obtain cultivation resources, she really has to rely on herself and the guardian monster, the triangular python. Fortunately, the triangular python was very helpful, and as long as Aya didn't encounter any leader-level dark creatures, she was not in any danger. If you can help, please help her as much as you can. Seriously, Medusa Aya, Shuxi can't keep an eye on everything right now. In the current situation, Shakis has devoted all its resources to Crimson, the cave spider queen. Although Crimson has reached the pinnacle of heroic level, it is still necessary to continue providing the spider swarm with dark source crystals in order for them to truly become combat ready. Therefore, Shuxi has distributed all the dark source crystals and dark creature corpses obtained by the tribe to the cave spiders. The true power of a swarm of cave spiders only becomes apparent once a certain number of the strongest individuals among them have accumulated. Moreover, the burrowing spider swarms are responsible for guarding the unknown underground fissures, and Shaksha must continue to allocate resources to them. This resource shift will only occur when the crypt spider queen, Crimson, advances to the leader level before resources can be redirected to other members of her race. Where's Rove? She does nothing but sleep and eat. She never leaves the tent. Is there any progress in potion cultivation? Not at the moment. Yuina shook her head. In fact, most of the preliminary preparations for cultivating the magic potion had already been completed. However, Rove was pulled away to enchant the city walls, which delayed the cultivation of potions. Just when Loth finally had some free time, the tribe was hit by a dark tide, so Yuina naturally dared not let Loth go out to cultivate potions. Especially after a few days ago, a leader-level flying dark creature appeared in the skies above the tribe. Yuina was even more afraid to let Luo Fu leave the tent. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The plan was great, but all sorts of difficulties always seemed to arise during its implementation. Shuxi had nothing to say about this. Shakes reached out and pulled Yuna into his arms. Just as he was about to kiss her, a sharp alarm sounded in Black Wasteland City. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from outside the city, and Shuxi instantly stood up from his seat like a spring. Not good. Both Shakes and Yuna reacted quickly, and the couple rushed towards the Southgate city wall one after the other. Roar. However, when Shuxi and Yuna climbed the city wall, the oppressive aura of a leader-level powerhouse that had just appeared disappeared. Only the deep roars of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and the merciless slaughter unfolded outside the city walls. What's going on? These words were, of course, spoken by Shaksha to the succubus Queen Yelena, who was guarding the area. I don't know either. The aura of that dark creature flashed by and then disappeared into the darkness in the distance. As a result, attacks from ordinary dark creatures have become more frequent. Yelena recounted everything she had seen and thought in detail, then looked intently at Shuxi, hoping to gain some insights or inspiration from him. Meanwhile, Shakis was gazing into the darkness in the distance. Shake's intuition told him that the dark creature hadn't fled because it sensed his presence. There must be something fishy going on here. After a moment, Shakushi withdrew his gaze, thought for a moment, and said, I can't figure out why either, but it's clear that the leader-level dark creature was highly intelligent, unlike ordinary dark creatures that only knew how to charge and kill. Just in case, I'll stay here tonight and see what happens. Yelena and Yuina exchanged a glance and nodded without objection. Shakes walked to the chair placed on the city wall, sat down, and pretended to be deep in thought with his eyes closed. This action means that you don't want to be disturbed. Meanwhile, Shuxi's mind had entered the ash platform and sent a message to his old friend, the wandering spirit Didi. Old friend, do you have any equipment or tools that can shoot down large magical beasts and monsters? A few minutes later, Ghost Dodd replied to the message. Those kinds of siege or defense siege weapons. Yes. Shakes didn't mince words and gave a simple, affirmative reply. Do you have any energy crystals? No. Shakes didn't know what energy crystals were, so his replies were quick and short. This is a bit tricky. Most of my items require soul power and necromantic power to operate, and even the lower quality ones need to be inlaid with energy crystals. Just as Shaksha was about to give up, the wandering soul Dodd sent another message. You wouldn't even look down on such low-grade stuff? Along with the information came some data and information. Bone Ballista. Type, triple arrow siege crossbow. Quality, silver. Description, the Bone Ballista is an item that was phased out in the old days of the Netherworld. Nevertheless, the Bone Ballista has an effective range of up to 2,000 meters and has some anti-aircraft capabilities. This is something I discarded many years ago. If you like it, I'll give it to you. The Bone Ballista cannot be loaded with extraordinary arrows or equipped with magic arrows, so it's not very useful. Besides, you probably don't have the materials to make bone arrows, so you can only use wooden arrows instead, which will be much less powerful. Shuxi observed the attributes of the 3-arrow siege crossbow for a while. It was a silver-grade weapon, and he figured it was unlikely to be effective against a boss-level dark creature. However, it should be a powerful weapon against ordinary dark creatures. I want it all, however much you have. My city is under siege by monsters. The more of this stuff, the better. The wandering soul Dodd did not have a chance against Shuxi. He knew very well that time was precious in wartime. Moreover, between providing timely help and adding to someone's success, Dodd prefers the former because it involves a certain degree of gambling, which is more exciting and anticipated. 100 bone ballistae are all yours. As soon as the message was sent back, Ghost Dodi had already initiated a trade with Shaksha. How could Shakes possibly refuse? He accepted the deal outright. Shuxi saw clearly that along with the bone ballistae, there were also 2,000 bone arrows in the trade. For the wandering soul Dodd, this might be a process of cleaning out his backpack. But for Shakes, this is undoubtedly a big move. Chapter 195, Feeling at Ease, Turning Trash into Treasure. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Shikessa wasn't so sentimental or pretentious. Of course, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and this principle applies to friendships as well. When in trouble, ask for help. This is how Shakes defines a friend. So, Shuxi shamelessly continued to speak. You should have plenty of materials to repair the jade bone armor, right? Could you send me some too? The wandering spirit Didi remained silent and made no attempt to manipulate Shuxi. He sent over information about another item. Jade bone beads. Type, special minerals. Quality, gold. Description, these are bone beads from the spine of the Whitebone clan, and they are quite mysterious. This is a good item, and it's also a material for repairing the jade bone armor. Just when Shuxi thought that the wandering soul Dodi would send him some, the wandering soul Dodi sent him a message instead. The jade bone bead is very precious. Trade it for a magic core. Shuxi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Shakespeare found Dodd's methods and approaches to handling relationships with friends quite acceptable and to his liking. So, Shakes took out all the magic cores he had obtained during the last tribal beast tide and traded them over. You decide how much you can buy. A moment later, the wandering soul Dodi initiated a trade, exchanging 100 jade bone beads for Shuxi. Upon obtaining the jade bone bead, Shakes immediately began repairing the jade bone armor on the spot. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul Dodi held a level 5 magic core in his hand, bit it into a piece, and chewed it slowly and contentedly. Even the gold-grade jade bone armor has been shattered. It seems that Luo Shanhai has encountered a formidable enemy. Buying large siege equipment and repair materials, this guy must be having a tough time. This guy is interesting. He's accumulated so many magic cores in such a short time. His world must be very rich in resources. This thing is starting to resemble a blind box more and more. I can't wait. I don't know how much the bone ballista will help him, but that thing is definitely a bit of junk. Of course, the wandering soul Dodi would not tell Shuxi that he had plenty of things like the jade bone beads, so many that he couldn't possibly use them all. After all, in the Netherworld, the most casualties in every battle are the skeletal warriors. Therefore, selectively ripping off some saxophone users makes Yuan Dode feel at ease. Black Wasteland City, Southgate City Wall. Amid the astonished gazes of Yelena, Yeyina, and their subordinates, Shakes took out his jade bone armor, which was now reduced to a single piece of breastplate. Then Shakes placed the jade bone beads one by one onto the hard armor. At first, the jade bone armor absorbed the jade bone beads very slowly, but after absorbing about 20 beads, the speed began to increase, and it became faster and faster. Half an hour later, a brand new set of jade bone armor appeared on Shuxi. The bone material was pitch black, and the overall look was much colder. Shuxi, what is this? Shakes put away the jade bone armor and pulled his demon wife, Yeyina, who had come forward to ask questions, into his arms. The repaired jade bone armor reminded me of some special bone beads I had searched for before. I didn't expect them to be so effective in repairing the jade bone armor. After giving a brief explanation, Shakshi changed the subject. Next, under the pretext of inspection, Shakes took the opportunity to visit the forbidden area behind Crocodile Turtle Valley and retrieved 100 bone ballistae and 2,000 bone arrows. Shakshi picked up a bone arrow and examined it for a while, then became quite disappointed. Aside from some special hero-level magical beasts, bones of this quality are extremely rare. As expected, the resources of the Black Waste Forest were indeed insufficient for the mass production of bone arrows. This batch of bone ballistae can only temporarily alleviate the situation. If the arrows were made of wood, their power would definitely be greatly reduced. As for the iron arrowheads, let's forget about them. Iron is a scarce resource in the entire northern region. Even among the troops of the Shakshi, most wore leather armor, and only about 5,000 wore bone armor. Shakshi sighed, turned, and walked out of the cave, preparing to have Yelena retrieve the 100 bone ballistae and place them on the city wall for use. Just as Shakshi was about to leave the cave, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. Can these bone ballistae be enchanted? If it could be enchanted, even a wooden arrow would definitely be more powerful. Shakes thought about it more and more and felt that this method was feasible, so he quickly left the place and rushed to his tent in the northern area of Black Wasteland City. After a long while, Shakshi lifted the curtain and went into the tent. Saintess Raph, who was huddled under an animal skin for warmth, poked her head out in surprise, her face showing a hint of doubt. "Master, aren't you on duty?" Shakshi gave a soft guessing that Luo Fu under the animal skin probably wasn't wearing much clothing, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. What happened next was beyond description. After the tide rose and fell, Shakshi received some disheartening news. The Flower Garland clan had used up all the potions specifically for enchanting, and Rove was also unable to enchant the bone ballista. Shakespeare's idea of dying before achieving his goal left him extremely frustrated. "Master, if we're talking about enchanting, can't we use that snake woman too?" But her enchantments can't last long, and they consume a lot of her magic power. Upon hearing this, Shaksi's recently extinguished thoughts resurfaced. So Shakshi stood up and prepared to leave. Luo Fu quickly grabbed Shakes and helped him put on his leather armor piece by piece. "Stay in the tent and don't go out. It's safe here." Loph was quite happy to receive Shaksi's concern, especially since they had just made love. Her whole body radiated an indescribable glow. Shakes nodded, turned, and walked out of the tent. In fact, Shakes wasn't lying. The chieftain's tent was the safest place in Black Wasteland City. Don't be fooled by the fact that the trolls' tents are made of animal hides. These tents have special functions. The tents of the troll race can gather elements, increasing the elemental density of the surrounding environment, which is beneficial for cultivation. Secondly, the chieftain's tent is actually a mysterious item with special protective capabilities. To be precise, it was a fur banner erected on top of the chieftain's tent, a special item. This was a secret that Shakshi only discovered after he became the clan leader, and the animal skin banner was moved from his elder brother Jellal's tent to Shaksi's tent. This is a secret known only to the clan leader, and it is also a secret of the troll race. The animal hide banner atop the chieftain's tent is a tribal artifact. Since learning of the existence of the clan artifact, Shaksha has felt at ease about the two items in his possession. The first item was that mysterious tower, and the second item was that statue that absorbed the power of faith. Shakes believes that the uses and purposes of these unknown items will become clear once he advances to a higher level of strength. Once outside the tent, Shaksi, leading his guardian trolls, hurried towards the south gate of the city wall. Shaksi's idea was simple. He wanted Yelena to bring out the bone ballista so that Aya could test it directly on the city wall and see if she could enchant it. If the enchantment is successful, even if the arrow is made of wood, it will still have some petrifying ability. By then, the Shaksi will have been transformed from waste into treasure. Chapter 196 Luring and Dispersing. The battle begins instantly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shaksi sat comfortably in the chieftain's tent, quite pleased with himself. Half a day ago, Medusa Aya had already completed all the enchantments on the bone ballista. Shakes fired a test shot, and the attack effect of the bone ballista was excellent. The reason it took 2.5 days to enchant was because Aya's own magic power was limited, and she could only enchant the white bone ballista intermittently. Get some rest. Don't go to the city wall. Just leave the triangular python there. Maintain the enchantment effect of those bone ballistae, and the tribe will reward you accordingly. Medusa Aya stood behind Shaksi, massaging his shoulders. "Master, Aya understands. All right, take a break." As he spoke, Shaksi pulled Medusa Aya into his arms. Aya's body was as soft as water, and she naturally nestled into Shakespeare's arms. Looking at the slightly aloof yet sometimes gentle and weak snake woman before him, Shikshita's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he forcefully kissed her. After a series of kisses, Medusa Aya's face was flushed, and she dared not open her eyes to look at Shuxi, so she had no choice but to obediently close her eyes to recover her magic. Phew! Just as the atmosphere and mood were about to reach a new level, the high-pitched cry of the Thunder Eagle came from high above, followed by the sharp alarm of Black Wasteland City. Stay in the tent, don't go out. Shakes reacted incredibly quickly. After putting Medusa Aya down from his arms, he asked a few words of concern and then rushed out of the tent. Shuxi's lips trembled, and he made a sound similar to that of a thunder eagle. A dark shadow flashed across the sky, and Shuxi took a running start and lightly leaped onto the back of Thunder Eagle. Evans, the enemy has reappeared. Yes, sir, it's hiding in the skies above our territory. The flames of the spears will instantly appeared in Shuxi's hand. Shuxi scanned the surrounding darkness, but there was no trace of the enemy. Sir, do we need to dispel the fog over our territory? Disperse. Rumble. Rumble. In the dark sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared in an instant. Electricity crackled and hissed. The strange scene from a few days ago reappeared. The sky was dyed a dark blue, and starlight like dust drifted down, both beautiful and eerie. Big brother, is it over there? A huge black shadow flashed in the distance. As Thunder Eagle alerted Shuxi, it had already flapped its wings and given chase. In Black Wasteland City, the battle erupted instantly, reaching its climax immediately. From the distant, dark forest, countless dark creatures burst forth, relentlessly assaulting the walls of Black Wasteland City. Dark demons, dark night walkers, blind spiders, tentacle monsters, black serpents, subterranean worms, all sorts of dark creatures, both familiar and unfamiliar, seemed to descend suddenly, sweeping in like a raging tide. Roar! The terrifying force even startled the dozing abyssal tyrannoman. The abyssal tyrannoman opened its massive jaws and roared as it tore through the darkness. Its enormous eyes reflected the endless creatures of darkness. Gradually, the abyssal tyrannoman's eyes became bloodshot as it relentlessly charged forward. At the south gate, Elder Yelena was already standing on the city wall, watching the monster rush out of the darkness in the distance. Even though she had participated in the invasion of all races, Yelena's heart couldn't help but tremble. Archers, ballistae, prepare. Yelena issued orders and prepared to command the battle. Just then, a monstrous roar echoed from the darkness in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. A phantom spider, resembling a blind spider, darted out of the dense forest and roared at the abyss Tyrannosaurus. A leader-level dark creature. The thing that Yelena feared most has happened. Where is Shuxi? Yelena turned her head and glanced at her younger sister, Yelena, who had suddenly appeared beside her. Up there, Thunderhawk just sounded an alarm. That butterfly must have appeared over our territory again. Yelena looked up at the beautiful, deep blue sky, but couldn't find a single figure of Shuxi. Don't worry about the Shakshini. Let's worry about the big guy in front of us. Yelena stared at the illusion spider, which was already entangled with the abyssal tyrannoman, and didn't know how to help. That giant butterfly must be bait. It lured away the Shuxi and the Thunder Eagle so that this giant spider could attack the city without restraint. Bang! Just as Yelena finished speaking, the ground in the plaza in the southern part of Black Wasteland City was suddenly lifted up, and stone slabs flew everywhere. A massive, beetle-like dark earth-armored beast burst forth from the ground, followed by a large number of dark night walkers. Without a doubt, this is yet another leader-level dark creature. Oops! Tekel, hurry to the underground fissure and inform the Grand Elder and the Prophet to come and help. At this moment, even Elder Yelena's voice trembled slightly. If you include the black swallowtail butterfly in the sky, the number of leader-level dark creatures surrounding Black Wasteland City has reached 3. Nadal, you lead the Sentinel Regiment and quickly clear out those dark creatures that have invaded Black Wasteland. Yes, sir. After the order was given, Yelena turned to look at her younger sister, Yelena. I'll lead the attack, you support me. We must hold this monster back before the Grand Elder and the Prophet arrive. Yelena took out her weapon, nodded, and said nothing. Whoosh. 2 figures with almost identical appearances and figures transformed into 2 black shadows and rushed towards the dark earth armor beast that had broken into the Black Wasteland City. The dark earth armor beast has a pair of tentacles that are about 20 meters long and resemble whips. Wherever the tentacles passed, the bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland were instantly ripped apart. Even more terrifying is that the Dark Earth Armor Beast has a pair of claws that open and close with an extremely ferocious appearance. Honestly, even after rising to the leader level, Yelena still didn't know how to face such a dark creature. Even though they are both leaders, the difference in physical strength and physical advantages is simply too great. Yelena, who was standing a little further away, opened her mouth and began to chant a strange song, which was her exclusive illusion, mental delusion. Under the influence of this illusion, although the Dark Earth Armor Beast was majestic and rampaging, it did not cause any real damage to the Succubus Queen Yelena. The situation remained deadlocked, with chaos erupting both inside and outside the city. Fortunately, when Yelena joined the battle, there were some arrangements in place. The Bloodline warriors on the city wall continuously released arrows, spears, and crossbow bolts, barely suppressing the dark creatures that were sweeping in. In this process, the white bone ballista that the Wandering Soul DoD gave to the Shakshi played a crucial role. After the bone arrows were used up, the sharpened wooden arrows also demonstrated tremendous attack power. Especially when monsters are close, the power of the bone ballista is devastating, tearing apart everything in its path. Chapter 197. You're too late. Misty Demon Realm. Boom. Thunderhawk Evans unleashed a chain of lightning bolts, striking the giant butterfly in front of him. The butterfly, too, was transformed into a wisp of black smoke in the chain of lightning. The black smoke was blasted away, leaving nothing in the air. Boss, this guy is so strange, he's disappeared again. Shakes frowned and glanced at the black wasteland city below. Blood and fire mingled, roars and horns blared, and the entire black wasteland city was thrown into chaos. Especially after sensing the anger emanating from Abyssal Tyrannoman, Setsuki felt a slight sense of unease for some reason. Evans, fly down. Let's go help Abyssal Tyrannoman. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle Evans began to descend in altitude and swoop down toward the south gate of Black Wasteland City. At the same time, Shuxi took out a throwing spear and hurled it at the illusionary spider below. Shaxu and Abyssal Tyrannoman were connected in spirit, and Shaxu knew that it had fallen into an illusion. Meanwhile, the illusion spider was lurking not far from the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, constantly spinning its web in an attempt to bind it. The spear descended from the sky at incredible speed, giving the illusion spider little time to react. The illusion spider extended two spider legs, attempting to block the rapidly approaching spear. Bang! The spear thrown by Shuxi shattered the two spider legs of the illusion spider. However, the illusion spider escaped a fatal blow as a result. A loud explosion rang out, shattering the dream woven by the illusion spider. The Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a low roar and charged towards the illusion spider. High in the sky, just as Shuxi was about to make another move, Thunderhawk Evans issued another warning. Big brother, that butterfly has reappeared, and it keeps creating fog. Shakes exclaimed in surprise and looked up at Black Wasteland City, where a giant butterfly was fluttering. Damn it, could it be trying to create a super large illusion? Shakes was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. Evans, go after it. We can't let it get away this time. Call out. As he spoke, Shuxi had already thrown a spear at the black swallowtail butterfly. Call out. This time, the black swallowtail butterfly did not disappear like smoke, but instead leaped up and down to dodge the spear of the Kshatriya. Upon seeing this scene, Setsukushi's eyes lit up. This is the real body. Thunderhawk Evans also noticed this, and after letting out a cry, he gave chase. You're too late. A gentle, maternal female voice rang in Shakespeare's ear, her tone tinged with a hint of smugness. My starry sky illusion has been activated. Your people will soon be completely devoured. Before anyone knew it, the black swallowtail butterfly had turned its head, its huge, jet-black compound eyes fixed on Shuxi. Who are you? Where do you come from? Shakes did not launch an attack, allowing Thunderhawk Evans to accelerate towards Black Butterfly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shuxi also wanted to extract some information about dark creatures and dark tides. Unfortunately, the black swallowtail butterfly did not answer Shuxi's question, but instead turned around and fled. Big brother Chase. Shuxi glanced down at Black Wasteland City, where the Succubus twin sisters, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet resided. For leader-level powerhouses were enough, Shuxi chose to trust them. Roar. Unable to receive further assistance from Xerox, Abyssal Greymon is once again in trouble. The illusion spider wove another dream, trapping Abyssal Tyrannoman within it, and continued to spin spider silk around Abyssal Tyrannoman. However, this time Abyssal Greymon did not behave as violently as before. Suddenly, waves of abyssal demonic energy, as black as ink, began to emanate from the abyssal Tyrannomen. Where demonic energy shrouds the area, it is pitch black. This is not darkness in the ordinary sense, but a demonic realm. This is another hidden move of abyssal Tyrannomen Osipic, misty domain. Wherever the demonic realm is shrouded, all enemies lose their sight, hearing, and smell, and can only act on instinct. When the abyssal Tyrannomen advanced to the boss level, it comprehended the abyssal flame dragon cannon from the abyssal spirit core it devoured. However, apart from Shaktsu, no one knew that when abyssal Tyrannomen advanced to the boss level, it had already mastered a boss-level skill, Misty Domain. The Misty Demon Realm was originally a trump card that Shakes kept hidden, a secret move used to kill enemies without their knowledge in the right circumstances. Unexpectedly, they were forced out by the dark creature Illusion Spider. Although trapped in the illusion of the Illusion Spider, Abyssal Greymon also released the Misty Domain, which trapped the Illusion Spider as well. In other words, both Abyssal Tyrannomen and Illusion Spider are attacking each other based on their sensory abilities. In this predicament, it is not the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus or the Illusion Spider that suffer, but the dark creatures in the surrounding area. Inside Black Wasteland City, a quarter of an hour ago, the Succubus Queen Yelena hovered near the Dark Earth Armor Beast, and with the assistance of Yelena, launched a series of attacks on it. However, the attack power of the Succubus Queen Yelena was negligible to the Dark Earth Armor Beast, which possessed a thick shell. Fortunately, the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, who were stationed near the underground fissure, arrived after hearing the news and rescued Yelena from the battle. What a huge beetle! Elder Genkai exclaimed in surprise and rushed out with his spiked club. The Prophet Geta also took out his stone axe and rushed over. Elder Steel Armor was more agile. After dodging the lashes from the Dark Earth Armor Beast's tentacles, he slammed his spiked club hard into the beast's carapace, barely managing to create a dent. The dark armored beast, in pain, swung its pincers and attacked Elder Steel Armor, attempting to cleave the Elder in two. Bang! The Prophet Gata arrived just in time, wielding his stone axe and clashing with the massive pincers of the Dark Earth Armored Beast, resulting in a draw. Elder, this fellow is troublesome. He's incredibly strong. Be careful. Elder Genkai dodged the tentacle that lashed out from the air once again and roared loudly. Prophet, let's attack it from both the front and the back. Good. Thus, Prophet Gata and Elder Steel K joined the battle and engaged in a fierce fight with the Dark Earth Armor Beast. You stay here and assist the Grand Elder and the Prophet. I'll go to the city wall to direct the battle. You must keep the overall situation stable. Good. Yelena nodded and agreed to her sister Yelena's arrangement. However, less than 5 minutes after Yelena left, countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Wherever the starlight passed, all the Bloodline warriors of Black Wasteland City were trapped in an illusion. No, this is a large-scale illusion. By the time Yelena realized what was happening, more than 10 seconds had passed. Within those 10 seconds, the Bloodline warriors of the Cannon Fodder Regiment suffered heavy casualties, and a large number of tentacle monsters took the opportunity to climb the walls of Black Wasteland City. Chapter 198 Elegy of the Soul, A Woman's Lament. Even the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai were affected by the illusion. Thud. Smack. Both the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai were struck by the Dark Earth Armor Beast, and both suffered minor injuries. Close your eyes and listen to my voice. This is a dream, a bubble, an endless illusion. Who is still resisting in the abyss? This is the Elegy of the Soul, passed down by the Succubus clan. The lead singer was the demon wife, Yelena. Yelena's singing voice is as melodious as a wind chime and as gentle as a spring breeze. However, this melodious and gentle singing voice, like the resounding voice of heaven and earth, or the sigh of the soul, echoed in the hearts of every bloodline warrior of the Black Wilderness tribe. The first to awaken from the illusion were the Succubus clan members. Upon hearing the familiar song, they joined in the singing. Slowly, the sound grew louder and deeper. The clansmen who were trapped in the illusion gradually recovered. Kill them. After we recover, the real battle will begin. The tentacle monsters on the city wall were immediately countered and killed one by one. Especially after the Succubus Queen Yelena climbed the city wall, the speed at which these tentacle monsters were killed increased even further. At the same time, Yelena's appearance calmed the uneasy hearts of the Bloodline warriors considerably. Neo Handy. Hey Yuzai, take your teams and clear out the tentacle monsters that have climbed onto the city wall. Gain, Yuga, organize the archers, spearmen, and ballistae, and execute a 3-stage firing sequence. The arrows must not stop. Suppress these damned dark creatures. Taikur, Luosha, drive away the cannon fodder regiment members and guard every beacon tower. The arrival of Elder Deacon Yelena truly brought peace of mind. And after issuing a series of orders, the attacks of the tribal warriors became more organized. Although the attacks from a small number of tribesmen were still somewhat chaotic, they were significantly better than before. The dark creatures that had already charged onto the city walls were also forcefully suppressed. Tekker, where's the medicinal oil I asked you to prepare? Sprinkle it all out and burn all the dark creatures beneath the city walls. Upon hearing the order, the kobold Tekkel shouted, Master, as you command, and hurriedly instructed his kobolds to carry the medicinal oil out of the inner room on the city wall, preparing to burn it all the way down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The medicinal oil ignited instantly, and a raging fire began to spread along the city walls, once again suppressing the dark creatures' engulfing momentum. The medicated oil was ignited, which made things much easier for the Bloodline warriors guarding the city walls. East of Black Wasteland City, in the area of the underground Fisher City Wall, Crimson Queen of the Cave Spiders, along with Dels, Ander, and Steel Shield, were assigned here to guard this section of the city wall. As they watched the raging fire at the south gate and the deafening roars of the leader-level powerhouses, they felt a mixture of anxiety and fervor. Elder Dels, are we just supposed to wait here? Yes, the fighting at the south gate is clearly getting intense. Why don't we head over and provide support? It was Ander and Steel Shield who were speaking. Their tribe had suddenly been swept away by a large number of dark creatures, and they didn't want to just stand by and watch. Foolish. The Elder and the Prophet ordered us to guard this place. We've all gone there. What if this place falls? Can you afford to take that responsibility? Ender and Steel Shield wanted to say something, but it was too late, because Crimson, the Crypt Spider Queen, spoke. Instead of worrying about our people over there, we should worry about ourselves. Did you see that? A group of dark creatures has already detoured and is heading this way. Prepare for battle. After saying this, Crimson, the Queen of the Cave Spiders, made a squeaking sound, and then a large number of cave spiders crawled out from the cracks in the ground and guarded the city walls. As for Dels, Ander, and Steel Shield, they had already rushed out, urging the tribe's Bloodline warriors to quickly prepare to defend the city. Chaos. This is a complete mess. From the start of the battle, Black Wasteland City was on the defensive. It was obvious that the traces of a large number of dark creatures had been concealed by illusions created by the combined efforts of the illusion spiders and black swallowtail butterflies. The black swallowtail butterflies' several appearances were not only attracting the attention of Thunder Eagle and Shakes, but also gradually setting up a large-scale illusion array. Rumble. In the sky, above the clouds, Thunder Eagle unleashed another chain of lightning bolts, the current leaping out and striking the black swallowtail butterfly. However, the black swallowtail butterfly was not injured. What was damaged was its huge wing, which had been blasted with a large hole. Although it was just a few large holes, it greatly affected the black swallowtail butterfly's flight speed. Moreover, Shakespeare's senses were very sharp. He noticed that the black swallowtail butterfly's balance was not as stable as before, and its strange flight trajectory was also affected. So, Shuxi took out another throwing spear and threw it with both hands. Sizzle. The spear came swiftly with a whistling sound that seemed to cut through everything and plunged deep into the abdomen of the black swallowtail butterfly. Hiss. However, to Shakes's surprise, the spear that hit the black swallowtail did not explode. Instead, it caused the black swallowtail to bleed black blood continuously. That membrane on that big butterfly must be something special. Shakes's eyes became much more indifferent. With its wings injured and its abdomen struck by Shuxi, the black swallowtail butterfly was certain to die. If you keep chasing me, your entire clan will be devoured. That gentle voice rang out again, its tone carrying both admonition and urgency, along with fear. Shuxi didn't speak, but took out a long spear and aimed it at the black swallowtail butterfly again. If you go back now, you might still be able to save your people. Shakes realized that the black swallowtail butterfly, seeing that it couldn't escape, was actually trying to persuade Shakes. Black swallowtail butterfly wanted to use the lives of the Black Wasteland people to threaten Shakes in order to gain a chance to escape. Shuxi chuckled and thrust the spear forward once more. Sizzle. The black swallowtail butterfly shifted its body, using its wings to block the spear that was bound to hit its abdomen. However, because of this, the black swallowtail butterfly's wings were damaged again, and its flight path became erratic. Evans. This is an opportunity to kill the eerie black swallowtail butterfly. Thunderhawk Evans reacted quickly, spitting out a bolt of lightning that instantly struck the black swallowtail butterfly. After letting out a woman's wail, the black swallowtail butterfly plummeted to the ground. The woman's voice surprised Shakshi, but the butterfly in front of him was a creature of darkness, and Shakshi would not hold back his killing intent and show any mercy. Instead, Shakshi took out another spear and threw it in the direction where the black swallowtail butterfly had fallen. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the darkness. Thunder eagles circled twice in midair before swooping down. Shakshi, holding the flames of will upside down, jumped off the thunder eagle's back and leaned towards the black swallowtail butterfly's body. Chapter 199 Escaping Danger, a cornered beast fights. Looking at the lifeless butterfly corpse before him, Shakshi took out the curved knife from his waist, cut open its head, and found a piece of pure dark source crystal. After carefully storing the dark source crystal, Shakshi immediately wanted to turn around and go back. For some reason, Shakespeare always felt that something was wrong, that something was not right. Then, Shakshi turned around, handed out the spear in his hand, and plunged it into the corpse of the black swallowtail butterfly. The Spear of Will's flames has been enhanced by Rove's enchantment, making its flames more powerful and easier to ignite enemies. A flame erupted from the black swallowtail butterfly's corpse, and Shakshi instinctively took a few steps back. However, it was these few steps that allowed Shakshi to escape danger. Pop! A strange sound wave emanated from within the black swallowtail butterfly's corpse, and a bewitchingly beautiful face shot directly at the spot where Kshatriya had just stood. If Shakshi hadn't taken a few steps back, that strange, beautiful face would have already entered Shakshi's body. Fortunately, none of this happened. The strange, beautiful face burned in the raging flames, emitting sharp, agonizing screams. I've remembered your scent, and I'll come again. A moment later, the strange, beautiful face stopped wailing and spoke in a gentle, maternal voice. At the same time, the gradually distorted face of the beautiful woman stared silently at Shakshi amidst the flames, eerie and chilling. Just as Shakes was about to try and get information out of her, the beautiful face had already turned into a wisp of flame and vanished completely. No wonder it was so strange. It turned out to be a phantom of will. Only now did Shakes realize the strangeness of the beautiful face. It turned out to be that butterfly, a dark creature controlled by the phantom of a Lord-level powerhouse's will. So, I've been targeted by an unknown Lord-level dark creature? The moment the thought crossed Shakushi's mind, he couldn't help but shudder. However, after that, Shakshi was extremely excited, and a sense of pride inexplicably rose in his heart. Hunting down a Lord-level powerhouse, what a crazy idea. Shakes collected his thoughts, put away the ashes chest on the ground, and looked up to greet the Thunder Eagle overhead. Evans, we should go back. Thunderhawk Evans let out a cry and swooped down. Shakshi leaped lightly and returned to the back of the Thunder Eagle. Black Wasteland City, Inner City. Bang! The stone axe in the Prophet Gada's hand clashed with the pair of pincers of the Dark Earth armored beast, creating a deafening explosion and sparks flying everywhere. Behind the Dark Earth armor beast, Elder Steel Armor once again dodged the whip-like tentacles that were lashing out, and swung his spiked club, smashing it into the Dark Earth armor beast's carapace. After numerous fierce battles, even the Dark Armored Beast, caught in a pincer attack by Prophet Gada and Elder Steel Armor, was on the verge of death. The back of the Dark Earth armor beast, in particular, was smashed to pieces by the Elder's spiked club. Other weapons might not be able to penetrate this kind of crustacean defense, but for a spiked club, it's exactly what it needs. The spiked club in Elder Steel Kai's hand is the most powerful weapon to shatter this defensive shell. Moreover, with the demon wife Yuina assisting her, illusions and mental confusion are released, affecting the Dark Earth armor beast's judgment in various ways. In other words, this leader-level Dark Earth armor beast in the inner city will eventually be killed by the combined efforts of Prophet Gada and Elder Genkai. This scene was also witnessed by Shakshi, who had returned to Black Wasteland City. With victory in sight, Shakshi stopped paying attention to Black Wasteland City and instead turned his attention to the illusion spider and abyss Tyrannosaurus beast outside the city. The Succubus's song has the power to dispel illusions. After Yuina took the lead in chanting, the Succubus Queen Eulina specially arranged for a group of succubi to chant nonstop. At this moment, the illusion of the illusion spider was broken, and the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast was hiding in the misty demon realm, slaughtering the illusion spider. However, the illusion spider had previously spit out a large amount of spider silk, and relying on those exceptionally strong spider silks, the illusion spider frequently escaped from the jaws of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. To be honest, Shakshi has no plans to go down and help for the time being, because the battlefield is relatively stable. Moreover, these two battles were good opportunities for Gata the Prophet, Elder Steel Kai, Yuina, and Abyssal Greymon to hone their skills. Especially for Yuina, who recently rose to the rank of leader, this kind of battle is even more necessary. The existence of the Kshatriyas is to deal with any unexpected events that may occur on the battlefield. The Kshatriyas patrolling the sky are the greatest safeguard for Black Wasteland City. Of course, this kind of protection must be made clear to the clan members, so that they know that someone is there to protect them and to keep things under control. Therefore, Shuxi urged the Thunder Eagle to lower its flight altitude and emitted a high-pitched eagle cry. Thunder Eagle's figure always flashes towards the area where dark creatures are most concentrated, accompanied by a series of chain lightning bolts. After Thunderhawk began clearing out and suppressing the dark creatures, the Bloodline warriors on the city wall faced significantly less pressure. Lightning, it's Thunder Eagle. The clan leader has returned. Kill these dark creatures, and we'll win soon. Chieftain, Shuxi. Listening to the various cheers from her people on the city wall, the Succubus Queen Yelena looked up at the Thunder Eagles that were flashing and darting across the battlefield, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The appearance of Thunder Eagle means that Shuxi is back. The return of the Shuxi means that the enemy has either been killed or escaped. Either way, it's a good thing. The battle did not stop with the arrival of the Cassius. Instead, it entered into a fierce struggle of suppression and counterattack. Roar. Within the misty demon realm, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast bit off one of the illusion spider's legs with 2 bites and swallowed it. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, its enormous pupils filled with bloodshot veins and murderous intent, lurked in the demon realm and once again charged at the illusion spider. The illusion spider let out a desperate roar. Ever since its spider silk was all bitten off by the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, the illusion spider has been trapped in a desperate situation. Roar. The illusion spider, now missing 4 legs, moved increasingly slowly and had no way to avoid the attacks of Abyssal Tyrannoman. Finally, the illusion spider launched its last counterattack. Like a giant facehugger, it pounced on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, trying to get close and make a final struggle. Unfortunately, Abyssal Greymon not only possesses a terrifyingly large mouth, but also sharp short claws and a giant tail. Snap! With a flick of its massive tail, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast sent the illusion spider flying. Immediately afterwards, the Abyssal Tyrannoman approached the illusion spider with thunderous footsteps and began to bite. A few minutes later, the illusion spider lay motionless, completely dead. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaktora, standing atop Thunderhawk, stopped Abyss Greymon from continuing to devour the corpse of the illusion spider. Chapter 200 Valuable Military Achievements, Supply, and Feedback. Just kidding. If the dark source crystal on the illusion spider were devoured by the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, Shuxi would cry himself to death on the battlefield. After Thunderhawk swooped down, Shakis landed on the ground and came to the side of Abyssal Tyrannoman. Well done. Shuxi reached out and patted the Abyssal Tyrannoman's large, ingratiating head, then pulled out his curved sword and began rummaging through the corpse of the illusion spider. 3 minutes later, Shuxi found a dark source crystal in the upper half of the illusion spider's corpse. That wasn't the only find. During the search, Shaksha also discovered an Ash's treasure chest hidden at the very bottom. This big guy is yours. Shuxi put away the Ash treasure chest, pointed to the corpse of the illusion spider, and gestured for the Abyss Tyrannoman to continue enjoying its prey. The Abyssal Tyrannoman roared and opened its massive jaws to tear at something. A moment later, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, having devoured the fattest parts of the illusion spider, roared to the sky and charged out. And Shuxi returned to the back of the Thunderhawk once again. This time, Shuxi drove the Thunder Eagle to fly eastward, and the underground fissure area was also swept up by dark creatures. Fortunately, the Crypt Spider Queen Scarlet was stationed here, and countless Crypt Spiders resisted on the front line, resulting in very few losses for the tribe's Bloodline warriors. Master, you've arrived. As Shuxi landed on the city wall, Crimson, the Cave Spider Queen, was drawing her bow and shooting an arrow. Her eyes and brows revealed a cold, arrogant, and violent expression. Shuxi stood on the city wall, holding his spear upside down in his right hand, facing the swarming dark creatures with an indifferent expression. Can it hold up? Master, rest assured, as long as no large creatures come to my side, with the help of other tribesmen, these dark creatures will all become food for my people. Shakis nodded, looking into the darkness in the distance, and suddenly gave a task to the Crypt Spider Queen, Scarlet. Exterminate the dark creatures with all your might, and end this battle as soon as possible. Then lead your people through the secret passage to assist the people of the South Gate in defending Black Wasteland City. The 2 leader-level dark creatures have been killed. It's time to show all your clansmen the strength of your Crypt Spider clan. Let the people of the tribe know that you are worthy of my full support and training." Upon hearing this, Crimson, the queen of the cave spiders, paused for a moment. Then her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She turned to look at Shaxu and suddenly pounced on him. "I knew it. Master cares about little Scarlet." Shuxi reached out and pressed down on the face of the Spider Queen, Scarlet, who was lunging at him, stopping the huge creature from trying to climb on him. Outside the Southgate city wall, there is the corpse of a leader-level illusion spider. "Have your people collect it." The Spider Queen's crimson eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she was so excited that she couldn't wait to go and collect the corpses of the illusion spiders. "Don't worry, Master. Crimson will definitely not let you down." Shakes nodded, then suddenly leaped onto the back of the swooping Thunder Eagle. Just moments ago, Thunder Eagle suppressed the dark creatures in this area, greatly reducing the difficulty for the cave spiders. As Shuxi and Thunder Eagle flew away, the Crypt Spider Queen, Crimson, hissed. The next moment, more burrowing spiders crawled out of the cracks in the ground. Clearly, Crimson did not summon all of her subjects in the previous battle. The purpose of Shuxi's visit was already a reminder to Crimson that if she wanted to obtain leader-level resources, she had to make the tribe see her value and see her contributions to the tribe. In other words, the Crystal Spider Queen Crimson will definitely receive a Dark Source Crystal during this attack by the dark creatures. The Spider Queen Scarlet is very clever. She has already thought of these things and grasped the key to them. Her value and war achievements are what she must present now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless burrowing spiders crawled out, not only defending the city walls, but also launching a counterattack. From midair, looking down at the whole situation, Shakes discovered that the battle in Black Wasteland City had subsided, and he could not sense the aura of the Dark Earth Armor Beast. In this situation, there is only one possibility. The Dark Earth Armor Beast has been killed by the combined efforts of Prophet Gata, Elder Steel Kai, and Yuena. Shuxi shifted his gaze outward and saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast rampaging through the tide of dark creatures outside the city. We finally held on. Although countless dark creatures were still attacking the city from outside, Shuxi had already secured victory. However, the closer we get to the final stage, the more vigilant we must be. Shikesa understood this principle. Therefore, Shuxi rode his Thunder Eagle to patrol the area, not only to protect his people, but also to guard against potential enemies in the sky. 2 hours later, the battle in the underground fissure area ended ahead of schedule. The Spider Queen Scarlet, along with her people, used the previously dug tunnels to circle behind the dark creatures and cut off their endless stream. Several more hours passed, and the pressure on the South Gate gradually decreased until the fighting subsided. The dark creatures outside the city are still surging in. After the tribesmen have regrouped, they should go to support the cave spiders. Shuxi, holding his spear upside down, landed on the city wall and briefly described the battle taking place in the darkness outside the city. Upon hearing this, Yelena, Yeyina, the Prophet Gata, and Elder Genkai, who had gathered around, finally understood why the dark creatures' attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Elder Deacon Yelena grasped the overall situation, immediately understood the situation, and made arrangements accordingly. Neo Handy, Jiayin, Yujia, Haizai, Tikir, Luosha, lead your teams and divide into 3 groups to aid the cave spider clan outside the city from the left, center, and right. Upon hearing this, the senior council elders all accepted the order and left. Moments later, a large number of Bloodline warriors left Black Wasteland City to aid the cave spider clan. Are you alright? After receiving news from Thunderhawk that the battle situation had stabilized, Shaksha breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to ask Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai. Elder, Prophet, are you alright? It's nothing, just some minor injuries. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Fine. Both Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai shook their heads. To be honest, the two of them, together with Yuena, fought against the Dark Earth Armor Beast. Apart from the initial panic, it wasn't actually that difficult. Especially after adapting to the Dark Earth Armor Beast's fighting rhythm, it became incredibly easy. Shuxi, this was left behind by the Dark Earth Armor Beast. Elder Genkai took out a wooden box from his storage bag, the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, and handed it to Shakes. Without even opening it, Shuxi knew that it contained a leader-level Dark Source Crystal. Shakes took the wooden box, nodded, and didn't say anything like thank you. Because this is what they, as the pillars of the tribe, should do. The tribe provides for them, and they give back to the tribe. It's that simple.